Welcome to the Road Team Survival World. All humans aged 1860 are forcibly added to this survival event, with diseases cured and bodies restored to peak condition. Based on yourself and your interpersonal relationships, form an initial team of 25 people. Remember, the team is the key to survival. Survival tips 1. Only by moving forward can you survive. 2. Every 100 kilometers a treasure chest will refresh. The chests on the road are safe. 3. Every 1,000 kilometers a station will refresh have during the novice period. Survivors may encounter each other here. The station stop time is uncertain. Leaving after the time limit will cause you to stay here permanently. 4. Driving at night doubles the harvest, but increases the chance of danger. The first 7 days are the novice period with no threat of death. 5. Every 7 days, the road will change. Staying at a special station can avoid the change. 6. The vehicle is your only reliance. The team is your hope for survival. Reminder: it is recommended to leave the original location within 1 hour after awakening your talent. After the metallic voice in his mind faded, Lin Mo slowly sat up and rubbed his temples. On both sides was an endless expanse of yellow earth, and before him lay a straight road stretching forward. Road survival. Team. Talent. Is this a transmigration? There are 2 more people. Lin Mo recalled that the survival game said it would form teams based on interpersonal relationships. No wonder these pajamas looked so familiar. He parted his hair and saw that it was the twin daughters who lived next door, just graduated from college. At that moment, the girl in a pink short-sleeved shirt opened her eyes, her gaze filled with confusion. Lin Mo. The girl suddenly widened her eyes. Why are you in my house? Su Luo, this is not our house. Lin Mo turned his head and saw Su Qing, the elder sister, already sitting up. But her face was flushed and her hands were covering her chest. Su Luo then reacted. Could that voice in my head just now be real? She swallowed nervously and looked around. Lin Mo also swallowed. It was because the smiley face on the pink shirt was too wide. At that moment, Su Qing covered her chest and walked in front of Su Luo. Though she said nothing, her eyes were full of warning. I think we should get in the car first, then awaken our talents later. Lin Mo pointed at the rusty small bus. It's not like he wanted to look. They should dress properly. His gaze couldn't help but drift downward, wondering if they weren't wearing anything underneath. Lin Mo. Su Qing raised her voice. Get in the car, get in the car. Lin Mo immediately went to the driver's side door of the small bus and opened it. On the driver's seat lay 3 smartwatches. Survival watch, key survival item. As soon as Lin Mo put the watch on his left wrist, it automatically adjusted its size. A black light flashed, and it became seamless. He looked closely and saw no connection points, indicating it could not be removed. As soon as the watch was on, a panel appeared before his eyes. Vehicle: dilapidated small bus, quality grade level LV0, fuel tank 25L, 50L, fuel consumption 1L, 15 km max speed 50 km/h, upgrade conditions: metal 0 30 kg, glass 0 10 kg, miscellaneous 0 10 kg. The speed is not high, but for this broken car, it's already good. According to fuel consumption, the fuel is enough for over 300 kilometers, which means they can encounter 3 treasure chests. But he wondered how many resources the so-called chests contain. If the fuel is scarce, they're doomed. But since it's within the protection period, it shouldn't be that bad. Lin Mo glanced at the 2 dazed girls, knowing they were reading their panels. Get in the car first, I'll look at it later. Got it. Su Luo quickly pulled her sister to the side door and opened it. The small bus had, besides the driver and passenger seats, 10 seats in the back. But most were just frames. Only 2 seats were still intact. Truly a dilapidated small bus. Lin Mo sat in the driver's seat and didn't start immediately. Instead, he studied the panel. After exiting the vehicle info, the panel had 8 options: world channel, regional channel, workbench, mailbox, trade hall, vehicle info, backpack, and personal info. This interface is unadorned. Just then Su Qing suddenly spoke. Aren't you afraid? Suddenly arriving from Blue Star into such a survival world, she found it hard to accept. Tell me, is being afraid useful? Have you heard the saying, if you can't resist, enjoy it? Su Qing's eyelids twitched. Though the words were crude, the logic was sound. Lin Mo didn't want to accept it either, but he wanted to survive even more. His gaze soon returned to the panel. He roughly glanced at the functions of all buttons without time to examine each one. He opened the personal info interface. Name: Lin Mo, age 23, attributes: strength 10, physique 10, agility 10, male, average is 10, female is 8, health 100, means death, talent to be drawn. Seeing this, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the survival game restored them to peak condition. If it had stayed as before with his 996 work schedule, his attributes might have been 8 at best, and he'd be grateful. But where is the talent draw button? Wow, I got a grade: talent healing. Su Luo said excitedly. Sis brother Lin Mo, what are your talents? I got scrade item critical hit. When putting an item into the backpack, the quantity doubles, or the quality improves. Su Qing quickly added, items already in my backpack, don't count. Both girls looked at Lin Mo. Don't look at me, I haven't drawn yet. Hearing their talents, Lin Mo felt a bit nervous. It's in the backpack. Lin Mo quickly opened the backpack. The 20-slot backpack contained 5 items, a survival manual, 1 day's worth of water, and food, a weapon, and a talent crystal. Talent crystal. After use, you can obtain a D to SS grade talent with a very small chance to obtain a unique talent. Note: unique means only 1 copy exists. If calculated by normal probability, a grade should be the most common. That put him at ease. His requirement was low. As long as it was not below grade, he'd be satisfied. Lin Mo silently invoked the use, and the talent crystal turned into a stream of light that drilled into his body. Talent awakened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the talent. Goddess gift unique hiss. Such a low probability, and he got it. Goddess gift unique effect 1. After opening any treasure chest, 3 additional types of supplies are refreshed, and you may choose one to obtain. Effect 2. For every additional female teammate with affection above 80, you can refresh a treasure chest 1 extra time, and the item quality is affected by that female teammate. That means after they encounter a treasure chest later, they can get 1 item from 3 additional options. But after reading all the descriptions, Lin Mo's expression turned strange. Is this goddess proper? Anyway, let's go first. Both of you sit tight, we're leaving. Lin Mo pressed the accelerator, and the engine made a sound comparable to a tractor. Poot poot poot. He worried the car would fall apart midway. Amid the endless yellow earth, a small bus with black smoke coming from its exhaust drove along the straight road into the distance. Goal: 100 kilometers. At this moment, Lin Mo finally had time to examine the various buttons in detail. Fortunately, the road ahead was a straight line, so multitasking was not a problem. There were a few tools in the workbench which could be used to craft materials. Basic survival was thus assured provided there were materials. The mail trading center was just starting up with nothing much available. He turned his attention to the world channel and opened it only to see countless messages flying by at high speed. To his eyes, it was just a stream of upward white lines. He could not make out what was written on them. The only thing he could discern was the numbers on top. World Channel 8. 8 billion. He hadn't expected so many people. Then he opened the regional channel and was taken aback. So few people in one region. And the number was oddly specific. No, the name of this regional channel was strange. F987 Highway 3462-3462. Lin Mo suddenly recalled a sentence the voice had said back then. Every 7 days the highway would change. That meant there were over 3,000 people on this ancient road. But, as he looked at the endless road ahead, what was the point? Lin Mo shook his head and looked at the text below. Woo, I want to go home. I don't want to be with this bearded guy. This isn't really a survival world, is it? Wait, bearded guy. If you're a woman, you needn't worry. Damn. My scrade talent insight, I lets me see extra info. I'm invincible bros. Holy crap, what is this motorcycle? Can this thing even ride? Lin Mo had intended to glean some information, but clearly he was overthinking it. After all, it was just the beginning. What information could there be? He closed the channel and drove attentively. However, recalling the teammates of others in the regional channel, he couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror. 1 pink, 1 white, 1 innocent, 1 proud. His teammates were better. Then his gaze fell on Su Qing, and he felt a stir. Your talent is item doubling, right? Su Qing looked at Lin Mo and nodded. That's right, I share my talent with you all. Item crit scrade. Any item not placed in one's backpack, when put in, will be crit quantity doubled or quality improved. 72x, 25x, 8, 10x, 2, 100x. Hiss. There's even 100x. Didn't you say just doubling? It is doubling, just with variable. The next moment, with a clatter, Lin Mo took water, food, and weapons out of his backpack. Su Luo, you two give everything to your sister. Lin Mo was excited. Not expecting 100x, but with so many items he could at least trigger 2 5x multipliers. Even if the resources in the chests were scarce, they could still survive a couple more days. Su Qing bent down to pick up a 500 milliliters purified water bottle and put it into her backpack. Talent triggered 2x, then one by one she kept putting them in. Gulp. Lin Mo swallowed nervously. From this angle, he could just see Su Qing's collar through the rearview mirror. There was truly nothing there. He never expected the two to be so well endowed without showing it. Perhaps sensing the stares, Su Qing looked up and met Lin Mo's eyes. Lin Mo hastily looked at the road ahead and started whistling. Su Qing blushed, lightly spat, and muttered something, then continued collecting items. Lucky 1 bottle triggered 5x. Huh, only once. Lin Mo was stunned. Probably each item is calculated independently. It was actually not bad. It meant an extra 10 bottles of water. In this heat, water was crucial. Lin Mo glanced at the flimsy windshield and couldn't help but sigh. The environment really was harsh. Lin Mo, gee, what's your talent? Su Luo asked curiously. Hearing this, Su Qing, who had just turned to look out the window, perked up her ears. She was also curious. This. Lin Mo, gee, don't worry, no matter what your talent is, we're a team. Su Luo looked at Su Qing. Su Qing nodded yes. Between a stranger and Lin Mo, she would definitely choose Lin Mo. Though he was a bit perverted, it was not unacceptable. My talent rank is unique. Su Qing looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Unique. That extremely rare unique. Su Luo's mouth formed an O shape, then she came back to her senses. That's great, so why were you just? Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Wasn't this introduction embarrassing? But for the future development of the team, he finally shared the talent. Seeing the talent details, Su Luo hadn't reacted, yet only thinking it was good for extra items. But Su Qing's expression turned strange. Does this talent mean you need to find more female teammates? Ahem, currently yes. Then, the affinity. Before Su Qing finished, Su Luo quickly asked, can you see our affinity with you? How much do I have? How much does my sister have? She was quite curious. Lin Mo looked at Su Qing, and with a thought a panel appeared beside her. The information on this panel was different from what he expected. Name Su Qing, age 22, score 91, affinity 71. There was more than he thought a score. Lin Mo thought of the talent mentioning that item quality is affected by female teammates. Could it be influenced by the score? He would have to wait until they encountered a chest to confirm. Then he glanced at Su Luo. Name Su Luo, age 22, score 91, affinity 84. As expected of twins, the scores were the same. As for the affinity, it was within Lin Mo's expectations. You're 84, your sister is 71. Su Luo looked at Su Qing. Sister, do you really dislike Lin Mo? If I dislike you, it would be negative. Makes sense, but with Lin Mo being so nice, why are you so much lower than me? Su Qing's mouth twitched, as she had no idea Lin Mo was that great. With this extra resource supplement, the trio's mood was much better than at the start. Along the way, the two girls chatted and laughed, and Lin Mo didn't feel tired. The only thing that bothered him was the slow speed of the vehicle. Around 10 o'clock, a metal chest sat in the middle of the road. We've reached 100 kilometers. The car gradually slowed and eventually stopped in front of the chest. Su Luo's voice was filled with disbelief. Just one. They were 3 people, one chest was too little. If it were a 5-person team, they'd probably break down. Let's first see what's inside. And it's 1 chest per 100 kilometers. At our speed, we can get at least 5 a day. If 1 chest sufficed for 1 person's daily needs, it was actually acceptable. They would just have to ration. However, with Su Qing there, they probably wouldn't have to be too frugal. The 3 got out together and came to the chest. Bronze chest, note, basic supplies for survivors. Just as Lin Mo was about to open the chest to test his talent, his hand froze. He turned to look at Su Qing behind him. Try putting this chest into your backpack. Just in case it worked. Oh. Su Qing quickly placed her hand on the bronze chest. The next moment, the chest was absorbed into her backpack. Talent triggered 5x. 5 times. 5 times. Su Qing was so excited she almost jumped. Calm down, take out the chests, now it's my turn. Su Qing quickly placed the 5 bronze chests on the ground. Lin Mo placed his hand on the first chest, and with a click the lid opened. Open bronze chest, 500 milliliters purified water, 3.5L universal fuel, 1, only 2 items. This thing was too stingy. But it was fine because he could choose one of the 3 items before him. Su Luo's affinity could also refresh later, which was perfect. At this moment in the void before Lin Mo, 3 items were displayed side by side. Item 1, a 500 milliliters cola, 5. Item 2, sports shoes, 2. Item 3, 10L universal fuel, 1. Can you see it? Lin Mo pointed ahead and asked. Both women shook their heads. It seemed this object was visible only to him. Lin Mo listed the 3 items. This is your talent. We'll follow your lead, Su Qing said, shaking her head. Subtly, Su Qing had already begun treating Lin Mo as the de facto leader of their small team, even though they had only just begun. Perhaps it was his calm demeanor that inspired such trust. In that case, I choose cola. Shouldn't we pick universal fuel instead? Su Luo couldn't help but ask. We've already acquired 10 liters of fuel, and with your sister's talent, that's more than enough. Cola, however, provides high-calorie energy and essential sugars, critical for our survival. Even if cola had somehow turned to water, Lin Mo would still have chosen athletic shoes over fuel, especially since all 3 of them were wearing slippers. Their mobility was noticeably hindered. After making his selection, the cola appeared in his backpack. He then pressed the nearby refresh button. 3 new items materialized on the screen. Item 1, Handsome Men Magazine 5. Item 2, AD Calcium Milk, 5. Item 3, 100G Spicy Potato Chips 5. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the newly refreshed items. The latter two made sense, but what on earth was that first item? Wait, was item quality influenced by something else? Could it be tied to teammates whose affinity exceeded 80? No, that wasn't a matter of quality at all. He turned to Su Luo. You enjoy reading Handsome Men magazine. This contradicted his assumptions. Surely Su Luo preferred cute, whimsical things. Su Luo's eyes widened. How did you? I don't. She quickly shook her head. She'd never admit something like that. Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly. I'm unsure how to choose. I'll leave it to you both. Su Qing glanced briefly at Su Luo, and suddenly recalled those locked storage boxes. Hearing the 3 options, Su Luo flushed crimson. I think AD Calcium Milk is best. It quenches thirst and contains sugar. Subsequent boxes yielded largely similar contents. Purified water energy bars and universal fuel dominated the haul, though 2 boxes each contained several ingots of refined metal. As for the refreshed items, they varied wildly. Though only one could be selected per cycle, Lin Mo had already accumulated numerous valuable resources. Let's return to the vehicle. Once aboard, Lin Mo placed all newly acquired supplies in the rear compartment. Su Qing, the rest is up to you. She nodded and began transferring the resources into her backpack. Most quantities doubled. Then Su Luo gestured toward the potato chips lying on the floor. Why even take that? Lin Mo shrugged. I had no better choice. The other 2 were worse. Why indeed? Perhaps Su Luo held the answer. Based on 5 uses of his talent, Lin Mo deduced that the refreshed items correlated strongly with his teammates' affinities. Watching Su Qing work diligently, Lin Mo started the engine and resumed driving. 5 minutes later, we now have 52 bottles of water, 34 energy bars, and 25 bottles of cola. Altogether, this first treasure chest alone supplied 80% of their total resources. We've amassed quite a lot already. Su Luo pulled out her survival manual. Does this mean we're safe? There's no mention here of natural disasters or catastrophes. The only real dangers perhaps lay in designated checkpoints and nighttime driving. Lin Mo tapped his fingers rhythmically against the steering wheel. This is entirely due to Su Luo's and my talents. Others aren't so fortunate. As for disasters, perhaps they simply didn't exist. Who knew? He opened the regional channel. By now, many others had encountered their first treasure chest, and some driving superior vehicles were already nearing the second. 10 liters of universal fuel. That's nowhere near enough. 1 every 100 kilometers. How is that insufficient? Are you insane? What if the next chest yields no fuel at all? Actually, our second chest did contain no fuel. So if there are no disasters, no overt threats, does that mean survival hinges solely on food, water, and fuel? Lin Mo continued tapping the steering wheel. Were checkpoints and night travel truly the sole sources of danger? If they avoided checkpoints entirely, he realized vehicle upgrades required rare materials, so avoidance wasn't viable. Gurgle. His stomach growled. He glanced at his watch. Nearly noon. Are you hungry? Su Luo nodded eagerly. I've been starving. My last meal was last night. Su Qing, hand me an energy bar. As Su Qing retrieved the bar, she asked, won't you stop the vehicle? No, I won't. Speed is too low. Stopping wastes time. If speed reached 100 kilometers per hour, he'd certainly pause. But at 50, not worth it. Wasting time. Su Qing ignored his outstretched hand and instead stepped onto the center aisle of the minibus, then knelt down. The next moment, why is this so hot? She sprang upright, lost her balance, and tumbled straight into Lin Mo. His hand was pinned beneath her cushion softly, and the impact stung sharply. But pain was irrelevant. The real issue was that he dared not move. Pervert. Su Qing pushed herself up with both hands, and instinctively glanced downward. That really hurt. She unconsciously touched her lips, blushed deeply, and cleared her throat. Su Luo, fetch me something from the back. Su Luo was busy eating, and with the engine's roar she heard nothing. Lin Mo's gaze drifted downward, not unreasonably given the circumstances. After years of solitude, not reacting would have been the true anomaly. Soon a cushion appeared beside the driver's seat. Su Qing folded her legs behind her and settled into a squatting position. Here, eat. She held the energy bar to Lin Mo's lips. Lin Mo accepted without hesitation, opening his mouth expectantly. He took a bite, chewed thoughtfully. It was edible, functional, nothing more. Its purpose was sustenance, not flavor. 100-gram energy bar vanished in mere bites. The texture felt off. Lin Mo, let go, Su Qing murmured, face burning. Sis, are you overheated? Why's your face so red? Su Luo reached out, pressing her palm. Sis, are you overheated? Why's your face so red? Su Luo reached out, pressing her palm to Su Qing's forehead. Are you running a fever? You're the one with the fever, not that kind. If your idol, scour the regional channel for intel. Su Qing swiftly turned her gaze out the window to endless sun-baked yellow plains. Yet in her mind replayed the moment she'd fallen onto that exact spot. From the driver's seat, Lin Mo watched her through the rearview mirror. He hadn't expected her to blush so easily. But was this unusual method of affinity growth tied to treasure chests, or something else entirely? Name Su Qing. Age 22. Rating 91. Affinity 78. By this afternoon, 2 more treasure chest refreshes should occur. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Treasure chest. It's a treasure chest. Su Luo exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the road. I see it, but don't get so worked up. Lin Mo stopped the car and got out. Su Luo hopped over to Lin Mo's side and squatted down. How can I not be excited? Although the items inside are fixed, those things of yours are not. Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth at Su Luo's words. The first items displayed were normal, but the second time, I couldn't grasp it at all. Step aside, let your sister come over. There's no lack of space over there, I'm not. Su Qing reached out from the side, preparing to put the chest into her backpack. In the next moment, Lin Mo placed his hand on top of it. Wait a moment, let me do a test. He tried to put the treasure chest into his backpack, but failed. Su Luo, try putting the chest into your backpack. Su Luo was also unable to retrieve it. None of you can take the chest. Su Qing was taken aback. Lin Mo nodded. It seems only you can take it, perhaps it has to do with your talent. We will know when we ask in the channel later. Su Qing easily stored the treasure chest in her backpack. Luck is a bit poor, just 2 times. The 2 chests were placed on the ground. 1 more would be good too. If they all started at 5 times, that would be outrageous. Open black iron treasure chest, 100G energy bars, 3, iron ingots, 2. This treasure chest is too miserable. Others only find 1 chest every 100 kilometers. How can we survive without fuel? Su Luo shook his head. I guess someone will be buying fuel in the trading center soon. After saying this, Lin Mo focused his gaze ahead. The items that appeared for the first time were still normal, which relieved him. Item 1, sportswear. 2, item 2, mountain cutting knife. 2, item 3, 10L universal fuel. 1, they had plenty of fuel in their hands. Lin Mo opened his backpack and glanced at the rusty long knife inside. He definitely needed to change his weapon. As for the clothes, he was wearing a short-sleeved pajama, and the 2 girls were similarly dressed. As for slippers, he had already changed into sports shoes. Now there are 2 options. One is the mountain cutting knife, and the other is the sportswear. Which do you think is better? Su Qing hesitated for a moment. Let's go with the long knife. Oh, after all, there's always another chance. Although she really wanted to wear some clothes to cover up. But safety was more important. A normal long knife was definitely much better than a rusty one. Alright, let's choose the long knife. After Su Qing's doubling, each person got a new weapon with 1 left over. Lin Mo pressed the refresh button and couldn't help but glance at Su Luo. Why are you always watching me? Su Luo didn't understand why Lin Mo always looked at her when opening the chest. It's nothing. Item 1, jelly bag. 2, item 2, chewing gum. 5, item 3, black silk stockings. 5 heat. When people are speechless, they really want to laugh. With a thud, 2 bags of jelly fell out. Su Luo and Su Qing looked at the jelly somewhat confused. Wasn't it a choice of 3? Why did jelly come out? Is there no other option? Su Qing bit her lip and asked. It's not like there aren't. One is chewing gum and the other black stockings. Lin Mo continued to open the next treasure chest. Open black iron treasure chest. 500 milliliters pure water. 3, 5L universal fuel. 2. It seemed this black iron treasure chest only contained these items, a bit too meager perhaps. He then looked at the refreshed items. This time it was a bit hard to choose. Item 1, 500G self-heating hot pot. 2, item 2, chilled watermelon. 2, item 3, chocolate sundae. 5. To be honest, he wanted all of them. Lin Mo once again threw the choice to the 2 girls, though he personally leaned more towards the self-heating hot pot. At least it counts as a meal. Su Luo quickly raised her hand. Sundae. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Qing pulled her down. What good is that? Let's choose the self-heating hot pot. At least it can serve as a dish. It's so hot today, Su Luo said weakly as she saw Su Qing glaring at her. But hot pot is quite good too. 2 self-heating hot pots appeared. Su Qing quickly stored them in her backpack, then exclaimed, Heavens, what's wrong? 100 times. We now have 200 self-heating hot pots. Su Qing patted her chest. It's a good thing we chose this. If it were 500 Sundays, I would have been heartbroken. Who would have thought they would encounter a 0? 1 chance. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Was his luck this good? It seemed he wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. After that he refreshed again, randomly choosing something, and then taking the two girls back to the car. However, this time Lin Mo didn't drive, but let the two girls take the wheel. You guys decide who drives. He'll do it. Su Qing directly sat in the driver's seat. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, and sat in the back with Su Luo. Once in the car, Lin Mo opened the regional channel. He thought that after half a day the discussions would be somewhat useful. But unexpectedly there were so few people in the region, and the ratio of normal people was quite high. Who will help me get home? I'll marry whoever takes me home. Are you out of your mind? If it were possible to go back, who wouldn't wanna? Don't mind her. Does anyone have extra gasoline? I think I'm running low. Lin Mo scrolled up through the messages. It seemed he didn't need to ask. Someone had tried to put the treasure chest into their backpack, but unfortunately failed. Several others had tried as well, all ending in failure. Lin Mo kept scrolling up. There were pitifully few useful messages. Then among the messages from around 11 o'clock, one caught Lin Mo's attention. Lin Mo stroked his chin. This talent was quite comparable to Su Qing's. Gambler's Redemption. A roll a die for any backpack slot. The number of ones is have 2 and 3 remain unchanged. 4 and 5 double, and 6 multiplies by 10. This is my talent. If those who want to cooperate can come. If you're worried about being deceived, you can first use 2 items for an experiment. Cooperation. These people sure know how to come up with ideas. However, Lin Mo didn't need to cooperate with anyone. Using Su Qing's ability along with his own would be enough. Just then Lin Mo felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw that Su Luo had already leaned on his shoulder and fallen asleep. Lin Mo shook his head. She really had a big heart. If you're tired, you can also take a nap for a while. Su Qing said, It'll pass, but still daytime now. If I sleep too much, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Su Qing was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, What do you think the station is for? Now her biggest concern was the station. Lin Mo stroked his chin. From the resources obtained from the treasure chest so far, it seems that only the most basic supplies can be generated inside, and the fuel isn't much either. Many vehicles must consume their own fuel. Therefore, I believe the purpose of the station is to replenish resources. Upgrading vehicles requires materials. The only material he had seen so far was iron ingots. The workbench has a decomposition function. He tried it out, and 1 iron ingot could be decomposed into 1 kilogram of metal. But that is far from enough. Besides that, weapons probably also need to be obtained from there. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the 4th wave of treasure chests arrived. Su Qing only took out 2 treasure chests. Luck really is quite poor, she remarked. However, Lin Mo disagreed, saying, It's enough. A look at the rewards we've gathered today. How wonderful. Indeed, it's quite good, but it's also thanks to your talent. Lin Mo merely smiled and said nothing as he took out 5 packs of instant noodles and quickly refreshed. Su Luo has never failed to meet his expectations. Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, What do you do all day? Huh? Su Luo blinked in confusion, looking at Lin Mo, wondering why he was talking about her again. They had been talking about it all day. Su Luo glared at Lin Mo angrily, saying, Why do you always talk about me? Lin Mo took a deep breath, accepting that it was all fate. Su Qing recalled Lin Mo's talent introduction and thought about what Lin Mo had said to Su Luo today. Isn't the item you refreshed related to Su Luo? Lin Mo nodded. So far, yes. This time the refreshed items are 5 lace panties, 3 sports bras, and 5 black stockings. How am I supposed to choose? Su Qing couldn't help but look at Su Luo, raising a hand to her forehead, confirming her suspicions. After hearing what her sister and Lin Mo had said, Su Luo's face turned red. She hurriedly said, This has nothing to do with me, Lin Mo. Your talent is inappropriate. Yes, this is your talent. It was definitely unrelated to her. Su Qing sighed. But you have 20 lace items in your drawer. Su Luo quickly covered Su Qing's mouth. Sister. Give your sister a little face. She could still argue about the items that came from her talent, but once her sister mentioned it, it was set in stone. So how do we choose? Lace panties, sports bras. Both said simultaneously, just the items were different. Su Qing reached out and tapped Su Luo on the chest. Su Luo looked down and saw that the underwear was indeed better, but she whispered, Sister, but we don't have any down there either. But it's not visible, right? Su Luo thought for a moment and seemed to agree. Seeing that the two had made a decision, Lin Mo confirmed it directly. Then he handed 3 different colored sports bras to Su Qing. Su Qing quickly put them into her backpack. Talent activated 5 times. It was a bit of a loss. Lin Mo stood up and looked at the setting sun. It seems it will be dark by 7. Hearing that it would be dark, Su Luo couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Will it be very dangerous at night? Not necessarily. That voice only said there was a chance, not that it was certain. If there's danger, we can just give up. Back in the car, it was Lin Mo's turn to drive again. As soon as he started driving, Su Qing began distributing some items from her backpack to Su Luo. Lin Mo today's items are very mixed and have taken up quite a few slots. The backpack slots could actually hold a lot, one slot could stack up to 100. But there were too many varieties. Lin Mo pointed to the back of the vehicle. Some items can be placed in the back. Su Qing glanced at the items in her backpack and felt that there was very little that could be stored. The food will spoil if taken out. There are very few items we can actually take out. Then let's wait and see. Soon it was time to eat again. Su Qing returned to that spot. However, this time she came with a mat as she didn't want to come a second time. Just after 7, the sun had completely set and darkness enveloped the sky. Fortunately, although this car was old, at least one headlight was functional. It was dark, but considering the current speed limit of 50 kilometers per hour, it was adequate. It's so dark all around, I can't see anything, Su Luo said, shrinking back as she looked outside. Not only was it dark outside, but even inside the car was dim. Lin Mo, good, do you think the people in this area channel are all on the same road? Will we encounter them? Lin Mo thought for a moment and nodded. We should encounter them, but I don't know how. In his view, the likelihood of encountering them on the road was low. The chances of meeting at a station would be much higher. But what the situation would be, they would find out soon enough. At this time, they were still 20 kilometers away from the 500 kilometers mark. He didn't know what the so-called abundant resources at night meant. Soon they reached 500 kilometers. Under the glow of the single headlight, a black iron treasure chest appeared in the center of the road. To the left of the chest was something resembling a bus stop sign. Beside it was a single lane. Su Luo curiously observed, "Is this the station? I thought it was a bus stop." After Lin Mo parked the car, he didn't rush to get out, but instead scanned the surroundings. You all pay attention, look around for anything strange. Unfortunately, it was too dark to see anything. No, it's too dark. There's no moon in the sky, and the visibility is too short. Su Qing shook her head. She wanted to see what was there, but the distance was limited. Then forget it, I'll go take a look. Wait, I'll go with you, Su Qing hurriedly said. Forget it, I'll go alone, or just don't close the car door. None of them had combat abilities. One person running would be much faster than two. Lin Mo opened the car door and glanced outside. The visibility was limited, but it didn't seem like there was anything unusual. After getting out of the car, he walked step by step to the front of the vehicle. When he saw the treasure chest, he couldn't help but be stunned. It wasn't one treasure chest, but two. It seemed that the so-called doubling in the survival game was indeed true. With minimal effort, he lifted the treasure chests and brought them back to the car. Since he could carry them, why bother opening the chests outside? Should we go inside? Su Qing asked, looking at the bus stop sign. We'll take a look first. After Lin Mo brought back the two treasure chests, he approached the bus stop sign, cautiously observing the surroundings. If anything strange appeared, he would run immediately. His gaze fell on the sign, and a panel popped up. Station Chongqing Service Area Resources, Fuel, Food, Weapons, Survival Coins, Others, Team Capacity, 3 Danger Level, Low Time Limit, None. Upon seeing the resources listed, Lin Mo knew he had guessed correctly. He had said that the contents of this black iron treasure chest were so few, how could it allow people to keep driving? He just didn't know if the sorting of items was random or based on quantity. After all, fuel was an important item. As for the team capacity, besides them, there were only 2 more teams. At the beginning, there was no need to worry too much. The danger level probably referred to the danger level within the station. If it was low, there shouldn't be any issues. As for the time limit, he assumed it was because of the first one. Lin Mo returned to the car, and Su Qing had already placed the 4 boxes in the back. I collected them one by one, but it was still doubled. Su Qing felt a bit disappointed. If it had been 5 times, that would have been great. It's already very good. Let's go in. Let's open the boxes first. What if there are useful items inside? He glanced at Su Qing. Unfortunately, the favorability hadn't reached 80, otherwise he could refresh once more. Lin Mo opened the boxes and immediately checked the 3 items displayed. Was there even a choice? It had to be the flashlight. For the subsequent boxes, Lin Mo also tried to select the most useful items. Alright, although some items aren't very practical, they can be recycled. Lin Mo took the driver's seat. Buckle up, or we're going in. The minibus turned onto a small road, bumping along. This road was not that easy. 10 minutes later, a service area covering over 10,000 square meters appeared before them. The most obvious feature was the brightly lit gas station. However, Lin Mo was more interested in the supermarket behind the gas station than the fuel. Creak. The vehicle stopped at the supermarket entrance. At that moment, 2 headlights were shining from a distance, and it seemed they were about to enter. Quick, get out of the car. I will store the car in the backpack. Remember, don't speak when encountering people. If the other party makes a move, strike first. Lin Mo looked seriously at the 2 girls. Remember, this is a survival world, not Blue Star. It's not that he adapted quickly, rather he noticed that the number of people in the area channel had decreased by 4 this afternoon. After the 3 of them got out of the car, Lin Mo placed his hand on the vehicle, preparing to store it in his backpack. However, he soon discovered that the vehicle could not be retrieved. Lin Mo sighed. A vehicle without even glass could be easily taken by anyone. Even if it couldn't be driven away, it would probably be dismantled for parts. At that moment, Lin Mo thought of Su Qing. Just because he couldn't store it didn't mean Su Qing couldn't. Come on, you store the car. Su Qing nodded, extended her hand, and the vehicle was effortlessly stored. Triggered a 2x effect. Having an extra car was of no use to them, especially one in such poor condition. However, it could be dismantled and broken down into materials using the workbench. Lin Mo glanced at the vehicles appearing in the distance. Let's go, we need to enter. The 3 hurried into the supermarket. The gas station had lights, but the supermarket did not. Lin Mo turned on the flashlight and shook his head at the 2 women. I can handle it. If the light is too bright, they'll notice us outside. He shone the light on the ground using the diffuse beam to scan the shelves. It seems like there's not much here. Su Qing glanced around. The items here were fewer than what they had. Only a few scattered items were on a shelf. We're not here for these items, we're here for materials. This was the reason Lin Mo chose the supermarket. Target everything that can be taken and store it in the backpack. Su Qing, empty your backpack as much as possible and you can start storing. There weren't many materials here, but they had Su Qing's ability. Su Qing nodded and took out the contents of her backpack. Fortunately, the remaining space for the 2 of them was still considerable, just enough to fit. Once everything was ready, Su Qing began to collect from the shelves. 2x, 2x, 5x, 2x. Naturally, Lin Mo wouldn't let slip any scattered items. Even the smallest mosquito is still a piece of meat. By the way, can these items that you've already doubled be doubled again after being dismantled? Hearing Lin Mo's question, Su Qing hesitated for a moment. It shouldn't be possible. After all, they've already been doubled and are items that entered my backpack. Give me a shelf to try. Su Qing took out a shelf and placed it on the ground, and Lin Mo stored it in his backpack to directly use the workbench for dismantling. Iron ingot 5. He then returned the 5 iron ingots to Su Qing. Not possible. The 5 iron ingots were stored in the backpack and his talent showed no reaction. Tisk, what a pity. Lin Mo wanted to exploit a bug, but it seemed the game had long anticipated this. However, it was no big deal. He wasn't lacking in this regard. One shelf provided 5 iron ingots, which amounted to 5 kilograms, enough metal for their needs. Oh no, a small team is coming this way. Su Luo, who was on watch, whispered. Remember what I said? The 2 women nodded and moved closer to Lin Mo. Soon the door opened and a team of 2 men and 2 women appeared. Brother Chun, it's empty. Lin Mo could confirm that this team was from Huagua. It seemed his assumption was correct. The station was the place where their convoy would meet on this road. The young man at the front nodded, his gaze shifting to Lin Mo. However, he was soon captivated by the twin sisters, Su Luo and Su Qing. Gulp, the sound of someone swallowing saliva was particularly loud in the quiet environment. Chen Duo, the woman beside the man dressed in revealing attire and tall, looked displeased. Chen Duo cleared his throat and looked at Lin Mo. Brother, this is a station. Everyone should share the resources. What's going on with your team taking everything? But not long after, his gaze involuntarily shifted back to the 2 women. Lin Mo shook his head. First come, first served. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Saying this, he led the 2 women to the entrance, waiting for the other to clear the way. Brother Chun. Chen Duo waved his hand. Step aside. The 4 of them cleared a path, and Lin Mo led the 2 women out of the room, heading towards another building. Another young man questioned, why not just grab it? Chen Duo glanced at him. What if you get hurt? Are you sure you won't suffer from tetanus or infections if that rusty long knife cuts you? He also wanted resources, but there was no need for it at all. It was only the first day. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and the 2 others had already arrived at a corner restaurant. Entering the restaurant, Su Luo patted her chest. That scared me. I thought they were going to make a move. Ordinary people wouldn't be that foolish, but caution is still necessary. This was only the first day, most people still hadn't adapted to the situation. He hadn't adapted either, but if it came to a fight, he wouldn't hold back. Everything was for survival. He could only hope that everything would go smoothly from here on. Due to the lack of electricity, the food in the restaurant had already rotted and emitted a foul smell. Lin Mo endured the stench, emptied the refrigerator, and then let Su Qing strike it for a critical hit before dismantling it into materials. As for leaving anything behind, he hadn't considered what use it could possibly have. At that moment, Su Luo, standing by the window, spoke up. Lin Mo, bro, you said this station is all about the highway, right? It should be. But there was a team. How come they have white skin and yellow hair? Huh. Lin Mo hurried to the window to look outside. He saw a team of 2 people clashing with the previous group. And those 2 were indeed white-skinned and had. Lin Mo immediately reacted. One possibility is that the highway isn't divided by national borders. The other is that people from different highways can all come in. He leaned more towards the first possibility. Don't worry about them, just focus on ourselves. As for helping that Huawei team, Lin Mo had no interest. Lin Mo, look, I found something. Su Qing waved at Lin Mo from the cash register. When Lin Mo arrived, Su Qing opened the cash register. 2 gold coins appeared at the front. Survival coins note can be used for trading and purchasing items. Upon seeing the description, Lin Mo immediately thought of the trading center. Could it be that trading at the center requires survival coins? That shouldn't be the case. Quick, try to see if this can also trigger your talent. Su Qing nodded and quickly stored the 2 survival coins. Talent triggered tenfold. Su Qing's face lit up with joy as she nearly jumped up. It multiplied tenfold, so we now have 20 survival coins. Although unsure of the specific use of these coins, having more was certainly better. He had an idea. Quickly take out the cash register you just stored from the supermarket. Okay. Su Qing hurriedly took out the cash register and opened the register. However, it was completely empty. They opened all the drawers and only found 4 boxes of cigarettes. Su Qing was greatly disappointed, having thought they might find more survival coins. Lin Mo patted Su Qing's shoulder. It's okay, 20 is already a lot. He glanced at the time. It's about time, let's go. What about those people outside? Su Qing asked with some concern. What if a confrontation broke out? Lin Mo approached the window looking outside. What about those 2 teams? The Huawei team has left here. As for the other team, they seem to be on the other side. An opportunity had come. Let's go, we need to set out now. The 3 of them stepped out of the small cabin, walking lightly toward the gas station. Let me see what the situation is with these gas pumps. Su Qing took the vehicle out and went to wait in the car, while Su Luo kept an eye on the small team. After arranging everything, Lin Mo turned his attention to the gas pump. A panel popped up. Gas pump note: 1 survival coin can be exchanged for 10L of universal fuel. Upon seeing the note, Lin Mo realized that the survival coin was used to purchase fuel. It was somewhat useful, but not very much. Let's go, we need to get in the car. Su Luo pulled Lin Mo and pointed to a corner of the gas station building. Doesn't that box look like a metal can of 5L universal fuel? It was somewhat useful, but not very much. Let's go, we need to get in the car. Su Luo pulled Lin Mo and pointed to a corner of the gas station. Okay. Lin Mo crouched down and quickly approached. It was indeed a canister containing fuel, though the packaging looked rather worn. One contained 2L and the other 3L. After securing the items, he hurried back to the vehicle and stepped on the gas, driving away. After several minutes, they returned to the highway via a one-way street. Only then did Lin Mo let out a sigh. Su Qing frowned. So the so-called low danger level on that sign refers to the danger between teams. Lin Mo shrugged. I don't know. There are over a dozen buildings there, and we've only entered 2. No one knows for sure about the others. However, he suspected that there was danger in one of the rooms. The 2 white individuals hadn't come out when he drove. He didn't believe they couldn't hear the tractor-like sound. At 10:30 at night, 2 black iron boxes appeared on the ground in the distance. It was finally coming to an end. As usual, Lin Mo parked the car, confirmed the surroundings, and then retrieved the boxes. Su Qing, come here. The 2 boxes turned into 4. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together and opened. Item 1, Simmons mattress. 1. Item 2, sportswear. 2. Item 3, sunglasses. 2. The items from the boxes were indeed better than what refreshed. Lin Mo glanced at the empty space behind them. This was precisely what they needed for sleeping. The Simmons mattress was a must. He proceeded to refresh again. Item 1, spicy chicken feet bag. 2. Item 2, strawberry sundae. 5. Item 3, pink cat ears. 2. Lin Mo took a deep breath, getting used to it. He couldn't help but glance at Su Qing, urging her to work a bit harder, or else their resource situation would be skewed. However, he was also relieved that Su Luo had no peculiar hobbies. If she had brought out some silicone products, he wouldn't have known what to do. Half an hour later, Lin Mo lay on the left side of the Simmons mattress, resting his head on the sportswear. Beside him was Su Qing, while Su Luo was on the other side. Lin Mo gazed at the roof, or rather at the area channel. At this time, a small portion of people had fallen asleep, while others were still awake. After all, last night some were either watching television or playing games. It was too early for them to sleep. F987 Highway 3451-3462, 11 people had died. Gambler's Redemption, a roll the dice on any backpack slot. Scammer. How dare you show up? Geneva. Refund me. Isn't that his talent? Did he not give it to you after finishing? This symbol can be sent at will. He's just a scammer who disappears after sending things. Lin Mo said, how could anything so kind possibly exist? He just didn't expect that fraud would occur in such a place. But it was also quite reasonable. After all kinds of people exist. At this point someone began discussing the station. That station had quite a lot of items, but it's a shame there were 2 other small teams there, so we didn't dare to stay long. Huh. Our station only has our team, but there are zombies inside, so we didn't dare to stay long either. By the way, did you encounter any foreigners? Don't mention it, I encountered them too. Are all the people in our area Chinese? Looking at their chat content, it turned out that there were not only 3-person stations, but also 2-person and 1-person stations. Besides that, there was indeed danger in the stations, but each area was different. Regarding the nationality issue, Lin Mo squinted. Don't mention it, I encountered them too. Are all the people in our area Chinese? Looking at their chat content, it turned out that there were not only 3-person stations, but also this made him think about that special station. Was it established for their convenience to unite? As he pondered, Lin Mo started to feel sleepy. Driving wasn't tiring, but he had been working all day. At that moment, a fair arm rested on him. He turned to see that Su Qing had somehow turned from facing Su Luo to facing him. It was Lin Mo's first time being so close to a girl. The closest he had been before was probably when his middle school English teacher hit him. Yeah, the kind that jumps up to hit. As sleepiness overtook him, Lin Mo closed his eyes and ignored the arm on him. The next day the sun rose. Lin Mo felt his body was a bit heavy. When he shifted, he realized why he was so tired. He not only had one arm on him, but also a leg. Should he move or not? At that moment he saw Su Qing's eyes fluttering. Lin Mo hurriedly closed his eyes. Any eye contact between them at this point would be awkward. Su Qing opened her eyes and was momentarily stunned when she saw Lin Mo's profile. However, in the next moment her face flushed as she realized how she was positioned. She must have treated Lin Mo like a doll. Carefully, she moved her arm and leg away, then quickly put on the sportswear she had under her head. You're awake too. Lin Mo sat up as if nothing had happened and stretched. Yeah. I was woken up by the sun. 10 minutes later the 3 sat cross-legged on the car floor eating while summarizing their gains from yesterday. Water and food are not even worth mentioning, but we have plenty of those. Various drinks like cola had a good variety and quantity. Overall, just on the first day, we don't need to worry about basic resources. Su Luo picked up a bottle of AD calcium milk and started drinking. So does this mean we can eat these freely? Before Su Qing could speak, Lin Mo said, eat and drink as you please. That isn't good, is it? Lin Mo shook his head at Su Qing. With my abilities combined with yours, we won't lack basic resources at all. The only issue now is to enhance our strength and defense. If their defense is in place, they wouldn't need to worry about that foreign team from yesterday. Besides, we still need 10 kilograms of glass and 3 kilograms of miscellaneous items for the upgrade. So the next time we encounter a station, we should definitely go in. The 2 girls nodded. They were well aware of that. After finishing their meal, Lin Mo went to the driver's seat and started the vehicle proceeding along the highway. On the way, he also briefly mentioned the situation in the area channel. So the 2 white people we encountered yesterday were actually on this very road. It appears so, and 11 people died yesterday. Hearing this, both girls felt a tightness in their hearts. In such circumstances, they couldn't think of anything else but that. Lin Mo didn't intend to scare the 2 girls, but wanted them to be prepared. He looked at his wristband, and several lines of text appeared. Survival Day 2, temperature 2835 × 0722, Devouring Abyss 0438. Compared to yesterday, there was now a countdown for the Devouring Abyss. Just from the name one could tell it was no good. Look at what I've made. Su Luo excitedly raised the iron basin and iron bowl in her hands. Lin Mo knew from the items she held that she was craving instant noodles. We don't have fire. Who says we don't? Su Luo pulled out a lighter. I found one on the ground at the supermarket. Although there was less than a quarter of gas left, it would suffice. Then let's have some instant noodles for lunch. At 9:30 the first treasure chest arrived. This time there was no need for Lin Mo to speak. Su Qing went ahead and packed the treasure chest into her backpack. But there were still only 2 items. Su Qing pursed her lips. This talent is completely unpredictable. As long as we have something, we can't ask for too much. Lin Mo opened the box. Open black iron treasure chest, 100G energy bar, 305L universal fuel 2. Then came the most important items. Item 1 French soft bread bag 5. Item 2 lighter 5. Item 3 10L universal fuel 1. Then it was definitely the choice of bread. They still had at least 100L of fuel, so there was no rush. Next came the items he didn't pay much attention to. Actually, that's not entirely accurate. Sometimes there would be things unrelated to Su Luo. But it was all a matter of probability. Item 1, 8 treasure porridge 2. Item 2, toilet paper pack 1. Item 3, crop top 3 paper. He saw the paper. Finally, he wouldn't have to use clothes to wipe anymore. A pack of toilet paper appeared directly in his hands. Su Qing quickly give this a critical hit. Seeing the paper, Su Qing's eyes lit up, and she quickly stowed it in her backpack. Moreover, the luck was excellent, resulting in a 5-fold critical hit. 5 times. This meant they would have 60 rolls of paper, enough for them to last 2 months. Finally, one major issue was resolved. 5 times. This meant they would have 60 rolls of paper, enough for them to last 2 months. Finally, he looked to the side, and indeed there was another refresh. His eyes brightened. This indicated that Su Qing's favorability had reached 80 points. He rubbed his hands together and hurriedly refreshed, hoping Su Qing would bring him something different. Item 1, Wolf Repellent Spray 1. Item 2, KFC Family Bucket 1. Item 3, Bikini 3. It seemed relatively normal. There was no need to think, but had to be the family bucket. When the family bucket appeared, Su Luo couldn't help but swallow hard. Purely craving it. Sister, you have to try hard. You must get 100-fold. Su Qing was speechless. Could she really produce such results just by wanting to? She stored the family bucket and couldn't help but pause, then shrugged. Huh, no way. Su Luo looked disappointed. If it were 100-fold, they could eat one every day for 100 days. Although they didn't know if they could survive for 100 days, having something was better than nothing. 10 times. Su Luo hugged Su Qing tightly and kissed her cheek. Sister, you're amazing. Su Qing pushed Su Luo away, quickly fixing her clothes. You messed them up. Then she noticed Lin Mo looking over, and her face instantly turned red. Have you seen enough? Ahem, I'm opening the box. He didn't want to look either, but Su Luo had squeezed her clothes out of shape. The next few items were merely minor bonuses. After collecting the items, Su Qing directly took the driver's seat. You drove for too long yesterday, let me take over now. Although she had driven for a few hours yesterday, it was nothing compared to this. Lin Mo nodded. Although driving this car was simple, sitting for so long was indeed tiring. Once the vehicle started, Lin Mo opened the regional channel to take a look. The number of people had decreased by a few. If there were no surprises, it should be their own people taking action. Lin Mo bro. Lin Mo closed the interface and turned to Su Luo, his movements pausing. The distance between them was barely 20 centimeters. He could even see the pores on her face clearly. What's wrong? Do you think we can go back? Su Luo bit her lip and asked. It's possible. We might not be able to. Oh. Su Luo nodded, lowering her head to fiddle with her fingers. Lin Mo patted her shoulder. Don't worry, we can live well here. As noon approached, the second wave of treasure chests arrived. Looks like today's station is at the same time as yesterday. Pretty much, you all start preparing lunch while I open the... However, the backpack capacity was indeed limited and many items could only be tossed into the car. 10 minutes later, each person had a bowl of steaming instant noodles and a bottle of cola. By the way, later dismantle the car in your backpack and throw some temporarily useless items into the car. A vehicle this big could surely yield over 100 kilograms of metal. Some miscellaneous items could be obtained, but glass was better left alone. The whole minibus only had 2 pieces of glass, 1 front windshield and 1 rear window. I'll handle it in a bit. Su Qing nodded. Just as the 3 finished their meal, it was noon. A message automatically popped up in front of everyone. The devouring abyss has appeared. All vehicles should keep their distance, currently 1 kilometer away, moving at a speed of 5 km/h. The moving speed increases by 5 kilometers every day with a maximum of 30 kilometers per hour. Note, please be cautious of the distance when entering the station. A rumbling sound came from behind the vehicle. Lin Mo hurriedly put the bowl down, quickly jumped into the driver's seat, and started the vehicle. Su Qing, check what's happening behind. Su Qing quickly stuck her head out of the window and was shocked. There's smoke everywhere and a big hole is approaching on the ground. Although 1,000 meters was far, such a huge commotion was still visible. So this was what the so-called devouring abyss looked like. Boom. The car roared, speeding up to widen the distance from the devouring abyss behind. As the distance increased, the sound from behind grew fainter. Does this mean we can't sleep at night? Lin Mo shook his head. Not necessarily. The maximum speed is only 30 kilometers. It can't catch up. But the devouring abyss moves continuously as we enter the station. Just try to increase the distance. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. Survival day 2, temperature 28:35, time 1202, devouring abyss 1. 2 kilometers 5 km/h. With their speed, it shouldn't be a problem. Su Luo glanced back and quietly asked Su Qing, if that thing catches up to us, will we die? Su Qing nodded, then shook her head. Don't worry, Lin Mo is so capable, he'll lead us to survive. Su Luo shook her head. I know we can't go back. Moreover, that voice never mentioned that we could go back. Su Qing sighed and hugged Su Luo. Then let's just live on steadfastly. The appearance of the devouring abyss caused all the resting teams to flee in panic. However, everyone was puzzled. Oh, weren't they on a highway? Was the devouring abyss assigned to each person? Regarding this, no one could explain. Here are some sunglasses for you, but it's best to stay quiet. and not speak. Su Qing quickly took the sunglasses, asking, "What happened?" "It looks like it should be a sandstorm." Lin Mo pointed to the yellow curtain ahead. "Get ready, it should arrive in about 5 minutes. The distance is still far, and it doesn't seem very high." Lin Mo guessed that it must be at least 5 or 6 meters tall. Su Qing hurriedly handed the sunglasses to Su Luo, as any protection is better than none. The two women looked ahead through the windshield. As time passed, the distance shrank, and the yellow curtain grew taller. "This is not 6 or 7 meters. This is easily over 20 meters. We probably can't see the road now. Let's pull over," Su Qing quickly said. "We can't stop a look at the distance to the devouring abyss." They had just started driving. How could they possibly stop? Su Qing quickly glanced at her wristband. Devouring abyss 4 kilometers 5 km. Stopping for half an hour is fine. Don't rush to drive. Lin Mo thought for a moment, and finally stepped on the brakes, shouting, "Get down." The three of them quickly crouched down as the entire world seemed to darken. Yellow sand poured in through the windows, mixed with many sand grains that stung their faces. The windshield crackled with noise. Lin Mo shielded his eyes with his hands, tightly closing his mouth while staring at the windshield. It was already a dilapidated car, and soon cracks began to form on the windshield. After several minutes of continuous bombardment by the sand, with a loud crash, the windshield shattered, and the entire vehicle was engulfed by the sand. Lin Mo quickly pulled out a tattered short-sleeve shirt, hurriedly tying it around his head, leaving only his eyes exposed. He squinted and looked outside through the sunglasses. The visibility was only about 2 or 3 meters, but he could at least see the road. He opened the regional channel and saw that vehicles on this road were all facing the same situation. It was quite strange. Why were all the vehicles on the same road encountering difficulties? Time passed slowly, and the floor of the vehicle was already covered with a thick layer of yellow sand. The innermost part had even formed a sand slope. Lin Mo glanced at the distance to the devouring abyss, which was still 3 kilometers away, so they could wait a bit longer. Taking advantage of this time, he opened the world channel that he had not looked at closely before. The information on it was still as abundant as the ocean. However, it seemed that this thing could be paused. After pausing, the information stopped immediately. Upon seeing the information above, Lin Mo was taken aback. Originally, the conditions of each road varied. Looking at it this way, regularly changing roads seemed reasonable. Can you believe it? There is an ocean on both sides of my road. Just now a shark jumped right past me. You guys are lucky, but it's pouring rain here, and it's simply life threat. I'm dealing with a snowstorm. What do you expect me to say? Unfortunately, these people only spoke in a series of numerical codes without road numbers. Otherwise, he could have kept track. When it comes time to change roads, it would be crucial to determine whether to enter the corresponding road. He kept scrolling through the information. Perhaps due to the fast pace of the world channel, many pieces of information were completely mismatched. Most of it was information seeking loved ones. But he still found some useful news. The first was about treasure chests. 99 of the supplies were the same. Only a few were unique to a specific road. For example, down jackets in snowy areas and insect repellents in rainforests. Generally, roads with these unique items weren't great places. 10 minutes later, the sandstorm had weakened considerably. Lin Mo quickly started the vehicle. "Are we leaving?" "We have to. If we don't leave now, the devouring abyss will catch up with us." Moreover, the visibility had now reached 10 meters. The road was straight, and at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, he could manage it. About half an hour later, they finally drove out of the sandstorm area. Poo poo poo. Su Luo quickly spat out the yellow sand from her mouth, constantly brushing off the sand from her head. However, there was too much yellow sand, and it was impossible to clean it all off. After getting most of the sand off her head, she looked at Su Qing in astonishment. Su Luo took off all her clothes, leaving only her fitted garments. "You? What's wrong?" Su Luo looked at her sister in confusion while turning her clothes inside out. Su Qing glanced at Su Luo's sports bra, and then at Lin Mo. "It's nothing." She thought for a moment, and also took off her clothes. Look, since it's already like this." Lin Mo was just about to take off his short-sleeve shirt when he saw this scene in the rearview mirror. "Isn't it? You both don't treat me as a man, do you?" 20 minutes later. "I say, you two, since you finished taking off your clothes, shouldn't you put them back on?" "I can manage, but my brother can't." Su Luo and Su Qing paused their motions of fanning themselves. "I forgot." The two quickly put their clothes back on. But no matter how they tried to clean them, they couldn't get rid of the dirt, and wearing them was extremely uncomfortable. Su Luo looked at Su Qing, saying, "Sister, why don't we just not wear them? The temperature is quite high anyway. It's too uncomfortable." Su Qing nodded in agreement, and the two took off their clothes again. Lin Mo was completely unaware of this, as they were about to encounter the third treasure chest. Soon a black iron treasure chest appeared on the road. After parking the car, Lin Mo got out to open the chest only to see the two women standing on either side of him. Wait, didn't you both put your clothes on? Why did you take them off again? Due to the height difference between the two women, Lin Mo had a clear view. There's no choice, the clothes are just too dirty, and wearing them is uncomfortable. Lin Mo's mouth twitched as he leaned forward. You might be comfortable, but I'm not. He took a deep breath, saying, quick, grab the box. Lin Mo had already decided that if any clothes appeared, he must arrange them for the two women. Su Qing's gaze involuntarily shifted down, her face flushed, and she hurried to collect the box. Once again, it was double the amount. The box is ready. Lin Mo squatted down and opened the box. Then he focused on the items, murmuring, clothes, clothes, I want clothes. But this time his luck was exceptionally good. There were 6 waves of items, all of which were useful. There were no clothes at all. He turned his head, looking at the two women with a complex expression, thinking he should be able to adapt. All the items have been critically hit. The orange juice was a 10-fold increase, while the others were either double or 5-fold. Lin Mo nodded, calculating that it was fine like this. Let's get in the car and continue. At this moment, Su Luo tilted her head, looking at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, are you too tired? Why are you bending over? Should I give you a massage? No need, get in the car. Wait, didn't you say I would drive from the back? Su Qing quickly grabbed the driver's side door. The two were of different heights. Lin Mo's eyes twitched, saying, no need to, I think I can drive better. If he sat with Su Luo, it would be too challenging. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the two women managed to clean themselves up and put their clothes back on. Lin Mo also breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling more comfortable. Sai still too young, too little experience. At 7 o'clock the sky darkened. Due to the sandstorm delaying them for so long, they were still 80 kilometers away from the 5th treasure chest. Open your mouth. Su Qing raised a piece of bread to his face. Lin Mo opened his mouth as a piece of bread was stuffed inside. By the way, should we increase the number of women in the team in the future? Huh. Why bring this up all of a sudden? It's nothing, you just asking. Thinking of Lin Mo's talents and the recent resource situation, she felt a sense of crisis. Right now it was just the two of them, but if there were more people in the future? Thinking this, she couldn't help but tear off a larger piece of bread. She fed him 4 or 5 bites. Are you trying to choke me? Just drink some water, I'll be fine. Su Qing handed Lin Mo some water, then quickly returned to sit beside Su Luo, whispering. Su Luo's face turned increasingly red as she stared at her sister in shock. She hadn't expected her sister to say such a thing. Tonight. Su Luo secretly glanced at Lin Mo. Let's see how it goes tonight anyway. The sooner the better. At 8:30 p.m. The familiar treasure chest and checkpoint materialized. Lin Mo immediately checked his wristwatch. Day 2 of survival. Temperature 28 C 35 C. Time 2027. Abyss of devouring 266. 8 kilometers at 5 km/h. There was still ample time. I'll fetch both chests. Wait for me. Both women nodded, yet remained vigilant, not idle. Each held a flashlight, scanning both flanks intently. Sister, did you speak to me only because of what that person said in the regional channel? Yes. In her spare moments, Su Qing kept her eyes fixed on the regional channel, ready to relay any useful intelligence to Lin Mo. Alas, no valuable information surfaced. Only fragmented reports about others, most of them women. Do you think what that woman claimed is true? Likely. Think about it, a 4-vehicle convoy yields only 1 chest per cycle. How could such a distribution possibly suffice? We're quite fortunate. Lin Mo returned, balancing 2 chests. The women turned and froze at the sight of the silver one. Silver treasure chest. Su Qing, you go first. All right. She promptly stowed the iron bronze chest into her backpack. Open golden chest, 100g cream bread, 2500 milliliters electrolyte water, 25L universal fuel, 10 survival coins, 10. It wasn't bad, but it was quite different from— Don't fret. I'm here. Su Qing nodded and stowed the silver chest. Talent triggered 5. Seeing the number, she exhaled in quiet relief. That would do. 1 silver chest yielded 5 in return. Gazing upon the trove, Lin Mo's spirits lifted. He opened the iron bronze chest first, choosing items of comparatively superior quality. Then his gaze settled upon the silver chest. Funny, this game never specified how many tiers of chests exist. That's irrelevant to us. Lin Mo opened the silver chest and raised an eyebrow at its contents. So this was how basic survival sustenance would be secured, through silver chests. Open silver chest, 100g energy bars, 10, 500 milliliters purified water, 10, 5L universal fuel, 5. This sufficed for a 3-person squad's daily consumption. Yet when Lin Mo examined the newly spawned items, he paused. His talent's effect appeared subtly modulated by chest quality. Perhaps the variance was too slight to merit mention in the talent's description. Item 1, Blast Resistant Shield 1. Item 2, Sports Drink 30. Item 3, Trifunction Telescope 1. Truth be told, he wanted all three. But only one could be chosen. Sports drinks were not mere soft drinks. They conferred tangible effects. Sports drink. Note restores stamina for 10 minutes upon consumption. Among scarce utility items, this was truly exceptional, yet choosing paralyzed him. Su Qing, observing Lin Mo's hesitation, whispered softly, "What's wrong? Are the items unsatisfactory? If they were poor, I'd pick randomly, but they're all excellent." Though excellent might still understate their. After hearing the three options, Su Qing instantly advised the blast-resistant shield. Defensive gear is irreplaceable. We'll have chances for the others later. Lin Mo agreed and selected the shield. It stood roughly 1.2 meters tall and nearly 70 centimeters wide, with a transparent viewport embedded centrally. Its weight was manageable. Even the two women could wield it comfortably. Lin Mo handed it to Su Qing and initiated another refresh. Item 1, Pop Rocks 10. Item 2, Pouch of Jello 15. Item 3, Strawberry Ice Pop 15. An inexplicable narrative flickered across Lin Mo's mind at the sight of these three items. Then he shook it off and chose the Pop Rocks. After all, sugar was sugar, and Jello had long since been acquired. The next refresh yielded far more practical items. Open silver chest 100g bread 10, 500 milliliters purified water 10, iron ingot 5. 20 minutes later, all 5 silver chests and 2 iron bronze chests had been opened, and every item granted by his talent secured. A mound of supplies now lay before Su Qing. We're running out of space. Food and beverages formed a substantial portion of the hall. Stow bulky items in the vehicle's rear. Each person reserves 10 inventory slots. Lin Mo stared at his own inventory grid. Helpless. Was the quantity excessive? Not really, but variety compounded the burden. Once each of the three reserved 10 slots, the vehicle's rear overflowed into a chaotic hillock, heterogeneous, disordered, abundant. At this rate, our cargo bay will be full within a week, Su Luo remarked, glancing backward. Having something is better than nothing. I'll scout the checkpoint. Lin Mo disembarked and approached the checkpoint. Its description mirrored yesterday's, save for one addition, a time limit. Yesterday's checkpoint had likely been a courtesy, a gentle introduction, or perhaps its resources were simply subpar. Checkpoint Dawnstar Town. Resources: weapons, food, fuel, survival, coins, miscellaneous. Maximum vehicle capacity 5. Hazard level low. Time limit 2 hours. Resource ordering had shifted, suggesting relative abundance per category. Back aboard, Lin Mo started the engine, just as Su Qing leaned close behind him. The roar forced her to whisper directly into his ear, her warm breath stirring faintly against his skin. Someone posted in the World Channel, when 2 convoys exit a checkpoint consecutively, one ahead, one behind, they merge. And treasure chests encountered on route double in yield, scaling with squad size. Lin Mo nodded. Noted, but it's irrelevant for now. Your talent isn't meant to. That applies only if others join us, not if we join them. He engaged gear and pressed the accelerator. Brace yourselves. The vehicle turned left onto a narrow side road. Its asphalt intact, though increasingly fractured. Su Qing said quietly next to her, "But there's no bathroom in the car." Then will you accompany me? Hand me a shield. You two take 1 weapon and 1 shield each." He glanced at his watch. A 2-hour countdown had appeared, marking their strict departure window. "Stay vigilant. We'll clear each shop one by one." Splitting up was unthinkable. Lin Mo entered the first storefront, a winter apparel shop, its racks draped with aged coats and jackets. "Take what you need and discard the rest. It'll be recycled." Both women shook their heads. Lin Mo's provisions rendered extra clothing unnecessary. Recycling everything was wiser. Though the garments long neglected yielded poorly, merely 10 fabric scraps, and less than 2 kilograms of miscellaneous debris. "Upstairs, to break the windows." "We'll stay downstairs and dismantle the front door," Su Qing suggested, pointing to the glass entrance. Lin Mo considered it. "Agreed, stay safe." 10 minutes later, as the trio prepared to depart, a black silhouette darted through the doorway. "Raise your Su Luo had not yet reacted when he heard Lin Mo's voice and instinctively raised his shield. Clang. A crisp sound echoed. Su Luo fell to the ground as Su Qing clearly saw that the object that had collided with her was a pitch-black dog. She raised the long knife in her hand and swung it down. Swoosh. A wound appeared on the black dog. However, the dog seemed to be devoid of any pain and charged at Su Qing once more. At that moment, Lin Mo appeared, grabbing Su Qing's arm and pulling her back. He then raised the explosion-proof shield and drew a long knife in his right hand, slashing towards the black dog's neck. Crack. Blood gushed out, splattering all over him. Yet he did not dare to stop, forcefully pulling the knife out and striking down again. Only after the black dog lay still did he withdraw his knife, and stand up. Lin Mo took a deep breath, narrowly escaping danger. Su Qing regained her senses and quickly checked Lin Mo, asking, "You're not hurt, are you?" "No, this is all the blood of that mad dog." After confirming that Lin Mo was unharmed, Su Qing finally let out a sigh of relief. Su Luo rubbed his rear, saying, "How can this dog be so strong?" "Because it is a mad dog. Be careful for a while. I suspect this location is different from the previous one." The two women nodded. The three of them went to the next room and continued scavenging for resources. There was some food and water in every room, but the most abundant items were weapons. In an outdoor supply store, the biggest find was a compound bow and 20 arrows. Unfortunately, none of the three knew how to use it. "Keep it, or if you can hit within 20 meters, that's considered a success." Su Qing nodded and packed the items into her backpack. The compound bow was effectively turned into 5, but they had no plans to sell it. Just as they finished collecting for half an hour, the sound of an engine echoed, and another vehicle arrived. A beam of headlights shone onto the street outside. Their luck was truly poor. The other party had also come to this street. Su Qing whispered, "This suggests that everyone did not enter the station together. Will the resources at this station refresh each time? Perhaps, or maybe only a fixed convoy enters each station." The three stood at the door, not venturing outside. Judging by the distance the headlights illuminated, the vehicle was estimated to be only a few dozen meters away from them. "Lin Mo, I found 3 survival coins in a cabinet," Su Luo said excitedly as she ran to the two. "Give it to your sister." Su Qing packed the items into her backpack, triggering a double effect, then handed them to Lin Mo. Just then the sound of a car door closing was heard. "Damn woman, if you won't let us touch it, then just wait to die. What if I haven't a grade talent? Without a car, you're dead, waiting to be torn apart by these dead dogs. Drive." The vehicle revved up again. Lin Mo hurriedly pressed the two women against the wall. Soon a pickup truck sped past them. After the vehicle passed, Lin Mo leaned out and saw a woman in sportswear holding a rusty long knife standing still. In the next moment, the woman turned to look at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with vigilance. "Hello." The woman did not respond. At that moment, Su Luo and Su Qing stepped out. Seeing the two women, the woman hesitated for a moment, but did not speak, turning to walk in the opposite direction. "What do you think about joining the convoy?" Lin Mo shook his head, saying, "From what those people just said, this person is very dangerous." Su Qing pouted, "Those people want to do bad things, of course, they have to be dangerous. What if I want to do bad things to you?" Lin Mo said impulsively and immediately regretted it. Why did he say such things? But the expected perverse words did not emerge. Only a girl running away said, "I'll go ask." "Wait, ask." Lin Mo quickly chased after her with the shield. "Sister, you can't get out without a car. I saw this in the World Channel, otherwise you'll just wait to die." Su Qing was not foolish either, standing 5 meters away from the woman. She pointed to Lin Mo and Su Luo. "This is our captain, and this is our younger sister. Do you want to join us?" Lin Mo did not stop Su Qing, as he did not sense any malice from the woman. Name Lu Yu, age 26, rating 89, favorability 10, at least the values were positive. If it had been a negative number, Lin Mo would not have let Su Qing approach. Lu Yu hesitated and glanced at the two women, saying, "Is that okay? If she could survive, who would want to die? Even if she could leave the station, could she outrun the pursuing abyss of devouring behind her?" Su Qing looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo stepped forward, observing the rusty long knife in the woman's hand. Lu Yu put away the long knife. Lin Mo extended his hand, saying, "Hello, welcome to join us. But I must state one thing, you must follow commands, but rest assured I won't force you to do anything you dislike." Lu Yu nodded, whether she believed him was her concern. Thus the team expanded from 3 to 4. Lin Mo did not expect that on just the second day he would gain such a teammate. With 10 minutes left until 2 hours, their team drove out of the station. Due to limited space in the vehicle, Su Qing and Lu Yu sat together while Su Luo took the passenger seat. "We have gathered our materials." Lin Mo nodded, saying, "I'll drive out a bit first." 10 minutes later, Lin Mo parked the vehicle and then opened the vehicle information. At that moment, a green button appeared at the bottom of the vehicle information, "Upgrade." Lin Mo clicked it. "Upgrade estimated to take 10 minutes. Please exit the vehicle." "Let's go exit the vehicle and be cautious of our surroundings." As the four stepped out, the vehicle was enveloped in a milky white light. Lin Mo looked at Lu Yu, who stood not far away, and asked, "What is your talent?" "A grade talent, crisis perception, automatically sensing all crises within a 50-meter range, whether they are people or wild dogs." The three looked at Lu Yu in unison. Lu Yu was puzzled as to why they were staring at her. Su Luo couldn't help but ask, "Is your teammate crazy? Why would they want to throw you away with such a good ability?" Because I don't let them touch it." "Do you have any other abilities?" If Lin Mo remembered correctly, there had been 2 adult males in that vehicle. If they really wanted to attack Lu Yu would find that even having 1 knife would be of no use, let alone 2. I am the 3rd place champion in martial arts from Jixing province, Lu Yu said after a moment of silence, adding, it's a family heirloom martial art. With that said, it made sense. If it were just martial arts it wouldn't be much, but with Jixing province and family heritage mentioned, that was indeed impressive. What are you good at? Swords, knives, guns, and I'm also decent unarmed. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt delighted. Wasn't this the combat personnel they needed? Lu Yu glanced at the 3, unsure if she could stay here. A convoy with females should be better, right? They wouldn't encounter those disgusting matters. Soon the vehicle upgrade was successful. Congratulations, the vehicle has been upgraded to level 1, gaining a resource storage box. The upgraded vehicle transformed into a brand new minibus. The windows on both sides finally had glass and the windshield was restored as well. Even the interior was the same. What should we do? Let's try to see if we can fold the seats down, if not, well, disassemble everything. Lu Yu was the last to get on, not caring much about the changes to the vehicle. However, when her gaze was suddenly drawn to the resources piled up behind her, mouth slowly dropped open. How is this possible? Lu Yu swallowed hard. Oh, what kind of team is this? She could be certain of one thing, these supply chests cannot. Okay. Unfortunately, when these chairs were laid down, a part of them would protrude. No, this is simply impossible to sleep on. Okay. Unfortunately, when these chairs were laid down, a part of them would protrude. No, this is simply impossible to sleep on. Then let's dismantle them. Lin Mo went to the back and took out a toolbox from the pile of supplies. At that moment he had thought about disassembling the toolbox entirely, but he didn't expect to use it now. After an hour they finally disassembled all the chairs in the back. Su Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally finished, but it is quite hot in here. Although it was hot without windows, at least there was a breeze. Now that there were windows it felt stifling. Let's open the window a crack. This is a minibus, not a coach. If it were a coach it would probably be over. Wait. Su Luo pointed at the driver's seat. Wouldn't it be better to turn on the air conditioning? This is a minibus, not a coach. If it were a coach it would probably be over. Wait. Su Luo pointed at the driver's seat. Wouldn't it be better to turn on the air? Su Qing looked at Su Luo, as if he were foolish. Was her sister's mind not working right? What are you daydreaming about? Lin Mo, however, thought it was a good idea. As for wasting fuel, he didn't mind. After all, they currently had plenty of fuel. I'll drive you all, just wait. Lin Mo started the vehicle and then pressed the air conditioning button. Warm air blew from the vents, which gradually turned cool. Is it a huge consumption? Su Luo quickly asked. If it is too much, then forget it. I don't know, it doesn't show on here. We'll check the fuel consumption in an hour. In his view, even if there was consumption, it would be worth it. Lin Mo glanced at the time. It was already close to 10 o'clock without him realizing it. Are you hungry? If so, should we get something to eat? Hearing Lin Mo say this, Su Luo quickly replied, I'm hungry. Very hungry. Su Qing, go get 4 self-heating hot pots, 4 bottles of cola, 4 sausages, and 4 bread rolls. Lu Yu sat to the side, swallowing again at the mention of these items. For 2 days all she had eaten were energy bars, and those were her own. The number of treasure chests encountered on the road was too few, and the supplies at the station were painfully scarce. Everything was in the hands of those 2, and she hadn't gotten a single thing. Soon a fragrant aroma filled the vehicle. Lin Mo placed the food in front of Lu Yue. In our convoy, just say what you want to eat. Don't worry about food. Lu Yu nodded. Thank you. She picked up the food and ate it slowly. Name Lu Yu, age 26, rating 89, favorability 30. The increase in favorability is simple. Lin Mo occasionally chatted with Lu Yu to gather information, while also increasing her favorability. Meanwhile, Su Luo was eating and softly talking to his sister. Sister, you're not joking with me, you're serious? Su Qing nodded. But, aren't you on good terms with Lin Mo? What's wrong at this moment? Normally Su Luo should have been the one to bring this up. Su Luo's face reddened. That's a completely different matter. Having a good relationship is one thing, but it hasn't reached that point. Just like, can you really take action with your childhood friend whom you grew up with? Now there's an additional Lu Yu. Next time there could be more like Zhang Yu or Wang Yu. Oh, I see, but are you sure about tonight? Su Qing's face turned red. Not sure. If it weren't for Lu Yue, she would have dared to, but with her sister around, how could she? But with Lu Yu around, she truly couldn't make that decision. It was simply too awkward. After finishing their meal, a 2-meter-wide mattress was laid on the ground. In this environment, everyone just has to make do. Lu Yu naturally lay at the edge next to Su Luo. Lin Mo was on the other side. However, compared to yesterday, the distance between him and Su Qing had decreased. Although they weren't touching, he could still feel the warmth coming from her. Lin Mo didn't rush to sleep, but looked at the regional channel. Judging by the number of people, there were fewer today. Perhaps some like Lu Yue had been left behind at the station. After all, today was a time-limited station. At that moment, a soft arm rested on Lin Mo's chest. He turned to look. Su Qing had her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. But it had been over a minute. Who falls asleep that quickly? Something is off. However, with two others present, he didn't dare to ask, thinking the space was too small for Su Qing to place her arm anywhere else. His gaze returned to the regional channel. The supplies at the station are indeed good, but that mad dog's strength is a bit too much. Not strong, it was just a single slash, and I was bitten once. The most important thing at the station is the materials. Our two convoys teamed up, now we just have to see how effective the team-up is. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, but seemed there were quite a few people teaming up. In just this short time, he already saw 4 or 5 groups forming. The only benefit he could think of from teaming up was probably to face difficulties together and enter the station. In the dark, Su Qing squinted her eyes. This wooden block doesn't have any reaction at all. She listened to the steady breathing behind her, and her mind flashed back to that day when she was hit. Her left hand gradually moved down, but ultimately stopped at her lower abdomen. Lin Mo turned off the interface, puzzled, and turned his head. Aren't you asleep? But Su Qing showed no sign of replying. Lin Mo leaned closer to Su Qing. Do you know what this means for a single 23-year-old man? Seeing that Su Qing still wasn't speaking, he directly reached out his hand. Su Qing pressed her lips together, her face flushed. Lin Mo, can you help us survive? I can't. Lin Mo cut off what Su Qing was about to say. The toothpaste flavor is nice. You don't need to say it. Ooh, I will help you all survive. And then, the next day, Lu Yu sat in the front row looking out the window. After Su Luo woke up, he dressed and stretched, coming over to Lu Yu. If you find it tiring to sleep in your clothes, you can do like us. Do you recognize the bed? Why are your dark circles so heavy? Lu Yu sighed. Maybe in a couple of days it will be better. After saying this, she glanced back with her peripheral vision. She had always slept lightly, as she didn't expect to encounter such a situation right after coming here. She couldn't help but wonder if she would also become like this. But the way they interacted was different from what she had imagined. At 7:30, Lin Mo and Su Qing also woke up. The two exchanged glances, and Su Qing quickly sat up, frowning as she supported her forehead with her hands. Are you not going to rest today? Su Luo turned his head. Sister, what's wrong? It's nothing, just that I might have slept in one position for too long, and it hurts a bit. No, I meant what happened to your mouth. After finishing breakfast, they prepared to set off. Su Luo occasionally glanced at Su Qing's lips. That's enough. Sister, you didn't really. Last night, did you? Su Luo took a deep breath. It just came out like that. But upon reflection, it really seemed to fit his. Just as Su Luo was about to say something, Lin Mo said, buckle up, everyone. Oh, does this car even need seatbelts? In the next moment, the vehicle started to accelerate. The yellow land outside quickly receding, and the speed was much faster than yesterday. Is it because of the upgrade? Lin Mo nodded. Now the vehicle's maximum speed can reach 100 kilometers per hour. One could say that the current vehicle was indeed a qualified one. Vehicle minibus quality, grade level LV1, fuel tank 77L, 100L fuel consumption, 1L, 20 kilometers maximum speed, 100 kmh upgrade requirements, metal 1,260 kilograms, glass 1, 120 kilograms, miscellaneous 0, 330 kilograms. But the materials needed to upgrade have increased now. Su Qing looked at the interface. Is this quality useful? Not sure. According to the game's statement, everyone's initial quality is the same, but there's no mention of upgrades. And a speed of 100 kilometers per hour means they can encounter a treasure chest every hour. At 8:30, a black iron treasure chest sat in the middle of the road. Looks like they were right in the channel. The number of team members doesn't affect the number of chests. Resources can only be obtained at the stations. The 4 of them got out of the car. Su Qing quickly stowed the chest in her backpack, while Lu Yu didn't think much of it. Their team hadn't tried this before. But in the next moment, when 2 treasure chests were taken out, Lu Yu was stunned. Isn't it? 1 chest goes in and 2 come out. Does that make sense? Quickly, Lu Yu realized this must be Su Qing's talent. However, what happened next was even stranger. A box of beer appeared behind Lin Mo. Was that right? The next moment, a box of sunflower seeds appeared. Lu Yu opened her mouth. She finally understood how the resources placed behind their vehicle came about. Lin Mo opened the second chest and paused for a moment. Item 1, a lamb chop. 1, item 2, pork knuckle. 2, item 3, beef steak. 2. He was shocked to find 3 types of meat. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, he reacted quickly and took 2 beefsteaks without thinking much. It wasn't that he wanted to eat, it was simply much easier to prepare. Whether stewed, fried, or grilled, they were all simple. In contrast, the other 2 were hard to make, delicious without any seasoning. Su Qing stored the beef steak in her backpack. Talent triggered tenfold. Lucky directly 10 times. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Su Luo did not react much. After all, there was still 100 times above. But for Lu Yue it was different. So besides 2 times there was also 10 times. It made sense. Everything made sense. No wonder there were so many duplicate items among the accumulated resources at the back. It turned out it wasn't that they gained more, but that it was multiplied. After collecting all the items in 2 minutes, they returned to the vehicle. Lin Mo started the vehicle, while Su Qing tossed the items to the back. Lu Yu silently watched all of this. She had already made up her mind to stay in this team. In this team, perhaps they really could make it to the end. As for the others, Lu Yu glanced at Lin Mo, and then at Su Qing with her peripheral vision. With time, perhaps it wouldn't be unacceptable. Everything was for survival. Nearing 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the 5th treasure chest of the day arrived along with today's station. Lu Yu quickly looked toward the road ahead. A white treasure chest was there. This was her first time seeing such a chest. So loudly. Lu Yu quickly looked toward the road ahead. A white treasure chest was there. This was her first time seeing. First collect the treasure chest, then eat, and finally enter the station. 10 minutes later, after collecting the items from the treasure chest, they obtained 6 types of items again. The 4 of them sat on the cushions gathered together, eating a simple lunch. For Lin Mo and the other 2, it was just a simple bite. But for Lu Yue this was quite a feast. Lin Mo ate quickly, finishing in 10 minutes. You guys don't need to worry about me. Take your time, no rush. Our speed is fast enough now. We can encounter stations twice in a day. Su Luo suddenly asked Lin Mo, do you think their resources are enough? They can survive, but teams that reach our level should be no more than 10,000 around the world. Lin Mo didn't believe that they were the only ones living well. There must be others similar to them. The only talent is unique, but it doesn't mean there aren't other similar abilities. And Su Qing's ability is strength, not unique. By the way, I was just keeping an eye on the channel messages. Many teams are planning to team up today. Su Qing mentioned the information she saw in the morning. Besides that, it's about foreign teams encounter and directly kill them. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, glancing at Lu Yue. If you had to face 3 muscular men, could you handle it? There's still a difference between ordinary people and muscular men. Lu Yu nodded. I can handle it, but I can only face 1 at a time. Using my talent makes it easy to resolve. Lin Mo glanced at the shabby clothes Lu Yu was wearing and casually took out a set of sportswear from his backpack. Change into this. Although it's a bit hot, it can provide some protection. At least when rolling or dodging, you won't have to worry about scratches. Su Luo, bring out those things. Oh. Su Luo extended his hand, handing Lu Yu a sports bra and a lace panty. Lu Yu twitched. It turned out the items they obtained weren't just food and drinks, but also this kind of stuff. Lu Yu quickly accepted the items and put them in her backpack. Thank you. While her face showed nothing, her ears were already red. Lin Mo found it amusing. They were already 26 years old, yet still so easily embarrassed. You guys eat first, I'll go take a look at the station information. After Lin Mo got out of the car, Su Qing quietly said, you can rest assured here, Lin Mo never forces us to do anything. I know. In front of the station, Lin Mo rubbed his chin as he looked at the station information. This station must have many resources. Station Xinglong Community Resources, Survival Coins, Food, Fuel, Weapons, Others, Team Capacity, 20 Danger Level, Low Time Limit 12 hours. Note this station cannot exit early. It's still a special station. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. Survival Day 3, Temperature 28:35, Time 1322, Devouring Abyss 7:33. 8 kilometers 10 km. Based on this speed, it wouldn't matter if they stayed for 12 hours, even 24 hours. To be honest, Lin Mo felt that the Devouring Abyss was not scary at all. The real fear should come from humans and the station. How do we end up here? Where's the vehicle? In a 2-bedroom apartment, Lin Mo and the others suddenly appeared. They were clearly speeding down a path just moments ago, and now they were here. If we wait for 12 hours, the vehicle should come out. Lin Mo approached the window to look outside. They should be in a residential area with buildings on both sides. The building was not very tall, only 7 stories, and they were likely on the top floor. Grab your weapons and search the rooms carefully. Based on previous experiences, the first item in the list is usually the most common, indicating that this station primarily offers survival coins. The 3 women nodded and took out their weapons. Just as Su Luo was about to open the bedroom door, Lin Mo pulled her back. Just because we appeared here doesn't mean it's safe. Let's knock first. Knock, knock, knock. Bang, bang. 2 loud thuds echoed from inside. The sudden noise startled the 3 of them. Su Luo swallowed hard, gripping her shield. Is anyone in there? Why aren't they coming out? The half-turned round doorknob indicated that it was unlocked. Lin Mo softly exclaimed, it means I wasn't mistaken. Those slowly moving shadows below must be zombies. However, from the earlier commotion, these zombies seemed different from the ones he had encountered before. Su Luo, get ready. You two take out the target immediately. Lin Mo twisted the doorknob and felt a tremendous resistance. Su Luo blocked the door. Su Luo pressed her shield firmly against the door. In the next moment, an arm reached out grasping for Su Luo's left arm. In the blink of an eye, a flash of the blade appeared. The arm was severed. Lu Yu acted decisively, retracting her long knife and thrusting it fiercely into the zombie's head. The struggling zombie lost its strength. Entering the room, Lu Yu slid her long knife along the door seam. With a squelch, the door became completely immobile. Su Luo knelt on the ground. That scared me to death. The strength of the two zombies was truly terrifying. Luckily, her sister helped. If it were just her, she might not have been able to stop them. Lin Mo nodded at the three of them. Well done. Lu Yu, how did you know the head was the weak spot? I'm not a savage who I've seen movies too. Lin Mo rubbed his nose, acknowledging he had asked the wrong question. Ahem, check the bathroom and the guest room to ensure there's no problem, then we'll start searching for supplies. In the entire room, there were only these two zombies. Next, they began to search the whole room. However, after opening all the drawers and cabinets, they found not a single survival coin. Could it be that not every room has them? If that's the case, Lin Mo glanced out the window. No matter how shabby a community is, there should be 4 or 5 buildings, but how long will it take to find them? That seemed unreasonable. What if there are actually very few survival coins and the goal is for us to find supplies? Su Luo's gaze fell on the kitchen table. There lay their collected energy bars and purified water, although there were only 4 of them. But with so many houses, it's not impossible. According to previous situations, the first item should be the most numerous. Although survival coins can currently only be used to purchase fuel, he believed they would be very useful. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few of them. Lin Mo stroked his chin, his gaze inadvertently falling on the zombie carcass on the master bedroom floor. He suddenly stood up. He stepped closer to the zombie. The 3 women looked at Lin Mo curiously. In the next moment, Lin Mo drew his long knife and struck down. He severed the zombie's head, then stirred inside with the long knife. The 3 women stared in astonishment, wondering what he was doing. In an instant, a coin clattered to the ground. Huh. Su Luo rubbed her eyes. She wasn't mistaken, it really was a survival coin. Lin Mo moved on to the next zombie, but it was evident that he had smashed this skull to bits without finding any survival coins. It seemed he had hit the jackpot by accident. But it also indicated to them that there could be survival coins inside a zombie's head. How did you know, Lin Mo? I just thought of some novels where there are things called zombie cores, so I gave it a try. Lin Mo picked up the coins from the ground, wiped them on the nearby bed, and handed them to Su Qing. Let's go, we're heading out. Still knocking, first Lin Mo made sure there was no one inside before opening the door with his shield. It was a 2-unit layout. At that moment, a foul stench wafted in. Turning his gaze, he saw dark murky stains extending down the stairs. At the corner of the staircase lay a pair of pale legs. As soon as Lin Mo stepped out of the room, Su Luo curiously peeked out, and her face turned white as she hurried back into the room, retching repeatedly. Lin Mo paused, suppressing his curiosity to approach the opposite door. Let's retch. 2 retching sounds echoed back and forth. Lin Mo helplessly thought, didn't they say curiosity killed the cat? Knock, knock, knock. The dull sound of knocking echoed in the corridor. Hiss, hiss. Lin Mo glanced at the stairs, seeing that there were still zombies downstairs. After waiting for a minute and confirming there was no sound from the door, he inserted his long knife into the door seam. With a gentle push, the thin iron security door opened easily. As for the wooden door inside, it was even simpler to handle. The layout of the opposite door was identical to this room, indicating that the entire building was likely structured as 2-bedroom apartments. The entire room was empty with no signs of zombies. It seemed the white legs downstairs belonged to the homeowner. Lin Mo go. Su Luo looked at Lin Mo with teary eyes. I didn't make you look, you insisted on being curious. Upon hearing this, Su Luo's mind automatically conjured the scene she had just witnessed, and she rushed back to that room to retch again. The 2 girls who were just recovering were infected again. 10 minutes later. Are you okay? The 3 women shook their heads. Lin Mo handed 1 survival coin to Su Qing. Let's go down. The 3 women stiffened, taking a deep breath, and following behind Lin Mo. Lin Mo walked ahead, descending the stairs. The pair of white legs came into view. With another step, intestines scattered all over the floor, extending down to the 8th floor. On the 8th floor, between 2 rooms, lay a half-rotten body and a severed head. Lin Mo's eyelids twitched violently. The 3 women followed behind Lin Mo, not daring to utter a word. Thus the 4 of them silently passed the 6th floor and arrived at the 5th floor. Knock, knock, knock. No sound. Then let's open the door and go in. The 4 entered the room and immediately closed the door behind them. Lin Mo go. Aren't you disgusted? Lin Mo turned his head. That's why you need to adapt. Such situations may become very common in the future. As long as you learn to be indifferent, you can too. If it weren't for the fact that he had swallowed a few times, he would probably have thrown up too. Su Luo nodded in vague understanding. Her gaze paused. Lin Mo, good, you brought intestines with you. Intestines? Lin Mo looked down and saw a section of black-green intestine beneath his feet. Ugh, he could no longer hold it in. In the master bedroom, Su Luo and Su Qing rummaged through drawers searching for survival coins. Unfortunately, there were none. The two exited the room. At this moment, Lin Mo had already begun searching for survival coins and other items, as if nothing had happened. Lin Mo, you're amazing. You recovered so quickly. Don't mention it, let's hurry up. Oh, just then Lu Yu walked out of the bathroom, holding a survival coin. It's in the toilet tank. It seems each room should only have one. At our pace, we can collect 6 survival coins in 1 hour. From here on, it depends on our luck. There are quite a few zombies downstairs. Just then a sudden crash echoed from outside, the sound of shattering glass. The 4 rushed to the window to look outside. Their eyes quickly scanned the area, noticing broken glass on the 3rd floor to the right across the street. On the ground, a woman struggled to get up, and the surrounding zombies seemed to have caught the scent of food. Quickly help! Help! Shanghai, you won't die well. In the next moment, the woman's agonizing screams pierced the air, gradually fading away. The gathered zombies scattered again, and the woman was now beyond recognition. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. Su Luo swallowed hard. The zombies here seem a bit unusual. Lin Mo's expression grew serious. Indeed, they are much stronger than those in the movies. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lu Yu gripping her sword tightly, her hand turning pale. Lu Yu, do you know that woman? No, but I know the one named Chunhai. Lu Yu fixed her gaze on the 3rd floor window diagonally across. He was the captain of my previous team. Then your captain is quite despicable for throwing someone out like that. Su Luo shook her head, struggling to understand such a person. Moreover, that voice had mentioned that teamwork is fundamental for survival. It's unclear why this person would act that way. Lu Yu took a deep breath. I hope they die soon. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, now holding a pair of binoculars. Lu Yu's heart stirred, and she quickly said, we should hurry and find the survival coins. Lin Mo put away the binoculars. Let's go continue. An hour later, they had finished searching the 2nd floor, and were now standing on the 1st floor. The zombies on the 1st floor quietly watched them. Lin Mo tapped the metal handrail, producing a clanging sound. One by one, the zombies moved in, clogging the entrance on the 1st floor. It seems these zombies can't climb stairs. This is likely a small benefit the survival game provides for them as survivors. After dealing with these zombies, we'll head to the 1st floor. Soon they opened the door to the right. Lin Mo approached the window, squinting. From this distance, he could see the woman's condition clearly. At her wrist, although there were bite marks, it was clear there had been a clean cut. This indicated that when the woman was pushed down, her wrist had already been severed. His gaze shifted to the 3rd floor of that unit. The 2 people inside should still be there. They probably planned to wait until midnight to end it. Are you going to take action against those 2? Why? Because of Lu Yu. Lin Mo looked at Su Qing. Are you jealous? Su Qing's face flushed. What nonsense. How could I be jealous? I just think it's unnecessary. With zombies and people outside, how dangerous is that? If you're not jealous, why is your face red, eh? You. Lin Mo turned back to the opposite side. I'm concerned about that woman on the ground. What? The person is already dead, and you still won't let it go. Lin Mo stared blankly at Su Qing, wondering if she realized what she had just said. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Su Qing picked up the binoculars to observe. It was indeed as Lin Mo had said. Could it be that the survival watch has other uses? Lin Mo shrugged. Only time will tell. First, let's lure the zombies away. How do we lure them? 10 minutes later, a slingshot appeared in Lin Mo's hand. Whoosh. The marble shot out. Crash. The window on the left front shattered, and the zombies began to move quickly, gathering towards that direction. Watching more television can definitely increase knowledge. Whoosh. 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 Crash. One after another, the glass shattered, attracting not only the zombies, but also the 2 people hiding on the 3rd floor to the right. However, those 2 only took a glance before retreating back inside. Feeling it was about time, Lin Mo waved to the 3 women. Su Luo and I will go on the side. Lu Yue, you go in first. No matter if it's zombies or people, just kill them. Su Qing, be ready to finish them off at any moment. Lin Mo opened the window as wide as possible, then jumped out, landing softly on the ground while raising his shield. The 3 women followed one after another. Just then, the zombies that had been drawn away suddenly stopped, their bodies slowly turning towards them. Lin Mo was startled. He hadn't expected that these zombies could sense them from this distance. It seemed their sense of smell was more acute than he had imagined. Run! The four quickly dashed into the rightmost corridor before the zombies could catch up. Once they ascended the stairs, they would be safe. Ignoring the other rooms, they headed straight to the door on the right side of the third floor. Knock. Knock. We are horrible people, let's team up. Lin Mo turned to the three women and whispered, once the door opens, rush in and strike hard, don't let them react. We're not teaming up, let's leave quickly. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised at their caution. He took out his sword and gently cut the door lock. Wait, there are plenty of survival coins here, one small team can't gather them all. Lin Mo quietly stepped back and nodded at the three women. In the next moment, he kicked hard. Boom. The already old wooden door flew open. Lin Mo stepped onto the door, pinning one person beneath it. A bespectacled man raised his sword and clang. Chen-hai was stunned. How is there a shield here? In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared and his palm was completely severed. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him. Seeing the person who injured him, Chen-hai covered his arm. Why are you here? Lu Yu pressed her lips together, surprised to see me. Did you think I would die at the station? Don't say so much, just kill him. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the three women were taken aback. They were actually going to kill him. If it weren't for us, you would have been dead already. Lin Mo didn't rush them, he merely stated a fact. Feeling the struggle of the man beneath the door, Lin Mo stomped hard, causing him to stop moving. No, spare me. We are all horrible people, we should help each other. He didn't want to die. Losing one hand didn't mean he couldn't live. Lu Yu looked conflicted. She truly wished for his death, but when it came to taking action, she hesitated. After all, 3 days ago, she was still living in a well-organized, civilized society. Murder felt remote and unattainable. Su Luo, give him some treatment. Hearing this, Chen-hai sighed in relief, grateful to be alive. He hadn't expected them to have a healing talent. They were indeed an excellent team. He thought to himself how great it would be if he could join them. However, Lin Mo's next words made him realize he was thinking too much. There's plenty of time. Not just Lu Yue, both of you need to take action. What does that mean? Let him die 3 times. Observing the silent figures of the 3 individuals, Lin Mo felt the need to explain. Firstly, what these 2 have done is not the act of good people, so you need not feel any pressure. Secondly, my talent has another application, which is the perception of hostility. I believe Lu Yu has sensed it as well, right? Lu Yu nodded. Indeed, I felt a sense of crisis from the other party. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to Chen-hai, the corner of his eye twitching. Name Chen-hai, age 33, score 56, favorability 88. He could understand everything else, but what on earth was this score? Wasn't it said that it was about teammates of the opposite sex? This guy in front of him wasn't of the opposite sex. Did that mean if he helped the other side, he could become a teammate of the opposite sex? Thinking of this, Lin Mo shuddered, breaking out in goosebumps. How terrifying. But he had to admit that this other application of his talent brought him some surprises. He could actually check anyone's favorability to determine their attitude toward him. His gaze involuntarily fell on the face of the man crushed beneath the door panel. Favorability, 21. It seemed these people had a very low base favorability, making it no problem for him to act. Don't. We're all on the same side. Chen-hai felt he could still salvage the situation. Lin Mo ignored the others' pleas for mercy and instead asked, where did you put that woman's survival watch? I don't know. Chen-hai quickly shook his head. Seeing the other party unwilling to speak, Lin Mo stopped asking, standing on the door panel waiting for Lu Yu. Su Luo curiously approached Lin Mo. What is that ability you mentioned? It's the favor. Su Qing immediately remembered the introduction of Lin Mo's talent. Favorability of 80 allows for a refresh. So it was that thing. She did not know what her favorability toward Lin Mo was, but it should be above 90. Just then the kneeling Chen-hai suddenly erupted. Die. A dagger flew straight toward Lu Yu's calf. Lu Yu's long knife was quicker, directly blocking this attack, the blade twisting powerfully. Chen-hai's half hand flew away. Before Chen-hai could let out a scream, Lu Yu's long knife turned again, slicing across Chen-hai's neck. Chen-hai spat blood, staring wide-eyed, collapsing into a pool of blood, his body twitching incessantly. Everything happened too fast. Su Luo and Su Qing could not react in time as a person died before their eyes. This was their first time witnessing a death, a person dying before them, not someone blurred out on television. Clang. The long knife slipped from Lu Yu's hand, her hands trembling. She had killed someone. She had killed someone. Should we treat him? Su Luo swallowed hard, turning to Lin Mo. No need. Lin Mo's eyelid twitched. He had only said that casually, never intending to actually kill a person 3 times. He glanced at the dazed Lu Yuan, not approaching to comfort her, as he felt somewhat uneasy himself. But this was a necessary experience, otherwise this kind of fear would be extremely deadly for them at critical moments. Lin Mo pointed at the unconscious man on the ground. Which of you 2 will take care of him? Su Luo and Su Qing exchanged glances, realizing they could not escape this task. Su Qing stepped forward. "I'll handle this. Let my sister come next time, when there's an opportunity." Su Luo looked gratefully at her sister, feeling she had narrowly escaped a calamity. 10 minutes later, the two women sat on the sofa taking a deep breath. Their hands were finally not trembling so much. Su Luo quietly asked, "Sis, what does it feel like?" "Fear, horror, tension, nausea." Su Qing thought of the scene of blood spurting, and her face turned pale again. After all, he was a person, not some zombie. She turned to Lu Yue. "Sister Lu Yue, how do you feel?" "Much better." At that moment, both women realized something was missing from the room. "Where's Lin Mo?" Su Luo pointed to the next room. "He's searching in there. If you're fine, I'll go check the kitchen." Soon Lin Mo walked out of the next room. Seeing the state of the two women, he knew they had recovered. "Good to see you've recovered. Just come a few more times in the future." Su Qing's eyelid twitched violently. "What did you say?" "This kind of thing requires coming a few more times." She could not help but ask, "Then do you want to come a few more times too?" "I feel the same." "All right then." At this moment, Lin Mo raised his watch. "I've also figured out about the watch it will drop after a person dies. After that, as long as you place the watch on your own, you can transfer the items inside. Besides that, your own watch will gain 5 more slots in the backpack. So that's how the backpack slots increase." Lu Yu was the first to respond. "So they killed that woman just for the backpack slots?" "Yes." Su Qing suddenly said, "Do you think the initial few who died would hunt other teams after learning this?" "They definitely would, so you must remain vigilant when encountering other teams." With 2 hours left to leave, they had collectively earned 42 survival coins. Through Su Qing's efforts, the survival coins became 192. At this moment, they were resting in a room on the 7th floor. "Aren't we going to continue?" Su Luo was eager to continue. Resources didn't matter, what mattered were the survival coins. Lin Mo rubbed his temples. "We haven't rested for 10 hours, let's take a good break for the last 2 hours. Su Qing looked around the room. "Sister Lu Yu has more than 10 empty slots, should we take these things?" They were not only restricted from using vehicles, but everything other than their backpacks. They had originally planned to dismantle the furniture, but ended up being unable to do anything. This was quite frustrating. It was known that at the previous station they could dismantle anything. "Fill the items, let's take these glasses down too." They promptly began. The 4 of them worked, clearly dismantling everything in the room and packing it into their backpacks. At that moment, a sound of a key unlocking came from the door. The 4 of them looked toward the door. "Lin Mo, there shouldn't be any living people here, right?" "There shouldn't be, right?" The door opened, and 3 men and 1 woman walked in. "Yo, beautiful lady." The short, middle-aged man at the front's eyes lit up. "Your ability is quite impressive. I'm honored to serve Matsushita-kun." Matsushita Kariko glanced at Lin Mo and couldn't help but snicker. This team had only 1 man, making them incredibly easy to deal with. Just like last time, this man must die, and these women will be taken away. "Yes." Lin Mo scanned the 4 people. All were Sakura people with favorability, all below 40, indeed a despicable race. Perfect 4 people, 1 for each. The 3 women looked serious. All right. Killing their own kind felt burdensome, but killing the Sakura posed no burden at all, especially with the lecherous gaze from the other side. The 3 women exchanged glances. Su Luo raised her scissors hand, and the other 2 nodded. Before Lin Mo could speak, the 3 women charged forward. Lin Mo was taken aback for a moment before quickly following. What was going on with these 3? Did they think they could overpower them just by wielding weapons? "Move." A black metal shield appeared in Su Luo's hand, crashing fiercely towards Matsushita Kuzi. Matsushita Kuzi was startled, quickly raising his knife to block. Bang! Whoosh! A long knife stabbed directly forward. His pants were soaked in blood. Off! A cry of agony escaped from Matsushita Kuzi's mouth as he fell to the ground, covering his groin with both hands. The 3 women ignored him and rushed towards another man. Lin Mo paused, twitching at the corner of his eye. It hurt too much. The other 2 men suffered the same fate, while the last woman knelt on the ground, hugging her head. "I didn't do anything." Lu Yu kicked the woman, sending her flying into the crowd, then turned to Lin Mo. "Captain, let's take 1 each." Okay." On the straight road, the vehicles returned. Lin Mo took a deep breath, replaying the scene of the knife in his mind. He felt fine. Although the blood on the ground was unsettling, he did not react too strongly. The other 2 women were also doing well aside from Su Luo. As expected, the more one tries, the more one adapts. He glanced at the time. It was already past 1 in the morning. He turned to the 3 women. "It's been 12 hours since we last ate. How about a late-night snack before sleeping?" He placed his hand on it. It was a storage box with 100 compartments. He started taking out the supplies he had collected from his backpack and putting them inside. He placed his hand on it. It was a storage box with 100 compartments. He started taking out the supplies he had collected from his backpack and putting them inside. Although his backpack had many compartments, there were also many places that needed it. Soon the instant noodles were ready. Is this it? Didn't you prepare any grilled meat? Hearing the words grilled meat, Su Luo quickly covered her mouth and shook her head. They had thought of it, but when they took out the bloody meat, it was truly hard to look at. Lin Mo quickly changed the topic. Although we've obtained quite a few survival coins, we also wasted one station. That's fine, and maybe that station wasn't good anyway. That seems to be the case. After dinner, the three women took turns placing the items they had obtained into the storage box. The remaining materials were all dismantled and loaded into the vehicle. I just glanced at the regional channel, and someone has already upgraded their vehicle to level 1. I estimate that in a couple of days, everyone will start entering stations faster. As long as the speed increases, the rate of resource acquisition will also quicken. The threat of the devouring abyss will no longer exist. It's getting late, let's sleep. The four of them lay down in bed and quickly fell asleep. Today had been too exhausting. The next morning, sunlight shone directly on their faces. Lin Mo woke up first, still feeling the familiar sense of oppression. He turned to look beside him and involuntarily leaned his head closer. At that moment, Su Qing suddenly woke up and their eyes met. Suddenly, Su Qing leaned over and gently kissed his lips. Good morning. Before Lin Mo could react, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Team member Su Qing's favorability reached 100 points. The next treasure chest triggers a special effect. Got his favor. What? There's a special effect. Lin Mo, don't look at me like that. Lin Mo regained his senses and saw Su Luo arms crossed. Ahem, I was just looking at the panel. Hurry up and get up to set off. 20 minutes later, Lin Mo stepped on the gas. 10 seconds later, the speed reached 100 kilometers per hour, racing towards the first target. Su Luo looked at the fast-moving car and quietly asked Su Qing's sister, what did you do with Lin Mo yesterday? Why is he so excited today? Sister, if you have time, take a look at the regional channel information. Oh. Su Luo pouted, not wanting to say anything. Why be mean to her? She glanced at Lin Mo, and her mind involuntarily drifted to her phone's browser. Then her face flushed, and she hurriedly opened the regional channel to gather information. Don't think about it, don't think about it. 840. It's actually a silver treasure chest. Are we really that lucky? Su Qing got out of the car and immediately put the treasure chest into her backpack. She then took out 2 silver treasure chests. Su Qing was already accustomed to it. If it didn't trigger, then it didn't trigger. That was fine too. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together, curious about what the so-called special effect was. Opening silver treasure chest, 100G energy bars 10, 5L universal fuel 5, survival coins 5. So it turns out they could also obtain survival coins from here. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was today's special effect. His gaze fixed on the screen, his eyes widened. What the hell? Got his favor, please choose 3 from the following items. Item 1, 01 protective suit 5. Item 2. T7 18 plastic alloy 5. Item 3, 3 unknown sunglasses 5. Item 4, Lee Group shower room 1. Item 5, powerful stimulant 25 choices 3 selections. Moreover, these items looked incredibly powerful. The S01 protective suit can withstand close-range shots from pistols and long-range shots from 12.7mm sniper rifles. The T7 18 plastic alloy can change into any shape. The 3 unknown sunglasses have infrared night vision and X-ray effects. The Lee Group shower room can automatically collect water from the air for bathing. The powerful stimulant doubles physical fitness for 24 hours, eliminates fatigue with no side effects. So strong. Each of these 5 items was something he wanted. Sister, it seems we have good things again. What hobbies do you usually have? Su Luo's expression stiffened. Sister, he's clearly encountered something good. If it were mine, he would have already said so. Lu Yue, who was nearby, was a bit confused about what these two were talking about. At this moment, Lin Mo turned to them. This situation is a bit complex. You guys help me reference it. He only mentioned the first 4. He had no intention of selecting the stimulant. Consumables shouldn't be wasted in situations like this. Besides, Lin Mo looked at Su Luo and Lu Yu. When their favorability reached 100, he could trigger it again. How delightful. 10 minutes later, a shower room is installed at the far end of the vehicle. Lin Mo ultimately chose this. Moreover, he believes that since they could come out this time, they will be able to do so in the future as well. Even if Su Luo and Lu Yu cannot provide it. Cough cough, then they can just add a few more team members. I took a glance, there are scales on it. It should be enough for each of us to take a shower once we can shower tonight. The 3 women looked at the shower room, their faces turning slightly red. Even Lu Yu was the same. It really is. Is this how we wash? Then what else? Su Luo pursed her lips. That, should we get a curtain? Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, let's get a curtain. All four sides are transparent glass, making it quite awkward to wash. We don't have curtains, don't worry, I want peek. The vehicle restarted. The three women occasionally glanced towards the shower room in the back. Being able to shower is certainly a good thing, but washing in front of so many eyes is somewhat hard to accept. Sister, are you going to use this to shower? Su Qing replied calmly, of course if there's a chance to wash, why not? But it's only a matter of time. Su Luo looked at her sister feeling quite strange. However, it does make sense, after all they have to wash eventually, so being seen is no big deal. Lin Mo opened his backpack and took out the T718 alloy. A palm-sized square metal block appeared in his hand. In addition, there was a silver ring. He placed the ring on his right hand. The next moment red dots of light lit up on the ring. A sharp pain came, and the red dots turned green. With a thought, the metal in his hand transformed into a glove that enveloped his right hand. Daggers, long swords, short knives, long knives. Any shape he could think of could change. Eventually, it even transformed into a handgun. Unfortunately, pulling the trigger produced no. After all, Lin Mo was not a gunsmith. He only knew the shape, and regarding the internal structure, he only had a rough idea, completely unable to activate the gun. Of course, even if he could activate it, there were no bullets. Cold weapons are better. He took out 3 more and set them aside. Each of you take one. After you put on the wristband, it might hurt a bit, then you can try it yourself. The 3 women quickly got the hang of it. Lu Yu was the happiest. With this, she could change weapons at any time. Whether in unknown or multiple confrontations, she was confident in handling it. Lin Mo, go, what about the clothes? Let's change into them too. Here you go. The S01 protective suit includes a top, pants, boots, and a helmet. The overall color is gray-white, resembling a work uniform. But this thing can resist bullets. With this and the alloy, their safety is maximized. Let alone encountering zombie dogs, even if they meet a zombie elephant. This thing probably cannot defend against blunt weapons. They can conduct a test when they encounter suitable targets. Su Qing simply stripped down, leaving only her undergarments to change clothes. Seeing her sister like this, Su Luo felt there was nothing left to be shy about. Lu Yu glanced at the clothes, then at Su Qing, and finally at Lin Mo. Forget it, just wear them. Lin Mo's gaze occasionally shifted to the 3 women through the rearview mirror. Each of the 3 had their own merits. However, he didn't expect Lu Yu to be so tall, yet her figure was only so little. Could it be from practicing martial arts? Soon the second treasure chest of the day arrived. A black iron treasure chest with no high expectations. The items inside are usually the same. Just focus on the items that have refreshed. After pressing the refresh button for Su Qing, 4 items appeared, which is the effect after reaching a favorability level of 100. Is the effect good? Of course. But there is also a big problem, which made Lin Mo quite troubled. Choosing 1 out of 3 is simple, but choosing 1 out of 4 is a bit difficult. He was worried that if they had 5 or 6 options in the future, he might go crazy. Besides the increased options, the quantity of items was noticeably higher than usual. This is somewhat similar to special effects, except that the quality is not as good. Item 1, alloy long knife. 2, item 2, strawberry sundae. 20, item 3, sanitary napkin bag. 5, item 4, spicy hot pot base. 2, fortunately this time, he didn't have to be troubled. The weapon and hot pot base can be given up. Which one do you all choose, the strawberry sundae or the sanitary napkin? Sanitary napkin. X3. This item is extremely important to the 3 women. Without it, they would have to find some rags to use, but the effect would definitely be inferior. Just after shouting, Su Qing quickly reacted. Why are there only 2? What's the other one? Previously, whenever they were asked, there were always 3 types of items. Just a long knife and hot pot base. Su Qing nodded. No wonder they didn't ask her. These 2 items really didn't matter. Wait. Su Qing looked at Lin Mo in confusion. How could it be? For items. Because it was your refresh. Su Qing was taken aback, then her face flushed. Could it be because of that? But it wasn't like that yesterday. She glanced at Lin Mo, who was busy, and it seemed she would have to ask him later. After collecting the 2 treasure chests, Su Qing immediately went to the back and placed the items in the storage box. When she returned, she sat beside her sister. The vehicle started and the engine roared as she leaned close to her sister's ear to voice her speculation. Su Luo looked at Su Qing in shock. Really? I suspect it's true, so. Su Luo slightly opened her mouth and nodded. But just look at our resources right now. As long as we don't act recklessly, there's definitely no problem. That's not what I meant to. I wanted to say. Su Luo's face flushed, but there are other people here. Her sister could ignore them, but she couldn't. Su Qing helplessly replied. What's the big deal? Just close your eyes and don't think about anything. Lin Mo was unaware of the sister's heart-to-heart talk. He only knew that many people had already upgraded their vehicle to level 1. After all, the materials needed for this level are not too many. Furthermore, the number of team vehicles is increasing. There are even people from different countries teaming up. I can see now all the dangers are inside the stations. Not really. I saw on the World Channel that some highways are very dangerous. The devouring abyss doesn't count. Not that it's from the highway, just that we don't have it here. Looking at it this way, this highway is still quite decent. Lin Mo closed the interface and glanced at the highway, and his eyes twitched. This highway indeed has no beasts or zombies, but it has. 10 minutes later, the sound of rustling filled the air. With the presence of windows and a windshield, there was no need to worry about the yellow sand entering the car. However, the constant cracking sound made Lin Mo somewhat anxious about whether the windshield could withstand it. Should we stop? After all, the abyss of devourment is still quite far away, Su Qing suggested. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. Survival day, 4 temperature 30-37 time, 111 abyss of devourment. 15 kmh. Indeed, it was very far. They couldn't even see the distance. Creak. Lin Mo directly stopped the car, waiting for the sandstorm to pass. Su Luo looked out the window, only to see the yellow sandstorm. Does this road experience sandstorms every day? Su Qing nodded. Perhaps it's certainly better than what other roads encounter. This sandstorm lasted for a short time. It was only half an hour before it passed, leaving a ground covered in yellow sand. Alright, we can set off now. It seems we can visit 2 stations today. Around 1 in the afternoon, a station and a black iron treasure chest appeared. Station Erdeogo resources, food, survival coins, weapons, others, team capacity, 3, danger level, low time limit 1 hour. Shall we go in? Su Qing asked, standing beside Lin Mo. The most abundant items in this area seemed to be food, which didn't appear useful to them. They had plenty of food and water. Of course we should go in. This is a village, so there must be buildings. Even if they are dilapidated, we can still gather some materials. Food could be set aside, but they still needed items for upgrades. Let's just deal with it quickly and head out. Su Qing nodded, returned to the car, and took out 4 boxes of self-heating hot pot and some bread from the storage box. Lin Mo said to deal with it casually. Oh, let's all just make do. Lu Yu didn't react much at this point, having grown accustomed to it. 20 minutes later, the vehicle entered a small path. Soon the cement road turned into a dirt road. In the blink of an eye, they were caught off guard. The vehicle appeared in a grove. It seems this station is not on the same road we are on. Otherwise, how could the environment change so drastically? After the forest, there was a field filled with crops, and not far away stood a row of mud houses. It seems we might not find any upgrade materials here. Su Qing looked at the buildings, finding it hard to imagine what materials they could salvage. Lin Mo focused his gaze on the crops, wondering if the so-called food was actually these. Let's head into the village and check it out. If we find nothing, we can leave directly. This village was much larger than Lin Mo had imagined. There were a total of 6 houses, at least over 100 in number. Unfortunately, they were all built of mud. Lin Mo put on his helmet and jumped out of the car. Su Qing was the last to get out, casually putting the vehicle into her backpack. Lin Mo glanced at the wooden fence made with sticks nearby, saying, let's go in and take a look. The wooden door was severely damaged. Lin Mo barely applied any force, and it collapsed. The courtyard was small, and it only took a few steps to reach the house. Through the glass, they could see the furniture inside. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. There's a sofa and a wardrobe. Although the room lacks materials, there's definitely enough here to gather a good amount. Having learned from the last experience in the community, he didn't overlook any drawers or cabinets this time. Unfortunately, the survival coins remained Having learned from the last experience in the community, he didn't overlook any drawers or cabinets this time. Unfortunately, the survival coins remained secondary. They were indeed hard to come by. However, the resources in the room were still sufficient. Metal 2. 1 kilogram, glass 0. 9 kilograms, miscellaneous 1. 1 kilogram, and 6 other various items. Lin Mo nodded. That's enough. Look at this. Lu Yu suddenly noticed her weapons slipping into the floorboards like water. In the next moment, several floorboards were lifted, revealing a cellar before their eyes. Lin Mo shone his flashlight inside. The cellar was about 2 square meters, and at the back were several burlap sacks. Potatoes and radishes. Lu Yu jumped in and pulled out 2 sacks. The quantity isn't much. Each sack is only about 30 to 40 pounds. For these 2 types of crops, that really isn't a lot. Su Luo gulped. We can roast potatoes when we go back. As for the radishes, they could be sold later. Alright, let's go to the next room. Just as they stepped out, they heard the sound of an engine starting up when a new team had arrived. Lin Mo didn't rush to the next house, but instead looked in the direction from which the engine sound was coming. Soon an open-top van appeared. That team looks unfortunate. They had at least a roof over their heads at the beginning. This team didn't even have a roof. Moreover, judging by the two men's hair, they had clearly just experienced a sandstorm. The two men in the van glanced at Lin Mo's team and hurriedly drove forward, fearful of something happening. Let's go, we'll continue. In half an hour we'll leave. They collected quite a lot from over a dozen houses. Among them they also obtained 3 survival coins. This type of station really wasn't very meaningful. At that moment a rustling sound arose. Lin Mo looked outside. They were at the farthest corner of the village, close to the forest. Did you hear that? It's probably the wind. But the leaves aren't moving. It's a snake. Su Luo hurriedly hid behind Su Qing. They saw a giant python slithering through the window, without glass behind them. 1 meter, 2 meters. 8 meters. Su Luo gulped. Isn't it big enough to swallow me whole? They saw a giant python slithering through the window, without glass behind them. 1 meter, 2 meters. 8 meters. Su Luo gulped. Moreover, just having one here was fine if there were more. The large python raised its body, and the rustling sound continued. Large and small, long and short, black and green. Had they disturbed a snake's nest? Run! With so many moving parts they couldn't afford to hesitate. They pushed open the door and hurriedly ran out of the house, only to find the ground on the right side covered. Su Qing. The small bus was quickly brought out. After they got in, they quickly started the vehicle and drove towards the exit. They soon discovered that the entire village was surrounded by snakes. They drove over the snakes, following the forest path out. Fortunately, we noticed quickly, otherwise we would have been trapped inside. Su Luo scratched his head. Wait a minute, this protective suit should be able to withstand the fangs of venomous snakes, right? Why are we running? Lin Mo was speechless. You can withstand venomous snakes, but can you withstand the death coil of a python? When they exited, Lin Mo saw 4 pythons that were 7 to 8 meters long. The vehicle returned to the highway, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. It's a pity there weren't many items obtained from this stop. They had thought that each stop would provide some upgrade materials, but it seemed to be quite challenging. It's fine, we can still encounter new stops tonight, Su Qing said. Lin Mo nodded, accepting it as it was. Throw the items you've dismantled into the vehicle. Alright, Su Qing, dismantle that vehicle in your backpack as well. After Su Qing dismantled the vehicle, the quantity of metal was sufficient. They still needed some miscellaneous items and glass. Lin Mo glanced at it, and silently calculated that they would need at least 2 more stops. This speed was already not slow. In one afternoon they encountered 4 black iron treasure chests. This did disappoint Lin Mo a bit. After all, his talent was somewhat related to the level of the treasure chests. By around 7 in the evening, they finally found the 5th treasure chest, and the last stop. Once the treasure chests and items were collected, the group sat cross-legged behind the vehicle to have their dinner. Su Qing glanced at the storage box behind her. I want to say that the storage box is already 2/3 full. How much? Lin Mo looked at Su Qing, puzzled. He remembered there weren't many items. How could it be full? After all, it was only the 4th day. There aren't many items, but there are quite a variety. Some items only had 7 or 8 pieces, but occupied 1 slot, which was unavoidable. Based on this situation, it was estimated that in another 2 days the 100 slots in the back storage box would be filled. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Let's try dismantling the useless items. If they can be broken down into materials, that would be best. If not, we can just put them on the shelf and exchange with others. Su Qing nodded. Then he'll give it a try tonight. After dinner, Lin Mo arrived at the stop. Stop: Qinghe County First Psychiatric Hospital. Resources: fuel, survival coins, food, weapons, others. Team capacity: 4. Danger level low, time limit 2 hours. We are lucky, it's a hospital. We have enough metal, so our primary goal is glass and those beds. If luck is on their side, they should be able to obtain quite a bit. Su Luo looked at the description above. Are we looking for survival coins? Of course, but it's a secondary goal, not the primary focus. After all, upgrading the vehicle for the first time restored it to normal condition. It even provided a very good storage box. He was curious if future upgrades would offer even better items. The vehicle turned and drove into a small road. Soon the entrance of the psychiatric hospital appeared before their vehicle. In the parking lot, 2 vehicles were already parked there. These people are quite nice. They actually parked their cars here, Su Luo said in surprise. It was unexpected to see such traffic rules in a place like this. At this moment a line of text appeared. The parking lot can protect your vehicle from being attacked. Well, these people were not following rules, they were simply worried about their cars being taken away. Su Qing asked, are we taking the car, or putting it in the backpack? Of course we should put it in the backpack. It will be faster if we need to run later. After getting out of the vehicle, Su Qing stored the vehicle in her backpack. Lin Mo observed the structure of the psychiatric hospital. Directly facing them was the outpatient building with the inpatient department on both sides. Outside the windows of the inpatient department were metal windows. Su Luo, take out the shield. I will go in front, and you will follow behind. Let's head to the outpatient department first. Lin Mo held the shield in his left hand and a long knife in his right, leading the way into the outpatient department. Clap. Su Qing and Lu Yu each held a flashlight, one illuminating the front, the other the back. The interior decoration of the room had a feel of the 70s and 80s, and it was quite old. Pushing open the first room revealed an office. The desks and chairs were broken and the filing cabinets were rusty. There was nothing of value in the entire room. Even the window glass was broken. Let's check the drawers and cabinets first. 10 minutes later the group had found nothing. Not to mention survival coins, they hadn't even found any food. And the materials were pitifully few. The items were simply too dilapidated. Let's head outside. Arriving outside, Lin Mo gazed at the entire outpatient building. The windows on the first and second floors were all broken, with a few intact windows on the third floor, and the most intact ones were on the fifth floor. He didn't have the time to climb up looking for items. Let's go to the adjacent inpatient department. Upon entering, they immediately saw 3 large iron doors located at the left and right passageways, as well as the staircase leading to the second floor. As for the locks, they had long since disappeared. Lin Mo entered the left iron door and gently pushed open the first room. Su Qing followed. The light shone on the bed, which was strewn with bedding and pillows. Each bedside had a nightstand, and one of the nightstands had an empty purified water bottle. Lin Mo picked it up. Be careful, it seems some teams have been here. The surface of the purified water bottle was very clean, clearly new. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps suddenly echoed above them. The next moment, with a thud, it sounded as if something heavy had fallen. Dong, dong, dong. Su Luo swallowed hard. Lin Mo, are you sure those are members of other teams up there? The sound seemed like bones being chopped. Oh, would a normal team do such a thing? It doesn't sound like it. That danger is likely the local creatures. But don't worry, I'll close the iron door at the entrance and you all dismantle the glass and other materials. As for going upstairs, he had no such intentions. There were only 2 hours left. The 3 women began to act, starting to recover everything that could be salvaged. Su Qing poked her head out. The glass needs to be smashed. Oh, won't that attract attention from above? It's fine to just smash it. Whether it was other teams or the stop, they could handle it. Crash. With the shattering of glass, the sound from upstairs suddenly paused, followed by hurried footsteps. The direction was precisely where the stairs to the second floor were. Lin Mo took out a chain and quickly went to the door of the stairs, securing it with the chain. Then, using a long knife, he locked the 2 ends of the chain. Having done all this, the footsteps had already reached the staircase. Lin Mo returned to the middle of the left passage, watching the entrance of the stairs. Clang, clang, clang. This was the crisp sound of heavy metal hitting the ground. A tall black shadow pushed the door, and the chains rattled. Lin Mo turned on the flashlight, illuminating the staircase entrance, where he saw a pair of pale hands. A man's roar echoed from that position. Bang! Crack! The chains shattered, and the iron door swung wide open. A figure over 2 meters tall, wielding a huge axe, stepped out. Is this a person? Su Qing stared in astonishment at the figure before her. The legs were very thick, with prominent blue veins beneath the pale skin. The entire chest area was disproportionately large, covered with a dense network of lines. One arm was long and thick, while the other was short and thin, with visible stitching at the shoulders. As for the head, it had a mouth that resembled no normal human, with no nose and 2 black holes for eye sockets. It looked like a person stitched together. Lin Mo raised his shield. Lu Yue, don't come out yet, wait for a back attack. No sooner had he finished speaking than the stitched figure charged at him with the axe. Lin Mo was taken aback. How could the speed be so fast? A tremendous force emanated from the shield. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing himself, with his entire palm feeling numb. In the next moment, the stitched being charged forward once again. Lin Mo grasped the shield with both hands, and suddenly an idea struck him. The silver gloves on his hands transformed into a support that held the shield in midair. Clang! A colossal force surged from the shield, causing cracks to appear at the 4 corners of the silver support. Lin Mo's eyelid twitched. Was the danger level really this low? What a joke! If he had come alone, he would have probably knelt on the ground directly. Thankfully, Lu Yu had already reached behind the stitched being, driving her long knife into its heart. In the next moment, the stitched being swung a fist back. The finger tiger on her hand transformed into a round shield. However, Lu Yu was still sent crashing against the wall and fell to the ground. Lu Yu furrowed her brow, sitting on the ground. The force was simply too great. At that moment, Lin Mo's figure had already arrived beneath the stitched being. The silver metal directly morphed into a curved blade, and Lin Mo forcefully hooked the left ankle of his opponent. With a strong tug, the entire ankle was severed. The stitched being lost its balance and fell to the ground. Attack! Su Qing drew her composite bow, as she could still hit from a distance of 4 to 5 meters. Whoosh! A black arrow shot directly into the stitched being's head with the arrowhead emerging from the other side. Roar! Scatter! Lin Mo and Su Qing distanced themselves. Seeing the creature before him, merely struggling, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Shoot it. Su Qing once again released an arrow from her hand. 1 minute later, 7 arrows were embedded in the creature's head, lying motionless on the ground. Su Qing looked at the corpse in confusion. This doesn't feel like a low-level danger zone. It's too tough to deal with. It should rely on hearing. If we had used bows and arrows from the start, it would have been easily resolved. Of course, if everyone had used the malleable metal from the beginning, there wouldn't have been so many problems. It's mainly about getting used to it. Lin Mo looked at Lu Yu. Are you okay? Lu Yu shook her head. I'm fine now. Thankfully, there was Su Luo. If it weren't for Su Luo's healing ability, I might not have recovered so quickly. Without treatment, I would have died today. Su Luo looked smug. Of course, I can even heal severed limbs. You could say it was from that moment that she realized how incredible her healing ability was. The only issue was that it consumed a lot of energy. Lin Mo glanced at the time. There was about an hour and 20 minutes left until they could leave. Let's continue. Su Qing looked towards the stairs. Should we check the second floor? Let's not check. What if there's still danger? Although the possibility was low, it was better to be cautious. An hour later, all the glass on the first floor had been completely collected. Since it was broken glass, the quantity was slightly less than the whole, but it was still sufficient. At 9:30, the 4 of them sat together to review the battle they had just fought. From now on, let's use this malleable metal. Its attack power is clearly much better than our other weapons. When I cut off the opponent's ankle today, the resistance felt minimal. In Lin Mo's view, this malleable metal was incredibly useful. The 3 women nodded. Lu Yu added, but don't expect much in terms of defense. It doesn't have any special effects. Today, that blow nearly maxed out her damage. By the time the review ended, it was already 10 o'clock. The 4 lay side by side on the mattress. Before long, a steady sound of breathing could be heard nearby. Lin Mo checked the vehicle information. Vehicle minibus quality F grade, level LV1, fuel tank 67. 2L100L. Fuel consumption 1L 20 km maximum speed, 100 kmh upgrade requirements metal 6,000 and 60 kg glass 16. 220 kg miscellaneous 9. 830 kg miscellaneous items were indeed the hardest to gather. It was uncertain how many stations they would have to pass to upgrade. He then opened the regional channel. F987 Highway 33783462. Some more people died today. This survival world doesn't seem too difficult. It's indeed not hard, as long as you guard against others in the stations you'll be fine. The most important point is you can't trust your own people either. Big brother, could someone put up some fuel? I seem to be running low. 4 days were not enough for people to adapt here, but it made them aware of how to treat others. So many people had died, and after these few days, even a fool would know what was going on. However, there was one point Lin Mo disagreed with. That is, it doesn't mean that it isn't very difficult here. They were still in the beginner protection period. Lin Mo found it hard to imagine what they would face after the protection period ended. There were still too few weapons. Just then a small hand landed on him. Compared to yesterday, this hand moved down more naturally. Lin Mo turned his head. He saw a pair of bright eyes looking at him. Are the items obtained this morning related? This has some connection, but I'm not sure. Then let's try. Lin Mo inhaled sharply. He hadn't expected Su Qing to be like this. Could this be the so-called contrast? A night. No words. The minibus sped along. I'll open your mouth. Su Qing took out a sundae, scooped a spoonful, and offered it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo opened his mouth and took a bite, not delaying the vehicle's movement at all. On the back seat. Sister Lu, why didn't you rest well? Your dark circles are quite serious. Lu Yu looked at the figures of the 2 in front and didn't answer Su Luo's question. Were you and Lin Mo a couple before? No, it's just that it's not convenient for Lin Mo. Go. We can't just eat while he doesn't write. While speaking, Su Luo took a bite of the sundae with a look of satisfaction. In this temperature, having a scoop of ice cream was incredibly soothing. Lu Yu glanced at Su Luo, who was enjoying the ice cream, and wondered if she would hear something in the coming nights. At 8:30, they reached the first 100 kilometers. The treasure chest has arrived. Seeing the treasure chest, Su Qing couldn't help but feel excited. Don't get your hopes up too high. After all, how could such good fortune always be present? Regardless of last night or this morning, he hadn't seen that line of text. Most likely it was gone. He speculated that each person could only offer it once. When their favorability reached 100, there wouldn't be a second time. Su Qing shook her head. It's fine. If it's the best, it's great. If not, then it's whatever. Su Qing transformed the treasure chest into 2. Lin Mo opened the first treasure chest, placed the items inside on the ground, and then looked at the item. He calmly took out the items and placed them on the ground to refresh. The first refresh was for Su Luo. The second refresh was for Su Qing. Su Luo had 3 choices, Su Qing had 4. Finally, it was the refresh for Lu Yu. Good. Item 1 Intercom Headset 2, Item 1 Long Gun 1, Item 1 Training Outfit 2. There's no need to think, of course, choosing the intercom headset is the best option. Through Su Qing's hands the quantity of intercom headsets became 10. 1 for each person with some leftovers. After both treasure chests were opened, Su Qing suddenly grabbed Lin Mo. I remember your talent mentioned something about favorability, or could it be? Lin Mo looked at Su Qing in surprise, not expecting her to guess so quickly. Lin Mo even mentioned the changes in Su Qing's favorability. There was nothing he couldn't say. Ahem, the convoy would need to expand in the future. Can I ask about their favorability? After Su Qing got into the car, she let Lu Yu sit beside her, while she herself sat next to Su Luo. Su Luo. What is it, sister? Do you remember what I told you these past couple of days? Su Luo was momentarily stunned, then her face flushed instantly. I remember. Su Qing pondered for a moment, thinking of Su Luo's high affection level of 99 points, and recalling Lin Mo's mention of her past affection levels. Tonight you. Lu Yu glanced at the 2 sisters out of the corner of her eye, noticing Su Luo's cheeks turn crimson. The content of their conversation was obvious. She turned her head to look out the window, unable to suppress a sigh. What could be the reason? She felt Lin Mo was not that kind of person, but why was Su Qing acting this way? Unable to understand. Unable to understand. As it approached 10 p.m., the second treasure chest arrived, still a black iron chest. After Su Qing took out the chest, Lu Yu came over and tugged at her arm, and the 2 of them moved aside. Can I ask you a question? What question? Lu Yu glanced at Lin Mo squatting on the ground, and said, I've been here for 2 days, right? It just feels like Lin Mo is pretty nice, not demanding anything from me, distributing resources equally. Su Qing looked at Lu Yu in confusion, unsure of what the other party was trying to imply. Sister Lu Yu, we are now part of the same team. Just say what you mean. It had to be said with Lin Mo's talent, and one could tell at a glance if there was an issue with the team. It's just. Lu Yu didn't know how to phrase. Should she directly ask how she ended up in this situation? That would be too direct. Are you wondering what I discussed with my sister? Seeing her troubled expression, Su Qing could roughly guess. Without waiting for Lu Yu to nod, she directly explained Lin Mo's talent and her speculations about him. Lu Yu's eyes widened. So this equipment and that weapon? Exactly just as you thought. Lu Yu was shocked and puzzled. What kind of bizarre talent was this that had such effects? At this moment, Lin Mo also placed all the resources on the ground. Lu Yu looked at the resources laid out on the ground. It had to be said these resources were indeed very good, but compared to the clothes on their backs and the malleable metal in their hands, they were lacking considerably. So, would she have to? Thinking of this, her face involuntarily turned red. Lin Mo looked at the blushing Lu Yu in the back. Su Qing, what's wrong with Lu Yu? It must be hot, after all our clothes are quite thick. Around 1 in the afternoon, the vehicle stopped by the station. After finishing lunch, Lin Mo held an ice pop while looking at the regional channel. By today, it could be said that over 90 of people had upgraded their vehicles to level 1. Although vehicle levels had risen, complaints remained unabated. The hardest thing to obtain is this fuel. We barely have any left. Don't mention it. The fuel at the station is pitifully scarce, and we have to compete with others for it. I urgently need a station with a gas station. We can manage with food and drink, and most stations can provide some. But fuel is truly scarce. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. After several visits to the station and the information obtained from the regional channel, the ranking of resources indeed represented the quantity of those resources. However, it was a horizontal comparison, not a vertical one. Furthermore, the number of stations accommodating 2 teams versus 5 teams was not the same. In short, this could only serve as a reference standard. Lin Mo glanced at the quantity of his universal fuel. His heart stirred, and he opened the trading center. The trading center was divided into 2 parts. One was the regional trading center, and the other was the world trading center. At this moment, the regional trading center had only 2 pages with 15 trading items, all of which were requests for fuel. The world trading center was vast and endless, but the proportion of fuel was very high. He flipped through it briefly, but lost interest in trading. Because all these transactions were bartering. No one chose to trade with survival coins. As for listing his fuel for trade, he had certainly thought about it. But as for the price, some were not worth it. Station secondhand car market resources, fuel, survival coins, others, team capacity, 1 danger level, none, time limit 1 hour, still a non-dangerous area. It's likely there won't be any good items inside. With so many cars inside, if we could salvage them, our vehicles could be upgraded to level 2, Su Luo said. Lin Mo shook his head. It's definitely not that simple. 10 minutes later, the vehicle entered a concrete flat area. Not far ahead was a gas station and 3 buildings. Further in were a dozen differently styled cars. Lin Mo did not rush to look at the cars, but first headed to the gas station. Gas pump note 1 survival coin exchanges for 10L of universal fuel. It seemed this price was fixed. Then his gaze shifted to the 3 buildings. Let's get out and take a look. The first room on the left was lit, revealing a convenience store stocked with various food items. This is completely different from all the stations we've encountered before. Lin Mo pointed to the checkout counter because everything here is for sale. He glanced at the shelves. The prices were indeed steep. A bottle of cola cost 2 survival coins, and a pack of paper also cost 2 survival coins. The difficulty of obtaining survival coins was quite high. If it weren't for Su Qing's talent, they would only have about 20 survival coins at most. As for the other 2 buildings, one was a restaurant, and the other a clothing store. In short, they were all places where money was spent. He didn't dare to dismantle such places for resources. Lin Mo glanced at the nearby vehicles. Su Qing put the car away. Let's go take a look. Soon the group arrived beside a brand new SUV. SUV quality F grade level LV1 price 100 survival coins, so this really is a second-hand car market. Su Luo exclaimed. She thought it was just a name like the previous stations they encountered. Su Qing's heart stirred. Should we switch to another car? Lin Mo shook his head. No need to switch. The minibus has more space in the back, and we can sleep. This SUV is too small. Su Qing pointed to the front left. I meant that car. They turned to look. It was a gray small RV. Su Luo's eyes lit up. An RV should be more comfortable, right? If they could stay in there then at night. Thinking of this, she glanced at Lin Mo. It should be more convenient, right? The 3 of them approached the RV and instantly abandoned this idea. Su Luo glanced back at the station behind him and couldn't help but sigh. This is simply a waste of our time. If it weren't for the money spent, they would have definitely dismantled everything inside. Just after 2 in the afternoon, the first wave of treasure chests arrived. The golden chest was so eye-catching. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes. It really was golden. He wondered how many types of treasure chests there were here. He parked the vehicle next to the treasure chest and hurriedly got out. Sure enough, it was a different type of treasure chest, and it was a higher grade one. Golden chest. Su Qing. Hurry. Su Qing swallowed nervously. I'm a bit anxious. What's there to be anxious about? No matter how you count it, it's a gain for us. Su Qing nodded, took a deep breath, and stored the treasure chest in her backpack. A hint of disappointment lingered on Su Qing's face. It's okay, I said it before, no matter what, it's a profit. Lin Mo patted Su Qing. In his eyes, even a simple doubling was still a profit. He didn't know why Su Qing cared so much. Su Qing placed the 2 golden treasure chests on the ground. Lin Mo opened one immediately. Open golden chest. 100 G cream bread, 2500 milliliters electrolyte water, 25 L universal fuel, 10 survival coins, 10. It wasn't bad, but it was quite different from what he had expected. Shouldn't a golden treasure chest provide blueprints or something? Otherwise, what's the point of that workbench, just for making pots and pans and other junk? Next was the main point, to see what was inside. Item 1, 12-person hot pot set. 1 Item 2, lamb chops, 10 pounds. 1 Item 3, 7-star repeating crossbow. 1 Were these 3 items better than those from the silver chest? Certainly better, but it still fell short of Lin Mo's expectations. Not to mention a handgun. Even a few grenades would have been nice. But he was quite content these were still good. As for the choice, it was simple. It had to be the 7-star repeating crossbow. Although he already had malleable metal as a weapon, he only had a composite bow for ranged weapons. But that had too high requirements for the user. Once the distance was too far, the accuracy was too low. The hand crossbow directly compensated for that. After confirming, a brown hand crossbow appeared in his hand. Above the crossbow there was a small box containing 6 crossbow bolts. Adding the 1 already on the string, that made 7 in total. No wonder it was called the 7-star repeating crossbow. The subsequent 3 refreshes supplemented some food and water. Next he opened another golden treasure chest. Open golden chest. Instant noodles, 30 or 500 milliliters, purified water, 50, fine steel long knife, 1 survival coins, 10. No blueprints. While the items were still quite good, the later items were also quite good. One could only say that the extra options provided by the golden treasure chest were indeed excellent. No matter what was chosen, it was a gain. Lu Yu looked at the even better items than before and couldn't help but recall what Su Qing had said. Her heart wavered more and more. Lin Mo looked at the pile of items with great satisfaction. Does survival have to be painful? No. It can also be enjoyable. He clapped his hands to attract the attention of the girls. After tonight's station is over, let's have a nice meal. Yay? I want to eat barbecue. Su Luo jumped up first, and pair it with cola, then finish with a sundae, and finally a yogurt. Su Qing said quietly next to her, but there's no bathroom in the car. Then will you accompany me to the bathroom later, sis? At 7:30 in the evening the station arrived. Station abandoned amusement park resources, survival coins, food weapons, others team capacity, 10 danger level, low time limit 3 hours. 3 hours. Does that mean we won't be able to eat until 10? Su Luo touched his somewhat hungry stomach. It seemed today they wouldn't have good food. Let's have a snack first. After we finish we can eat it as a late-night snack. Su Luo's eyes brightened. This was a good idea. Su Qing glanced at Su Luo, feeling a bit worried. After finishing their meal, Lin Mo drove the vehicle onto a small road. Su Qing sat next to Su Luo and whispered, "You won't blame your sister, will you?" "Of course not. Actually, I quite like Lin Mo too," Su Luo said a bit shyly. Even without Su Qing, she might have done the same thing, just a bit later than now. After all, transitioning from a good friend to another direction was somewhat hard to let go. Hearing Su Luo say this, Su Qing felt much better. Soon a rusty amusement park arch appeared before everyone. Under the illumination of the car lights, they could see the distant amusement park buildings. "Get out of the car, the path inside is too narrow to drive in." After the three girls got out, Lin Mo raised his right hand. "Remember, we have this, it's sharper than other weapons. By the way, don't forget the hand crossbow." "Got it." As usual, I'll go first, Su Luo. "Lu Yu will follow." Compared to Su Luo, Lu Yu was more reliable. The group formed a straight line, walking 2 meters apart into the interior. Lin Mo shone a flashlight along the path and soon arrived at the first amusement facility. "Lu Yu, keep watch while we dismantle." Lin Mo's silver-gloved right hand transformed into a long knife, striking down towards a seat. Crack! The seat hanging there fell directly to the ground. Then he opened the workbench to recover materials. Metal 1. 7 kilograms, miscellaneous 0. 8 kilograms. Indeed, it was necessary to find such cushioned items. Virum, virum. The sound of engines echoed and then faded, indicating that another convoy had arrived. "Is it far away?" "It seems a bit far, probably a couple 100 meters away." Lu Yu looked towards the distant, disappearing lights. "Then it seems they won't make it here. Let's hurry up." Su Luo, "Don't bother with these metal fences, just dismantle the seats." An hour later, they had already dismantled the main parts of 4 amusement facilities and several items inside the buildings. At that moment, a strange sound came from a colorful large tent in the distance. "Don't go over there, let's retreat and head to the other side," Lu Yu said urgently. Lin Mo trusted Lu Yu's instincts and quickly pulled Su family sisters back. The group retraced their steps, planning to go to another area. Lin Mo glanced back. The tent looked somewhat like an animal performance tent, likely containing wild beasts. Although recovering the tent would surely yield a lot of miscellaneous items, it wasn't worth the risk. Moreover, the amount of miscellaneous items they had was nearly sufficient. After moving away, Lu Yu suddenly said, "Do you think the dangers in places like this could be released by ourselves, just like in the previous mental hospital?" "Not necessarily. If, for example, the snake den we encountered," Lin Mo shook his head. "Danger could come from various aspects. As long as they remained vigilant, it would be fine." Just as they had just left the area, the colorful tent suddenly collapsed. Roar! A series of beast roars echoed from a distance, along with cries for help. "Help! Someone save us!" "Ah, my leg! Don't leave me behind, please!" The voices weakened until they disappeared. "Fortunately, we didn't go over there." Su Luo looked down at his clothes. "Lin Mo, do you think our equipment can protect us?" "It can keep you intact. This was just a protective suit, not armor." Roar! The roars grew closer, clearly heading in their direction. It was uncertain whether they were just wandering around or had caught their scent. Lin Mo glanced at the archway they had come through. The iron doors on either side had now closed with a lock hanging on them, clearly not wanting them to leave through here. However, Lin Mo still intended to try. He approached the entrance, and the silver metal in his hand transformed into a long knife. Ding! Warning! This is an entrance, do not attack. It seemed they needed to find an exit here. This aspect was different from other stations. Other stations had exits from the same entrances. Lin Mo looked towards the direction of the tent. "First, let's find a place to hide. If it really doesn't work, well, just kill them all." Using malleable metal, the 4 of them climbed up 2 large trees. However, it was too dark to discern the size. Nevertheless, he estimated that the area inside must be quite large, otherwise it wouldn't be able to accommodate 20 fleets. Soon a series of footsteps and panting sounds approached. A bloodstained lion walked over. Upon seeing this lion, Su Luo quickly covered her mouth. This lion was incredibly large, appearing to be about 3 to 4 meters tall, much larger than an ordinary lion. At that moment, the lion suddenly raised its head to look at the tree above. Roar! After a furious roar, it charged toward the tree. A slender sword appeared in Lu Yu's hand. She gripped it tightly and jumped down directly from the tree. The sharp silver longsword pierced through the lion's forehead, pinning it directly to the ground with its momentum. It didn't even let out a cry, dying instantly. Lin Mo and Su Qing hurriedly jumped down from the neighboring tree. Lu Yue, you're fierce. Lu Yu was actually quite scared, but she felt reassured with Su Luo around, believing that even if she got hurt, it wouldn't matter. Su Luo jumped down from the tree and rushed into Lu Yu's embrace, saying, "You scared me to death." She doubted that if Lu Yu hadn't acted, the lion would have climbed the tree and eaten her. Enough talk, let's quickly find the exit. Su Qing, collect the body. Regardless of its usefulness, it's better to gather it first. Su Qing pointed to the location of the door, saying, "I just saw what looked like a map over there, we can go take a look." The group hurried back to the entrance. To the left of the entrance, 10 meters away, was a colorful sign depicting a map. This should be the route for the sightseeing cars. Our vehicles should be able to travel here, and the exit is located at the top right corner. Lin Mo glanced at the map and said, given the number of amusement facilities, it's really quite large. No wonder it can accommodate 20 fleets. At that moment, the large door beside them suddenly opened. Creak. Su Luo's face lit up with joy. Can we leave from here? It shouldn't be possible. This is the entrance, and a vehicle is coming. A beam of light could be seen approaching from afar. Su Qing took out a vehicle, and the group hurriedly got in, driving off into the distance. Occasionally they could hear the roars of beasts through the gaps in the car windows, and there were quite a few of them. They encountered many vehicles on the road, but didn't see any people. They probably went to gather resources like them. Since someone just died, should we check if these vehicles can be salvaged? Su Luo asked. Lin Mo thought for a moment, and realized it wasn't impossible. He quickly switched to reverse, and backed the vehicle up, saying, "You all stay in the car, I'll go take a look." He quickly got out of the car, and placed his hand on the vehicle. Cannot salvage. He almost forgot vehicles couldn't be stored in the backpack. Su Qing, come here. Su Qing hurried over, and placed her hand on the vehicle, shaking her head. No, this is someone else's vehicle, it can't be salvaged. Lin Mo walked to the driver's seat, and the silver metal in his hand transformed into liquid, entering the keyhole of the main driver. Still it didn't work. He then fashioned a long knife and struck it down. One had to admit the items given by the system were indeed powerful. In just a few strikes he had removed the car door. He glanced at the vehicle, a thought crossing his mind. The long knife in his hand began to chop at the car. Soon all 6 windows of the He glanced at the vehicle, a thought crossing his mind. The long knife in his hand began to chop at the car. Soon all 6 windows of the SUV shattered, and the entire upper half of the body was cut off. Even the engine hood and trunk lid weren't spared. At that moment, footsteps and angry curses could be heard coming from afar. Damn it! Who touched our car? Stop! The number of footsteps sounded quite a lot. Pack up the stuff, or we need to leave. Before leaving, Lin Mo also dismantled 2 seats. This should be enough for the last bit of miscellaneous items needed for the upgrade. They had just gotten in the car to leave when 3 men came running back. One of them looked at his fleet's vehicles, and then glanced at the tail lights of Lin Mo's team, cursing fiercely. "Captain, what should we do? What else can we do? We fix it. Don't let me find out who it is, otherwise I will definitely kill you." On the highway, a minibus stopped by the roadside. "Can we level up to level 2 now?" Su Luo looked at the vehicle information and said, "The number of miscellaneous items is just right." Su Luo rested her chin on her hand and said, "So when we enter the station, should we just dismantle some parts from the cars?" That might not be a bad idea. Lin Mo thought this method was quite good. It just seemed a bit difficult to execute. "Let's eat first." Su Luo's eyes lit up as she hurried to the storage box at the back to get something. She was quite enthusiastic about eating. Su Qing looked at Lin Mo, saying, "What about the vehicle upgrade?" "We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. I think it will take longer to level up to 2 than to 1, so daytime is better." Half an hour later, on a newly made wooden table there was a hot pot. Beside it on the ground were rows of meat and vegetables. Su Luo was fixated on the mutton in the hot pot. As soon as the slices of meat changed color, she immediately reached for a large portion with her chopsticks. But seeing the others, she released a little and only took a small amount. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, it wasn't easy to get some food from Su Luo's hands. "Didn't you say you wanted to eat barbecue? Why did you choose hot pot?" Su Luo sighed. "I want to, but barbecue takes a lot of time. This is more convenient. If it took too long, there would be no time left at night." A scene popped into her mind, and she quickly lowered her head to eat the mutton in her bowl. By the time they finished eating, it was already close to 11. "Just let us clean up, you go rest over there." Su Qing pushed Lin Mo to the front seat. After Lin Mo sat down, Su Qing quietly asked while cleaning the table, "Are you ready?" "I'm ready." Su Luo took a deep breath, instinctively touching her somewhat hot ears. "Sister." She was still a bit nervous. This was happening too fast. Shouldn't they have spent a few months getting to know each other first? Even here they should have at least known each other for half a month. "I'm sure. I understand." Lu Yu silently observed everything, wondering if she should be more proactive. 10 minutes later, the sound of water came from the shower room at the back. Lin Mo instinctively turned his head to look. He didn't know when, but a circle of flower cloth surrounded the shower room, blocking it off completely. Didn't you say you wouldn't peek? I didn't peek, oh, I just turned my head instinctively. Lin Mo turned back to check his watch. Survival day, 5 temperature 29:35 time 23:1 devouring abyss. 20 kmh. Looking at the days displayed above, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel dazed. Had only 5 days passed. After driving for so long and experiencing so much, he thought a week had gone by. Lin Mo was taken aback. How could the speed be so fast? A tremendous force emanated from the shield. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing himself with his entire palm. 1 minute later. Why did he feel? Something was off. Half an hour later, Lin Mo exhaled deeply. Su Luo. No wonder. No wonder it felt a bit off. At this moment, the person in front of him turned around slightly, furrowing their brow before relaxing again. Lin Mo, brother. What is going on with your sister? Su Luo lowered his voice and recounted the whole story. Lin Mo understood, so that's how it is. Let's sleep first, we'll talk more tomorrow. The next day at 8 o'clock, all three had already gotten up except for Su Luo. What was the outcome? Lin Mo nodded. It certainly is like that. So if you say to start directly, will it jump straight to that number? Next. What was the outcome? Lin Mo nodded. It certainly is like that. So if you say to start directly, will it jump straight to that number? Su Qing began to think about whether she should persuade Lu Yu. If they could succeed, they might gain more and better resources. Lin Mo twitched his mouth. Su Qing's change was a bit too drastic. Could it be that she was setting her sights on Lu Yu? He fixed his gaze on Lu Yue, who was walking towards the door. Name Lu Yu, age 26 years, rating 89, favorability 97, seems like it. It's not impossible. At 9:30 the first treasure chest arrived, still a black iron chest. These silver and gold chests are indeed hard to come by. Looking at the treasure chests, Su Qing exclaimed. For us, any treasure chest is the same. Though Lin Mo said this, he was also looking forward to the silver and gold chests. After all, his talent also relied heavily on the quality of the treasure chests. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together and opened the first treasure chest. He threw the items to the back and immediately looked at the contents. Blessing of the Goddess, please choose 3 items from the following. Item 1, Basic Gene Potion, 1 Item 2, Snow Tires, 4 Item 3, 3-in-1 Sunglasses, 5 Item 4, Home Appliance Set, 1 Item 5, Explosive Firebomb 10 Hiss. The first item is this good. Basic Gene Potion. Note: after consumption, all attributes 20 of physical quality enhancement. Remember, there will be slight pain, please prepare for use afterwards. Each person can only consume it once. All attributes 20, even if it hurts, it's worth it. This item is a must. His gaze shifted to the other 4 items. The 3-in-1 sunglasses must be selected this time. As for the remaining 3, Lin Mo looked at the 3 women. There are 3 items left. These 3 items are. He recounted what was included. For these 3 items, Lin Mo didn't have a strong preference. How about choosing the firebomb? Su Qing suggested. That's somewhat of a hot weapon. After all, it would be quite hot to use. Lin Mo looked at Lu Yue, who shook her head. I have no objections. What about the home appliance set? If we have to choose, I think the home appliance set is good. If we want to cook later, we won't have to get out of the car to do it. Su Qing helplessly shrugged. Where is there a socket in the car? That seems to be the case. Although the air conditioning in the car can be used, it is built into the vehicle and not from the outside. If we choose this, we won't be able to use it. Lin Mo finalized the items and then took out the sunglasses and firebomb, handing them to Su Qing. The sunglasses doubled and the firebomb quintupled. What about the last one? It's here. A glass bottle the size of a pinky finger containing a light blue liquid appeared in Lin Mo's hand. Upon seeing the description on it, Su Qing became nervous again. What if it only triggers 2 times? Don't worry, if it really only triggers 2 times, then this other bottle will be given to Lu Yue, and in the future, when you 2 come again, there will be more opportunities. Lin Mo believed that there would be more chances in the future. Lu Yu was taken aback. This potion was actually going to be given to her. Lu Yu quickly waved her hands. Let Su Luo or Su Qing use this, I can pass. She joined later, so good things should go to those who were earlier. Su Qing nodded, then I can relax. Su Qing pointed at Lin Mo. He is the captain, listen to him. Moreover, you are the only combat power among us. She didn't think this arrangement was bad for the 2 sisters. Now they are a team. Su Qing put the potion into her backpack. Talent triggered 2 times. Their luck was really not good. There was no pattern to it, otherwise they could have tried using other items to pad it. Lin Mo took the potion and pulled Lu Yu's hand, placing one of the bottles into her hand. Hold it steady, if you drop it it'll be ruined. Lu Yu instinctively tightened her fist, lost in thought. Did he really give it to her? Under Lin Mo's gaze, Lu Yu's favorability increased again, reaching 99 points. It seems this 100 points must be achieved in another form. Ahem, doesn't that mean he will have to change people around him again in the next few days? After collecting the items from the next box, the group returned to the car. Su Luo was already sitting in the chair. Seeing the three get into the car, Su Luo's face turned red. Good morning. You finally woke up. If you hadn't, you would have missed lunch. Su Qing teased. Su Luo cast a resentful glance at his sister. It was still because of you. So, how was today's box? Very good. Su Luo looked at Lin Mo with a strange expression. This talent is really not serious. In the driver's seat, Lin Mo was just about to start the car when Su Qing pressed him down. You two go to the back to drink that potion. I will drive. Lin Mo nodded. It's better to add the attribute. In the back, Lin Mo thought about the description of the potion, taking out a mattress from the storage box and placing it on the ground. At this moment, Su Qing turned to ask, should we drink the potion first or upgrade the vehicle first? This morning it wasn't upgraded, partly because of Lin Mo's talent and partly because Su Luo hadn't woken up yet. Lin Mo thought for a moment. Let's drink the potion first and upgrade the vehicle after reaching the next treasure chest location. Alright, then I will drive. Su Qing started the vehicle and began to move along the road. Lin Mo sat side by side with Lu Yu on the mat. They both opened the cap of the potion and poured it into their mouths. The light blue potion had a sticky feeling but no taste. After about 10 seconds, the two exchanged glances. It seems like nothing. Before Lin Mo finished speaking, a pain like needles pricked at various parts of their bodies. Ugh. The two fell onto the bed simultaneously, enduring the intense pain. Every second was tormenting. After about a minute, the pain gradually disappeared. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Finally, it was over. At this moment, both of their hair was damp, and their clothes clung tightly to their bodies. Lin Mo opened his personal information. Everything was worth it. Name Lin Mo, age 23, attributes strength 30, health 30, agility 30, health 100, talent gift of the goddess, unique, triple the attributes of an average man. A single punch could probably reach over 400 kilograms. If he were to encounter the lion from yesterday, a punch should be able to directly take it down, not destroy it. It's just that yesterday's lion was much larger than an ordinary one. But he could be certain that if he met the patchwork person from the mental hospital, he could definitely kill it with one punch. He sat up and looked at Lu Yue. What are your attributes? Strength 32, health 31, agility 31. No wonder she was a practitioner of family martial arts. Her peak physical condition was indeed different. Her base attributes are already higher than those of ordinary males. Due to 50 of the world's fleets not being upgraded to LV-1, temporary stations are now being deployed 1 kilometer from each fleet. Attention! Please swiftly upgrade your vehicle to LV-1. Lin Mo gazed at the pop-up interface and couldn't help but marvel. Such a stroke of luck was truly unexpected. Yet he hadn't anticipated that on the 6th day, so many vehicles still remained unupgraded. Still, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Even within his own district, some individuals hadn't yet reached level 1, let alone across the entire world. I've spotted the station, Su Qing murmured, puzzled. This survival game feels oddly ambivalent, both urging us to live and tempting us toward death. Lin Mo shrugged. Who knows? All that matters is staying alive. Once we reach the station, remember to pause. Minutes later, the vehicle gradually slowed and came to a halt beside a roadside sign. Lin Mo leaned out to inspect the station. The station's information shimmered into view. Station temporary stop. Resources, miscellaneous materials, fuel, survival coins, food, weapons. Fleet capacity 1. Threat level low. Time limit none. Note, beware of pursuers. A genuine boon station. No time limit whatsoever. To Lin Mo, miscellaneous materials would have been better labeled raw materials. Let's go in. Su Qing turned the vehicle, sharply steering down a narrow side road. Su Luo recalled the interface just displayed. Those pursuers must be the designated hazard here. I wonder how formidable they are. If it's truly a boon station, it ought to be simple enough. Soon the vehicle entered a small town. Gazing at the 2-story buildings, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Every single window pane remained intact. The abundance of materials was staggering. Let's stop here. Has Lu Yu sensed anything? Lu Yu shook her head. Nothing detectable. The pursuer isn't nearby. Then let's disembark. Su Qing stowed the vehicle. They stood at what appeared to be the town's central hub. Shop signs hung above ground floor entrances along both sides of the street. Such locations invariably held the richest resources. Lin Mo glanced upward at one sign. It read apparel store, promising cloth and miscellaneous items. Cloth could be fashioned into garments at the workbench. Though current capabilities only permitted rudimentary clothing barely sufficient for modesty, offering little practical advantage. He twisted the handle, locked. Lin Mo extended his right hand, his silver glove liquefied, and flowed smoothly into the keyhole, effortlessly disengaging the lock. Use only the weapons we hold in hand. Lin Mo eyed the large expanse of glass window. Try cutting it cleanly. Intact glass yields more material. The more pristine the glass, the greater the yield. They possessed sufficient materials to upgrade to level 2, but not enough for level 3. Since this was a boon station, leaving without maximizing its bounty would be sheer folly. Just 2 rooms yielded nearly 3 kilograms of miscellaneous items and 5 kilograms of glass, an exhilarating haul. At that moment Lu Yu turned toward the doorway. Something's approaching. Pursuers have arrived. A strange resonant hum vibrated through the air. The group stepped outside, and there he stood, a man wearing a leather mask gripping a chainsaw, advancing toward them with unnerving calm. Lin Mo drew his crossbow and fired. Whoosh. Clang. The leather covering his head deflected the bolt outright. Whoosh. This time the bolt struck true, plunging deep into his chest. Yet the man didn't falter, not even a pause, as he continued his steady advance. Lin Mo froze. This creature resembled a human, but its utter indifference to injury echoed that of the stitched-together monstrosity from the asylum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Mo emptied his crossbow's remaining 5 bolts into the man's chest. Yet still no effect. Could his heart be on the right side? Or perhaps he has none at all? Su Luo ventured timidly. Lin Mo's lips twitched. Truth be told, he couldn't rule it out. Lu Yu, it's your turn. She nodded. Her knuckle dusters transformed instantly into a spear over 3 meters long, and she surged forward. The metal spear pierced the pursuer's wrist, then wrenched upward, shattering bone. In the next breath, Lu Yu swept the shaft horizontally across his throat. Blood erupted. Within less than a minute the pursuer collapsed lifeless. Lin Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Next time aim straight for the neck. Lu Yu shook her head. This pursuer only dies once it bleeds out completely. The crossbow bolts sealed the wound, slowing blood loss to a crawl. Lin Mo shrugged. No matter, it's dead now. Let's continue. Yet reality unfolded quite differently than anticipated. After scavenging 2 more rooms, the pursuers reappeared. This time their approach accompanied by a louder, more ominous drone. The group emerged from the building. 20 meters away, 2 figures identical to the first pursuer. Lin Mo checked the time. We've been here half an hour, so pursuers appear every 15 minutes. And their numbers escalate each wave. No wonder there's no time limit. Most fleets likely wouldn't last. This town is vast. What if we simply bypass it? Su Luo asked. Most likely in 15 minutes we'll face 5 pursuers. After several days, Lin Mo had grasped the game's fundamental principle: it never allowed exploits. Even if a flaw emerged later, the system would inevitably patch it in the next iteration. Lin Mo raised his crossbow, taking careful aim at the distant pursuers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bolts sank deep into both necks. Just as Lu Yu predicted, the impact proved utterly inconsequential. They wouldn't fall until every drop of blood drained from their bodies. These were undeniably not human, or at least not human in any ordinary sense. Lu Yu, can you handle 2 at once? Of course. Before she might have hesitated confronting 2 chainsaw-wielding foes, but now her attributes rivaled those of 3 average men combined. This time her spear elongated to 5 meters. She dashed forward, thrusting the weapon between the 2 pursuers, then swiped left and right in rapid succession, carving twin wounds. Lin Mo clicked his tongue. With Lu Yu guarding us, we could probably stay here for 3 hours. She was simply... Su Qing's lips curved faintly. I told you, the serum belonged with Lu Yu. Giving it to me or my sister would have been a waste. Then she turned to Lu Yu. How about you hold this position against the pursuers while we focus on gathering materials? Lu Yu nodded. Agreed. Lin Mo voiced quiet concern. If their numbers overwhelm you, call for us immediately. Rest assured I will. Half an hour, 1 hour, a full 90 minutes passed. Dozens of corpses and discarded chainsaws littered the ground. Lu Yu hadn't summoned them once. Lin Mo studied the latest kill count, 7 bodies. How long? 90 seconds. Lin Mo was speechless, only able to raise a thumb in silent, awestruck admiration. Brilliant. He knew unequivocally that even with such enhanced attributes, he could never dispatch 7 foes so effortlessly in under a minute and a half. Oh, and don't discard the chainsaws. Stow them in your pack. Just then the familiar whine of chainsaws sliced through the air once more, precisely on schedule every 15 minutes. Soon the familiar figures appeared, yet this time something was profoundly wrong. Lu Yu, can you manage? Her lips tightened into a grimace. It appears not. 16 figures approached from the distance, each clad in a leather mask. Their numbers had doubled. The weapons had undergone a slight change. 8 of the pursuers still wielded chainsaws, while the other 8 carried longbows. Whoosh. Raise your shields. Lin Mo shouted and instantly vanished from sight. Su Qing and Su Luo simultaneously raised their shields, covering the unprotected areas of their faces. Are we engaging them? Lu Yue, handle those with chainsaws. I'll focus on the archers. After all, these pursuers possessed a reckless, death-defying ferocity. He couldn't be certain he'd prevail against them. Lin Mo raised his right hand to his face. Silver metal flowed like liquid, coalescing into a seamless mask that fused perfectly with his helmet. In the next instant, Lin Mo charged forward, dual-wielding long blades. Yet he soon realized he'd vastly overestimated their intelligence. They made no attempt to evade his attacks. Instead, they absorbed his strikes while drawing back their longbows. There was nothing left to say. Exploiting his 30-point agility, Lin Mo darted effortlessly among the 8 pursuers, eliminating them with ease. On the opposite flank, Lu Yu moved even faster. Press onward. 15 minutes later, 32 pursuers. Another 15 minutes passed, and 64 emerged. Lin Mo glanced at the time as the new wave appeared. It seemed 2.5 hours marked the absolute limit. Board the vehicle. The group scrambled inside, accelerating straight toward the exit. As for hunting down more pursuers to gather additional materials, Lin Mo hadn't considered it. Given this exponential pattern, the next wave would number 128. Utterly unnecessary. Resources were already sufficient. Su Qing glanced back at the pursuing figures. No wonder there's no time limit. They never intended for any convoy to amass substantial materials here. Most convoys likely hit their limit after 2 hours. In truth, moving swiftly is more than enough. During those 2.5 hours, they'd collected nearly 45 kilograms of glass alone. Miscellaneous supplies totaled 60 kilograms. That was more than enough. Back on the highway, the vehicle halted. Everyone disembark. We'll upgrade the vehicle and take lunch. Wait, I'll grab something first. Su Qing hurried to the rear storage compartment, retrieved her items, and leapt out of the vehicle. Instantly, the vehicle shimmered beneath a veil of white light. This upgrade took longer than the first, but remained within acceptable bounds. Upgrade estimated at 30 minutes. Please disembark. At that moment, Su Qing produced the item she'd just retrieved from storage. It was an enormous sunshade. Shielded from direct sunlight, the air grew noticeably cooler. When on earth did I choose this? Lin Mo stared blankly at the sunshade. Su Qing laid 4 cushions on the ground. Must have been yesterday. Sunshade, yoga mat, and baseball cap. We settled on this one, at least it's useful. Ah, yes, those 3 items do ring a bell. Lin Mo recalled the selection. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards Su Luo, who had just sat down. Why are you looking at me? That was Lu Yu's choice, not mine. Why did every questionable decision land squarely on her shoulders? This time truly it wasn't her. Lu Yu silently raised her hand. It was mine. Whosever it was, it makes no difference. Su Luo widened her eyes. Brother Lin Mo, you weren't like this before. Enough, let's eat. Just after 1 o'clock, the white radiance enveloping the vehicle faded. Congratulations. The vehicle has upgraded to level 2. Living quarters unlocked. Vehicle repair function activated. Current living area 20 square meters. Let's go take a look. All 4 rushed aboard. A partition now divided the rear section, its wooden door standing firmly in place, splitting the vehicle cleanly into 2 distinct zones. The front accommodated driver and passenger seats, plus 2 rows of seating, 10 people total. Lin Mo opened the wooden door, revealing a spacious, empty room. Is this the bedroom? Su Luo peered in. Looks like one, but more accurately a studio apartment. A table with 4 chairs, a wardrobe, and a double bed filled the space. A storage chest rested quietly in the corner. This works perfectly. 2 on the bed, 2 on the floor, Su Qing remarked approvingly. That way nighttime discomfort would be significantly reduced, though silence remained mandatory. So the living quarters are simply for eating and sleeping. Su Luo scratched his head. Enough analysis, let's move. We need to reach today's destination before nightfall, and aim for 2 more treasure chests tonight. Lin Mo strode toward the driver's seat. I'll drive. Su Qing beat him to the driver's seat. Lin Mo didn't mind. Whoever drove, he welcomed the chance to rest. He raised his wrist to check his watch. Day 6 of survival. Temperature 26 C 32 C. Time 1333. The Abyssal Devourer. 25 kmh. It was already day 6, meant the novice phase would end imminently. If his memory served, the highway shifted every 7 days. Whether tomorrow or the day after remained uncertain. He opened the vehicle information interface. Vehicle minibus. Quality grade F. Level LV. 2. Fuel tank 37. 2L 150L. Fuel consumption 1L per 20 kilometers. Top speed 120 kmh. Upgrade requirements: metal 59. 7 120 kilograms. Glass 30 kilograms. Miscellaneous 43. 8 50 kilograms. Living area 20 square meters. Humph. This level up granted little beyond the living quarters. Then again, the upgrade requirements had grown markedly stricter. Lin Mo stroked his chin. He was far more curious about how quality could be improved. Did quality automatically rise upon leveling up? Lin Mo exhaled deeply. Cross that bridge when you reach it. Then he opened the regional channel. Joy and despair mingled in equal measure. Haha. Our team's vehicle reached level 1 with resources to spare. We only stayed an hour. How could there possibly be so many? Don't mention it. We swore unity, yet 2 other convoys charged straight in. Wait, that can't be right. Aren't we all on the same highway? Shouldn't you have encountered them waiting at the entrance? We literally didn't encounter them. Lin Mo arched an eyebrow at the messages. So even entering the same site didn't guarantee emergence at the original location. Lin Mo shook his head. Why dwell on such uncertainties? So long as food was plentiful, shelter sound, life secure, and the abyssal devourer kept at bay, all was well. An hour later, the second treasure chest of the day appeared. It's 2:30 now. If this pace holds, we'll reach the 5th chest before 6 o'clock. The 5th chest signaled arrival at the designated site. May today's site prove favorable, and perhaps tomorrow the vehicle would ascend directly to level 3. This time only Lin Mo and Su Qing disembarked. As Lin Mo put it, no point sending everyone down, just watching waste time. Fortune smiles, this one's 5-fold. Su Qing sighed heavily. Lin Mo looked at her puzzled. Isn't that excellent? Why the sigh? High multipliers rarely yield rare items, but common materials appear with high frequency under such odds. It's maddening. There's no discernible pattern, don't overthink it. Besides, we've scarcely encountered truly exceptional items, so low probability is only natural. Lin Mo opened the first black iron chest without further delay. Black iron chest opened 100G energy bars, 305L universal fuel 2. Same familiar contents, handed straight to Su Qing. Next came inspection of the loot. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes. Had he truly seen correctly? Could a black iron chest possibly generate this item? This talent is even more formidable than he imagined. This item is quite impressive. 10 minutes later, 5 black iron treasure chests contributed a heap of resources. Lin Mo happily took the card from Su Qing's hands and said, you can put the resources into the storage box first. I will use this card. The card transformed from 1 into 2, or rather in most cases it simply doubled. He directly chose to use it, and in the next moment a panel appeared before him. Everything except for the resources had already been filled out. Station small exclusive station. Resources, fleet capacity 1. Risk level low. Time limit 30 minutes. Surprisingly, it only granted half an hour. How stingy. However, for a free station, what more could one ask for? Looking at the empty slots provided above, it should allow for the entry of 3 types of items. Lin Mo's eyes flickered and information was quickly filled in. Resources, survival coins, survival coins, survival coins. Then he chose to use it. Resources are the same, cannot be used. Side the road is completely blocked. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo modified it several times before he could finally use it. Resources, survival coins, other food. Initially he wanted to write miscellaneous items in glass, but the card wouldn't allow it. It had to include other. After confirming, the card in his hand transformed into a streak of light that fell onto the ground of the road. A sign appeared. Splash. A fork in the road appeared on the side of the highway extending inward. The information displayed on the sign was exactly what he had filled out. Su Luo quickly poked her head out and asked, why did a station suddenly appear? Is it a temporary station? Lin Mo took out another card. It's a station item that can create a custom station. Su Luo and Lu Yu's mouths dropped. Such a thing exists. Don't think too much, there is only half an hour. Once we go in, Su Qing must immediately secure the vehicle. After that, the 2 of you will form a team to explore together and be sure to keep track of time. 15 minutes later, a street appeared ahead of the vehicle. The length seemed to be about 100 meters. There were only 2 rows of buildings. Half an hour would be enough. 15 minutes later, a street appeared ahead of the vehicle. The length seemed to be about 100 meters. There were only 2 rows of buildings. Half an hour would be enough. Be careful, this area has a low risk level, so it's either beasts or zombies. Stay alert. Lin Mo and Su Luo entered the house on the left. The first was a breakfast shop. They'll break the glass, you check the drawers and cabinets, and keep an eye out for survival coins. Not asking for much, gaining a total of 10 survival coins in half an hour would be a profit. Lin Mo quickly smashed the glass. Due to the limited time, he directly shattered it. Every little bit that could be decomposed counts. He not only worked quickly himself, but also loudly reminded Lu Yu and the others. Don't be too meticulous, oh just smash it, and keep an eye on the drawers and cabinets. Perhaps due to the small area, Su Luo opened a drawer and found a survival coin. She then found another one in the drawer. Not bad, we got a total of 2 survival coins. Well, that is indeed good luck. Hurry up and decompose the other items. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo and the others had arrived at the 5th room. This was a clothing store. Lin Mo reached out, and a piece of clothing fell off. Such items yield nothing even if decomposed. Su Luo shook her head and said, is there nothing at the cash register? There's nothing in the cabinets either. Then this room may not have anything. Let's move to the next one. Just as Lin Mo reached the door, he heard a faint sound that pierced his ears. What's wrong, brother Lin Mo? There's a strange sound. Let's step outside for a moment. Just as the two of them exited, Lu Yu and Su Qing. What's wrong, brother Lin Mo? There's a strange sound. Let's step outside for a moment. Just as the two of them exited, Lu Yu and Su Qing also came out from the opposite side. Did you hear that too? Lu Yu nodded and said, I heard it as well, but my talent didn't react, so it should be quite far away. More than 50 meters. Lin Mo quickly said, get the vehicle out facing the exit. No matter how good their hearing was, they couldn't hear sounds from 50 meters away. That only leaves one possibility. The sound must be very loud. After taking out the vehicle, the group hurriedly got in. Are we really just leaving like this? Isn't that a waste of the station? Su Luo quickly said. With 20 minutes left before leaving, they should still have time to find 15 more minutes. The two teams could at least gather an additional 20 survival coins. That would be too much of a loss. Would you rather have coins than your life? Lin Mo tapped Su Luo on the head. How did this kid become like this? Soon the sound grew louder in his and Lu Yu's ears. The direction was right behind the vehicle. The group leaned out of the windows to look towards the rear of the vehicle. A cloud of dust approached from afar. When they saw what was on the ground, Su Luo jumped in shock and exclaimed, what a huge rat. They saw a swarm of rats, each comparable in size to an adult house cat, approaching with bared yellow teeth. Lin Mo hesitated. Although there were many, these shouldn't be considered dangerous. Close the windows first. It wasn't long after the windows were shut that the rats arrived. The rats stopped at the side of the vehicle, then piled up into a small mountain, completely engulfing the entire vehicle. The inside of the car instantly became dark. They could hear the crunching sounds of the rats gnawing at the vehicle. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. This number was more than he expected. Let's drive. He truly had no other option. No matter how strong his attributes were, he couldn't kill all those rats. Creak. The vehicle started crushing one rat after another. Soon light streamed back into the car. After leaving the station and returning to the road, Lin Mo opened the window and leaned out to look at the vehicle. The exterior was covered in dents from the rats gnawing. He opened the vehicle information panel and clicked the repair button. Do you wish to spend 12 iron ingots for repairs? Confirm. With the consumption of the iron ingots, the entire vehicle was restored to its former glory. Unexpectedly, the vehicle's newly upgraded function was immediately put to use. That was terrifying. I've never seen such a large rat before. Su Luo exclaimed excitedly as she and her sister had always lived in the city. Even when they visited towns, the largest rat they had seen was merely palm-sized. Aren't there plenty online? In real life? Su Luo quickly added. Su Qing and Lu Yu were also startled, but not as exaggerated as Su Luo. After all, they had just experienced a snake's den, so they were somewhat prepared. Do you want to use the other card? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment and replied, yes, of course, but let's wait until we reach the next treasure chest location. It's only half an hour anyway, it won't delay us much. However, just as they arrived at the next treasure chest location, the panel automatically popped up. The secret realm treasure chest has been opened. The primitive forest maze will open in 10 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Note the main products of this secret realm are treasure chests and food. There's actually a secret treasure chest. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. He thought there were only chests with reasons. Do we need to prepare anything? Su Qing asked hurriedly. Lin Mo pondered. Just clear the backpack as much as possible, leaving only weapons and food just in case. 10 minutes later, a flash of white light passed, and everyone opened their eyes again. Surrounding them were towering giant trees and lush bushes, no longer the endless yellow land. Where's the maze? Lin Mo raised his hand and pointed ahead, only to see a row of large trees blocking the road. It should be easy to drive through. At that moment, a line of text suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. You have entered the forest maze. The maze will last for 3 hours. Looking at this time, Lin Mo frowned. They would miss the station tonight. Unless they drove through the night. He took a deep breath. Then, let's get started. Lin Mo started the vehicle and drove along the road. Soon its junction appeared. He looked left and right, immediately choosing the right side, where a silver treasure chest was placed on the ground. We are lucky we encountered a resource box just upon entering. As the vehicle came to a stop, Lu Yu's gaze turned to the right side of the vehicle. I sensed danger to the right, something on the roadside. Lin Mo put on a pair of sunglasses and switched to infrared mode. However, he found nothing. Lu Yu and I will get out of the car, you all stay inside. The two of them approached the car, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Mo leaned against the front of the car and looked to the right. Are you sure it's by the roadside? The roadside had only 2 thriving trees and a bush. Lu Yu slowly approached the front of the car, her sense of crisis increasingly evident. I'm sure it's right. Whoosh. A green snake darted out from the leaves of a large tree, heading straight for Lu Yu's face. If it had been before, Lu Yu might have fallen for it. But now her agility was as high as 30 points. Almost at the same time, a riot shield appeared in her hand, and her right hand transformed into a long knife. Swish. The green snake was cut in half, the riot shield blocking the snake's head portion. Crisis of Lin Mo smacked his lips. That reaction speed was a bit too fast. If it were him, he would at most have blocked the snake's attack. Cutting it in 2 would have taken some effort. But since the crisis was averted, he could call Su Qing over. Su Qing. Su Qing got out of the car and turned one treasure chest into 2. Lin Mo opened the treasure chest and threw the items onto the ground. He then glanced over the items and chose one to place on the ground, finishing as quickly as possible. From parking to driving took less than 5 minutes. If we encounter treasure chests this quickly in the future, that would be great. The girls nodded. If that were the case, how much resources could they obtain? After a few turns they encountered resources again. But this time it wasn't a treasure chest, it was 5 bottles of purified water and 5 loaves of bread placed in the center of the road. Better than nothing, Lin Mo said, but before he finished, Lu Yu's voice rang out. There's something on the left side of the road. Lin Mo looked to the left. In infrared mode, a one-dimensional creature stood behind a large tree. It appeared to be a wolf. It's a wolf. Oh, it will be easy to deal with. An hour and a half later, Lin Mo drove the vehicle, turning left and right. It had been over half an hour since they last encountered something. What's the purpose of this maze? Every time resources appeared, it was on the road, and then there would be some wild beasts appearing. But what does this have to do with the maze? The only thing related to the maze seemed to be the dead ends they encountered. They needed to reverse and take a different route. At that moment, they turned left again, and a wall formed by large trees appeared before their eyes. Another dead end. Lin Mo was speechless. He couldn't even count how many dead ends he had encountered. Just as he was about to reverse, Su Qing hurriedly pressed his shoulder. Wait. What is it? Su Qing looked toward the corner of the ground ahead. Look at that corner on the left. Isn't that a treasure? Lin Mo focused his gaze. Indeed, there seemed to be a metallic edge in the corner close to the left side, looking very much like a treasure chest. Lin Mo shifted into drive and entered the dead end. This dead end was different from the others. Inside was a slightly larger open space. On the left side of the ground were 5 resource boxes, 4 black iron and 1 silver. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This maze was fantastic. Even if it was just double, that would be 10 treasure chests. If they were just a bit luckier, they would be rich. Is there anything on the right? Lu Yue in the passenger seat nodded. There's a roast chicken, 2 large bags of instant noodles, and over 20 bottles of purified water. Perhaps this is the true gameplay of the maze. Lin Mo suddenly paused. Could it be that the dead ends we encountered earlier? Su Qing recalled and shook her head. The previous ones didn't have this kind of space. That should be fine. It's good if there's nothing. If they missed out on so many things, he would have to go back to take a look no matter what. Lin Mo looked at Lu Yue. Is it safe here? Normally when resources appeared, there would definitely be wild beasts nearby. Lu Yue shook her head. I didn't sense anything. Huh. There's nothing with so many items. That doesn't make sense. Lin Mo scanned the area and didn't find anything unusual. Be careful. Make sure to hold your weapons tightly. He felt that things weren't that simple. Su Luo and Su Qing had 2 low attributes, so they stayed in the car, sitting in the main and passenger seats, ready to support with their crossbows. After Lin Mo got out of the car, he observed the surroundings of the treasure chest. Aside from plants, there didn't seem to be any problems, and Lu Yu didn't give any warnings. Let's take the resource boxes first. Just as Lin Mo approached the treasure chest, Lu Yu's expression changed. Don't get close. Lin Mo halted his steps. Before he could ask why, he saw a vine as thick as a thumb shooting towards him from a large tree. Lin Mo rolled away just in time to dodge the attack. Lu Yu's figure dashed over her hand, transforming the metal into a straight knife, cutting directly at the vine. Lin Mo's eyes twitched. Was this even reasonable? Plants can attack people. Seems like it's not moving anymore. They both stood there, and the vine on the tree showed no reaction. Lu Yu nodded. That sense of crisis has also disappeared. Lin Mo's heart stirred, and he took 2 more steps forward. The vine shot out again towards him. This time prepared, Lin Mo raised his shield immediately. However, the next moment the vine wrapped around the shield upon contact, trying to pull it away. But Lin Mo wouldn't let it take it away. With a slight exertion, the vines shattered instantly. Is that all? Lin Mo was transporting the treasure chest, while Lu Yu was forcefully tearing the vines one by one. After some time, they were startled to find the vines were surprisingly fragile. With a bit of effort, they could easily break them. Had they known this, they wouldn't have been so cautious from the start. After throwing the resource box onto the vehicle, the two moved to the food area where the familiar vines awaited them. Lin Mo grabbed a vine and felt its strength. It was indeed quite powerful. Most normal people would likely be taken away by it. But it was useless against them. After collecting everything, the two returned to the vehicle. This time Lu Yu was responsible for driving, while Lin Mo and Su Qing opened the boxes in the back. Su Qing stored the boxes one by one into her backpack. 2 times 2 times 2 times. When the fourth black iron box was stored, it triggered a 10-fold increase. I should have taken the silver treasure chest earlier. Su Qing shook her head. After so many times she had come to, the last silver treasure chest still triggered a 2-fold increase. Thus these treasure chests turned into 16 black iron chests and 2 silver chests. Looking at these treasure chests, Lin Mo rubbed his hands together. They had made quite a profit this time. Every time Lin Mo opened a treasure chest, he would pull out a pile of items. Su Qing didn't even need to look. She simply stored the items in her backpack. After a few minutes, only 2 silver chests remained in front of them. Lin Mo had shifted from squatting to sitting cross-legged. He rubbed his neck, feeling tired from opening the treasure chests for the first time. Just then a pair of icy little hands rested on his neck, gently massaging. Is it here? Yes, it's right here. To his surprise, Su Qing's massage technique was quite good, especially the cool sensation. Lin Mo quickly shook his head. It was time to focus on the task at hand. I really don't want to interrupt you, but it seems we've encountered another convoy. This clearly indicated the intensity of the other party's hostility. As we get closer, just crash into them. However, before Lu Yu could act, the other side suddenly accelerated straight toward them. This clearly indicated the intensity of the other party's hostility. As we get closer, just crash into them. However, before Lu Yu could act, the other side suddenly accelerated straight toward them. Lu Yu stepped on the gas, and their vehicles collided directly. But since their vehicle had already reached level 2, its power was clearly stronger than that of the opponent's vehicle. The small bus forcibly knocked the off-road vehicle sideways. In the back seat, a bald, muscular man leaned out of the window, his eyes filled with greed and desire. The muscular man climbed out of the window and jumped to the ground, pulling out a machete as he ran toward the driver's seat. Yellow-skinned monkey, hand over your women and resources. The long knife continuously struck the driver's side window. Stop the vehicle. Who will take responsibility for this? Lu Yu looked at the window. Leave this to me. Then you two handle the ones outside. I will assist you from the side. Lu Yu pressed the door button and the back door of the small bus opened. Lin Mo and the others directly got out from the back. Lin Mo didn't need to worry about Lu Yu. With her attributes higher than his, he should be more concerned about the muscular man. Lu Yu's hands were covered in silver metal as she pressed the car window. The muscular man's eyes lit up and he reached out to grab Lu Yu's neck. Crack! Oh! The muscular man screamed, clutching his injured arm, collapsing to the ground. Lu Yu opened the door and leisurely jumped to the ground. She raised her foot and forcefully kicked between the man's legs. I also dislike that lustful look in your eyes. On the other side, Su Qing and Su Luo faced off against 2 other blonde men. However, after several encounters, Su Qing and Su Luo were at a significant disadvantage in strength. Su Qing directly took out a crossbow aimed at the opponent's neck and pulled the trigger. Due to the close distance, the bolt pierced through the neck and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Su Luo also took out a hand crossbow and aimed at another person's thigh. Su Qing, don't help Su Luo, I'll let her kill him herself. After a few more experiences, they should be fully adapted. Except for Lu Yu. She seemed to have already adapted. Lin Mo approached the off-road vehicle and opened the door, momentarily stunned. Leave one alive. Su Luo quickly retracted the falling knife. What happened? There's still one person in their vehicle. Lu Yu and Su Qing came over. In the back seat, a well-dressed woman with an East Asian appearance appeared before them. The red palm print on her face hadn't faded, indicating she had been knocked unconscious. They couldn't be referred to as them since this team only had this one person left. The man had initially planned to be tough, but after Lin Mo's guidance, he dared not hide anything, only seeking a quick death from Lin Mo. The woman in the back was someone this convoy had just kidnapped less than half an hour ago. As for the original team members, they were all killed. Lu Yu sighed. This is only the 6th day. It's quite normal. After all, their country's situation is like that. Even in our country there are such people. Oh, let's not forget about prisons. Lin Mo glanced at Su Qing, feeling somewhat helpless. Lu Yue bring back their watches, they'll go take a look. He approached Su Qing and Su Luo. Su Qing was softly calling Miss. Miss. Brother Lin Mo, she won't wake up at all. Ooh, I've even treated her. Su Luo quickly said. You two step aside. Su Luo and Su Qing moved aside. Lin Mo held a bottle of purified water, and in the shocked eyes of the two, he directly opened it and poured it on the woman's face. Cough. The woman opened her eyes wide and quickly sat up. See, it's all good now. He looked at the woman. The ones who captured you have been killed, your teammates are dead. Will you follow us, or wait? The woman calmly looked around. All who had captured her were dead. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She glanced at Lin Mo, and then at the three women remaining silent. After giving Su Qing a glance, Lin Mo walked toward Lu Yu. He glanced back at the woman. Name Lan Shu, age 32, rating 92, favorability 30, perhaps, because they had saved her favorability had reached 30 points. She can join the team. Here you go. Lu Yu handed 3 watches to Lin Mo. Lin Mo handed one of the watches to Lu Yue. You need to increase your backpack capacity too. No, I think they should all go to Su Qing. Lin Mo thought this was reasonable, so he didn't absorb the watches himself, leaving them aside for the 2 women. As the 3 women approached, Lu Yu glanced at Lan Shu and then down at herself. How did they all eat? Does this mean she will also become our team member? Every additional member means more strength for us. As for resources, the more people there are, the more resources he would have. He wasn't worried at all. Everything else is just a bonus. At this moment, Su Luo linked her arm with Lan Shu's. Seeing this, Lin Mo knew they were set. Su Qing, take that vehicle. After spending a full 3 hours in the maze, they drove for a while after coming out, and now it was already past 6 o'clock. This should be our third. After spending a full 3 hours in the maze, they drove for a while after coming out, and now it was already past 6 o'clock. This should be our third treasure chest of the day, right? Lu Yu asked. It seems so. The time lapse was too long, and Lin Mo had also forgotten. No need to worry about that. We'll see when we encounter a station. Sitting in the back seat, Lan Shu saw that everyone had gotten out of the car. She adjusted her bodycon dress and followed them out. Then she crossed her arms over her chest. She wanted to let it down, but 2 buttons of her top were missing. If she loosened her grip, the clothing would not hold. Soon she and Lu Yu had the same experience, shock after shock. And when Su Qing and the other 2 girls were preparing the meal, she was even more shocked. Beef lamb canned food. Is this reasonable? Upon entering the living area of the vehicle, Lan Shu was stunned. Wait a minute. Isn't this a minibus? How did it turn into an RV? No, that's not right either. The width and length of this space are not right. In the next moment, Lin Mo took out cola and Sprite from his backpack again. Looking at the table full of food, Lan Shu lost her ability to speak. The survival of this small team was different from theirs. They ate energy bars, and if they were lucky, they might have. As for water, it was just plain water, nothing else. And here wasn't the food too plentiful. Let us raise our glasses to welcome the new team member. As per tradition, a sumptuous meal is used to boost goodwill. If there was enough time, he would have taken out hot pot or barbecue. At first, Lan Shu was a bit reserved, but when faced with delicious food, her reservations were thrown aside. As for her clothing, she simply ignored it. Lin Mo happened to sit directly opposite Lan Shu. The view was magnificent. It was grand, deep, and unfathomable. After finishing the meal, it was already dark. After tidying up the dining table, everyone returned to the front and continued to move forward. Su Qing was driving. Su Luo was in the passenger seat, while Lin Mo sat with Lan Shu. What is your talent? Upon hearing this question, Lan Shu couldn't help but blush. Lin Mo said softly, even if it's a level talent, it's fine. Our team has no requirements for talent. Lan Shu had a conflicted expression. She glanced at Su Qing and the others, and then at Lin Mo out of the corner of her eye. Should she say this talent or not? If she said it, then she. At this moment, Su Qing spoke up. In this small team, talent level is not the most important. Lan Shu took a deep breath. My talent is a bit special. Can I only tell you? Lan Shu looked at Lin Mo somewhat embarrassedly. Actually, telling others wouldn't be a problem. She just didn't want so many people staring at her. Lin Mo nodded, somewhat puzzled about what talent could be so sensitive. The two pushed open the door and returned to the living area, shutting the door behind them. Sister, don't you know her talent? Su Luo asked curiously. Su Qing shook her head. I didn't think much about it at the time, and... Do you think the quality of talent matters to us? Su Luo thought about last night and couldn't help but blush. It seems it really doesn't matter. Lu Yu silently looked at the time on her watch, calculating. If the station's time isn't long, it should be fine. She took a deep breath. Everything was for a better life. Meanwhile, in the living area, Lin Mo stared blankly at Lan Shu, doubting his hearing. Could there really be such a talent? You didn't say anything wrong. Did your previous teammates know? Lan Shu blushed and shook her head. I didn't say anything. If she spoke out, she would be in big trouble. Moreover, if she hadn't seen that there were 3 girls here, she wouldn't have said anything. Lin Mo gasped, unable. Seeing this, Lan Shu stepped back cautiously. Su Qing said, this small team is very free. You won't force us to do anything else, will you? Cough cough, I'm just a bit surprised, Awam. Can you share your talent with me to see? A talent appeared before Lin Mo's eyes, the description matching what Lan Shu said. He never expected there could be such a talent. Joy level 0-10. After daily joy, both parties gain 1 to all attributes. With the same person, it can stack continuously, and the stacking attributes cannot exceed 50 of each attribute. From the description, Lin Mo could increase all attributes by 15 points. This effect is quite powerful. The main point is that this talent is also an upgradable skill. If it reaches SS level, it's hard to imagine what the effect would be. Lin Mo swallowed hard and glanced at Lan Shu. Name: Lan Shu, age 32, rating 92, favorability 50, no rush. Oh, let's wait until the favorability reaches 85 before talking. Lin Mo swallowed hard and glanced at Lan Shu. Name: Lan Shu, age 32, rating 92, favorability 50, no rush. Oh, Lin Mo swallowed hard and glanced at Lan Shu. Name: Lan Shu, age 32, rating 92, favorability 50, no rush. Not to mention her, even the Su sisters were curious. Soon they arrived at the 4th treasure chest of the day. At night, there were still 2 treasure chests, but this time, they were all black iron treasure chests. After getting out of the car, Su Qing grabbed Lan Shu and immediately inquired about her talent. Lan Shu had a good impression of Su Qing and felt that telling her about this talent was no big deal. Su Qing looked at Lan Shu in surprise. Your talent really matches well with Lin Mo. Huh? What? Nothing, let's pack up the gear and get back in the car. At 8:30 p.m. the 5th treasure chest also arrived, and the station appeared. Before Lin Mo could finish opening the treasure chest, Lu Yu rushed to the station. Station: Baifu Shopping Mall, resources, survival coins, food, others, team capacity 3, danger level, low, time limit 1 hour. Seeing this time, Lu Yu let out a sigh. There's enough time. You've checked your watch several times today. Su Qing's voice came from Lu Yu's side. It seems I don't need to advise you anymore. Indeed, I don't need to. I don't even know when it started, but I seem to have accepted it even. Have some expectations. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Hearing this, she realized she had a similar experience. Her sister was simply shy. Thinking of this, Su Qing directly found her sister. Huh. Expectations. Su Luo thought for a moment. I guess it was on the 2nd or 3rd day when I felt that way, but you know me. Su Qing nodded. She understood somewhat. No wonder sometimes she wanted to stick close to Lin Mo. It turned out to be like this. This talent is really not proper. Lin Mo waved to Su Qing. Hurry up and gather the resources, we're setting off. The vehicle rolled into the station and automatically halted in the parking lot, its engine falling silent. Clearly driving was no longer permitted. 2 other cars were already parked beside them. At that moment, a 3rd vehicle entered the station. Stow the car into the inventory, then let's explore them all. After disembarking, Su Qing raised her hand, and the vehicle vanished without a trace. The driver in the adjacent vehicle rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then urgently nudged his teammate. Did you see that? Did you see it? I saw it. How did they do it? I have no idea, but I do know those women are stunning. It was 10 o'clock at night. Our haul from the previous station was promising. We've gathered sufficient miscellaneous supplies. Now only metal remains, just 50 kilograms more, and we'll trigger another upgrade. Lin Mo felt thoroughly satisfied. He hadn't forgotten. He held an exclusive personal station. Next time he'd prioritize entering it first. If fortune smiled upon him, he might even ascend immediately. All right, it's late. Time to sleep. The women glanced at the 2 mattresses. Su Qing spoke up at once. Sister Lan Shu, and I will sleep on the floor with Lan Shu. You 2 take the mattress. Agreed. For people crammed onto one mattress would be uncomfortably tight. Lu Yu nodded. Then it settled. Without Lin Mo uttering a word, Su Qing had already orchestrated everything. Lin Mo glanced at Lu Yu. Evidently they'd reached a quiet consensus. Su Qing led Lan Shu to the corner housing the shower stall. You may bathe here, but keep it under 10 minutes. Lan Shu nodded. Understood. She hadn't expected bathing to be possible at all. Su Qing added gently, this is all thanks to Lin Mo's unique talent. Though don't worry, he's genuinely decent. We've known him for years. Lan Shu nodded and stepped into the shower, stripping bare before turning on the faucet. Warm water gushed from the shower head, a sensation of pure, profound relief. 10 minutes later, the bathroom door cracked open just enough to pass through a set of undergarments and sleepwear. Make do with these, they're better than nothing. Staring at the lingerie Su Qing had delivered, Lan Shu's mind momentarily stalled. Is this overly provocative? Yet recalling that everyone wore similar attire, she decided it was after all acceptable. After dressing, Lan Shu quietly slipped beneath the quilt laid out on the floor. Lin Mo paid her no particular attention. Her affinity level simply wasn't yet significant. His gaze lingered instead between the space before him and Lu Yu, until it was Lu Yu's turn. Only then did Lin Mo shift his focus to the regional channel. Tomorrow marks day 7. The novice protection period ends. So many perished during protection. How many will fall once it lifts? I wonder, what is a special station? Lin Mo stroked his chin. Whether such stations appeared randomly for all, or only for select individuals, remained unknown. Should they switch stations upon encountering one? From what he gleaned across the world, channel highways bore distinct environmental signatures depending on their designation. If pressed to choose a favorite, he'd likely pick the forest highway, temperate, serene, lush. Yet changing highways meant risking dispersal across unknown, unpredictable terrain. Thus the wisest course remained halt immediately upon discovering a special station. Just then, the lights went out. Footsteps approached. Then a warm, supple body slid beneath the covers, vaulting over him to nestle deeper inside. Lin Mo didn't stir. Not yet. The three below still hadn't retired. Nor did he feel inclined to monitor the regional channel. At that instant, he sensed movement beside him, shifting, inching closer. Wait, they're not asleep yet. I know. Lin Mo's eye twitched. If you know, why won't your hands... Where did you vanish? The room lay utterly still. Lin Mo drew a slow, deep breath, attempting total calm. But how could he possibly relax? 2 hours later, team member Lu Yu's affinity has reached 100 points. Next treasure chest triggers a special effect, Goddess's Favor. You'd better take. Lu Yu nudged Lin Mo. He mumbled drowsily, too tired. This is fine. At dawn, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. Lu Yu's figure had already vanished. He turned his head. Only Lan Shu remained asleep on the floor, the others were already awake. Lin Mo rose, stretched languidly, and prepared for the day ahead. Oh, put your clothes on now. Lan Shu cried out, cheeks blazing crimson. Her hands clapped over her eyes, instinctively parted just enough to peek. Lin Mo glanced down, and flushed deeply. No wonder it felt so drafty. In seconds he dressed. Clearing his throat, he placed a set of protective gear and a malleable alloy ingot beside Lan Shu. With these shortly, he hurried out, still strangers after all. Had it been Su Qing, well, perhaps another hour would have passed before he emerged. Such was the price of heightened attributes. Once Lin Mo left, Lan Shu blushed fiercely while dressing, her thoughts involuntarily replaying the earlier scene. She shook her head sharply. What am I even imagining? Meanwhile, Lin Mo pushed open the door and stepped outside, where the three women were preparing breakfast. Breakfast? No need to go to such lengths. Yet they were grilling steaks. We only have 5 fillets left, hardly worth occupying an entire inventory slot. Su Qing shrugged. She'd never have retrieved it had quantities been greater. Then she glanced at Lu Yu. Any exceptional items today? Lu Yu shifted uneasily, brave in action, hesitant in confession. There will be. Lin Mo remained unruffled. After all, this was their 3rd time. He watched the 3 women, and sighed inwardly. Survival. Survival is magnificent. One must survive absolutely. At 9:30 m. the first wave of treasure chests arrived. Lin Mo flung open the door and leapt out. Su Qing followed instantly, snatching the black iron chest into her inventory. 2 as always. Setting them down, she asked, there was also a temporary station yesterday. Shall we use it? Absolutely. Perhaps our vehicle upgrades today. Lin Mo opened the chest. Familiar formula. Familiar essence. Goddess's Favor. Choose 3 items from the following list. Item 1, Basic Agility Potion 1. Item 2, Universal Tire 4. Item 3, Eco-Friendly Commode 1. Item 4, Thermostatic Athletic Suit 5. Item 50. 001 TT50. The Agility Potion was non-negotiable. The rest posed a dilemma. As for the final item, he already possessed dozens, varying scent styles, configurations. Ahem, your expertise is needed now. How shall we decide? The Su sisters and Lu Yu accepted this without surprise. Stranger artifacts had crossed their path before. Lan Shu, however, blinked in astonishment. 3 selections at once. Su Luo suddenly asked, is that commode actually legitimate? Predictably, Su Luo earned a swift reprimand from her elder sister. Cradling her head, Su Luo glared plaintively at her sister. Sis, that was excessive. Who filled your head with such nonsense? Humph. Last night someone played Golden Sentinel. MMPH. Her words were cut off by Su Qing. Though unfinished, the implication hung unspoken and universally understood. Ultimately, besides the agility potion, Lin Mo retained the commode and the TT. He'd initially declined the latter, yet 3 votes swayed him. Their justification. It staunches bleeding. Look ahead. What's that? In the distance loomed a stark black structure, jarringly conspicuous against the endless ochre wasteland. The black building appeared small from a distance, but upon approaching it revealed itself to be surprisingly large. Peering through the window, one could see parking spaces within. At the same time, a panel automatically popped up. Congratulations on reaching a special platform, huh? Encountering a platform so early. Su Luo exclaimed in surprise. He then shifted his gaze to Lin Mo, and the other three girls also looked over. It was still morning, and if they remained at the platform, they wouldn't be able to acquire any treasure chests today. He then shifted his gaze to Lin Mo, and the other three girls also looked over. It was still morning, and if they remained at the platform, they wouldn't be able to acquire any treasure chests today. Indeed, it was somewhat difficult to make a choice. Let's not rush, let me think for a moment. Lin Mo opened the regional channel, and there were quite a few teams at the special platform. However, everyone was uncertain about whether to stay here. Currently, this road was relatively better compared to others. The temperature was neither too hot nor too cold, and there weren't many strange occurrences on the road. As for the devouring abyss, it was something that existed on any road and didn't require consideration. The most challenging aspect of this road seemed to be nothing more than sandstorms. Since our team has already left, switching is fine, and after the beginner phase ends it should be manageable. We want to leave, but it's only a little past 9, and the devouring abyss will likely catch up to us soon. Never mind, our team isn't leaving. This road is quite good. Surprisingly, there were quite a few teams choosing to stay. At that moment, Su Luo exclaimed, "Look! A vehicle has appeared at the platform." Everyone turned to see a gray van occupying one of the parking spaces inside. The doors of the vehicle opened, and 2 men and 2 women stepped out. Upon seeing Lin Mo and the others, they paused, their eyes filled with vigilance. They quickly returned to the vehicle, seemingly retrieving weapons. Lin Mo glanced around. There were 5 parking spaces at this platform, which should accommodate only 5 vehicles. So should we stay or go? In response to Lin Mo's question, Lu Yu shrugged. I'm indifferent, it's up to you. It's up to you. It's up to you. Lan Shu glanced at the girls. This little team was indeed harmonious. This indicated that Lin Mo was quite a decent person. Lan Shu's face flushed slightly. He truly was decent. I'll follow your lead as well. Lin Mo sighed, feeling the pressure. Let's go, we're different from others. Others were merely giving up some resources from a few treasure chests. If he gave up, it would mean countless reasons. If you're sure, then I'll drive. Su Luo engaged the gear and asked again. Let's go. The vehicle slowly started heading forward. Inside the special platform, that van opened once more, and the 2 men and 2 women stepped out. Did they just leave like that? It seems so. They probably didn't want to waste the treasure chests. Doesn't that mean they'll switch roads? This road feels safer than others. At that moment, a male from the team approached the door, but found he couldn't exit. An invisible barrier sealed them inside. Seems we can't get out. Let's wait in the car. Just right for 5, 1 for each. Su Qing took out 5 glass bottles from her backpack filled with a light blue liquid. Beginner agility potion. Note: consuming it will increase agility by 5 points only once per person. Su Luo took the potion, saying, this shouldn't hurt, right? Yesterday's performance by Lin Mo and Lu Yu is still vivid in memory. It doesn't say anything here, so it should be fine. Lan Shu looked at the potion in her hand. This was what they called a good item. She bit her lip. Do I? Also, Lin Mo nodded. From the moment you joined our team, you became one of us. Thank you. Lan Shu nodded vigorously. Perhaps due to her strength, the zipper of her protective suit unexpectedly opened. Lin Mo was taken aback. Was she only wearing a coverall underneath? Lan Shu hurriedly pulled up the zipper and whispered, I don't have any other clothes, so. Her outfit was too dirty, and she hadn't washed it since her shower yesterday. It's fine, and I'll give you one. Before Lin Mo could speak, Su Qing took out a short-sleeved shirt and handed it to Lan Shu. Lan Shu was momentarily stunned at the sight of the shirt. She seemed to have seen it while watching videos. It looked like it had some 3D effects. Lin Mo glanced at the garlic turtle on the shirt, then at Su Qing. She was definitely doing this on purpose. With so many clothes, she just had to pull out this one. However, he liked it. Ahem, let's drink the potions first. Lin Mo opened the bottle cap and gulped it down. Agility 5. It had no taste and no sensation. This was indeed good. At 10:30, the second treasure chest of the day arrived. The golden chest sparkled so enchanting. Good thing we left, otherwise such a great treasure chest would have been wasted. After parking, Su Qing immediately stored the chest in her backpack. Then 5 identical golden treasure chests were placed on the ground. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. What luck. I didn't expect this either, Su Qing said with a slight smile. Although it was only 5 times, it was still very satisfying. Open golden treasure chest: 100 g cream bread, 2500 milliliters electrolyte water, 25 L universal fuel, 10 survival coins, 10 tisk average. The main goal was still to obtain items. Soon 3 items slowly appeared. One could only say that the quality of items from the golden treasure chest was indeed better than that from the black iron chest. The main goal was still to obtain items. Soon 3 items slowly appeared. One could only say that the quality of items from the golden treasure chest was indeed better than that. This was the first time Lan Shu heard Lin Mo mention what was inside. His talent was truly impressive. However, it was a pity that they could only choose 1 out of 3. It would have been nice if they could select all. Su Qing said, "I'm fine with whatever you choose." Lin Mo turned his gaze to the 2 girls. Lu Yu had no objections. As for Su Luo, she didn't disappoint Lin Mo either. "How about we choose the pearl milk tea?" Saying this, Su Luo gulped. Although they already had quite a bit of milk tea, this was chilled. "Then let's choose the pearl milk tea." After all, there were still 4 treasure chests, each with 3 refresh chances left, so they could acquire plenty of resources. Once the choice was made, Lin Mo opted to refresh. Item 1, 500g premium pork belly. 10. Item 2, 5 kilograms fragrant rice. 2. Item 3, stylish men's magazine. Set 1. Item 4, bunny girl cosplay outfit. 1. Lin Mo smacked his lips. Choosing 1 out of 4 was truly a tough decision. With meat and rice, he wanted them all. After much deliberation, a set of bunny girl clothing dropped to the ground. The 4 girls stared in astonishment at the item that appeared on the ground. Ahem, after disassembling you'll get fabric. This is a good item. Even if you don't want it, it can be disassembled into miscellaneous items. The Su sisters and Lu Yu nodded in agreement, while Lan Shu looked at Lin Mo with a peculiar expression. He probably liked this style. Soon the other 4 treasure chests were opened one by one. The items that were not chosen earlier were selected, and overall it was not a loss at all. Lin Mo stood up and took out the exclusive station card. "Alright, get ready. We're going to search for resource." In a gym, 5 people divided into 2 teams began to disassemble the gym equipment. I obtained 12. 6 kilograms of metal and 3 kilograms of junk. Lin Mo sighed. As expected of a gym, there's just so much metal. With a total of over 50 kilograms of metal among the 5 of them, they were only less than 6 kilograms away from upgrading their vehicle. Let's go dismantle some roll-up doors. This exclusive site was quite similar to the previous one, featuring only a 100-meter-long street. They had already been inside for 20 minutes. Stepping over the bodies of zombies, the group descended the stairs. Sensing the smell of blood and flesh, nearby zombies approached once again. They casually swung their weapons, killing these utterly unthreatening zombies. This place is way better than the last site. Su Luo thought of the countless mice the size of cats, and goosebumps instantly rose on her skin. "Hurry up, we need to leave in 5 minutes. We can't afford to slack off here." At around noon, the sunshade was opened and the tables and chairs were set up. "Upgrade expected in 1 hour, please disembark." It's about what we expected. It seemed today was a bit luckier, they might encounter 2 sites. Looking at the vehicle enveloped in white light, it was unclear what the vehicle's grade was for. Lin Mo shook his head and began to eat the lunch he had just prepared. He then opened the regional channel to check for news. Upon seeing the information above, Lin Mo was stunned. Was it really that dire? "Damn. We can't get out of this special site, we're already in a fight. Fighting. One of my teams has already lost a member. It's good we didn't go, but is this special site really that dangerous?" Lin Mo opened his backpack and took out the survival manual he had never looked at before. It only stated that special sites could avoid changing highways with no other information provided. But he truly hadn't expected those people to be fighting inside. However, upon reconsideration, it seemed reasonable. After killing someone, not only could they obtain items from their watch, but also increase their backpack capacity. Moreover, they could also salvage the other party's vehicle. It seemed quite worth it. On the other side, Lan Shu asked quietly while eating, "I noticed you all are very calm during battles. Have you gotten used to it?" Su Qing glanced at Lin Mo. "We've gotten used to it. If it weren't for Lin Mo's guidance, they might not have adapted so quickly. Though the process was somewhat painful, the outcome was good. I envy you all. Our team was just focused on running, and we didn't dare to fight." Lan Shu couldn't help but recall how nervous she had felt at the sight, trembling with anxiety, feeling utterly dejected. Compared to them, she felt significantly inferior. As for her own talent, Lan Shu's face flushed, feeling it was of little use. She glanced at Lin Mo, the only one she could utilize, and he seemed quite impressive. Su Qing noticed Lan Shu's gaze and smiled slightly. Perhaps it wouldn't be necessary to intervene. Around 1 in the afternoon, the white light on the vehicle disappeared. "Congratulations, the vehicle has been upgraded to level 3. Vehicle core activated, living area expanded by 20 square meters. Get in the car." When Lin Mo returned to the vehicle, he immediately noticed a transparent glass vehicle sculpture on the workbench. Vehicle core level LV1, material warehouse, metal 0100 kg, glass 0100 kg, junk 0100 kg. Note, Devouring vehicle cores of the same level can upgrade the level. It seemed unavoidable that they would have to fight. Hurry up. The space has increased significantly, and there's an extra bed. Su Luo's voice came from the living area. Lin Mo walked into the living area. The 40 square meters of space was indeed spacious, but it also felt quite empty. Compared to before, there was only an additional bed. No, there was also a bathroom. Lin Mo immediately opened the bathroom, which contained a toilet and a sink. He turned on the faucet, but not a single drop of water flowed. It seemed there should be a separate water tank. Oh, there's a toilet here too. Does that mean the one we chose is used? Su Qing took the toilet out of her backpack and handed it to Lin Mo. Do you want to see if you can replace it? Eco-friendly toilet note, just cover it after use. From the description, this item did not require water at all. Lin Mo nodded. He'll give it a try. He placed his hand on the toilet, but it did not respond. He then opened the vehicle information. Vehicle minibus. Quality F grade, 12, level LV3, fuel tank 115. 2L150L fuel consumption 1L25 km maximum, speed 130 km/h upgrade requirements metal 9. 2,120 kilograms, glass 0. 930 kilograms, junk 8. 150 kilograms vehicle quality. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. The materials needed for upgrading were not significantly different from before, but now there was an additional requirement for vehicle quality. His gaze landed on the text behind the vehicle quality, revealing a line of new information. Vehicle quality upgrade requirements. Vehicle core, LV2, 100 survival coins. With his task of acquiring 100 survival coins completed, he only needed to destroy a vehicle at level 3 next. It certainly looked simple, but let's not forget that many people had only managed to upgrade their vehicles to LV1. It was likely very difficult to encounter a LV3 vehicle. He hadn't forgotten what he needed to do. His gaze swept across the interface. After the upgrade, a new toggle button appeared at the bottom of the interface. Upon clicking, a top-down view of the living area appeared. He quickly located the bathroom, focusing on the toilet. Remove, replace. Wow, how convenient. Does this count as a benefit provided during survival? Being able to remove and replace items at any time as desired. Suddenly the toilet in the bathroom vanished, transforming into the eco-friendly toilet. Did it just change right before our eyes? Su Luo rubbed her eyes. What else would it do? Lin Mo clapped his hands. Alright, there's nothing majorly different. Let's continue moving forward. With Lin Mo flooring the gas pedal shortly after 2 o'clock, they finally arrived at the 5th treasure chest. After gathering the resources, Lin Mo immediately checked the site. However, after reading the site introduction, he turned to the girls, feeling it might be a bit challenging. What's wrong? Su Qing quickly approached. The situation is a bit troublesome. I'm not sure if you can handle it. Su Qing looked at the site. It should be fine. After all, it's still within the novice protection period. Alright then, let's go in, but today there's only this one site available. Site abandoned. Mine resources, treasure chest, others, survival coins, weapons, team capacity, 20 danger level medium, time limit 4 hours. Note this site cannot be exited early. The medium danger level was acceptable. If necessary, they could just exit. However, they couldn't leave this site. Moreover, with a capacity for 20 vehicles, the likelihood of encountering others was high, and it was likely to be a hard battle. As for not going in, that was impossible. After all, the treasure chest was placed in the first position. Su Qing squinted at the site interface. You mentioned today is the 7th day, and do you think we might pick up another team member? Our goal is to gather supplies, not to pick up people. Don't worry, I'll help out. Lin Mo's lips twitched. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, or if his talent was simply too powerful. The change in Su Qing, who had reached a goodwill level of 100 points, was indeed significant. Cough cough, let's see how it goes tonight. The car vanished again. After driving into the narrow path, a flash of white light caused their vehicle to disappear. They found themselves directly in a passage surrounded by dirt, supported only by simple frames. Fortunately, we brought the essential items, so it's not a big problem. Lin Mo glanced behind him, seeing a dead end with rusty iron picks scattered on the ground. The walls exposed a number of deposits. Lin Mo casually scraped off a few pieces, confirming they were indeed iron ore, and he attempted to break them down at the workbench, yielding 0 kilograms of metal. Lin Mo's eyelid twitched. The materials in this mine can't be just these, right? They shouldn't be. After all, there are ready supplies here. Su Qing kicked the iron pick on the ground. After collecting these items, we should leave. Our main purpose for coming here was for the treasure chests. After breaking down the items on the ground, Lin Mo picked up an oil lamp hanging nearby and walked at the front of the group. Didn't we bring a flashlight? Su Luo asked, puzzled. The flashlight was much brighter than this lamp. Just hold on to it, it might be useful. Before setting off, Lin Mo took a careful glance at the passage, which was shrouded in darkness. Clearly there were no lighting facilities inside. At this moment, being provided with an oil lamp was uncertain in its usefulness. The tunnel of the mine was long. They walked over 200 meters before arriving at a hall filled with various tools and 2 black iron treasure chests. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. No wonder this was the top location for treasure chests. At that moment, Su Luo tugged at Lin Mo's shirt, pointing toward the left front wall. Lin Mo, look over there. Lin Mo turned to see a figure wearing a yellow helmet and overalls standing there. At that moment, the figure turned around. Its skin was grayish-white, its eyes hollow, and its mouth revealed teeth that were not human-like, with a mouth as black as night. Mine zombie, huh? With a strange sound, it began to walk towards them. As the mine zombie moved, the surrounding area echoed with many footsteps. Lu Yu stepped forward, saying, "Leave this to me." The metal in her hand transformed into a spear. When the first zombie approached, she executed a simple thrust, piercing its skull. The target fell to the ground as if it had lost power. Lin Mo sighed in relief. This creature was not much different from a regular zombie. At that moment, a clattering sound came from the passage behind them. Su Luo quickly drew out the flashlight and pointed it backward. He saw the ground behind them breaking apart, and 3 similarly dressed zombies emerged. "You all stand back, I'll handle this." 1 minute later, 7 zombies were easily dispatched. Su Luo scratched his head. Is this what they call medium difficulty? It doesn't seem that challenging. Su Qing rolled her eyes. Have you seen how powerful those 2 are? I guess so. Come on, let's collect the items and move on. Su Qing crouched down, placing the items into her backpack, and then handed over the bulkier items to Su Luo. Meanwhile, Lan Shu stood aside, feeling somewhat at a loss. Among the entire team, she was the most idle. She wanted to do something, but didn't know what to do. At that moment, Su Qing had already packed everything and turned her gaze to Lan Shu. She stood up and walked toward her. "What's wrong?" Lan Shu bit her lip and expressed her previous thoughts. Su Qing patted her shoulder. "This site has plenty of time left. Soon it will be your turn, so prepare yourself mentally. And there will be many more opportunities ahead." Su Qing glanced at Lu Yue, thinking it wouldn't take long. An hour later, Lin Mo's smile grew wider. In this short hour, they encountered 6 treasure chests, which was indeed a significant haul. They also gathered plenty of materials needed for vehicle upgrades, especially accumulating 10 kilograms of miscellaneous items. While the quantities seemed small, it was important to note that miscellaneous items were the hardest to obtain. At that moment, another haul appeared, clearly larger than any previous one. Lin Mo handed the oil lamp to Su Luo and took out the flashlight. The area was too vast, and the oil lamp's range was too limited. With a click, the light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a group of mine zombies gathered together, seemingly engaged in something. In the next moment, all the mine zombies turned their heads, their mouths stained with blood. A body, gruesomely mangled from being eaten, lay exposed on the ground before them. What a pity someone died. Su Qing sighed as she looked at the clothes on the corpse. Lin Mo stared in shock at Su Qing, surprised that she was still thinking of scavenging. Facing Lin Mo's gaze, Su Qing remained unfazed and took out her long knife. "Shall we engage?" "Go ahead." 3 minutes later, a total of 18 mine zombies were dispatched. However, after searching for a long time, they could not find any treasure chests in this hall. "Look here, it seems like there are traces of a treasure chest being dragged." Su Qing pointed at the ground at the passage where the corpse was located. Lin Mo jogged over to take a look and confirmed that the size indeed matched. He couldn't help but glance at the woman's corpse on the ground. Could it be that she was abandoned to attract zombies? It wasn't unusual to resort to such measures for survival. Ugh, Lin Mo shook his head at the sight of Lan Shu still retching her. Indeed, she still needed some training. Look at how unbothered Su Qing and the others were. Even their expressions didn't change at the sight before them. Su Luo was the same. 3 minutes later, Lan Shu rinsed her mouth with clean water and approached the others with an apologetic look. "Sorry, I'm still not used to it." As she spoke, she couldn't bear to look at the corpse on the ground. In fact, she had quickly recovered. However, seeing the nonchalant expressions of the 3 girls sparked a determination within her. If they could handle it, she had no reason not to. After recovering, she took another look at the mangled corpse. As a result, she retched for a long time. "It's alright, everyone has their first time. Now that you're fine, let's move on." The treasure chest had been taken, and staying here was of no significance. As for chasing after them, it was entirely unnecessary. What Lin Mo needed wasn't the supplies inside, but the unopened treasure chests. At that moment, Lin Mo handed a bloodstained watch to Lan Shu. "Absorb this watch." "Okay." After taking the watch, Lan Shu's eyes twitched. It was caked with what seemed like flesh. She swallowed hard and pressed the watch tightly against her own. Lin Mo nodded. It was acceptable. Su Qing whispered, "Next time you might as well just stick the watch in your head and take it out again." She had seen Lin Mo rub the watch on the corpse. Let's take it a step at a time." Lin Mo glanced at the passage connected to this hall. This hall was indeed massive, boasting 8 passages. Choosing one at random, Lin Mo led them forward. After walking for a few minutes, he suddenly slowed his pace. Lu Yu. I can hear them, there are many people. As they got closer, the distant voices became clearer, and Su Qing and the others heard them as well. There are a total of 20 treasure chests here. This woman is for you. We can take 3 treasure chests. Are you 4 men going to solve this among yourselves? Chen Jiahua. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Since we are here, why can't I have a go? What's... Su Qing's eyes lit up as she pointed at Lin Mo. An opportunity has come and we can pick it up. In a hall of less than 40 square meters, 3 groups of people stood. To be precise, there were 2 groups, but a woman stood in the corner, holding an axe, and vigilantly watching the 2 parties. Jiang Suyao, this is what you chose for yourself. Shun Jiahua sneered. In this perilous world, I provide you food and clothing, yet you still won't let me touch you. He then wrapped his arm around the exposed yellow-haired woman beside him. Xiaowen is so much better than you. The 4 men across from Jiang Suyao couldn't help but swallow hard. She was truly beautiful, though a bit dirty. But it was fine, having a woman seemed good enough. Boss, let's change first, then we can kill them, and everything will be... A short man with yellow teeth grinned maliciously. The leader with a receding hairline touched the scar on his face. I want to, but they have a crossbow, which isn't easy to deal with. In terms of combat power, the 4 of us absolutely overpower them. But they have ranged weapons. If we were on Blue Star, I wouldn't be afraid. But here they had no healing supplies and dying was easy. Forget it, let's leave it at that. It's just a black iron treasure chest, no need to take risks. The receding hairline man shook his head, unwilling to complicate matters. Moreover, there was this woman present. As for the weapon in their hands, he didn't care. At that moment, footsteps were heard, and the 3 groups turned towards the entrance of the passage. A dim yellow light lit up, revealing several figures. The receding hairline man swallowed hard. What the hell? What kind of life does this guy have, eating so well? Chen Jiahua's eyes lit up, or if he could get 2 of them, it would be fantastic. Suyao? It really is you. Lan Shu's eyes brightened upon seeing Jiang Suyao. She had her suspicions in the passage, but she never expected it to be true. Su Qing nodded at Lin Mo. If we don't collect this, it would be unreasonable. Jiang Suyao hurried over upon seeing Lan Shu. Hurry, these 2 groups are not good people. At that moment, Chen Jiahua and the receding hairline man exchanged glances and directly stood together, forming a group of 6 men. Hurry, these 2 groups are not good people. At that moment, Chen Jiahua and the receding hairline man exchanged glances and directly stood together, forming a group of 6 men. I'll chop you into pieces. Lin Mo couldn't be bothered with them. Lu Yue, remember to leave a live one. Understood. The next moment, the 2 charged out together. Lu Yu's metal transformed into 2 short blades, while Lin Mo wielded a machete. The 2 rushed into the fray at an extraordinary speed. When the attributes of 3 times a normal person met a regular person, the situation was a crushing victory. However, unlike Lin Mo, who only targeted their tendons and ligaments, Lu Yu was performing a little surgery on one of the opponents. The screams were significantly louder than those from Lin Mo's side. Lin Mo couldn't help but wince in pain and quickly clamped his legs together. As for the yellow-haired Xiao, when his legs went limp from fear and he knelt on the ground, a strange smell spreading. Lin Mo counted there were a total of 7. He turned to look behind him. Su Luo will take care of 2, Lan Shu will take care of 3. Huh? Why? Why doesn't my sister need to do anything? Su Luo looked distressed. Su Qing shrugged. Maybe Lin Mo thinks you need more training. Lin Mo ignored Su Luo's complaints and focused his gaze on Jiang Suyao. Do you want to deal with these 2 yourself? Jiang Suyao was a bit dazed. Was it that easy to resolve? These 2 seemed too formidable. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Jiang Suyao nodded firmly. Okay. Given what Chen Jiahua said, not killing him would be doing herself a disservice. As for the receding hairline man, his disgusting gaze made her want to vomit. She raised her axe and approached Chen Jiahua. Use this. Lin Mo threw a long knife to the ground. Chen Jiahua, who lay on the ground unable to move, looked terrified. Xiaoyao, I've always provided for you. I had my share too. On the other side, Su Luo had already made a move and was murmuring as Lan Shu stood in front of a bleeding man, unsure how to make her move. She couldn't help but recall Su Qing's words, realizing that being prepared meant this. Thinking of this, Lan Shu couldn't help but blush, wondering what she was thinking back then. Such an important matter, how could that have happened? At that moment, Su Qing approached Lin Mo, pointing at the yellow-haired Xiao, one who was kneeling in a daze. Should we take this one too? Lin Mo looked at Su Qing in disbelief, wondering if she realized what she was saying. Don't look at me, I'm just asking. Su Qing shrugged. Name Chun Wenwen, age 19, rating 43, favorability 20, although his talent did not require a rating based on the recent experience of opening treasure chests. The items that refresh not only relate to the target's preferences, but also to the rating of the other party. The items provided by Lan Shu might be on par with those from others, but the quantity was higher. For the same instant noodles others might get 10, but she got 15. To say it didn't matter, he wouldn't believe it. At this moment he turned to look back. Su Luo had finished the fight and was wiping the long knife with a tissue. Jiang Suyao and Lan Shu were discussing where to strike. Name Jiang Suyao, age 20, rating 86, favorability 40. Perhaps it was because their appearance saved her, or maybe it was because Lan Shu was present. Her favorability started quite high, which surprised Lin Mo a little. It seemed that taking Jiang Suyao away would be much simpler. Even with lower favorability, she could still be taken away. After all, the other members of the team were dead, and she would die outside too. You have 5 minutes to act, then we will set off. Lan Shu and Jiang Suyao swallowed hard. They should act now. Lin Mo didn't pay any attention to the yellow-haired girl, and brought Su Luo to the treasure chest. Unfortunately, there was not a single silver treasure chest. Su Qing systematically stored the treasure chests in her backpack. Watching the treasure chests being taken out, Lin Mo swallowed hard. This time we really hit the jackpot. How many are there? 87. As she said this, Su Qing couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Then she sighed. What a pity we didn't encounter a 100-fold critical hit, otherwise it would have been 185. Percent. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together. The next step was a prolonged battle. By the way, it seems we don't have enough space. Even adding these on the ground might not be enough. Su Qing said quickly. One should know that the items Lin Mo took out were varied, and they might not be enough at all. Lin Mo slowly retracted his hand. Then you can start storing them in your backpack. We'll discuss it after we get out. The two approached Su Luo, who was pouting and ignoring them. Lin Mo reached out and rubbed Su Luo's head. You've grown now, you won't have that again. That's more like it. Su Luo hugged Lin Mo's arm tightly and rubbed against him. We agreed on that. Lin Mo nodded. There's nothing left. At that moment his other arm was also wrapped up by Su Qing. Her grip was even tighter than Su Luo's. Ahem, one arm is getting crushed. I'm soft, it's fine. Lu Yu wanted to join, but there was truly no space. She couldn't just hang on Lin Mo. 5 minutes later Lan Shu and Jiang Suyao appeared, pale, supporting each other as they approached. Captain Lin Mo, can she join our team? Welcome aboard. Lin Mo extended his hand. Su Qing also reached out. Welcome aboard, from now on we are sisters. Jiang Suyao hurriedly extended her hand. Thank you, I hope you won't dislike me. She never expected to join such a great team. Lin Mo looked at the few girls in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. In just 7 days the team had grown from 3 to 6. Would this team become dozens strong in the future? Around 6 in the afternoon vehicles reappeared on the highway. The sun was already slanting westward, about to set below the horizon. Should we open the treasure chests first, or eat first? At this moment Su Qing's backpack contained over 130 resource boxes. Lin Mo glanced at the sun. Of course we should open the treasure chests first. Due to the abundance of boxes they could only go outside. Just as Lin Mo was about to show off his skills, Lan Shu suddenly said, Look behind, is that the moon? But why is it red? Everyone turned to look, and a huge red moon appeared at the end of the highway, slowly rising. Was there ever a moon before? Lin Mo said uncertainly. It seems not, it's always been pitch black at night. At that moment a line of text automatically popped up on the panel. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Let's pack the treasure chests, we'll eat in the car first. Great. We can eat well again. Su Luo looked delighted because new people had arrived. On the night of the red moon you will be attacked at regular intervals. Please survive until midnight to enter the next stage. As it approached 7 o'clock, each person at the dining table had a bowl of instant noodles, a sausage, and a bottle of cola in front of them. I thought we could have hot pot today. Su Luo was eating the food in front of her half-heartedly. Jiang Xiao sat beside Lan Shu, trying to maintain a ladylike demeanor, but she hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. At this moment the instant noodles were for her a feast. As she ate heartily she couldn't help but look at Su Luo in shock after hearing her words. Feeling Jiang Suyo's gaze, Su Luo asked in confusion, What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing at all. Jiang Suyao quickly shook her head. She couldn't exactly say that she felt this was already quite good. Moreover, seeing the expressions of others, they all seemed rather indifferent. Even Lan Shu was the same. Aunt Lan, do you eat this well every day? I told you to call me sister, not aunt. Lan Shu rolled her eyes. Anyway, during the time I've been here the food has indeed been quite good. This little team is quite impressive, but isn't this food a bit scarce? Why does it seem like there's so much to them? Aunt Lan. Call me sister. Lan Shu said, glancing instinctively at Lin Mo. She didn't know why she looked at Lin Mo perhaps. The others were all in their 20s and she alone was in her 30s. But my mom told me to call you aunt, Jiang Suyao mumbled. Just as 7 o'clock struck, the moon in the sky began to glow red. In the next moment, figures suddenly appeared around the vehicle. They were the slowest-moving, weakest zombies. Lin Mo glanced around. There were only about 100 of them. Are we driving away or? It's just a bunch of zombies. Of course we should kill them. Everyone get out and change into these clothes and use these weapons. Fortunately, there were 10 sets of these items, otherwise he wouldn't dare let Lan Shu and Jiang Suyao get out. These two didn't have much combat experience, so it was a good opportunity to train them. Jiang Suyao was pushed into the room by Lan Shu. Change your clothes quickly and come down. 2 minutes later, Jiang Suyao came down just as the zombies approached. Looking at the zombies surrounding them, Jiang Suyao swallowed hard. 2 minutes later, Jiang Suyao came down just as the zombies approached. Looking at the zombies surrounding them, Jiang Suyao swallowed hard. Okay. The Su sisters rushed forward first, with Lan Shu following closely behind. Jiang Suyao hesitated for a few seconds before following them. Soon combat ensued. It was obvious that Lan Shu and Jiang Suyao had not had much fighting experience. Their movements were cautious, and they occasionally let out screams. Lin Mo's eyes twitched. Oh, were they fighting, or just teasing? At that moment, the zombies behind them also charged forward. You take one side, and he'll take the other. 5 minutes later, all the over 100 zombies were eliminated. Lin Mo and Lu Yu were quite clean, while Lan Shu and Jiang Suyao were not only smeared with black liquid, but also had bits of flesh on them. At this moment, they were crouching on the ground, retching. Look what I found. Su Luo raised a golden coin in her hand. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Where did that come from? It was in the pockets of these zombies' clothes. If I hadn't slipped a bit, I might not have found it. Lin Mo turned his gaze to the corpses, and then looked at the two girls who had just stood up. Go through all these clothes thoroughly. To help them adapt, we have to be tough. I don't know how many zombies there were, but we collected over 40 survival coins, which is quite a haul. After all, after going through Su Qing's hands, the number skyrocketed to over 160. They made quite a profit. Now they had at least 1,300 survival coins in hand, 10 times that of others. Lin Mo looked at the two girls whose faces were a bit pale. So can you adapt? The two girls nodded. They had to adapt, as life here was much better than their previous convoy. Get in the car. Oh, wait for the next wave. Back in the vehicle, Lin Mo didn't intend to drive. He just let the car stop on the road. He sat at the dining table and opened the regional channel. Fortunately, it was only zombies. If there were zombie dogs, we would be dumbfounded. What? You actually fought? We just drove away. Those zombies couldn't catch up with us. Really? They can still run. Why not? Didn't they say that as long as you survive before midnight it's... Lin Mo rubbed his chin. Oh, what this person said made sense. They never said that they had to kill all the attackers. Surviving was enough. However, thinking of the survival coins they had just obtained, Lin Mo wouldn't leave. At 8 o'clock, the second wave of attacks came. 20 zombie dogs moving at high speed, but they still couldn't compare. This time, he didn't let Lan Shu and Jiang Suyao take action. Given their situation, it would be good if they could kill a single zombie dog. Lin Mo looked at the corpse of the zombie dog and used a long knife to cut the zombie open down the middle. Its entrails and brain matter splattered everywhere. He rummaged inside with the long knife, and 3 survival coins dropped out. Everyone check 3 each. The survival coins are in their stomachs, so search carefully. Lan Shu and Jiang Suyao again began retching. However, compared to the last time with the zombies, their recovery speed was noticeably faster this time. It seemed that tough measures were indeed necessary. Thus, one wave after another, the time arrived at 11 o'clock. Based on that passage, this should be the final wave. And after 12 o'clock it would be over. Here they come. Is that a Stitch monster? For human-like figures over 2 meters tall and holding iron axes approached from all directions. These were the ones they encountered at the mental hospital. It seemed they had gathered all the enemies they had faced. If they were scared before now, it was just a matter of slicing them. Lu Yue take 2 each. However, unfortunately, these 4 Stitch monsters did not provide them with any survival coins, which left Lin Mo somewhat disappointed. But it was still good. In one night, they had collected over 600 survival coins, which was quite satisfactory. Let's go back. Oh, after a good wash we can sleep. Jiang Suyao quickly asked Lan Shu. Aunt Lan, can we still take a shower here? Lan Shu sighed. This child was just too polite and wouldn't listen no matter how she tried to persuade her. Yes, you can take a shower, but you can only wash for a maximum of 15 minutes each time. Don't mention 15 minutes. Even 5 minutes would be fine. However, after getting back in the car, Jiang Suyao didn't rush. Since she was the last to join the team, of course, she would be the last to go. Lin Mo was the first to finish washing. The first thing he did upon returning to bed was to open the regional channel. At this moment, the regional channel was filled with curses. Who told you to run away? They all gathered together, and the car can't be driven. TSK tisk, you guys really are pitiful. No way, the car can't be driven. If you hadn't said anything, our team wouldn't have known. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. It turned out that the loophole was not so easy to exploit. Once the time reached 11 o'clock, all vehicles shut down and could not be started. Then the zombies and zombie dogs that were chasing them all appeared around their vehicle and attacked simultaneously. Of course, they could also choose to stay in the car and not go out. Then Lin Mo felt a weight on him. Chill. Don't speak, Su Qing whispered. Not speaking was fine. After an hour, just as Su Qing was about to fall asleep, her arranged things. At 12 o'clock, the red moon outside disappeared. The other girls had already fallen asleep, and Lin Mo also planned to sleep. Just then a figure suddenly sat up. Then Lin Mo felt a weight on him. Chill. Don't speak, Su Qing whispered. Not speaking was fine. After an hour, just as Su Qing was about to fall asleep. Sleep? Keep partying. Around 7 in the morning, Lin Mo moved his arm, which had been pressed against him, aside, and got dressed before heading to the window. Overnight, the scenery had changed. The outside was no longer an endless expanse of yellow earth, but towering trees and enormous plants and shrubs. Lin Mo doubted the height of a certain weed, estimating it to be over a meter tall. Where exactly have we arrived? Soon several girls gradually woke up. Those who needed to use the restroom did, so while others prepared breakfast. After getting up, Lan Shu sat at the dining table in a daze. Aunt Lan, what's wrong? It's nothing, just a bit tired in my head. She lifted her left leg over her right and quickly shook her head. What on earth was she thinking? Around 8 o'clock, everyone returned to the driver's cabin. So, thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at the refreshed Lin Mo, feeling speechless. An image involuntarily appeared in her mind. She lifted her left leg over her right and quickly shook her head. What on earth was she thinking? Around 8 o'clock, everyone returned to the driver's cabin. Is this what they call a jungle road? It looks quite nice and the temperature is just right. Su Luo curiously observed the road ahead. The straight road was flanked by trees. It was unclear whether this road was the only one or if there were others like it. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. The temperature was indeed pleasant. Survival day 8, temperature 22°C28, sea time 0821, devouring a bit. 30 kmh. Su Luo is in charge of driving. Okay. Soon the vehicle began to drive along this plant-filled road. Lin Mo turned to look at Lan Shu and Jiang Suyao sitting on the other side. Jiang Suyao, what is your talent? Jiang Suyao pursed her lips. My talent is SSS level. Her words were cut off as everyone turned their gaze to Jiang Suyao. Apart from the unique talent, SSS level was considered the strongest talent. Su Qing couldn't help but ask, with your SSS level talent, how did that team treat you? Lu Yu's talent was a level, so being abandoned was understandable. But the SSS level was truly puzzling. Lin Mo glanced at Lan Shu. Could it be that her talent was similar to Lan Shu's? Otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Jiang Suyao smiled wryly and shook her head. After you hear about my talent, you'll understand. Although it's SSS level, it's quite difficult to use. She directly shared her talent. Apart from Lan Shu, the others looked a bit strange upon seeing this talent. No wonder that little team treated her poorly. This talent could probably only be activated once every few days, but here it was hardly an issue. Entry lottery machine, SSS level LV1, spend 100 survival coins to obtain an entry that can be assigned to any item including vehicles and can also be revoked. 3 identical quality entries can be combined. White 80, blue 18, purple 1. 99, gold 0. 01. Lin Mo looked at the entry, stroking his chin. He didn't know what an entry was, but being rated as SSS level surely indicated its quality. Moreover, it was a talent that, like Lan Shu's, had a level. But why does this thing not have experience points? How do you level this up? I looked into it, and to upgrade requires spending 1,000 survival coins. Jiang Suyao quickly added, fearing Lin Mo might misunderstand. Without an entry, it simply costs 1,000 survival coins. Lin Mo nodded, opened his backpack, and looked at the nearly 2,000 survival coins. He could afford this SSS level talent. He directly took out 100 survival coins and handed them to Jiang Suyao. Let's draw an entry first. Jiang Suyao hesitated as she looked at the survival coins in Lin Mo's hand. White quality occupies 80 of this. If I say to draw, then draw. Jiang Suyao took the survival coins and activated her talent. A shadow resembling a gacha machine appeared before her eyes. The transparent box was filled with white spheres with blue and purple spheres mixed in. With a thought, the spheres inside began to spin, and with a ding, a white sphere rolled out from the bottom exit. To the others, a white sphere suddenly appeared in Jiang Suyao's hand. Jiang Suyao's expression fell. It's a white entry, sharpness 2, not very useful. In her view, this thing was of no use at all. The weapon Lin Mo gave her was already very sharp. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Is this a physical object? It should be, Jiang Suyao replied. Lin Mo reached out, and Jiang Suyao instinctively handed the sphere to him. It really was a physical object, it was just that Lin Mo couldn't use it. Wide entry sharpness 2 note, only the talent holder can use it. Lin Mo had a thought and handed the white sphere to Su Qing. Su Qing immediately understood Lin Mo's intention, taking the white sphere and putting it in her backpack. In the next moment she took out one white sphere after another, trigger 10 times. Jiang Suyao's eyes widened. How could you even crit with this? Yesterday she was already shocked to see Su Qing double the resources, but this far surpassed that. Lin Mo smiled. Try the synthesis effect of your talent. Jiang Suyao swallowed hard and put the white sphere in her backpack. When her talent was activated, 3 spheres combined into 1 blue sphere. I did it. Jiang Suyao was filled with excitement. With her talent combined with Su Qing's, wouldn't that mean they could have as many golden entries as they wanted? Su Qing, try again. Su Qing shook her head. This cannot activate the talent. It seems that items that have been crit, even if they turn into new items, cannot trigger it. But that was already fine, and as long as it worked it was good enough. Lin Mo pondered and took out a long knife. Inject the entry into this. Jiang Suyao quickly took out the blue sphere, but upon seeing the description on the sphere, she paused. After synthesis the entry changed. This one is defense 10. No problem, then inject it into this piece of clothing. Lin Mo exchanged the long knife for a sports outfit. Jiang Suyao took the clothing, her expression stiffening. It requires spending 100 survival coins to open an entry slot on the equipment. This SSS talent probably could only be afforded by them, no other team could manage it. We don't have much else, but we do have a lot of survival coins. Lin Mo comforted Jiang Suyao before letting her continue synthesizing the blue entry. Since they were going to inject, they might as well inject the best. Soon a purple entry appeared, increasing bleeding probability by 5, a very nice effect. This can be given to Lu Yu. Extend your hand and let Jiang Suyao inject it. At that moment a familiar voice echoed in everyone's minds and lines of text appeared on the panel. Congratulations, you have safely passed the beginner period. You are now a qualified survivor. The beginner period has ended. The number and quality of treasure chests have returned to normal. Item attributes have refreshed. Station resources increased from 50 to 100. Wish you all to survive. Tip: please upgrade the vehicle level to level 3 within a week. It was uncertain whether this change was good or bad. Lin Mo knew one thing: the next phase would be much more dangerous, but with their weapons and equipment there shouldn't be any issues. Before long, treasure chests appeared outside the vehicle. That must be a treasure chest. There are actually 3. It seemed the change was for the better. However, just as the vehicle came to a halt, rustling sounds came from the trees on both sides, as if something was approaching. The rustling sound grew louder, and soon 4 figures of gray wolves appeared. Compared to normal gray wolves, these ones were slightly larger. However, they did not pose a significant threat to their team. Is the skill injection completed? Jiang Xia quickly nodded. It's done, but opening the second slot will cost 200 survival coins. Lin Mo's eyes twitched. This talent indeed seemed somewhat difficult to use. Get out of the car, it's time to fight. Su Qing and Su Luo stay in the car. Each of us will handle a gray wolf. As soon as the group got out of the car, the gray wolves split into 2 groups and charged forward. Lin Mo did not use a weapon, he simply reached out and slammed a gray wolf's head to the ground. Bang! Feeling the struggle of the gray wolf, Lin Mo nodded. Its strength was greater than that of the zombies they had encountered before, but still weaker than that of the stitched monster. In this situation, Lan Shu and Jiang Suya could easily handle it. He extended his other hand, and a silver dagger materialized, which he then plunged into the wolf's neck. Moments later, the gray wolf stopped struggling. On the other side, Lu Yu also dealt with her target, standing aside and watching the 2 women battle the gray wolf. How's it going? It's manageable. I meant, can they handle it? The gray wolves were somewhat intelligent, unlike the mindless zombies. It's fine, they should be able to finish the fight in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, 2 bloodied corpses of gray wolves riddled with wounds lay on the ground. How's it going? It's manageable. I meant, can they handle it? The gray wolves were somewhat intelligent, unlike the mindless zombies. Surprisingly, Jiang Suya seemed to be in better condition, which caught Lin Mo off guard. Seeing the battle was over, Su Qing got out of the car. These wolves. From what they say, they can be disassembled. You will need to disassemble them later, but first let's take care of these treasure chests. Lin Mo looked at the 3 black iron treasure chests in front of him, unable to suppress a smile. If he encountered 3 treasure chests every time, he would be making a fortune. Opening once plus 4 refreshes, that's a huge profit. Once Jiang Suya's favorability reaches 80, he can increase the refresh rate again. Then opening once would directly yield 6 items. With this in mind, he looked at Jiang Suya. Name Jiang Suya, age 20, rating 86, favorability 72, tisk. The increase in favorability is quite fast. A Lan Shu must have played a part in it. The rating was slightly low though, if only it could reach 90. Lin Mo shook his head. Ratings above 90 were not that easy to come by. Soon the 3 treasure chests turned into 6. Open black iron treasure chest, 500 milliliters of pure water, 305L of universal fuel, 1 survival coin, 1. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. The quantity of each item had not changed, but an extra item was added. It was unclear if every chest contained a survival coin or just a different item. After placing the items on the ground, he looked at the newly refreshed items. Item 1, 500 milliliters cola, 5. Item 2, sandals, 2. Item 3, 10L universal fuel, 1. Refresh. When the items from the 4th refresh appeared, Lin Mo gasped. Item 1, croissant, 20. Item 2, high explosive grenade, 5. Item 3, 10L universal fuel, 3. Item 4, M870 shotgun with 10 rounds, 1. What did he just see? This was a proper firearm, not just some incendiary device. He couldn't help but glance at Lan Shu. Was this the effect of having a rating above 90? Lin Mo thought for a moment. If Su Qing had a rating of 91, did she also have a chance to refresh a firearm? With this thought, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled, and he continued to open chests. He then tossed the shotgun behind him and continued to open the next chest. The moment the shotgun appeared on the ground, all 5 women's gazes turned towards it. Although they had long known about Lin Mo's talent for producing various items, they never expected that even firearms could be produced. With this, wouldn't their team be invincible? Aunt Lan, do you all have guns now? I don't think so. This is my first time seeing one too. Lan Shu shook her head. Up until now she hadn't seen anyone use a gun. 2 minutes later, Lin Mo was greatly disappointed. It wasn't that he didn't receive a firearm, it was just that it wasn't what he had hoped for. He didn't get a gun, but he received 5 high-explosive grenades and 2 anti-tank mines instead. But he really wanted a gun that would be useful. Lin Mo turned around, but found that the shotgun on the ground remained untouched. Why haven't you picked it up? It's a gun, and I don't know how to handle it. For anything else, Su Qing would have taken care of it herself. Lin Mo unloaded the 10 rounds from the shotgun, saying, just put them in one by one. The shotgun triggered a 2x multiplier while the bullets triggered a 10x multiplier once, but the total number of bullets was too low, resulting in a total of 32 rounds. But for Lin Mo, this was already quite good. He had good luck with the high-explosive grenades triggering a 5x multiplier for a total of 25, while the anti-tank mines only triggered a 2x multiplier. Aunt Lan Yu. I don't know. Back in the vehicle, Su Luo couldn't wait to ask, was that a gun just now? Is it a gun? It is a gun, and we have made a good start. Su Luo's eyes lit up. Does this mean that everyone will have one in the future? Perhaps. Let's just drive for now. Starting today, it's 1,000 kilometers between each stop. They had already wasted quite a bit of time here and needed to get moving. Once the vehicle started moving, Su Qing glanced at Lin Mo with some concern. You said your talent didn't show firearms before, but now it has. Does that mean firearms will appear in treasure chests or at stations next? Hearing Su Qing's words, Lin Mo felt that it wasn't impossible. However, he wasn't worried. He pointed to his clothing and helmet, saying, don't forget we have these things. Even if they encountered someone with firearms, they had nothing to fear. Moreover, even he found it difficult to refresh a firearm, others would find it even harder. However, he still opened the regional channel. At this time, everyone should have encountered the first wave of treasure chests. E16238 Area 10192 people. The number of people displayed had changed, but it didn't have much effect. He just didn't expect there would be so many people on this road. His gaze moved down to the chat interface. What? Our team also has 4 people, but only 1 treasure chest. That's not fair. Maybe we're just lucky and got 2. So the number of treasure chests is random. It's not random, it's fluctuating within the area. The maximum should be half the number of the team. Every chest has survival coins, but the quantity is too low. Lin Mo scrolled up, understanding in his heart. It seemed that survival coins should become a fixed income, which was a nice point. As for the number of treasure chests, it was a pleasant surprise. Aside from that, there was currently no news about firearms. Of course, it could also be that someone encountered them, but didn't mention it. Lin Mo, I have something I want to discuss with you. Can you come over for a moment? Lin Mo looked at the standing Lan Shu and said, all right. The 2 of them walked into the living area, one in front and the other behind. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. She knew Lan Shu's talent well. Could it be that she has made her decision? It was quite similar to her situation back then. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Jiang Suyao. Jiang Suyao touched her face and asked, Sister Su, is there something dirty on my face? Not at all, I'm just curious as to why you're Nutrition seems so concentrated, Su Qing remarked, extending her hand across the aisle, noticing how slim her waist was, which seemed unreasonable. Jiang Suyo's face turned red as she never expected Su Qing to be so straightforward. I don't know either. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Yu glanced in the rearview mirror, wondering where all her nutrition had gone. In the living area, Lin Mo looked at Lan Shu in surprise. Are you sure? He didn't expect her to make such a decision so soon, considering how long she had been part of this small team. However, upon seeing her level of affection towards him, he felt relieved. Lan Shu bit her lip and nodded. I'm sure. Saying this, she reached out and took off her protective suit. Seeing this, did he still need to hesitate? He glanced at the time. At the current speed, they could reach the location of the second wave of treasure chests in about 40 minutes. At worst, they could just speed up. Su Luo, slow down a bit, he said. Su Luo instinctively eased off the gas, reducing the speed from 130 to 110. She glanced in the rearview mirror and immediately understood. At that moment, Jiang Suyao suddenly clutched her stomach. I need to use the restroom. As she stood up, Su Qing pressed her back down, saying, We're almost there, don't rush. Oh. Jiang Suyao felt the pain in her stomach. I think I can't hold it anymore. Su Luo, stop. The car screeched to a halt. The door of the living area opened and Lin Mo walked out with an expression as usual, while Lan Shu followed behind, her face flushed. So soon. Su Qing glanced at the time. Only 30 minutes had passed, which didn't seem right. She released her hold, and this time Jiang Suyao was not anxious, but looked at the two in confusion. Why did it feel a bit strange? Lin Mo's face darkened. Who was quick? He sat beside Su Qing and whispered in her ear, double the time tonight. I was wrong. Su Qing immediately begged for mercy. If it weren't for Su Luo's ability in the morning, she might still be resting at this time. If it were to be doubled, she would be doomed. Let's see if you dare to speak carelessly next time, Lin Mo said, still quite convinced by Su Qing's pleas. Su Qing quickly changed the topic. How did it go? Not bad, no need to worry about the items. Lin Mo opened his personal information panel and saw that each attribute had a 1 beside it. It's a pity that this talent can only be triggered once a day if it could be triggered multiple times. Soon the second treasure chest of the day arrived, but this time there was only one, still a black iron chest. Su Luo said, why isn't there 3? The number of treasure chests isn't fixed, it's fluctuating. After getting out of the car, Lin Mo glanced at the time. Given the current situation, arriving at the stop by 8 o'clock tonight would be quite good. Let's hope. Wait. This isn't a black iron chest. Su Qing exclaimed. Lin Mo looked at the chest, and indeed noticed it was different from the usual black iron chests. Secret Realm treasure chest. Note opening. It will send all team members into the Secret Realm and grant exclusive items. It turned out to be a Secret Realm treasure chest. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He hadn't forgotten their gains from that forest maze. Su Qing. In the next moment, 2 identical treasure chests were taken out. Should we use it directly? Of course, we might just spend a bit more time today. Lin Mo had Su Qing store one away while he directly opened one of the Secret Realm treasure chests. Opened the Secret Realm treasure chest, gained a Secret Realm treasure map, 1, a safe deposit box, key 1. He understood the treasure map, but what was this safe deposit box? Could it be that the location indicated by the treasure map is a safe deposit box? The Secret Realm treasure chest has been opened. The City of Technology will open in 10 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Note it contains very rich resources, but you will also be regarded as intruders. Lin Mo stroked his chin. There should be treasure chests. For all resources, he preferred treasure chests. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the Secret Realm treasure chest also displayed items. Isn't it? Does this count? Thinking about it, it seemed fine. After all, this thing is called a Secret Realm treasure chest. Item 1, Mechanical Self-Destruct Spider. 10. Item 2, Pulse Bomb. 5. Item 3, Portable Drone. 1. This item left him somewhat perplexed. The items given, they are reasonable. Lin Mo suddenly stopped, recalling the name of the Secret Realm displayed earlier. It seemed quite reasonable. It seems that not only does the quality of the treasure chest affect it, but even the type does as well. But what should he choose? According to normal logic, fewer quantities indicate better quality. The self-destruct spider is similar to a grenade, but this thing can control a range of an astonishing kilometer. The pulse bomb is used to destroy electronic devices, while the last one is used for reconnaissance. Lin Mo thought for a moment and directly chose the portable drone. This item is reusable. The main point is that it can be used for reconnaissance and marking. Shortly after, a box the size of a laptop appeared in his hand. Inside were a remote control and a drone. As for the items that appeared next, they were much more normal. You have entered the City of Technology. Duration 4 hours. Lin Mo and his group appeared in a dilapidated room, and this time there were no vehicles provided. Lin Mo looked out the window and could see the bright and bustling skyscrapers outside. The time given is so long, it means acquiring resources here will be difficult. Let's check the house first to see if there's anything usable. The room was small, about 30 square meters, and it seemed no one had lived there for a long time. In the end, they only found 2 survival coins in the room. Should we go downstairs? Don't rush, there's still one thing left to use. Everyone take out the treasure map and use it together. Except for Jiang Suyao, everyone had a metal plate the size of A4 paper in their hands. In the next moment, 5 streams of light entered their respective wristbands. Map function has been activated. A map appeared before Lin Mo with a red cross at the center indicating the destination. Their location was a full 20 kilometers away from the red cross. Normally this distance should be easy, but before entering the precautions clearly stated that they were intruders. So this distance could be a bit tricky. My map shows that the destination is 2 kilometers away from us. Huh, why does mine say 12 kilometers? Each of the 5 people had a different marker. This was going to be a windfall. Originally Lin Mo thought that since this item was called a treasure map, it would surely provide a map. At that time each person would have a map, making it convenient to use. To his utter surprise, it actually provided 5 treasure locations. Which one should we go to first? Of course the one 2 kilometers away, Lin Mo replied without a moment's hesitation. Su Luo looked at his map. From above it's in the left area. Let's head downstairs first. As the group reached the ground floor they caught sight of moving shadows through the main entrance. No, to be precise, they were robots. These can't be enemies, right? If they are, there are too many of them. There was one at the entrance and another across the street. Let's wait until those robots move past, Lin Mo said, uncertain if they were enemies, but being cautious was always wise. At this moment he had a thought, and took out the drone he had just obtained. He opened the box, retrieved the drone and remote control, then put the box away. He opened the door just a crack and placed the drone outside. In the next moment, under his control, the drone slowly ascended, and the screen of the remote displayed the external scene. Fortunately, the number of robots was not very high. One thing was certain, these could be considered enemies as each robot was armed with weapons at their waists. Here, follow the route indicated by the treasure map, and try to find a suitable path, Lin Mo said, still cautious given the uncertainty of the robot's combat abilities. 10 minutes later a route was planned. The overall route followed the treasure map, but it required a few turns, making it a bit longer. Lin Mo opened the door and quickly led the 5 women across the street, diving into an alley. Although this was a tech city, their location resembled a slum. The buildings here were low and dilapidated. Just as they were 1 kilometer away from their destination, Lu Yu whispered urgently, "There's danger ahead." Everyone quickly retreated. Once they left that position, Lu Yu's sense of danger dissipated. Su Luo looked at the screen, puzzled. There are no robots here. Those robots are so large, I couldn't possibly miss them, Lu Yu said quickly. My ability cannot be wrong. Lin Mo patted Lu Yu on the shoulder. Don't worry, it might just be something else. Su Luo, see if there are any other routes. Su Luo looked at the footage from the drone and pointed behind. We can only go from this side. Wait, a group of people is appearing over there, Su Luo said, lowering the remote so everyone could see the images on the screen. It must be said that the drone's image quality was impressive. Despite being shot from such a height, the picture was exceptionally clear. There were 4 people in total, 2 men and 2 women, who were cautiously walking on the opposite street. They were about to reach the area where Lu Yu sensed the danger. Lu Yu's gaze was fixed on the screen, confident that her ability should not be wrong. Just as the 4 approached that location, a series of crisp gunshots rang out, and the 4 fell to the ground instantly. Quick, zoom in on that spot, Lin Mo hastily whispered. He saw a spherical device on the roof retracting its gun barrel. Lin Mo remembered that they had seen it when they passed by earlier. He had thought it was a camera. It seems this route is not safe. Let's change paths. Right, Su Qing said. Lin Mo looked at the 4 people lying on the ground. Yes, let's go around the back. The group took the back road and circled around, but as they reached this street, Lin Mo turned and headed toward the 4 corpses. Lin Mo, there are wristbands on the bodies, we need to retrieve them, Lin Mo said, producing an anti-explosion shield. For safety, he let special metal form a silver shield attached to the back of the anti-explosion shield. That spherical device had fired normal bullets. If it were a laser weapon, he definitely wouldn't have brought it with him. Just as he approached the corpses, the spherical device on the distant roof suddenly turned. 2 blue electronic eyes turned yellow. Lin Mo grabbed a corpse's belt and pulled it back. The yellow electronic eyes reverted to blue. Seems like there's not much of a problem. 1 minute later, Su Qing received all 4 wristbands, adding another 20 slots to her backpack. 15 minutes later. Are you sure this is the place? Lin Mo looked at the dilapidated 2-story building before him, doubt written on his face. The red cross indicates here it should be correct, right? Chen Luo was also somewhat uncertain, but the map displayed it this way. Who would have guessed that in just 2 kilometers it would be in such a state? The surrounding buildings were severely damaged, and the ground was pockmarked, suggesting that a great battle had once taken place. Lin Mo pushed open the rusty metal door. Boom. The metal door crashed to the ground. Moonlight streamed in through the door, and a golden glimmer was dazzlingly bright. There really were good things here. On a metallic table, a small mountain of survival coins was piled up. Beside the table were 2 black iron treasure chests, and next to them was a large fuel barrel. This item seemed somewhat mismatched with the treasure map. Not that it was mismatched, but it differed somewhat from what he had expected. Su Luo rushed to the table first. There are at least 100 survival coins here. This truly is a treasure. Lin Mo nodded, agreeing that these survival coins matched the term treasure. Su Qing, start collecting them. Su Qing nodded and quickly began to gather the survival coins. A total of 112 survival coins took her about a minute to collect one by one. There was no choice, collecting them all at once would only trigger it once. Only one trigger for a 100-fold return. We obtained a total of 378 coins. He then shifted his gaze to the treasure chests. Without needing him to say anything, Su Qing immediately took action. 2 became 4. Once all items were retrieved, Lin Mo's gaze turned to the staircase. Ascending the stairs to the 2nd floor, Lin Mo was greatly disappointed. There was nothing on the 2nd floor. He looked at the wristband, noting that they still had just over 3 hours left before departure. At most, they could visit one more location. Let's go, we head to the next location. 20 minutes later, the group returned to the initial street. The destination was to follow this road toward the core area. Another 100 meters ahead was an area filled with tall buildings. In the distance, they could see robots on the street. Su Qing looked at the buildings on both sides of the street. Should we take these materials with us? No, let's not. We already have the treasure map. We should prioritize this, Lin Mo replied. If they didn't have the treasure map, he would definitely search for resources nearby. Lin Mo looked at the screen in his hand. This route was not easy to traverse. The number of robots was clearly far greater than those behind them. It seemed they would have to confront them head-on. They were less than 4 kilometers away from the position marked on the treasure map. Prepare the defensive equipment. We charge forward. Tat-a-tat. Tat-a-tat. On either side of the street, 2 spherical machines continuously fired bullets. Su Qing and Su Luo each held a shield to block the incoming projectiles. Lu Yu and Lin Mo each wielded a rifle, firing sideways at the spheres. Tat-a-tat. Zizzes. A few bullets shattered the sphere. Not far behind them lay 2 silver robots on the ground. This weapon is quite good, but the ammunition is a bit lacking. They had scavenged 10 weapons along the way, yet now had less than 40 rounds left. This was after Su Qing had already dealt a critical blow. It's just that those robots were a bit hard to handle. Su Qing, how much further? Just 50 meters left. It should be the black building at the intersection ahead. Lin Mo looked at the building ahead, his brow furrowing. A dozen stories tall. Does the map indicate which floor? It doesn't say. This complicates things. Let's move ahead first. Tat-a-tat. Tat-a-tat. Gunfire echoed continuously around them as more vehicles joined nearby. Through the regional channel, they learned that there were plenty of firearms in the houses lining the street. These convoys had fought their way in using the weapons. However, they didn't have a treasure map. It was merely because there were more survival coins and treasure chests within that building. Otherwise, the gunfire wouldn't be so distant. Soon the group followed the markers and entered the black building. As soon as they stepped inside, Su Qing quickly said, text displayed above the location is on the 13th floor. 'Tis quite advanced. They spent a little time reaching the stairway on the 13th floor. Just as Lin Mo stepped out, he immediately pulled back. 6 robots, 6 spheres spread out around, Lu Yu quickly said. Looking through the door, Lin Mo gazed at the supplies laid out in the center of the hall, truly a massive temptation. However, according to Su Qing, they needed to turn left after entering. If the hall had good items, it was illogical for the treasure to be absent. Lin Mo stroked his chin, glancing up at the ceiling of the 13th floor, which was 4 meters high. Overall, it didn't seem too problematic. Lu Yu, it's up to us two now. It might be a bit painful. As for the others, their attributes were too low, making them unsuitable for this battle. Lu Yu pursed her lip. Lin Mo extended his hand, and silver metal began to morph into a silver mask that he placed over his face. The eye openings weren't hollow, but rather covered with fine mesh. Though it would slightly affect his field of vision, safety was paramount. If stray bullets hit his eyes, that would be a significant loss. Lu Yu imitated Lin Mo, putting the mask on her face. Just as Lin Mo was about to step outside, Lu Yu suddenly grabbed his arm. How about I try it myself? Lin Mo looked at Lu Yu in surprise. That's 12 gun barrels. You can't handle them alone. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, you help me out, especially with Su Luo around. Lin Mo nodded. That works. Lu Yu grasped a rifle in each hand, took a deep breath, and charged out. Tat-a-tat. 12 firearms fired simultaneously from outside, but Lu Yu suddenly halted both guns firing at once, swiftly taking down 2 robots. Then under the gaze of Lin Mo and the others, Lu Yu seemed to alternate between extreme dodging and attacking, eliminating one target after another. Sister Lu Yu is truly impressive. Su Luo looked on with envy, wishing she could possess such abilities. She has been training since childhood, coupled with her talents and attributes. It's no surprise she can achieve this. Regardless, Lin Mo knew he couldn't reach such heights. At that moment, the most astonished was actually Lu Yu herself. She hadn't expected to accomplish this level. It seemed she hadn't fully tapped into her potential. 2 minutes later, Lu Yu stood still, her hands naturally hanging by her sides, as she took a deep breath. Alright, all done. Su Luo rushed out first, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Yu. Can I learn that? Lu Yu shrugged. That can't be learned, it requires talent. Without talent, one couldn't achieve this. Lin Mo, overhearing their conversation, suddenly slapped his forehead. He realized he seemed to have forgotten something. From today on, I will spend an hour each day learning swordsmanship from Lu Yu. Upon seeing the puzzled looks from the others, Lin Mo explained, even if it's just the basics, it's far better than flailing about with a blade. After collecting the items in the hall, they arrived at the metal door. Everything here seems to be made of metal, but how do we get through this door? Su Luo pushed against the metal door. It wouldn't budge at all. Lan Shu pointed at the wall to the left of the door. Could that be a door lock? Lin Mo's heart stirred as he looked at the device resembling a card reader. A card appeared in his hand. Safe key. Let's give this a try. Lin Mo's heart stirred as he looked at the device resembling a card reader. A card appeared in his hand. Safe key. He had always thought the card corresponded to a small safe. Never did he expect it to be such a large vault. No wonder this place was just an empty hall. Lin Mo pushed the door open. The room was not large, estimated to be only about 40 square meters. Yet it contained quite a bit. Neatly stacked were iron ingots, glass, and plastics that could be broken down into miscellaneous items. In addition, there was 1 golden chest, 2 silver chests, and 5 black iron chests, along with the glimmering survival coins and 10 barrels of fuel. Can we just wait here until the end and leave? Looking at these items, Su Qing asked. Even if they searched each room for 4 hours, the resources they obtained might not even match half of what was in this room. Lin Mo glanced at the time. There was still an hour until the end. Once Su Qing stored the items, it would take him at least half an hour to open the chests. Let's just wait here until the end, and we don't need to go anywhere. However, they didn't stay inside the vault. Instead, they took the items outside to work on them. What if the vault door? Half an hour later, the group sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to tally their recent haul. A total of 286 iron ingots, 142 kilograms of glass, 66 kilograms of miscellaneous items, 578 survival coins, and 250 L of fuel. Each item Su Qing listed brought an extra smile to everyone's face. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Just from this haul, the number of survival coins has reached nearly 1,000. Combined with the original amount, that makes almost 3,000. The only downside is that their vehicle cannot be upgraded for now. Vehicle upgrades require at least raising their vehicle to a level quality. It seems the first thing to do when they return is to secure a vehicle core at the station. Su Qing's gaze fell on the 2 golden chests. Aren't you going to open these? They had already opened all the silver and black iron chests, leaving just these last 2. You keep them, we'll open them tomorrow. That should be about right. Su Qing was taken aback. She couldn't help but glance at Lan Shu. You really have some ideas. Why hadn't they thought of this before? Jiang Su Yao quietly asked. Aunt Lan, why did Su's sister look at you when she said that? Lan Shu's face turned slightly red. That's adult business, you shouldn't pry. She inadvertently shifted to a more comfortable position. Around 1 in the afternoon, the vehicle returned to the forested highway. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, finally finished. Lin Mo spread his hands. Upgrading the vehicle requires it to reach Class E, and to reach Class E we need to absorb a vehicle core. He indeed wanted to upgrade, but there was no way for him to do so. Su Qing slapped her forehead, having completely forgotten about this matter. So should we just hit the road? In the last half hour they had already finished their lunch. Let's just hit the road. Lin Mo glanced at the time. But today we probably won't reach the station. Today they only traveled 200 kilometers, still 800 kilometers away from the station. Even if they didn't delay at all, it would still take them 7 hours. Time was indeed too tight. Moreover, they had 2 golden treasure chests in hand, so they had to open those. So they drove as much as possible. Encountering a station tomorrow wouldn't be out of the question. He just hoped that the vehicles they encountered at the station would have vehicle cores. At 7 in the evening the sun set, and the bright moonlight illuminated the highway. There's actually a moon, Su Qing gazed at the road ahead in astonishment. They had only seen the moon once on the previous highway, and that was the red moon. Lu Yu leaned out to look up, so round and so big. Lin Mo added, and it's white too. The gazes of the girls all turned to Lin Mo. He better be talking about the moon. At that moment a wave of treasure chests arrived, but there were only 2. We've already covered 700 kilometers, much faster than expected. At this speed we should reach 1,000 kilometers by around 9:30. Su Qing said. This was indeed a bit late. Even if the station only took 2 hours, they would still finish by midnight. It was definitely insufficient. Let's stop at the 900-kilometer mark, Lin Mo said. This would leave enough time for washing up just right. After speaking, Lin Mo opened the car door, and the metal in his hand transformed into a long knife, waiting for the beasts to come. After Su Qing got out of the car, she immediately reminded, I still have a secret realm treasure chest in my backpack. Lin Mo paused. It's fine, we are affected, and all the teams in the world are affected too. Let's stop at the 900-kilometer mark, Lin Mo said. This would leave enough time for washing up just right. After speaking, Lin Mo opened the car door, but Lin Mo was mentally prepared. After all, it was nighttime. Lu Yu came to the box and asked, do those 2 need training? Lin Mo glanced at the 2 girls. What do you think? Lan Shu and Jiang Suyao exchanged glances. They probably still need it. To survive, the stronger the better. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Being ambitious was a good thing. The rustling sound grew closer, and a pack of gray wolves with glowing green eyes surged out from the woods on both sides. There were a total of 12, completely surrounding them. These gray wolves were robust in stature. Lu Yu and I will each deal with for you 4 girls, each take 1. Being bitten once is nothing more than a slight injury, not a big deal. Once Lin Mo made a move, he quickly took down a gray wolf, raising his brow. These gray wolves were clearly stronger than those encountered during the day. Both in strength and agility, they were superior. But for Lu Yu and Lin Mo, who had such enhanced attributes, they were still not much of a challenge. However, it was challenging for the other 4. After taking down 8 gray wolves, Lu Yu stood beside Lin Mo. Do you need help? No need. With such good weapons, as long as they touch the gray wolves, they will die. Just as Lin Mo said, the Su sisters, who had taken agility potions, quickly dealt with their respective gray wolves. Lan Shu and Jiang Suya also spent a little time to take down their targets. But looking at Jiang Suya's expression, she had clearly suffered some bites. Okay, let's continue. At 9:30 the vehicle stopped by the roadside. Everyone returned to the car, and the first thing they did was wash up and sleep. You go first, I'll check the regional channel. He hadn't paid much attention to the regional channel throughout the day, and didn't know what everyone had encountered on this highway. Area EE 16238, 11012 people. Lin Mo's gaze swept past, and he couldn't help but look back. Why were there so few people? Could it be? Of the few teams I know, only 1 person is left alive. What exactly is this secret realm treasure chest? It's even more dangerous than the station. Buying fuel. Which team is short on people? Let's go out together after we meet. It was indeed because of the secret realm he had opened. But even knowing this, he still had to open the secret realm treasure chest tomorrow. He couldn't just avoid it due to danger. Then he opened the trading center to see if there were any items to purchase and to understand the prices. He had many unnecessary items in hand. If he didn't sell some items soon, he really wouldn't have space left. After washing up, Su Qing and Su Luo moved the bed to a corner near the door. Jiang Suya asked in confusion, why suddenly change places? Su Qing took out 2 clothes hangers, placing them at the head and side of the bed. If there's something to block, it's more relaxing to sleep. After saying that, she took out a curtain and hung it directly on the hangers. This makeshift barrier was quickly set up. Jiang Suya's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. Alright, after Lu Yu is done, you should wash up quickly too, but it's getting late, and we should sleep. Okay. 10 minutes later, Jiang Suya planned to wait for Lan Shu. After all, she was the one she knew best here. But the next moment she was pulled onto the bed by Su Qing. Alright, let's rest early. For people lay down on one bed. Jiang Suya was stunned. Then what about Aunt Lan? There's only this much space. Lan Shu will squeeze in with Lin Mo in a while. Su Qing said, tucking a thin blanket over Jiang Suya. Wait. Yesterday, Su Qing wasn't here today. Lan Shu isn't here, then tomorrow. Jiang Suya couldn't help but glance at Su Luo. Outside the barrier, Lan Shu was drying her hair and looked at the barrier. When did this come out? Then she saw the clothes placed on the chair next to the bathroom. Her face flushed. Su Qing told her that the clothes were ready, but didn't specify that they were like this. She bit her lip and glanced at the barrier. Anyway, no one would see. After Jiang Suya finished washing up, Lin Mo went to wash up, and he had already returned to the bed. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and he knew Lan Shu had arrived. He turned to look, momentarily stunned. What are you wearing? Lan Shu touched her rabbit ears. If you don't like it, I'll change it. No need. It's great. Then Lin Mo realized she was wearing a whole set, and there was even a tail. The next day as dawn broke, Jiang Suyao opened her eyes immediately, carefully dressed, and slipped outside through the gap in the enclosure. At first glance, she saw the battle-damaged black stockings on the ground and the drooping rabbit ears. No wonder they had to put up a barrier. Jiang Suyao hurriedly averted her gaze, pretending she didn't know. After using the restroom, she rushed back to her bed. Since there were important matters to attend to today, everyone had already finished breakfast by 7:30. The vehicle started heading straight for today's destination. Lan Shuyi still sat next to Jiang Suyao. Lan Shuyi glanced at Jiang Suyao and asked, "Why are you staring at me? Aunt Lan, how do you maintain such good skin here?" Lan Shuyi's face flushed slightly. "Perhaps it's because the food is better than before. I ate." Jiang Suyao's eyes widened. "So everything they acted out was real. Didn't you eat those meals too?" Right. Jiang Suyao sighed, internally feeling conflicted. Did that mean she had to do the same? At 8:30, the vehicle encountered the first treasure chest of the day, the first stop on this road. There was only one treasure chest this time, but it was a silver one. After Suqing put the silver treasure chest into her backpack, she didn't take it out. "Do you want silver or gold?" "Of course gold." Hearing Lin Mo say this, Suqing knew it was settled. For treasure chests were placed on the ground, 2 gold and 2 silver. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together and immediately chose the gold treasure chest. He wanted to see what happened when a gold treasure chest encountered the favor of a goddess. "In that case, why don't you directly target Jiang Suyao?" Cough cough. Lin Mo almost choked on his saliva. "How long has she been here?" "Once the favorability reaches a certain point, I think it's alright to make a move." If Lan Shuyi hadn't taken the initiative, she would have advised against it long ago. She had worried so much for this convoy. Lin Mo glanced back at Jiang Suyao. Favorability 88, it seemed possible, but he felt it would be more secure to get it to 90. "No rush, let's talk about it in a couple of days." Goddess favor, please choose 3 items from the following. Item 1, Beginner Gene Potion 5. Item 2, 500 G, Braised Beef 50. Item 3, Beginner Strength Potion 5. Item 4, USP with 50 bullets 2. Item 5, Compound Vitamins 60 capsules 10. Wow. All of these are great items. The Gene Potion must be chosen. Once obtained, everyone's strength will surely increase. The Strength Potion is also necessary, and he must have the handgun too. As for the remaining 2, though good, their importance is nowhere near that of these 3. He turned to ask, "How many bullets do we have left from the weapons we brought back?" "There are over 50 bullets left." Then Su Luo added, "We used quite a few at the vault. Those over 50 bullets were replenished from those robots. Otherwise the number would be even lower." "Alright, let's take the handgun." Turning 100 bullets into 500 shouldn't be too much to ask. Soon 5 Gene Potions, 5 Strength Potions plus 2 handguns and bullets were placed on the ground. Upon seeing the potions, Suqing's pupils constricted. A gold treasure chest with special effects turned out to be so powerful. Soon Lin Mo refreshed the items. The items that appeared again were clearly of a lower grade, but their quality was still better than the others. The only problem was that it always made Lin Mo feel conflicted. Why was it a choice of 4 out of 1 and not 4 out of 2? 15 minutes later, all the items in the treasure chests were collected. He immediately went to check the station. Station Icefield Town Resources Treasure Chests, Survival Coins, Weapons Convoy Capacity, 5 Danger Level, Low Time Limit, None Note, Kill 3 Snow Wolves. To leave Lin Mo was already used to stations with requirements. "Get ready, how many potions do we have?" Lin Mo thought it wouldn't take much time. How much time could 2 potions? 25 Beginner Gene Potions, 10 Beginner Strength Potions. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly triggering a 5-fold increase. What a pity how potions could only be consumed once per person. If only they could be used multiple times. Back to the vehicle. The group returned to the car. Lin Mo and Lu Yu each took a beginner strength potion. The others got 2 potions. Jiang Suyao looked at the 2 potions in her hand, feeling incredulous. "Aunt Lan, do we also get them since we joined later?" Lin Mo said that we are now a small team, so we all have them. Hearing Lan Shuyi's words, Jiang Suyao couldn't help but think of her own small team. Although she also received food there, she had participated in battles, and she was responsible for opening many chests. But here, it seemed she hadn't contributed anything. Even in battles, they were conducted under extremely safe circumstances. Thinking of this, she glanced at Lan Shuyi. At that moment, she understood why Lan Shuyi would eat. She had voluntarily contributed. "The Gene Potion will cause some pain, so you all need to lie down." The Su sisters came to Lin Mo's bed, while Lan Shuyi and Jiang Suyao stayed on their original bed. When everyone drank the potion, the pain surged to their heads. Lin Mo and Lu Yu endured the pain, but they couldn't hold back. "Ow, ugh, ow, huh." Lin Mo twitched his mouth. Were they in pain or pleasure? He picked up the strength potion in his hand, which contained a light red liquid. Come on, drink it. It had no taste once swallowed. Name Lin Mo, age 23, attributes strength 35, 1 constitution 30, 1 agility 35, 1 health 100, talent goddess gift unique. Now his attributes were just 1 point less in strength than Lu Yu. As long as he triggered the talent with Lan Shi today, his attributes would directly surpass hers. Who? The cold wind howled and snowflakes like ice crystals continuously fell. In a stone house, without windows, the figures of Lin Mo and the others slowly became visible. There are no vehicles again. Suqing said, hugging her arms tightly. It was really cold. The station is actually similar to a dungeon. It doesn't matter whether there are vehicles or not. After experiencing so many stations, they had encountered all sorts of situations. Even with a vehicle, it wouldn't be much use. Suqing took out 10 sets of climbing suits. Everyone take one and put this on. After the group changed clothes, Lin Mo opened the door and the cold wind stung his face. As Lin Mo stepped outside, the snow on the ground covered his calves. Rather than saying it was a town, it was more like a village with just over 20 households scattered about. Are the resources inside these houses? Suqing shook her head. I think what we need to do now is not search for supplies, but first kill the snow wolves. If I'm not mistaken, if we don't kill the snow wolves, we might never get out. Su Luo looked around. The snow was white all around. The snow wolves should be white, right? That won't be easy to find. Let me take out my sunglasses, switch this to infrared mode. What can't be found? It's a pity that without a vehicle coming in, we can't upgrade our own vehicle. With the sunglasses on and infrared mode adjusted, less than 50 meters away in the snowy ground, there were 2 red figures. Judging by their size and shape, they should be snow wolves. As long as they deal with 3, they would be able to leave. As for resources, they would strive for as much as possible. Let's go. Wait. Someone is approaching us. Lu Yu turned her gaze to the right rear, noticing several figures in white clothing slowly approaching through the snow. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, realizing that the 5 individuals were actually crawling forward. The objective was so clear that it was evident someone in the group possessed scouting abilities. Act as if we don't know. Let's move ahead. To be honest, Lin Mo didn't want to waste much time on these people, as their vehicle had not caught up. Take action. The 6 of them simultaneously drew out their handguns. Bang! Bang! At such a close range, there was no need for precise aiming. Apart. Take action. The 6 of them simultaneously drew out their handguns. Bang! Bang! At such a close range, there was no need for precise aiming. Soon the white snow was stained red and screams echoed continuously. Lan Shu and Jiang Suyao, go collect the hand rings, and remember to bring them back. Understood. The 2 went to retrieve the hand rings while the others continued to search for snow wolves. Unfortunately, due to the gunfire, the 2 snow wolves had already fled far away. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. It seems we have no choice but to head up the mountain. He glanced at the nearby hillside, noticing a considerable number of red shadows. 10 minutes later, 3 snow wolves were killed, and they were now ready to leave at any moment. However, leaving empty-handed felt like a loss. Lin Mo directed his gaze towards the small town below, saying, "Let's scour the town. If we find nothing, then." Suddenly a thud. Su Luo unexpectedly fell to the ground, revealing a black iron treasure chest. It's a treasure chest. Lin Mo glanced at the chest on the ground, and then looked around. It seemed the treasure chest was buried in the snow. Use sticks to search around. An hour later, everyone returned to the driving cabin. Our luck has been fairly good. 2 treasure chests plus 20 survival coins. This yield was considered a great harvest at this station. The only issue was that they hadn't encountered any car convoy today. Shall we set off now? Of course, let's move quickly and try to reach a station by tonight. Survival day 9, temperature 21-27, time 0944, devouring abyss. 30 km. Traveling 1,000 kilometers would take no more than 8 hours, which wasn't a big issue. Moments later, the minibus speed reached 120 kilometers per hour, the highest speed Su Qing could manage. If she went any faster, she worried she might veer off the road. Jiang Suyao peeked at Lin Mo and then looked at Lan Shu. "Aunt Lan, have you and him done something?" Lan Shu momentarily didn't grasp the question. "What do you mean by done something?" Jiang Suyao gestured with her left hand in a circle, while her right hand extended her index finger. Lan Shu's face flushed. Knowing was one thing, but saying it out loud was unnecessary. "So, does that mean everyone in this convoy has done something?" "I suppose so." Lan Shu glanced at the others, realizing there were indeed only a few of them. Jiang Xiao bit her lip, confirming her suspicions. Could it be? She had to do the same. She suddenly froze, realizing she felt no aversion, perhaps even some anticipation. No, earlier she had been quite averse to such matters with that previous convoy. At this moment Lan Shu spoke. "I don't know about the others, but am simply acting on my talent." Jiang Suyo's eyelids twitched. "Talent?" Shouldn't she consider what she wore yesterday? Was that also part of her talent? Jiang Suyao turned her gaze to Lin Mo, puzzled as to why she felt anticipation. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, having closed the regional channel interface, felt the weight of gazes upon him and turned to look. Jiang Suyao immediately looked out the window. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. After today's events, her favorability towards him had surprisingly increased to this extent. Name Jiang Suyao, age 20, rating 86, favorability 93. He had initially thought it would take a couple of days, but it seemed he was mistaken. However, since there was still a station tonight, time seemed to be a bit tight. Lunchtime arrived. Given our speed, Su Luo began fiddling with his fingers. We should encounter a station by around 5 or 6. Lin Mo nodded. That sounds about right. A Luo speed up your kill rate this afternoon. The most time-consuming aspect was encountering these wild beasts. But this was already much better than that highway. Driving during a sandstorm was a trouble. Especially offline. He glanced at the world channel, realizing that the current worst conditions were on the desert road and at sea. One had a sandstorm, and the other had waves. It was simply fatal. I understand, Liu nodded. Lin Mo finished his meal, quickly placed his chopsticks in the bowl, and opened the regional channel. What sort of station is this? We wasted a full 3 hours here. Did you guys encounter a station? We're not there yet. What the heck, you haven't arrived yet? How much time have you? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised that others hadn't arrived at the station yet. Did that mean everyone behind had different stations? No, even on the Yellow Earth Road. Oh, everyone's stations were also staggered, and many people's stations weren't even the same. It seemed that stations were not fixed. Shortly after 5, Lin Mo hit the brakes. Through his relentless efforts, he managed to squeeze out an extra half hour. Get out, let's deal with the wild beasts first. The group quickly exited the vehicle, with Liu Yu being the main force while the others stood by for support. In the face of wild beast attacks, cold weapons were still preferable, mainly because bullets were such consumables and too difficult to acquire. Roar. A beastly roar startled Su Luo, making him shiver. This doesn't seem like a wild wolf. Indeed, it's not a wild wolf, though it's a tiger. Liu Yu retracted the long knife in her hand, saying, should we use guns then? That works for me. The next moment, a rifle snatched from a robot appeared in Lin Mo's hands. Rat-a-tat. Thud. Done. Lin Mo blew the smoke off the muzzle. Su Qing nudged Lin Mo's arm, saying, look at the quality of that treasure chest. Do you want to? We can afford to enter a little later. Golden treasure chest. Lin Mo obviously understood her meaning. How about we go in first, and then come back later? Do you want to check the time for the station above? Lin Mo approached the station, realizing why Su Qing had urged him to come now. It turned out to be a station that required 6 hours. He turned to Jiang Suyao, saying, ahem, I need to discuss something with you. Shall we go in? Jiang Suyao's face flushed as she nodded and followed Lin Mo back to the living area. Upon entering the living area, Lin Mo took a deep breath, feeling like it was the first time he had been so direct. Well, you should have noticed my talent, and I understand who I saw it this morning, Jiang Suyao said, unzipping her jacket as she walked over to Lin Mo. Wait, why were they all so proactive? Hold on, who I haven't said. Lin Mo's eyes widened. What the hell, was he going to lose his dignity? Total reversal. An hour later. Team member Jiang Suyao's favorability reached 100 points, triggering a special effect for the next treasure chest. Goddess favor. 5 team members' favorability reached 100 points, unlocking effect 3 of the talent Goddess gift hiss. What? His talent was supposed to be unupgradable. How could it upgrade? No, it was unlocking a new effect. Jiang Suyao opened her eyes, asking, are we going out? Yes, you go first. I need to handle something. Are we even talking about the same thing? But as long as the outcome was the same, it didn't matter. Jiang Suyao sighed in relief, tidied up, and hurriedly left. She urgently needed Su Luo's assistance. Lin Mo ignored Jiang Suyao and focused on the talent before him. This effect. Goddess gift unique effect 1. Upon opening any treasure chest, 3 additional types of supplies will refresh, and you can choose one to obtain. Effect 2. For each additional opposite gender team member with favorability above 80, an extra treasure chest refresh can occur, and the quality of items will be influenced by that opposite gender team member. Effect 3. Every 5 refreshes can combine into a high-level refresh, increasing the quantity or quality of items. How good the effects are can only be known by trying it out. A minute later, he was fully dressed and walked out the door, only to find everyone gathered here. Jiang Suyao was sitting with Su Luo, who was demonstrating her talent. The others turned their attention at the first sound they heard. Now accustomed to the gazes of several people, Lin Mo said, everyone is here. Let me just say this, you go prepare the meals, as this stop will take a while. Su Qing and I will handle the resource box. Su Qing's first action upon getting out of the car was to ask about the talent issue. How is it? It must be good. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together and said, let's take out one of the golden boxes. By the way, why aren't we in the car? Su Qing couldn't help but ask. She could retrieve this box, so why come outside? I forgot anyway, we're out now, so let's do it here. With a snap, 2 golden boxes appeared on the ground. Lin Mo took a deep breath and opened the golden treasure chest, tossing the built-in resources behind him without a glance. Goddess favor, please choose 3 items from the following. Item 1, Premium Bedding 10. Item 2, Beginner's Physique Potion 5. Item 3, 2 MX2 M Waterbed 2. Item 4, Rapid Healing Potion 5. Item 5, Multivitamins 60 Capsules 10. It's no wonder it's a golden treasure chest. The items it offers are indeed impressive. Of course, the main reason is that this effect is powerful. Without this effect, these items wouldn't be this good. Lin Mo glanced around and decided he must get the Physique Potion. He also needed the Rapid Healing Potion. Although Su Luo's talent was healing, the effects of this potion were indeed remarkable. Having multiple methods is always better than having none. As for the remaining 3, Lin Mo frowned and turned to ask Su Qing. Su Qing thought for a moment. We definitely don't need the waterbed. That thing is useless. As for the vitamins, we already have 100 bottles, so there's no need for more. Although we have bedding as well, we have. Moreover, considering the current situation, the number of team members will surely increase in the future, so it's better to have more. Alright, let's choose the bedding then. 10 1mm square cardboard boxes appeared on the ground. Lin Mo ignored them and refreshed directly. As before, there were still 4 items to choose from with no suspense. Next came the second golden treasure chest. After opening it, 3 items had to be selected. Then it was time to use effect 3. He saw the refresh number in the back change from 5 to 1, and the white font turned into golden glowing text. Clicking refresh, a burst of golden light made Lin Mo squint. As the golden light faded, the items appeared. Lin Mo gasped. Although the variety of items had decreased, the quality and quantity were indeed unquestionable. Comparable to the goddess favor, it's a pity that the 4 items had been reduced to 3. But this was fine, as it didn't require too much deliberation. Item 1, 500g braised beef 100. Item 2, Tallowy explosive shield 20. Item 3, TNT explosive 1 kilogram 20. Looking at these items, Lin Mo felt that it would be even better if he could choose more. Not for any other reason, but because the TNT could explode from a distance, which was sufficient. The explosive shield was good, but he had no not for any other reason, but because the TNT could explode from a distance, which was sufficient. The explosive shield was good, but he had no immediate use for it. After all, many items would appear repeatedly. If he didn't choose this time, he could choose it later. With a whoosh, 20 yellow Play-Dohs dropped onto the ground. Su Qing was taken aback. Is this even possible? Of course we have grenades. Isn't it normal to have explosives? Su Qing's eyes twitched. Were grenades and this TNT the same thing? Although she wasn't interested in these items, she had heard of them. 1 kilogram of TNT was far superior to a... At 7 o'clock, Lin Mo stood at the bus stop. Looking at the sign above, he confirmed his thoughts. Hey, why has this stop changed? Su Qing was stunned looking at the stop's introduction. It used to be 6 hours, but now it has changed to 2 hours. Lin Mo explained his thoughts at the time, and Su Qing nodded, finding it quite reasonable. Stop: suburbs of Lant City, resources, treasure chests, survival coins, weapons, others, team capacity, 10, danger level medium, time limit 2 hours. Compared to that forest, I prefer this one. Why? A city is obviously drivable, while a forest isn't. What they lacked now was the vehicle. Let's go by tonight. Tomorrow morning the vehicle can be upgraded. Lin Mo got back in the car and started the vehicle, taking a sharp turn into the lower intersection. 10 minutes later, they found themselves in a city. In the distance were tall buildings, and nearby were low houses while zombies roamed the streets. Another wasteland world filled with zombies. Is that it? Su Luo looked puzzled. Zombies shouldn't be classified as medium danger, right? Since it's called medium danger, we should be cautious, but first let's find other vehicles. Lin Mo didn't even glance at the zombies driving straight through them. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies shattered with just a gentle touch. However, the situation seemed worse than he expected. Perhaps due to the large number of zombies here, or maybe because the vehicle was too loud, zombies kept appearing around. In just 5 minutes, their vehicle was surrounded by zombies. No matter which direction they moved, they would eventually be surrounded. Get out of the car, retrieve the vehicle, and let's go on foot. Lin Mo immediately got out of the car, and the metal in his hand transformed into a long knife. The others followed closely behind. Facing the zombies, their weapons flew up and down. Although there were many zombies, they weren't much of a threat. The reason for not using guns, of course, was that the noise would easily attract a zombie swarm. However, Lin Mo soon frowned. Just as Su Luo said, these zombies were far too weak to be considered a medium threat. They quickly fought their way out and arrived in a room. Despite having killed over 100 zombies, none of them were even breathing heavily. This was the benefit of having high attributes. Su Luo looked out the window into the distance. Could it be that their large number is why they were classified as medium? Perhaps after all, our strength is different from others. What should we do next? If we stay here, we won't find anyone else. The main purpose of entering this stop was not for supplies, but for the vehicle core. Don't forget we have a drone. Lin Mo's ears perked up. The target is coming. The engine noise grew louder, and the surrounding zombies began to move. Moreover, the number of vehicles continued to increase. Just like other stops, everyone arrived at intervals. The zombies have been lured away. Let's go down. Just then footsteps suddenly echoed from the rooftop. Lu Yu looked up. There's a zombie up there that must have spotted us and has come to the window. With a crash, the sound of shattering glass rang out. The next moment, a zombie over a meter tall jumped onto the windowsill, its body a shade of pink with a round bulging belly. Lu Yu's pupils constricted. Her crisis-sensing talent alerted her that it was very dangerous, but not lethal. Quick, get downstairs. However, it was already too late. Without any warning, the zombie's belly exploded, and a pink gas instantly filled the entire room. On the first floor, Lin Mo gazed at the pink gas hovering above him. Although he did not know what it was, Lu Yu said it was dangerous, and that surely meant it was. Where is Su Luo? Everyone had come down, but Su Luo was still up there. Su Qing's expression changed, and she turned to rush back up. Just as she took a step, Lin Mo grabbed her and said, "Don't be impulsive. But don't forget we have healing potions. As long as they are not dead, we can heal them." Su Qing bit her lip, filled with worry. Fortunately, the window was shattered, and the pink gas dissipated in less than a minute. The group rushed up the stairs and saw Su Luo lying at the top of the stairs. But the situation was not as they had imagined. Her complexion was rosy, and she showed no sign of injury. "Lu Yu, are you sure there is danger?" Lu Yu looked at Su Luo's flushed face, doubting her own perception. "My instincts tell me it is indeed very dangerous, but there is no life-threatening risk." "Forget about that for now. Let's wake her up first." Lin Mo squatted down and gently patted Su Luo's cheek. Su Luo slowly opened her eyes, and in the next moment, she wrapped her arms around Lin Mo and pulled him down before he could react. Her mouth was already pressed against his. Lin Mo struggled to pry Su Luo's arms away. "You all. Damn. Why is Su Luo so strong? It seems like she's fine just a bit." "Enthusiastic," Lu Yu said with a smile. "Should we help?" Lan Shu asked. Su Qing looked at the situation before her. "You all go down first, I'll help her." 20 minutes later, Lin Mo looked at Su Qing with a resentful expression and said, "Was that help?" Su Qing glanced at the shy Su Luo. "See, everything is fine now. Besides, don't you like it?" Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth. Could he even say anything? Meanwhile, Su Luo had quickly hidden behind Su Qing, burying her face. Lu Yu teased. Tisk, my ears are ringing. It seems all the zombies within a 50-meter radius have gathered here. We've been killing for quite some time. Su Luo buried her head even deeper. She knew everything that happened, but couldn't control herself at all. It was truly too embarrassing. "All right, everyone, stop joking around. Oh, what about the vehicle?" Lin Mo said hastily. If they continued, he wouldn't be able to take it anymore. "I can't see anything on the first floor, but I didn't hear any engine noise, so it should still be there." "Then let's hurry over and check it out." If they couldn't get the vehicle core here, they would have to wait for the next station. And whether the vehicle could enter the next station was still uncertain. It would be better if it could come in, at least there would be an opportunity. If it couldn't come in, they would have wasted a whole day. Although Lu Yu was teasing Su Luo, she wasn't wrong about one thing: they had killed quite a number of zombies. Almost all the zombies on the street had died at the entrance. They hadn't seen many zombies on the way. 10 minutes later, after turning a few streets, they finally spotted a pickup truck. "Isn't that the truck we saw earlier?" Jiang Xia said. "No, the one before was an off-road vehicle. We must have passed it by. But no matter what vehicle it is, as long as it has a core, that's good enough." Lin Mo squinted. There was someone sitting in the driver's seat of the damaged truck, so sneaking up would not be possible. "Let's go straight in." Lin Mo raised his hand, and a silver metal mask formed on his face. The face was their only weak point. As long as they protected their faces, they could easily handle any weapon, at least for now. Once everyone was ready, Lin Mo dashed forward. In just a few seconds, he covered the distance of several dozen meters. Lin Mo stood at the doorway, peering through the window at the workbench where a glass sculpture of a pickup truck was displayed. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This was just what he was looking for. At that moment, the blonde survivor in the driver's seat sensed something was off, though it suddenly got dark. He turned his head and saw a pair of eyes staring at him through the silver mask. "Fuck!" The blonde survivor trembled all over, nearly wetting himself. Once he realized what was happening, a hand crossbow appeared in his hand. He pressed the car window and pulled the trigger directly. Lin Mo dodged to the left, and the crossbow bolt missed him. In the next moment, a repeating crossbow appeared in Lin Mo's hand. PFF, PFF, PFF. 3 bolts in a row easily took care of the target. Lin Mo reached out, unlocked the door, and opened it. Su Qing, take the vehicle. Alright, what about the others? Forget about them, let's find other vehicles. An hour and a half later, the group returned to the highway. Su Qing pulled out 5 identical pickup trucks and 2 off-road vehicles. And on each vehicle's workbench, there was a corresponding glass sculpture. No, this vehicle's core cannot be removed, it still has an owner. Lin Mo waved his hand. Don't worry about that for now. When the time comes, it will naturally be able to come down. Having these 8 vehicle cores is enough. Lin Mo stored the 8 vehicle cores in his backpack, letting the others dismantle the remaining vehicles. He hurried back to his vehicle and took out 1 vehicle core to place next to his own core. Just like a watch devouring another watch, the core transformed into a stream of light and entered it. Vehicle core upgraded to level 2. Material warehouse upgraded. Lin Mo glanced at the notes below and then at the level 1 core in his backpack. He directly took out 2 cores and placed them on top. Vehicle core upgraded to level 3. Material warehouse upgraded. Power generation equipment activated. Just as he thought, although there was no level 2 vehicle core, a level 1 core could also substitute. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone have to wait for others to upgrade first? Lin Mo didn't bother with the power generation equipment, as he still had 5 cores on hand, so he should be able to upgrade again. Vehicle core upgraded to level 4. Workbench decomposition function efficiency 50. Vehicle core level LV4. Material warehouse metal 100,400 kilograms, glass 100,400 kilograms, miscellaneous 2,400 kilograms. Note: devouring cores of the same level can increase the level. The benefit of the warehouse expanding is that it can free up many slots. At this moment, Lin Mo was going to check where the power generation equipment was when he heard the door to the living area open behind him. Lin Mo, go. Come look. There are so many sockets appeared on the wall. Is power coming? Su Luo said excitedly. Although the living area had always had lights and air conditioning, there had been no extra electricity. If there was power, it would be much more convenient to cook with electrical appliances. It really does have power. Let me take a look. He glanced at the prompt, and the power generation equipment was in the living space interface. Following the interface, Lin Mo and Su Luo came to the window. There was a handle on the ground, and when he gently pulled it, the lid opened. Inside was a machine measuring 1 meter by 1 meter. Basic generator consumption 1 L, 5 degrees of electricity capacity, 0-10 L, stored electricity 0-20 degrees. If we encounter a home appliance package next, we must grab it, then we can do everything in the vehicle. Don't worry, I know. Lin Mo poured fuel into the generator. Since all conditions were met, he planned to upgrade the quality first, and then upgrade the vehicle level. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Is this it? This is a quality upgrade. However, when he looked at the next vehicle quality upgrade requirements, it seemed the upgrade was a bit too simple. Vehicle quality upgrade conditions: vehicle core LV3, a 1,000 survival coins, vehicle level LV4. Lin Mo stroked his chin, wondering what the next upgrade would provide. Currently, he met 2 conditions, and judging by the trend, he would soon be able to upgrade the vehicle to quality D. No team should be able to catch up with them. After getting off the vehicle, Lin Mo immediately upgraded it. Upgrade expected to take 2 hours. Please exit the vehicle. Seeing Lin Mo come down, Su Qing quickly asked, did something happen to the vehicle? The materials we obtained from dismantling the vehicle increased. That's right, the dismantling efficiency has increased by 50. Su Qing realized, then glanced at the vehicle surrounded by white light. Based on the materials we have, can we upgrade it 1 more level? In theory, yes, but... Lin Mo glanced at the surrounding forest. The premise is that it's safe, and soon an hour passed. The surrounding woods occasionally echoed with the sounds of wild beasts, but they had not suffered any attacks. Congratulations, the vehicle has been upgraded to level 3. The vehicle modification function is now enabled, and the living area has increased by 30 square meters. As soon as the group got back onto the vehicle, they headed straight to the living area. The 2 beds that were placed in the living area had disappeared, leaving only the living room, kitchen, bathroom, and shower room. 2 new doors had appeared on the walls. Lin Mo opened one door, revealing a bedroom of about 20 square meters. Su Qing opened the other door, which was also a bedroom, but slightly smaller than Lin Mo's. The space has increased. We can take out another mattress, just right for 2 people to sleep on 1 bed. Lu Yu said nonchalantly, and it won't disturb anyone. The other girls understood Lu Yu's implication. It was just about being more open. Alright, I'll go get some things. The bedding needs to be washed. Seeing the girls start to tidy up the house, Lin Mo noticed he had nothing to do and went to the nearby dining table. He glanced at his watch. Survival Day 9. Temperature 2127. Time 2227. Devouring Abyss. 30 kmh. He had originally considered whether to drive at night, but it seemed unnecessary. Once they finished tidying up the room, they could rest and sleep. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Lan Shu. It must be settled before midnight, otherwise the effect would be lost. He intended to open the regional channel to understand other people's situations, but looked at the time again and decided to wait. He stood up and walked towards the bedroom. Lan Shu, come here. Don't look, let's deal with the bed first. Su Qing carried a cardboard box while Lu Yu and Su Luo. Don't look, let's deal with the bed first. Su Qing carried a cardboard box while Lu Yu and Su Luo held a mattress as the group headed to the secondary bedroom. Su Luo picked up a black circle and asked, Sister, what is this box? Su Qing's eyes twitched. Premium bedding products. Lu Yu leaned over to look inside the box at the remaining items. Actually, there's nothing wrong if at least in the major categories it counts as such. Su Luo reached out and took a medical stethoscope from the box. Is this also? You're still young, you wouldn't understand. Who says I don't understand? It's just cosplay. Su Luo looked at the stethoscope in her hand, glancing at the wall. It seems very quiet, should we? She raised the stethoscope to look at the wall. The other girl's eyes lit up and nodded. Wait, there are several more. Before long, each of them returned with a box. Then each held a stethoscope. 10 minutes later, the 4 girls had flushed faces. I didn't expect this thing to be so effective. Su Luo directly put the stethoscope into her backpack. Su Qing nudged Lu Yu and Jiang Suya. That's enough, oh, we still haven't set up the bed. Jiang Suya reluctantly put away the stethoscope, exclaiming, I heard my mom say that Aunt Lan Shu is quite introverted. Ooh, I never expected this. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, I didn't expect it. She has quite a rhythm. They all said to slow down. Lan Shu leaned on Lin Mo's shoulder, her bangs sticking closely to her forehead, raising her hand to lightly pat Lin Mo's chest. Isn't the music rhythm just too good? Lan Shu's face turned red. You still say? Thinking of how she looked earlier, Lan Shu wished she could find a hole to hide in. How could she be so unreserved? After 10 minutes, she struggled to sit up, dressed, and got out of bed. I'm going to take a shower. If it weren't for the attribute increase, she would probably have fallen asleep by now. Okay. Will you be back? Lan Shu paused, her steps quickening as she fled. Jiang Xia won't rest well without me. Leave her here. She must be out of her mind. Lin Mo glanced at the time. It was just a little past 12. Wasn't it just a bit over an hour of high-intensity training? Was it that serious? He shook his head and opened the regional channel, immediately checking the number of people. E16238 area 10,772 people. Compared to yesterday, there were at least 300 fewer people. This shows that as a new day began, the death rate started to rise. It was evident that those who died yesterday did so because of the secret realm he opened. However, even so, it was still necessary to use what needed to be used, especially since Su Qing still had one. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? At that moment, the door opened. However, even so, it was still necessary to use what needed to be used, especially since Su Qing still had one. Wouldn't it be a waste? However, when he focused his gaze, he couldn't help but gasp. Su Qing, what are you wearing? This was not heading in the right direction. At that moment, Su Qing had her hair styled up, wearing frameless glasses and fiery red lips. She was dressed in OL attire with black stockings covering her long legs. Survival Day 10. Temperature, 2030. Time 0611. Devouring Abyss. 30 kmh. Lin Mo opened his eyes and glanced at his watch. Thanks to his powerful attributes, his recovery ability had become exceptionally strong. He didn't even need to sleep for too long. Are you awake? Su Qing, with her hair down, propped her head up with her right hand, looking at him, completely unconcerned about whether the blanket was properly covered. Lin Mo swallowed hard. Noticing Lin Mo's gaze, Su Qing sat up and stretched. Let's go out. Hey, wait a minute. It was 7:30. Breakfast was already set on the dining table, and Su Luo walked out from the secondary bedroom. Lan Shu turned her head. What are you holding? A stethoscope for... Oh, nothing. Su Luo quickly put away the stethoscope. Lan Shu glanced at Su Luo, then at the doors of the 2 adjoining bedrooms. Could it be? He looked at the other girls and saw the answer he wanted on their faces. What a huge embarrassment. At around 8 o'clock, everyone finished breakfast, went to the driver's cabin, and began a new day. Lin Mo, when will we use the secret realm treasure chest? Su Qing asked. This box took up too much space in the backpack. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, let's see the situation first. By the way, it seems our vehicle level can't be upgraded. The other 2 are sufficient, but we are short by over 40 kilograms of clutter, Su Qing reminded. Lin Mo nodded. Of course he knew this. He had checked yesterday. The other 2 were far from enough. They had exceeded the limit. Anonymous survivor used a special item, Small road junction card. Road junction setting in progress expected to start junction in 10 minutes. The small junction covers 100 square kilometers with 10 different roads containing 20 black iron resource boxes, 4 silver resource boxes, and 1 gold resource box. Hint: vehicles entering the junction area will close off each road. The highway intersection card. What does the other party want to do with this? For resources. Su Luo looked puzzled. With such a large area, what could such a small amount of resources achieve? Lin Mo stroked his chin. It's not those treasure chests thereafter, it should be materials for upgrading. But this just happens to benefit us. The miscellaneous items are already here. They are just short of over 40 kilograms of miscellaneous items. In a 100 square kilometer area, 40 kilograms of miscellaneous items should be easy to find. If not, what must the resources be like? I think we should still take a look at the last line of text, Lu Yu suggested. Lin Mo waved his hand. I've seen that it doesn't matter what kind of highway we are on. Even if we weren't in this forest, what difference would it make? It's only the first week after leaving the novice period. Even if it's dangerous, how dangerous could it be? 10 minutes later, the trees ahead became sparse, allowing them to see the scenery on both sides. Lin Mo opened the window, and a drone flew into the air, closely following their vehicle. The screen transmitted the footage back. Looking at the images on the screen, Lin Mo frowned. Something's off. This is very strange. Didn't they say there were 10 highways? But there are more than 10 highways just in this vicinity, and who knows how many further out. Altogether, it would be normal to have around 40 to 50. He looked again at the introduction from before. It turns out it wasn't 10 highways, but 10 types. That makes sense. Su Qing leaned over to look. Oh, these highways still retain their own characteristics. It seems so. I wonder how the game arranged this. Some highways have heavy snow on both sides, some are flanked by seawater, some are surrounded by yellow earth, and others are encircled by stones. Are we going in? Should we stop? Su Luo quickly asked. Lin Mo glanced at the relatively intact building ahead. Once we go in, we'll stop. Let's ignore everything else and just take the miscellaneous items. Searching for treasure chests in such a large area would tire them out, and they might not find any. It's better to take useful items first. Su Luo nodded, and as the vehicle entered the city, he parked it directly by the roadside. After getting out of the car, Su Qing immediately stored the vehicle. Su Luo looked through the window at the first floor of a nearby building. The glass is all gone. Everything inside looks severely damaged. This seems a bit difficult. Don't forget, our workstation's disassembly efficiency has increased by 50. Just because it couldn't be disassembled before doesn't mean it can't be done now. Lu Yu, you take Lan Shu and Jiang Su Yao to the other side. Lu Yu hesitated. There won't be any other creatures here, right? It's fine. Even if there are, our team can handle it. Lu Yu nodded and led the two girls to the street opposite. Let's get started. Entering the room, Lin Mo quickly scanned the area, disassembling everything that could be disassembled. Miscellaneous 0. 1 kilogram, miscellaneous 0. 2 kilograms, miscellaneous 0. 1 kilogram. It's really too broken. However, after clearing the entire first floor, the three of them obtained a total of 1 kilogram of miscellaneous items. Looking at this amount, they only needed over 40 rooms. Moreover, with Su Qing's talent, the time required isn't much. Just as they were heading to the second room, a prompt appeared. 50 vehicle teams have entered. The exit has been opened. Then a number popped up, floating in the upper right corner of everyone's view. Current exit 50. As for the number of treasure chests, it was not displayed here. Thus it can be seen that changing the highway is the main purpose of this card. But this was not important to them. Continue, no need to worry about it. 20 minutes later, the two sides met. How much do you have? Lu Yu shook her head. Not much, only 9 kilograms. That's enough. Just give it all to Su Qing. Lu Yu handed over the miscellaneous items in her hand to Su Qing, who nodded. Altogether, we have a total of 67. 7 kilograms, plus the original amount. It's enough to upgrade the vehicle. Okay, our main objective is complete. So do we continue, or? Lin Mo glanced at the number in the upper right corner. Current exit 49. The vehicle team that left should be the one that used the card. Let's take a look around. It would be best if we encounter a treasure chest. If not, then let's take down a few vehicles to replenish the vehicle core. Since we're here, we might as well bring back more items. Treasure chests are indeed hard to find, but vehicles are easier to come across. Because they have a drone. Lin Mo raised the drone into the sky, and the screen covered a 5-kilometer radius around them. The screen was indeed a bit small, but Lin Mo's attributes were high enough to make up for it. As long as he looked carefully, he could still spot any vehicles on the screen. 5 minutes later, the silhouette of a vehicle appeared on the screen. Let's go, drive forward and follow my instructions. After turning left and right, a brand new SUV appeared in their view 5 kilometers later. Lu Yu was already waiting at the door ready to rush in as soon as it opened. But the other party was very vigilant. As soon as their vehicle appeared, people from the building rushed out, jumped into their car, and immediately started the vehicle. But how could Lin Mo let them escape? Take out their tires. Lin Mo and Su Qing both leaned out at the same time. Tat-a-tat. Bang. With a few shots from the two rear tires of the opposing vehicle exploded, causing its speed to drop immediately. Qin Huan stepped on the gas pedal and charged forward, then used the back of the car to force the vehicle behind to stop. Just as they got out of the car, the passenger from the opposing vehicle opened the window. "We're one of your own. Don't shoot." A balding middle-aged man shouted loudly, his words clear, but with a hint of dialect. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Name Matsumoto, heir, age 37, rating 39, favorability 38, open fire. Tat-a-tat. The bullets easily pierced through the glass, killing the two inside. Then the two men at the back were also shot dead. Take their wristbands and vehicle cores. I recover the vehicles, and let's continue. Lan Shu and Jiang Suyao opened the car doors on each side, without changing their expressions, calmly taking the wristbands off the arms of the fallen men. After these experiences, they had clearly grown. 1 minute later, everyone got back in the car, preparing to search for the next vehicle. Before they even began searching, they heard gunfire coming from a distance. This was still their first time hearing others use firearms. From the sound, it seemed to be the same as the rifles they used. It was likely weapons brought back from that technological city. Let's go take a look. Following the sound, the vehicle moved closer. At an intersection, they saw two teams engaged in a gunfight. From the sound of the gunfire, it seemed that both teams were running low on ammunition. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. In the center of the two vehicle teams at the intersection, a golden treasure chest lay quietly. No wonder the two teams were fighting. But the main reason was still the difference in skin color. Should we recruit them into our team? Su Qing turned and asked. The talent for collecting people was triggered. Lin Mo looked at the woman who was struggling to resist in the distance, stroking his chin, and felt it wouldn't be a bad idea after all. As Lin Mo's vehicle approached, both sides engaged in battle simultaneously ceased fire. Two lifeless bodies of women lay on either side of the vehicle, each riddled with numerous gunshot wounds. On the other vehicle, 2 out of 4 men had also perished. The remaining 3 were on high alert, wary of Lin Mo's car. She glanced hesitantly at the situation inside the minibus, but carefully shielded herself with the car door. The steel plate hanging inside the car had helped her fend off several fatal injuries. When Lin Mo and Su Qing simultaneously poked their heads out, while wearing silver masks, the two men rushed back into their vehicle. However, Su Qing and Lin Mo's marksmanship far surpassed that of Chu Shi, not because they aimed more accurately, but purely due to their higher attributes and stronger control. The glass shattered with a crack, and the two blonde men instantly met their demise. Squeak! Su Luo brought the vehicle to a halt, and the others jumped out, heading towards the women. Watch my skills. Lin Mo glanced at Chu Shi. Name Chu Shi, age 25, rating 90, favorability 22. This favorability was a bit low, but Su Qing would have no problem approaching. Su Qing said something that Chu Shi did not catch, causing her to straighten up. Then Su Qing waved to those behind her, prompting Lin Mo to bring the others closer. Their team has 3 members. Miraculously, they had survived until now. Unfortunately, luck had not been on their side. Just as they were about to grab the treasure chest, they encountered another convoy. Initially, they had planned to abandon the mission, but the opposing team kept firing, leaving them no chance to escape. Consequently, 2 of their members were shot and killed. Oh, this one is still alive. Su Luo extended her hand and placed it on the nearby woman's body, activating her healing ability as the bleeding wounds gradually ceased. Lin Mo squatted down, placing his hand on the woman's neck, sensing a faint pulse. But this won't do. There are still bullets inside her. He had seen some television shows. Chu Shi paused, quickly crouching down to feel for a pulse on the neck. She is indeed alive. As long as she is alive, that is good enough. She suddenly stood up, heading towards the driver's seat. Lu Yu had already gone over. This one is definitely dead. The bullet entered through her eye, and there's no saving her. Su Qing patted Chu Zai's shoulder. It's great that one of you survived. You and your teammate should join our team. In this survival world, the larger the group, the better. Chu Shi nodded, glancing at her friend with hesitation. But with more people, won't there be insufficient resources? Don't worry, that's not an issue for us. Right, Captain? Su Qing looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo stroked his chin, looking at the woman on the ground. Name Lin Lingling, age 25, rating 90, favorability. It truly reflects the saying that a beautiful person's friends are all beauties. Captain. Alright, you don't need to worry about resources. Lin Mo nodded. You can join our team without any concerns. After finishing his words, he felt a shift in his heart, circling around to the driver's seat. He looked at the woman on the ground, but no panel was displayed. Lin Mo did not expect that his ability could be utilized in such a way. This could be considered an alternative application of life radar. 1 minute later, Su Luo's face appeared slightly pale. Based on the current situation, it should only take a few more attempts. Chu Shi, noticing Su Luo's complexion, expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for helping me save my friend. Ooh, I will definitely repay you well. Actually, it's not that complicated. Oh, just give her a potion. Lin Mo took out a glass vial the size of a pinky finger filled with a light green potion. It was indeed a rapid healing potion. We only have 3 of these. Su Qing said with a conflicted expression. Shouldn't we let Su Luo heal her? She should recover in 3 to 5 days. Lin Mo looked at Su Qing, who winked at him. Since you've joined our convoy, you're now one of us. This was meant for healing. Captain. Su Qing wanted to stop him, but silently lowered her hand. Lin Mo, unable to turn around, felt a twitch in the corner of his eye, wondering how she could act so convincingly. Lu Yuan Shu and Jiang Suyao lowered their heads, fearing they would give themselves away. Fortunately, at that moment, Chu's eyes focus was solely on Lin Mo and Lin Lingling. Lin Mo knelt on one knee, gently lifting Lin Lingling's head and pouring the potion into her mouth without leaving a drop. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. After a minute, Lin Lingling's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening her eyes. Her voice was very weak. Am I in the cycle of reincarnation? Ding ding. Chu Shi, are you also dead? Lin Mo and his group stepped aside, leaving space for the two. Lin Mo glanced at Chu Shi, and her favorability instantly jumped to 75 points. Meanwhile, Lin Lingling's favorability also adjusted to 74 points. Clearly Chu Shi had informed Lin Lingling about the potion. He gave Su Qing a thumbs up. You're the best. After what Su Qing did, the favorability skyrocketed, saving him a lot of trouble. Sister, you're so bad. Thud. Ouch, sister, I'm still weak. Su Luo rubbed her forehead, looking at Su Qing with resentment. I didn't use any force. Who told you to say that about me? Everything I did was for the resources, as if you... It can be said that the biggest gain from this was not the vehicle upgrade, but rather these 2 new team members. At 10 o'clock, the vehicle departed from the rendezvous point early. Initially, they could have left even earlier, but searching for an exit took them a lot of time. They returned to the forest. See, I told you we could find something. Su Qing wore a smiling face, eager for praise. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. Yes, you're really amazing. Su Qing appeared quite proud, glancing at the door behind her. By the way, should we use the potions on them? Now they had quite a few potions on hand. Consuming them all would greatly increase their attributes. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Yes, let them drink them later. With the favorability already above 70, once the potion was consumed, it would surely exceed 80. That treasure chest would be equivalent to 7 extra refreshes. Even with an effect of 3 activated, they could still leave 2 refreshes. Indeed, the more team members, the better. He stroked his chin and suddenly said, you think of a way to find 3 more. If they gathered 10, that would mean 2 super refreshes. He was simply a genius. Su Qing was just joking. How could one simply collect them as if by magic? What? Is it difficult? Su Qing rolled her eyes. If you don't have too many requirements, it's very easy. We can just rob them directly. Ahem, then let's forget it. He did have some requirements. At least the rating couldn't be below 80, right? By the way, the golden treasure chest luck is still not good, only 2 this time. That's enough. What else do you plan to? Exactly. Such a good item should be saved for special effects and not squandered. Soon the first treasure chest of the day arrived. To be precise, it was a resource box that had traveled 100 kilometers. 1 black iron and 2 silver. In Lu Yu's perception, there were dozens of dangerous presences in the woods on both sides. Around 20 to 30. Lin Mo stroked his chin, putting on a pair of sunglasses as he looked towards the woods. However, when he saw the forms of these beasts, Lin Mo's expression turned strange. They were monkeys. Small monkeys. Hearing this, Su Luo couldn't help but recall the times when he lost control, and his face turned red instantly. Lin Mo cleared his throat, saying, hearing this, Su Luo couldn't help but recall the times when he lost control, and his face turned red instantly. Lin Mo cleared his throat, saying, ahem, let's still be a bit cautious. Hearing this, Su Luo couldn't help but recall the times when he lost control, and his face turned red instantly. Lin Mo cleared his throat, saying, ahem, let's still be a bit cautious. Chu Shi pursed her lips, saying that still 20 to 30 beasts. Even if they are monkeys, they can be dangerous. Should we help? Don't worry, if Lin Mo says it's fine, then it's fine. Su Luo waved her hand. Meanwhile, Lin Lingling kept her gaze fixed on Lin Mo, her mind still lingering on what had just happened. How should I repay the debt of saving my life? Chu Shi looked at Lin Lingling with a confused expression. Is it really the right time to discuss this? Isn't your meaning already quite clear? Outside, Lin Mo glanced at both sides before walking towards the box. As soon as he moved, angry monkey cries filled the surroundings. Squeak! Squeak! One by one monkeys emerged from the treetops, and the next moment, they started throwing stones at Lin Mo. In the next moment, Lu Yu and Su Qing simultaneously took out rifles. The monkeys shot down from the trees one after another. This is too easy. Lin Mo thought to himself, be careful. Su Qing quickly shouted. A foul-smelling black object landed on the ground with a thud, scattering debris everywhere. Lin Mo's face turned green. Next, more bizarre objects began to rain down. 1 minute later, a total of 27 monkeys lay scattered in the woods. Lin Mo was now looking at Lu Yu with a resentful expression, while Lu Yu and Su Qing took a few steps back in unison, distancing themselves from Lin Mo. This is the danger you mentioned. My ability is danger perception, and since I sensed it must be dangerous. Lu Yu looked at the black, yellow, and red spots on Lin Mo's clothes and couldn't help but laugh. Don't you think this is dangerous? Lin Mo was about to take a deep breath, but the lingering smell made him stop abruptly. Alright, you have a... Su Qing hit these boxes once. Su Qing smiled and collected the boxes before bringing them out again. Seeing the uncontrollable smile on Su Qing's face, Lin Mo's eye twitched. These monkeys must be poisoned. How could they throw their stones and feces? He arrived in front of a silver treasure chest. By the way, they haven't drunk the potions yet. Lin Mo shook his head. Let's talk about that after this box is done. He had just glanced through the window, and the favorability with the two had suddenly increased, significantly reaching over 80. He didn't even know how this happened. Open silver treasure chest, 100G energy bars, 10, 500 milliliters pure water, 10 5L universal fuel, 5 survival coins, 5. The items were all fairly standard. Lin Mo silently calculated that after deducting the 1,000 survival coins he was about to use, the number of survival coins they could allocate was still quite substantial. Jiang Suyo's ability could still be used a few more times, and he would arrange it when they returned. As for upgrading abilities, that was another matter. The number of survival coins was still lacking a bit. After taking these items out, Lin Mo looked at the items above. Item 1, Piercing Feather Arrow 15. Item 2, Sports Drink 30. Item 3, Universal Bullets 20. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Bullets had arrived, and they were the universal type. Could it be that today's luck is this good? How many bullets do we have left for our rifles? Not many left. I still have over 20 rounds, including those obtained from Chu Shi and that little squad. After several uses, the weapons taken from the City of Technology had finally reached their limit. Let's hit these bullets once. Lin Mo looked at the refresh button beside him, and the number had already changed from 5 to 7. Nice. He decided to use effect 3 for a 5 unknown. A flash of golden light appeared, and the items automatically refreshed. Item 1, Steak 100. Item 2, Energy Drink 50. Item 3, Super Appliance Set 1. Lin Mo's attention was immediately drawn to the appliance set. Previously he encountered an appliance set, but this one labeled Super was a first. Super Appliance Set. Note: all appliances come with solar panels and power storage functions, and can also be used directly with electricity, reducing energy consumption by 90. This was much better than the previous appliance set. This must be obtained. At 8:30 p.m. Su Luo was slumped over the steering wheel. Woo, I won't drive tomorrow. She hadn't left this seat for an entire day. As Su Qing was getting out of the car, she glanced at her sister. Wasn't Lin Mo like this at first? I was just saying that. Su Luo quickly sat up straight. With such high attributes, how could it be possible? Well, go help too. Chu Shi looked at Lin Mo with anticipation. Lin Mo waved his hand. It's just 6 wolves. We can handle it. Alright. The two obediently sat back in their seats. After Lin Mo and the others got out of the car, Lin Lingling's gaze was fixed on the windshield, and as soon as Lin Mo's figure appeared, her eyes glued to him. He saved my life, and we just joined in, yet he gave so many potions. Chu Shi, I feel like I can't control my... Chu's eyes mouth twitched. Haven't you abandoned your romantic brain yet? This isn't just a romantic brain, this is genuine affection. Don't you think so? Moreover, I don't believe you can't see the situation in this squad. She didn't know what she was thinking, but Lin Lingling instinctively licked her lips. The wild wolves were like a delivery service for their squad. Based on my observations after Lin Lingling drank the potion, the way she looks at you is like she's glued to you. After Su Qing finished, Lu Yu corrected from the side, that's called being infatuated. As for Chu Shi, she is quite restrained, but the eyes can't lie. Lin Mo thought to himself, how could she not be infatuated? Lin Lingling's favorability had already reached 98. It was the first time he saw someone reach such a number so quickly. As for Chu Shi, she had also reached 90 points. Su Qing glanced at the treasure chest on the ground, and then at the nearby station. It looks like we'll finish late today. With these two around, it seems there won't be time today. The clothes I prepared probably won't be used. Lin Mo suddenly looked at Su Qing. What clothes? Su Qing leaned closer to his ear and whispered, hospital pink pressure gauging. Hurry up and eat, time waits for no one, Lin Mo urged while glancing at his watch. Su Qing held back her laughter, eating her meal leisurely. Su Luo paused with his chopsticks, looking at Lin Mo in confusion. Lin Mo, goo, it's only been 5 minutes, why are you in such a hurry today? Cough, has it really only been 5 minutes? Then take your time, but don't take too long. After finishing his sentence, Lin Mo walked alone to the driver's seat. Su Luo looked at the closed door. What's up with Lin Mo, go? He used to organize a welcome party when new team members joined. Speaking of the welcome party, Su Luo couldn't help but swallow. Although the food was decent, it still paled in comparison to the welcome party. After all those things took quite a while to prepare. 15 minutes later, it was almost 9 o'clock. The girls returned to the driver's seat. Lin Mo immediately started the vehicle. Okay, we're setting off now. Wait a minute, we have enough materials for the vehicle upgrade. Should we upgrade it before going in? Su Qing asked. Lin Mo shot her a glare. Let's leave first. How long do you think it'll take to upgrade the vehicle? We can't be stranded in the wilderness. Station, home appliance, mall, resources, treasure chest, other survival coins, weapons, team capacity, 5, danger level, low time, limit 1 hour in the lobby. On the first floor, the figures of Lin Mo and the others appeared. It seems we won't be able to obtain the vehicle core this time. Lin Mo looked up. The building loomed over them, perhaps 10 stories tall. Finding these resources is really a hassle. At this moment, Yi Lingling silently raised her hand. In the left side air conditioning store, there's a black iron treasure chest. Everyone except Chu. She turned to Lin Lingling. Under the gaze of so many people, Lin Lingling's face turned red, and she stammered to explain, my talent is S-class resource perception. I can sense valuable resources within 500 meters. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. What turned out to be a talent for resource detection, which was fantastic. If they could find 5 resources in an hour before now, they could find 20. Before Lin Mo and the others could ask Chu, she revealed her talent. They had wanted to mention it earlier, but Lin Mo and the others had been busy, and Chu, she and her companion hadn't found the time. My talent is S-class rapid healing. All injuries recover at a rate increased by 200. Theoretically, non-lethal injuries can heal within seconds. Lin Mo realized why she had no injuries at all yesterday. But was her talent really only S-class? Wasn't that a bit low? Chu, she quickly added, if I lose too much blood, I will still die. This talent is not invincible. Your talents are really impressive. Oh, all of you are S-class. Well, all 4 of us in the team are S-class, but it's not that high considering the lowest is D-class. We are just above average. Lin Mo quickly interrupted their chatter. We only have 1 hour. Lin Lingling, you're in charge of leading the way. The first stop is that air conditioning store. A black iron treasure chest sat in the corner of the store. So it really is a black iron treasure chest. Can your talent also tell the quality? Lin Lingling shook her head. No, my talent doesn't reveal that. I've learned to judge it over time. From here on, things became much simpler. The 500-meter range was quite large enough to cover the entire mall. Lin Mo's first target was the treasure chest. In just 40 minutes, they found 8 treasure chests. One of them was even a silver treasure chest. There are indeed more resources at this station. During the protection period, I've never seen so many treasure chests before. Su Qing nodded. Indeed, in the recent exchanges for survival coins, we've received an unknown amount. Lin Mo looked at Lin Lingling. Where to next? At this point, there were still 15 minutes left. They should be able to find 2 more treasure chests. Lin Lingling pointed across. There's only 1 treasure chest left inside that one just over there. What? There's only 1 left. This was different from what Lin Mo had imagined. But thinking carefully, it made sense. To a station that could accommodate 5 teams would be lucky to have 9 treasure chests. Moreover, there were other teams as well. The group made their way over. Just as they arrived, Lu Yu stopped them and whispered, in the second room, there are 4 people leaning against the wall. Lin Mo pressed a button on his sunglasses, switching from night vision mode to infrared mode. Through the wall, he indeed saw 4 people, 3 thin ones and 1 fat one. Lin Mo took out a high-explosive grenade. If you're from Hua, will come out and surrender. 3, 2. Seeing that the other side remained unmoved, Lin Mo passed the grenade to Lu Yu. Lu Yu pulled the pin and threw it hard. The grenade hit the wall of the second room and bounced back immediately. The 4 figures panicked. Boom. A loud sound echoed. 2 figures stumbled out, falling to the ground. Name Declan Wright, age 36, score 56, favorability 99. Lin Mo's eye twitched every time he saw a man with a score. He felt a tightness in his rear. Although this ability was great, could you not display the score? Chu Shi and Lin Lingling go finish them off. The 2 were taken aback, but drew their weapons. With swift precision, unlike Lan Shu and Jiang Suya, they showed no hesitation. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Those who survived to this point were indeed exceptional. At this moment, Su Qing walked out of that room holding a woman in sportswear. When did she go in? Lin Mo was taken aback. Could it be that Su Qing had a second talent related to capturing people? Do you want this one? The woman held by Su Qing looked at Lin Mo with a pitiful expression. Name Shunyue Tianai, age 22, score 61, favorability 57. Upon seeing this name, Lin Mo lost interest. But he was curious. He didn't know the other party, so why was her favorability negative? Could it be that this woman was on the same team as those Westerners? Our team already has too many members, we can't take in so many. Su Qing nodded, glanced at the woman in her hand, and casually let her go. As soon as Su Qing let go, the woman's favorability dropped again. Interesting. Lin Mo raised his hand, and a silver mask appeared on his face. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly donned their masks. Lin Mo led the group into a nearby room. Lu Yue, be vigilant. Su Qing, keep an eye on that woman. If there are no others, eliminate her immediately. Understood. After Lin Mo secured the supplies from the treasure chest, he exited the room, and the woman was still sitting on the ground. I noticed that via thermal imaging her gaze has been fixed over there on the right side. Lin Mo glanced at the right side staircase. That was the closest way down. He raised his hand and switched his sunglasses to thermal imaging mode. In the room near the staircase, there were 3 red figures. Tisk, he couldn't comprehend the relationship between these two teams. Speaking of which, this woman. Never mind. A handgun appeared in Lin Mo's hand. Bang! The gunshot echoed in the empty space, and the woman fell to the ground with wide eyes. Sister. As the woman landed, a small team of 3 appeared at the diagonal escalator position. Bullets rained down towards Lin Mo. However, all the bullets were blocked by the blast shield. In the next moment, a grenade flew out from Lu Yu's hand. Boom. After a loud explosion, the 3 fell to the ground, spitting blood. If it weren't for the utility of the watches on these people's wrists, Lin Mo would have considered giving them a yellow piece of clay. Lin Mo brought them to the escalator. Take the watches off, we are leaving. 10 o'clock. Should we upgrade the vehicle? Su Qing asked. Lin Mo glanced at the time. Let's just forget about it today, we'll talk tomorrow. Su Qing rolled her eyes. She knew what Lin Mo was thinking. But it must be said, for Lin Mo it was indeed a very important matter. You all handle the appliances, Lan Shu, and I will go. Lan Shu instinctively touched her thigh, took a deep breath, and followed Lin Mo into the room. Let's head. Once they returned to the room, Lin Mo and Lan Shu had already disappeared. Lin Lingling couldn't help but look towards the closed door of the master bedroom. Chu, what do you think about those two? Just know it, don't say anything. At this moment, she felt a bit flustered. She wondered what she would do if she could. Active, passive, stiff, respond. Su Qing waved her hand, and one by one appliances appeared on the ground. Television, refrigerator, color TV, induction cooker. They filled the entire living room. Su Qing clapped her hands. Listen to me, open the vehicle information, and enter the living area interface. For those that need to be installed, just drag them over the kitchens. Everyone started to move. All the appliances were placed in their respective positions. There were still quite a few items left. On the sofa, Lin Lingling occasionally looked toward the master bedroom. Hasn't it been over 30 minutes? She nodded. Yeah. It has. Next to them, Su Luo's eyes shifted. Sisters, come with me. The 2 hesitated for a moment, then stood up and followed Su Luo to the secondary bedroom. Watching the 3 leave, Su Qing couldn't help but shake her head. This Su Luo. But this is also fine. It was easier to accept. At midnight, Su Qing rubbed her lower back and slowly stood up, shooting a glare at Lin Mo. I don't even know if you feel a bit of pity for people. Lin Mo rubbed his nose. You should take a look at the clothes you're wearing. A pink short nurse outfit, isn't that purely seductive? If it weren't for conserving energy, he would have insisted on fighting for another hour. Su Qing picked up the clothes on the ground and sighed. Well, I can't wear these anymore. If the vehicle gets upgraded tomorrow, we might not reach the station. As the vehicle's level increases, the required time also becomes longer. Moreover, after this vehicle upgrade, the quality will also enhance, and it is expected to waste the entire morning here. I've already thought it through. Directly use the secret realm treasure box. Su Qing nodded. Alright, I understand. I'll go get someone for you. The next morning at 7:30, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. His gaze shifted to Lin Lingling, whose complexion was rosy beside him. It was only because he obtained the gene agent, otherwise her talent would indeed be a burden. At this moment, Lin Lingling's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Mo's gaze, she immediately lowered her head. In her mind, she couldn't help but think about how those 2 sisters managed to endure last night. Time to get up. When they came out of the room, breakfast was already set on the dining table. Instant noodles, grilled sausages, boiled eggs, and a glass of milk. In this survival world, that could be considered quite luxurious. As soon as Lin Lingling sat down, she moved her chair closer. Is your throat hoarse? Lin Lingling's face instantly turned red. You were eavesdropping. How can that be called eavesdropping? I was being open about it, okay? At 8 o'clock the group got off the vehicle. Upgrade estimated 2 hours, please disembark. That's much faster than expected. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Indeed it is much faster, but we still need to enhance the quality this time. It is expected to take some time. But it doesn't matter, they were already prepared. Come on. Su Qing took out a golden treasure box, one or just one for now, we'll talk about the rest tomorrow. We absolutely cannot waste it. Goddess favor, please choose 3 items from the following. Item 1, Rage Potion 10, Item 2, Vegetable Seeds 1, Item 3, a level talent upgrade, card 1, Item 4, Random Attribute Points 10, Item 5, Snack Gift Pack 100. Upon seeing the first item, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. Although the effect would cause a state of weakness after it disappears, the duration is quite long. Rage Potion quality special note: after consumption, all attributes increase by 50 for 1 hour. After the effect disappears, all attributes decrease by 50 for 6 hours, accompanied by a state of weakness. At critical moments, this is indeed a life-saving potion. There was no need to think about it, it must be acquired. As for the second seed, it can be ignored for now. The third, Lin Mo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What the heck is this? A-level talent upgrade card quality special note, can upgrade an A-level or lower talent by 1 level. This effect is incredibly powerful. From the information he gathered in the regional and world channels, it could be said that 99 of talents cannot be upgraded. Even his unique talent. The last upgrade was purely an accident, but at least on the surface it appeared to be unupgradable. In their team, only Jiang Suya's talent could be upgraded. Lin Mo eagerly took the free attribute points. Thus all 3 items were selected. Strength 2, Constitution 3, Agility 5. Su Qing looked at the items in Lin Mo's hands. Just 2. Just 2, the other one. I used it right away. After all, there was no loss. Lin Mo handed the 2 items to Su Qing. Seeing Su Qing's reaction to the card was almost identical to Lin Mo's. Su Qing swallowed. Since there's an A-level talent upgrade card, does that mean there will be S-level or even SSS level? It should be possible. 1 card was put into the backpack, and he immediately took out 2 more cards. This time Su Qing truly felt the pain. The previous potion triggered a 10-fold effect. I should have collected this first. What do we need 10 for? Our team only has Su Luo and Lu Yu with A-level talents. Su Qing rolled her eyes. The number of team members will only increase, so it's better to keep them as spares. Su Qing was always thinking about expanding the team. Lin Mo held the 2 cards and handed them to Su Luo and Lu Yu. You both should use this. The 2 were taken aback upon seeing the card's introduction, but without any hesitation, they used it directly. The 2 cards transformed into white starlight and directly entered their bodies. As the starlight faded, their talent levels rose directly from A-level to S-level. Treatment S rank, capable of healing 2 individuals simultaneously, accelerating recovery by 50 while partially restoring physical stamina. This is a marked improvement over the previous touch-based healing ability. Lu Yu's ability underwent an even more profound transformation. Its detection range expanded significantly, and its precision in assessing threat levels sharpened considerably. Crisis Perception S rank automatically senses all imminent dangers within a 100-meter radius. Intensity of perception varies with the severity of the threat. Su Luo's face lit up with excitement. Who's willing to let me test my upgraded talent? Silence fell among the group. After all, this was a healing ability. How exactly was one supposed to test it? 2 hours passed swiftly. Congratulations, vehicle upgraded to level 4, component integration function unlocked. Lin Mo did not immediately inspect the update, but instead spent 100 Chioshin coins to enhance the vehicle's quality. Vehicle quality enhancement initiated. Estimated duration 30 minutes. The process concluded far sooner than Lin Mo had anticipated. This component integration function, doesn't it resemble an advanced evolution of the vehicle modification system? Lin Mo opened the vehicle's information panel. Vehicle minibus quality E-rank upgrading, level LV. 4 fuel tank, 115. 2L 150L. Fuel consumption 1L per 25 kilometers, maximum speed, 150 km/h. Upgrade requirements: metal 500,000, 500 kilograms, glass 56. 2,100 kilograms, miscellaneous materials 17. 2,120 kilograms. Living area 70 SQ. M. Components installed 04. Upon selecting the component integration function, an additional description appeared. Components enables installation of modular components onto the vehicle, including, but not limited to, weaponry, tools, and defensive systems. Indeed, this was unmistakably a refined next-generation iteration of vehicle modification. The original vehicle modification function allowed direct structural alterations, such as sprouting steel spikes from the chassis, encircling headlights with reinforced rings, or expanding the vehicle's frame. Let's set this aside for now. Today marks day 11. We've encountered no components yet, Lin Mo said, shaking his head. We'll deal with them when the time comes. I suspect they'll appear next week. Su Qing explained. After the beginner phase ended, the system gave us a prompt indicating that level 3 would be reached first. Under normal circumstances, level 4 wouldn't be attainable until next week. Thus, components were theoretically scheduled for next week, though their rapid advancement had accelerated the timeline. Lin Mo glanced at his wristwatch. Day 11 of survival, temperature 20°C, 27°C, time 1:01, abyssal devourer 30 kmh. Unbeknownst to them, 10 days had already slipped by, yet the sheer volume of events they'd endured. We'll depart in just over 20 minutes. Rest well. Shortly we'll open the realm treasure chest. Vehicle quality upgraded to drank, defensive integrity and thermal insulation significantly enhanced. Details: chassis withstands small caliber firearms, windows resist sustained rifle fire, temperature regulation maintains internal comfort between 50°C and 50°C. Lin Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. This held genuine utility, yet it diverged somewhat from his expectations. He'd imagined radical morphological transformations. Turns out he'd overestimated its capabilities. Everyone aboard. We're opening the chest. As they boarded, everyone paused in quiet astonishment. The original fabric seats had been replaced with supple leather upholstery. Even the floor was now carpeted. The entire interior decor exuded refined sophistication. The odometer had transformed into a sleek digital display, functionally negligible, yet undeniably elevating the passenger experience. Su Qing, hand me the chest. Realm treasure chest opened. Compass 1 acquired. Realm treasure chest unlocked. Subterranean labyrinth will activate in 10 minutes. Prepare accordingly. Note this realm primarily yields weapons, survival coins, and provisions. No treasure chest, just a single compass. A disappointing outcome. Still, survival coins were sufficient. They were, after all, among the highest consumers in the survival Item 1, Blackstone armor 10. Item 2, Blackstone crossbow 10. Item 3, Blackstone token. 1. By prior logic, the Blackstone token was undoubtedly the most valuable acquisition. Yet, its description was startlingly vague, a mysterious token. In contrast, the other two items bore precise, detailed specifications. Lin Mo hesitated for several seconds, then selected the token. Regardless of descriptive ambiguity, its singularity spoke volumes. Everyone clear your backpacks. Pack only essentials. This time we won't be taking the vehicle. Minutes later, the women returned. Lin Mo turned to Jiang Suyao. I've been preoccupied lately, but today will end earlier. Be prepared. Yes. Jiang Suyao flushed faintly. Was her turn approaching? Perhaps she should consult Su Qing on appropriate attire. Lin Mo's lips twitched. I meant your talent. I know. Awkwardness hung thick and heavy in the air. You have entered the subterranean labyrinth. Labyrinth duration 6 hours. It's over. I can already imagine the chaos flooding the regional channel. Su Luo grinned mischievously. Last time they emerged, the regional channel had devolved into utter pandemonium. Unavoidable, given the staggering casualty count. Lin Mo surveyed the 3-meter-wide corridor before him. Oil lamps flickered dimly along both walls, casting only enough amber light to trace the path ahead. As anticipated, the vehicle had not accompanied them inside. Lu Yuelin Lingling. You're on point, one for vigilance, the other for resource reconnaissance. Lin Lingling pressed her lips together. I've already sensed it. The object lies just beyond that wall, very close. She pointed to the left-hand wall. Lin Mo retrieved the 2 items obtained from the realm treasure chest, a compass and the Blackstone token, and handed the compass to Lin Lingling. Compass note within realms, intent alone guides its needle. As soon as Lin Lingling grasped it, the wildly oscillating needle stilled, pointing resolutely forward. Tap, tap. In the cavernous silence of the underground palace, only their footsteps echoed. It's eerily quiet and utterly devoid of danger. Lin Mo idly turned the token in his palm. Danger is inevitable. We simply haven't encountered it yet. After advancing dozens of meters, a junction appeared. Lin Lingling and Lu Yu stepped side by side into the left passage, the others following closely. Wait. Just as they entered the lateral corridor, Lu Yu halted the group. You sense danger? Yes. My upgraded talent renders crisis perception far more acute. It's faint, but caution remains imperative. Eyes fixed on the distant floor, Lu Yu extended her metallic arm into a slender spear and advanced. The sensation intensified with proximity, yet remained exquisitely subtle. Lin Mo moved forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yue, his gaze tracing the obsidian stone floor she observed. A trap. Lin Mo had anticipated this. After all, subterranean architecture naturally demanded such safeguards. Traps were not anomalies, but inevitabilities. He couldn't help but suspect the fully armored Blackstone warriors encountered earlier existed solely to withstand precisely these hazards. Likely so, I'll test it. Lu Yu stepped forward twice and tapped a black stone slab with her spear tip. Thud, thud, thud. The hollow muffled resonance confirmed it, an undisguised trap. Yet no mechanism triggered, not a single shift nor tremor. This defied Lu Yu's expectations. Attach this, press it firmly against the ceiling, and test. Lin Mo crafted a spear over 3 meters long at the workbench and handed it to Lu Yu. Lu Yu connected it with a silver metal. Together they formed a spear over 6 meters long. One end of the spear propped against the ceiling while the other pressed against the ground. As Lu Yu focused her thoughts, the silver metal slowly elongated, causing the black tile on the ground to begin to sink. In simple terms, it was the lack of weight that prevented the trap from being triggered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly arrows shot out from the walls on either side. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows struck the opposite wall and fell to the ground. Using this method, they traversed a 20-meter-long area filled with various traps. Lu Yu retracted the spear, saying, "All right, the crisis is averted." Lin Mo looked at the sunken tiles behind him, stroking his chin. "Do you think next time we could just go around? That would be such a waste of time. It should be possible we can give it a try then." Even if they failed with their attributes, they could easily get past. Soon they arrived at the location sensed by Lin Lingling. There were 20 survival coins along with 5 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water. Is that it? Having wasted so much time, this was all they found. Perhaps for other teams this counted as a fortune, but for them it was hardly anything. If only there were treasure chests here, Lin Mo sighed. With treasure chests his talent could find its purpose. Su Qing shook her head. The best things here aren't treasure chests, but people. Is that so? Lin Mo turned to Su Qing, his lips twitching. You don't really want to pick up a few more team members, do you? Su Qing raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with that? Okay, you really know how to push it. But this all relies on luck. Without a vehicle, our movement speed is so slow. How could we encounter other teams? At that moment, Su Luo pointed ahead. Look, there are 2 shadows over there. Everyone looked up and indeed saw 2 shadows blocking the path. The shapes appeared humanoid. Lu Yu shook her head. I don't sense any dangerous aura. Let's put our things away first. I'll walk in front with Lu Yu. Su Qing stowed their belongings, and they changed formation. As they approached, the scene ahead came into view. It was 2 statues clad in black armor. Black stone armor. What? Lin Mo explained what they had received from the box. So can we take this armor off and wear it ourselves? Maybe. You should go check it out. As they got closer, the statues' eyes lit up with red light. Crash. The 2 statues drew their weapons, and their armor made a clattering sound. Lu Yu frowned, looking puzzled. What's wrong? When they first opened their eyes, I felt a sense of crisis, but that feeling is gone now. The next moment, the scene that unfolded left everyone dumbfounded. The 2 statues suddenly knelt on one knee, clasping their fists. The 2 statues stood up and began to remove their armor, respectfully handing it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at the armor in the statue. The 2 statues stood up and began to remove their armor, respectfully handing it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at the armor in the statue's hands and then at the token in his own hand. He knew the token was powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. Su Qing put the armor away. 2 suits of armor were in hand, totaling 12 pieces. 1 for each person, and there's more to spare. Should we wear them? Yes, let's try them on. Everyone donned the armor over their clothes just as they were about to bypass the statues, when they suddenly noticed a 20 square meter space behind the 2 statues. However, it was empty inside. Let's go, we can circle back. For hours later, Lu Yu and Lin Lingling spoke almost simultaneously. There are 5 people. There are resources. Su Qing almost instinctively asked, are there any female team members? Lin Mo rubbed his temples. Su Qing, that's enough. During these 4 hours, whenever they encountered someone, Su Qing would invariably ask this question. It was unclear whether the maze was too small, or if the people inside were too densely packed. They had indeed encountered quite a number of teams, including many female members. However, the evaluation was simply too low. Most encounters ended quickly. Asking doesn't hurt, and didn't you want 3 people too? That remark left Lin Mo speechless. Let's go, we need to check the situation. The group quietly approached, and in the empty environment the sounds of their argument were exceptionally clear. They truly were a bunch of reckless individuals. We agreed on half for each team. Why do you get 70% starting today? A sharp voice rang out. The woman exclaimed angrily, just because you 2 are slacking off. Listening to this, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. This team was quite amusing. It turned out to be two factions in one convoy. He couldn't imagine how such a small team had survived until now. Behind them, Lin Lingling quietly said, "Chushi, does that voice sound familiar to you?" Chushi nodded. "It does sound familiar, but I can't recall who it is." Su Qing's ears perked up, and she quietly retreated. "Do you know them?" The sudden voice startled. Lin Lingling patted her chest. "Sister, Su, you scared me to death." Hearing Lin Lingling's address, Su Qing's lips curled into a smile. This sister Su was not referring to age. "I'm sorry, but it's all my fault." "Do you know these people?" Lin Lingling was uncertain. "I think I do, but I still need to see what they look like." At that moment, someone in front suddenly said, "Shall you be good? Oh, let's not stoop to their level. If it's 30%, then it's 30%. If it doesn't work out, we can just change teams later." Another voice, that of a somewhat frail man, chimed in. One man was instructing another to be good. Lin Mo suddenly realized why these two women dared to confront the other party so boldly. As the team turned around, they encountered a skinny man with a pitiful expression and a plump man with a goatee. Opposite them stood two women with their arms crossed, wearing mocking expressions. Lin Mo's gaze was inevitably drawn to the pile of items on the ground. No wonder the two factions were arguing. The mound of survival coins alone numbered over 100 alongside a mountain of food and water. Lin Lingling remembered to mention how many resources there are next time. "I got it." Upon hearing the voices, the two factions in the distance suddenly stood together, looking at Lin Mo and the others with vigilance. Despite their internal squabbles, when encountering outsiders, they had to unite against a common enemy. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive here. "You are also from Huagua, right? We saw these resources first. You should go elsewhere." The one shouting was the short-haired woman who had been arguing earlier. She was curious why these people's armor looked so familiar. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. "Lunan, is that really you?" Lin Mo turned to look back, only to see Lin Lingling waving her hand, her face full of excitement. Wasn't this another familiar face? "Lingling, what brings you here?" "These are." Lunan, though happy, did not move. Who knew if the other team had the same cooperative relationship as theirs? "Lunan, Chushi is here too." Lin Lingling pulled Chu Zai's hand and stepped out of the team, prompting Lu Nen to join them. The two sides stood in the middle, whispering. Lin Mo did not interrupt. It would be best if he could join them. After all, both of these scores were quite high, over 85 points. "See, I told you we could pick someone up." "Yes, you are indeed impressive." Lin Mo stroked his chin. It must be said this was indeed quite strange. The probability of picking up people recently had been unusually high. Of course, this had nothing to do with Su Qing. He suddenly paused, opened his personal information, and looked at that talent's name. The Goddess Blessing. The Goddess. Could it be related to this? If the probability of encountering others remains this high, it probably has something to do with this talent. In the distance, the two men were clearly becoming impatient. "Grab your things, let's leave quickly." Lu Nen turned to wave at his friend Meng Di. "Come here." Meng Di jogged over to Lu Nen, bouncing as she ran. "Damn, this is ridiculous." This was no longer just huge, it was gigantic. "If you keep staring, you'll fly out." Lin Mo coughed lightly. "I'm just curious, doesn't running like this tire you out? Once they join, you can just ask them yourself." Clearly, Lin Lingling had already convinced Lu Nen that these two must join their team. At that moment, a muscular man whose voice did not match his build frowned, saying, "Lu Nen, what do you mean by that?" "Of course they will join my sister's team." "Goodbye, you two." "Then goodbye. Shall you let's gather the resources and leave." "Wait." Lu Nen shouted, 70% of that belongs to us." Though reluctant, they ultimately only took 30%. Lin Mo did not stop them. After all, these two had been teamed up with Lu Nen for 10 days. "All right, Captain." Lin Lingling nodded and led the others back into the team. Lu Nen glanced at the team situation. "Is that man your captain?" "Yes. Your captain is somewhat handsome. Have any of you done anything to him?" "A pair of men and one woman. That woman is bound to be in a terrible situation. Similarly, a pair of women and one man. That man is bound to be in a terrible situation." Lu Nen looked at Lin Lingling's gradually reddening face, his mouth agape. "No way, you really made a move. If you want to, you can make a move too." As it approached 5 o'clock, several figures appeared in the carriage. However, with more people now, there were limited seats. As Lin Mo's vision cleared, he felt a weight on him. The next moment, his sight was completely blocked by black clothing. "I am sorry," Meng Di said softly. No wonder his view was obstructed. It was because the clothes were too large. "It's fine, you're quite light. You can get down now." If she didn't have to look up. Meng Di remembered, but there was no place here. Su Qing, Su Qing. Su Qing slowly turned her head. "What's wrong? Can you get up for a moment to make I'll wait a moment, let me check the items in my backpack." No need to think Su Qing was doing it on purpose. Lu Nen stood up apologetically from Lan Shu, says, "Sorry about that." Lan Shu shook her head. It's fine, it's fine." Lu Nen looked to the side, and saw Meng Di sitting on Lin Mo. But, Meng Di, why is your face so red? Are you not feeling well? Meng Di shook her head no. She really wanted to get up now. At this moment Su Qing stood up making space, and Meng Di hurriedly stood up, but then sat back down as her legs went weak. Lin Mo let out a muffled grunt. Sorry, are you okay? Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Him fine. It's just my face got hit. Soon 4 people were missing from the driver's seat. The vehicle began to speed on the highway searching for today's first wave of treasure chests. Su Qing looked down with a smile. Is it pain or joy? It's painful yet joyful. Tisk you really or something else? Speaking of which, Su Qing shifted the topic back to business. There are still some potions left. Should we distribute them to those 2? Lin Mo thought for a moment and shook his head. Let's wait, their favorability is too low. Lu Nan's favorability was only 15, probably because of Lin Lingling. As for Meng Di, Lin Mo found it strange. In just a few minutes her favorability jumped from 5 to 40, which was quite absurd. But that wasn't important. To use the potions their favorability must reach above 60. Anyway, their current combat strength was sufficient, and they didn't lack this. In the living area, Lu Nin was wrapped in a towel revealing her snow-white long legs and shoulders. While rubbing her hair, she sighed. You guys are living too well. We only joined this team yesterday. She shook her head. Oh, yesterday? Lin Lingling sheepishly said. I forgot to mention, we only joined this team yesterday. Just after joining they sent themselves out. This matter could not be mentioned under any circumstances. Thinking of this, Lingling glanced at Chu Shi. Originally, she wanted to give the other party a warning, but thinking about how she wouldn't escape tonight it balanced out. Lu Nin pointed at Lin Lingling. You weren't saying that just now. Just say it's good here, and besides it's all girls here, such a good team is hard to find. By the way, are you hungry? Lin Lingling took out a bag of bread, a box of self-heating hot pot, and a bottle of cola. If you're hungry, just make do with this. These are leftovers from just entering the maze. Looking at the food on the table, Lu Nin swallowed. How do you still have this kind of food? The best she had encountered was instant noodles, as she had never seen cola self-heating hot pot. Not to mention encountering it, she hadn't even heard of it in the regional channel. Lin Lingling supported her chin with both hands. This is just a simple meal. Tonight the captain will probably prepare a feast to welcome the 4 of us, which will be much better than this. A feast better than this. Lu Nin looked around the vehicle, and then glanced at the 2 glamorous girls. It seemed like staying here wasn't such a bad idea. Ahem, let's forget about you tricking me. Oh, after all you did it for my own good. Lu Na sat beside Lin Lingling, wrapping her arm around her shoulder, saying from now on I'll take care of you. It was 6:30 in the afternoon. Inside the car, preparations for dinner were already underway. Lu Nan and Meng Di initially wanted to help, but Su Qing said they didn't need so many people. Lu Nan thought it was just a polite remark until she saw the appliances starting to function normally, and she believed it. Lu Nan, why do I feel like our survival and their survival are not the same? Lu Nan's mouth twitched. It was not just different, it was worlds apart. They did have a living area, but it was nothing. Indeed, there was a kitchen, but wasn't it meant for storing food? Shouldn't everyone be starting a bonfire outside to roast some hunted game? As Su Luo said, today was a welcome party, a welcome for the 4 of them. With so many people now, the prepared dishes filled the entire table. Lu Nin couldn't help but glance at Lin Mo, who was sitting by the window. From Lin Lingling, she learned that everything this convoy had came from this man. His talents were truly extraordinary. At that moment, the protagonist Lin Mo was checking the information on the regional channel. The underground maze was said to be dangerous, yet not dangerous at all. The combat power of the sculptures could only be rated as average. It wasn't as strong as imagined. What caused personnel loss were those traps. I'm begging you. What could be in the secret treasure chest that you insist on opening? Isn't there a secret realm? Who wouldn't want to open it? Big brother, do you want to see how many people have already died? If you don't like it, don't talk. Oh, anyway, our team likes it. This time we've collected over 400 survival coin. Lin Mo almost forgot about the survival coins upon seeing the words. Su Qing, how many survival coins did we earn today? Let me take a look. Su Qing opened her backpack, counting one by one. A total of 1488 coins. Lin Mo nodded. It was a bit more than expected, and it seemed Su Qing had triggered a few hundredfold. The others remained calm, but Chu Shi and the 3 others were somewhat bewildered. What did they just hear? 1,500 coins. Our team has only obtained a little over 600 coins so far. How could there be so many? Lu Nin was somewhat incredulous. One could only say that this team was incredible. At that moment, Lin Mo called Jiang Suyao over and initiated a trade. These 1,000 survival coins are for you. Oh, I intended to start earlier, but I just didn't have the time. Now let's use these survival coins to start drawing attributes. Jiang Suyao swallowed hard. Am I allowed to draw that many? Yes. Isn't that a bit excessive? Although today's harvest was substantial, it shouldn't be wasted. Jiang Suyao had a deep understanding of her own talent. White attributes were not very useful. She also understood Su Qing's talent on her side. Well, under most circumstances it was twice as effective, at most 5 times, but anything above 10 was difficult. Don't worry, this amount of coins is manageable. After a couple more days of accumulating survival coins, I'll help you raise your talent level. In Lin Mo's eyes, spending 1,000 survival coins wasn't too much. The probability of blue attributes should be higher. By that time, perhaps it would be possible to synthesize a golden attribute. Jiang Suyao nodded. Okay, I'll start now. One by one attribute orbs appeared in her backpack, but unfortunately, they were all white. Jiang Suyao couldn't help but feel nervous, but fortunately the white orbs could be synthesized with each other, which was a small consolation. After 10 draws, Jiang Suyao breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad luck, 7 white attributes and 3 blue attributes. With good fortune, she might be able to synthesize a golden attribute. At worst, she could spend some money to draw out Lu Yu's purple attribute. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Having so many blues was indeed good luck. After we finish eating, I'll give all the attributes to Su Qing. If Jiang Suyao's attributes couldn't turn into entities, Lin Mo wouldn't dare to play like this. At 7:30, everyone sat at the dining table. They raised their glasses. Welcome to Chu Shi and the other 4. We should have welcomed you yesterday, but there was too much going on. Cheers. After taking a sip, Su Luo quickly picked up her chopsticks and dumped the meat onto the hot pot. She couldn't wait any longer. Lu Nan and the other 3 were stunned by the feast before them. They had just prepared so much, and there was even hot pot. As if hot pot wasn't enough, what was with the fried chicken? As dinner began, Lu Nan and Meng Di's favorability quickly began to rise in Lin Mo's view. In the blink of an eye, one broke 60 points and the other broke 70 points. If operated properly tonight, might even reach 80 points. Unfortunately, they were short one person. If there were one more person, his talent effect could be used twice. Lin Mo had never anticipated needing a team member as much as he did today. Aunt Lan, why are you eating? Jiang Suyao asked. I have a small appetite. This is enough for me, Lan Shu said softly. Jiang Suyao looked at Lan Shu, narrowing her eyes. You have to exercise later, don't you? Then you should eat less. After these few days, she had realized that Lan Shu was the most favored in this group, even more so than Su Qing. Otherwise, why would there be a portion for Lan Shu every day? Lan Shu's face turned red. Just eat your food. By the way, Aunt Lan, I still don't know your talent. As time passed, Lu Nan also loosened up. At this moment, she showed everyone what it meant to be a tomboy. She stripped off all her clothes, leaving only a bandeau. Stuffing her mouth full, Su Luo's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but speed up with her chopsticks. However, whether to keep the bandeau on or not didn't matter much. It was just like that. Lu Nan didn't care, as she was already a member of this team. It was just. Lu Nan looked sideways. Sister Lu, I have nothing on. What are you staring at me for? You should be looking at Meng Di. Her assets are bigger than my head. Meng Di, sitting beside her, gave Lu Nan a hard slap on the shoulder. If you can't speak, just don't say anything. Lu Yu shook her head. I just wanted to say that in this team, I am finally not the last one anymore. Huh. Lu Nan was taken aback, her gaze sweeping around. Hiss. How is everyone so well-nourished? In the end, her gaze landed on June, then back to herself. It seemed that she truly was the last one. It was a done deal. What could she do? This meal lasted over an hour, and still hadn't ended. Finally, gaining a moment of rest, the women chatted while eating. Lin Mo glanced at the time. It was already past 9. He exchanged glances with Lan Shu, who nodded. The 2 quietly left their seats while the others had long since gotten used to it. But the 2 who left later had no idea. Lu Nan asked in confusion, is the captain that nice, allowing us time to chat? Shouldn't we hurry up and eat to get to bed earlier? Lin Mo took a deep breath and slowly sat up on the bed. Should I go call Su Qing? No need, we don't have enough time today. Lan Shu rolled her eyes. I already said it's getting late. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Lin Mo felt awkward, unsure of what to say. After resting for a moment, Lan Shu glanced at the wall beside her, wondering if those guys were eavesdropping again. It seemed necessary to find an opportunity to trick those things away. I'm well rested, I'm leaving first. How about staying here tonight? Lan Shu ignored Lin Mo and walked towards the door, saying, forget it, you have something to do later. Lin Mo had a strange dream, dreaming of a very powerful opponent. He couldn't shake off the opponent's grasp no matter how hard he tried. He struggled desperately. Then he woke up. Lin Mo looked at the arms and legs tightly wrapped around him, speechless. No wonder he had such a dream. He glanced at the watch. It was time to get up. Survival Day 12, temperature 1833, time 07:1, devour abyss. 30 kmh, Chu Shi. Chu Shi. Chu Shi slowly opened her eyes and saw herself in an octopus-like state, quickly letting go of her arms. Is it time already? Yes, about last night. Chu's eyes face turned red as she quickly covered Lin Mo's mouth. Don't mention it. Lin Mo pushed her hand away slightly helpless. Did you forget they have tools? She instantly turned into steam, realizing she had forgotten about that. As expected. During mealtime, the other girls looked at she with strange expressions. When they arrived at the cockpit, Lin Lingling stared at she oddly. I didn't expect you to be so assertive. Shut up. Tisk tisk, I'll give it a try next time. She couldn't help but think back to her own performance, and quickly looked out the window. What was wrong with her at that time? Meanwhile, Su Qing asked, should we take out the golden treasure chest? Let's wait until we reach the next location. Lin Mo paused for a moment, coughed lightly. Do you think we can recruit another female team member today? Su Qing rolled her eyes. You think it's that easy? Besides, we encountered so many yesterday, and you didn't want any. Yesterday they encountered no fewer than 10 small teams with females, but most of them were from other countries. There were white, black, and yellow, yet Lin Mo didn't want any. That's fine. Not wanting the less attractive ones made it difficult for Su Qing. The items refreshed from the chests are greatly influenced by the team members. I'm worried that letting that kind of team member join will affect the quality of the items, and we can't afford to lose out. Lin Mo explained. Especially since this effect is level 3. This one combines 5 refreshes at once. If it affects this, the waste would be even greater. That makes sense. Shortly after 8 o'clock, the first wave of treasure chests appeared. But the luck was a bit lacking, with only 2 black iron treasure chests. As the vehicle stopped, Meng Di and Lu Nan came over from the living area. There was limited seating in the cockpit, so the two of them could only sit in the back. Did we encounter a resource box? I'm good at combat, Lu Nan said eagerly. Since they had to stay in the team, they had to demonstrate their value. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, wondering if they were about to gain another combat member. But thinking about it, the members of that convoy must have some capabilities to have survived this long. Is your talent combat-related? Yes, an S-level combat expert. As the number of battles increases, my combat experience becomes richer. Though there are no bonuses, that experience is what truly matters. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. That talent was great, and it was an SS level. His gaze unconsciously turned to Meng Di, curious about what kind of talent she had. Meng Di whispered, my talent is. Stop stammering, you sound like a girl. Lu Nan pulled Meng Di aside. Meng Di. Her talent is SS level mother's love. By hugging others, she can apply a status effect increasing all attributes by 30 for 10 minutes. What is that? Everyone's gaze was unified. It was the first time they had seen such a perfectly matched talent. Ahem, let's get out of the vehicle. Lin Mo quickly withdrew his gaze and urged the others. Only the main personnel got out, the others stayed in the vehicle. This time Lu Nan and the others also got out, since they were all combat personnel. Lin Mo suddenly asked, isn't a 30 boost not really considered S level? After all, that was already a top-tier talent. As for unique talents, the evaluation criteria are different. You. Before Lu Nan could finish, Meng Di pulled her back, fearing she might say something shocking. My talent can be boosted to 100 at maximum, lasting up to 6 hours, with no side effects, but it's not just hugging. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. Su Qing's gaze shifted from Meng Di to Lan Shu in the vehicle, guessing their situations were similar. One could only say that there were truly many types of talents. Su Qing, give me the golden chest. You handle those 2 chests first. Regarding Meng Di's talent, they would put a pin in that for now and deal with the matter at hand. Once the golden chest was acquired, it was opened directly. Divine favor, please select 3 items from the following. Item 1, boost potion, 10. Item 2, 1L pure milk, 100. Item 3, near death card 1. Item 4, cursed doll 1. Item 5, blue star music and film collection 1. Hiss. They all seemed quite good. No wonder it had a rating of 93, it truly was different. Boost potion remarks, after consumption all attributes increase by 20 for 10 minutes. Although this was good with Meng Di around, it was completely unnecessary. Milk could be discarded and they could directly choose from the remaining 3. Near-death card quality special remarks, upon use the target enters a near-death state. Note, exercise caution when using on special targets. Cursed doll quality special remarks can be used on any target. The target will accumulate 3 negative statuses, including, but not limited to, attribute reduction, poisoning, bleeding, paralysis, etc., lasting for 1 hour. Just these 2 items alone were already a huge profit. After Lin Mo finished selecting, he handed the 3 items to Su Qing. Su Qing gasped at the descriptions of the 2 items. The effects were quite powerful. If they encounter a very powerful opponent later, they would be able to respond. However, are the others worse than this? Su Qing picked up a USB drive and asked. It can't be said that way, but shouldn't there be some entertainment? They were almost repeating the same thing every day, and over time it would become unbearable. Having this would help alleviate things somewhat. Su Qing nodded, I understand. At that moment Lin Lingling suddenly poked her head out. There's a resource response 30 meters to the left. Should we go take a look? The surroundings were dense with forests. How could there be any resources here? Is it a resource or a treasure chest? Lin Lingling carefully sensed. From the situation it should be a treasure chest, but I'm not sure what kind of treasure chest it is. Have you encountered such a situation before? Yes, but not many times. We just didn't dare to check back. Although all members of their team had class talents, their combat abilities were merely average. Only She was responsible for combat, so they had to treat every encounter with caution. When facing a treasure chest, they chose only the safest option. Lin Mo looked towards the lush forest on the left, since they had encountered so many it wouldn't hurt to take a look. What if there was something good? Lu Yue, what's the situation over there? Lu Yu shook her head. I didn't sense. Alright then, let's go take a look. Just as Lin Mo was about to leave, Meng Di quickly spoke up. Wait, let me buff you first. Meng Di hugged Su Qing and Lu Yu in turn, and when it came to Lin Mo she blushed and hugged him tightly. This time the strength was much greater than the previous two, almost crushing her chest. Lin Mo didn't feel much after all. He had experienced a lot. However, when he opened his personal information, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. All attributes increased by 50. If it were in another way, wouldn't it be even more amazing? But right now it wasn't necessary. With this 50, encountering more beasts wouldn't be a big problem. Should we bring Lin Lingling along? At a distance of 30 meters, it's easy to stray off course. If it were flat ground, it would be fine. They could detect it as they got closer. But here, surrounded by large trees and bushes, straying a few meters could be a serious issue. You're right. Lin Mo waved to Lin Lingling. Come with us. After getting off the vehicle, Lin Lingling immediately opened her arms and stood in front of Meng Di, saying, I want to go too. But you're not a combatant. In the end, Meng Di still gave Lin Lingling a hug. The four then set off. Under Lin Lingling's guidance, they quickly arrived at an area 30 meters away. It's among these vines. Lin Mo's metal transformed into a long knife, effortlessly cutting through the entwined vines. A black treasure chest appeared before them. It's a black iron treasure chest, Su Qing said, slightly disappointed. She had thought the treasure chest appearing outside the road would be something special. Treasure chests are good things. Su Qing stored the chest in her backpack, and then pulled out two black iron treasure chests. Just as Lin Mo was about to open one, Lu Yu's talent went into overdrive with a warning, wait. What's wrong? This treasure chest is dangerous, Lu Yu quickly said. Su Qing on the side realized the prompts mentioned that treasure chests on the road are safe. This treasure chest was under the road, so it's normal for it to pose a danger. However, they had never encountered such a situation before, so they hadn't paid attention to this detail. Su Qing looked at Lin Lingling. Since when did you sense the treasure chests outside the road? If I remember correctly, it should have started after the road was changed. So starting from the 8th day, there should have been treasure chests outside the road, but we just never encountered them. But we can't say we never encountered them like the treasure chests in some buildings. But those should also count as being on the road. Lu Yue, what level of danger are we talking about? It's about the same level of threat as zombies. If that's the case, then just open it. Prepare your weapons. A blast shield appeared in Lin Mo's left hand, while he opened the treasure chest with his right. In the next moment, a snake, covered in yellow rings, burst out of the box, attacking Lin Mo first. Bang! The snake's head collided with the shield, rebounding back instantly. Lin Mo's right hand transformed into a long knife, slashing down easily to deal with it. But there's only a snake in the box, no supplies. What a disappointing chest. However, for him, this wasn't a problem. Item 1-1L orange juice. They didn't stop all the way, and by 4 p.m., they had passed the 8th wave of treasure chests. In at most 2 hours we should reach today's stop. Su Luo said. Looks like we can finish early today. Su Qing glanced at her watch. Today is already the 12th day. In 2 days we will encounter a special stop. Should we stop then? Lin Mo looked out the window. Forget it, let's change places. The temperature and environment here are decent, but there are also many problems. The visibility isn't wide enough, and the number of beasts is high. Lin Mo opened the vehicle information. They still lacked a lot of materials needed for the upgrade. To raise the vehicle level to LV5, they would probably have to wait until next week. By the way, have you managed to list the items you were selling? Su Qing nodded. Except for the items that were decomposed, everything else that could be listed has been put up. With the increase in team members, the number of items they obtained began to surge. Most of the items without special effects were chosen by Su Qing for sale. However, the number of items wasn't very large, only occupying 1/5 of their total items. For decomposed items as well as items traded back and survival coins, does your talent have an effect? Su Qing shrugged. Decomposed items don't count, as you know. As for traded items, they do count, and even survival coins can work. How many survival coins? 3,781. Hiss. Lin Mo gasped. Does that mean we now have over 6,000 survival coins in hand? Yes, and speaking of which, there's another thing. Jiang Suya has 2 purple attributes. What do you think we should do about that? What else could they do? Jiang Suya quickly looked at Lin Mo. What's wrong, Mo? Go. I'll give you 2,000 survival coins, 1 to upgrade your talent, and the rest for drawing more. Okay. Jiang Suya, after receiving the survival coins, immediately upgraded her talent. Attribute Lottery Machine SSS Level LV2. Spend 100 survival coins to obtain an attribute, which can be assigned to any item including vehicles, or can be stripped away. 3 identical quality attributes can be combined. White 60, blue 25, purple 4. 9, gold 0. 1. To upgrade to the next level requires 1 of 0 survival coins, otherwise nothing has changed, Jiang Suya said weakly. Although the probabilities had changed, the change was too minuscule. It's fine, when we have money later we'll continue to upgrade you. After knowing that Su Qing can even crit on traded survival coins, what's the big deal about survival coins? 10,000 is a lot. Just sell a bit more stuff, and we can have whatever we want later. Su Qing, is there anyone selling glass and miscellaneous items? I've already arranged items for trading, but the results have been minimal. After all, the vehicle level and quality were very important for any team. It was clearly difficult to obtain them from the trading center. I have an idea. Captain, do you want to consider it? Lin Mo looked at Lan Shu and asked, do you have any good ideas? We can train our own convoy, and they can submit 10 of the materials they obtain. As long as the number of convoys increases, the materials won't be a problem for us. This method is indeed quite good. Not to mention, if each convoy submits 1 kilogram of glass and debris daily, 10 convoys would yield 10 kilograms. The more convoys there are, the more materials they will acquire. However, the biggest issue is how to ensure these people consistently submit their share. Lin Mo shook his head and said, while the idea is good, the difficulty of implementation is too great. The possibility of them taking what they get without giving anything back is quite high. Captain, maybe one day you'll get the relevant items, and then it can be implemented, Lan Shu said. After all, with even cursed dolls appearing, creating an item to control people shouldn't be too difficult. Let's put this matter aside for now. Oh, golden attribute. Jiang Suya exclaimed excitedly, holding a golden sphere. She hadn't expected such a low probability would actually yield a result. Let me see. Golden attribute, all attributes, 10. Note, only those with talent can use it. Is this golden? It feels somewhat lacking. However, Lin Mo thought to himself that it's because their current attributes are low if all attributes reached 1,000 points. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. Pretty good, let's bring out the other attributes too. In total there were 10 attributes. Besides this golden one, there were 5 white and 4 blue. All 10 attributes were given to Su Qing. After Su Qing scored a critical hit, they would return to Jiang Suya to start synthesizing. Ultimately, they obtained 2 purple attributes and 4 golden attributes. Golden attribute, never break. Golden attribute, incredible reaction. The latter 2 attributes were quite interesting and matched the term golden well. Unfortunately, Su Qing cannot perform a second critical hit on items that have already been critically hit. This never break should be installed on the vehicle, as it has an incredible reaction. Let's give it to Lu Nan. Originally, he intended to give it to Lu Yue, but considering Lu Yu's talent effect, he felt she didn't need it. It would be better to give it to the second combat personnel. He and Lu Yu each held the golden attribute, of all attributes 10. As for the embedding position, it would naturally be on their weapons. This would undoubtedly cost another 400 survival coins. Just past 6 in the afternoon, a black iron treasure chest appeared at the station. At this time, the sun was still some distance from setting. Lin Mo immediately checked the station. Station Beak Station, Tianhe City Resources, others, food, survival coins, treasure chests, convoy capacity, 10, danger level medium, time limit 3 hours. Seeing the convoy capacity, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Su Qing, it's up to you from here on out. Su Qing sighed. I was joking before. This depends entirely on Lin Mo glanced at his own talent and remarked, I think we're quite lucky. Hearing this, Su Qing nodded in agreement, indeed feeling it was a stroke of luck. At 6:30, Lin Nan and Meng Di also consumed the potions to enhance their attributes. At this point, they had very few potions left. At most it would be enough for just 2 people. Lin Mo clapped his hands and said, alright, we've finished eating, let's prepare to set off. Our main goal is to collect materials and secondly to kill other convoys to obtain vehicle cores, provided that the vehicles can get in together. 10 minutes later, the vehicles drove onto a street, and on the left side of the street was a 4-story building. Above it hung 5 golden characters, North City Passenger Station. The passenger station inside is very dangerous. Of course, it's just a bit troublesome for us. Lu Yu said, It's just a hassle, not a big deal. No, I may not have been clear enough. It's very troublesome, and there are many dangers inside. Lin Mo paused, stroking his chin. Let's go in first and see. The vehicle turned onto another street, and they saw another off-road vehicle turning into the entrance of the passenger station. Hurry up and follow. Xin Huan accelerated, quickly chasing after the off-road vehicle into the passenger station. Once inside, the target disappeared. It's no wonder they couldn't find it. Who would have thought it would be so vast inside? How can this passenger station be so large? They saw that both sides were very spacious, the entire yard estimated to be 2 kilometers wide with dozens of vehicles parked haphazardly. It seemed that the off-road vehicle must have parked behind one of those vehicles. Let's get out and look for the vehicles. After everyone got out of the car, Su Qing stored the minibus. Lin Lingling pointed to the left about 10 meters away. There's a treasure chest. Let's go take a look. They found a black iron treasure chest in one of the passenger cars in the 4th parking row. Su Qing store it for now, and we'll talk about it when we return. Okay, but what about these passenger vehicles? Dismantle all of them. Lu Yu suddenly shouted, dodge. The group reacted quickly and hurriedly took cover at the front of the vehicle. Tat tat tat. Several bullets struck the very spot where they had just stood. Lin Mo glanced sideways and saw 2 men in front of the passenger station aiming their weapons at them. It turned out that the off-road vehicle had gone over there. Are we going to take action? Lunan asked. Let's wait and see. There's no rush. Other convoys haven't arrived yet. He indeed was not in a hurry, but the opposing team was quite anxious. Seeing that Lin Mo and the others weren't coming out, they directly opened the door. The next moment a scream erupted. Oh, fuck, run. It's a zombie. How could there be zombies in this cursed place? Lin Mo glanced to the side and saw that the entrance was already occupied by zombies, and these zombies were rapidly increasing in number. In just a few seconds, hundreds of zombies rushed out. No wonder Lu Yu said it would be troublesome. It indeed was quite troublesome. Climb onto the roof, wear masks for protection. The group split into 2 and lay on top of the passenger vehicles. Lin Mo took out his sunglasses and put them on, switching to infrared mode. The infrared response of the 2 people at the door had disappeared, but there was still one inside the vehicle, so they wouldn't approach for now. He then shifted his gaze to both sides. On the left side of the road, there was a small team hiding in a shop, and on the right, there were 2 small teams. There were also infrared responses in the street behind them, but they were too far away to distinguish how many people there were. It seemed that 10 small teams had already entered. Look quickly, these zombies are moving a bit fast. They're not ordinary zombies, Su Luo whispered. These zombies ran at a speed not much slower than that of humans. Should we use the Molotov cocktail? Su Qing asked softly. Using a Molotov cocktail at this time would have a very good effect. Not yet. Let's wait for these zombies to disperse, and then we can go check and gather materials first. There should be quite a bit of glass and debris inside the passenger station. Moreover, at the entrance there's an off-road vehicle. Let's get that vehicle's core first. Right now Lin Mo only hoped that these zombies wouldn't discover them. As expected, they were discovered. One could only say that these zombies were quite different. Suddenly, among the zombies below, a dozen or so zombies turned their dead eyes toward the roof and rushed over at high speed, causing the other zombies to surge toward them as well. Luyua, how much more danger is in there? Charge inside. And they leapt from the vehicle, long blades flashing in their hands as they cut down zombie after zombie, carving a bloody path straight into the bus terminal. Lin Mo didn't even glance at the car parked by the entrance. Though he coveted the core housed within, this was clearly not the moment. As Lu Yu had predicted, the number of zombies inside was sparse, far fewer than those roaming the outside world. Lu Nen Lu Yu at Chu Shi. You hold the front line. And the 3 women formed a defensive vanguard while the others provided support. Lin Mo spun around, slammed the main gate shut, and secured it with a heavy-duty lock. 10 minutes later, a mound of corpses, nearly 2 meters high, rose before them. They stepped atop the grisly heap and entered the terminal hall. Collapsed plastic seating littered the floor, and Lin Mo's eyes gleamed. Every fragment could be salvaged as raw material. And there was still the second floor. Leave the ground floor windows untouched. We'll only dismantle those upstairs. With the zombies cleared, the team dispersed without hesitation. Su Qing and Su Luo accompanied Lin Mo, Luyua Lan Shu, and Jiang Su Yao formed another squad. The remaining 4 operated as a third unit. On the second floor, Su Luo studied the glass window before her. No screws, impossible to remove intact. And shatter. And Lin Mo retracted his weapon. Don't aim for pristine disassembly. After vehicle upgrades, our salvage efficiency has increased by 50%. Fine. In half an hour later, Su Qing discovered a reinforced metal door. She pushed it open, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling upward. Glancing first at the rooftop beyond the exterior wall, then back at the stairwell, she paused. This must be the access route to the roof. Shall we ascend? In. Let's take a look. And nearly all second-floor windows had already been stripped, even those that resisted were now shattered. In total, the entire upper level yielded nearly 40 kilograms of glass, though this figure reflected Su Qing's critical salvage bonus. On the rooftop, Lin Mo stood before the parapet, raising a pair of binoculars toward the distant horizon. The clusters of zombies converged precisely where scattered convoys had taken shelter. These zombies are unlike any we've seen. Faster, yes, but also unervingly acute of scent. And otherwise, how could such deeply concealed squads have been detected so swiftly? A pity, though. Securing those vehicles' cores would require clearing every last zombie guarding them. His gaze shifted from the far end of the street. Behind them, fresh zombies emerged, seemingly from thin air. At this rate, the terminal would be overrun within 2 hours. Su Qing perched atop the parapet, peering downward. That SUV remains below, and the silhouette inside still sits motionless in the rear seat. It won't be long before the horde breaches its hull. And looks like she's restrained. If not, she'd have driven off long ago. Su Qing's eyes flickered thoughtfully. Only about 200 zombies remain down there, while the others are still scattered, shall we? Lin Mo needed no clarification. Decide as you see fit, but, I know what you mean. Don't forget, I have this. Su Qing withdrew a palm-sized glass vial, unlabeled, filled with clear liquid. Lin Mo's lips twitched. So you insisted on acquiring this, specifically for this moment? And not quite. I simply anticipated future interrogations. S09 Truth Serum Note: upon ingestion, the subject speaks only truth for a duration dependent upon willpower strength. When he first saw it, Lin Mo had deemed it nearly useless. 99% of those they encountered ended up dead. What need had they for truth serum? Yet most other items proved similarly niche. Fortunately, Su Qing had persuaded him to keep it. She gestured lightly, then led Lu Yu and Lu Nin toward the exit. But just as they reached the rooftop doorway, Su Qing beckoned to Meng Di. Come. Activate your strongest state. And Meng Di blinked rapidly. Well, never mind. 50% will suffice. And that's exactly what I meant, Su Qing interjected hastily. Once the others departed, Lin Mo approached Meng Di. How exactly do you activate that peak state? Is it? He pointed discreetly toward his own lips. Meng Di glanced left and right. Perhaps we should step behind the door, and they moved to the rear of the entrance, out of sight of the others. Meng Di wrapped her arms around Lin Mo and rose onto her toes, pressing her lips to his. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo stared silently at his updated status screen. Amplification 100. And he hadn't anticipated this method, not at all. Such profound entanglement was utterly unexpected. Meng Di's cheeks flushed crimson. This simply cannot be replicated for others. And Lin Mo nodded solemnly. Even if it could, it must not be used on anyone else. And they returned to the parapet as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. Lan Shu and the others exchanged knowing glances. No words necessary. Lan, why was his speed so unusually fast this time? And half an hour later, atop the rooftop, the group sat in quiet circle. Welcome aboard. Zhanyu bowed her head, gratitude shimmering in her eyes. Thank you. Had Su Qing's team not intervened, she would almost certainly have become prey for the undead. Through gentle questioning, Zhanyu revealed she'd been captured at a remote transit hub. Her captors had contemplated resistance, but Zhanyu's ability proved too enigmatic. They dared not act rashly, opting instead to starve her into submission. As for why they hadn't simply struck her, they'd have needed to land a blow first. Lin Mo studied Zhanyu, assessing her quietly low stats, yet functionally sufficient. Name: Zhanyu, age 22, in rating, 85 in affinity, 30 in target, raise affinity to 80 by tonight. Tomorrow's effect, 3 frenzy begins at dawn. And the vehicle cores. Su Qing handed Lin Mo 2 gleaming cores. With these, their tally reached 6. One more core would elevate their vehicle to level 5. Lin Mo checked his wrist chronometer. Still 90 minutes until departure. Yet the swarm below remained dense. The stranded convoys were still trapped indoors. Lin Mo wondered whether they'd even survive long enough to escape. Shall we seize the remaining vehicle cores? I believe we're too short. Lin Mo shook his head. No need to risk this station. And seizing them was feasible, but far too time-consuming and risked drawing a massive horde. Right now, the bus terminal remained the least infested zone in the vicinity. We depart this afternoon. In today's haul had been substantial. Greed would serve no purpose. 10 minutes later, zombies pursued their vehicle from behind as Lin Mo's team drove calmly out of the terminal, back onto the open highway. It was barely past 8 o'clock. Zhanyu, you'll need food. Su Qing, prepare something simple for her. Tonight we'll share a proper supper. Understood. Lin Mo turned to Zhang Yu. Your talent is Class A mental control. Is that correct? Yes. Use it on me. Surely that's inappropriate. It's fine. Proceed. This was his first encounter with a psychic ability. He wished to gauge his innate resilience against such attacks. Very well, I'll begin now. In the next moment, Zhang Yu activated her talent. Lin Mo felt as if he had lost connection with his body, unable to control it. However, this process lasted only a second. Zhang Yu was taken aback, surprised by how quickly it happened. Is it over? It's over. Lin Mo rubbed his chin and said, why don't you try it on them? The result was obvious. This talent had no effect on them. Zhang Yu was stunned. It was her first experience of her talent failing. It seemed that mental talents had high requirements for attributes. After this incident, Lin Mo had a general understanding of the weaknesses of mental talents. However, further testing of higher-level mental talents would still be necessary. In the living area at the dining table, Zhang Yu looked at the food and couldn't help but swallow. Is all this for me? There was a self-heating hot pot, 2 servings of bread, 2 bottles of milk, and a plate of beef. She had never seen such food before. Yes, it's all yours. Hurry and eat it. Thank you. While Zhang Yu was eating, Lin Mo started to check the regional channel information. The focus of everyone's discussion was not about today's encountered station, but whether to enter the special station in 2 days. They hadn't forgotten about that scarlet moon on the last day. The special station had been attacked then, and it could be said that 90% of the people inside had died. This didn't affect Lin Mo and the others much. After all, he didn't plan to enter the special station. Su Qing, how's the collection of miscellaneous items going? Not much. We only collected 12 kilograms today. It's okay, just collect regularly every day, Lin Mo said, while tapping the armrest, indicating that he needed to think of a solution. As time passed, everyone's demand began to increase. It would be harder to collect at that time. At the dining table, Zhang Yu put down her chopsticks and let out a deep sigh. This might be the best meal she had in over 10 days. She was indeed lucky to have been rescued by such a team. Moreover, this team was composed entirely of girls. Before long, the girls began preparing a late-night snack, which was mostly snacks with no staple food. During the conversation, Zhang Yu gradually integrated into the team. She looked towards the bedroom and asked, are Sister Lan and the captain in a romantic relationship? Suddenly the room fell silent. They hadn't expected Zhang Yu to think so. Su Qing nodded. That's right, they are indeed in a romantic relationship. However, she soon noticed something was off. An hour later, she watched as Lan Shu came out, and Su Qing went in. She blinked and looked at the others. Even if she was a bit slow, she understood what was going on. Wait, could it be that everyone in this convoy was like this? At midnight, Su Qing lazily leaned on Lin Mo's shoulder and said, with Zhang Yu joining our team, now has 11 people. You can only accommodate 2 people here at night. Most of the others will have to sleep in the living room. There's no choice if the space is limited. He would have liked the house to be a bit bigger, but that was beyond his control. He could only wait until the vehicle was upgraded. Su Qing rolled her eyes. What I mean is everyone coming in and out of this room will know about it. As if there are no other people outside who wouldn't know. Su Qing thought about it and found that to be true. She stretched, causing her bedding to fall off. He'll go call someone. Who do you want to come over? Don't call anyone, just stay here. Su Qing paused. What about Lu Nan and Meng Di? Aren't you going to take care of them? We don't have a golden treasure chest. If we use that ability with a black iron treasure chest, I feel like we're losing out. Alright then. Su Qing lay back down, turning her back to Lin Mo and preparing to sleep. Lin Mo shut off the regional channel. Don't rush, but still early. A new day began, and Lin Mo opened his eyes, feeling a gaze fixed on him. You woke up quite early. Su Qing looked at Lin Mo with a hint of grievance. I think it would be better if I don't stay here next time. Wasn't that what you asked for? It did seem to be her fault, but how could she admit it? At 8 o'clock, the vehicle sped down the highway. You don't need to sit here with the stool. Just wait until you need to be called. Lunan shook her head. Since you are all here, what does it matter if we stay behind? Lin Mo looked helpless. He had left the Blue Star songs and television for them to take turns resting. He looked at Lan Shu and the others. Then you all go to the back, and we'll take turns. Alright, well, go rest. We haven't finished watching yesterday's show yet. Lan Shu understood Lin Mo's intention and responded immediately. After all, they were just non-combat personnel. Especially her role was primarily at night. Half an hour later, the first wave of treasure chests for the day arrived. 2 black iron treasure chests. The luck was average. After defeating the beasts, Su Qing landed a critical hit, and Lin Mo opened the chests. After collecting the first wave of items, they continued their journey. Lin Mo directly activated the talent effect 3, but unfortunately, it was only once. Zhang Yu's favorability had reached 74 points after last night, still a bit short of 80. He could only wait until the afternoon to see if he could raise the favorability to 80 points. Item 1, Steak 100. Item 2, High Explosive Grenade 30. Item 3, Thug Suit 5. Lin Mo's immediate interest was the grenade. But Lin Mo still preferred the high explosive grenade. In the following refreshes, he mostly chose food. Thug Suit quality. A note: wearing it grants a thug aura that exerts a certain suppression on those with poor mental states. Strength 20. The item was indeed good, providing both mental suppression and a strength boost. But Lin Mo still preferred the high explosive grenade. In the following refreshes, he mostly chose food. 10 minutes later, the vehicle continued on its way. Su Qing whispered, "Why did you take that betting again? There are more people now, and I was worried there wouldn't be enough." Su Qing looked at him suspiciously. "Are you sure it's not because those clothes were torn by you?" "Ahem, keep your voice down." With the vehicle's level increasing, the noise inside had become very low. Their attributes had also strengthened, so any of this conversation could be overheard. "As if no one else has been torn by you." At around 11 o'clock, they initially planned not to rest at noon, but to arrive at the station early enough to leave ample time. However, plans changed quickly. Suddenly a fork appeared in the woods ahead, one after another. The trees also began to thin out, just like at the previous road junction they encountered. But it was evident that no one had used it this time. Lin Mo quickly opened the regional channel, and the channel displayed no changes from before. This indicated they hadn't changed their route. "What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many forks?" "Did you encounter it too?" "We also encountered it." "So did we. Could it be that all of us are experiencing this together?" Regional benefits have opened. You can obtain upgrade materials, survival coins, weapons, food, etc. Here. In 3 hours the exit will open. Our teams that exit together will receive temporary team markers. This resembles the temporary site assigned to us during the first week, Su Luo remarked. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. It indeed bore a striking similarity. Yet this time resources are only one aspect. The primary significance lies in this team formation marker. Various vehicle squads had long attempted to form alliances, but combat remained their dominant mode of interaction. Truly cohesive teams were exceedingly rare. After all, each site accommodated merely 20 squads, and encountering compatible squads was profoundly improbable. Now, however, all squads within the regional channel appeared to have converged into a single locus. Forming teams had thus become markedly simpler. Does this bear any relevance to us? No relevance whatsoever. We won't be forming a team. Lin Mo nevertheless contemplated leveraging this opportunity for collaboration, though evidently lacking the requisite tools. Su Qing shook her head. "Who said it's useless? We can continue recruiting members. With so many squads present now, the odds of finding suitable allies are undoubtedly high. Our squad already numbers 11. There's simply no more room." "How could there be no room? You still have floor space in your chamber for a sleeping mat." Lin Mo's lips twitched faintly. "Technically accurate. Yet hosting someone on a floor mat would inevitably impede efficiency." Su Qing merely voiced the suggestion, as she'd never truly permit anyone to sleep on that floor. Even if Lin Mo remained unconcerned, Su Qing certainly was. She refused to let others witness her unbridled intensity. 10 minutes later, an impeccably preserved city materialized before them. Beyond the city, vehicles continually manifested out of thin air, streaming inward. Vehicles approach from both left and right. "Shall we proceed deeper or halt here?" Su Luo eased off the accelerator, decelerating smoothly. At the crossroads, one vehicle stood stationary to either side, and farther still additional vehicles had likewise paused. All observed the choices made by those flanking vehicles. Lin Mo deliberated briefly. "Drive forward. Stop at the 4th Street." The precise dimensions of this welfare zone remained unknown. If compact, each entrance likely hosted only 2 or 3 vehicles. Stopping at the 4th Street would minimize proximity to other squads. Aren't we collecting vehicle cores?" "Cores are essential, but not yet. We have 3 hours. Acting during the final hour suffices." Lin Mo's gaze swept across surrounding buildings. "Let's gather materials for vehicle upgrades while time permits." Su Qing voiced quiet concern. "What if these squads consolidate into larger teams? Then our opportunities will dwindle." Lin Mo felt no anxiety regarding her remark. Forming stable squads is far from trivial, and moreover this regional channel spans numerous nations. Some nations fielded merely dozens of squads across the entire region. Where then might they possibly encounter one another? 5 minutes later, the vehicle halted on the 4th Street, lined predominantly with advertising agencies and office supply stores. These establishments yielded ideal components for material decomposition. "We're about to strike gold," Su Luo murmured, gazing through the windshield at the untouched inventory within. Inside the shop, every item remained pristine and fully intact. Lu Yu scanned the surroundings, no danger sensed. How peculiar. Perhaps danger has yet to manifest. Lin Lingling studied the storefronts, no treasure chests here, only raw resources. Lin Mo nearly forgot Lin Lingling's unique aptitude. Lu Nan and Chu Shi. You two accompany Lin Lingling to locate and retrieve those resources. The rest remain with me to decompose materials. With such a large squad, there was no need for everyone to cluster together. Though he added firmly, stay strictly within these two adjacent streets, do not stray farther. Straying too far would hinder rapid reinforcement. Most shops featured 2 stories. Lin Mo led the Su sisters through the ground floor, Lu Yu guided Lan Shu and Jiang Suyao upstairs. Once decomposition concluded, they need not exit, simply extracted weapons and breached walls, directly carving doorways with effortless efficiency. As they entered the 4th room, distant gunfire echoed. A skirmish has broken out. Distance suggests it remains some way off. Su Qing tilted her ear toward the sound, likely emanating from the flank. Lin Mo waved dismissively, ignore them. Focus on gathering supplies. Based on prior experience, each upgrade demanded vast quantities of materials. Wasting the survival game's welfare zone on futile combat was sheer folly. Combat could wait. First secure the materials. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. The rhythm drew nearer, yet shots grew increasingly sporadic, signaling near exhaustion of ammunition. It appears they've reached this street. The group gathered at the doorway, peering toward the source of sound. There a golden cup van idled at the intersection. Around the corner 2 figures, one crouched, one upright, fired steadily. They stood barely 50 to 60 meters away from Lin Mo's party. Shall we engage? Absolutely. And these materials? Lin Mo gestured forward. They are our materials. Captain, we're out of bullets. A gaunt man in a blue short-sleeve shirt gasped urgently. These firearms had been acquired in Tech City. Their total ammunition amounted to just over 50 rounds, typically reserved for intimidation rather than actual engagement. Today, however, intimidation failed, and their limited reserve vanished entirely. Damn it. The balding middle-aged man fired 3 final rounds. Get in the van now. They stowed their weapons and scrambled inside, reversing sharply with immediate acceleration. They confronted Lin Mo's group Heaton. The bald man paused, rolled down his window, run. The Sakura and Bamboo squads have allied. Their armaments are overwhelming. Without awaiting response, he sped off, fearing Lin Mo might attack them in turn. In this world, trust extended only as far as one's own reflection. Lin Mo scratched his temple. He'd intended to detain the squad, but having received their warning, seizing them now would violate basic fairness. Fortuitously, 2 other squads approached from behind. Prepare yourselves. The moment those 2 vehicles enter, strike. I must note, our rifle ammunition is nearly depleted. Handguns may fail to penetrate armor. No matter, watch me. He withdrew a yellow putty-like substance, tearing it cleanly in half. Su Qing's eye twitched involuntarily. Brother, these adversaries drive ordinary vehicles. Deploying this feels excessive. Perhaps sensing their retreat, twin-engine roars surged closer, growing steadily louder. Lin Mo raised 1 piece of putty in each hand. The women took cover within adjacent structures. The engine noise intensified. Lin Mo lifted both arms high. Instantly, the first SUV surged into view. Lin Mo hurled the putty in his right hand. It adhered perfectly to the windshield, startling the driver and passenger alike. What is this? The second vehicle, a pickup truck, received the left-hand portion hurled with precision. It veered violently leftward, crashing into the building. Boom. Crash. Shattered glass from the surrounding buildings lay scattered across the street, stretching all the way to the next avenue. Inside the room, Lu Yu, Su Qing, and Su Luo lay sprawled on the floor, their bodies covered in shards of glass and crumbling plaster. Ugh, ugh, ugh. How could the blast be this powerful? Su Luo scrambled to her feet and stared out the window. 2 vehicles had been utterly obliterated. Finding even fragments of their occupants would be a miracle. Su Qing brushed dust from her clothes. Fortunate indeed that their attributes were elevated. Had they been lower, they'd have lost consciousness long ago. If my memory serves, that charge was 1 kilogram. This level of devastation is hardly unexpected. The 3 stepped outside to find Lin Mo emerging from an adjacent room, his face smudged with soot and debris. Su Qing chuckled dryly. Do you even know the destructive force of TNT? Honestly, I didn't. Where exactly was he supposed to learn? Online searches yielded only text, nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. Lu Yu gazed at the ruins. The initial instinctive sense of danger had long since vanished. What do we do about these 2 cars? The front ends had vanished entirely, leaving only chassis intact, especially the living compartment, which remained unscathed. As for the drivers inside those vehicles, Lin Mo scanned the wreckage for a long while, finding no trace. Then footsteps echoed behind them. Before the figure appeared, their voice arrived first. What happened here? Holy, what happened to this car? Lin stood frozen in disbelief. The other women exchanged wary glances. Could landmines be buried beneath this welfare zone? Wait, could they have caused this? Nothing serious, just a miscalculation of explosive yield. Carry on, and help us locate the survival watches. A sharp intake of breath. So it was them. What weapon had they used? Without further questions, the women dispersed to search. Yet the blast radius was vast. Retrieving anything proved daunting. Meanwhile, Su Qing approached the wrecked vehicle and placed her hand upon its frame. In an instant, the entire living compartment-equipped chassis vanished into her inventory. She then moved toward the rear pickup truck. This one can't be absorbed. The cab contains people. Lin Mo studied the truck. Only a wooden door remained where the driver's cabin once stood. Lin Mo examined the door's front, then circled behind. Only a thin metal frame clung to the rear flush against the door's inner surface. Was this so-called living compartment truly nothing more than a single door? Toss in a couple of high-explosive grenades. Su Qing drew 2 grenades from her left hand, pulled the pins, and twisted the arming handles, only to pause. No good, it won't open. Lin Mo reshaped metal into a long blade and hacked relentlessly at the door. With a final kick, it splintered inward, and Su Qing hurled both grenades deep into the darkness beyond. Ah, sure, BA. A woman's terrified cry pierced the air, then vanished beneath the thunderous roar of detonation. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. A shame. We might have gained another teammate. 10 minutes later, the group sat on the second floor of a shop along another street. We have 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining. Current haul 132 iron ingots, 165 kilograms of raw metal 32. 8 kilograms of miscellaneous items 57. 9 kilograms of glass and 278 survival coins. Su Qing recited from her inventory. Every item had triggered a critical yield. Lin Mo stroked his chin. The miscellaneous count seems off. Why so low? Su Qing sighed. Because you turned that vehicle into shrapnel. Had its contents remained intact, their miscellaneous yield would have doubled. Or more. Ahem, calculation error. Still plenty of time. We'll gather enough before the deadline. But don't we still need vehicle cores? That's incidental. Su Qing fixed Lin Mo with a look. Also, neither team's survival watches were recovered. And the vehicle cores are missing too. Lin Mo's eye twitched. A costly oversight. Brother Chinese, don't deceive Chinese. Let's form a team. 5 on your side, 5 on ours. 2 vehicles faced each other down the street, 20 meters apart, shouting across the distance. Cooperation is the only path forward. Such opportunities are rare. Captain, their expressions don't exactly scream enthusiasm for alliance, whispered the blonde-haired deputy from the passenger seat. His talent amplified distant visuals, up to 10-fold magnification. Though otherwise useless, it excelled at reconnaissance. Are they really 5 people? Boss. I amplify vision, not X-ray sight, the blonde replied wryly. Who knows how many lurk inside their living compartments? Their counterparts responded, fine, we'll cooperate, but how do we trust you? In today's world, even shared nationality offered little guarantee. Just travel together. We'll follow directly behind you. Forget it. Their vehicle reversed, preparing to depart. The blonde glanced at his captain's scarred cheek. Boss, maybe send Sanzi instead. You look a bit. The scarred man turned sharply. What are you implying? You're majestic, awe-inspiring. Every inch the hero, the chosen one, the destined sovereign. Humph. The scarred man looked ahead, voice low. If the game orchestrated this encounter, there must be purpose behind it. I suspect next week's dangers will escalate. The blonde swallowed hard. But Chief, this is already our 5th attempt. Maybe we should call it quits. Then we do just that. 10 minutes later, Brother Chinese, don't deceive Chinese. Let's team up. The blonde covered his face. Hadn't they abandoned the idea? With less than 3 hours remaining, team-up's off the table. But what about cooperation? The blonde blinked, bewildered, then activated his talent and focused across the divide. Damn. The scarred man frowned. What's wrong? The blonde gulped. There's only one man over there. 3, 4, 5 stunning women. Isn't your girlfriend enough? Why fantasize? Just stating facts. Across the street, inside the opposing vehicle, sat Lin Mo's group. Weren't you waiting until you had leverage to negotiate? Su Qing asked, puzzled. Let's test a temporary alliance. It costs us nothing. Lin Mo drove his vehicle forward until it halted mere meters ahead of theirs. Our 2 convoys cooperate. Resources distributed proportionally to contribution. 1 hour remains until termination. Are you in? I meant full team integration. Upon exit, I'll supply you goods, at 50% below market value. Food, weapons, fuel, any of it. Brother, where shall we go? Time's slipping away. 50% off market price. Perhaps this was viable after all. The two vehicles advanced down the highway side by side, scanning for targets. Inside the SUV, the blonde stared at his captain. Boss, what about teaming up? You said. If it strengthens us, deferring team formation isn't unreasonable. And if they renege, then I'll flood the regional channel with curses. The blonde stared silently at the jagged scar across his leader's face. Truly, that wound had been endured in vain. Bang! An off-road vehicle was forced to a stop by the car of the scar-faced man. Lin Mo seized the opportunity and crashed into it from behind, effectively sandwiching the off-road vehicle in between. Go! Lin Mo and Liu got out of the car wearing silver masks. Bastards! You're asking for death. The scar-faced man who had just exited his vehicle widened his eyes instantly upon hearing this. Hey, another little bastard. He raised his axe, ready to smash the window of the driver's seat. In the next moment, he turned and ran, shouting, "Brothers! They've got guns, run!" His speed, given his hefty build, was completely disproportionate. Run! It's too late. The cherry blossom man let out a cold laugh. However, in the next moment, a round object flew in through the window. He looked down and was horrified. How could there be a grenade? Just as he picked up the grenade, intending to throw it out, boom. A tremendous explosion echoed, shattering all the glass of the off-road vehicle. The scar-faced man hesitated, turning back to look completely dazed. His gaze involuntarily shifted toward Lin Mo and the others. With such strength on their side, how could he possibly collaborate with them? He swallowed hard. This is all yours, or will take nothing at all. As he spoke, he began to back away. But he didn't dare to retreat too quickly, fearing Lin Mo might throw him a grenade. For the first time, he felt that the door of the driver's seat was a bit too far. Don't be nervous, collaboration is still necessary. It seems we won't make it to the station today. Su Qing stretched lazily. They had spent a full 3 hours in the previous area. Normally they would have arrived at the station by around 5, but now they wouldn't get there until after 8. The most critical issue was that their vehicle needed an upgrade. Lin Mo looked out the window. They had just left the sparse vegetation of that area. Let's upgrade here. Liu, how's the situation around? Nothing at all. Alright, set up the canopy, how everyone can rest. Now their convoy consisted of 11 people, and one canopy was no longer sufficient. Su Qing led the others to set up 3 canopies with tables and benches placed under each. Lin Mo, the moment everyone got out of the car, began upgrading the vehicle. Upgrade estimated to take 4 hours. Please exit the vehicle. Thankfully, it's only 4 hours. By the time 6 rolls around, we'll just be finishing dinner. Su Qing glanced at the fork in the road behind them. How long do you think they'll stay inside? Lin Mo stroked his chin. I don't know, probably not too long. After 3 hours, the exit would open. But once it opened, they were given another 3-hour limit. Normally, those people would definitely stay for the full 3 hours to gather enough resources before coming out. But some convoys had indeed formed. This led some to have to exit early. Just then Lin Mo's watch buzzed. Lin Mo looked at his watch. It was a message from the scar-faced man. Li Xiong, that bro. Big brother, what are your instructions next? With Lin Mo's help, Li Xiong had gathered enough materials to upgrade the vehicle to LV3 with some surplus. Additionally, Lin Mo left some food, water, and fuel for them. The quantity wasn't too much, just what they had gathered from the resource box yesterday. But given that it had been boosted by Su Qing, the amount was still considerable for Li Xiong. Tomorrow, just provide me with 1 kilogram of glass and 0.5 kilograms of miscellaneous items. Initially, Lin Mo wanted 1 kilogram of miscellaneous items. But after careful consideration, he decided to reduce it since miscellaneous items were the hardest materials to acquire. Lin Mo looked at Su Qing. I remember that when the vehicle is recycled, the resources they put into it will also be returned to us, right? Yes, but in most cases those we encounter are quite poor. Lin Mo stroked his chin. What if I improved Li Xiong's combat ability and helped him rob other vehicles? If successful, the split would be 6,040. He would only provide some weapons, and Li Xiong and his crew could risk their lives. That division seems quite reasonable. Su Qing shrugged. I don't think that's very reliable. When the profits are too high, it might lead people to take risks. Block the communication, goodbye. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. It seemed he would still need an item or ability. But that was too hard to come by. 6:30. The forked paths behind them had long since disappeared. Congratulations, the vehicle has been upgraded to level 5. Oh, and the living area range has doubled. Lin Mo raised his brow. It got bigger again. Does that mean there are more places to stay? The group hurriedly got into the car. The driver's area remained unchanged from before. Upon opening the door to the living area, they were greeted by a huge living room, now twice its previous size. The formerly ordinary floor had now turned entirely into wooden flooring. It could be said that the entire living area seemed to have been remodeled. In addition, there were 2 new doors, all leading to bedrooms, though the 2 newly opened bedrooms were relatively smaller. Look at the master bedroom, it even has an independent bathroom now. Su Luo waved her hand eagerly. Several women entered the room. The master bedroom had indeed expanded significantly. Su Qing exclaimed, "Now we don't have to run out to take a shower anymore." The others remained indifferent. This issue had been resolved very well. Lu Nan and Meng Di exchanged glances. Meng Di's face flushed. They had discussed this matter before. It seemed that in this vehicle only the 2 of them had never been inside. Lin Mo didn't follow them, but sat alone on the sofa checking the vehicle information. Vehicle minibus quality D level 13, level LV5, fuel tank 144. 5L200L fuel consumption 1L 30 km, top speed 150 km/h, upgrade requirements metal 512. 81,000 kilograms. Glass 32. 5,120 kilograms, miscellaneous 24. 2,150 kilograms, living area 140 square meters, components 04. Compared to before this time, the changes were quite significant. Especially the speed, which had actually reached 150 km/h. Moreover, the upgrade requirements were still increasing. He went to the driver's seat and took out several vehicle cores from his backpack, placing them on his own core. Among them were 2 LV2 cores, each worth 2. Vehicle core upgraded to LV5, material warehouse enhanced. Lin Mo stroked his chin. That's fine, the warehouse size has increased to 1,000 kilograms, allowing for more storage of items. Vehicle quality upgrade requirements, vehicle core, LV5, 5,000 survival coins, vehicle level LV6. With the vehicle core upgraded, only the vehicle level remained. As long as the level reaches LV6, the vehicle quality could reach sea level. It could be said that their convoy was undoubtedly a top-tier convoy at this point. Creek. Su Qing asked me to come and ask you whether we should eat now or later. Lan Shu approached Lin Mo and inquired. Lin Mo glanced at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. Does it make any difference? Lan Shu's face turned red. If you eat now, he will leave right away. If you have something to do, then let's talk about it again in an hour. Lin Mo wrapped his arm around Lan Shu's waist. Then there must be something going on. Survival day 14. Temperature 1927. Time 0921. Lin Mo glanced at the time and then at the platform. It's morning, not afternoon. They were still 7 treasure chests away from the platform. Let's get off and check the situation. Just as Lin Mo passed by the black iron chest, Su Qing followed up. Did you not call them last night? I didn't encounter a golden chest. Well, we can't keep ignoring it. Don't forget about Zhanyu. You can't just wait until you find 2 golden chests to say something. Let's not worry about that for now. Focus on the station. Station 8D. Interchange, City Special Station. Resources, treasure chests, fuel, survival, currency, others. Fleet capacity 100. Danger level medium. Time limit 12 hours. Note, either stay for 12 hours or find the corresponding exit for the fleet. Hint, the station is a fusion station. Upon reaching the destination, you can choose to exit or enter a special station. Oh, it's actually a fusion station. Should we go in? Lin Mo pointed at the treasure chest and the resources. With this, we definitely should go in. Besides, the fleet capacity here is 100. These fleets are all voluntarily joined. You have entered 8D. Interchange City. All route finding abilities are forcibly restricted. Every hour the road will undergo a transformation, so be prepared. Lin Mo looked at the road ahead, and then at the text just seen. Do you really need to transform in this city? Su Luo in the driver's seat glanced at the layers of roads in front, and then at the dark abyss on the side, swallowing hard. Lin Mo, you drive. I can't do this. Su Luo reclined the driver's seat and hurriedly climbed into the back seat. Whoever wants to drive can drive in this place. She even doubted if this thing would fall. Lin Mo sat in the driver's seat and couldn't help but sigh, as he didn't want to drive it either. At first, when he saw 8D Interchange City, he thought it was a mountain city. However, now he realized he was mistaken. This is truly an 8D Interchange City. Buildings appeared out of thin air without any land. Instead, multiple roads were separated by heights, with all roads passing through buildings. A closer inspection revealed that the entire city was a sphere. The term mountain city is an adjective, this is a noun. He started the vehicle and drove slowly, not daring to exceed 60 kilometers per hour. Fortunately, the road was wide enough for 2 lanes. If it were a single lane, Lin Mo doubted he could even maintain that speed. I see the car, it's on the left side on the 3rd layer of the road. Su Luo looked out the left window. Several girls looked up and indeed saw a white SUV. The speed was as slow as an electric vehicle. At this point, no one would be thinking of attacking a fleet. Soon a building appeared ahead, and the road passed right through it. As the vehicle entered, Lin Mo slowed down. Ling Ling. There are treasure chests, 2 upstairs, and one downstairs. Lin Mo stopped the vehicle with a screech. Su Qing put away the vehicle. Let's go upstairs first. Lunin asked Su Luo in confusion, aren't we supposed to find the exit first? Why bother looking for an exit? Stay on this road. Su Luo shrugged, staying here has no benefits, so why would we? Lunin scratched his head, seeming to agree. Third floor. What should we do? Lin Mo stroked his chin, let's talk about it after we finish. My suggestion is since we aren't in a hurry it's fine to waste 2 hours. Su Qing pointed at the 2 golden treasure chests on the ground. The sooner we have them the sooner we can enjoy them, right? Meng disfigure. Did you call me? Meng Di curiously walked in. Lin Mo turned his head and found himself unconsciously drawn to her. It didn't seem like a bad idea. Well, there's still one downstairs, so let's go first. 10 minutes later everyone sat in the driver's room, and the room echoed with melodious singing. It's been a long time since I've heard familiar music, it's quite nostalgic. I remember there should be a microphone, should we have a karaoke session? Sure the sound quality isn't bad. Lu Nin did not participate in the discussion. He glanced at the time occasionally, and then at the door, muttering about how they're not back yet. Seeing this, Su Qing sat beside her. Some things indeed weren't said, but if she didn't want it nothing would happen. Lu Nin shook his head, she wouldn't be unwilling. Then what are you worried about? Let's go sing together. I'm worried about myself. Lu Nin pointed at himself, who couldn't distinguish the front and back of his upper body. Su Qing opened her mouth, let's sing first. Lu Nin felt greatly discouraged. The goddess favor, please choose 3 items from the following. Item 1, Tallowy Explosion-Proof Shield 20. Item 2, 1 L Pure Milk 200. Item 3, Random Teleportation Card 1. Item 4, Seafood Set 50. Item 5, Contract Scroll 1. Familiar items have appeared again. Lin Mo immediately chose the first alloy shield, as it was significantly better than the previous explosion-proof shield. As for the rest, it had to be the random teleportation card and contract scroll. Why? Because these 2 items had the least quantity. Random teleportation card. Note after use you can randomly teleport to any location within a range of 100,500 kilometers. Please be careful of the location used. Contract scroll. Note a total of 10 pages can fill in any agreed events, but cannot exceed the other party's capacity, or violating the contract will result in corresponding punishment. Lin Mo stroked his chin. The teleportation card could be used for escape, but he wondered what would happen if teleported to a non-road area. This must be used cautiously. As for this contract scroll, didn't this mean cooperation was coming? He took out the scroll, which was filled with emptiness. After carefully reading the note, his eyes lit up. Great. This is awesome. Hurry. Let me get a critical hit on all of these, especially this scroll. Su Qing took the items and raised an eyebrow at the scroll. Lin Mo emphasized. Such items even exist. After all items received critical hits, they all returned to Lin Mo. When Lin Mo saw the 10 scrolls, he couldn't help but exclaim, wow. So many. Lucky. This way we can establish relationships with 100 fleets. If we're lucky, 1 level a day shouldn't be a problem. Wait, I still have a golden treasure chest here. Do you want it? Lin Mo twitched his mouth. There was no need to rush. Let's find a vehicle first, and try this scroll out before anything else. The group returned to the vehicle, and the vehicle started. Just as they left the building, Lin Mo was stunned. Wasn't it straight before? Why has it turned into a bend now? Su Qing shrugged. Did you forget? This place moves every hour. The entire terrain just changed. Although the landscape had altered, it still maintained a spherical shape. She turned to Lin Mo saying, that's why I suggested you continue. Those vehicles could be anywhere. Lin Mo twitched his lips. Well, let's discuss this in an hour. I need a moment to catch my breath. His attributes were indeed high and strong. But one should at least be given a chance to breathe. Tisk, it's the first time I've heard you say catch my breath. Why didn't you say this before? Lin Mo, uninterested in arguing, simply pressed the accelerator and drove along the winding road. Despite the winding path, it felt like driving on a flat road. Look, Su Luo pointed upwards. Everyone looked up to see a car driving above their heads, moving in reverse, but never falling down, while the occupants seemed to be lying on the roof. Interesting. Hurry up and search for vehicles and routes. Inside the master bedroom, Lu Nin leaned against the wall, a half-smile on her face. Meng Di buried her flushed face in the bed, her voice muffled. How did you get in here? Tisk, I just came to see how you were doing. Can you move? I can move, but it's a bit soft. Meng Di thought back to when she first entered. Su Qing said time was tight and urged them to hurry. However, the situation was different from her expectations. It was this kind of fast. She had never experienced anything like this. Tisk, I've never seen such a miserable sight before. Meng Di raised her head. You can't escape either. Lu Nin touched her short hair and glanced at her feet and ankles. I probably have nothing to do with this. Who would like their brothers? An hour later, under Su Qing's urging, Lin Mo drove the vehicle into the building. As soon as the vehicle stopped, the outside road began to flip. Is it really necessary to come in here? Just take a look and you'll know. Everyone stood at the entrance. A scream echoed through the air. Off. A car plummeted from the heights, swallowed by the darkness below. Lin Mo froze. This isn't right. Those cars were able to drive above us just now. He had seen it with his own eyes. Who knows? It was like this earlier. Dozens of cars fell just from what we saw. Initially, everyone was unaware so many cars fell. Now that they were aware, the cars dropping had significantly decreased. As for whether those people would die, that was uncertain. Lin Lingling shrugged. Perhaps the building is too small. There's nothing inside. This was a 7-story-old building, not very large. Lin Mo nodded. All right then. Since it has come to this, why don't you head back? I still have a golden treasure chest here. Cough. Fine, but this is all for the convoy. Lin Mo shook his head while walking towards the vehicle. However, upon getting close, his pace involuntarily quickened. Su Qing rolled her eyes, getting a bargain, yet pretending otherwise. Once Lin Mo entered the vehicle, Su Qing quietly asked, "What's in here?" 2 resource boxes and 2 resources, Lin Lingling whispered. Lu Yuechushi, come with us. You guys stay here and drive. Okay, sister. Su Qing took a few steps back, looking at the others. Make sure Lin Mo doesn't find out about this, otherwise they'll just expose all of you. The girls quickly shook their heads. They definitely wouldn't speak of this. Lin Mo wouldn't say anything, but one thing was certain. Within 2 days, this car won't move an inch. In the second bedroom, Lu Nin swallowed hard, stepping back slowly. What are you acting for? Lu Nin chuckled. Don't you men all like delicate girls? Just be natural. Oh, all right then. Lu Nin boldly moved closer, blocking Lin Mo's mouth. Wait. I told you to be more natural, not to be so aggressive. Sister, why haven't they come out yet? The road is about to flip again. Su Luo squatted on the ground, drawing lines in the dirt with a stick she had found. It's about time they should. Bang. Lin Mo got out of the car while Lin Nin did not follow. The girls heard the noise and turned to look. Then they all burst into laughter. Su Luo even knelt on the ground, too afraid to look up. Lin Mo instinctively touched his face, finding nothing amiss. What are you laughing at? Su Qing quickly stifled her laughter and kicked her sister. But Su Luo couldn't stop at that moment. Lan Shu, holding back her laughter, took out a small mirror from her backpack and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo picked up the mirror in confusion and froze at the sight of himself. The issue wasn't his face, but his neck. Sister, do we still have strawberries in our fruit? I want to eat some. Ta. Lin Mo took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. Lin Nan, you're dead. Su Qing, give me the box. Lu Nan's rating wasn't very high, so even if the golden box triggered the goddess favor, the items would be quite ordinary. Of course, that was compared to others. Compared to items from ordinary boxes, it was certainly better. All right, let's get in the car and set off. There was just 1 hour left until the end. Under Lin Lingling's direction, they had gathered quite a haul: 9 black iron chests, 3 silver chests, and 1 golden chest. Survival coins numbered over 300, which after Su Qing's handling directly turned into over 1,000. This was an extraordinary harvest. As for glass and miscellaneous items, they had also collected some. But for Lin Mo, this wasn't the biggest gain. His gaze shifted to the people kneeling on the ground. Lin Mo sighed. I told you I would provide you with certain resources. You only need to supply me with a certain amount of materials every day. We're all Chinese. How could I deceive you? The 2 men, bruised all over, exchanged glances. This was indeed not deception, but coercion. In that case, I'll take charge for you. He took out a contract scroll, and with a thought, lines of text appeared on the 2 blank pages. The gist was that the convoy would provide a certain amount of items daily, and if they failed to comply, they would suffer from headache, stomach pain, and diarrhea. He wanted to impose harsher punishments, but the contract scroll didn't display it. He could only say that he had set his expectations too high initially. Lin Mo approached the 2 men with the scroll in hand. The middle-aged man from Lu Yu pressed his palm down. Contract established. Lin Mo and the middle-aged man's interface displayed simultaneously. The middle-aged man looked bewildered. He was coerced, so how did it get established? Lin Mo smirked, knowing this would work. His gaze turned to the young man beside him. You won't be at a loss. The 2 were released. Yet they stood there in confusion, wondering what this contract was. They had never heard of it. Do you have any news? The middle-aged man and the young man simultaneously looked at their team members behind them. A few team members nodded, indicating they had also received news. This is the power of the contract scroll. As long as the captain signs the contract, the entire convoy cannot escape. Sai, what should we do now? Captain, accept your fate. After all, it's only a small amount, and we can bear it. Their team of 5, with an average of about 8 kilograms of glass at each station, had a little less junk, but still around 3 kilograms. It shouldn't be a big problem. Even if they were a bit unlucky, they could still make up for it. There's no other choice. However, the young man thought differently. He did not believe that things would turn out badly. The outcome was evident. The next day, he almost collapsed from exhaustion. After these two convoys left, Lin Mo and the others returned to the vehicle. At this time, Meng Di and Lu Nan also returned to the vehicle, but the two sat silently in their seats. They truly didn't know what to say. It was better to lower their presence. Can this work? Of course it works. Did something produced by talent. Lin Mo opened the scroll, which now showed 5 vehicles. Adding the one with the scar, there were 6 vehicles. Each vehicle supplied him with 1 kilogram of glass and 0.5 kilograms of junk daily. With Su Qing's assistance, it would at least double. No matter how you calculated it, it was a good deal. And what he had to give was merely things his convoy didn't prefer to eat, and some fuel. Lin Mo glanced at the time. There's still 1 hour left after we return. Well, eat. It was 9:30 at night. The vehicles returned to a street full of trees. Su Luo rubbed her stomach. I'm starving. Puffed. Lin Mo, don't look at me. Lin Mo twitched his eye, touching his neck. Why wasn't this? His gaze turned to Lu Nan. Lu Nan boldly made eye contact with Lin Mo. She was afraid of being laughed at by the other sisters, but was not afraid of Lin Mo. Lin Mo sighed. What exactly was this thing? Let's eat, and after eating hurry to sleep. We're entering the 3rd week tomorrow, and we still don't know what changes will occur. The group returned to the living area and began preparing dinner. Lin Mo pulled out a chair and directly sat by the window, opening the regional channel. E16238 District 6711 people. In just 1 week it had decreased by nearly half. Actually, this was already quite good. You must know that the difficulty of this week was clearly higher than that of the first week. The fact that so many people remained already indicated their adaptation to this place. It's over. It's finally over. What do you mean over? Tomorrow we're changing places. I hope to find myself on a relatively safe road. I really don't want to face those sharks. Let me tell you, among these roads, the yellow sand road is the best. The sandstorm and high temperature can easily be resisted. We've already entered a special station. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Comparatively speaking, the yellow sand. Indeed, that lush road. However, the tropical plant road in front of them wasn't bad either. Although the beast attacks increased, it was still. The next morning, Lin Mo pushed away the arms on him and looked out the window for the first time. An endless expanse of snow with snowflakes still falling from the sky. They had arrived at a road covered in ice and snow. He raised his hand to check his watch. Day 15 of survival, temperature 4155 time 0744, devouring abyss. 30 kmh. Just as the others had said, it was very cold here. But it was bearable. He woke up. She opened her eyes. Do we have to get up in the morning too? Get up. In the living room, the girls were happily discussing the snow outside. The snow here is really white, whiter than any snow I've seen. Zhang Yu secretly glanced towards the bedroom, quickly lowering her head to eat the food in her bowl. After finishing breakfast, it was already 8:30, and the vehicle finally drove onto the road. However, the road was covered in snow, and the speed couldn't increase at all. Let's stop first and change the tires. Lin Mo opened the vehicle information and immediately equipped the vehicle with anti-slip tires. Once the vehicle restarted, the traction was noticeably better than before. However, the speed could only reach 100 kilometers per hour. Speaking of which, on the previous road we encountered various beasts. What will we encounter here? Snow monsters. Su Qing rested her chin on her hand, talking to herself. Why think so much? Just do it. Lin Mo was now full of confidence. With 10 team members, the effects of what they received were simply invincible. Everything they received was excellent. Even if what they received was subpar, the sheer quantity compensated for it. Su Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Mo. How about we add 10 more people to our team? Cough, cough. Hearing this, Lin Mo almost choked on his own saliva. If they added 10 more, he feared he wouldn't be able to handle it. Lin Mo glanced at his status, which had been boosted for 24 hours with a 100 increase in all attributes. This directly accounted for 2 fixed positions. Being a man was hard, and being a man who was the captain of a convoy was even harder. At that moment, Su Luo suddenly turned her head. Do you think today's station will be recalculated, or will it continue from before? It should be recalculated. Lin Mo stroked his chin, not very sure. Soon half an hour passed. As the clock struck 9, a familiar voice rang out again. Congratulations, you have successfully completed a round of survival. The real challenge is about to begin. I hope you can make it to the end. The restriction of the devouring abyss has been lifted. Today's speed is increased to 40 kmh. With a daily increase of 10 kmh, reaching a maximum of 80 kilometers per hour, every 10 survival coins can imprison the devouring abyss for 10 minutes. Station adjustments. Random stations will appear every 1,000 kilometers. Component items will begin to be dropped. This doesn't seem very favorable for us, Su Luo said, looking at the snow outside. The speed of the devouring abyss has increased, but their vehicle speed could not keep up. The first 2 days were fine, but once the speed of the devouring abyss reached 80 kilometers, they wouldn't be much faster than the abyss. Once they entered a station, problems would arise. Lin Mo looked at the question mark on his watch calmly, stating, "Don't forget we have 2 weeks of accumulation. To the abyss is at least several thousand kilometers away from us, and don't forget your sister. The abyss can be imprisoned with survival coins. They might not have much else, but they have plenty of survival coins." Su Luo scratched her head, but seemed to make sense. Su Qing spoke up, "However, the biggest change this time is this station. I just don't know if it's good or bad. Actually, there's not much change. It might be advanced every 1,000 kilometers, but when spread over 1,0 kilometers, it's all the same." He couldn't quite understand the meaning of this change. Either the 2 stations are close together, or they are far apart. Lan Shu suddenly said, "Is it possible that it's meaningless in the early stages, but becomes significant later? For example, 2 stations are very close together, but you stay inside for a long time, and you're not allowed to leave early, so you have to give up one." Lin Mo was taken aback. It indeed seemed like that. "Lin Mo, the station is here." The others looked outside, and sure enough, a station appeared. "There are dangers approaching from all sides, more dangerous than any target encountered last week." After Lu Yu finished speaking, everyone turned their gaze towards the outside world. But all that surrounded them was a white expanse of snow with nothing else in sight. "In what direction?" Lu Yu quickly replied, "Just to the left and right sides, about 70 meters away." With the application of her talent, Lu Yu's perception became increasingly clear. This was thanks to her talent being elevated to S rank. Lin Mo glanced at the outside, quickly taking out his goggles and adjusting them to infrared mode. As soon as the infrared mode was activated, Lin Mo spotted several red figures in the snow, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. As long as they could be detected, it was fine. He was worried that some strange creatures might appear. If they are animals, it won't be a big deal. Get out and prepare for battle. Led by Lu Yue, the combat personnel, along with Lin Mo and Su Qing, got out of the vehicle. The others remained in the vehicle waiting. Lin Mo glanced at the box. They were lucky with 2 black iron items and 1 silver item. "They are moving slowly. Why don't you guys handle the box first?" Lin Mo nodded as he looked at the slowly moving figures in the distance. "Okay, Su Qing, go ahead." 50 meters to the left and right there were 4 snow wolves, all white, crouching and slowly moving closer. When they were just 20 meters away from Lin Mo and the others, they suddenly stood up and rushed forward at once. Then they leaped into the air, heading straight for their respective targets. Lu Yu rushed forward immediately, her long knife slicing through the belly of a snow wolf. With a splatter, blood sprayed, dyeing the snow crimson. On the other side, Lu Nan and Chu, she also acted almost simultaneously. The 8 snow wolves were practically a gift. Lu Nan exhaled a puff of white breath and said, "Is this thing dangerous?" She looked at Lu Yu in confusion. Lu Yu explained, "This is how talent perception works, and without the clothes and weapons we have on, we might not be able to handle them." Of course, the main factor was still the potions they had consumed. Without those potions, these 8 snow wolves could easily take them down. "Why are you daydreaming?" Su Qing asked as she looked at Lin Mo's back. Lin Mo stroked his chin. "The items are common, but some choices are difficult. Item 1, 2 kilograms of lamb chops, 100. Item 2, 1 kilogram of premium pork belly, 100. Item 3, 1 kilogram of deep-sea cod, 100. Lin Mo was quite skeptical. This time the effects seemed to be heavily influenced by Su Luo, otherwise why would they all be food items? But this time it was all meat, and it had a significant connection with Su Luo. Su Qing glanced at him and understood why Lin Mo had been struggling for a while. All of it was food. "Let's go for the pork. Oh, anyone can eat this, and it's easy to prepare." Even if the lamb meat wasn't particularly gamey, some people still found it to be. As for the fish, it was just average. "Alright, I'll choose this one." After confirming this choice, the next step was to head to the station. Lin Mo turned to the back. What did the snow wolves provide? 20 pounds of meat, 2 portions of fat, plus a snow wolf pelt which can be made into a coat for sale. "We can sell all of it, though we don't need it ourselves." "Alright." Lin Mo approached the station. Station Snow House Mystery Box. Resources: food, survival coins, treasure chests, others, team capacity, 20, danger level medium, time limit none, note, obtain 15 items to exit. This time there definitely won't be any vehicles inside. Seeing the last line, Lin Mo shook his head. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, but it could be that we need to drive to find them. The chances are slim. When we encountered similar situations before, the vehicles were not nearby. Lin Mo's eyes shifted. "How about we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" "Ahem, if you lose you'll have to change into better clothes." Su Qing looked at Lin Mo with a smile. "I don't mind, but can you do it?" A man can't fail. 15 minutes later. Snowflakes like ice crystals fell from the sky, occasionally accompanied by a gust of wind that stirred up a flurry of snow. Remember to be prepared tonight. Lin Mo playfully slapped Su Qing's rear. Alright, this is what you said. We're all here so you two don't flirt. What are we going to do next? Su Luo reminded softly from behind. Lin Mo cleared his throat and looked ahead. Before them was a semicircular snow house that stretched endlessly. These snow houses varied in size, with the smallest being about 5 square meters, while the largest occupied an area of up to 20 square meters, and even some giant snow houses reached around 100 square meters. All these snow houses shared a common feature: they had no exits. They were completely half-spheres resting directly on the ground. Next, this will be up to Lin Lingling. You should be able to sense which ones have resources and which ones don't, right? However, Lin Lingling shook her head. I can't sense anything. Huh. She couldn't sense anything. Lin Lingling explained, in my perception there's nothing nearby. Lin Mo stroked his chin. This shouldn't be the case. Lin Lingling's sensing range was quite large. How could there be nothing? He looked at Lu Yu. What about you? Can you sense anything? Lu Yu shrugged. I don't feel a hint of danger. Something was off. This was very unusual. If the pricing was merely low, it was possible that there were no other dangers at this station. However, once the danger level was marked as medium, there must be danger present. There was no reason for Lu Yu not to sense anything. The only possibility. Lin Mo's gaze turned towards each of the snow houses. Snow house, mystery box, danger, and resources. What if there's a chance that the resources are actually inside these snow houses? Perhaps the reason they couldn't sense anything was due to some rules, or maybe there was nothing inside at the moment, and once we open them there would be. Su Qing speculated. Lin Mo nodded. Sounds about right. In that case, let's prepare for battle. We take out all the alloy shields. 1 by 1 silver shields, each one 5 meters tall and 1 meter wide, appeared before everyone. Although the shields looked large, they actually weighed only 20 pounds, making them very lightweight. Once everyone was ready, Lin Mo approached a small snow house that was only 5 square meters in size. But how should he open it? He pondered for a moment and kicked it. Just as his foot made contact, the entire snow house collapsed. Resources found. Almost simultaneously, Lin Lingling spoke up. It seemed that he and Su Qing were on the same wavelength. Let's clear the snow away. After everyone cleared the snow, a block of ice appeared before them containing 10 bottles of water. Once the ice block was revealed, it began to crack and the 10 bottles of water appeared intact before everyone. This can't be how it is here, right? Wait, does this count as 1 or 10? Lin Mo looked at his watch. Counts as 1. This was expected. Let's go, we continue. Su Luo pointed to the left side where there was a snow house of 20 square meters. That larger one might have 3 resources inside. Or it could also have 3 snow wolves, who knows? Lin Mo turned and said, there's no need to worry, the danger posed by the snow wolves isn't that high. Su Luo sighed. I'm just afraid it's not just the snow wolves. No matter what's inside, we have to open it. After all, if we can't gather 20 items, we won't be able to leave. Lin Mo gripped the shield in his left hand and gently tapped the wall of the snow house with his right hand. In the next moment, Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat. Retreat. Retreat. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mo quickly stepped back. At the same time, 3 ice crystal wolf-like creatures emerged from the snow house. Ice wolf, perhaps it was because Lin Mo had opened the snow house. The 3 ice wolves lunged at Lin Mo simultaneously. Lin Mo lowered his body, hiding behind the shield. Bang! Bang! 2 ice wolves landed on the alloy shield, but Lin Mo remained motionless. Beside him, Lu Yu and Lu Nan rushed over while Chu Shi dashed towards another ice wolf. Crack! Crack! As the 3 attacked, chunks of ice fell from the ice wolf. 2 of the ice wolves had one of their front legs severed each. This seems pretty easy to handle. However, as soon as those words were spoken, to everyone's astonishment, the severed ice crystals and front legs on the ground suddenly returned to the ice wolves. As good as new. How? How do we fight this? Su Luo stared at the ice wolf in disbelief. This is practically impossible to kill. Lin Mo shook his head. There are no creatures that can't be killed, we just haven't found the right method. Lu Yu, you 3 keep attacking, don't stop. The 3 women each chose a target. Crack! Crack! Under the continuous assault, each ice wolf was shattered beyond recognition. However, after a dozen seconds, the areas of the ice wolves that had been initially damaged began to recover. Does it start recovering after 15 seconds? So we need to kill these snow wolves within 15 seconds. But where is the target? Target the head and heart. Lu Yu struck down at the ice wolf's head, and then pierced through the skull with her long sword. On the other side, Lu Nan rolled over to the left side of the ice wolf, and drove her long sword directly through the heart. However, it seemed to have no effect. Lin Mo took a sharp breath. This isn't a joke. Could it be that these things are truly invincible? If that's the case, no one will be able to leave. With this many in accumulation, who could escape? Just then the ice wolf before Chu, she suddenly shattered into pieces. I got it. It's the stomach area. There's a white region there which seems to be their heart or energy core. Chu, she hurriedly said. Lu Nan and Lu Yu both looked at the ice wolf in front of them. Soon they found a pale white area on the semi-transparent body of the ice wolf. It was hard to notice without a close inspection. However, each of them had a different pale white area. Lu Nan's was on its rear, while Lu Yu's was on the thigh of its hind leg. With two cracking sounds, two ice wolves also perished. Lin Mo swept the ground, finding nothing. He had thought that these strange life forms would provide something useful. What a waste of time, but it shouldn't be a big deal when we encounter them again later. 20 minutes later, everyone stared thoughtfully at the 5 floating ice crystal sprites. How about? I give it a try, said Zhang Yu, who had a low presence. Zhang Yu was rather shy and seldom spoke. Naturally, people often forgot about her. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Then you should give it a shot. Perhaps Zhang Ye's control ability could handle these ice crystal creatures. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, her eyes fixed on one of the ice crystal creatures. Failed. They seem to have no brains. So I forget it, let's just take action directly. Aren't they able to fly? Then let's shoot them down. Use the 7-star crossbow to bring them down. These ice crystal sprites were floating 5 meters above the ground. They had tried jumping to hit them, but the ice crystal sprites knew how to dodge, and the results were not very good. Whoosh. Whoosh. Although the crossbow bolts were generally ineffective, repeated attempts could eventually bring them down. As the first ice crystal sprite fell to the ground, Lin Mo rushed up immediately. This thing had a diameter of only 1 meter. Chopping it into pieces would definitely reveal the white area. 1 minute later, all 5 ice crystal sprites were dealt with. Alright, let's continue. We've now obtained 5 items. In another 2 hours we should be able to finish. Lan Shu looked at the several snow houses they had just opened, and 2 hours seemed a bit tight. At that moment, Su Luo pointed ahead. Look, is that a person? Everyone turned to see several dark figures in the white snow, which seemed out of place in the environment. It was important to note that all creatures here, whether ice or snow, were white. Such colors were most like, forget it, it's a bit far. We should. What if there are female team members? Cough, well, it wouldn't hurt to go. The benefits of the talent effect were something Lin Mo was thoroughly enjoying. If he could get a few more, it wouldn't be bad. The group abandoned the nearby snow house and moved towards the location of the dark figures. It wasn't very far, just over 100 meters. As they got closer, they realized it wasn't 2 people, but 4. 2 men and 2 women. One man had his neck covered in blood, dead beyond recovery. The other man had a dagger stabbed into his heart. Lin Mo could still save him if he wanted, but it wasn't necessary. As for the 2 women, one was dead while the other looked on, alert at Lin Mo and the group. Su Luo checked this girl. Zhang Yu, control the uninjured girl. Su Qing quickly arranged. Did they turn on each other? No, it could also be 2 teams. Lin Mo shook his head. Not long after, Su Qing returned. After asking, these 2 teams formed a convoy temporarily in the previous benefit area. However, here they counted as 2 separate teams, each needing 20 items. They had just quarreled over the ownership of the items. Of course, there was also some verbal harassment involved. Su Qing shrugged at the 2 men. It could only be said that these 2 men brought this upon themselves. What was it? Su Qing asked with a strange expression. A low-level gene drug. Lin Mo hadn't expected that this would be what the 2 teams were fighting over, so no wonder they resorted to violence. If either team consumed this drug, they would immediately become the leader of that team. He just hadn't expected such a thing to appear here. What about the other girl? She survived, but her injuries are severe. She'll probably be unconscious for a while. Of course, the drug can also be used. However, the most important point was that they didn't have thick enough clothing and could freeze to death at any moment. Lin Mo turned to look at the 2 women behind him, raising an eyebrow. Another score above 90. But it wasn't the one looking on alert, it was the one lying on the ground. She must be saved. Su Qing could tell what Lin Mo was thinking just by looking at his eyes. Do you want to use the potion? We have plenty, and with Su Luo around, we generally don't need it. Cough, cough will do it. Su Qing took out the potion and a set of protective gear. Lin Mo carried the items over while Chun Jiao opened her mouth, but ultimately chose to silently watch from the side. Lin Mo put the clothes on Lin Fei, and then poured the potion into her mouth. Chun Jiao pursed her lips, unsure of what kind of potion this was. However, very soon Lin Fei's pale lips, due to excessive blood loss, started to regain a bit of color. Chun Jiao's mouth dropped open. Oh, what kind of potion was this with such a strong effect? Yet a potion is still just a potion, not a miracle drug. It can save a life and heal, but it cannot create blood out of thin air. Lin Fei was not the same as Meng Di. It's not that one was more serious than the other, it was just that Meng Di had just been injured at the time. Lin Fei, on the other hand, had clearly been injured for a while, and the fact that she was still alive was already a miracle. Lin Mo tied the clothes securely and looked at Chun Jiao. You can handle dragging her, right? Huh. How am I supposed to drag her? Chun Jiao was a bit confused. Coming. Soon the team set off again. The main task wasn't finished yet. Su Qing came to the back. I'll pull you into the team. Nothing to do, just help carry the stretch. Coming. Soon the team set off again. The main task wasn't finished yet. Su Qing came to the back. I'll pull you into the team. From this week onward, the survival game became more formalized. One must be included in the team to be considered part of it rather than just needing to be present in the vehicle as before. As for why the changes were made, they weren't very clear. It was likely due to some issue that arose somewhere. Chun Jiao nodded. All right. You don't need to worry so much, I just look at our team's situation and you'll know. Chun Jiao finally asked the question that had been on her mind. Why is the entire team made up of women? She had encountered teams with predominantly female members before, but very few had fared well. Oh well, they're all acquaintances, one introduced another, and gradually the team grew. Su Qing explained. Then what about your team leader? He doesn't care about these things, so our combat power is very strong. Soon Chun Jiao witnessed what was meant by extraordinary combat power. The ice crystal creatures that were difficult for them to tackle were easily dealt with by Lin Mo and the others, as if they were chopping vegetables. An hour and a half later. Boom. A 5-meter-tall snow monster collapsed into pieces on the ground. Lin Mo stomped down hard on the head of the snow monster. These things are simply too annoying. Their pure white bodies make them hard to find. If they had switched to another team, they would probably be kneeling here. Alright, Su Qing, gather the items inside. Oh, we need to leave quickly. Su Qing glanced around the snow house. Should we gather a bit more? Lin Mo quickly waved his hand. Forget it, how many resources have we encountered? Most of them are just these ice crystal creatures and snow monsters. This was already the 4th snow monster they had encountered. He really didn't want to continue. Alright. After Su Qing stored 2 kilograms of miscellaneous items from the snow house into her backpack, a blue light gate appeared in front of Lin Mo. It seemed this was the exit. Let's go back. The group passed through the blue light gate and appeared in the open area of the living zone in sequence. Oh, this warm feeling is so nice. Su Luo quickly sat down on the sofa and relaxed. I estimate that many people will freeze to death inside. That shouldn't be the case, right? Lin Mo glanced at his watch. Survival day 15, temperature 4155 time 1221, devouring abyss. 40 kmh. 3 hours had passed, but they hadn't wasted much time. Prepare lunch. After we eat, we will set off again, aiming to cover 900 kilometers today. Su Luo stiffened and turned to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, with our speed, that would take 9 hours. Starting today, you all will take turns driving. Lin Mo pointed to Jiang Su Yao and the other non-combat personnel. Great. Finally, I'm not the only one driving. She could finally relax a bit. Lunch was simple. Although new members had joined, there was no need to rush the celebration. Lin Mo glanced at Chun Jiao and Lin Fei. When he saw Lin Fei, his brow raised. It seemed the potion had a good effect. Name Chun Jiao, age 24, rating 88, affection 65. Name Lin Fei, age 25, rating 91, affection 88, a life-saving grace. Should it be repaid like a gushing spring? At 4 in the afternoon, Lin Fei slowly opened her eyes. Chun Jiao's face lit up. You're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? A bit weak. Where is Captain Lin Mo? You know? Yeah, I saw him, but I was too weak and fainted again. Chun Jiao lifted her up and leaned her against the head of the bed. Don't worry about him for now. Do you want to eat something or drink some water? Okay. Inside the driver's cabin. It seems only our road is pitch black, the others are normal. This should be a characteristic of icy roads, right? Lin Mo said. Previously, he had only focused on the danger of each road and had never considered the issue of time. The treasure chest is here. Jiang Suyao quickly said. Combat personnel, get ready. Su Qing suddenly asked, do you think this counts as night? After she said this, Lin Mo was left puzzled. If you say it isn't night, then outside is completely dark. But if you say it is night, it's only a bit past 4 o'clock. It's not even 7 yet. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Lu Yue, what's the situation nearby? 8 of them. Then it seems it's not night. It's not a big problem. There were still 8 snow wolves posing almost no threat. Wolf skins and meat could be directly sold off at a low price. Lin Mo approached the box and couldn't help but raise his brow. Su Qing chuckled. Zhan Yu won't be able to escape today. 1 golden box and 1 black iron box. Lin Fei won't be able to escape either. What? Nothing, hurry and collect it. The golden treasure chest was not taken out. It was to be saved for tomorrow. At 5 o'clock, 3 black iron. At 6 o'clock, 4 black iron. At 7 o'clock, 2 black iron. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Is our luck all used up in that golden treasure chest? Are we stopping to eat, or? Now they only needed the last 200 kilometers to reach 900. They could finish by around 9:30 at the latest. Of course we continue. However, once night fell, the danger would also increase. The vehicle had just started and the wind and snow outside began to intensify, with large snowflakes flying everywhere, gradually obscuring their vision. The group remained unfazed. They already knew the situation on each road. This was a characteristic of icy roads. When night fell, the wind and snow would increase. However, this snow seemed to be extraordinarily heavy. In just 10 minutes, visibility had dropped to less than 10 meters. Meng Di clutched the steering wheel tightly, her gaze unwavering. Confirming that she was on the road, she relied on the tumter-high, silver metal pillars by the roadside. We just turned, Su Luo exclaimed from the passenger seat. Meng Di quickly twisted the steering wheel, but it was severely obstructed, turning very slowly. Su Luo glanced at the position of the steering wheel, his eyes twitching. Lin Mo, maybe we shouldn't let Meng Jia drive, her skills are a bit concerning. Meng Di's face flushed. Su Luo, it's the truth. Stop the car, you two, switch seats. Meng Di bit her lip. I'm sorry. It's fine, it's not your fault. Lin Mo glanced at her, thinking she was overly nourished. Su Qing looked at the heavy snow outside. At this rate, we'll probably arrive after 10 o'clock. Even if it gets late, we have to keep going. Otherwise, we'll miss our stop. At 8:30, the vehicle finally reached the 800-kilometer mark. In front of the vehicle, 2 silver and 2 black treasure chests were placed there. Lu Yu immediately said, something's off, there are 16 outside. That's normal considering it's night. The danger level is higher at night, isn't that reasonable? No, it's... The feeling I get is like those ice crystal creatures in the snow house. If that's the case, it could be troublesome. Thermal imaging can't detect those ice crystal creatures because they have no body heat. Lu Yu, it will be up to you soon. Lu Yu nodded. Everyone else follow my lead. Once they got out of the car, they realized how severe the snow was. It felt like someone was pouring goose feathers from the sky. Lu Yue, with a serious expression, sensed the surroundings. There are 4 ice crystal creatures on each side, getting closer. Lu Nin moved 10 meters to the left, just ahead of you. Chu Shi, watch your front, Lin Mo. The 4 quickly moved their feet, looking towards Lu Yu's direction. Lin Mo, in night vision mode, scanned the distance. Suddenly, an ice crystal wolf popped its head out of the snow and leaped towards them. Lin Mo rolled to the side, his gaze quickly sweeping over the ice wolf. He immediately locked onto its waist, and the long knife in his hand transformed into a spear, stabbing forward. Crack! The ice wolf shattered into pieces. Be careful! Lu Yu shouted. Lin Mo glanced sideways, wanting to curse. How could it be a snow monster? The alloy shield was immediately drawn to block the attack. It's a snow monster, oh be careful. After shouting, Lin Mo quickly transformed the spear into a baseball bat. It was best to use a blunt weapon against snow monsters rather than a sharp one. I'll deal with this and come help you. Lunan shouted. At that moment, the car door opened and Lan Shu came running down with several other girls to assist. Their combat experience wasn't extensive, but they had high attributes. We're here to help. Normally Lin Mo would have said don't make things worse. But today was different. They truly needed help or it would waste too much time. With the addition of the girls, the pressure on the team significantly decreased. 5 minutes later, the ice crystal creatures, snow monsters, and snow wolves were all dealt with. Lu Yu expressed with an apologetic face, it's my fault, I didn't sense the snow monster. Lin Mo shook his head. It's not your fault, you mentioned before that the differences between them are minimal. In terms of strength, the snow monster and ice wolf were almost indistinguishable. The difference lay in their weaknesses. Let's not dwell on this and everyone else get in the car. After we collect the chests, we'll head back. It was nearing 11 at night. The vehicle stopped in the snowstorm, and everyone returned to the room. Su Luo and the others had prepared the meal, and were just waiting for Lin Mo and the combat members to return to eat. Hearing the sound of the door, Su Luo immediately sat at the dining chair. You all finally returned. Oh, I was starving to death. Who could understand the feeling of seeing all the dishes ready but not being able to eat? Wait a moment to eat. Go call those 2 out first. Oh. Su Luo approached the bedroom door, gently knocked, and opened the door. Oh, you're awake, come eat with us. Sun Xinjiao helped Lin Fei out. At this moment, Lin Fei's complexion was slightly rosy, but she still looked very weak. The next moment, Lin Fei directly knelt on the ground. Thank you for saving me. To be precise, they had killed more than they had saved. Of course, most of those were due to the others' own actions. Back at the dining table, Lan Shu placed a bowl of millet. Su Qing and the other girls quickly lowered their heads, afraid they would lose control. Their team had saved many from Huagua, but they had also killed many. To be precise, they had killed more than they had saved. Of course, most of those were due to the others' own actions. Back at the dining table, Lan Shu placed a bowl of millet porridge in front of Lin Fei along with some light dishes. When in a weak state, one shouldn't eat too richly as the body cannot handle it. Alright, let's raise our glasses together to welcome our new team members. Welcome. After putting down his cup, Lin Mo immediately inquired about the talents of the two. I have a great talent for probability modification, like altering the likelihood of a certain item appearing in supplies or modifying damage when attacking, Chun Jiao said, looking a bit awkward. When she first gained this talent, she thought it was powerful. However, after trying it out, she found its utility to be quite poor, primarily due to the low success rate. Lin Mo nodded. This talent sounded impressive, but the description was quite lacking. If it were in grade talent, it should be better. It's fine, your talent may strengthen in the future. Once he got his hands on a talent upgrade card, the talent level would be a minor issue. As for me, I possess an S-grade talent called Theft. When attacking a target, there is a 10 chance to acquire the same item. The group turned their eyes towards Lin Fei. This talent seemed quite impressive. Lin Fei, feeling a bit embarrassed under everyone's gaze, said, "This talent, while high-level, is somewhat limited by my strength, so I haven't activated it many times." Beside her, Chun Jiao quickly added, "As long as we have the opportunity, we can steal many things, even survival coins from beasts." Lin Mo immediately asked, "Are you saying this talent works on beasts too?" Chun Jiao nodded eagerly. "If she attacks, I can modify it. The probability of stealing is very high. It seems it's a combination technique. Your talents are all excellent and don't worry about anything else. Let's eat." At that moment, Lin Mo's watch vibrated. He put down his chopsticks and looked at his watch. It was an email notification. There were already 8 messages, mostly about trading. Upon checking these messages, Lin Mo remembered that he had signed contracts with several teams. He didn't expect to receive so many trade requests. Lin Mo quickly glanced at his phone. It had been 10 minutes since Li Xiong sent him a message which he had yet to check. He thought for a moment and directly sent a few grenades to the other party. He then handed over the blast shield to the other party. With the alloy shield, the blast shield had become used. As for why he gave so many to Li Xiong, it was naturally because the other party had sent an email in the afternoon containing 1.5 kilograms of miscellaneous items. Others were bound by contracts, but he acted entirely out of his own accord. "Big brother, this won't do. There are too many beasts. We can't take them on." There were a full 20 beasts, and they were much stronger than those they had encountered before. Huang Mao looked extremely tense. If this continued, their vehicle would eventually be scrapped. "Calm down. I've already asked him." "Big brother, how long has it been? I told you the other party is playing you for a fool." Bam! Huang Mao covered the back of his head and turned to look at his girlfriend. "Why did you hit me? Why are you panicking? I can just go down and deal with them." Xiaoing, "Stop messing around. Your talent puts you to sleep for half a day." Huang Mao quickly persuaded his girlfriend, genuinely afraid of her taking action. It's true that her talent was powerful, but the side effects were considerable. Everyone stopped talking. Suddenly 4 shields and 10 high explosive grenades appeared. Li Xiong swallowed hard. "I told you this would work. Take it and throw it." Boom, boom, boom. He threw 5 grenades in succession, and the beasts outside suffered heavy casualties. Li Xiong swallowed hard. "I told you this would work. Take it and throw it." Boom, boom, boom. He threw 5 grenades in succession, and the beasts outside suffered heavy casualties. Huang Mao breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, where did the other party get these things? We've experienced quite a few instances, but all we got were a few rifles. What does it matter? When we encounter a station tomorrow, let's collect more materials and give the other party some more." "Alright, bro." Lin Mo was unaware of how things were on Li Xiong's side. He was busy at the moment. "Hiss. Who?" Moments later, Lin Mo leaned against the headboard. "Your attributes must have increased quite a bit now." "Yeah, but overall it can't compare to yours." Lan Shu leaned on Lin Mo's shoulder, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Can you go a bit slower next time?" "Huh. Whether it's fast or slow, it's still you." Lan Shu patted Lin Mo's shoulder. "We're talking about the same thing, right?" She insisted on her point while Lin Mo countered, and she didn't believe he didn't understand her meaning. After resting for a moment, Lan Shu came down from the bed and looked at the broken fragments on the floor, sighing. Su Qing was right. Next time, don't bring anything in here. Then Lan Shu walked out. If there were still people in the living room, she wouldn't dare to step outside. Taking this opportunity, Lin Mo opened his email. Li Xiong had resolved his issue and was showering Lin Mo with praise, ensuring that he would gather more supplies for Lin Mo at the station tomorrow. Lin Mo didn't pay much attention to it, as long as they provided those materials regularly every day, it was enough. After all, these items were no longer significant to him. He closed the email and opened the regional channel. E982, Zone 8923 people. This was the first time Lin Mo opened the channel since they arrived at the IC road. Just seeing the channel name made Lin Mo pause. It seemed he had guessed incorrectly. He thought the preceding letters represented difficulty, but based on today's situation, it was certainly harder than before. So it seemed this was merely a road number. How did those people survive on this road? I'm almost freezing. Isn't there air conditioning in the car? You can just turn it on and warm up. Really? Do you want to see how much gasoline it wastes when you turn on the air conditioning? It's better than freezing to death. Besides, with so many survival coins, can't we just buy gasoline? In fact, the most difficult part for people now wasn't inside the car, but obtaining treasure chests outside. Because they had to fight. Thus time outside would be prolonged and cold was the biggest issue at hand. Countless people had their hands frozen to the point of losing sensation, and whether they could recover was still uncertain. At that moment the door opened. The sound of footsteps approached, and stopped by the window without saying a word. Lin Mo didn't notice his gaze still fixed on the regional channel. In the next moment, he felt someone beside him. Huh. He turned to look and was surprised to see Zhang Yu. He almost forgot they still had a golden treasure chest. Alright, it seems today was when they talked about this. Wait. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Yu. By the way, why does your presence always seem so low? Zhang Yu thought for a moment, maybe. I don't talk much. After saying this, she buried herself back under the quilt. The girl's face blushed brighter than anything else. It seems that every road has a constant temperature. Whether it was the initial yellow earth road or the later tropical jungle road. On the second day of the icy road, the weather was still below -40 degrees. Fortunately, there's still a treasure chest for every 100 kilometers. Due to the accelerated speed of the Abyss Devourer, they started driving at 6:30 this morning. Lin Mo yawned, leaning against the window. After Su Qing spoke, she noticed Lin Mo's lack of response, and was a bit surprised. You're not tired, are you? Yeah, I'm indeed tired. How about we stir-fry some leeks for lunch, then get some oysters and follow that with a lamb spine hot pot? Lin Mo sat up straight. I just wanted to rest a bit and not overly tired. Cough cough, let's get out of the car. It's no wonder he was tired. Meng Di had suddenly come over in the early hours of the morning. Moreover, she was wearing the emperor's clothes. Besides, the image was truly striking. The first thing to do after getting out of the car was to deal with the snow wolves. Just like yesterday, there were only 8 snow wolves. After dealing with them, it was time to open the golden resource chest. Zhang Yu's rating wasn't high, so even if the blessing of the goddess was triggered, the items were not very good. By the way, how is Lin Fei recovering? She just has a bit of color back, probably needs 2 days. You're not thinking. Cough cough, just asking. Su Qing stroked her chin. Even if she recovers, she still needs to be given the gene serum, otherwise. With an ordinary person's physical quality, who could withstand it? Upon hearing the words gene serum, Lin Mo quickly asked, how much did you manage to get from their gene serum? Su Qing shrugged. I was out of luck, only got 2, just enough to use. If more people came later, they would have no gene serum left to use. Only 2. This disappointed Lin Mo somewhat. He shook his head and looked at the 2 black iron treasure chests in front of him. He would open these 2 chests first. Item 1, 5L Universal Fuel 5. Item 2, Self-Heating Rice 20. Item 3, Universal Bullets 50. Tisk. More bullets have come. He definitely had to choose that. After that, he used Effect 3 and directly synthesized the golden refresh twice. With a flash of golden light, the items appeared. Lin Mo took a deep breath. That was quite a lot. Lin Mo stroked his chin, pondering that the warming pads could be discarded as they were of no use to them, and no one would even buy them. How much fuel do we have? Su Qing paused for a moment. It's hard to estimate, but at least over 1,000 liters. Then let's skip it and go straight for the shock bombs. Though they lack physical lethality, they can be quite effective if used correctly. Crash. 50 shock bombs piled into a small mountain. Looking at these shock bombs, Su Qing wondered, why did we get so many grenades this time? No, these are not grenades, they are shock bombs. You can think of them as flashbangs combined with noise. They aren't lethal weapons, but they can be quite effective when used properly. Lin Mo thought for a moment and directly took the flying knives. Item 1, Braised Beef Noodles 200. Item 2, Cola 100. Item 3, S Alloy Flying Knife 20. S Alloy Flying Knife. Note: forged entirely from S Alloy, exceptionally sharp. When the time comes, there will be a batch from Lu Yu and another from Lu Nan. Survival Day 15. Temperature 44°C, 57°C. Time 1151. Devouring Abyss. 50 kmh. Lin Mo glanced at the time. Let's stop at time for a meal. Huh. Stop. Aren't we supposed to keep driving? The Abyss's speed today is 50 kmh. No need to worry, I will only take an hour for the meal. Besides, you both need a break. By the way, Zhang Yu will join us in the afternoon. Zhang Yu, when did you get here? Su Luo looked at Zhang Yu in confusion. Zhang Yu. Returning to the living area, Su Qing approached Lin Mo. Are we going to keep running tonight too? Not necessarily, it depends on the situation. Currently we aren't sure how many kilometers away the abyss is, so we'll just keep running for now. Lunch was still simple. While eating, Lin Mo kept an eye on the information in the regional channel. The station time was too short, only 1 hour, and the glass debris only moved 10 kilograms in total. 10 kilograms isn't little, we only managed to collect 2 kilograms. Wait, how come you all encountered a station, but I didn't? Since yesterday the station times everyone encountered had clearly changed. According to their communications, the types of stations were also different. It was evident that starting from this week, different varieties of stations would appear on the same road on the same day, unlike before, when they were mostly similar. Ding. Lin Mo closed the interface and opened the mailbox. It was another message from Li Xiong. Li Xiong, big brother, these are for you. Glass 2. 8 kilograms. Debris 1. 4 kilograms. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. They really sent so much. Combined with yesterday's, it was equivalent to several days' worth from those 10 convoys. He glanced at the situation of the other 10 convoys. They had all received their agreed amounts yesterday, not a bit more, not a bit less. Today they had yet to start receiving. They probably hadn't encountered a station yet. Lin Mo thought for a moment and decided to send 20 shock bombs. Well done, keep it up. He transferred all the supplies in the mailbox to Su Qing. Take these and use them for a critical strike. Are those from those convoys? Yes, besides those convoys there's also that scarred Li Xiong who provided the most. Su Qing nodded. She hadn't expected to have gained so quickly. After the critical strike, the glass turned into 33.8 kilograms, and the debris was slightly less, only 23.4 kilograms. But the things obtained for free were all good. Su Qing quickly finished the rice in her bowl. The items at the trading center are almost sold out. We've accumulated over 800 survival coins. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. So many. Definitely more. We sold a lot of items. As she said this, Su Qing leaned on her chin and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, it's a pity. I feel those items are quite useful. Selling them was somewhat painful. Lin Mo was speechless. The storage box was almost full, and if those items weren't sold they would likely pile up in the living room. The initial reluctance to sell was because some could be used for decomposition and recycling. Now that there were so many, that was no longer necessary. By the way, don't forget to decompose a batch. Don't worry, the items have long been prepared. I'll decompose them when the time is right. After lunch, everyone didn't rest and directly hit the road. However, it seemed that today's luck was not very good. They encountered quite a few treasure chests 3 or 4 times, but not a single station. Su Huan glanced at her watch. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Subtracting the 100 kilometers they traveled in the morning, they had driven over 700 kilometers. Logically, there should be a station within 1,000 kilometers. Yet it didn't appear at all. The station today won't only show up in the last 100 kilometers, right? Perhaps, but we will encounter it eventually. Su Luo's mouth twitched. She certainly knew they would encounter it. It was just 300 kilometers. It's probably going to be around 8 in the evening. Don't forget that the snowstorm will intensify, starting at 7. Also, Su Luo pointed at the speedometer. Today's daytime speed is slower than yesterday. Lin Mo nodded. Of course I know, but there's no use in rushing. Due to the heavy snowfall overnight, the snow layer on the road today was very thick. Moreover, for some unknown reason, beneath the snow layer there was actually a layer of ice. This caused their speed to decrease significantly. Beside him, Lan Shu said, "Actually, we are doing quite well. We still have snow tires, but others don't." At that moment, the driver Zhang Yu suddenly said, "It seems the station has arrived." Everyone quickly looked outside, and indeed the station had arrived. "All right, everyone, prepare yourselves." Creak. The vehicle stopped, and everyone got out. As soon as Liu got out of the car, she looked toward the left area. There's one that isn't a snow wolf. It should be an ice wolf or a snow monster. No worries, it's not yet time for the snowstorm to start. Although the sky was getting dark, as long as visibility wasn't obstructed, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Soon a figure appeared in the distance. That upright figure was clearly a snow monster. Lin Mo immediately took out a shock bomb, pulled the ring, and threw it out. Bang! The snow wolf was immediately attacked by the shock bomb. However, this had no effect on the snow monster, which continued to approach them. As Lin Mo had guessed, these non-flesh creatures were not afraid of such things. 3 minutes later, the snowman shattered into pieces. Then Lin Mo promptly collected the treasure chest. Su Qing squatted behind Lin Mo, taking one each time he retrieved a flying knife. The survival game said that components are starting to be delivered. Why haven't we encountered any? Maybe they are in the latter half, and even if they are delivered, they are likely to be in silver or higher treasure chests. We've encountered so few so far. After handling the treasure chest, Lin Mo came to check the station. He pointed at the station. Look, the components have arrived. It's a pity they are ranked 3rd. With a time of 2 hours, the acquisition probability is quite low. The secret realm treasure chest has been opened. The endless sand sea will open in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. Note the main products of the secret realm are treasure chests, components, and others. The secret realm treasure chest, we haven't encountered one in a long time. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, it's been a long time since we last saw one. If it weren't for someone opening it this time, we might have forgotten about it. Of course, it's also possible that someone has obtained the secret realm treasure chest, but hasn't used it yet, just like he did back then. Alright, everyone get ready. Su Luo looked at the station and said, what about this station? We might need to refresh it when we return. There's nothing we can do about that. We can only hope that nothing changes by the time we come back. Other than that, we leave it to fate. 10 minutes later, the vehicle appeared in the midst of a desert. As the wind blew, the swirling yellow sand entered the car. Pa, quickly closed the windows. Su Qing looked at the endless sand dunes that rose and fell. So what are we going to do? I don't know what to do, but a familiar notification has arrived. You have entered the endless sand sea. Duration 12 hours. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. This time the duration is indeed quite long. Let's drive first. Su Luo started the vehicle. However, as soon as he stepped on the gas, the entire vehicle sank into the yellow sand and couldn't move at all. One reason is that this is a desert. The other reason is that the vehicle has undergone multiple upgrades and quality improvements, significantly increasing its weight. One reason is that this is a desert. The other reason is that the vehicle has undergone multiple upgrades and quality improvements, significantly increasing its weight. I was quite happy at first. Driving the car and using Lin Lingling's talents to search for resources would have been effortless. But now the car simply won't work. Lan Shu looked puzzled and said, we can store the car in Su Qing's backpack. Others seem like they can't. So far it seems we haven't encountered any other team capable of storing their vehicle in a backpack. So it's highly likely that these resources are just around the vehicle and won't be too far away, Lin Mo remarked. If they were too far, just the journey alone would take a long time. Su Qing gazed at the scorching sunlight outside and said, indeed, we can't walk far. The external temperature looks quite high. Lin Mo clapped his hands and said, all right, combatants, get ready, the rest of you. Lan Shu, Jiang Suyao, and Ming Di all stood up and said, no, we want to go too. They couldn't just sit back and enjoy while others did all the work. Even if others didn't say anything, they themselves couldn't accept it. Lin Mo thought for a moment. After all, the biological threats they had encountered recently weren't high, so there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, they had all used potions and were wearing protective suits. However, Lin Fei and Chun Jiao, you two stay behind. Oh, actually we can fight too. Lin Mo shook his head and said, no, you can't, they're different. Just as Chun Jiao was about to say something, Su Qing pointed at Lin Fei and said, her injury hasn't fully healed, yet you need to stay behind to take care of her. Thus only these two were left to stay behind. The others got out of the car. As soon as they exited, a wave of heat rushed towards them. The air was dry and hot, and the sun was blazing. Lin Mo put on sunglasses and glanced at the sun. It was indeed quite hot, probably over 40 degrees. Fortunately, their clothing had decent insulation, so it was bearable. However, Lin Mo adjusted his sunglasses to infrared mode, but it turned out to be ineffective. His vision was filled with orangered. Relying on infrared mode was impossible now. Next, it would depend on Lu Yu and Lin Lingling. Since external tools were of no use, they would have to rely on the talents of the two. Lin Lingling pointed behind her and said, I sense 2 treasure chests behind us. Let's go. The group circled around the vehicle and walked towards the back. As they approached the destination about 50 meters away, Lu Yu immediately said, there are 4 creatures hidden in the sand with a threat level similar to that of ice wolves. Su Luo replied, if it's similar to ice wolves, could it be sand wolves? Surprisingly, that is indeed a possibility. Whatever it is, we'll know when we get close. As they drew nearer, Lu Yu's perception became increasingly clear. Just 10 meters away from the destination, the metal in Lu Yu's hand transformed into a long spear. In the next moment, the ground collapsed, revealing a thick yellowish worm with a mouth larger than a human head charging towards Lu Yu. Sand sea worm, it was a strange creature, not just sand condensed into a form. Pooh! The silver spear pierced through the worm's mouth, emerging from the back. Lu Yu gripped the spear with both hands and stepped forward, exerting force. Huh! The worm's body was pulled out from the yellow sand, measuring over 4 meters long. As it crashed down, Su Qing quickly moved forward to deliver a finishing blow. Yellow-green blood splattered everywhere. Su Luo quickly shook his head and said, disgusting, this is just too gross. Alright, stop talking, I didn't find it disgusting until you mentioned it. Had this been back in the first week, these people would have already vomited. Alright, let's continue to the next one. Lu Yue, you don't need to go, you two can pair up and manage yourselves. With Lin Lingling around, Lin Mo was in no hurry to search for items. No one else could be faster than him except for those with similar talents. The group discussed briefly how Lan Shu and Jiang Suyao teamed up, having spent enough time together to have great synergy. Meng Di and Lin Lingling teamed up as well. They were also familiar faces. Originally Lin Mo didn't want Lin Lingling to participate, but she insisted on going. Lu Yu would tell them the locations. Under Lu Yu's guidance, the two teams moved to their respective sides. As soon as they moved, two sand pits appeared on the ground again. However, this time it was not worms. It was two giant scorpions glistening with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Each stood about 2 meters tall. Each charged toward a team. Clang. One person raised an alloy shield to block the attack, while another raised a weapon to counterattack. Though the coordination wasn't perfect, they were at least able to confront the attack head-on. Lin Mo wasn't surprised by this. The teammates were people he had worked with for a long time and had gone through so much together. Most importantly, Lu Yu taught them every day. Soon the two giant scorpions were dealt with. Afterward, under Lin Lingling's direction, a silver chest and a wooden chest were pulled up. Silver treasure chest, component treasure chest. I thought components were items, but it turns out to be a wooden chest. Quick, open it and see what's inside. However, before opening it definitely has to go through Su Qing first. Then the chest transformed into 2 silver treasure chests and 5 component treasure chests. Wow, we only had 4 component slots, and now we have enough to fill them. Lin Mo said with a smile. It's not that easy, just take a look. Lin Mo nodded and promptly opened the component treasure chest. Inside the entire chest, there was only one item, a piece that resembled a blueprint. Hinge component quality, E-note, can be used as a pulling auxiliary component. Lin Mo silently threw the component behind him. What a piece of junk. His gaze shifted to the other component boxes. Could this box also have a grade? If that's the case, then the remaining few shouldn't be too high of an expectation. However, the items are still acceptable. It's not a total loss. The subsequent components were the same, all a pile of junk. What should we do with these components? Let's keep them for now. Even if they don't have use now, they might be useful later. Of course, we can keep one of each and sell the rest. The group then continued their journey. Movement in the desert was slow, making it impossible to pick up speed. One reason was that the sand was too soft, and the other was that you never knew where quicksand would appear. Oh! Su Luo screamed as the sand beneath him began to collapse. He scrambled and rolled away in fright. This is way too difficult to walk. I told you to be careful, don't be too hasty. Su Qing tapped Su Luo on the forehead. In just this short while, Su Luo had already fallen in 3 times. Lin Lingling's eyes lit up. There's a box with resources to the left front. Let's go. Inside the vehicle, Lin Fei and Qin Jiao were watching the few individuals in the distance. Sai, why am I still not good enough? You're not good enough in attributes either. Qin Jiao rolled her eyes. That seems to be the case, but we can't just do nothing, can we? Actually, there are still things we can do. What things? Qin Jiao thought for a moment. The other night when I went to the bathroom, I saw Lin Mo's master bedroom, and Meng Di walked out from inside. Lin Fei was not surprised by this. In these 2 days, she had already seen that Lin Mo was the core of the team. Then I also saw Zhang Yu walk out from inside. Lin Fei was taken aback and turned to Qin Jiao. Are you implying that? That's exactly what I'm implying. By the way, Zhang Yu only arrived a day or 2 before us. That's also not impossible. Qin Jiao momentarily didn't know what to say. Lin Fei remained silent for a long time. If it weren't for Lin Mo, I would have died long ago, and you would have died there as well, but we are alive now, aren't we? Moreover, even if it weren't Lin Mo, it could have been someone else. But if it were someone else, we might not even have our freedom. You're right, then you should go today? Lin Fei smiled at Qin Jiao. You're quite pretty, don't feel inferior. 3 hours later, everyone had explored the area within a radius of 500 meters around the vehicle. Lin Mo took out a steel rod and directly inserted it into the ground, then hung a piece of clothing on it. It's about time, let's go back and rest for a bit. At this moment, the faces of the women were covered in sweat. The clothes could block the temperature, but not their faces. They felt a burning sensation on their faces. If they stayed any longer, they might get sunburned. The return journey was swift, as it was a straight path. As soon as they reached the vehicle, Qin Jiao opened the door. Quick, get in the car, I just chilled some watermelons. After everyone got in the car, Qin Jiao hurried to the back to bring out 2 plates of watermelon. Since they couldn't contribute in battle, they would focus on logistics. Lin Fei eagerly asked, are there many items? Lin Mo pointed at Lin Lingling with her around. It's easy, we earned more than 1,000 survival coins, and there were 9 types of components, though the quality was a bit lacking. Though Lin Mo pretended to be disdainful, he was actually very pleased. The items in these boxes were the main focus. They could be said to have replenished some good supplies. After eating the chilled watermelon, everyone felt much better. Su Qing looked out of the car window at the sun. Don't you think the position of the sun hasn't changed at all? Hearing this, Lin Mo quickly looked out the window. It does seem like it hasn't changed. Could it be that it's always daytime here? Su Luo said. If it were always daytime, then the temperature would likely remain this high. That would not be. No worries, wait for me. Lin Mo opened the vehicle information and installed an item he had just obtained from the box, a track. Alright, Su Luo drive. Huh. Okay, let me do it. Lin Fei went straight to the driver's seat and started the vehicle. With a clatter as the vehicle started, the metal track began to power up. Although the speed was not fast, the vehicle emerged from the sand pile. Did you switch that out? Yeah, I intended to test it, but I didn't expect it to actually work. But then again, it's not surprising considering tanks can traverse through loose sand. No matter how heavy the vehicle was, it couldn't weigh more than a tank. Do you see that piece of clothing hanging? Drive the vehicle over there. Alright. Su Qing propped her chin up. Does that mean we don't need to get out? No need, just stay in the vehicle. Next, Lin Lingling took charge of directing, and when they encountered resources, they could just get out of the car. This way no one would have to endure the scorching sun. 3 hours later, the sun still hung in the sky unmoved, and even the shadows on the ground hadn't changed. It really maintains the highest temperature. I really want to know how the other teams are doing. Su Luo looked curious. She suspected that those people had given up searching. If you want to know, just open the air. Something is rapidly approaching 2, 4, 6. Lu Yu sensed more and more things drawing near, the numbers increasing. Eventually, it reached 10. They seem to be worms, but they are much more dangerous than the previous ones. Lin Mo was taken aback. Everyone get out of the car, do not stay inside. They hadn't even encountered a resource box yet, and something had come. It was easy to guess the target. After everyone got out, Su Qing quickly stored the vehicle. Shield weapons, get ready. Chen Jiao and Lin Fei, you two stand in the middle, don't go anywhere. Lu. Soon Lin Mo spotted the target. The ground in the distance was continuously bulging and collapsing. It was very obvious. It's exactly 6 hours now, but don't you think this is to get everyone out of the car? Perhaps, but it still depends on the situation in the area channel. Lin Mo actually shared the same thought as Su Qing. It was likely that they wanted those waiting in the vehicle to experience the feeling of being scorched by the sunlight. Only 10 meters left. With a whoosh, a giant maw larger than the previous worms suddenly opened from the yellow sand, charging toward them. Clang, clang. The shield blocked the attack, and weapons began to strike. The numbers are off. Lin Mo scanned the surroundings. There were only 8 here, far from 10. At that moment, the ground shook beneath them. Lu Yu almost immediately rushed to Chen Jiao and Lin Fei's side, each arm hugging one of them, quickly retreating. Suddenly, 2 worms with wide jaws emerged from the ground. After missing their target, the 2 worms prepared to return underground for another attack. Trying to run. Not a chance. Crack. Lin Mo released the shield and said, Lu Yu, keep an eye on this. At the same time, high explosive grenades appeared in both of his hands, and he bit down hard. The 2 grenades were accurately thrown into the mouths of the 2 worms. 3 seconds later, the ground beneath them trembled. The ground began to collapse. Run outside. A minute later, the other 8 worms were also killed by them. We lost 3 shields. Lin Mo waved his hand and replied, as long as everyone is fine, that's all that matters. Besides, we have plenty of shields on hand. Su Qing released the vehicle, and everyone quickly returned to the car. Su Luo opened the regional channel immediately, saying everyone has encountered worm attacks. Lin Mo also opened the regional channel interface. Damn, you scared me. Such a big mouth with sharp teeth. Did you guys get out of the car? Get out. Why would we get out? Isn't that asking for death? So what's your situation now? It's pitch black all around, we don't know what's going on. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Were these people really that brave? They hadn't even gotten out of the car. But they probably weren't swallowed by the worms. Although the worm's mouth was large, it wasn't big enough to swallow an entire vehicle. They must have gotten stuck in quicksand. It seemed they wouldn't die. Most of the dead were likely those searching for resources outside the vehicle. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, realizing he had been mistaken. He thought this survival game was meant to force the people inside the vehicle out, but it seemed otherwise. They really are brave. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't dare. Su Luo shook his head. Being trapped in complete darkness seemed problematic. Wait, everyone look at the current news, Su Luo said quickly. Lin Mo redirected his gaze back to the regional channel. I can't breathe. I can't even say I can breathe. I feel like my brain is running out of oxygen. It turned out that the biggest problem down here was oxygen. That seemed quite reasonable. Alright, let's go. If we encounter this situation again, we'll get out of the car immediately. The vehicle started up again. Su Qing patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and pointed to her watch. What's wrong? Just look at the time. Survival day 15, temperature 44:57, time 2232, devouring abyss 50 kmh. Wait. How is it this time? It must be the sun here causing the trouble. Lan Shu, come with me to the back. Lan Shu followed Lin Mo calmly. After so many days, everyone had already gotten used to it. Only Chen Jiao and Lin Fei's gazes followed Lan Shu. Chun Jiao whispered, that woman seems to go back there every day. Oh, I don't know why. A young time passed quickly, but it had been over 11 hours since they entered. They had been attacked again, but this time it was not by worms, but by scorpions. In this desert it seemed like there were only these two types of creatures. Sigh 11 hours, oh, and not a single convoy has been seen. Su Luo drove the vehicle, constantly looking into the distance. In the boundless desert, there wasn't even a black dot to be seen. That's why this place is called the Endless Sand Sea. Maybe we need another 12 hours. Jiang Su Yao quickly covered Lan Shu's mouth, saying, Aunt Lan, don't say that. Lan Shu pulled Jiang Su Yao's hand away and whispered, I told you not to call me Aunt Lan when there are many people around. Don't always remind her that she's the oldest. Jiang Su Yao awkwardly explained, boys have a thing for mature women. Don't look at me, it was Lin Fei who said that. On the other side, Lin Mo and Su Qing were counting the harvest from this time. We have quite a few items, but they're all mixed up, which makes it hard to tally. As for survival coins, there were over 4,100 coins in total. The number of vehicle upgrade materials they encountered was not very large. As for components, there were quite a lot. Lin Mo nodded, that's already quite good. Give Jiang Su Yao 1,000 survival coins to let her continue using her talent. Understood. 20 minutes later, the cabin suddenly darkened, and Su Luo almost immediately turned on the vehicle lights. They had returned to a world filled with ice and snow. The anti-skid effect of this track is indeed good, but the speed isn't increasing. Alright, let's stop the vehicle, and after a meal and rest we'll continue on our way. The women returned to their rooms to prepare. Su Qing grabbed Lin Mo and said, I have 3 golden chests in my backpack now. No need to remind me, we should at least wait for 2 days. Lin Mo felt somewhat helpless. Why was he being urged every day? No, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that there are only 2 people now, but there are 3 chests, so should we add another team member? If you add 1, won't you need to gather 15 people again? According to Su Qing's idea, even 100 people wouldn't be enough for her to gather. Just as Su Qing was about to speak, Lin Mo interrupted her. Alright, let's go back and eat. After that, each person will get an energy drink. After finishing at the station, everyone can rest. Everyone knew they would be going to the station soon, so the meal was simple. After finishing the meal, the outside world was still dark. Alright, drink the energy drink. After that, we will enter the station. They'll go check the station, you all come out after you finish. Wait for me, I want to take a look too. Su Qing quickly stood up and followed Lin Mo out. The two got out of the car, and the wind and snow tonight were even stronger than yesterday. Su Qing glanced at the front of the vehicle. Even with the headlights shining, the visibility was very short. If the wind and snow keep intensifying every day, if we stop for too long, the vehicle will be buried by the snow. She looked at the position of the wheels. They had only stopped for over 20 minutes, yet half a wheel was already buried. But that wasn't the main issue. The main issue was the devouring abyss. Our speed will decrease, and we'll be caught up. Lin Mo took out a card and said, I almost forgot about this thing. Su Qing took the card and asked, Road Junction card. Yes, it was an item that appeared in the last chest. With this card they could change to another road later. Seeing that the most difficult problem was solved, Su Qing looked at the station. Station water park resources, components, survival coins, weapons, treasure chests, others, convoy capacity, 100 danger level, none, time limit, none. The station has changed. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. I saw it, but the danger level is actually none, which I didn't expect. This seemed to be the first time they encountered a station with no danger since the very beginning. A capacity for 100 convoys with no danger level. It seemed impossible, and there's no time limit. Lin Mo stretched and said, let's go back and prepare it. It might take a long time. A metallic circular disc envelopes Lin Mo's small bus within a layer of light. A winding road floats on the sea. Indeed, it is floating. Beneath the road there are black spherical objects. The road relies on these spheres to float on the ocean. As the waves pass, the entire road shifts. On both sides of them, there are several roads. Su Luo and Su Qing sit in the back seats of the driver's position. Su Luo swallowed hard, saying, I thought a water park was like an amusement park. I didn't expect it to be on the surface of the sea. Whose water park is like this? Just then the last vehicle entered. 100 vehicles have entered. Entertainment facilities are starting. This station poses no danger. Please drive with confidence. Rule 1 system functions disabled. Rule 2, falling off the road will restart. Rule 3, you can leave only after reaching the destination. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Huh, what does this mean? Su Luo blinked. She didn't quite understand. Isn't it just driving out to finish? Su Qing opened the watch interface, and all the buttons turned gray, making them impossible to view. All our functions have been disabled. When the countdown ended, Lin Mo slowly drove out, maintaining a speed of no more than 50. Meanwhile, other vehicles had already sped far ahead. Aren't we going to chase them? Lin Mo drove leisurely, saying this isn't a race, just driving out counts as success. But I'm curious, where are the resources? Here there's nothing but road, where are the resources? Maybe. Whoever drives fast gets the resources. Su Qing speculated. That's a possibility. Yet Lin Mo did not speed up. He felt that things weren't so simple after all. This place is called an amusement park. After 10 minutes, Lin Mo could no longer see other vehicles. Suddenly the sea became tumultuous. Waves half a meter high came one after another, making the already shaky road even more unstable. Suddenly a larger wave crashed over. In the astonished gazes of everyone, the once unified road suddenly stretched into separate concrete panels. When the sea became calm, the road returned to normal. Is this a road? Su Luo's corner of her mouth twitched. By the way, what happens if you go too fast here? Most likely you would fly off. Lin Mo leaned forward to look at his vehicle and found that one of the wheels was stuck between two concrete panels. He gently pressed the accelerator and the vehicle returned to the road. Just then a ranking list suddenly appeared in the top right corner of the windshield. First place, Claude Team. Second place, Candy Team. Third place, Chinte Team. 10th place, Lin Mo Team. Huh? How are we in 10th place? Su Luo questioned. Su Qing shook her head. What else could it be? It's obviously because the other vehicles fell into the sea. Su Luo looked at Lin Mo, her eyes lighting up. Lin Mo, did you know this all along? To be honest, I really didn't know. He just felt that the name of the station hinted that it couldn't be that simple. After turning several corners, a straight road appeared. On the left side of the road there was a sign. Caution. Lin Mo quickly said, Lu Yue, keep an eye on the road to the left and right. Got it. Lu Yu looked carefully at the road on both sides, but apart from the sea, there was nothing. Whoosh. Just as their vehicle approached, a blue sign suddenly popped up from the water. Drive left. Drive right. Drive center. The signs appeared quickly, and Lu Yu didn't dare blink. Lin Mo wildly turned the steering wheel. Drive right. He hurriedly directed the vehicle to the right, and the left side of the road instantly collapsed. As for the road behind, it completely vanished. 10 minutes later, the signs no longer appeared, and Lin Mo and Lu Yu both breathed a sigh of relief. The ranking list in the upper left corner refreshed again, and their team moved into first place. Clearly, all the teams ahead of them had returned to the starting point. This is too difficult. Su Luo swallowed hard. Lin Mo took a deep breath. As long as we coordinate well, it shouldn't be a problem. Just as he finished speaking, another sign appeared. Please confirm you're driving route 3. 2. 1. Whoosh. With the end of the countdown, the road instantly vanished, leaving only enough space for 2 tires to drive. If the position deviated slightly, the vehicle would plunge into the sea. This seems rather long. This road appeared endless. It's fine, we'll move slowly. Just don't know how many times we'll have to go through before reaching the end. If it's a lot, I can't guarantee I won't make a mistake. There's no waves here, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Lu Yu's gaze turned to the rearview mirror, her expression stiffening. Lin Mo, you might need to speed up. The road behind is starting to collapse. Got it. Lin Mo glanced at his speed of 10 kilometers per hour and slightly pressed the accelerator. He really didn't dare to go too fast. Going slowly allowed him to adjust the steering wheel. If he went fast, he would directly fly off. 10 minutes later, he safely left this area. Next, they experienced 2 more strange roads. Final challenge, the big roundabout. A massive, smooth, circular disc appeared on the sea. Lin Mo drove the vehicle onto the disc. Crack. A series of sounds echoed as walls rose on both sides of the vehicle, even at the front. In the next moment, the entire roundabout suddenly began to spin. Suddenly, the wall ahead vanished, revealing a road. But the next moment, the wall reappeared. After a few experiences, Lin Mo understood. Did this mean they had to drive through and keep going until reaching the exit? Lin Mo opened the window. He was too close to the wall to escape. It seemed they could only drive. This is too difficult. They have to get through in a second, and the time is simply not enough. We have to give it a try. After a few appearances at the intersection, Lin Mo pressed the accelerator and drove toward the wall. Just as he crashed into the wall, the vehicle instantly drove in. After spending half an hour, he passed through 5 such roads and finally arrived at the last position. 1 lap takes 1 minute. Timing. Su Qing stared at her watch. When the number reached 58, she quickly shouted, now. Lin Mo pressed the accelerator and the vehicle shot out. As the road appeared before him, the vehicle rushed out. But the timing was still off. When the vehicle was 3/4 up, the tail was still on the round disc, getting pulled back. Fortunately, Lin Mo floored the accelerator, allowing the vehicle to successfully detach from the round disc, but the back wheels fell beneath the road, leaving the entire vehicle stuck. Get out, get out. Lin Mo shouted anxiously. The backpack was indeed unusable, but let's not forget that their attributes are quite strong. Pulling the vehicle up was a piece of cake for 10 people. After the vehicle was pulled up, everyone looked at the black and white checkered flag ahead. They had reached the finish line. Behind the finish line, items were displayed. The so-called resources, could they be these things? The vehicle passed over the black and white grid, and they emerged victorious. Lin Mo's eyes brightened as he looked at the supplies in the empty space ahead. They could actually choose 10 items. Su Luo's mouth dropped open in disbelief. This is too good to be true. There were all sorts of supplies available here, even fuel in quantities of 200 liters, and food in groups. Su Qing looked at Lin Mo asking, "What should we take? Should we just take the treasure chests?" "Of course it's the treasure chests," he replied. After all, opening treasure chests could trigger his talents. Su Qing's gaze swept over the other items, glass miscellaneous items, components, and the secret realm treasure chest. "Aren't we taking those?" As for the other basic supplies, neither Lin Mo nor Su Qing had much interest. Hearing her mention those supplies, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. If he took one of each glass and miscellaneous item, the vehicle could be upgraded, so he definitely should take them. But the treasures from the chest, when his talent triggered, were quite good. The components seemed useful too. Lin Mo sighed. "Why can we only take 10? It would be better if it were 20. Lin Mo was merely expressing his thoughts. He couldn't change anything. His first target was naturally the golden treasure chest. Golden treasure chest limit 1 per team. With just one, he had to take it. Silver treasure chest limit 2 per team. Black iron treasure chest limit 4 per team. They could take 7 treasure chests, leaving 3 slots empty. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the other items, considering whether to take a secret realm treasure chest. However, the secret realm treasure chest seemed to have no other use except for opening secret realms. As for the items obtained from the chest, they could only be used in the secret realm. He looked at the glass and miscellaneous items, thinking it might be better to upgrade the vehicle first. "Lin Mo, come quick. I found something." Su Luo waved at Lin Mo excitedly. "What good stuff did you find?" Lin Mo looked in Su Luo's direction, where several blueprints and components were laid out. "Components? A grade components. A grade. So high." Lin Mo hurried over, and upon seeing the items inside began to hesitate. Vehicle-mounted heavy crossbow component, quality A grade. Remark, can easily penetrate 20 map instrument component, quality A grade. Remark, automatically draws maps within a 5-kilometer radius. There were only 5 A-grade components available. In addition, there were some blueprints nearby for creating various weapon equipment, as well as items related to daily life. Lin Mo had quite a few in hand, but their team didn't need those things. Most blueprints became useless after they were learned. After all, the A-grade weapons produced by the workbench were not as good as the shape-shifting metal they currently possessed. "Should we take the components?" Lin Mo glanced at the other items. Yes, we should take them. He looked at the few A-grade components in front of him, and ultimately chose the map instrument. In his view, this item would still be somewhat useful. As for the last 2 items, he took a miscellaneous item and a piece of glass. Plans for the vehicle upgrade were set. "Are you sure?" Su Qing asked. "I'm sure. After we go out, we'll upgrade the vehicle first." "Are you sure you want to upgrade?" They stepped out from the station, and it was already bright outside. The wind and snow were a bit less than during the night. "Upgrade expected 12 hours. Please exit the vehicle." He knew the time would extend, but he didn't expect it to be this long. 12 hours. Survival day 16, temperature 4961, time 0711, devouring abyss. 60 km. The distance to the devouring abyss was certainly sufficient, so there was no need to worry about that. But why was the temperature dropping today? Wasn't it said that temperatures would rise on snowy days? This was unreasonable. "Lin Mo, I heard. Let's open the chests first." Su Qing nodded. "All right, let's open the chests, but..." She glanced back at the entrance of the living area. "Do you want to?" "No. We need to avoid wasting time. We'll be outside the vehicle for 12 hours. It wasn't just a matter of time, it was that they would have to stay outside the vehicle for 12 hours, which could be exhausting and lead to illness. 5 minutes later, a huge tent was set up in front of the vehicle. The vehicle upgrade began. "Come on, let's start opening the chests, only the silver and black iron ones. As for the golden ones, they could be dealt with later." 10 minutes later, Lin Mo leaned back in his seat, warming himself by the fire and sipping tea. The girls sat cross-legged on the ground playing poker. Lin Mo casually placed his cup aside and opened the regional channel. There were still many people chatting in the current regional channel. They were discussing what to do now that the speed of the devouring abyss had reached 80. Lin Mo glanced around and didn't see any messages about the previous station. Clearly those people had not returned yet. He closed the interface and opened the world channel. World channel 4. 72 billion. Lin Mo was taken aback. Had nearly half of the population died? He recalled that last time it seemed only a quarter had perished, and that was just a few days ago. As expected, it became more difficult as time went on. Aren't we all from Blue Star? Can't we refrain from fighting? Such childish thinking. How can you improve your strength without taking action? If you don't upgrade, how will you survive? It's a miracle that you've made it this far. There are so many resources in the station. Can't everyone live in peace? Looking at the messages above, Lin Mo shook his head, truly unsure how such people had survived. Once people tasted sweetness, they would never give it up. Lin Mo, do you want some snacks? Su Qing approached with a plate. Sure. I have a small tent here. Should I set it up for you on the side, so you can work in peace? Cough cough. The cookies he had just eaten made him spit them out. Lin Mo looked at Su Qing's serious expression and twitched the corner of his mouth. Is it really necessary to be in such a hurry? Even if 12 hours pass ITLL, just be 7 p.m. The capable take on more work. What nonsense. Is that idiom applicable here? Just as Su Qing was about to say something, Lin Mo, alright, let's leave this matter for now. Once the vehicle upgrade is completed, I will make the arrangements myself. Su Qing shrugged. Then let's not discuss this. Let's talk about the new team members instead. Regarding the number of team members, Su Qing's thought was to maximize the quantity. After all, the effect of combining was better with more people. However, as time passed, those who survived until now were not simple, and finding suitable team members was quite difficult. She wanted to see what Lin Mo thought about this. Isn't there Zhanyu? She can handle it. At worst, we can just upgrade our skills a bit. To Lin Mo, this was hardly. Lin Mo. Something is approaching. Pit snow wolves and ice wolves, possibly even snowmen, and their. Lu Yu furrowed her brows. The number seems a bit excessive, at least 20, and it keeps increasing. Normally these creatures would only appear when the box manifested. The final count settled at 50, distributed around them in a surrounding circle, rushing towards this location. So many. Lin Mo frowned. It seemed that this time everyone needed to join in. Lin Fei and Chun Jiao would also have to participate, as they had already consumed the potion. Prepare for battle. A group of people stepped out of the tent, and the snow continued to fall outside. Should we use infrared mode? No, the presence of ice wolves and snow monsters here means that infrared mode would interfere with our judgment. Su Qing questioned, but we haven't encountered any resources. Why would wild beasts appear? Lin Mo glanced at the vehicle. Perhaps it has something to do with the vehicle's upgrade. But before. This is the 3rd week, it's reasonable for some changes to occur. Moreover, it's been just an hour since the vehicle upgrade. If these creatures appear again in an hour, it would indeed confirm that it is related to the vehicle. If that is the case, future upgrades must be approached more cautiously. Soon the silhouettes of snow wolves and ice wolves appeared. Take action. Snow wolves were the easiest to handle, no thought was needed, just slay them. However, ice wolves and snow monsters required finding their weaknesses. Fortunately, there weren't many ice wolves and snow monsters this time, only about 10 in total. 5 minutes later, all were slain. Gather the materials, and let's go back. Once everything was taken care of, the girls no longer played games and quietly sat aside. Lin Mo smiled upon seeing this. There's no need to be so tense. This is all child's play for us. The girls wanted to relax, but truly couldn't. Especially Chun Jiao and Lin Fei, this was their first true participation in such a battle. Comparing it to their previous experiences, they realized that those were mere child's play. Lin Mo looked at the two. Did you use your talents just now? Yes. Did you steal anything? Lin Fei's face flushed. I did manage to steal something, but... She pulled out a piece of wolf meat and a wolf heart. The luck wasn't great. I only managed to steal these 2 items. Normally, it would be possible to steal attribute points or some materials. Wait, what did you just say you stole? Lin Mo hurriedly asked. The other girls also looked at Lin Fei. It seemed they had just heard something incredible. Attribute points and materials. Lin Mo gasped. You can steal attribute points. Are they physical or added directly to your own? They are added directly to myself, but so far I've only managed to steal 2 points. One reason is the low number of battles, and the other is that the probability of stealing attribute points is indeed low. Lin Mo only remembered that part of the conversation. The fact that they were added directly to oneself rather than to the corpse made Lin Mo somewhat disappointed. If they were physical, the possibilities for manipulation would be much greater. While joking, time flew by quickly. There were just 2 minutes left until the 2-hour mark. Lin Mo occasionally glanced at the time. When the time reached 2 hours, Lu Yu spoke up simultaneously. They're coming. Given the situation, their strength hasn't changed, so the numbers shouldn't differ either. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. 1 wave every hour means we have to endure 12 waves. No, it might be 11 waves after all. During the 12th hour, the vehicle would be ready. They could easily escape in the vehicle when these creatures charged at them. Thus, the likelihood of 11 waves is the highest. No need to overthink this. These creatures are slightly weaker than us. Take this opportunity to practice what Lu Yu has taught you well. Around 6 in the evening, the 11th wave appeared. The number was still 50, but there were only over 20 snow wolves, with the rest being snow monsters and ice wolves. Especially the snow monsters, which numbered 8 this time. Rely on the vehicle to maneuver, deal with the others first, and then each of you handle one snow monster. We few combatants will not participate. After enduring 10 waves, even members like Lan Shu, Jiang Suyao, and Meng Di, who rarely fought, could now handle it easily. They are growing up so fast, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim. Chu Shi beside him said, "It's all thanks to Sister Liu's teaching. If it weren't for her guidance, we might not have progressed so quickly." Lu Yu lightly smiled. "That's because you all are willing to learn." Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. How could they not want to learn? Not learning could lead to death. Of course the chances of dying are very low, but the likelihood of getting injured is quite high. Just then a figure flew over. It was Lin Lingling. "Do you need help?" Lin Lingling got up from the ground. "No need, I underestimated them." She stood up and charged forward. "Su Luo, heal me." "All right." Su Luo raised his hand to heal, and Lin Lingling instantly felt filled with strength. By 7 in the evening, the vehicle upgrade was completed. Congratulations, the vehicle has upgraded to level 6, and the second floor gym area is now open. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised that the second floor had opened, and it was a gym area. In their current situation, there was hardly any time for fitness. "Lu Yu, how's the situation?" "Nothing." "Then that's good. Everyone get on the vehicle, and then..." Lin Mo glanced at his watch. If the abyss of devouring still hadn't appeared. It seemed they had fallen far behind in the early stages. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. If the abyss of devouring still hadn't appeared. It seemed they had fallen far behind in the early stage. Back in the vehicle, the girls didn't rush to prepare dinner. Instead, they followed Lin Mo up the newly appeared staircase to the second floor. The second floor wasn't very large, appearing to be around 60 to 70 square meters. There were 2 fitness machines on it, and a section separated by a net. This should be a machine for serving tennis balls, right? Su Qing looked at the object in the net, resembling a cannon. She had seen similar things in short videos. It looks like one is a treadmill, and the other is for strength training. Lin Mo had never registered at a gym and didn't know what these things were called. He only knew that by grabbing the handles with both hands and pulling down the weights behind would rise. "I thought the gym area would have everything. Of this is a bit too shabby." Su Luo shook her head. The gym he had visited at a previous station had much more equipment than this. Lin Mo approached one of the machines, raising an eyebrow. "This seems like more than just a simple fitness device. Strength training device quality. Special note, completing a set of training within the specified time can increase strength by 1 point. He hurried over to the treadmill. Constitution training device quality. Special note, completing a set of training within the specified time can increase constitution by 1 point. The last net was for agility training. Let's cook first. After dinner, everyone will come to use them. This pure white attribute is really something. Returning to the ground floor, the women were cooking while discussing how to arrange things. "I feel like this should not be so simple. Has a survival game ever given anything for free? Let's just..." Lin Mo opened the vehicle information. Vehicle minibus quality, grade D33, level LV6, fuel tank 144. 5L 200L. Fuel consumption 1L 35 km, maximum speed 180 km/h, upgrade requirements metal 442. 31,500 kilograms, glass 43. 2,200 kilograms, miscellaneous 33. 9,250 kilograms, vehicle quality grade C. Living area 140 square meters, components 26. The vehicle's quality can be improved. Fortunately, the quality is improving and there is no need to get out of the vehicle. Otherwise, he would have to wait. However, Lin Mo was not in a hurry. He first looked at the upgrade requirements below. The demands had increased along with the requirements for quality. Everything was as he expected. Vehicle quality improvement started. Estimated time, 2 hours. Lin Mo stroked his chin, noting that the time required was much less than anticipated. It seemed that this change would not be significant. He estimated that noticeable improvements would only occur when it reached grade A. An hour later, the meal was ready. After just 2 bites, Su Luo suddenly realized, "Wait, does that mean we missed a stop? Didn't we already pass it? How come you just realized now?" Su Qing was speechless. How could her sister always be a step behind? Missing a stop is whatever. Our vehicle level has improved anyway. Besides, other teams also need to stop to upgrade. So it doesn't matter if they missed it. Everyone is the same. With the presence of the second floor, the speed of eating naturally increased, and even talking was reduced. Even Su Luo, who loved to eat, became quicker. "We should head up now," Lin Mo said helplessly. "There are only 3 places. Why are you all in such a hurry?" Su Qing said, "Do you think the survival game would be so kind? There must be an issue in there." Lin Mo thought about it. and agreed you all go up first, I will follow shortly. He also quickened his movements. 5 minutes later he arrived upstairs, and saw Su Qing blushing as she struggled with the power machine. Are you rotating this quickly? Su Luo shrugged. We haven't even started yet, but we will soon. With a bang Su Qing dropped the bar, panting heavily. I told you. It's not that simple. Lan Shu and Jiang Xia also emerged from the other two devices. Lan Shu directly knelt on the ground, feeling like her legs were no longer hers. As for Jiang Xia, her face bore several red marks, clearly having been hit hard. Lin Mo twitched his lips, wondering what kind of bizarre situation this was. So is it officially starting now? The three shook their heads in unison. We need to rest for a bit. Lin Mo curiously approached the power machine. He placed his hand on the bar. Detected untested individual. Please conduct an extreme test first. Testing time, 5 minutes. Do you want to start? Start. Snap. The machine automatically operated, beginning to adjust the weight. Initially Lin Mo felt quite relaxed, but as the number of iron plates increased, he also began to feel the strain. Su Qing watched the iron plates from behind, and couldn't help but gasp. 500 kilograms. This doesn't seem right. Given Lin Mo's attributes, she felt that even 1,000 kilograms would be manageable. But thinking it over, it seemed reasonable. After all, this test had to last for 5 minutes. It wasn't something that ended in an instant. Soon 5 minutes passed. Test complete. Would you like to use the equipment? Lin Mo took a deep breath. Yes. Task: generated weight 600 kilograms, repetitions 60 times, time 2 minutes. Do you want to start? Lin Mo twitched his lips. It was indeed not simple. An average of once every 2 seconds. Even with his attributes, it would leave a person exhausted. What about you? 500 kilograms, 2 minutes, 60 times. I see. Lin Mo nodded, noting that the only difference was the weight. Everything else was the same. He looked at Lan Shu. I can finish a kilometer in 90 seconds. Lan Shu helplessly glanced at her own figure. Was this not making things difficult? I can evade 240 balls in 3 minutes. So there wasn't a single easy task. Su Luo's eyes lit up. What if I don't do well in the test at first? It would all depend on how the test went. You should give it a try. Su Luo hurried to the machine, activating it. She pretended to struggle, maintaining a posture of not moving. Strength and attributes do not match, warning first time. Strength and attributes do not match, warning second time. Su Luo quickly asked, what should I do? This thing isn't something Lin Mo just took out of a box. Who knows what would happen? Warning, ineffective. A sound of electricity surged, and Su Luo quickly released her grip. It seems that passing through this method is impossible. Forget it, let's do it normally. How everyone take turns. Lin Mo was not in a hurry. He let them go first. He nudged Lan Shu beside him. Soon the two of them left the line. Lin Fei's gaze couldn't help but shift over. Aren't you in a hurry? Qin Jiao was speechless. Don't you want it? Of course I don't. Qin Jiao paused. Technically but for some reason, she suddenly felt curious about what was going on. Line up. Oh, let's improve our attributes first. It was 11 at night. Oh, come on, stop playing around. Meng Di nudged Lin Mo. Lin Mo shrugged. You put it on yourself. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Meng Di rolled her eyes. What kind of response was that? After chatting idly for a moment, Meng Di suddenly asked, I should have added a status boost for you today. Lin Mo paused, his expression stiffening as he glanced at his personal information. The status boost lasts for a day. Damn, how did he forget this matter? You must not add it, and don't give it to anyone else. Lin Mo thought about it, and felt it necessary to remind, but wouldn't it be better after adding it? What if you breezed through it, and then it ramped up the difficulty? Oh, that does seem reasonable. What about yours? Then I won't use it tomorrow. What else could be done? After a while Meng Di got up and put on her clothes. I'm leaving now. Lin Mo glanced at the time. It was still early. This meant that someone else would come soon. He already had a rough idea of who it would be. He opened the regional channel, looking at the messages above while waiting. It seemed that news about the station was still. It looked like they had just come out. What fools, 5 people can't even find one who knows how to drive, stuck inside for more than 10 hours. What station are you all talking about? It's been a few days. We're finally leaving here. Surely no fool would choose to stay here. Creak. Lin Mo looked up and saw it was Lin Fei. As she approached, she opened her jacket, revealing a gorgeous cosplay outfit, though it was made of slightly less material than usual. The next morning at the dining table, none of the women appeared particularly refreshed. Sore backs, aching waists, and cramping legs. Though none of this had anything to do with Lin Mo. What's wrong with you all? Su Qing sighed. It's that tool upstairs, utterly unbearable. He held back until the very last moment. She attempted it 5 times before he finally granted her a sliver of power. The others faced similar trials. Yet, even a modest gain in attributes was not unwelcome. If they gained 3 attribute points daily, 10 days would yield 30, a comforting thought. Lin Mo glanced at his wristwatch. Day 17 of survival. Temperature 44°C to 55°C. Time 0725. Abyss of devouring. 70 kmh. The temperature had risen slightly, yet the distance to the abyss of devouring remained undisclosed. He estimated it still lay roughly 3,000 to 5,000 kilometers away. Lin Mo gazed out the window. The blizzard had intensified since yesterday's daylight hours. Only 4 days remained until its end. At that thought, a card materialized in his palm. Highway Confluence card. It should have been used yesterday, but circumstances had delayed its deployment. After breakfast, drink both sports and energy beverages. We'll activate this card then. All eyes turned toward the card in Lin Mo's hand. Are we changing highways? Su Luo asked urgently. Changing highways would be a relief. Finally escaping this treacherous stretch of road. And the checkpoint? Su Qing inquired. In her view, Lin Mo would logically deploy the card only after passing the checkpoint, not now. Let's shift highways first. This one is simply unsuitable. I suspect once activated, every survivor on the ice highway will reroute their path. Those monitoring the regional channel had long suffered under this highway's tyranny. Had this card fallen into their hands, it would have been deployed instantly. No hesitation, no delay. Anonymous survivor has deployed a special artifact. Medium-scale highway confluence card. Confluence point deployment initiated. Highway integration to begin in 10 minutes. Medium-scale confluence. 10 distinct highways converge across a 200 square kilometer expanse, containing 100 black iron resource chests, 30 silver resource chests, and 5 golden resource chests. Faster! Faster! Su Luo exclaimed, exhilarated. The change was imminent. Wait, medium scale. And this vast an area? Su Qing knew. She'd obtained the card through a critical strike. Yet she hadn't anticipated its scale. With such magnitude, will the exit be easy to locate? Lan Shu asked. The exit remains readily identifiable. It should lie directly opposite our point of entry. However, Su Qing looked at Lin Mo. Shall we forego those 5 golden chests? Lin Mo sighed. 200 square kilometers. How precisely do we search it? Relies solely on Lin Lingling's talent. Finding 5 would be daunting, 50 would be impossible. Remember, our sole objective is to switch highways. Everything else is irrelevant. He rejected the chests outright, and with them all materials. Swiftly the blizzard vanished. The snow covering the ground melted away, revealing familiar concrete pavement and verdant grass flanking both sides. The landscape reappeared. Familiar yet altered, the city no longer sprawled across the land, but floated upon a distant island. Their vehicle entered a bridge. Lin Mo glanced left. Countless bridges converged in unprecedented configuration. 10 separate highways merged into theirs, transforming a single-lane road into an 8-lane thoroughfare. Su Luo floored the accelerator, surging ahead as the first to enter the expanded corridor. Phew, luck's on our side. We're first onto the highway. Not necessarily a blessing. Instantly gunfire erupted. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets struck the vehicle's hull, clattering like hailstones. Told you so. Lu Yu checked the rearview mirror. Shall we return fire? No. Wait until we enter the city. Opening fire now would yield nothing. Though Lin Mo had declared all resources forfeit, chest materials alike. If adversaries delivered themselves to his doorstep, he would certainly accept the gift. Remember, they're armed. When the time comes, block them decisively. Soon the vehicle crossed onto the island. At the first intersection, Su Luo executed a sharp drift, halting the vehicle sideways, blocking the road. As the doors swung open, Lu Yu and other combatants drew firearms and opened fire without pause. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down. The opposing convoy had clearly upgraded their vehicles. The windshields deflected standard rounds effortlessly. No good, can't shatter the glass. Su Luo, ram them. Su Luo revved the engine and charged forward. Crunch. Front ends locked tight. Trailing vehicles scattered in panic. Yet 2 vehicles lingered nearby, poised to seize spoils. Damn it, you're begging for death. A furious voice roared as the rival's window rolled down. But he dared only shout. Stepping out was unthinkable. Then a yellow blob of modeling clay hurtled through the air, splattering and adhering to their windshield. Su Luo slammed the windows shut, just in time. Boom. Shatter. Under the deafening detonation of TNT, both driver and passenger perished instantly. The 2 opportunistic vehicles fled the scene immediately. Exit cautiously. First confirm all occupants are dead. Though it was an off-road vehicle, one must not forget its integrated living compartment. Su Qing stepped out and placed her palm against the chassis. Cannot salvage. Property under active ownership. Survivors remain inside. Lin Mo studied the darkened windows, then lobbed a high-explosive grenade into the cabin. Boom. Glass exploded outward. A corpse slumped over the rear seat. Living compartment. Deploy 2 flashbangs. Within a minute, not a single member of that squad remained alive. Tisk TSK, still holding a level 4 core, Lin Mo remarked, holding up the pulsating artifact with a wry smile. Fortune favored him. Right, let's proceed. He meant what he said, no resources, no exceptions. He hadn't forgotten how early on in their last trial someone had bolted the moment opportunity arose. Su Luo accelerated, racing toward their destination. This time the convoy count is unusually high, 500 groups in total. More is better. With 10 distinct highways converging, each offering 50 exits, even at our slowest pace, we'll find a viable route. 20 minutes later, a row of exits emerged. Su Luo halted at the junction. How do we choose? The intersection had indeed arrived, but no signage identified which highway led where. Moreover, judging by their recent approach, the roads to their left and right originated from entirely different regions. Exiting here thus carried risk. There existed a real chance of returning to the frozen wasteland. Pick any exit. 9 chances in 10 it leads elsewhere. Chen Jiao, activate your talent. Everything hinged on securing safe passage. Understood. Chen Jiao unleashed her ability, and Su Luo steered straight onto the oceanic highway. Meng Di, give her a deep embrace and add some attributes to her. Chen Jiao hurriedly said, who knows if it matters? What if it works? In any case, all possible means should be arranged. Not afraid of the unlikely, but afraid of the possibilities. We've reached the intersection, which way should we go? Su Luo felt a bit nervous because of Lin Mo, gripping the steering wheel, unsure of which way to turn. Listen to Chen Jiao. Chen Jiao twitched her mouth, hoping not to have such things pressed onto her. Lin Mo patted Chen Jiao's shoulder. Don't feel pressured, have some confidence in your abilities. If worst comes to worst, we still have a card. If it comes to it, he could do nothing today and just stay here to exchange this road. Chen Jiao nodded, but she couldn't relax in her heart at all. This road interchange card is a special item. Just to exchange for a road, it's really not worth it. She took a deep breath. Turn left. Go straight. Turn right. 5 minutes later, they entered a straight road over the sea. At this point, they had completed half of the route, and as long as they reached land, everything would be over. Lin Mo took out binoculars and looked ahead. Yellow land. He shifted his gaze elsewhere. Well, it seems everyone begins with yellow land. It looks like only by fully entering the road will we know. Originally, he planned to turn around and change to another road when he noticed something was off. Just then, a sudden rushing water sound came from behind. Su Qing peeked back. The road behind us has collapsed. Step on the gas. Lin Mo rubbed his temples. Sure enough, any bug would block you dead. Fortunately, their luck was good. They didn't return to the icy road. Instead, they arrived at the road they started on, the one filled with yellow earth. No, it should now be called the Sandstorm Road. Successfully changed, but the temperature seems quite high outside. In the distance, the air distorted due to the high temperature. High temperatures are no big deal, at least we can drive normally. Look at that speed, reaching 150 kilometers per hour, which can create quite a gap. It's a pity to waste so many things, Su Qing sighed. Just one more stop would be enough for everything. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. At our current speed, it will take a maximum of 8 hours to cover 1,000 kilometers, meaning we'll definitely encounter a stop before 5 p.m. Then what if we encounter a water park again? Lin Mo looked at Su Qing speechlessly. Can you wish for something good? I was just saying. Many people wanted to change roads, most of them transitioning from icy roads to other roads. At this time, voices began to emerge in the regional channel. I came from the icy road. Whoever wants to go there can go, but our team won't. We came from the sea road. That road isn't very dangerous, but it's really scary, especially at night. We came from the aerial road. That's no place for a human to stay. It can be said that Lin Mo's item allowed quite a few people to change roads. It also caused some people to lose their roads. Soon they reached the location of the first treasure chest today, with 4 black iron chests on the ground. After getting out of the car, Lin Mo looked at Su Qing. Su Qing put the treasure chest into her backpack, then took it out again. Didn't I just take it out? Why are you looking at me? Take out the golden treasure chest. Su Qing suddenly realized someone had gone last night. No wonder Lin Fei suddenly left last night. In the past, she knew who it was every time, but yesterday, everyone was busy increasing their attributes, so she didn't pay attention to these. Goddess favor, please choose 3 items from the following. Item 1, a great talent upgrade card. 3. Item 2, self-destructing robot. 20. Item 3, 100 G of salt. 500. Item 4, seasoning set. 1. Item 5, constant temperature lining. 10. The talent upgrade card finally reappeared. It seems that only those with a score above 90 can trigger it, though the triggering probability is a bit low. It's a pity there isn't a unique talent upgrade card. Lin Mo was very curious about what his talent up. Among the remaining 4, he immediately checked the self-destructing robot. Self-destructing robot quality. It notes within a radius of 5 kilometers after setting the target, it can automatically move closer and explode equivalent to 10 kilograms of TNT. This is a good item allowing for remote combat resolution. However, when looking at the remaining items, Lin Mo felt a bit conflicted. They already had salt and could do without it. But he really wanted the last two. The seasoning set contains all the seasonings available on the market, as well as some he had never seen before. With this, the meals would definitely taste great. The last item, the constant temperature lining, has an unbeatable effect maintaining the boat's most suitable temperature. You should know that while protective suits are effective, they can have issues such as excessive heat or inadequate cold resistance. Help me see which of these three we don't need. Lin Mo asked Su Qing. He ultimately gave up on the self-destructing robot, as according to Su Qing, their combat power at this stage really didn't require this item. At noon, the vehicle did not stop continuing forward. Su Luo maintained speed while on the side Zhan Yu fed food into his mouth. Aside from encountering treasure chests, they insisted on not stopping today. Whoa! Su Luo quickly reduced speed, swallowed the food in his mouth. It seems today's luck is quite good. Although they still needed to make up for the distance later, it's much better to arrive during the day than at night. Creak. Su Qing looked at the treasure chest on the ground. Black iron chest, 3 of them, is acceptable. Lin Mo rubbed his hands and began to open the chests. It was still effect 3 to start, beginning a frantic 3-choice selection. I must say, over time the items given by effect 3 have gotten better and better. After everything was settled, Lin Mo didn't rush to check the stop, but asked Su Qing to take out the talent upgrade card. Zhan Yu and Chun Jiao each take one to upgrade their talent levels first. Looking at the card in hand, both of them were stunned. Such things actually exist. But thinking about it, whatever Lin Mo brought out was always powerful. There are still 4 left, but all of our talents have been upgraded to S-grade. Save them for new team members in the... So, I thought how great it would be to have an S-grade talent upgrade card, allowing everyone's S-grade talents to be upgraded to S-grade. Before long, the talent levels of both individuals rose to the S rank. Overall, the changes were not significant, likely related to the nature of their talents. After finishing the important matters, Lin Mo finally arrived at the station. Looking at the introduction of the station, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Station: Qinghe County First Psychiatric Hospital. Resources: fuel, survival coins, food, weapons, others. Team capacity 10. Danger level high. Time limit none. Is this the psychiatric hospital we initially visited? Yes, but considering the danger level, there should be some differences. Lin Mo stroked his chin. The only danger they encountered at the previous station was the stitched monster. Could it be a group of stitched monsters this time? If that's the case, the danger level wouldn't be that high. Could it? Extraordinary powers. Let's head back to the vehicle first. After returning to the car, Lin took out a thermal lining and a special mask. These are items we just acquired. The lining can be set to a thermal mode to keep you at the most comfortable temperature. Lin Mo pointed to the silver mask beside him. This air purification mask can block most toxic gases. Of course, it is not invincible. Being in toxic gas for an hour will still lead to poisoning, so caution is needed in such situations. However, such situations shouldn't arise since they will be together. Once everything is worn, we will set off. The girls didn't return to their living space, but began changing clothes right there. Sister Meng Di, I want to feel this. Su Luo, that's too much. How about I call you Aunt Lon from now on? What shape is this, a peach? Su Qing, how do you maintain this color? Lin Mo's eye twitched. Can't you change clothes inside? He took a deep breath and rubbed his nose. Fortunately, his physical constitution was robust. Yes, indeed, too robust. 10 minutes later, the vehicle drove into the familiar psychiatric hospital. Looking at the large gate, it was indeed the station they had visited before. No wonder there is no time limit, but turns out there is this trick. Isn't this the case every time? There is no time limit. Find the key to leave. Lin Mo, are we going in? Hold on. Lin Mo looked out the window, and the psychiatric hospital in the distance was indeed the one they had visited before. However, the gate looked brand new. Under the illumination of the lights, it sparkled with a metallic silver sheen. The 3 psychiatric buildings in the yard had their walls and windows clean, spotless, and the walls were snowy white. However, this was not the main point. It seemed that the map had expanded. Su Qing, when we came last time, were there this many buildings? No, there were only these 3 buildings at that time. The other areas were blank. Lin Mo thought for a moment and released a drone. Soon the image returned. The surroundings were filled with buildings with at least 5 streets. They had arrived directly at the hospital entrance without passing through the area they just mentioned. At that moment, a bright light appeared from afar as the sun emerged. Creak. The surrounding buildings opened their doors and figures walked out. They looked just like normal people. There are actually people. Should we get out of the car? Get out, let's see the situation first. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. since entering time here had been frozen. This station was distinctly different. After getting out of the car, Su Qing stored the vehicle in her backpack. The group stood on the street, their gaze shifting along the sides of the road. As the sun rose higher, more and more people appeared. Old Wang, let's find a place to play chess. No, I need to make a trip first. Just right, I also need to go to the hospital. Aunt Wang, how's your child's condition? Passers-by chatted casually, only glancing at Lin Mo's group before moving on. Lin Mo waved, let's step back. The few of them stood on the street watching the people in the distance. Out of the 10 people passing by, 7 entered the hospital. Moreover, each one had some ailment. However, given the name of this station, it was not surprising. Should we go in and take a look? Let's wait a bit. Suddenly the people in front vanished and the sun was now directly overhead. Figures reappeared. Why is it suddenly noon? Perhaps the station is showing us a documentary or something. Lin Mo chuckled softly. At this moment at the entrance of the hospital, some people were walking out while others were going in. Yet Lin Mo couldn't see any connection between these people and the hospital. Isn't this a psychiatric hospital? How can they still be treating patients? Moreover, if he remembered correctly, this hospital had been associated with the creation of stitched monsters. However, at present he couldn't discern any relationship between these people and stitched monsters. 3 hours later they witnessed 3 sunrises and 3 sunsets. Time has started moving again. Su Qing suddenly spoke up. Lin Mo quickly glanced at his watch. A time had indeed begun to flow. It seemed the earlier images were shown to them by this station. And what lay ahead was the real station. Let's go, we are entering the hospital. Just as the group prepared to move, they heard a series of footsteps. Wait! Not long after, the footsteps grew louder, and 2 teams of different sizes arrived at the entrance. They stood opposite each other, wary. One side was composed of East Asians while the other was made up of Caucasians. Lin Mo couldn't discern which country they were from. The leaders of both sides reached some sort of agreement and entered the psychiatric hospital together. Should we go in? Su Luo asked. Luo, are there still people around? Lu Yu hesitated slightly. I can indeed sense them, but since they are unaware of our presence, the signal is very weak. Besides, there are others inside, and they may bring their own awareness, so I'm not very sure. Lin Mo, safety should be assured, but for a station with a high danger level and everything unknown, it is better to remain cautious. Let's wait a bit. Now that time has begun to move, it means time has returned to normal. Night should last at least 8 hours. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he looked at the building on the street behind. He wondered if these buildings had any other purpose aside from the people. An hour later, the teams inside had not emerged, nor had they made any noise. Meanwhile, the other 2 teams had also not appeared. Lin Mo decided not to wait any longer. Let's go in. A group of people climbed over the wall and entered the hospital. So what was the point of going through all that before? Su Qing asked, puzzled. It felt like everything they experienced was entirely meaningless, as if they were watching a movie. I don't know, maybe it's to provide us with some information. In any case, we should be careful. Lin Mo glanced back at the buildings outside the fence. There should be people inside these buildings, but for some reason he felt an eerie atmosphere emanating from them. Su Luo pointed at the tall building across the way, saying, Look, there are many flashlights. The group looked over. The outpatient building had flashlights shining from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, as if searching for something. Could it be that the 2 teams were discovered? Should we still go? Lin Mo shook his head, saying, Let's skip the outpatient department and head straight to the inpatient ward. The last time they encountered the stitched creature was in the inpatient ward. Perhaps it would be there again this time. They decided to deal with the most troublesome matters first, and then handle the simpler ones. The group entered the inpatient ward. The floor was clean and tidy with no dust, indicating that there were indeed people inside, unlike last time when the building had been abandoned for a long time. At first glance, Lin Mo spotted an iron door, and the lock on the door was still new and rust-free. Both the left and right passageways were similarly locked. Lin Mo extended his hand, and the silver metal flowed like liquid into the left lock. With a click, the door lock was opened. Lock the door behind us. After several people entered, Su Qing closed and locked the door. Lin Mo opened the door closest to the entrance. The door creaked as it was pushed open. As before, there were 2 beds in the room, but this time there were people lying on them. Lin Mo approached and noticed 2 cards stuck on the left wall, displaying the names of the occupants. Should we go in? Let's take a look. Lin Mo moved to the window, his brow furrowed. Something fell off. He slowly lifted the blanket, only to find that there was not a person underneath, but another blanket. Louis West, since which floor has people? From the 2nd floor onwards, there are a few reactions. The higher the floor, the more reactions there are. Lin Mo stroked his chin, indicating that the 1st floor was empty. What could be the reason for this? He found it hard to understand. Su Qing turned on the flashlight, dimming the light, as she carefully examined the room. The entire room was extremely clean, devoid of any signs of life. The bathroom doesn't even have water stains, it's too clean. Let's go to the second floor. The group reached the second floor and heard a clattering sound. Which direction? Both left and right. There are 4 rooms in total with 6 people. Let's head left first. On the second floor there was only an iron door at the top of the stairs with no doors in the corridor. Lin Mo gently opened the iron door following the sound until he reached the left room. Peering through the glass on the door, he saw one person standing and another lying on the floor. Bang! Bang! The person standing was hitting the person on the ground with something in their hand. Under the moonlight, blood could be seen flowing on the floor. Are the mentally ill fighting each other? Just then the standing person turned their head. For pairs of eyes all fixed, Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. It's the stitched creature. Roar! An angry roar echoed in the room, and Lin Mo could no longer hold back. He pushed the door open and entered. He swung the long knife directly at the opponent's head. One could only say that these mental patients were tenacious, charging forward even in the face of a long blade. In the next moment the head flew off and the body fell to the ground. Su Qing frowned, turning on her flashlight to look at the floor. The person's head was already in a shattered state. So are we facing these stitched creatures next? But they shouldn't pose much of a threat to us, right? Perhaps this is just a lower-level stitched creature compared to those we encountered before. Its strength is weaker. Creak. A door opened from a distance. The group stepped out of the room and saw several stitched creatures approaching them wielding weapons. Let's take them all out, we can push through directly. The situation here was much better than he had anticipated. He thought they would encounter a whole swarm. But the key? It should be at the outpatient department. The 7th floor, the ground level. Through the iron door, arms reached out. These stitched creatures had numerous needles and threads on them, some even recently stitched. What kind of insane asylum is this? Who knows? Let's just take action. Lin Mo and the others didn't need to enter, they only needed to extend the long knife inside. Thud! Thud! Blood gushed forth. Soon a pool of blood formed on the ground, flowing down the steps. A minute later, Lin Mo opened the door, stepping over the corpses as he entered. Is there anyone else? Yes, there's one more in the room at the far right edge. Lin Mo led the way to the right, arriving at the farthest room. This room was different from the others. While the other rooms had wooden doors, this one had a metal door. There was a window on the door through which he could see a person sitting on the bed motionless. From their build they appeared to be over 2 meters tall and very robust. Should we open the door? Lin Mo nodded, saying, let's take a look. With a click the door lock opened. The person on the bed moved slowly, turning their head. Beneath long hair was a man's face, but it was covered entirely with needles and threads. His bare upper body was also covered in stitches. Who are you? A hoarse voice emerged from the man's mouth. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised that this person could still speak. This was quite different from the stitched creatures they had encountered before. We are investigators sent to investigate this psychiatric hospital, which has received numerous complaints. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the man's expression remained unchanged. You are too late, the entire town is finished. Lin Mo was taken aback, it seemed he had guessed correctly. No wonder the buildings outside felt so eerie. Isn't anyone in charge? I don't know, all I know is that the director is the highest authority here. This indicated that the key was in the director's hands. Where is the director? The director? The man shook his head, raising his hand to cover his head. You all should leave quickly. If you don't go now, it will be too late. After saying this, the man knelt down, hands clasped together, murmuring, let's go, we need to head to the outpatient department. The group descended the stairs, pausing in their footsteps. They saw that the entire exterior of the hospital was already surrounded by people. All these people were bare-chested, and in the moonlight the stitches on their bodies were visible. They were all What was puzzling was that these people did not open the main door to enter, nor did they make a sound. They simply stood there quietly watching them. Are these people under control? Looks like it. Lin Mo glanced at the clinic. The flashlight had vanished. However, in a building on the other side, a room's light was on, and several figures were moving back and forth inside. Lin Mo looked at the light. Let's check there first. The group arrived at the 3rd floor, which appeared to be used for treatment. By the time they reached the 5th floor, the environment had changed to that of operating rooms. On the floor of the innermost room, a glimmer of light was visible. Lin Mo pulled open the large door with both hands. On an operating table, 4 figures dressed in surgical gowns turned to look at the entrance. How could there be people here? They must be with these others. This is troublesome. Makawe, take action and capture them, but don't hurt them. I still need them. In the corner, a sturdy man stood up, towering over 2 meters tall. He walked towards Lin Mo and the others. Lin Mo directly approached him. A silver metal transformed into a claw, swinging a punch. Makawe staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. The 4 doctors who were about to continue their surgery were instantly panicked. Makawe, Makawe. However, Makawe could no longer rise. Several women stepped forward and quickly subdued the 4. Lin Mo looked at the person on the operating table. The entire skull had been opened and an unknown metal piece was inserted into the brain with metallic threads extending from it, some already embedded within the brain. Lin Mo reached out and pulled away the blue sheet. Revealing the person's body, a black wristband on the left arm was particularly noticeable. It was indeed a survivor. He approached one of the doctors and removed their mask. Where is the director? At his home. Where is his home? Lin Mo then obtained an address. It seemed they had no choice but to go outside. Lin Mo looked at the doctor's forehead and reached out to remove the hat from their head. He saw a very thin line on the forehead. It seemed this person had also undergone a craniotomy. The other 3 were the same. Kill them. After dealing with these doctors, the group returned to the outside world. From this, it seems both teams must have been caught. Yes, even the other 2 teams have probably been caught. Lin Mo looked at the shadows outside. Even if they haven't been caught, they likely won't survive. Without keys, they couldn't leave this place. Liu looked puzzled. From my perception, these people outside aren't very strong, so why is the danger level of this site high? This was also Lin Mo's doubt. Let alone these people outside, even if there were 10 times more, it would still be easy for them. Do you think it's possible that this so-called difficulty level isn't aimed at us, but at the average of everyone? Su Qing had suspected this early on. After all, the medium danger they had experienced before was not much different from that of low danger. As for the low threat level, there was not a bit of danger at all. Lin Mo stroked his chin. There is such a possibility. If that's the case, then it would be much simpler here. Let's go. We should. Wait. Lin Lingling hurriedly shouted, pointing to the clinic behind them. There are 2 treasure chests inside along with some resources. Shouldn't we check? It's just 2 treasure chests, forget it. It seems like they are golden. The more she used her talent, the clearer her perception became. Lin Lingling could now distinguish the quality of the treasure chests, but for resources, she could only tell if they were food or not. Lin Mo immediately turned around. Let's go. Other treasure chests could be left behind, but the golden chest was a must. In the clinic, many security guards had been killed by Lin Mo and the others. Finally, in the director's office, they found 2 golden treasure chests and several divine coins. In addition, there was a document. I think in this hospital the director is the real lunatic. Isn't he afraid that this thing is fake? Lin Mo looked at the document. Perhaps he has seen someone succeed. Otherwise how could he possibly turn the entire town into this? As he flipped through the document, he finally understood why there were so many stitched monsters. Especially since it seemed everyone's brains had been expanded. Reasonable electrical stimulation aids in brain growth. The larger the brain, the easier it is to trigger special abilities. Target 1 has a brain that is 1.25 times that of a normal person with biological electricity, 4 times that of a normal person. Special ability, twice the strength of a normal person. Target 2's brain is no different from a normal person with 13 of the brain's development area and biological current 6 times that of a normal person. Special ability, photographic memory. Target 3. No wonder the director would do such things. He likely wanted to obtain such power. Let's go find the director. Once we find him, we can leave. Tot-a-tot. The group wielded rifles, continuously shooting at the modified humans in front of them. Danger level. Non-existent. After clearing the modified humans on the street, Lin Mo headed straight for a small courtyard at the far end of the road. A middle-aged man in a suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with meticulously styled hair looked at Lin Mo and the others. Impressive, but ordinary weapons cannot defeat my subordinates. 2 young men walked out of the courtyard. From their appearance, one could hardly tell that they had anything to do with the stitched monsters. But one could spew flames while the other could withstand bullets with his body. This guy really created something. Captain, there's a treasure chest in his room that reacts even stronger than the golden treasure chests. Lin Lingling whispered. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. It was of higher quality than the golden treasure chest. That was great news. Liu, use rubber bombs. Liu raised her hand, and 2 yellow rubber bombs flew out instantly. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, 2 massive fireballs ignited. Boom! Lin Mo looked at the director. Is there more? This was not what he expected. Uffed. Lin Mo's figure flickered, sheathing his sword. Alright, the game is over. Clang! A black key fell to the ground. Lin Mo picked up the key and walked into the room. A chest similar to a silver treasure chest was placed in the center of the room. However, compared to the silver treasure chest, this one was even brighter. Platinum treasure chest. Su Qing put this chest away. Okay, are you planning to? Lin Mo shook his head. Forget this one. I'll open it directly after we leave. The goddess favor is good, but she also makes it so that items can only appear once in treasure chests. Though the quality is excellent, using it on a platinum treasure chest feels somewhat wasteful. He planned to open it directly. After leaving the room, Su Qing took out the vehicle. Lin Mo immediately used the key. In the next moment, a blue circular ring appeared before them, and a desert highway emerged from within. We haven't wasted much time at this station. Pull over. We'll eat first. In hearing Lin Mo's words, Su Qing hurriedly asked, "Are we driving today?" Lin Mo nodded, then shook his head. "It's uncertain. I propose assigning someone to stand night watch starting today." One reason was the extended stay at each station, the other the accelerating advance of the abyssal maw. The distance had undoubtedly narrowed, and Lin Mo estimated it now stood at roughly 400 kilometers. Time to prepare, in earnest. Then I'll handle the arrangements. If the abyssal maw truly arrives, we'll simply drive forward without hesitation. Mean short maintain maximum possible distance from it at all times. Lin Mo sat aside and opened the regional channel. NE 4627 Zone 4772, and having entered a new zone, Lin Mo had no idea. Lin Mo sat aside and opened the regional channel. NE 4627 Zone 4772, and having entered a new zone, Lin Mo had no idea how many survivors had originally inhabited it. Damn it. Those Sakura people again, and don't even mention it. The Sakura people have allied with the Monkey Kingdom faction. And you Huaxia nationals are all talk and no action. Prove your mettle. Meet us hidden at the next station. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and scrolled upward through the messages. And the foreign presence in this channel was unmistakable. Judging by the posts, nearly 3/4 were foreigners. And Lin Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Nah pity. Only 4 days remained before the highway transition. They'd encounter at most 4 more stations, and the odds of crossing paths with those factions remained vanishingly low. And what they truly needed was a tool capable of pulling specific individuals into a station. Su Qing, hand me that platinum chest. In taking the chest, Lin Mo rubbed his palms together and murmured softly in, "O benevolent, radiant, adorable, and gentle goddess, grant me an item that allows me to designate who enters the station." And he then opened the platinum chest with both hands. N. Platinum chest opened 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, 150 L universal fuel, 10 of alloy combat, blade 1 I random component, 1 survival coins, 100. N truly worthy of its name. Abundant and exceptionally high quality. A Class C weapon and a Class C component. Excellent quality indeed. Yet for him, their utility was negligible. Ni's gaze settled upon the newly revealed items. This platinum chest confirmed his hypothesis. Chest tier dictated the lower bound of item quality within its loot pool. Either quality or quantity, but rarely both. N. Item 1, A5 Wagyu Steak 1000. In Item 2, Hyper Adrenaline 10. In Item 3, Blast Revolver Infinite Edition 1. In the steak was fine, but paled beside the other 2. N. Hyper Adrenaline in quality SN effect upon injection, all attributes increase by 200. O reaction speed doubles, pain vanishes. Duration 10 minutes. Blast Revolver Infinite Edition in quality, unique when effect, each bullet detonates on impact. Automatic reload every 5 seconds. And both items were highly desirable. Lin Mo coveted them equally. Alas, he could only choose one. After deliberation, he selected the revolver. After all, it fired infinitely. Snap. Pitch black revolver materialized in his palm. Long-barreled, nearly 30 centimeters in length, its muzzle thicker than a thumb. He opened the cylinder. 3 rounds gleamed inside, and he wondered how devastating a single shot would prove. And regrettably, not once had they encountered desert fauna along the yellow sand highway. He'd test it tomorrow. And then he activated Effect 3, earning 2 golden re-rolls. Item 1, A5 Wagyu Steak 500. In Item 2, 100 L Universal Fuel 5. In Item 3, Ammunition 200. By 9 o'clock that night, those scheduled for rotation had retired to sleep. And meanwhile, Lin Mo sat with Lan Shu discussing a critical strategy. Disagreement had sparked heated debate. And the following morning, Lin Mo entered the living room and glanced at his wristwatch. N. Day 18 of survival, temperature 38 C, 51 CN, time 0733. An abyssal maw. 80 km, and the abyssal maw remained distant. N. Did anything happen last night? Nothing at all. Not even a dust storm, Su Qing replied, shaking her head. I checked the regional channel. Sandstorms still occur around noon, though duration remains unpredictable, and desert creatures often emerge within them. Thus vehicles halted during sandstorms, and occupants sometimes disembarked to fight. In truth, this highway offered little sanctuary for survivors. Or perhaps no highway truly did. And Lin Mo nodded. Evidently, all survival highways shared this harsh reality. But it posed no insurmountable problem. After breakfast, the night watch team, Zhang Yuqin Jiao and others, retired to rest while the rest resumed driving. Those sandstorms were vexing vehicle speed more than compensated. Had they remained on the frozen wasteland highway, their vehicle might already be half buried in snow. Here, however, cruising speed matched the Abyssal Maw's advance almost precisely. Alas, he could no longer access that zone's channel. Survivors there were likely spending survival coins to widen the gap between themselves and the Abyssal Maw. Those stranded by the highway convergence were probably wailing in despair. Due to high speed, they encountered their first chest just past 8 o'clock. Stepping out, Lin Mo surveyed the desolate expanse. Luyu, do you sense anything? Yes, but faintly. No manifestation yet. Chests rarely trigger desert creature encounters. Those usually coincide with sandstorms. Su Qing interjected quickly. A shame. I'd hoped to test it. Nyet, Ni's gaze drifted toward the undulating dunes stretching into the distance. If live targets were unavailable, why not test it on open ground? He drew the blast revolver and aimed at a spot 100 meters away. A thunderous report erupted from the barrel. The recoil jolted his arm upward despite his strength. Instantly, a deafening explosion ripped across the dunes. Sand billowed skyward, revealing a too distant to gauge exact dimensions, but Lin Mo estimated its diameter at 3 to 4 meters. Is that a pistol or artillery? Luyu asked, incredulous. Definitely a pistol, just look at its shape. Lin Mo studied the crater. The blast effect surpassed even his expectations. He'd imagined a modest concussive pop, not something rivaling a grenade. With the item secured and testing complete, it was time to depart. Truly, this highway proved exceptional. By 1130 m, they'd covered nearly 500 kilometers. At this pace, they'd reach the next station by 4 p.m. Factoring in sandstorms, the latest arrival would still fall before 7 p.m. At noon, the sandstorm arrived on time. This is what a sandstorm looks like. Qin Huan swallowed hard, staring at the towering sandstorm before him. This thing is not only tall, but also dense. It rushes at them like an impenetrable wall of dirt. They say the larger the scale, the longer it lasts. This one will probably last about an hour and a half. How many desert creatures are inside that? What are they? Not sure, no one has discussed that topic. Su Qing also asked, but the question was quickly brushed aside. Since that's the case, there's no need to ask anymore. Prepare for battle. We might have to get out of the cars soon. The vehicle stopped on the road as the yellow sand approached closer. The road in the distance was being swallowed little by little. When the yellow sand got closer, it was no longer just 100 meters high. It was probably 400 or 500 meters. Crash! The sand and stones struck the glass, creating a sharp sound. Among them were even some fist-sized rocks. Fortunately, the vehicle was of high quality, otherwise it would have shattered at the very start. The visibility completely vanished, and they couldn't see the outside world at all. The visible range was less than half a meter. What should we do? If we open the car window, the yellow sand will come in. Let's observe the situation first. If the car isn't seriously damaged, we will wait. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as if something had struck the car body. In the next moment, a humanoid figure made of yellow sand pressed against the door. It raised a fist and began to pound fiercely. Lin Mo was taken aback at the sight of this sandy creature. So this is what they called desert creatures. He didn't find anything unusual about it. After all, snow monsters and ice wolves had appeared, so it was reasonable for a creature made of sand to show up. But can this thing be dealt with by physical attacks? Open a gap to see the situation. Su Qing opened the car window, just a crack of less than 5 centimeters, and the yellow sand instantly rushed into the car. Everyone was wearing metal masks. It wasn't just yellow sand that entered, the sandy creature also transformed and came in, gathering inside the vehicle. As soon as Luyu saw the opponent take shape, she turned and picked up her weapon. The long knife slashed through without encountering any resistance and inflicted no damage on the opponent. Instead, the opponent's solidified fist came crashing down. But in the next moment, a shield appeared in Luyu's left hand, blocking the attack. It's strange, or why can it inflict damage on me, yet I can't harm it? Luyu furrowed her brow. Could this thing adjust itself somehow? Let's wait for it to attack before we strike. I suspect it has a core, just like the ice wolf. Even if it's strange, it should at least adhere to the principle of conservation of energy. Even if it doesn't, there should be some kind of driving force, right? At this moment, Su Qing took out a bottle of pure water and opened the cap, sprinkling it over the sandy creature. The sandy figure that got wet instantly collapsed a portion. Everyone was astonished. Oh, was it really that simple? As more water was sprinkled, the sandy creature shrank even further. Eventually, it reduced to a small figure about half a meter tall. Thus its core was revealed located right in its head. Lin Mo twitched his mouth. This is different from what I expected. This method is too simple and unadorned. How did you think of it? It just came to me suddenly. Hey, don't chat too much. There are still many outside. Go to the back and pull a water pipe, then turn on the shower. A minute later, a water pipe was stuck at the vehicle's window. A puddle formed on the ground, steadily spreading outwards. As for the creatures made of sand, none could get close to the vehicle. Anyone who got near the vehicle would turn into a small being in less than a minute. This guy didn't expect it to be resolved so easily. Lin Mo nodded. He hadn't expected it either. It seemed that this sandy road was indeed the simplest. It appeared that on this final day they had to enter the special station. This sandstorm was more than anticipated as it was exceedingly high. By 2:30 in the afternoon, the yellow sand gradually dispersed, completely covering the entire road. Looking at the road ahead, Su Luo sighed. How do they judge the road? Go slowly. If the wheels sink in it means you're off track. Alright, we have no other choice. Fortunately, the area covered by yellow sand was not very large. An hour later, much of the sand on the ground had diminished, revealing a good portion of the road. Only then did the speed of the vehicle begin to gradually increase. They reached the station at 7 in the evening. The first thing they did upon arrival was to eat. While eating, Su Qing quietly asked, "Now we just need Qinjiao? I still have 7 golden treasure chests. However, the chances of encountering suitable teammates later on are a bit low. Do you want to open them all? Let's not rush, let's keep those for now. There will be opportunities at the later stations, or in the secret realm. Black iron and silver treasure chests have a high acquisition probability, but the probability of obtaining a golden treasure chest is simply too low. If not saved for now, it would certainly be a loss." Su Qing shook her head. If that's the case, it might be very difficult to open that golden treasure chest over there. After dinner, Su Qing and Lin Mo got out of the car. They came to check the station. Station Tylertown resources, fuel, survival coins, food, others, team capacity, 50, danger level, medium, time limit 6 hours. This looks simple enough. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, his gaze fixed on the 50 teams. Once we get in, let's find a place to wait for these 50 teams to come in. You can't be serious. These small teams are all established teams at this stage. We'll give it a try. The rewards from Effect 3 are simply too good. If they could bring more people over, think of how much their resources would increase. 10 minutes later, the vehicle entered a small town at the foot of a mountain. The town looked small, but was quite long. Such a shaped town isn't easy to observe. The entire town only had 3 streets, yet those streets were lengthy, stretching endlessly to the sides. Let's gather resources first, and when we have enough we can talk more about it. Their team split into 3 smaller teams, advancing together. Just as they gathered in 3 rooms, the sound of engines could be heard from outside. There seemed to be quite a few based on the sound. Lin Mo went straight to the rooftop. He saw 3 cars chasing after another car, clearly targeting that vehicle. Look at the bodies of those 3 cars behind us. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Sakura's vehicles. 2 of the cars had Sakura's national flag painted on them. If that's the case, the one being chased must be a Huagua team or another country's team. Let's go check it out. As they descended the stairs and had yet to approach, they heard the sounds of battle coming from that direction. It had been a long time since they left the technological city. Most of the firearms in people's hands had long run out of ammunition, and everyone had returned to the age of cold weapons. By the time Lin Mo and the others turned around, the 3 teams had completely surrounded another convoy. Just as they had thought, the convoy being pursued was indeed from Huagua. On the ground lay several corpses, their identities unknown. 2 men were still alive. Lin Mo felt unexpectedly disappointed. Take action and kill these people. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. Lin Mo raised his explosive revolver and shot at one of them. Boom. The person he hit was instantly blown to pieces. Lin Mo glanced at his handgun, realizing that its lethality seemed excessively powerful. It was not suitable for use against people. Before the Sakura people could react, they all became victims of gunfire. The 2 young men from Huagua stood frozen, questioning if they had survived. What is going on? Alright, you can leave now. The 2 young men swallowed hard. You're not going to kill us. If you want me to take action, I wouldn't mind. As he spoke, Lin Mo raised his handgun. Let's go, let's leave. If you were 2 women, I would have let you stay. Gather the core and disassemble what needs to be disassembled, collect what needs to be collected. 5 minutes later. All done. There's not a soul left in the living area, just these people. Lin Mo nodded at the corpses on the ground, noting that the number wasn't small considering a portion were from the recently attacked convoy. That makes it at least 20 people. It could be considered a relatively large convoy. Let's go to the adjacent building and continue. An hour later. In a building in front of a gas station. No, this won't work. What do you mean it won't work? Don't underestimate the amount of fuel provided in the treasure chest, but the demand is immense. Fuel is needed for power generation and fuel is needed for air conditioning. The truth is the demand for fuel is far greater than you think. Otherwise, why would the trading center have so much fuel? Su Qing sighed. But there seemed to be 4 gas stations here. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, realizing this was indeed a problem. 10 minutes later. Boom. A massive flame soared into the sky. Su Qing looked back at the rising flames. Is this the method you mentioned? Lin Mo fiddled with a piece of yellow clay, sometimes shaping it into a ball, other times into a cylinder. Aren't there 4? If we blow up 3 of them, won't the vehicles needing fuel come? As for what to do afterward, Lin Mo had not yet thought of a plan. If he wanted to recruit new members, he would need to wait until they started fighting. If he needed the vehicle cores, he could just kill them all. He truly was a genius. But doesn't that clearly signal to the others that something is wrong with this gas station? Lin Mo stroked his chin, gazing at the flames in the rearview mirror. It seemed to make some sense. Then let's blow up 1 more, leaving the 2 closest ones intact. This way he only needed to keep an eye on this area. As the second gas station exploded, other convoys in the vicinity noticed the 2 rising flames. Lin Mo stroked his chin, gazing at the flames in the rearview mirror. It seemed to make some sense. Then let's blow up 1 more, leaving the 2 close. Who knows? They blew up 2 at once. By the way, how many gas stations are there here? Let's go find them, we can deal with the others later. Almost simultaneously, most convoys abandoned their tasks, preparing to search for gas stations. Whether for survival coins or materials needed for vehicle upgrades, none of it would be lost here. Even if others took some, could they take the entire small town? But gas stations were different. Who knew if that team would continue blowing things up? Above a 3-story building between the 2 gas stations, Lin Mo saw the converging convoys. See, I told you these people would definitely come. He didn't believe that the fuel priority station would not attract these convoys. Although many had already perished, there were still over 30 convoys remaining. Even if half of them came, he would still profit. I think you just want to increase a few small team members. Su Qing rolled her eyes. Cough, cough, am I that kind of person? In the next moment, Lin Mo's expression became much more serious. He felt that he had indeed changed. Aside from ensuring the survival of his own people, he was more self-centered. Lin Mo rubbed his temples, realizing that this change was quite drastic. What are you thinking? Do you think I am a good person? Su Qing was taken aback, not quite understanding why Lin Mo would ask such a question. She looked at a street across from a gas station where battle had already broken out. If you think it's good, then it is good. That's true. Lin Mo took a deep breath, glancing at the gas stations on either side. Comparatively, there seemed to be more vehicles on the left. Let's go left and join the battle. It was not far, just a distance of 3 kilometers, and driving there would only take 2 minutes. The vehicles stopped behind those vehicles. It seems impossible to tell who is who. The battle between the convoys was chaotic. Some vehicles were still identifiable by their country, but a portion like theirs had no markings. Lin Mo stroked his chin, realizing he had forgotten such an important detail. What do we do? Lan Shu asked. Lin Mo looked at the women in the convoy. It seemed none had related talents. Wait, I have a way. How could he forget about his own talent? Lin Mo turned his gaze to the nearest convoy. Name Zhang Heng, not this one. Name Shan Cunyi. Kill all 6 of them over there. Lu Yu and Lu Nin engage in close combat. Do not use guns. Once the guns are drawn, those convoys will likely escape at the first opportunity. After all, our convoy has no firearms. The 2 women donned silver masks, shields in their left hands, and weapons in their right, charging forward. With their addition, the battlefield instantly tipped in their favor. The survivors from Huaguo were bewildered, wondering where these fighters had come from. Their captain turned to look in Lin Mo's direction. Lin Mo smiled and waved his hand. No need to be polite. Captain, what should we do? What else can we do? Get in the car and run quickly to the gas station over there. Lin Mo's smile frightened him. Boom. The vehicle turned around and sped away. Lin Mo looked back at Su Qing. Why are they running? What are they running from? I think it's better not to ponder why the other party is running, but rather to take a look outside. The 2 of them have already dealt with all the targets. Lin Mo quickly looked over and saw that Lu Yu and Lu Nin were surrounded by corpses. His gaze turned to the convoy, and all those who did not have Chinese names were killed. 5 minutes later, their vehicles arrived at the gas station. Sigh. Lin Mo let out a deep sigh. It seems increasing the number of team members is not that simple after all. Su Qing shrugged. I had already thought of that. It will only get harder from here on out, and perhaps the number of us will only remain as it is. Forget it. Today's haul is acceptable. Lin Mo took out a yellow rubber TNT and casually tossed it into the gas station. The members of the 2 convoys were somewhat confused, wondering what this meant. The next moment, a loud explosion echoed. The 2 convoys were engulfed in flames, and screams echoed from within. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and the others had already driven towards a nearby building. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The group returned to the yellow sand highway. Lin Mo glanced at the time. Was it already 10 o'clock at night? They needed to hurry. Hurry up and eat. After dinner, everyone will take turns keeping watch at night. Su Qing understood Lin Mo's urgency, so dinner was all prepared. After finishing dinner, Lin Mo took Lan Shu back. At the dining table, Lin Fei whispered, "Chun Jiao, are you ready?" "Ready." "Ready." Chun Jiao gulped. "What should I do then?" "Oh." Lin Fei looked at Chun Jiao in shock, not expecting her to ask such a question. "Isn't this something you should already know?" Chun Jiao's face turned red. I don't know, I've only heard about it." "Haven't you ever seen it?" "No," Lin Fei recalled, and it seemed they indeed had never discussed related. "You do this. And that. And finally." Chun Jiao swallowed hard. Just listening to it made her feel dry in the mouth. At midnight, Chun Jiao walked into the bedroom. For the first time, Lin Mo felt how strange it was to be alone, or it felt completely different. The next day, Lin Mo immediately opened the golden treasure chest. After triggering the effect, the 5 items that appeared inside were all quite normal. This left Lin Mo deeply disappointed. "I thought I would receive something extraordinary. What a pity for a golden treasure chest." Su Qing squatted beside him. "Do you want to open the other golden treasure chests? The team members you want don't seem to be easy to find." "Let's just take them all out then," Lin Mo thought for a moment. Since they wouldn't be able to find them anytime soon, it was better to convert them all into resources. 10 minutes later, all 7 golden treasure chests were opened, providing them with some new supplies. Overall, it was still fairly good, but compared to the beginning, it was lacking. "My luck really is poor. How come there's no good stuff?" Su Qing looked at the full backpack of items lost. Was it that Lin Mo's demands had become too high, or was she just too easily satisfied? 1,000 bullets, thousands of pounds of meat, countless drinks, and various weapons like grenades and landmines. Yet he was still not satisfied. "I think this is enough." Lin Mo shook his head. "What I urgently need now is an S-level talent upgrade card. First, let's upgrade everyone's talents to SS level." At 9 o'clock, the vehicles stopped at a fork in the road. They had only encountered 2 types of forks before. One was a highway intersection, but no one was using it now. The other was a welfare station. "Which way should we go?" "Let's send a drone to take a look." Without hesitation, Lin Mo took out the drone. However, as the drone ascended, Lin Mo's brow furrowed. Thick fog. It completely obscured the roads of the 2 forks, making it impossible to see what lay within. Lin Mo stroked his chin. No matter which road they chose, they would enter that fog. What was the purpose of arranging such a fork? It was merely a difference in entry points. "Let's go down the..." After traveling for about 2 to 3 kilometers, a wave of white fog appeared. As time passed, the fog thickened, making it difficult to see the road ahead. Su Luo had to slow down the vehicle. "Look at the yellow sand outside," Liu shouted. Lin Mo looked out the window and saw that the yellow sand on the left side of the highway had turned black. No, this wasn't yellow sand, it was black soil. The next moment, the fog began to dissipate, revealing a pitch-black world. What is this place? In the pitch-black world, a road stretched straight ahead, surrounded by black land. Amongst the land grew dead trees, and occasionally a dilapidated building appeared. It looked nothing like a normal place. Perhaps something similar to sand people might appear here. "Don't worry too much, just keep driving forward." Lin Mo raised his hand to look at his watch. Survival day 19, temperature 3046, time 0911, devouring abyss. 80 kmh. He stared at the watch, and after a minute passed, time flowed normally. Soon the number of these buildings began to increase, gradually transforming into a town. However, this small town. "Welcome to the hidden station, the homeland of the undead. Here, you can obtain special items. Current number of teams, 431,000. Leave by submitting 10 collected items." Note the so-called items are all within the graveyard. Graveyard? Lin Mo realized that those mounds were not sand dunes, but individual graves. "This looks somewhat like the snow house blind box," Lin Mo nodded. "Indeed, it resembles it, but there are so many people in here. Do you think we might gain a few team members this time?" This was 1,000 teams. Even if one team had 5 people, that would be 5,000 people. Finding 3 among these 5,000 to become team members shouldn't be that difficult, right? If you lower your requirements, it might not be impossible. How do you lower the requirements? For example, males? Lin Mo looked at Su Qing, not knowing how she could say such a thing. Did she not know what her own talent was like? "Just joking, you. I can't believe you took it seriously." Lin Mo's mouth twitched. How could he not take it seriously when he genuinely wanted to find a team member? Su Qing's expression became serious. With 1,000 teams, there is still a chance, but if the teams are full, the possibility is quite low. She looked outside, but in this environment and under such circumstances, the likelihood of finding fully staffed teams was very low. Lin Mo looked at the graves outside. Alright, let's stop the vehicles here. First gather the items, and then we can deal with other matters. After the vehicle came to a stop, they approached the nearby graveyard. It was unclear whether they had chosen a bad location or if the distribution of the graves was simply like this. The number of graves was too few. Within a 100-meter radius, there were only a dozen or so. Can you sense anything? Lu Yu and Lin Lingling shook their heads simultaneously. It seemed that much like the previous snow house blind box, they could not see the items inside. In that case, let's prepare for battle as before. Lin Mo took out his long sword and struck at the grave. However, this time the grave did not open. Instead, a faint layer of energy fluctuations protected it. Lin Mo frowned, deeply perplexed by the situation. Is it because there are not enough people, eh? At that moment, the number of vehicles had just reached over 500. Then let's wait a bit longer. As time passed, the sound of engines occasionally echoed from a distance. The number of vehicles continued to rise. After about 10 minutes, the number of vehicles reached 1,000. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. Could it be that cars are not allowed here? Su Luo said. The engines of the previous vehicles had all ceased simultaneously. Let's take out the vehicles and have a look. Qin Yu quickly retrieved the vehicles from her backpack, got in, and attempted to start them. The vehicles showed no response. It seems we can't drive again this time. Lin Mo looked into the distance, realizing they should have driven a bit further. The graves over there looked much denser. Forget it, let's start opening the graves. He raised his long sword again and struck down at the grave below. The familiar scene reappeared. Waves rippled outward. Lin Mo stroked his chin, saying still no luck. Could it be that we still don't have enough people? He struck the grave repeatedly, but it remained unyielding. He was using a malleable metal that could change shape. Lin Mo glanced at the dilapidated buildings around him. Let's check inside there. Are you saying we need special tools? Perhaps, otherwise how could we not open it? The group entered a building and found a rusty shovel in the corner. Could this be it? Lan Shu picked up the shovel. Gravedigger's shovel. There were no additional notes besides that. It seemed this was indeed the item. Let's go and try it out. Lin Mo thought it was likely the right choice. He approached a grave and plunged the shovel into the ground. This time there was no resistance. The shovel easily sank into the soil. However, the grave neither collapsed nor showed any reaction. What on earth is this? Do you feel anything? The two women shook their heads again, sensing nothing. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Could it be that this thing needed to be completely uncovered? That seemed rather troublesome. He continued to dig, quickly flattening a mound of dirt. In the next moment, Lu Yu hurriedly said, "Something is about to come out." Lin Mo quickly stepped back. A pair of pale skeletal hands emerged from the ground. In the next moment, the hands pressed against the ground and dirt flew everywhere. A skeletal figure slowly sat up. Just this. Lin Mo looked at the skeleton that had emerged from the grave and felt no pressure from it. He glanced at Lu Yu. "I just meant to inform you that something was coming out, nothing more." Lin Mo sighed. "Alright, I understand, but please don't say it so frighteningly next time." He had expected a powerful being to appear, but instead it was just a small skeleton. The skeleton reached out, and a rusty longsword and a damaged shield appeared in its hands. Crack! Lin Mo retracted the longsword, shattering the skeleton into pieces. At that moment, Lin Lingling pointed at the longsword and shield on the ground. These two items responded as resources. They should be what we need to submit. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Could this thing also be considered a resource? But it indeed was. Su Qing, collect them. We can submit them after getting a critical hit. After opening 3 graves, Lin Mo led the women to nearby buildings to retrieve a few more shovels. Then he instructed Su Qing to strike all the shovels. While the combat personnel prepared, the others began digging. For a moment, the entire graveyard was filled with the sounds of shovels digging into the earth. Half an hour later, the area had turned into a flat expanse with white bone fragments scattered across the ground. Lin Mo supported himself with the shovel. After all this effort, we only get this scrap metal. Where are the special items we were promised? Is there only one? Where do we find more? Lan Shu looked back at the distant area. We should be on the outskirts. Items found on the outskirts are usually not very good. Lin Mo glanced over. Then let's try deeper. After Su Qing's critical hits, they had gathered enough of the keys they needed to leave at any time. However, Lin Mo did not wish to leave. He wanted to try and find special items. So far, he had only 2 special items in hand. The others were either potions or fitness equipment provided by the survival game. But one thing was certain: special items were very useful. The others were either potions or fitness equipment provided by the survival game. But one thing was certain: special items were very useful, significantly intensifying the combat. In the distant sky, a skeletal dragon could even be seen flying. It opened its mouth and exhaled a white mist before flying away. Lin Mo swallowed hard at the sight of the skeletal dragon. Could that thing also be dug up? It's possible. Look at that dirt slope, or perhaps it's not a hillside but a grave. Lin Mo's eyes twitched. If that was indeed a grave, it was far too massive. The height must be several hundred meters. How long would it take to dig through? Do you think the special items could be inside that large dirt mound? Su Luo's words caused Lin Mo to pause. Your gun should be able to handle it, right? Lan Shu asked. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Maybe you, I'm not entirely sure. In that case, we can give it a try. If we can't defeat it, we can still escape. Lan Shu's suggestion intrigued Lin Mo. He looked around. Should they tackle these small mounds first, or the ones in the distance? Lin Mo pondered for a moment. All right, let's go over there now. The group quickened their pace, hastily approaching the distant mound. Yet once they reached the first mound, the entire team was taken aback. They could only see a massive mound from that angle. Upon climbing this mound, they were greeted by an endless expanse of mounds. What if we simply abandon this special item? After all, your talent sometimes manifests spontaneously. Su Luo hastily interjected. A single bone dragon, or even two, would pose no insurmountable challenge. But before them loomed countless massive earthen mounds. How many creatures could be buried within? Even at peak strength, they stood little chance against such overwhelming numbers. How desperately they wished Lin Lingling's talents were still intact. Lin Mo's expression twisted in agonized indecision. Was surrender truly the only path forward? Yet the surrounding area appeared utterly deserted, not a soul in sight. Either others had fled upon sighting these colossal mounds, or they had already fallen to whatever horrors emerged from within. Let's excavate just one. If it proves untenable, we retreat immediately. Lin Mo withdrew a spade, then glanced down at the immense earthen mound beneath his feet, and his lips twitched faintly. Surely this wouldn't require much digging. He raised the spade and plunged it into the ground. A soft, sickening stunk echoed as the blade sank effortlessly. Then from the fissure, thick black vapor coiled upward. Fall back. The smoke coalesced slowly into a towering figure over 2 meters tall, clad in obsidian armor and gripping a massive sword. Its helm bore no face, only twin violet orbs where eyes should have been. A headless knight, or perhaps a death knight. Su Luo observed curiously. Bang! A bullet screamed from the burst revolver, striking true, piercing the figure's helm dead center. Crack! Shatter! One shot, instantly fatal. Lin Mo exhaled in quiet relief. The weapon's efficacy was undeniable, and therein lay the unmistakable value of such uniquely enhanced artifacts. Yet once slain, the creature left behind nothing but a long sword, and not even a trace of the crack in the earth. Its form differs entirely from the previous one, but it is an rank weapon, exceptional even among cold arms for other squads. Su Qing retrieved the weapon. Lin Mo stroked his chin, studying the unblemished ground. Then he lifted the spade once more and drove it down again. Black mist surged forth anew, not another death knight, but a skeletal dragon. Bang! Another precise shot, another vanquished foe. The bone dragon plummeted from the sky, shattering across the earth. Lin Mo watched its white bones dissolve slowly, until only one remained. A solitary fong gleaming starkly against the soil. White bone longblade, rank A, another a rank weapon. So this collection meant harvesting such relics, though the cost of acquisition proved staggering. There's no need to probe the other mounds. We'll focus solely on this one. Risk mitigation has improved dramatically. 3 hours later, we must withdraw. We're drawing too near the devouring abyss. We have no choice but to leave. Su Qing gripped Lin Mo's arm, her expression grave. The devouring abyss advanced relentlessly, at 80 kilometers per hour, closing 800 kilometers each day. Time was slipping away faster than calculation allowed. Though this trial imposed no explicit time limit, lingering indefinitely was never an option. No other squads remained nearby. Lin Mo sighed, deeply discarded his spade. All this effort, wasted. Let's submit the items. He willed the interface to activate, and after submitting 10 items, a line of text appeared. The greater the number of items submitted, the richer the rewards. Lin Mo's brow lifted. If the special item eluded them, compensating through volume was a worthy alternative. Su Qing, hand me every item we've acquired so far. Not even one to keep. Lin Mo shook his head. None. Their haul was vast. Even more so after critical hits. Until after 537 items, he confirmed submission. Processing. Congratulations, you rank first. Rewards granted. Congratulations, you have obtained a special item squad resurrection card. Before Lin Mo could inspect it, a veil of white mist enveloped them, then vanished just as swiftly. They stood once more upon the familiar asphalt highway. Get in the car. Back inside, Lin Mo immediately examined his newly acquired artifact squad resurrection card. Rank special. Note: activate by dripping blood onto the card. Triggers full squad resurrection upon collective demise. Uses remaining 33 a resurrection artifact. Undoubtedly the most formidable item he had ever obtained. Its sole drawback, resurrection activated only upon total squad annihilation. A cruel, absolute condition. Yet possession, however imperfect, outweighed absence, especially when survival hung in the balance. Here, credit for me, Lin Mo said, handing the card directly to Su Qing. Her eyes widened in stunned disbelief. This defies all reason. There are countless world-defying artifacts. Perhaps even more astonishing ones await us ahead. Suddenly Su Qing murmured, could it be? The site never held any special item at all. Perhaps the reward was purely contingent on submission volume. Lin Mo rubbed his jaw. If so, that location was deliberately deceptive. The interface's wording had strongly implied excavation, not mere accumulation. No matter, possession was assured. Day 21 Survival Log. Temperature 42 C 53 C. Time 1021. Devouring Abyss 892. 3 kilometers, 80 kmh. The Devouring Abyss had emerged, but through their relentless efforts it would soon recede once more. A special checkpoint has appeared. Shall we stop? Su Luo pointed ahead. Yes, we have more than enough survival coins. After weeks of steady accumulation, even after daily allocations to Jiang Su Yao, he retained nearly 20,000 survival coins. 14 hours would carry the Abyss 1120 kilometers. Yet the coin expenditure required was negligible. The vehicle swerved sharply inward, rolling straight into the checkpoint. Their prior encounter with a special checkpoint had revealed a cramped space, barely large enough for parking. This one offered 5 bays, but each bay was spaced at least 20 meters apart. The interior sprawled impossibly vast, outwardly unassuming, yet internally spanning well over 10,000 square meters. Once parked, Lin Mo stepped out and approached the entrance. His hand met an invisible barrier, sealing them irrevocably within. Just as described, once entered there is no exit. Su Qing leaned against the vehicle, her voice heavy with melancholy. 21 days, gone in the blink of an eye. How much longer must we endure? Weeks, or perhaps a lifetime? Who can say? Live fully in this moment. That is all we may claim. Su Qing drew a slow, steadying breath. There was no other way. What might tonight bring us? Perhaps swarms of sandwraiths, colossal scorpions, or undulating earthworms. Anything is possible. Swish. Shortly after, a car appeared in the parking space beside them, indicating that another convoy had arrived. However, the members of the convoy did not get out of the car upon seeing Lin Mo and the others. After exchanging glances through the glass, the members of the convoy walked into the living space at the back. They are of Asian descent. I wonder which country they are from. Lin Mo stroked his chin. From their appearance, they resemble people from the land of the morning calm. He confirmed with his talent that their surname was quite similar. Are we going to take action? Lin Mo glanced at the remaining 8 parking spaces. No rush, let's wait until everyone has arrived before deciding. Moreover, he looked at the structure of the entire special station. With such a large area, encountering significant danger later on would be inevitable. These people would surely get out of their vehicles. When the time comes, we can act together to send them off. As time passed, more and more convoys appeared at the station. Most convoys chose to stay inside their vehicles, with only a handful deciding to get out and observe. Their observation was not about the station itself, but rather the situation of each convoy. Clearly these individuals were quite familiar with the station. Lin Mo glanced through the car window, and then returned to the living space with the girls. Even if there were a fight later, it shouldn't happen too soon. After all, it was already past noon. After eating, Lin Mo sat by the window gazing outside. The living area had this advantage: you could see outside from within, but those outside couldn't see what was happening inside. He estimated that the members of those convoys were also looking at other convoys through these windows. Unfortunately, his position was blocked by a car, preventing him from seeing much. He raised his wrist and opened the regional channel. Let's go. This special station must be entered. We'll go in as well. After a glance at the other roads, this place is indeed better. What time does the battle start? Not certain. It seems that battles inside the special station do not happen simultaneously with those outside. Lin Mo stroked his chin, surprised that they didn't occur simultaneously. He truly didn't know that. It seemed he would have to keep an eye on things. Originally, he wanted to ask whether there would be any alerts. However, considering their strength, it seemed unnecessary to prepare specifically. Su Qing waved at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, come and play with us. What are we playing? Su Qing and Lan Shu exchanged glances. How about whoever loses takes off a piece of clothing? Lin Mo looked at the two of them. If that's the case, let's go back to the room to play. Off. Su Qing was taken aback. This wasn't what she had in mind. Let's do it here, we. Lin Mo wouldn't give them a chance to speak and directly pulled the two away. No, until the door closed, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that it had nothing to do with them. Let's turn on the TV and raise the volume a bit. At the dining table in the afternoon, only the sound of eating could be heard with no conversation. Why is everyone so quiet? Su Luo's mouth twitched. Who would dare to speak? They had already lost 2 people, you know. Hey Lin Mo, it's already past 6. Should we get ready? Not yet. Let's eat first. We can talk after dinner. There haven't been any changes outside for now. After finishing the meal, Su Luo quietly asked, should I call you sister? No need, they need to rest. By 7 in the evening, the outside world had completely darkened. Meanwhile, the lights above the special station lit up, illuminating the area. From a distance, this special station appeared like a lighthouse in the night, exceptionally prominent. Lin Mo stroked his chin, occasionally glancing to the side. All the members of the other teams had returned, not a single person had gotten out of their vehicles. It seemed that the start was imminent. Battle personnel, get ready. The rest should stay in the vehicles and wait. By the way, Su Luo, go and connect the water pipe. If it truly was the Sand People, they might not even need to take action. Just as everyone was preparing, a rumbling sound suddenly came from a distance. The sound was very faint and seemed quite far away. If it weren't for Lin Mo, who had his attributes raised so high with Lan Shu's help, he might not have been able to hear it at all. Did you all hear that? The girls shook their heads. They couldn't hear anything. Lin Mo put on his glasses and switched to night vision mode. He saw a black line moving in the desert from afar, moving at a rather slow pace. He took out a telescope to look further. As the image from the distance zoomed in, he clearly saw what that black line was. Sand People, wolf packs, scorpions, worms. Both familiar and unfamiliar creatures appeared. However, because it was in night vision mode, the structures of most of them were indiscernible. But that was no longer important. Battle personnel, get out of the vehicle. Su Luo, secure the water pipe at the window. After getting out of the vehicle, Lin Mo glanced at the convoys on the side. It seemed these people hadn't reacted yet. After about 10 minutes, even without night vision goggles, the black line in the distance was becoming clearer. Everyone began to manifest their weapons. Lin Mo instructed, our target is those corporeal creatures. Leave the sand creatures to Su Luo and the others. Based on the experience gained from multiple battles, the core location of the sand creatures is not fixed. Sometimes it appears in the head, sometimes in the heart, and it may even appear in the legs. But they are different from the ice wolves we encountered before. The core location of the ice wolves is fixed, while theirs moves at any time. Because when Lin Mo used water to kill them previously, he discovered that the core appeared where he had attacked the head. As these creatures got closer, the other 9 convoys also began to send people out. Lin Mo understood in his heart. It seemed he was not mistaken. These sand people would attack various small teams. If you did not retaliate, they would continue to attack your vehicle. This was somewhat fair. Lin Mo said softly, we will just take care of our side, don't worry about others. From what he had just observed, there was only one convoy that was the Huagua team among the other 9. However, the members of that convoy had a negative rapport. They likely had already planned how to deal with them after the sand creatures were dealt with. Shusha. Lin Mo looked down, seeing the cement ground turning into yellow sand engulfing their calves. He hurriedly stepped out of the yellow sand. Be careful. At the same time that the yellow sand appeared, the creatures in the distance suddenly accelerated. In the next moment, the yellow sand on the ground began to surge. Watch out for the worms. As the worms attacked, everyone quickly jumped up. The worm, with its mouth full of sharp teeth, shot up into the sky. Lin Mo swiftly struck down, cleaving the worm in half. The wolves are coming. A pack of yellow wolves leaped through the window, causing ripples in the barrier. Just as Lin Mo had anticipated, these yellow wolves split into different groups, each heading towards various caravans, with several wolves at the forefront of each. Though the numbers varied, they were generally consistent. The pack facing Lin Mo had the largest numbers. Lin Mo speculated that it must be related to their own numbers. Lin Mo raised the shield in his hand and swung his sword with his right hand. The blade cut through the bodies of the gray wolves, revealing them as sand creatures. Su Luo, coming. Su Luo opened the window, leaned out, and aimed the water pipe at the sand wolves. With a splash, the sand wolves were instantly scattered, leaving a puddle on the ground. The water continued to accumulate. Get to work. The girls scanned for the core, ready to strike with their blades as soon as they found it. If the core wasn't destroyed, the creatures would reform and continue their assault. Of course, with water present, they couldn't stir up much trouble, but it was still a hassle. Compared to their ease, the other teams were struggling. Boss, they're using water, we should use water too. Damn it, where did they get so much water from? If they were on another route, they would certainly have plenty of water. But on this sandy road, water consumption was far quicker than on other routes. Even if they had water, they wouldn't dare expend it as freely as Lin Mo. Stop wasting time and just kill. The Edge team gazed greedily at Lin Mo, their eyes nearly overflowing with desire. Boss, let's steal their vehicle later, and we can switch cars. Isn't that obvious? Not only do we need to take their car, but we also have to grab their women too. I've almost forgotten what it tastes like. Come on, didn't we just do this 2 days ago? And you're still bringing it up. Oh, I said it was enough, but in the end, didn't we still end up dead? Lin Mo's ears perked up at the other side, and his expression turned cold. At this moment, they still wanted to think about so much they really didn't want to live. Lu Yue, you and your group should be able to handle this, right? Lu Yu nodded after a moment of hesitation. We can. Good, then you take care of this. I'll go deal with a few people. Lin Mo originally intended to wait until everything was completely over before speaking, but since that group was so eager to throw their lives away, he could only send them off. He turned and walked towards the back of the vehicle. Just as he reached the rear, he was taken aback. When did a window appear there? Furthermore, the sand wolves were already approaching. Su Luo sent out a few people to deal with those behind. Su Luo quickly turned to look behind. Hiss! There were actually some here too. Lin Lingling, you all quickly get out of the car and help. Lin Lingling, Zhang Yujiang, Su Yao, and others hurriedly exited the vehicle and moved to the back. Su Luo also promptly redirected the water pipe to spray water. With the speed of the water flow, a pool would soon be formed. Once she had it, she just needed to switch positions back and forth to assist significantly. Meanwhile, Lin Mo made his way from the rear of this vehicle to the back of the innermost team. Damn, why are there so many this time? Boss, this is the third wave. How could there not be more? I'm worried about the fourth wave and whether we can survive it. If we grab that vehicle, surviving will be easy. At that moment, their leader was startled, quickly turning around to see a long knife rapidly enlarging in his vision. However, being so close he couldn't dodge, it was simply too fast. Upon hearing this sound, the other four immediately turned their heads. Boss, you're seeking death. A young man with yellow hair pulled out a handgun and aimed it at Lin Mo. The bullet struck Lin Mo's mask with a clang. The bullet fell to the ground. Lin Mo raised his hand to touch the mask. There wasn't a single mark on it. In fact, he didn't even feel any pain in his head. This mask was indeed impressive. Lin Mo sheathed his long knife and drew out a burst pistol. Bang! The young man with yellow hair instantly turned into a mist of blood, leaving the other three dumbfounded. Big brother. Don't kill me, we were just being a bit mouthy. I'm sorry, I don't like people who talk too much. Bang! 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 3 shots in succession sent the 3 away. Just. Lin Mo regretted it the next moment. Because after these 4 died, their watches had disappeared without it. The sand in this area was stained red. Oh, where could he find them now? Forget it, if they're gone, they're gone. At least this vehicle is still here. He would talk about it after it was over. When he returned to the vehicle, he noticed that the number of sandwolves and worms had seemingly increased. He glanced to the other side, and saw that everyone seemed to have more creatures. Could it be that after a caravan was wiped out, the number of creatures faced would increase? That was something he hadn't considered. However, for them, it was just an extra fly. At 8 o'clock at night, after a full hour, the yellow sand creatures belonging to them had been slain. Meanwhile, the other 8 caravans were still holding on. I've already heard several screams. It seems a few caravans are on the brink of collapse. Su Qing remarked. After the battle commenced for over 10 minutes, Su Qing and Lan Shu had come out to assist. With Su Luo's help, their unsteady steps had vanished. Yes, I can see that part of the sand beasts have dispersed. Just in time, let's go retrieve some vehicles together. The 2 arrived at the side of a vehicle. Su Qing placed her hand on the car and shook her head. There are still people inside. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised that there were still people. He had already killed everyone, yet this person still hadn't come out. Truly interesting. Lin Mo reached out to the door handle. Click. It wouldn't open. But it wasn't a big problem. He took out his long knife and began attacking the door lock, quickly dismantling the entire door. He peered inside to find no one in the back seat of the SUV. It seemed they were in the living area. Throw in a stun grenade. Su Qing opened the back door and tossed in a stun grenade. Boom. Lin Mo pushed the door open and entered the room, only to see a woman in dirty clothes covering her ears and closing her eyes against the wall. He raised his pistol and aimed at the woman. The next moment, she opened her eyes, her gaze glowing with a white light. In the next instant, Lin Mo was pinned against the wall. Don't move. The people outside have been killed. You're safe now, Su Qing hurriedly said. The woman was taken aback, her grip loosening. Lin Mo felt he could move again and looked towards Su Qing. You're not seriously thinking of taking this woman back, are you? Su Qing returned a glance that said, watch me. Lin Mo remained silent, quietly watching Su Qing's performance. 10 minutes later, the woman was kneeling on the ground crying. Whoa, it's finally over. As the woman recounted her tale, Su Qing and Lin Mo understood her situation. Not bad, as she could be brought into the team. Bai Li was with the people from her dormitory, and later encountered the neighboring dormitory on the second highway. At that time, the two dormitories gathered together. There were a total of 10 people from the two dormitories, and their talents were quite decent given the number. However, their combat power was poor as they were all girls. Whenever they encountered others, they would flee. They had never engaged in direct combat, even once. This was the reason they had managed to survive until now. But later when they encountered that graveyard, they faced these people. Some died, and others were injured while Bailey cried out, "I want to save them, but they took my good sisters away. My range of talent isn't that low." In the end, she was the only one who survived. Relying on her ability, those people could not approach her. Their plan was quite simple: to keep her starved, until they starved her to the point of unconsciousness. Lin Mo nodded. "From today onward, you will be part of our team." Bailey glanced at Lin Mo, and then at Su Qing, and finally nodded. She might not trust Lin Mo, but she trusted Su Qing. The key was that disbelief was not an option. Lin Mo looked at Bailey. She might not trust Lin Mo, but she trusted Su Qing. The key was that disbelief was not an option. Lin Mo looked at Bailey. Other issues are not a problem. Soon the group arrived at their vehicle. Upon seeing so many women, Bailey's mood relaxed. It seemed Su Qing hadn't lied to her, and Bailey's favorability increased by another 20 points. Alright, let's get back to the car, and wait for the next day to arrive. After everyone returned to the car, Su Luo and the other girls surrounded Bailey, chattering non-stop. Su Qing approached Lin Mo saying, "I found out that she has an SS-grade talent of mental telekinesis capable of controlling up to 500 kilograms at a height of 5 meters. Ideally, it would be 200 kilograms, hitting the target at a speed of 10 meters per second with a range of 50 meters. It can be said to be an incredibly powerful talent." Lin Mo stroked his chin. No wonder she has managed to survive until now. When he entered the room, that force was indeed formidable. However, for him, it wasn't without countermeasures. A few high-explosive grenades would suffice. By the way, the last few teams suffered considerable losses, and there were several women among them. "Do you want to?" Lin Mo's mouth twitched. "We are decent people, so let's not think about robbing anyone." "But isn't that a quicker solution? I know you're worried about the favorability issue. As long as you bring out food, their favorability will increase rapidly." The reasoning was sound, but those teams were all foreigners. He had no interest in that regard. "Let's not discuss this anymore. Prepare some supper, and after dinner we should rest early. Do we need to arrange for anyone tonight?" "No need. Before we sleep, I will spend survival coins to seal the abyss of devouring." It seemed they would have to keep spending survival coins for a while. The next day, the special station had disappeared, and the vehicles automatically parked on the highway. Other vehicles had long vanished. After Lin Mo and the others finished breakfast, they came to the driver's seat and drove the vehicle forward. Su Luo drove while looking outside, saying, "It seems there aren't any changes. It looks the same as before. The temperature hasn't changed. The yellow sand is the same, and even the highway remains the same. Only the time has changed." Lin Mo glanced at his watch. "It's almost time." Survival Day 22. Temperature 4659. Time 0859. Abyss of Devouring. 80 kmh. According to previous situations, at 9 o'clock, that familiar voice. Time jumped to 9 o'clock, and the familiar voice rang out again. "Congratulations, you have once again survived a complete session. The restrictions of the survival highway have been completely lifted. New secret realm entrance added. Once someone enters, everyone will be forcibly pulled in. Please choose wisely. Station type variety completed. Please focus on improving your own strength." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Is that it? If I remember correctly, the survival highway was lifted once before, right?" "Yes, it was indeed lifted once, but I wonder what the situation is this time." Su Luo interrupted. "You all should stop discussing this issue for now. A fork in the road has appeared ahead. Which one shall we choose?" "Another fork in the road. Could it be the same as the one at the graveyard? This could be something good. Hold on, let me deploy the drone." This time, however, there was no fog, just two roads leading in different directions as far as the eye could see. "It seems this isn't that kind of station. Just pick one randomly." "Alright." Su Luo drove the vehicle into the left lane. However, shortly after entering, everyone felt a flash in their eyes, and the scenery before them suddenly changed. The yellow sand transformed into a forest, and even the highway disappeared. Secret Realm Goblin Forest has opened. All individuals are being teleported. There are numerous treasure chests stored in the current secret realm. Please be cautious of goblin teams. The vehicle is about to be sealed. Before everyone could react, they were pushed out of the car, and the vehicle transformed into a stream of light, entering Lin Mo's watch. So that fork in the road was a secret realm. Are we just too lucky? Lin Mo stroked his chin, feeling that it was indeed a bit absurdly fortunate. Su Qing looked worried. This secret realm doesn't seem to mention time. How do we leave? Lin Mo paused. Would indeed hadn't mentioned that. He opened his watch to check quickly. It still provided a target. Kill count 0-100. It seems this kill count refers to the number of goblins they need to kill. Lin Mo clapped his hands. Alright, according to what it says above, the secret realm is here to provide us with treasure chests. Our primary goal is to find the treasure chests, and he'll leave this task to you, Lin Lingling. Lin Lingling raised her hand. I guarantee the task will be completed. As for the kills, I don't think we need to search specifically for them. Since this forest is named as such, the number won't be scarce. Let's go. The group casually chose a direction and moved forward. Lin Mo looked around, noting that this forest wasn't much different from any they had encountered before. Are goblins creatures from a game? Su Qing asked curiously. Yes, a bunch of green-skinned creatures. Lin Mo thought to himself, thankfully, they weren't the green skins from Warhammer. Otherwise, he wouldn't know if he could survive. Hiss. Goblins are out, so the Warhammer. It shouldn't be that outrageous, right? Wouldn't that mean they don't want anyone to survive? Lin Mo quickly shook his head, not daring to think of it, truly not daring to think. I found a resource box just in the left front woods. Lu Yu looked towards the left front forest. I sensed something in that direction too. It's quite weak, around 6 of them. It seems they have encountered goblins. Get your weapons ready, let's move over there. They passed through the forest, and soon saw the location of the chests, with 3 black iron treasure chests in total. And 6 green-skinned creatures. They were over a meter tall, bare-bodied, wielding all sorts of makeshift weapons. Lin Mo did not expect that such things would actually appear. He did not rush in, but stroked his chin. During the first week, the creatures we faced were all normal beings, the others nodded. In the second week, it seemed like there were some special creatures mixed in. And in the third week, there was just an increase in numbers without anything too strange appearing. Sand people, sand wolves, worms, and even undead creatures appeared. In fact, undead creatures had already shown up on some roads. And now even goblins had emerged. Su Qing's heart stirred. Are you saying that we will encounter similar strange creatures next? Yes, like evil dragons or something. Everyone gasped. If an evil dragon really appeared, they might not be able to handle it. I just said that casually. It might happen in the future, but not necessarily now. Lin Mo waved his hand, and Lu Yu and Lu Nen dashed out. Chu Shi paused, and shook her head helplessly. It's just 6 of them, there's no point in me going. In just a few moments, the 6 goblins were taken care of. Their team's kill count increased by 6. These goblins seemed to be overwhelmingly weak, even weaker than wild wolves. Lu Yu was puzzled. After all, it was already the 4th week, and logically they should be getting stronger. Perhaps there are other dangers waiting for us. We just need to be cautious. Lin Mo instructed Su Qing to strike the treasure chests first, and then he would open them. Opening black iron treasure chest, strength fruit 1, survival coin 1. How could there be such things in this black iron chest? Strength fruit note, consuming it increases strength by 1. Can only consume 5 per day. Items that enhance attributes were only given by his talent before nothing else. Lin Mo recalled carefully, it seemed he hadn't received such items. He turned to the girls. Have we obtained any items that increase attributes from chests or other resources or from the bases? The girls shook their heads. They remembered that there seemed to be none. All attributes were provided by Lin Mo's potions. What's wrong? Su Qing asked. Lin Mo took out a red fruit about the size of a jujube. A fruit that increases strength. This is the first time I've seen it. Su Qing's heart stirred. Did that voice not say, please pay attention to improving your own strength? Could it be that starting this week the items in the treasure chests will change? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, and indeed there was a possibility. He looked back at the items. Could it be that even his talent had changed? Item 1, strength fruit 10. Item 2, random attribute potion 3. Item 3, holy light armor 1. According to the principle of fewer is better, the holy light armor is undoubtedly the best. And indeed it had a 100 suppressive effect on dark creatures. Unfortunately, it was not particularly useful to him now. As for the other 2, the strength fruit needs no mention. Random attribute potion note, consuming it can randomly increase 5 points of an attribute. There are no consumption limits, making this item much better than the strength potion. After choosing the random attribute potion, he used the golden refresh. This time there were no potions, just some food and weapons. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo looked at Su Qing. How many? 20 strength fruits, 15 random potions, 40 physique fruits. Lin Mo stroked his chin. It seemed that the items in the treasure chests had indeed changed. It was just that there hadn't been a high number in the critical hits. And it seemed that his talent had also changed with the situation. He had long sensed that talents could change over time, but it had never been this obvious until now. Let's continue. The goblin forest was vast. Even using a drone, they could not see the end of the forest. Lin Mo even suspected that perhaps this planet was a goblin planet, because they encountered not only green-skinned goblins, but also white, yellow, black, blue, and others. These goblins of different colors possessed different attribute abilities. Or rather magic. These goblins can even use magic. Su Luo exclaimed excitedly. If only we could use magic too. Lin Mo glanced at Su Luo. Isn't your ability a form of magic? Su Luo shook her head. What I have doesn't count. A look at those goblins. Some can even cast 2 different types of magic. What kind of magic is this? She could only heal and nothing else. As for the others, it seemed they didn't have anything special either. Earlier they encountered ones that could spit fire and spray water. However, the damage was quite poor, and the stronger ones could drain a person dry in just 2 uses. And these goblins seemed to have an endless supply. Lin Mo took out a wooden stick with a stone hanging from rough wooden staff. Note has a certain ability to conduct magic power. When Lin Mo obtained this from a goblin, he thought he could also cast so-called magic. But it turned out to be just a boosting tool. Lin Mo's gaze shifted forward. Not far from them, there was a goblin group of 20. Among them 4 could use magic, and in addition there were 3 kinds they had not seen before. The 3 were all dressed with 2 holding wooden sticks, presumably also using magic. As for the last one, it was larger than any goblin, standing about 1.6 to 1.7 meters tall with bulging muscles. It looked like a warrior. What do you think? Lu Yu nodded. The strength of that goblin captain should be about the same as that of the snow monster, but not reaching the strength of the sand people. But the most dangerous ones are those 2 dressed goblins who are smaller in size. Their threat level is somewhat higher than that of the sand people. Then this is not an issue. Let's take action. The explosive revolver appeared in his hand. No danger could withstand a shot from him. The group walked out. When the goblins saw them, it was as if they had seen food, shouting as they charged over. Lu Yu and the others instantly rushed out, wielding their weapons and harvesting the goblins. In the distance, the 2 goblins in clothes holding staffs raised their hands. A bolt of lightning shot out from the staff, moving so fast that Lu Yu could not dodge it. No matter how quickly she reacted, she could not keep up with the speed of the lightning. Bang! However, the blue electric current flowed around Lu Yu before disappearing, causing her no harm. Lu Yu was taken aback. Was that it? It seems this clothing can insulate against lightning, only leaving a slight tingling sensation that quickly dissipated. After all, it was lightning. How could one not feel anything at all? Attack! Kill him! Lin Mo shouted, charging straight out. Since the clothing could insulate against lightning, what was there to fear? After swiftly eliminating their target, they began to collect supplies. True to their numbers, the 20-person team had an abundance of resource boxes, 8 in total. Among them, there were 2 silver treasure chests. Lin Mo was thrilled by this. Especially the items triggered by talents were numerous beyond counting. These items are enough for each of us to increase our attributes by 20 points. By the time we finish here, I estimate each of us can average a 40-point increase in attributes without any problem. Su Qing quickly said, do you think the treasure chests outside will also provide such fruits? Lin Mo rubbed his chin. Based on past experiences, they should. 2 hours later. Kill count 97100. Not far ahead, there was a 5-member goblin team guarding 2 chests. For a full 3 hours they had not encountered a single human team. This was enough to illustrate the vastness of this place. Are we going to attack? Su Qing whispered. Beside her, Su Luo quickly added, what if we kill them and get teleported back immediately? After all, nothing was mentioned this time. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment. That shouldn't be the case, but if we don't kill these goblins, we won't be able to get the chests either. He wasn't just going to open the chests and run. They needed the chests to refresh with new items. At this moment, Lu Yu's eyes lit up. I have a plan. She whispered something to Su Luo, who looked shocked and nodded. Got it. So can I go ahead? Lu Yu looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. Go for it. After all, the gains this time were already sufficient. Even if they went back, they had profited. In the next moment, Lu Yu charged out. The 5 goblins hadn't reacted when 2 of them lost their arms. In the next moment, a green light enveloped the 2. The wounds on the arms of those 2 goblins began to writhe and heal. The 2 goblins were taken aback. What was happening? A minute later, the 5 goblins without arms fell to the ground, trampled underfoot by Lan Shu and the others. Lin Mo twitched his lips. Is this your plan? Lu Yu shrugged. Just check if the kill count has changed. The kill count indeed had not changed. It remained at 97. But was this a bug? Did this mean that even if they killed them this time, they could choose not to leave immediately? Otherwise, based on past experiences, this survival game wouldn't let you exploit a bug. It would definitely choose another method to fix it. Never mind, let's collect the items first. Using this method, they gathered supplies for another half an hour. Just then the ground began to tremble. We're in trouble. Lin Mo guessed that the survival game was about to strike. What is making that noise? Hey, don't worry about it. Kill the 3 goblins on the ground. Lu Yu swiftly struck down the 3 goblins, bringing their kill count to 100. Congratulations on completing the task. Teleportation commencing. A column of white light enveloped their bodies, and through the light Lin Mo saw what was emerging in the distance. It was a horde of goblins, an endless sea of goblins. They could certainly fight them, but there was no need at all. I was scared to death. There are so many goblins. This is forcing us out. How could we possibly kill 100 of them, with so many goblins around? Lin Mo felt this was reasonable. If others were like them, how much good stuff would they have to gather? He raised his wrist to check his watch. It was almost noon. No wonder he was so hungry. Let's eat first. After lunch we'll hit the road. From today onwards we should encounter stations within 500 kilometers, and that's when the trouble begins. Jiang Xia pointed outside. I think the trouble is already here. Should we leave someone to watch? The others looked out the window. Unbeknownst to them, a number of sandy creatures appeared amidst the yellow sand wandering around. Lin Mo frowned. Did this mean that even without treasure chests such creatures would appear here? That could be troublesome. You all go and cook. You'll stay here and keep an eye on things. Lu Nin said, then I'll stay here with you. That works. So the two stayed in the driver's cabin while the others went to prepare lunch. Lin Mo didn't focus on the outside too much since Lu Nin was there. He opened the regional chat channel preparing to see if everyone else was facing the same situation. What's going on? Why are people chatting so strangely today? They probably got into a fight with those creatures. Huh. None of these creatures have come close to me. We only encountered those creatures after finding a treasure chest. Lin Mo stroked his chin, so it turned out to be related to the treasure chests. No, it could also be because they got out of the vehicle. He glanced outside but ultimately decided not to get out. There was no need to get into such trouble for himself. They could discuss it when they encountered a treasure chest. Half an hour later Su Qing came to call them for lunch. We don't need to worry about that for now. We can see from the back window and observe from there. Lin Mo nodded and returned to the living area with Lu Nan. Today's lunch was quite sumptuous. Wow, you all prepared quite a feast today. We have too much stuff. If we don't eat some, we'll have to sell it. Previously, the number of treasure chests was low, so the items harvested daily were limited, and the growth rate wasn't very fast. But recently, the number of treasure chests has been increasing. Not to mention anything else, just the steaks alone numbered 4,000 to 5,000. We plan to sell some of those ordinary foods to exchange for some vehicle upgrade materials. Not to mention anything else, just the steaks alone numbered 4,000 to 5,000. We plan to sell some of those ordinary foods to exchange for some vehicle upgrade materials. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Will those people be willing to exchange? Given the current situation with the treasure chests, obtaining food and water was incredibly easy. Lin Mo nodded. That's true. Speaking of vehicle upgrade materials, Lin Mo suddenly thought of those 10 teams. Lin Mo nodded. That's true. Speaking of vehicle upgrade materials, Lin Mo suddenly thought of those 10 teams. No, in that team, led by Li Xiong. He opened his mailbox, and sure enough there were quite a few emails. Together each type of material weighed a dozen kilograms. Here, take these. Just put them in the vehicle storage after using them. At 1:30 in the afternoon they encountered the first wave of treasure chests. There were 4 in total, which was relatively abundant this time. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. In the goblin forest, the devouring abyss had caught up with quite a few creatures. However, it wasn't a significant problem. They could confine them in place when they reached the station. Get out first, Su Qing. Don't touch the treasure chest. Yet let's observe the situation with these creatures. After Lin Mo and the others got out of the vehicle, they didn't go anywhere, but stood at the edge of the vehicle. The desert creatures continued to wander around nearby, showing no signs of approaching. Perhaps he was mistaken. Lu Yue go to a position 20 meters behind the vehicle. Lu Yu quickly reached the position 20 meters behind the vehicle, but the desert creatures still did not move. Lu Nin go to a position 20 meters in front of the vehicle. Do not touch the treasure chest. Once again there was no movement. Lin Mo stroked his chin, realizing he might have been wrong, or perhaps the information from the regional channel was incorrect. These desert creatures should trigger when someone touches the treasure chest. Su Qing, go touch the chest, but don't pick it up. Sure enough, the moment Su Qing touched the chest, the desert creatures that had been wandering nearby began to move. This time they charged at them at high speed. Prepare for battle. The metal in everyone's hands began to shift, transforming into weapons. Su Luo opened the water pipe at the first opportunity, wetting the ground and the sand nearby. On the other side of the vehicle, Jiang Suya was also wetting the sandy ground with another water pipe. Faced with Lin Mo and the others who had their attributes increased by 50 points, these sandy creatures were no match. No wonder they urged us to improve our strength. These sandy creatures, although stronger than before, are still manageable. So far, every hint given by the survival game has been useful. Whether it was the initial reminder about upgrading the vehicle or the current level increase. 5 minutes later, all the desert creatures were defeated. How many were there in total? Su Luo quickly replied about 30 on this side. I didn't keep count, but it should be over 40 not exceeding 50. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Is this number 5 times the size of the team? Adding it all up, there should be a maximum of over 80 with the team size at 13. 5 times seems off, it's closer to 7 times. Strange. Usually the count is based on the team size, so how was it calculated this time? Is it possible that within a certain range the area around us looks like a circle? Lan Shu said. Lin Mo looked around. There was no need to measure precisely, just looking at the size of the nearest sandy creatures was enough to tell. The sizes of these sandy creatures were almost uniform, indicating that it was indeed a circular area. With this thought, Lin Mo's heart stirred. Lu Yu and Lu Nen, one go 20 meters back, the other go 20 meters forward. This time Su Qing didn't need to touch the chest. Sandy creatures began to come from both sides, even those beyond the range. Seeing this, Lin Mo roughly deduced the situation. Creatures within a 100-meter radius centered on their position would approach. And the 100-meter distance is based on where the personnel are positioned. In other words, if someone stood 100 meters from the vehicle, then the radius of this circle would be 200 meters. Interesting. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo opened all the resource boxes. They each obtained 2 agility fruits and 2 physique fruits. It seems this fruit will become the mainstream item for this journey. Calculating based on this probability, it seems we can gain about 20 points of attributes in a day, which seems quite a lot. Lin Mo shook his head, but you also have to consider how many people are in a small team. If there are 5 people in a team, then the average for each person is about 4 points, which totals only 28 points in a week. And this doesn't account for entering stations or secret realms. Not all stations and secret realms produce treasure chests. If they all did, they wouldn't have enough resources to carry. However, it may not be enough for others, but it is sufficient for them. Lucky us, we triggered 2 tenfold increases. Su Qing smiled slyly. Anyone whose attributes are insufficient, come and get them. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the vehicle came to a screeching halt, and Su Luo quickly shifted into reverse. Why is this station different from the previous ones? There are no treasure chests. Su Luo complained. Previously, although they appeared randomly within 1,000 kilometers, treasure chests would also appear. That way it was easy to spot the station. Isn't it because you weren't paying attention? Su Qing tapped Su Luo's forehead. Su Luo glanced at the small silver pillar on the left. How could I notice something so small? With the yellow sand and the sun, how could I notice such a tiny object? The key point is that she had already increased the vehicle speed to 150 kilometers per hour. That speed was incredibly fast. All right, let's hurry up. Lin Mo opened the car door and quickly got out. Just looking at the text at the station made him frown. It would be fine if it were a secret realm, but how could such a thing appear at a station? The name doesn't seem normal. It resembles something from a technological city. Station border of the Mechanical Empire. Resources, fuel, survival coins, weapons, others, team capacity, 20 danger, level, high time limit 2 hours, only 2 hours, that's quite short. It seems we won't need to confine the devouring abyss. Lin Mo shook his head. That's not the point, it's the name of this station. Su Qing looked at the name and didn't feel there was any problem. Don't you think that the stations we've encountered recently have deviated from Blue Star? That's normal. After all, our strength has also deviated from Blue Star. Even Su Luo, who had lower attributes, could easily throw a punch weighing over a ton, and those creatures could withstand several punches. Don't even mention the emergence of a mechanical empire. Even if they told her that their next stop was to slay dragons, she wouldn't find it surprising. Hearing Su Qing say this, Lin Mo thought it over seriously and realized she was right. All right then, let's set off. The two returned to the vehicle, and Su Luo quickly started the engine, turning onto the highway inside. A few minutes later, the surrounding yellow sand gradually disappeared, replaced by metallic ruins. In the next moment, explosions rang out from all around, and missiles fell from the sky. The road beneath the vehicle also vanished. Let's get out. Once outside, Su Qing stowed the vehicle. She looked back. The road is gone. How do we get out? Lin Mo stroked his chin. I'm not sure, and there's no hint at all. Based on past experiences, it's likely we can only leave when the time is up. Otherwise, they would have given some hint. It's just that this time they didn't provide that kind of hint. But it shouldn't be far. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously. What should we do? Su Luo shouted loudly. The recent shells had just fallen not far ahead, and the explosions left their eardrums ringing painfully. It's only because their attributes are high enough, otherwise they might not be able to withstand it. Since it's called the Mechanical Empire's border, they must have come with the troops, and we are surrounded by robots, so we must belong to this faction. Lin Mo looked toward the city ahead, thinking the target must be here. But there are also robots on the opposite side. We can't worry about that now. Let's charge ahead and figure it out later. Lin Mo picked up a cannon barrel from the ground and fired a shell into the distance, blowing up a troop transport vehicle. Damn. This thing has such great destructive power, we should save more of these. Su Qing nodded, putting the cannon barrel into her backpack. Just as Lin Mo thought, the troops quickly entered the city, taking only half an hour. This means they have an hour and a half to search for supplies. However, this area had become the main battlefield, with buildings occasionally collapsing. No way, what if we go in and the building collapses? Lan Shu asked, looking at the distant collapsing houses. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. This station was not what he had imagined. It can only be said that this is indeed a high-risk station, not so easy to handle. Lin Mo gazed at the distance. Do you see that? Are there humans over there? I see them. Su Qing quickly replied. Looks like the factions are divided here. Lin Mo observed the girls. A black eagle insignia was on their chests, and he had one too. At first he thought this insignia was to help robots identify friend from foe. Now it seems that this is indeed a faction symbol. Ultimately, he abandoned the idea of sending Lu Yu over to kill the enemies. Let's search around here. Ultimately, he abandoned the idea of sending Lu Yu over to kill the enemies. Let's search around here, we don't have much time anyway. The core of the city was engulfed in constant battle, and it took a full hour before a ceasefire was called. At this point, there were still half an hour left before they had to leave, and the entire world felt as though it had been paused. By the way, is this half hour just for us? Hard to say. Let's go out and take a look. The group stepped outside the building only to see the city center leveled to the ground. In the distance, the robots all seemed to be resting or waiting to replenish their ammunition. Let's go check. As they approached the core area, Lin Lingling suddenly spoke up. There are significant resource reactions among the ruins. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. It was indeed true. Let's go see what resources there are. Arriving at a ruined area, Lin Mo transformed his metal into a shovel and soon uncovered a wooden box. This was not a resource box, just an ordinary box, and inside were dozens of survival coins. The items were nice, but this felt a bit stingy. After opening several locations with significant resource reactions, they were mostly the same kind of thing. Lin Mo sighed. The items here are truly lacking. Bang! Clang! Lin Mo set down his shield and looked toward the source of the bullets. A white man with yellow hair pulled the trigger once again. How audacious! Lu Yue, kill him. He was already annoyed, and this guy dared to make a move. Lin Mo thought with only half an hour left he wouldn't interact with these people. Grabbing a few things to take back would be enough. Goodness, these people were practically asking for death, so he couldn't be blamed. Lu Yu's figure approached swiftly like a specter. What the hell? Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down, yet not a single one grazed Lu Yu's clothing. With a couple of swift strikes, Lu Yu dispatched two figures. After their deaths, two metal chunks were left behind. Lu Yu picked them up, noticing a white liquid in the center. Seeing the text displayed on it, Lu Yu was taken aback. Could this station be like that? She quickly returned to the team and handed the two metal pieces to Lin Mo. Energy Core remarks after absorption, all attributes 11. Energy Core remarks after absorption, all attributes 6. Lin Mo stroked his chin, noting the different attribute increases. Are you saying that these items dropped after they died? Exactly. That's quite strange. These things look like robot parts. How could they drop when humans die? Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps some settings changed after they entered the battlefield, the factions. So at this station, those so-called resources were not important at all. What mattered was the slaughter between the two sides. How much longer until it ends? 15 minutes left. Lu Yu, can you sense their location? I can, but there are only two within range. 2 is enough. Let's go hunt them down. Damn, so close. Lin Mo slammed the steering wheel in frustration. They initially eliminated 2, then found 5 more, but by the time they arrived and killed 3 of them, a flash of white light sent them back. No worries, I was quite lucky this time, triggering 2 times 10-fold critical hits. We now have 30 of these things. Su Qing quickly said. It somewhat made up for their losses. Lin Mo sighed. This station didn't clarify anything. If they had told me earlier, I wouldn't have waited for the battle to end. Of course, Lin Mo was merely voicing frustrations. These two mechanical empires had quite formidable combat abilities. Though they both used firearms, there were significant differences. At 6:30 in the evening, the sky gradually turned red as the sun began to set in the distance. We've already traveled 300 kilometers. The new station is about to arrive. Lin Mo tapped on the armrest. This station's speed is indeed fast. 2 stations can be reached in a day. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Lin Mo glanced at his watch. It's both good and bad. The good is that we can acquire more resources. The bad is that the consumption of survival coins increases, but for us, it's not a bad thing. Just the minor consumption of the abyss of devouring isn't even enough for Jiang Suya's use. Su Qing looked outside. It's getting dark soon. Yeah, it's getting dark. Let's hurry up and eat, and after we finish we'll continue on our way. At 7 darkness fell, and the group sat down at the dining table. Initially, everyone wasn't too anxious as the speed was fast and the distance close. However, Su Qing soon noticed something was off. Look outside, isn't the sky brightening? The group turned to look. The night that should have been pitch black was now emanating a yellowish glow. Lin Mo set down his utensils and hurried to the window to look outside, unable to help but gasp in astonishment. What on earth is happening out there? The moon hung in the sky, which was nothing unusual, but what was this earth-colored moonlight? Moreover, how could a single moon emit such bright light? Several women approached, staring at the bright light outside in shock. Wait, this can't be like the red moon, can it? Lan Shu said hurriedly. Lin Mo glanced at the creatures in the distance, taking a sharp breath. In the desert ahead, many creatures had already disappeared. However, there were more earth-colored creatures. It was unclear whether this was due to the moonlight, or if these creatures simply looked like this. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that these creatures seemed to have grown larger. Haven't their distances changed? Lu Yu shook her head. The threat level has increased, but their positions remain the same. That means they have grown larger. What is going on? Let's take turns eating, and leave someone to watch. Jiang Xia and Lin Lingling quickly raised their hands. Their combat power was lacking. They wouldn't be able to fight even if it came to that. They could only assist. Alright, you all stay to keep watch. If they come near, just call us. This time, everyone ate faster. They couldn't afford to be slow. What if these creatures mutated? While quickly eating, Lin Mo opened the world channel. No need to check the regional channel. Since he encountered it here, others must have encountered it too. He wanted to see if it was only them affected, or if it was happening everywhere. What the hell is this moon? The blue is terrifying. My moon is green, like I've gone to the underworld. Could it be like the red moon, where these creatures are about to go berserk? Can you believe it? Here it's as bright as day. As expected, tonight the nights everywhere had turned out. It was unclear if it was just today, or if every night would be like this from now on. After finishing their meal, everyone went to the cockpit. Although the creatures had grown larger and posed a higher threat, they showed no signs of attacking. Will it be like during the day, where these creatures only attack when we approach the box? Perhaps Su Luo drive the vehicle. The vehicle started and the creatures around remained still, which relieved Lin Mo. As long as nothing unexpected happened, that was fine. Lu Yu, what do you think their threat level is, eh? Lu Yu stroked her chin. It's hard to say, but it should have increased by 3 to 5 times compared to during the day. 3 to 5 times. Lin Mo stroked his chin. He could accept that. Soon a box appeared before them, a golden box. However, at this moment, Lin Mo had lost interest in the box. After getting out of the vehicle, his gaze focused on the left area. Su Luo and Jiang Suya start the water and fill the surroundings. Yes. 2 hoses began to spray water. Lin Mo was in no rush and simply waited. After more than 10 minutes, 2 small ponds of several dozen square meters appeared on both sides of the road. According to experiences during the day, this would be enough. He glanced at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. Time couldn't be wasted any longer. Su Qing go pack. Just like during the day, when Su Qing touched the box, the yellow sand creatures moved. But this time these creatures ran incredibly fast, shaking the ground. The sand people approached, and their size grew larger, reaching about 5 to 6 meters. As they drew near, one stepped into the puddle, merely tilting its foot, without turning into sand water as it did during the day. Attack! Sand people, sand wolves, sand scorpions. Various creatures gathered in greater numbers. Bang! Lin Mo was sent flying by the massive fist of a sand person. Landing on the ground, Lin Mo spat out a mouthful of saliva. This thing really packs a punch. Although it didn't harm him, other teams were not so fortunate. At this moment, the number of people in the regional channel decreased again. Lin Mo took out his burst pistol. Bang! The sand person exploded instantly. He couldn't find where the core was, but since it was blown up, the core must have shattered as well. Switch to heat weapons. Don't be afraid to waste bullets. In an instant, gunfire erupted. If he couldn't find it, then he would take a gamble. After more than 20 minutes, 2 piles of sand accumulated on both sides of the road, but were soon submerged by water. Lin Mo patted the sand off his body. Get in the vehicle. Returning to the vehicle, the women exhaled deeply. This battle was more difficult than any previous one. These yellow sand creatures' cores are always running around. It's not as good as that icy road from earlier. Biologically, that side is indeed better, but the movement speed is too slow. Lin Mo shook his head. If the movement speed were a bit faster, he wouldn't have left there. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Should we go back? The women quickly shook their heads. Forget it, the movement speed there was too slow. It was really not better than here. Let's keep moving forward. We'll soon reach the station. The last 100 meters couldn't be that dire, right? Indeed, it wasn't that dire. they encountered a station after 10 kilometers. But just as they got out of the vehicle to check, the yellow sand creatures gathered once again. Damn. During the day at the station, these creatures didn't approach at all. Should we drive straight away? Lin Mo's mouth twitched as he pointed to the station. The road is covered with yellow sand. We can't get down there. As those desert creatures acted, the road beneath was covered by a layer of yellow sand. If they entered that small road below now, they would most likely get lost. They could only deal with these yellow sand creatures first. This time, however, they directly used heat weapons, so before the desert creatures could come close, they had already dealt with them. Lin Mo put away his weapon. It seems that from now on, heat weapons will be the mainstream. It's really strange switching between heat weapons and cold weapons. Oh, what is that about? It's much better than having no weapons at all. Lin Mo stroked his chin. I shouldn't encounter that kind of situation, right? Do you want to see what the convoy on the sea road encountered? Let's forget that. Lin Mo had already made up his mind he could go to any road next, but he couldn't go to the sea road. It was said that those on the sea road faced daily mental attacks. Although not many died there, many went insane. Lin Mo touched his mask. While it could resist mental attacks, he didn't dare to try it. Alright, let's get ready to set off. He reached the station and looked at the station's information. After reading it, he understood. Just as I thought, this station being there is both good and bad. It has a duration of a full 10 hours. 10 hours, the devouring abyss can move 800 kilometers during that time. Moreover, it seems to be a primary material production station. If you enter, you'll need to spend survival coins to bind the devouring abyss. If you don't enter, your vehicle upgrades will be stalled. However, before entering, Lin Mo first restrained the devouring abyss for 10 hours. This time it took quite a toll, but to Lin Mo, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Go in. After dealing with those yellow sand creatures, a gust of wind suddenly appeared, sweeping away the yellow sand on the small path. The vehicle entered the yellow sand highway. Soon a small sandstorm emerged. Once the sandstorm passed, a town appeared before everyone. Is this the desert city? It seems there's no way to obtain materials here. The town looked quite large, about the size of a city, but most were two-story small buildings. However, the surfaces of these small buildings appeared to be made of yellow earth, not typical construction. There were windows, but only one per building, and not a single piece of glass was seen. It was clearly impossible to obtain materials in such a place. Those vehicles that entered here would probably regret it. Among all resources, others are postponed to the last. Su Qing shook her head. In the past, others were also postponed, but it was never this bad. When the vehicle just entered, Lin Lingling pointed to the left front. That area has resources 2 types in quantity. Let's go and take a look. Soon, guided by Lin Lingling, the vehicle stopped in front of a 3-story small building. Reaching the 3rd floor, a red fruit was placed on a dirt table. A fruit of power. Lan Shu looked at the dirt table, dirt bed, and dirt wardrobe in the room, swallowing hard. Don't you all feel something strange here? What is strange? It seems like an underground tomb. Lin Mo stroked his chin, surveying the entire room. Hearing Lan Shu's words, it did look somewhat like that. He approached the window and looked at the sky above. A pale yellow moon still hung there with stars twinkling in the sky. If it's a tomb, it doesn't seem like one. Or rather, could it be that the survival game moved a certain tomb here? There's a possibility of that. Lin Mo pointed to the items on the table. Let's take the things first. Even if it's a tomb, it isn't a problem for us. Gather the weapons. The threat level of this station was still high, but the convoy only had 5 vehicles. To be honest, Lin Mo had already given up on obtaining cores from these vehicles. Currently, his vehicle's core had already been upgraded to LV7. However, the upgrades to the cores behind it did not bring any noticeable changes. If it weren't for the vehicle upgrades requiring the vehicle's core level, he wouldn't even bother to look for those poor souls. Let's go, we continue searching. 3 hours later. No wonder it took 10 hours, this place is too big. Su Luo exclaimed. She had already lost track of how long she had been driving when short the vehicle had been moving through the city the entire time. Earlier, Lin Mo had gone to a 3-story building, and through the binoculars he could see that it was endless. By the way, what is that tall building in the farthest distance? It might be the core of the entire town, Lin Mo speculated. At first they did not see that building, they only discovered it after climbing onto the rooftop. As for why it was called tall, it was indeed very tall. The entire town was filled with small buildings, and only that one occupied a large area standing at least 5 stories high. It was impossible to ignore. As for how large it was, it could only be said that it occupied at least over 10,000 square meters. After all, it was clearly visible from such a distance. Lin Mo even suspected that other teams would probably come over after seeing it. Lin Lingling asked, "Aren't we going to take those resources?" "We've got plenty of time, let's not worry about it for now, and discuss it when we return." 20 minutes later, the distant building finally came into view. Based on our travel time, it's about 200 kilometers from when we entered to here. This distance can no longer be considered a city. Su Qing said. This is a survival world, we can't look at it by common logic. Su Qing nodded, agreeing with that. Soon the distant building grew larger, while the small buildings around it became fewer. Lin Lingling suddenly sat up straight, looking at the distant building. There are many resources. Every floor of this building has plenty of resources. This resource was more than any they encountered on their way here. Looks like we came to the right place. Luiwei, are there any other vehicles coming? None within sensing range. Lin Mo nodded. Either these vehicles did not discover it, or they had given up on this place. However, the latter possibility was low. Creak. The vehicle came to a stop. After getting out, Su Qing asked, should we put the vehicle away? Of course we need to put it away. After Su Qing secured the vehicle, everyone entered the building through the front door. The room was large, the windows small, and without moonlight the interior was very dark. Even though their eyes could see some things in the dark, they could not see clearly. At that moment the door behind them creaked. The next moment the brightest light disappeared. Bang! Bang! Groups of green flames ignited on the ground, illuminating the entire room in a green hue. Su Luo shrank her body, slowly moving to Lin Mo's side. We must have entered the underworld, right? I don't know if it's the underworld, but after all you've been through, what is there to fear? This isn't about experience. No matter how much you've been through, fear is still fear, Su Luo helplessly retorted. Is this how it works? Lin Lingling suddenly said, the resources are on the second floor, not the first. Then let's find the entrance to the second floor. That door ahead should be it. Just as Lin Mo was about to move forward, the rigid ground suddenly became soft. Get to the shield. The best way to deal with quicksand is to stand on a board to increase the area. Fortunately, this wasn't serious quicksand, and they were still close to the entrance, not in the center. In the center, the yellow sand sank about 4 to 5 meters. A rumbling sound kept resounding. Lin Mo took out the explosive revolver, aiming at the center. After about 10 seconds, the sound grew louder, and the surrounding yellow sand began to gather towards the center. Lin Mo threw one shield after another behind him. Jump over. Everyone hurriedly jumped back, collecting the original shields as they jumped. Using this method, everyone made it back to the edge of the door. It was also one of the few rigid surfaces. A massive worm with a diameter of 7 to 8 meters burrowed up from the ground. It opened its large mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and emitted a piercing screech towards Lin Mo and the others. Zizi. This was the first time they had heard the sound of a worm. Whoosh. A large mass of yellow rubber flew through the air, precisely entering the worm's mouth. With such a large mouth, anyone could throw accurately. Following that, a booming sound erupted from the giant worm's mouth, and red patches appeared on its earthy skin. Crash! The giant worm was sliced in half and fell to the ground. Su Luo blinked in disbelief. Isn't that too quick? After all, it's a carbon-based life form, and that's 10 kilograms of TNT. If that doesn't kill it, we might not stand a chance. Lin Mo shrugged. It was impossible for it to survive. It just required a bit more time. So far, the survival game had not introduced any creature that couldn't be killed. Even peculiar creatures like the sand people had fatal weaknesses. It was merely a matter of whether one could discover them. As the worm died, the sand on the ground settled. However, Lin Mo chose not to cross directly, but to navigate around the few hard surfaces along the wall. Safety first. A few minutes later, they arrived at an archway without a door. Entering, they found a staircase made of earth. There were many steps. Over 40, which seemed unreasonable. The group climbed from the first floor to the second. As soon as they entered, they saw green fire basins scattered across the floor. It looked just like the first floor with no differences. Against the opposite wall, rows of earth platforms held supplies. Lin Lingling pointed at the platforms. The supplies are all there in large quantities, but there are no treasure chests, nor anything on top. Lin Mo squinted to look, but it was too far to discern what they were. He waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter as long as we have these. We haven't encountered a treasure chest since entering. Had they found one, he would have had Su Luo stop the car long ago. Let's go, we should head down first. Lin Mo looked down at his feet. He was standing on black stone slabs, each 1 meter square, arranged in 4 rows, and ahead lay yellow earth slabs. However, this time it shouldn't turn into yellow sand. Just as they stepped onto the yellow slabs, a loud crash suddenly echoed from behind. The group turned to see an iron gate slamming shut. In the next moment, a series of thuds followed. Metal bars appeared over the few windows surrounding them. Looks like once we reach this level, we can only go upwards. On the first floor, only the main door was locked, but the windows were still accessible. Meanwhile, the ground transformed back into yellow sand. This time the group did not take out their shields, but jumped back onto the black stone slabs. What the hell, this is the second floor? How can there still be yellow sand? Lunin complained. Lin Mo immediately thought of the staircase they had just climbed. The height appeared significant at first glance, but the actual height was only 6 to 7 meters. Each step was quite tall, around 40 centimeters, meaning the second floor was roughly 16 meters above the first. Subtracting for the height of the layers, the thickness of the floor was estimated to be around 10 meters. Thus it wasn't hard to understand why it turned to yellow sand. Just be prepared, the next 3 levels should be similar. Everyone get your weapons ready. The group quickly drew their firearms. Su Luo looked at Lin Mo. Should we blow it up again? If it's a worm, then yes. However, this time it wasn't a worm, but humanoid creatures clad in heavy armor wielding long spears. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets struck the heavy armor, leaving only dents without inflicting any substantial damage. Even when Lu Yu shot bullets through the gaps, it couldn't halt the advance of these armored warriors. As for Lin Mo's explosive revolver, it was ineffective as well. Can't kill them. What do we do now? Lin Mo shook his head. It's impossible for them to be invulnerable. There's definitely a way. Stay alert. Lin Mo gathered a long knife in his right hand and commanded spread out. The number of heavy armored warriors was not large, only about 50. They moved slowly, so they posed little threat. Whoosh. Arrows from crossbows flew at an incredible speed. Snap. Snap. The arrows struck the masks, causing Lin Mo's face to sting. This was the first time Lin Mo experienced pain. Be careful of those arrows. 10 minutes later, Su Luo suddenly shouted, "There's a yellow gem behind those armors." In the beam of Su Luo's flashlight, a yellow stone the size of a thumb appeared. Under the light, it emitted a faint yellow glow. And each piece of armor had one. Lu Yu immediately pulled out her handgun, needing no extra aim. She raised her hand and fired. Crack. A crack appeared in the yellow crystal, but it didn't shatter, and the armored warrior continued moving. Bang. Lu Yu fired again. The yellow crystal shattered completely, and the moving armor seemed to lose its support, collapsing to the ground. Crash. After one success, the rest became manageable. Lin Mo and the others attracted the attention, while Lu Yu focused on attacking. Lu Nan and Chu Shi stood beside Lu Yu to prevent the armored beings from getting close. After a dozen minutes, all the armor lay in the yellow sand. This armor has such strong defense, should we take it? Lin Mo raised his hand and shot, causing the armor, which could withstand bullets, to shatter instantly. The impressive part isn't the armor, but that yellow crystal. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. If we could obtain that crystal, we might be able to install it on the vehicle, though I'm not sure if it would fit. This thing doesn't seem like a component. It probably wouldn't be installable. Lin Mo, come here and take a look. There are many fruits here. Su Luo waved eagerly. When Lin Mo reached Su Luo's side, he saw 3 tables made of earth, each displaying fruits of 3 different colors. There were indeed quite a few, with 10 on each table. These items, once handled by Su Qing, could at least yield 20. In addition, there were other supplies on the tables. Basic necessities like food, water, and fuel occupied most of the space. After that were materials for vehicle upgrades, and finally, there were 500 survival coins on the table. Sure enough, good things are all here. Lu Yu looked towards the large door in the middle. If the second floor is this good, I wonder what the 5th floor holds. I don't know, the items must be great, but the quantity will definitely decrease. Su Qing gathered all the items, and after Lin Lingling confirmed there were no items left, the group proceeded to the 3rd level. Walking through the grand entrance, the familiar 40 steps lay before them. I hope the upper floor is not the same as the one below, one said. I reckon it's similar. Each level seems to be stronger than the last. Lin Mo furrowed his brows, saying, if we encounter the armored warriors, we should first look for the crystal stones. The women nodded in agreement. Having learned from their first experience, it would be much easier to search this time. Soon they arrived at the 3rd floor. The difference between this level and the previous 2 was quite significant. Instead of the braziers on the ground, the walls were now illuminated by torches. This time the torches emitted a normal flame, no longer green. Besides the doors on either side, all the windows had vanished. As before, upon entering, the metal door behind them slammed shut, sealing off their last exit. They waited, but there were no changes in the room. Su Luo looked at the ground before him, saying, should we step on it? Perhaps you go ahead, someone suggested. Su Luo stepped onto the yellow board, which instantly transformed into yellow sand, covering the entire floor. Then 10 even taller black-armored figures emerged from the ground. Spread out and look for the yellow. The women quickly scattered. However, these black-armored figures were completely different from those on the 2nd floor. Each of the 10 warriors chose a target. They did not give the group a chance to check behind them. But they were outnumbered, and since they were across the way, they could see the targets ahead, even if they couldn't see their own. However, they did not find the yellow crystals. There's no vigilance behind us, Lin Mo remarked, raising an eyebrow, unable to believe the lack of alertness. But now was not the time for such thoughts as the armored figures were already closing in. Let's fight first and talk later. Bang. Boom. Bang. The battle commenced, strikes landing on legs, feet, and even helmets. Lin Mo attacked every part, even shattering them. However, there was nothing inside the armor. Moreover, the armor quickly reformed after being broken. It was certain that these armors had a core. Soon Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the silver metal core at the center of the armor. He crouched down, inserting his long knife into the gap of the core, and forcefully pried it open. A core the size of a palm appeared in his sight. Cleverly hidden, placed in such a spot, no wonder it's in their core. Pry it open. Once he found the location, everything became easier. However, this palm-sized yellow crystal was indeed quite large, and shattering it took considerable time. Half an hour later they arrived at the Earth platform. The items this time are indeed much better, but this single fruit can increase attributes by 5 points, a 5-fold increase. The only downside is the quantity. There are only 6 in total. Even if we score a critical hit, it won't be enough. But it's still quite good. Here food and fuel have disappeared, leaving only vehicle upgrade materials. Lan Shu looked at the upgrade materials on the table, saying, "But our vehicle should be ready for upgrades." Yes, combined with the original materials, this is enough. Pack up the items, and let's continue. The 4th floor revealed 2 gigantic worms. Lin Mo promptly threw out 2 TNTs. These were easier to deal with than the armored warriors. The items here were 9-5 fruits, but the vehicle upgrade materials had vanished, replaced by a LV5 vehicle core, a meager substitute. Finally, they arrived at the 5th floor. Compared to the other levels, this room was somewhat smaller, and the ceiling was lower, only a bit over 4 meters high. The floor was no longer a wooden board, but black stone slabs. Su Qing looked at the clay sculptures on both sides, saying, "Our target this time can't possibly be these things, can it?" "Yes, it should be. Everyone be careful. This level seems rather complex." Lin Mo's gaze focused. There sat a figure clad in golden armor on a massive golden chair. It was hard to tell whether it was made of metal. Just as Lin Mo took 2 steps forward, the figure's eyes suddenly shone with golden light. "Intruders must die." A voice, as if several voices merged, resonated from the distant armor. The golden armored figure stood up, holding a long spear. As it rose, a significant amount of yellow sand began to pour from its armor onto the ground. With its movement, the yellow sand increased on the ground. No wonder there were no wooden boards here. At the same time, the armored warriors on either side, holding shields and spears, also stood up. Under the illumination of the firelight, a faint yellow halo glowed. Spread out, look for weaknesses. With less space, the area to evade had significantly reduced. "Kill!" The large golden armored figure yelled out. The armored warriors on either side dropped to one knee, shields lifted, spears held horizontally. In the next moment, the armored warriors charged forward. "Retreat!" The armored figures passed each other, and Lin Mo's group had already fallen back. Su Qing glanced at the ground, then at the armored figures turning on either side. "Lin Mo, look at the ground. The gaps in these stone slabs are quite large. They must be moving through these gaps." Lin Mo stared at the gaps in the ground, puzzled. If that were true, this level was even less formidable than— Let's take another look. As long as they stepped onto the black stone slabs ahead, the armored figures would charge. Just as Su Qing said, these armored figures moved through the gaps below. Lin Mo took a deep breath. If that were the case, things would be much simpler. He pulled out several grenades, but then switched them for TNT. Whoosh. 8 TNTs were thrown out in quick succession. "Raise shields, take cover." Boom. A massive explosion shattered all the flooring. However, the situation was not as they had imagined. Crack. Crack. The entire floor was utterly destroyed. The massive golden figure fell to the 4th floor, but they too fell from their position. Seal lifted. The golden armored figure looked at its hands, then turned its gaze to Lin Mo, saying, "My soldiers, kill them." With a wave of its hand, the half-kneeling armored figures descended from a platform. Then from the yellow sand, new golden armored figures continuously emerged. They formed 3 rows, eyeing Lin Mo and his companions, ready to charge at any moment. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. He seemed to have increased the difficulty. He should have known better than to try to make things easier. Given the fragility of those stone slabs, it was likely that cold weapons would suffice. Spread out, look for weaknesses. Lin Lingling looked up at the ceiling, asking, could it be that thing? The group looked up, surprised to find that the ceiling had disappeared at some point, revealing a yellow sphere emitting a soft yellow glow. Lin Mo raised his hand, and a bursting revolver appeared in his grasp. "Luiyue, let's attack together." The two simultaneously pulled the trigger. 2 revolvers fired bullets at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. 3 shots rang out, followed by 6 explosions. The yellow sphere above them cracked, and the fissures grew larger. "No!" A piercing voice emerged from the golden armored figure ahead. Both the golden-armored man and the others in golden armor showed cracks on their bodies. Yellow sand continuously flowed from these armored figures. As the surface shattered with a loud crash, the golden-armored men also crumbled. Everything ended so simply. Is it over? Su Luo rubbed his eyes. Such a powerful enemy fell just because the yellow crystal above shattered. It seems that the yellow crystal is the key item controlling the entire area. It's a pity that I couldn't get my hands on it. Didn't you notice before? Lin Mo looked at Lin Lingling. Lin Lingling shook her head. I didn't feel it until the ceiling shattered. It can only be said that it was fate. If it weren't for Lin Mo using TNT, the ceiling might not have exploded. If it hadn't exploded, they wouldn't have been able to deal with the 5th level. But how do we get up there? They were currently on the 4th level, and the 5th level was a full 20 meters. Use the grappling hook. Everything fell down except for that stone platform, which was simply absurd. In the entire 5th level, there was only one stone platform, and no one knew what it was. Soon, using the grappling hook, Su Qing stored the item in her backpack. The first thing she did upon coming down was to take it out. Intelligence Enhancement Potion Note. After use, intelligence attribute unlocks and increases by 5 points. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised there was an intelligence attribute. But what use is this? At least he couldn't use it. Never mind, he'll just use it, and see why worry about it. How many critical hits? 2x. Well, it's better than nothing. At 10 o'clock at night, everyone returned to the road and quickly got into the car. Once in the car, Lin Mo glanced outside. Under the earthy yellow glow, those creatures were indeed lost. However, their strength was significantly weaker than those at the station. Thinking this way, it wasn't unacceptable. All right, prepare a midnight snack, then we'll divide the spoils tonight. The girls were already hungry. The little dinner they had was long consumed in the battle. But at this moment, the girls were also quite tired, so they all took quick meals. Even instant food was better than other teams. At the dining table, no one spoke, only the sounds of eating could be heard. 20 minutes later, Su Luo leaned back in his chair, rubbing his stomach. Hey, I've noticed that I've eaten so much lately, yet I haven't gained any weight. Lin Mo was speechless. They were in a survival world, yet she was still concerned about her figure. He really couldn't understand what these girls were thinking. With daily battles and such high consumption, not to mention. Su Qing glanced at Lin Mo. At night the consumption would be even greater. How could one possibly gain weight? Was all that sweat for nothing? Alright, we finished eating. Let's take out the attribute fruits and start dividing them. All the small ones are distributed, while Lin Mo took the large ones. After using those, Lin Mo's attributes increased by another 40 points. Now his total attribute points were already close to 200 points. With the bonus from Meng Di, it could reach 400 points. Lin Mo stroked his chin, his gaze involuntarily drifting to Lan Shu. Lan Shu was already accustomed to such gazes. Are you going? We'll talk later. There's still time. Lin Mo casually replied, noting that Lan Shu was not thinking that way, but rather contemplating her talent. This won't do. He was only gaining 1 attribute point per day, which was no longer sufficient. His gaze turned to the last one, who joined by Li. Hopefully they could encounter a platinum treasure chest later, and then apply the effects triggered by her onto the platinum treasure chest. Perhaps they could obtain a card that enhances level talents. After upgrading Lan Shu's talent level, it might increase her attributes even more. Otherwise, with Lan Shu's talent, he would need at least 30 points. But how many days had passed? Moreover, as time went on, his attributes kept increasing. The number of days needed would also increase. It's too difficult. Lin Mo's gaze landed on the 2 bottles of intelligence potions on the table. He pushed one of the potions towards Lu Yue. You should use this. Lu Yue was taken aback. I don't need intelligence, do I? Lin Mo shook his head. No one knows what intelligence is. For you as the strongest in the combat profession, you should definitely use it. In comparison among combat professions, Lu Yue ranked first, Lu Nen second, and Lan Shu third. No, now there was also Bai Li. Bai Li should rank third. Her mental power effect was indeed quite impressive. After everything was divided, Lin Mo took Lan Shu back to the room. The next morning the vehicles set off on time. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, feeling somewhat fatigued. Su Qing smirked. What's wrong? Are you already tired? Lin Mo glared at Su Qing irritably. Isn't this your fault? Su Qing raised an eyebrow. What does this have to do with me? I just came to accompany you. Lin Mo rolled his eyes, recalling the scenes from last night. It was supposed to be over, but Su Qing came over in the middle of the night. She was wearing a full-speed attack set. How could he resist that? His attributes had increased, but the girl's attributes had also risen, which was quite troublesome. Lin Mo raised his wrist. Survival Day 23, temperature 42°C 53, sea time 0911, devouring abyss. 80kmh. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and asked, should we upgrade the vehicle's level here directly? It seems there are no service areas now. But according to previous upgrading experiences, this upgrade will likely take 24 hours. Su Qing looked outside. By then these creatures will definitely attack us. It was like this last time. That is indeed a problem. They could definitely handle it, but it would be a hassle. If they didn't upgrade now, it would still be troublesome in the future. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Why not find a place without time limits? But such stations were too few and could easily lead to accidents. I think we can wait a bit longer. Given our current situation, we can handle most scenarios. Lin Mo nodded, deciding to wait a bit longer. Perhaps they would encounter a good place later. Soon the first wave of resource boxes arrived. Lin Mo quickly looked over, spotting 1 gold chest and 2 black iron chests. Lin Mo sighed. What? You don't want the golden treasure chest anymore. It's not that I don't want it, but I want a platinum treasure chest. After collecting the resources from the box, the vehicle continued on its way. Lin Mo kept a close watch on the situation outside the window. However, paying attention to this situation was of no use. Once the vehicle is upgraded, a large number of creatures will inevitably attack them from all directions. It has nothing to do with whether there are creatures here. Stop looking, let's wait for next week. In Su Qing's opinion, no matter where they are, they will encounter these creatures. Next week the intensity of the creatures will definitely increase, so it's better to do it now. The station has arrived. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the windshield. They saw a station sign appear ahead. The further back we go, the more random the station signs appear. This one is about to fall off. Lin Mo complained. In the first week the station signs looked like bus stops. Starting from the second week the station signs turned into large panels placed inside. By the third week, they directly transformed into those old-fashioned bus stop signs. A metal pole with a tin plate hanging from it. Next week they might not even get a sign. As everyone got out of the vehicle, the surrounding creatures charged at them as before. With everyone's combat strength increasing, these creatures were simply not enough. Especially with Lin Mo empowered by Meng Di, he could smash the sand creatures with a single punch without needing any weapons. After dealing with these annoying creatures, Lin Mo finally approached the station sign to check the station information. Station: Golden Underground Palace. Resources: Survival Coins. Components: Others. Team Capacity 50. Danger Level: High. Time Limit: None. Another station without a time limit. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Moreover, it's an underground palace. It looks like another maze. Indeed, no wonder there is no time limit. It seems we will have to find the exit. No, it could also be about collecting resources. Lin Mo paused. If that's the case, can we upgrade the vehicle level? Places like this generally aren't dangerous. But it says the danger level is high. Could it be similar to what we encountered earlier? Lin Mo rubbed his chin, admitting that Su Qing had a point. If it were like the previous location, the danger level would be much higher than outside. Especially the last golden armored man, whose strength was extraordinary and crucially couldn't be killed. What's wrong? Lan Shu and the others approached. Lin Mo shared his thoughts. Lan Shu pondered for a moment and said, "We can explore first. Once we've explored sufficiently, we can decide what to do." Lin Mo nodded. He thought the same. 10 minutes later, inside the Golden Underground Palace. A 3-meter-wide passageway the vehicle could definitely not pass through. Lin Mo had anticipated this. However, this time they didn't say anything again. Oh, it seems this situation will become the norm. So how are we going to leave? Are we looking for an exit, or? Let's see as we go. There will definitely be hints. Lin Mo surveyed the passage before him, where torches flickered with a dim yellow light on the walls. However, under such illumination, both the walls and the ground, as well as the ceiling, shimmered with a faint golden metallic glow. Lin Mo crouched down, touched the ground, then took out his long knife and stabbed it into the ground. The surface was as soft as tofu, easily sliced open. No way, it really is gold. It's gold, but only this surface layer. Beneath the gold was just ordinary. Unfortunately, gold was of little use to them. Lin Mo only took 2 pieces and put them in his backpack as a memento. If only the map component could be used. I suspect this narrow passageway was designed to prevent us from using it. There's no need to think about that. We have Lu Yu and Lin Lingling. Lin Mo looked at the two, but they both shook their heads. Alright, it seems their talents are being restricted again. However, this situation was somewhat normal. The passage ahead was not long, and soon they reached the end. Turning left into a new passage, a massive room appeared before them. Are we getting ready to fight? Su Luo's gaze glanced at the sides, momentarily stunned. They saw rectangular shapes standing on the surrounding walls. This is a coffin, right? Lin Mo stroked his chin. It should be. Just then, all the rectangular shapes suddenly began to tremble, and golden lids fell to the ground, revealing figures inside. Seeing these figures, everyone gasped and looked up at the ceiling. What should we do? It seems there isn't that huge yellow crystal here. Then let's just attack directly. What emerged inside was none other than the golden armored soldiers previously controlled by the golden armored man, with a shield in the left hand and a spear in the right. However, compared to before, there were more varieties here. Besides these, there were also those with long knives and long bows. Let's strike first and conduct a test. Lun and Lu Yue and the others charged out, and Lin Mo followed suit. Bailey, protect them. Bailey nodded, stepping forward from the team. Her gaze swept over the soldiers. Bang! Lin Mo raised his hand and threw a punch, instantly caving in the armor and sending it flying, but this did not affect the soldiers' movements. The soldier stood up again and charged at Lin Mo. Another group of unkillable creatures, truly. Lin Mo's gaze wandered among the soldiers, eventually focusing on the coffins. You all check the coffins and see if there's anything special about them. Lin Lingling looked at the coffins, as she had just sensed a faint resource aura, but couldn't determine its location. Hearing Lin Mo say this, she naturally looked at the coffins. The giant crystal was obscured by something. Would these coffins be the same? She turned to Bailey. Can you bring the coffins over? No problem. Bailey raised her hand, and the 2-meter tall coffin flew over. Wow, you can actually move such a large coffin. Su Luo exclaimed. Bailey felt a bit shy. It might be due to my attributes being enhanced, I'm not sure. Lin Lingling quickly looked at the coffin in front of her, and eventually discovered small golden crystals inside the coffin lid. She raised her hand, and a dagger materialized in her grasp, stabbing at the golden crystals on the coffin lid. Crack! As the golden crystals, shattered cracks began to appear on one of the golden armored soldiers. Ultimately, it collapsed to the ground, losing its support. Found it. There are 4 golden crystals surrounding these coffin boards and 4 in the middle. As long as we shatter them, we can finish this. Everyone directly abandoned their current targets and rushed towards the coffin lids on both sides. Fortunately, there weren't many. There were only 20 in total. Bailey raised her hand, and the 19 golden armored soldiers floated directly in midair. Su Luo's eyes brightened. Sister Bailey, is your ability this strong? Well, it's because my attributes are high. She had used it before, but at most could only control one person, or perhaps controlling a few people's arms. It was only because she had consumed too much attribute-enhancing substance that her abilities were elevated today. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. With Bailey's manipulation, Lin Mo and the others found it much easier. Soon the golden crystals on the coffins were shattered. However, after shattering them, the armors only lost their support. They gained nothing. So these things are just here to stop us. Everyone turned the room upside down, finding nothing. It's not that there was nothing, at least the coffins were made of gold. But this thing was useless. What should we do now? Continue forward. Lin Mo glanced at the size of the room. What do you think about leveling up right here? The space was large enough to accommodate their vehicles. Moreover, there were only 2 exits, so even if something came, they could defend themselves. Su Qing furrowed her brow. What if those golden armored soldiers come? What should we do? This question left Lin Mo at a loss. If there were coffins present, they could still shatter the crystals to resolve the situation. But without coffins, they truly did not know what to do. Then let's continue exploring. Following the passage, they arrived in a new corridor. They encountered several such spaces varying in size with different numbers of golden armored soldiers inside. But the commonality was that they all emerged from coffins. An hour later, the group rested in one of the spaces. Lin Mo looked up at the ceiling. Ling Ling, is there any resource detection up there? No, Lin Ling shook her head. Lin Mo raised the spear in his hand and jumped up swiftly. The spear pierced through the ceiling, and with a push off the wall, a huge hole appeared. After several back-and-forth motions, a chunk of gold fell from the ceiling. A black hole appeared above, and Lin Mo took out a flashlight, shining it inside. It was an empty space void of anything. It seemed he had overthought things. Forget it, let's continue. After a brief rest, they kept moving forward, sensing neither danger nor resources. Even using the map device, each time they still did not know where to go. The map could only show where there was space, but could not tell them which direction to take. We aren't stuck here, are we? That shouldn't be the case, it just means the spaces here are quite large. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the passage. At a crossroads, he paused and crouched down. He saw arrows carved on the lower part of the wall at the intersection. The arrows were small, hidden in the shadows. If Lin Mo hadn't observed carefully, he might not have found them. Su Qing crouched down. We really didn't notice this before. Does that mean every turn has this? We'll find out if we check. Following the direction of the arrows, they turned. Not long after, a junction appeared. It also had arrows carved on it, again hidden in the shadows. It seemed that every intersection had them, though they weren't easy to spot. I said, how could we rely on luck alone? The group followed the arrows all the way. This time they did not encounter a single space and moved smoothly. After an hour, a space of over 1,000 square meters appeared before them. It was a dead end with 3 walls and no passages, but there was a staircase on the ground. Looks like we found the right place to prepare for battle. The golden coffins on the 3 walls opened simultaneously, revealing the familiar golden-armored soldiers. Due to their overwhelming numbers, Bai Li was unable to control so many soldiers. This time, everyone joined in to block them, while Lu Yu was responsible for shattering the small golden crystals. 20 minutes later, after taking care of all the targets, the group descended the stairs. When Lin Mo's foot touched the ground, torches lit up on the surrounding walls. They still had to walk through a passage, but this time the height of the passage was much greater than that of the upper floor. Continue, layer after layer. 3 hours later, they reached the 10th level. Su Luo took a deep breath. This should be the last one, right? Lin Mo looked at the surrounding walls. It should be the last one. There are no more passages. Su Qin gazed at the familiar giant chair ahead. That golden-armored man can't be the one we encountered before, right? Well, it should be. Just then the person in the chair suddenly opened his eyes. I've returned. Why are you all here? The golden-armored man paused. He had not expected to see Lin Mo and the others just as his consciousness awakened. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. You recognize us, so the one we met before was you. The golden-armored man said nothing, merely raising his hand as a golden staff slowly materialized in his grasp. Lin Mo immediately looked up at the ceiling. There were no golden crystals above, nor were there any coffins around. This level should be the final one, but where was its weakness? Soldiers. With the golden-armored man's words, the gold on the ground became soft, slowly rising up to form a golden-armored soldier. However, compared to the golden-armored soldiers they encountered before, this one was clearly solid. This was troublesome. It was too difficult. Everyone pay attention. We must find out what controls them. Bai Li weakly raised her hand. Could it be his staff? After all, the person just now controlled them using the... Can you get it? They'll give it a try. Bai Li raised her hand and squeezed tightly with her left hand. The golden-armored man staggered, and the golden staff appeared in Bai Li's hand. There are no golden crystals on it. Lin Mo didn't care whether there were golden crystals. After taking it, he used all his strength to compress the golden staff into a sphere. However, the golden-armored soldiers did not dissipate. They still stood before the golden-armored man. The golden-armored man extended his hand, and the gold in Lin Mo's grasp turned to liquid, dripping to the ground, and in the golden-armored man's hand it reformed into a staff. Charge! The golden-armored soldiers marched toward Lin Mo in a synchronized manner. You all continue searching. Lin Mo led several combatants to meet them. Boom! A golden-armored soldier was instantly sent flying. The others quickly followed suit. What? How did you become so strong? The golden-armored man retreated repeatedly. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised that he actually remembered her. This was interesting. You remember me. The golden-armored man said nothing, merely retreating quietly, while tightly gripping the golden scepter in his hand. His gaze wandered. He glanced at the walls around him, and his lips twitched. He was trapped here. How unfortunate he was to find himself in such a place. Let them show up, or why must he face such a powerful opponent? Couldn't he have a moment of peace? Lin Mo was too lazy to waste words, saying directly, let's get started. I want to see how many golden-armored warriors he can summon. Bang! Bang! One golden-armored warrior after another shattered, only to regenerate again. Lin Mo observed while engaging in combat. Behind him, Bai Li and the others were also watching. Especially Bai Li, who possessed mental power, was particularly serious. Perhaps due to her talent, she could see things more clearly than others. Her eyes shimmered with white light penetrating through the golden-armored man to look at the chair behind him. It was a chair made of gold, identical to the scepter he held. It seemed there was no difference. However, the golden-armored man always positioned himself to block that chair during battles, which puzzled Bai Li. She raised her hand, and the golden chair began to shake suddenly. Crash! Crash! Hearing the noise, the golden-armored man became somewhat flustered and hurriedly jumped onto the chair. Yet facing Bai Li's mental power, his weight was utterly insufficient. He could only watch as she lifted the entire chair. Lin Mo noticed this situation as well. Since all the golden-armored warriors had been defeated, no new ones appeared, indicating that the golden-armored man had no time to spare. The chair was gradually raised, the ground slowly rising to form a pyramid shape. Beneath the chair, a golden crystal emitted radiant golden light. Lin Mo was taken aback. This thing was hidden quite well. Bai Li, well done. Hearing Lin Mo's praise, Bai Li smirked and put in even more effort. With a change in her hand movements, the golden crystal began to sway. Crack! Crack! The 4 metallic legs securing the golden crystal bent, and the crystal detached from above. It flew straight to Bai Li. Seeing this, the golden-armored man gave up resisting and sat down on the golden chair. However, after waiting for a long time, he felt nothing indicating he would disappear. Golden-armored man, why do you have consciousness? Lin Mo asked. The golden-armored man pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know, when I became conscious I appeared here. Lin Mo's eyes twitched. Did this relate to my question? I'm asking why others lack consciousness while only you possess it. I don't know. Lin Mo shook his head, realizing there was no possibility of obtaining any useful information from him. Clearly the survival game had imposed restrictions in this regard. Lin Mo raised his hand, and a dagger appeared, striking directly at the crystal. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the golden crystal. In the next moment, cracks simultaneously appeared on the golden-armored man's body. He sighed, wondering when he could leave this place. Crash! The entire underground palace collapsed, and Lin Mo and the others reappeared on the highway. A piece of golden crystal appeared in Lin Mo's hand. Golden Armored Soldier Talisman Quality. Special note: after use, it can summon 100,000 Golden Armored Soldiers and 1 Golden Armored General to fight for you until the general dies or is dismissed. Uses 33. Lin Mo's eyes brightened at this description. These Golden Armored Soldiers were quite powerful. He just wondered if this Golden Armored General was the one they had encountered before. If it was that one, then it wouldn't just be 100,000 soldiers, but more. Lin Mo stroked his chin. He didn't need this item to fight, and could use them to upgrade the vehicle instead. Su Qing, give it a critical hit. Su Qing took the crystal and stored it in her backpack, saying, lucky, a tenfold critical hit. Lin Mo smirked as he took the crystal. This was indeed an opportunity for an upgrade. Let's eat first, and after we finish we'll upgrade the vehicle. 2 hours later, Lin Mo stood outside the vehicle, took out the golden crystal, and used it directly. In the distance the ground trembled in the yellow sand, and figures of golden-armored soldiers emerged. Finally, near the vehicle a golden throne appeared, and the golden-armored general materialized. Your generals have arrived? The golden-armored general looked at the sky, and then glanced at the distant creatures in the yellow sand. It seemed he had appeared in the wrong place. Moreover, why did it feel like something was connecting him in that direction? He turned his head to look, and the 2 red dots in his helmet suddenly shrank. What, it's you again? Lin Mo waved his hand with a smile. Hi, we meet again, but this time we're on the same side. The golden-armored general's lips twitched. How are we on the same side? I've been killed by you twice. That's twice. After greeting, Lin Mo ignored the golden-armored general, who also paid no attention to Lin Mo, and simply sat on the throne watching his soldiers. Looking at the 100,000 soldiers before him, the golden-armored general felt a wave of nostalgia as memories surfaced, but these memories were quickly sealed away. The golden-armored general took a deep breath. This situation had occurred many times, and he had gotten used to it. Lin Mo opened the vehicle information and directly selected the upgrade. Vehicle upgrade, estimated time 24 hours, just as expected. White light enveloped the vehicle, and Su Qing and the others began to set up tents. Once everything was ready, they all looked at the golden-armored soldiers. Su Luo glanced at the empty space behind him. There should be creatures approaching from all directions, right? This is simple. Golden-armored general, have your soldiers spread out and protect us. The golden-armored general waved his hand, and the soldiers dispersed. He did not want to, but he had to obey this command. However, there were some orders he could ignore. After all, this thing was only meant for combat. No instructions were given for other matters. The situation this time was the same as before. An hour later, various creatures emerged from the yellow sand, numbering in the hundreds. Seeing this scene, Su Qing frowned. If it were us, it would take a lot of time, and it's once every hour. No, with our strength we can quickly deal with these things. They won't even have a chance to approach us. However, with this golden crystal it has become much simpler. Creatures came in waves, continuously defeated by the golden-armored soldiers. However, likewise these golden-armored soldiers were also dying. Perhaps due to their transformation into tools, these golden-armored soldiers were noticeably weaker, only matching the strength of these yellow sand creatures. Moreover, these soldiers surprisingly did not resurrect. Lin Mo squinted at the golden-armored general. Are you not using your full strength? The golden-armored general's body stiffened for a moment before relaxing. This contract was just like that. Why should I worry? Lin Mo glanced at the distant battlefield. The 4th wave had arrived, and this time there were more than before, indicating some differences. Without this golden crystal he would indeed face some trouble. With this number there shouldn't be many golden-armored soldiers left after this wave. Take out your golden scepter and resurrect them. That's not within the scope of the contract. The golden-armored general felt a surge of satisfaction. Oh, once we leave, let's see what you do. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, not paying much attention. After a wave ended, even the golden-armored general vanished. His strength had indeed diminished significantly. But in the next moment Lin Mo used the golden crystal in his hand again. Your generals have arrived? The golden-armored general looked at the scene in front of him and turned to look. Why is it still you? Lin Mo waved his hand. We meet again, and again you bring out the golden scepter. Not within the scope. Your contract can only be used once more, and after that we won't see each other again. After 3 waves, the golden-armored general appeared once more. He sat calmly in a chair this time, not even glancing at Lin Mo. He knew it must have been Lin Mo who summoned him. After 3 more waves, 12 hours had passed, and there were still 12 times left. However, soon the golden-armored general appeared again. Sitting on the golden throne, he looked somewhat bewildered. This isn't right. There should only be 3 opportunities. He turned to Lin Mo. Why do you still have them? Lin Mo extended his hand, and 9 golden crystals appeared. I can summon you 30 times. You'd better think carefully about whether to use the golden scepter otherwise. After everything is over, I will summon you and ensure your protection, making you work for me forever. Lin Mo squinted his eyes. Just think about what it would feel like to be by my side all the time. Almost forgot that chair is your true form. As long as I store the chair in my backpack, you should be able to live forever, right? The corners of the golden-armored general's mouth twitched. How could this person be so unreasonable? No one can take my chair. At this moment, Su Qing stood up directly and walked towards the golden-armored general. He wanted to act, but he simply couldn't. In the next moment, the golden-armored general's eyes widened. What? He plopped down directly on the ground. The chair beneath him just vanished. Vanished. You. This shouldn't be possible. This thing shouldn't be able to be stored in a backpack. That's the rule. How could they break this rule? Su Qing turned to Lin Mo. This thing cannot be critically hit. It doesn't matter, just keep it safe. If he doesn't cooperate, there's no need to return it. The golden-armored warrior was bewildered in the wind. This is unreasonable. But no matter how unreasonable it was, his chair had been taken. As long as the chair is not destroyed, he cannot return. This is also part of the rules. Normally, after he comes out, he can choose not to protect the chair and let others smash it to return. Now it's impossible to return. Bring out the golden scepter. The golden-armored general took a deep breath and took out the golden scepter. Then can you return the chair to me? Without the chair, I can only exert 50% of my strength. Su Qing. With a swish, the golden chair reappeared. The subsequent developments became much more. Whenever a wave of golden-armored soldiers died, the golden general would wave his golden scepter, resurrecting those fallen golden-armored soldiers. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. This was the result he wanted. 12 hours passed. Congratulations. Vehicle upgraded to LV7. A body enhancement begins. Just as the white light faded, a golden light appeared again. Lin Mo was not surprised by this, as similar situations occurred with each change. Moreover, the so-called body enhancement was of little use, as Jiang Suya had already infused a stat. No attack would affect a vehicle with an infused stat. The vehicle still couldn't go in, so he opened the vehicle information. Vehicle minibus quality grade 13, level LV7, fuel tank 144, 5L 400L. Fuel consumption 1L 40 km, maximum speed 250 km/h, upgrade conditions metal 1123, 23,000 kilograms glass 28, 1,400 kilograms miscellaneous 9,500 kilograms. Living area 200 square meters, components 48. This change was quite significant, but the survival game did not inform. Clearly these changes were not deemed important. Vehicle quality upgrade conditions, vehicle core LV8, Fung 0 survival coins, vehicle level LV8. Seeing this quality upgrade, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. This upgrade is a bit excessive. Many people's vehicles will likely get stuck at this grade quality. Now one site earns between 200-1000 survival coins. To collect 500 survival coins is not an easy feat. Either encounter a secret realm or sell some items in hand. Ultimately, leveling up is only a small part. From what he understood, currently less than 1 in 10,000 could achieve grade quality. Fortunately, his talent is good enough, and with Su Qing's talent, there is no need to worry about these. Lin Mo stroked his chin, considering that next time, he could prioritize upgrading the vehicle core level. He had 44 LV1 cores among the 64 vehicle cores. This means he only needs to encounter 20 more LV1 cores. Theoretically, 3 to 4 vehicles would be sufficient. However, the probability of encountering vehicles at the current site has significantly decreased. Thinking of this, he took out an item from his backpack. Medium road intersection card. As long as he uses this card, the chances of encountering vehicles will greatly increase. But it also means they will leave this road. Can I be released now? The golden-armored man said cautiously. The other party still had many chances to summon him, and he dared not provoke Lin Mo. Lin Mo was too lazy to pay attention to the golden-armored man at this moment. Just as he was about to wave his hand, he stopped. He turned to look at the golden-armored man, who felt a jolt in his heart. Could something unexpected happen again? I ask you answer. If you dare to conceal anything, I will summon you daily. You ask. In other environments like the sea, snow, or forest, can you exert your full strength? Can these golden-armored soldiers be resurrected? I can exert about 70 to 80% of my current strength, and the golden-armored soldiers can be resurrected. Alright, you can leave now. Lin Mo waved his hand, and the golden-armored general vanished. With this answer, subsequent upgrades will be simpler. He turned to the women. I want to use the road intersection card. Oh, what do you think? This means we have a chance to go to other roads. Isn't there Chen Jiao? We can just have her modify the probability later. Lin Mo suddenly slapped his forehead, as if this made a lot of sense. Chen Jiao hurriedly shook her head. No, my success rate in modifying probabilities is very low. The last time it worked was because we avoided a certain highway which was inherently a high probability event. The success or failure of her probability modification is related to the probabilities involved. For example, if she tries to make a man pregnant, it is fundamentally impossible. If she tries to make a woman pregnant, it won't work if the woman doesn't have a boyfriend, but the probability increases significantly if she does. What if because of her they fail to leave? Lin Mo thought about it, and seemed to agree. So what should we do? Actually, we don't need to worry at all. Our vehicles have been upgraded to this level, so any kind of highway won't affect us, Su Qing said. Even if they return to the icy road, their speed could still increase. The maximum speed is 250 kilometers per hour, and reaching 150 is still quite easy. Lin Mo relaxed his furrowed brows. This seemed reasonable. He looked at his watch. Survival day, 25, temperature 48, 56, time 1533, devouring abyss. 80 kmh. There are only 3 days left until the next week starts. By then the biological intensity here will also increase, and it seems the type of highway won't matter much. Looking at the time, Lin Mo thought for a moment. Let's keep driving for now. After dinner tonight we can use. What about the station? Lin Mo pondered and said, let's enter the station first, then we can use the junction card. They generally didn't lack common resources, but this time, they truly lacked materials for vehicle upgrade. Even with contributions from 10 fleets, it still wouldn't be enough. Thinking of the contributions, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. After we enter the highway junction area this time, we won't rush to leave, nor will we collect vehicle upgrade materials. The girls nodded. They had already discussed this, and didn't find it surprising. Our main goal is to change a bit. Besides obtaining enough vehicle cores, we need to sign contracts with more small teams. Lan Shu quickly reacted. You mean to have more people contribute to you? Lin Mo nodded. Exactly. If we need this much at level 7, the quantity required for the higher levels will be significantly more, even if it's less than this. If they relied solely on themselves, it would take a long time to upgrade the vehicles. But if they could gather more small teams, wouldn't the task become much simpler? One fleet could provide 2 kilograms of materials, and with 100 fleets that's 200 kilograms. Even with Su Qing's critical hit probability, 500 kilograms is still achievable. With so many materials, they could gather them in at most a few days, or even less. The more Lin Mo thought about it, the more he felt like a genius. Let's go. The vehicle started. Su Luo pressed the accelerator, and a tremendous force pushed the girls back against their seats. Su Luo, slow down. Su Qing shouted in a hurry. The speed of the vehicle was increasing too rapidly. Don't worry. I'm an experienced driver now, and this highway is straight without any turns. It must be said that upgrading the vehicle was beneficial. Its weight must have increased significantly. Even at 200 kilometers per hour, the car didn't sway. Just then a resource box appeared on the distant ground. Bang! The resource box was instantly sent flying into the air. Creak! Su Luo hurriedly stepped on the brake, and after sliding for dozens of meters, the vehicle finally came to a stop. Everyone was in a state of chaos. Su Luo, I told you to slow down. Why are you driving so fast? Su Qing exclaimed. Su Luo mumbled softly, head down. The maximum speed of this vehicle is 250 kilometers per hour. I was just testing it out. She never expected to encounter a treasure chest so quickly, especially one that was nearly the same color as the highway. Alright, let's see where that treasure chest flew to. Lin Mo quickly said. Perhaps because the vehicle had touched the treasure chest, as soon as they got out of the car, desert creatures rushed towards them. Lin Lingling, can you sense where that treasure chest has been knocked to? Lin Lingling had sensed it just as she got out of the car, pointing to the left side of the yellow sand. It's right over there. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to sense it at all. This was already at the edge of her perception. Let's deal with these creatures first. Compared to when they upgraded the vehicle, the number of creatures at this moment was much lower, and it only took a few minutes. Once they were done, Lin Mo looked into the distance. A glint reflected under the sunlight. So far. How do we get over there? Su Qing glanced at the yellow sand beneath the highway. We can just jump over, right? Lin Mo took out a shield and threw it into the yellow sand, leaping onto it in a flash. The next moment he threw another shield several dozen meters away. After only leaping 4 times, he reached his destination. This is the benefit of having high attributes. Upon seeing the treasure chest, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Fortunately, he got out of the car, otherwise he would have truly missed it. Platinum treasure chest. Originally, he had no intention of coming for just one treasure chest. But considering his talent, even one treasure chest is quite useful. At this moment, a figure appeared beside him. It was Su Qing. How did you get over here? If I hadn't come, how would you take it away? Lin Mo hugged the treasure chest tightly. Of course, this is how I'm taking it away. Su Qing smiled and pointed. The treasure chest directly entered his backpack. This way is much better. Then the two returned to the highway. Should we drive? Lin Mo glanced at. Let's not rush. Su Qing noticed Lin Mo's gaze and understood his thoughts. Weren't you saying before that you only used golden treasure chests? Why are you planning to use a platinum treasure chest this time? The items inside the golden treasure chest seem to have reached their limit. They keep repeating the same things. This time I hope to get something good, though it's somewhat wasteful. But you can still get critical hits, right? In a dense forest, the figures of Lin Mo and his companions emerged from the military camp. The vehicles they expected did not arrive. Su Luo looked around at the people in magical robes with bizarre hair colors, his face filled with confusion. It should be a faction battle. The number of vehicles entering here is probably not many. The 2 words extremely high were enough to scare away a batch of people. You few, hurry up and follow me. The situation ahead is urgent. A middle-aged man in silver armor shouted to Lin Mo and the others. Lin Mo glanced at himself and then at the other girls. He wondered when they had suddenly donned armor. Why does this feel like playing a game? Su Luo said softly. In the game they controlled a character, but this time, they were controlling themselves. Probably let's follow along and see. A group of 13 people followed behind. They quickly merged into a team of 100, all clad in silver armor. Then they got on their war horses and galloped swiftly. I can't ride a horse. Su Luo clung to the neck of the horse, too scared to sit up straight. The other girls were in a similar situation. Just squeeze your legs around the horse with your attributes, it's enough, Lin Mo said. Though he couldn't ride, either his attributes were high. As long as he didn't fall off the horse, it would be fine. His gaze turned to the team ahead. This station, it resembled the psychiatric hospital station they visited the second time, but had significant differences. An hour later they arrived at the frontline camp. Upon arrival, someone took the war horses away and they followed this small team to a tent. Lin Mo gazed into the distance and saw that several kilometers ahead the ground was pitch black and still burning with fire. Further away there was also a camp. It truly was a battlefield. Alright, everyone go rest. We will be on the battlefield tomorrow morning. Your only objective is to charge into the enemy camp and kill the leader of the 3rd Army's magical 4th Regiment of the Sais Empire, Skewen Sessi, a great mage. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the atmosphere grew solemn. Dismissed. After they dispersed, the girls approached. Lin Mo, what do you think of this great mage's strength? How much time will it take us? Su Qing asked hurriedly. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, since it's extremely difficult. Obviously. Your squad has arrived at the battlefield. Our time outside has stopped, and you will have 1 month to complete this mission. After completing the mission, you will have 13 months to explore here. What if we fail the mission? Lin Mo speculated. Most likely we will be stuck here forever. And being stuck here only meant one thing: death. Lan Shu looked worried. Killing 3 people in a month without knowing their exact strength is really tough. Trust in our strength, there should be no problem. The extremely high difficulty is for all survivors. For them it just means it's difficult. Theoretically the success rate is still quite high. That night, everyone entered a tent. Lin Mo, I've noticed these people are all living beings. When I talk to them they respond just like the golden armor. Even the director of the psychiatric hospital they encountered back then seemed like a program. Su Luo rested his chin on his hand. So do you think it's possible this is a real world? Just like the time we encountered the goblins. Lin Mo nodded. It's not impossible. It seems our existence has altered their memories. But this makes it much harder. Facing beings that only know how to execute, to some extent those with self-awareness are the most challenging to deal with. Alright, enough thinking. Tomorrow we will go to the battlefield while you stay here. Su Luo and the others were stunned. Let's not do that. Although our combat power is not as strong as yours, we are definitely much stronger than these knights. On the way they had learned about this small team situation. This was a knight squad specialized in charging into battle. Their strength was comparable to theirs when their attributes were around 100. Theoretically, they should be stronger than these knights. However, they heard that these people could use battle chi. Listen to me, we have a month, and there's no need to rush to complete the mission. Let's explore first. The next morning the team gathered. Su Luo and the others stayed in the tent. However, the middle-aged man called, "What are you doing? Don't you know it's time to gather?" It seemed this tactic was ineffective, and they had to go to the battlefield together. As the sun rose, the main force set off. Soldiers holding shields walked at the forefront, a faint white light rising from their bodies. That was battle chi. The battle chi of tens of thousands of soldiers intertwined, forming a white shield. In the next moment, the pikemen moved among the shield bearers. Archers behind drew their bows. They can't possibly want to shoot arrows from here. That's too far. Su Luo hadn't finished speaking when a series of piercing sounds erupted. Arrows flew towards the enemy camp at speeds faster than bullets. Everyone stared in disbelief. What the hell is this? Su Luo swallowed hard. Sister Lu Yue, can you shoot arrows this fast? Lu Yu shook her head. I can't do that. Cold weapons are ultimately cold weapons. How can they compare to hot weapons? But here it was different. 7th Night Regiment of the 3rd Army Charge. Lin Mo and his companions followed suit. They pulled down their helmets, grasped their knight spears, and split into two groups, charging from both flanks. At that moment, various colorful lights appeared in the sky. That was magic. They continuously bombarded the massive white shield in the center, creating ripples. Then Lin Mo and the others also shot out plenty of magic, and both sides began a long-range exchange. This is absurd. What kind of world is this? Didn't novels state that magic exchanges must occur within a certain distance? How can it work from so far away? Novels are ultimately fiction, but this is the real world. Lin Mo frowned. In this situation, how would they charge forward? Be careful. Dodge. A furious shout came from the front. Various magic began falling from the sky. There were flames, ice blades, and earth balls. However, when these spells landed on them, the armor shimmered with ripples, dissipating the attacks. As the two cavalry units approached the camp, another two cavalry units charged out from the enemy camp, their numbers greater and their armor heavier. Retreat. Retreat. Lin Mo, should we retreat? Since he has already mentioned retreating, we should follow suit. It's better to be obedient when the situation is unclear. Lin Mo turned around, leading the group of women at the rear of the formation. He glanced back. It was just a group of heavily armored cavalry. Why were they so frightened? What the hell? What kind of speed is this? Run! Everyone hurriedly quickened their pace as the heavily armored cavalry closed in on them. In the next moment, a series of spells appeared in the sky, striking the heavily armored cavalry behind them. The armor on the opponents shimmered with flowing light, blocking those spells just like they did. In fact, their armor seemed even more effective. No wonder they wanted them to run. After a distance of pursuit, the heavily armored cavalry turned back. Lin Mo frowned. If things continued like this, when would they be able to complete the mission? No wonder it was extremely difficult. The challenge was beyond the ordinary. Upon returning to the camp, the team leader allowed them to rest. There was no intention to continue fighting. Clearly, the heavily armored cavalry posed a significant obstacle. From this incident, it is evident that we are at a disadvantage on this battlefield, Lan Shu said softly. This mission would not be easy to complete. Fortunately, it wasn't catastrophic if this mission remained uncompleted. Do you think other people will join this station, eh? Su Luo asked. There's a high probability that no one will. Lin Mo shook his head. For a mission of this difficulty, no one would want to join in. Then what should we do? Su Qing gazed at the distant battlefield where the fighting continued. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Let's observe for a few more days. For the next few days they would charge with the team, but the opponents would simultaneously dispatch a group of heavy cavalry. Each time, they returned empty-handed. However, Lin Mo quickly discovered an issue. Since the heavy cavalry was so formidable, why didn't they attack the central area of that battle formation? Clearly the strength of the battle formation was inferior to theirs, yet the opponents refused to take action, sending only one formation to engage in close combat. The mages on both sides merely exchanged spells. This was unreasonable. Could it be that he was mistaken, and this was not a real planet, but a virtual one? Lin Mo stroked his chin, continuing to observe the distant battlefield. You all check if these people have their minds changed to think we are their people, or are these individuals merely programs? If they were programs, then this mission would be much simpler. But if they weren't programs, then the problem would be significant. The women dispersed to observe their teammates. At night, based on today's observations, these people should be real, not programs. Are you sure? Su Qing and the others nodded. Sure. Lin Mo frowned. How would they complete the mission now? Did that mean they would choose to confront the opponents head-in when they charged? But looking at the opponent's armor wait, wasn't he holding the oceanic golden crystal? Summoning the golden armored general might yield results. With that thought, he opened his backpack and took out the golden crystal. Indeed, it could be used. This meant that completing this mission could rely on external forces. With this in mind, he went outside the camp and utilized the golden crystal. Why did you summon me again? As soon as the golden armored general appeared, he looked behind him. It was indeed Lin Mo. Why was he so unlucky? Couldn't he deal with someone else? Why did he have to become the property of the opponent? The key was that there were so many of them. This was unreasonable. Stop the nonsense. As long as you help me complete the mission, I'll let you go. Otherwise, you know how many I have in hand. The golden armored general fell silent. What could he do? The rules were the rules. Lin Mo glanced at the quiet camp. How could such a big commotion not attract anyone? Is this the real world, or? The real world, all the people are real. Then why aren't they coming out to check the situation? Because of the rules. It seemed to be confirmed. Now your task is to send your soldiers to capture a great mage inside there. The golden armored general stared directly at Lin Mo. Lin Mo saw a complex emotion in the general's eyes. Shock, confusion, doubt, and even a hint of mockery. You can't do it. Lin Mo frowned. My current strength is quite poor. Do you think I'm some sort of invincible being? He had no problem dealing with external creatures, but this was the opponent's home ground. He realized that this Lin Mo in front of him knew nothing. You really are useless. So what kind of general are you? Forget it, forget it. Before the golden armored general could finish speaking, Lin Mo dismissed him. There was no choice. Keeping such a thing was of no use. Lin Mo looked at the distant camp. If even the golden armored general couldn't do anything, what other options did he have? Theoretically, his strength should be superior to the golden armored general, which meant he was comparable to that great mage. In close combat, he should be able to succeed. But if it was a long-range attack, he probably... No, he had double attributes. The other women might not manage, but he could. With that thought, his eyes lit up. Why must he be a cavalryman? Being an infantryman would suffice. Lan Shu and Meng Di, come here. At 4 a.m, a ghostly figure swiftly left the camp, rushing towards the opposing camp. Lin Mo truly wanted to cry from his own foolishness. Why had he thought of following the team back then? He could have acted himself. Soon he arrived at the opposing camp. Using the distant firelight, he clearly saw the situation inside the camp. There were many patrolling. He could charge in, but it would definitely attract attention. He put down his sunglasses, switched to infrared mode, and scanned the various tents. However, he hadn't noticed where the mage resided during the day. There were simply too many tents. Until dawn, he still hadn't found his target. He did find several tents for single occupancy, but they were too far away. If he attacked, he might not succeed in one go. Ultimately, he decided to wait until both sides engaged in combat. At 7 a.m, the battle erupted again. Soon an elderly man in a red magic robe emerged. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He pushed off the ground, springing out from the nearby bushes. In just 3 steps, he was in front of the old man. But in the next moment, a layer of flames suddenly appeared around the old man, spreading out in a circle. Lin Mo felt a repulsive force. He sneered, enduring the repulsive force passing through the flames, and directly grasped the old man's neck. Crack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! And the captain is dead. The captain is dead, and the entire camp descended into chaos. And meanwhile, Lin Mo slipped into a thicket after his success, circled around, and quietly re-entered the same camp. We've succeeded already? Su Qing asked in astonishment. And yes, we have. Though it proved more difficult than anticipated, and difficult. And they hadn't witnessed any difficulty at all. So our initial assumption was flawed. We shouldn't have followed them in the first place. And Lin Mo nodded. We treated this as scripted narrative, but now it's clear it never was. After all, these were real people, not characters bound by plot. And Lu Yu grew restless with anticipation. If that's the case, let's finish it decisively, in one go. Lin Mo hastily waved his hands in refusal. Though your attributes are high, they're still insufficient. This task must fall to me. He possessed Meng Di's full 100 attribute bonus, whereas the others each had only 50. The disparity remained substantial. Moreover, judging from his recent combat, he held only a 10% advantage over his opponent. And had he not struck first, and unseen, he likely would not have prevailed. What about the remaining 2? We'll observe which camp they enter tonight. I'll assassinate them. Or settle it at dawn. The women nodded in unison and lifted their binoculars to begin surveillance. In that night, they relayed the captain's precise locations to Lin Mo. Lin Mo shook his head upon hearing their report. They're lodged too deep inside. Entering would invite trouble. And thus he resolved to strike at daybreak. Even if guards stood nearby, it mattered little. And the sun rose. Soldiers from the opposing camp reappeared, advancing once more onto the battlefield. At the camp's periphery, over 100 heavy cavalry stood stationed, but this time they rode no horses. Lin Mo concealed himself atop a towering tree, eyes fixed on several middle-aged men below. In an instant, 2 long blades materialized in his hands, and he plummeted downward. Both swords swept across the air with impossible speed. Heads soared skyward, severed in rapid succession. Uncertain which man was the Legion commander, he chose to eliminate them all. Congratulations, you have completed the quest. Your carriage awaits, ready to depart for the city. Upon reading the message, Lin Mo turned and sprinted toward the camp, without a thought to concealment. The quest was fulfilled, nothing else concerned him. Back at the camp, he demanded, "Where is the carriage?" Su Qing pointed to a wooden carriage parked within the compound. "That must be it. Board up, we depart immediately." As they rolled out of camp, bystanders seemed oblivious, granting them unimpeded passage. So completing the quest rendered us invisible. Su Qing drew back the curtain, glancing behind. Just yesterday, even a casual stroll had drawn scrutiny and questioning. Who knows? We'll find out once we reach the city. The city lay far away. They traveled aboard the carriage for 3 full days. Lin Mo had initially intended to drive, but Su Qing asked whether he knew the destination. He fell silent and settled into his seat. The carriage required no driver. Its 2 horses moved autonomously toward their destination. Their sole complaint was its sluggish pace. Nah, never mind. Time after all was plentiful. After an indeterminate span, the carriage came to a halt. Lin Mo parted the curtain, and there not far ahead loomed a vast city. In a light, none by one figures emerged from the deceptively compact carriage. Though small in appearance, its interior spanned a full 100 square meters. Once everyone had disembarked, Lin Mo hurriedly declared, "Store this carriage." But before he could finish, the carriage vanished, utterly without pause or permission. Wasted out. What use would you have for it? It's painfully slow, Su Qing asked, puzzled. It could serve as a storage chest, at least for now. No matter, it's gone. Lin Mo turned toward the city behind them. Let's go inside and explore. Truly a metropolis. Despite war raging elsewhere, this city thrummed with ceaseless life and clamor. Stalls lined every street selling wares of every kind. What exactly are we seeking? Lin Mo shook his head. I'm uncertain. Let's wander, find a shop. Here such establishments might be called pawn shops or merchant houses. As the group walked the thoroughfare, curious glances followed them from all sides. They paid them no mind, continuing forward until a merchant house appeared before them. Let's go in. The shop was modest, barely over 100 square meters, yet among local establishments it ranked among the largest. A display cabinet greeted them at the entrance, filled with gleaming crystals. Closer inspection revealed they were magic cores. Second-tier earth element magic core notes suitable for forging equipment or enchanting gear. Third-tier fire element magic core notes suitable for forging equipment or enchanting gear. An entire cabinet brimmed with such materials. Yet Lin Mo glanced at his own workbench and found no corresponding function. Acquiring these still he sensed their presence carried meaning. Excuse me, how much for a second-tier magic core? 20 to 30 gold coins depending on quality. Gold coins. Lin Mo produced a survival coin. The shop attendant, though puzzled by the question, nodded. Indeed. Lin Mo nodded. So the coin was universally accepted. Given its affordability, he decided to purchase some. He bought a modest quantity of each tier. The total cost barely exceeded 500 survival coins. Recognizing a major patron, the attendant's smile widened with every passing moment. Might you browse these tomes? Here are Foundations of Arcane Arts, Introduction to Chi Cultivation, Comprehensive Primer on Basic Sorcery. How much? These 2 cost 10 gold coins combined. This one costs 100, that one 500. I'll take them all. Regardless of utility, Lin Mo paid without hesitation. Within 5 minutes he'd spent over 3,000 gold coins. Ni's squad possessed abundance, not just in resources, but in survival coins. Then Lan Shu tugged Lin Mo toward a cabinet. Look, could this be useful to us? Inside rested a crystal. Workbench upgrade. Crystal note: upon activation unlocks magical equipment forging functionality. Lin Mo's eyes widened. Damn, it actually exists here. How much for this? The attendant eyed the item. This commands a steep price, 50,000 gold coins. But the label reads unknown. Under the survival game's translation effect, the inscription had rendered into comprehensible text. True, it reads unknown. Yet its latent energy is formidable. 40,000. Take it for 40,000. The attendant shook his head. All else may be bargained, except this. Did we buy too much? Su Qing asked, gazing at the assortment of items inside their room. Besides the 40,000 spirit stones, Lin Mo had purchased various other miscellaneous goods. Their total expenditure amounted to over 100,000 survival coins, leaving them with fewer than 10,000 remaining. This opportunity is rare. These items are likely all highly valuable. Look at this skill manual. I can actually use it. Lin Mo raised a crimson-bound book. Fireball technique. Note: upon casting, a blazing fireball coalesces in the palm and inflicts damage upon impact. Learnable: the manual omitted specifics on damage magnitude. Presumably that would only become apparent after mastery. Within the entire squad, only Lin Mo and Lu Yu possessed the aptitude to learn it. At this point, Lin Mo fully grasped the role of intelligence. Skill manuals were exorbitantly priced, each costing between 5 and 10,000 survival coins. And these were merely the most rudimentary techniques, priced according to inherent capability. One spatial tier technique, leap translocation, commanded a staggering 200,000 survival coins. Yet its sole function was to enable movement across a mere 10 meters. Clearly, skill types varied dramatically in cost. And since you land critical hits once we sell this modified workshop crystal, we'll turn a profit, Lin Mo said, holding up the spirit stone. Even if others eventually acquire it, how many truly will? Though not indispensable, it should easily fetch 100,000 survival coins, provided someone can afford it. Lin Mo believed that given time, willing buyers would emerge. Acquiring survival coins had grown markedly easier than before. If it weren't easier, participants would perish far more swiftly. So, do we remain here or return to the highway? Lin Mo stretched languidly. Are you daft? Why go back to the highway when staying here is clearly advantageous? Even if only for a month, we still profit. Only a fool would return. Su Qing frowned deeply. Would this game really be so generous? Hearing her words, Lin Mo's expression turned grave as he stroked his chin. Indeed, it seemed plausible. The survival game had never once granted them an unambiguous advantage. Yet, why grant such a generous time frame? Lan Shu rested her chin on her palm. I recall the Goblin incursion. The survival game deployed an entire Goblin legion, forcing us to abandon our position. Similar scenarios had recurred several times. This time, however, they'd been granted a full 3 months, and external time had frozen entirely. That was profoundly strange. Lin Mo glanced at his wristwatch. Departure imminent. Prepare at least 2 hours in advance. The stark 2 hours inscription signaled deeper complexity. Let's observe first. Every extra day of rest is precious. By the next day, the city had transformed. Though vendors still called out their wares, pedestrians moved with urgent haste. How could the entire city change overnight? Su Qing furrowed her brow. The shift felt eerily familiar, yet she couldn't recall where she'd witnessed it before. Lin Mo checked his watch. 10 o'clock. Last night's revelry had been so intense, he'd slept straight through until now. Such oversleeping would be impossible on the highway. Sigh. Attributes. Next time he'd prioritize acquiring more attribute points. The gate draws the largest crowd. Let's head there. Lin Mo pointed toward the city gate, and the group hurried forward. But the notice board beside the gate was packed so tightly no one could squeeze through. Fortunately, the crowd dispersed shortly thereafter. They managed to push their way inside. A large white sheet was affixed to the board. Reading its contents, the group exchanged stunned glances. As expected, the game offered no reprieve. So the battle beyond the border has ended. They lost, and this city will soon become the new battlefield. Yes, and judging by the notice, the enemy arrives tomorrow night. Should we leave? Lan Shu nodded. Indeed, we must depart. Where do we go? Su Luo scratched his head. They possessed no map, not even a vague sense of location, only knowing they stood near the frontier. No maps were sold anywhere. They surmised it wasn't that merchants lacked them, but rather that the survival game forbade their sale. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. Let's stay, for now, and observe this war. Perhaps we might acquire new equipment. New equipment? Did he mean the armor worn by those soldiers? Their previous silver armor had vanished along with the carriage. Enough, let's resume play today. First though, we'll visit a tavern or tea house to gather intelligence. That afternoon inside a tavern, it felt markedly quieter than the day before. These people fled far too quickly. After all, the frontier lies over 200 kilometers away. How could they possibly arrive so soon? Why wouldn't they? Their forces have already been routed and are retreating. Reinforcements won't reach here for 10 days, and by then this city will be gone. No, I'm leaving first. I'll seek refuge with my second aunt. Silence followed as patrons debated the frontier crisis. Su Qing murmured, it seems the announcement is genuine. I have a hypothesis, came a quiet voice. All eyes turned toward Zhang Yu, the group's usually silent member. Zhang Yu spoke softly, Perhaps that announcement was fabricated by the survival game. Or perhaps the frontier defeat itself resulted from the game's intervention. Lin Mo nodded. It was entirely plausible. When they departed, neither side could claim outright superiority. Their own camp in fact hosted numerous formidable cultivators. Moreover, he himself had slain. Wait. Lin Mo paused, wondering could the enemy's fury at losing 3 Legion commanders to him have triggered their deployment of vastly stronger forces. Had that single act altered the entire battlefield's trajectory? After all, the original mission duration was 1 month. Under normal circumstances, the conflict should have lasted precisely that long. So had his actions alone reshaped the war's outcome? Strangely enough, it was entirely possible. Just then a voice sounded behind them. Have you heard? Several northern orc tribes have united, amassing over 10,000 orcs for invasion. I heard that too. Even several Halford tribes have been conscripted. What? Halford tribes? Aren't orcs known to despise them? Bah, they're likely just cannon orcs too. It seems the survival game will stop at nothing to drive us out. Lin Mo glanced at his. Given their current strength, such threats warranted little concern. The following night, on the city wall, they really have come, and in great numbers, Su Qing whispered. The people here had left early in the morning, and even the soldiers guarding the area had retreated. One could say that this city had turned into a ghost town by noon today. No one would joke with their own life. Is that the army of our nation or that of a hostile nation? It should be from the hostile nation. The darkness made it difficult to see the enemy's insignia. While hide in the nearby forest. If what those people said is true, the northern orc tribe will come by tomorrow morning, and if these people stay here to rest, they will most likely encounter them. Lin Mo said. If that were the case, they might really have a chance. The group entered the nearby forest, hiding within. Soon the entire city lit up. A flag was hoisted on the city wall. It was a griffin banner belonging to the hostile nation. Just as Lin Mo had thought, this large force was going to rest here. After all, they had been on the road for a whole day and needed to rest. Lin Mo, what if the orcs from the north don't come? Then we just follow these people deeper inside, since we can't. That's actually a good plan. The next morning, as the sky gradually brightened, a rumbling sound came from the ground. Lin Mo opened his eyes and immediately climbed up a tree, looking in the direction of the sound. In the forest, green figures were running towards them. Behind these orcs, there was a group of creatures resembling werewolves riding on giant wolves. These were wolf cavalry. On both sides of the troop, there were creatures resembling humans. Halforks. Su Qing also climbed up the large tree to look into the distance. So those are Halforks. It seems they don't intend to join this battle. That's right, from what those people said, they are merely cannon fodder. Such a commotion caught the attention of the people inside the city. More and more appeared on the city wall, looking at the distant orcs. A middle-aged man was shouting something, while various items were being moved up to the city wall. Half an hour later, the orcs stopped 10 kilometers from the city wall to set up camp. Trees fell one by one as the orcs continued to clear the area of large trees. What are they doing? Lin Mo looked at the wolf cavalry. They are probably clearing a path for the cavalry. The noise from afar also woke the others. They all climbed up the surrounding trees. Is this going to turn into a fight? But it doesn't quite look like it. Are the orcs so clever? They actually know to scout the surrounding forest. Fortunately, we are far away, and they haven't come over. If these orcs came, they would have to change their location. Su Qing looked at the nearby Halforks, stroking her chin. Lin Mo, do you think these people can become Huh? What did you say? Lin Mo wondered if he had misheard. Su Qing smirked. I mean, can these Halforks join the team? Look at that cat-eared girl. Ooh, she can jump over 10 meters easily. Her strength is quite impressive. And that deerhorn girl. And the fox-eared girl. And that cowhorn girl is even better. Lin Mo twitched his mouth. Humans weren't enough for you, now you are looking for outsiders. Team members definitely need watches otherwise. In the next moment, over 20 watches appeared in Su Qing's hands. Don't worry, I have as many of these as I need. At one time, a watch triggered a 100-fold increase. There's no way I can use them all. The backpack limit for watches was 100 slots. It wouldn't be wrong to say it was a limit, but to continue increasing the backpack slots later would require a lot of watches. After that, they became too lazy to bother. After all, there were many of them, and the backpack slots were sufficient. Moreover, there was storage space in the vehicle, so having too many was not necessary. Over time, Su Qing accumulated a lot of watches. It felt a waste to throw them away, especially since they could easily become someone else's treasure. Selling them was out of the question, as the system wouldn't allow it. So she had to keep them. Lin Mo twitched his mouth. Those not of my race must have different intentions. Is that not your talent? Su Qing narrowed her eyes slightly and leaned closer to Lin Mo's ear. Just think about it, fluffy ears and tails. Tsk. Lin Mo coughed lightly. Actually, it's not impossible. Virtue. Lin Mo looked at the Halforks on the ground. But we are humans, will they follow us? Don't worry, I'll take care of this. At 5 in the afternoon, the orc tribe stepped forward to challenge. A group of halforcs was pushed to the front wearing various leather armors and displaying fearful expressions. Behind them stood armored orcs. These orcs waited for the halforcs to attack before following closely. The human soldiers on the city wall were also helpless. The relationship between humans and halforcs was neither good nor bad. The key was that these halforcs would waste a lot of their arrows and stamina. The crucial point was that they had no choice but to engage. If they didn't, these halforcs would attack, and if they did, it would still be wasteful. In the distant forest, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Finally, it was about to begin. He wondered what good things they might obtain on this battlefield. Su Qing lowered her voice. They also have storage equipment called spatial equipment. We might be able to get a lot of skill books for free, or even some ores. I think the same, but I wonder if these orcs will be effective. As for this group of orcs, Lin Mo didn't hold out much hope. The only valuable thing they might have, unfortunately, it wasn't of much use to him. Soon the orc tribe sounded the horn for attack. The halforcs, urged by the orcs, charged towards the distant city. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down from the sky, continually claiming the lives of halforcs. These halforcs are so foolish, oh why don't they run? Su Luo muttered. If it were her, she would definitely escape. The things you can think of they can think of too. They must have their families held hostage. Su Qing looked at Bai Li. It's time for you to take action. When these people fall beneath the city wall, bring a few of the women over. Bai Li blinked, huh? Why bring the corpses? Then she looked at Lin Mo, her eyes full of curiosity. Did the captain have other hobbies? Not that. Why are you looking at me like that? It has nothing to do with me. Lin Mo felt a bit uneasy under Bai Li. If there are any who are unharmed, try to bring them over. If not, choose the injured, don't bring the dead. From that moment on, there was no connection with Lin Mo. Others stood beside Su Qing strategizing. As for Lin Mo, he could only watch helplessly from them. How many more do we need? It seems we are short by 2. I remember Lin Mo saying this. 2. That's so hard to choose. The cat-eared girl is small and cute, the fox-eared girl has a good figure, and the cowhorn girl has a ridiculous physique. Su Qing smirked. The more the merrier. Who said we must only have 2? Survival has already entered the 5th week. It won't be that simple to recruit more team members later. Hearing this, the other girls understood Su Qing's intention. It seems that's how it is. The further one goes, the harder it becomes to find a qualified team member. However, these people here were quite suitable. There she is. Su Qing pointed at the hesitant cat-eared girl on the tree. Bai Li's eyes sparkled as she raised her hand. In the next moment, a tremendous force grabbed the collar of the cat-eared girl, as if someone had seized her clothing. The scenery around her rapidly receded and her face was filled with terror. What kind of people had she encountered? In the next moment, she was surrounded by a group of humans. You? The cat-eared girl nervously looked at Su Qing and the others holding a dagger made of an unknown material. Don't be nervous. Oh, once you come here, you won't need to fight anymore. Lan Shu's voice was very gentle as she reached out and patted the cat-eared girl lightly. The cat-eared girl was taken aback, her gaze shifting toward the distant city. She indeed wouldn't need to fight here, but her family was still there. I know what you're thinking, but even if you go, it would be the same. It's better to stay alive first. Lan Shu was playing the role of the big sister at that moment. Soon a fox-eared girl was also grabbed over, but at that moment she had 3 arrows stuck in her. The silver metal in Lu Yu's hand transformed into scissors, directly cutting off the arrowheads. In the next moment, a green light enveloped the fox-eared girl, and her wounds healed at a visible speed. Natural energy, the fox-eared girl exclaimed instinctively. Lin Mo was taken aback and hurried over. What did you say? The fox-eared girl seemed a bit flustered. This is natural energy, a magic that the elven race excels at. It's my first time seeing a human use it. Our half-beast race also has those who can use natural energy, but they are rare. Generally speaking, those who can use natural energy are not bad people. An hour later, 7 beast-eared girls were added to the team. Meanwhile, the area around the city was filled with the corpses of beast-eared girls and beasts. The city walls were damaged, and the sounds of battle continued within. Alright, stop looking. At least you're still alive, so live well. Lan Shu patted a few of the beast-eared girls. At this moment, Su Qing took out watches one by one and put them on the wrists of the girls. The 7 beast-eared girls looked at the watches on their hands, unsure of what they were for. Su Qing glanced at the watches that had been fastened and nodded in satisfaction. If they could fasten them, it meant the watches recognized them. Can you see the information on them? The 7 beast-eared girls shook their heads in unison. No. Su Qing frowned. Why was that? Lin Mo, can you check if you can add them to the squad? Lin Mo opened the watch, but there was no display for the squad. He then tried to touch the watch with the girl's watch, and this time there was a reaction. It works. Lin Mo added several girls to the squad at once. This brought their squad size to 21. Su Qing nodded in satisfaction, her gaze turning toward the distant city where the sounds were fading. Shall we go? Lin Mo shook his head. Those black-armored knights seemed to have fled long ago and did not stay here. In his view, their equipment was simply too important. Thus they did not want to die here. Let's go back. The sun was about to set, and a small bus appeared. Figures filled the vehicle, completely blocking the driver's seat. Lin Mo now felt only one thing: he couldn't breathe. He tilted his head back forcefully. A girl with an outrageous figure and two small black horns on her head blushed. Team. Captain. I didn't mean to. The cow-horned girl, Aishi said softly. Cough 'em. At that moment Aishi suddenly raised her butt and touched something, her face turning even redder. She only felt a bit uncomfortable and wanted to see what was poking her. To her surprise, she couldn't take it away. Everyone returned to the back room and prepared dinner. Okay. The bee-steered girls followed Lan Shu. Aishi hastily stood up and followed behind the group. Su Qing smiled and said, What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave? Tisk, your eyes are glued to it. But I must say, this thing is indeed a talent. I can see that other cowhorn girls are basically like this. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Enough nonsense, let's talk about what we need to do next. He immediately took out the road junction card. He had wanted to use it for a long time, but he didn't expect this stop to take so much time. Are we using it now? Tomorrow morning, let's try to gather enough core materials, then return to this road. Su Qing stroked her chin. That works, time is pressing. But, what do you think of the team members we've recruited this time? Lin Mo didn't know how to answer this question. Were they good? Of course they were good. Is it that hard to answer? Lin Mo took a deep breath. Quite good. I also think it's quite good, so I can't help but wonder why we must look for humans as team members. Why can't we have other races? Lin Mo was shocked, looking at Su Qing. Do you even realize what you're saying? Wait a minute, this half-beast is also considered a type of human, okay? Calm down, I was just saying it casually, you don't need to worry too much. Su Qing of course knew what she meant, which was to find such half-human creatures. Anyway, she felt it was quite good. Or, Su Qing thought that the survival game might not only involve, otherwise there wouldn't be enough people eventually. After the two glanced at the situation outside, they returned to the living area. Since everything here was modern, the bee-steered girls had no idea how to help. If it were about starting a fire and cooking, they could manage. But using these home appliances was out of their league. So they could only watch and learn bit by bit. Lin Mo glanced over, and then sat down beside, and opened his area channel. Upon seeing the information on it, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. It seems that stopping time isn't necessarily a good thing. What the hell? I just returned from the secret realm, and I've really aged. So the lifespan inside is real. I thought I was the only one who experienced this. I'm freaking 50 years old now, and my hair has turned white. What happened? Quickly tell us. It's that kind of instance with no time limit, extremely difficult. We thought the rewards would be great, so we went in. The rewards were indeed substantial, but so was the aging. At this moment, there were fewer than 500 people left in the regional channel. A portion of them had entered the extremely difficult instance. From the snippets of information, it seems they went to a different instance than Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at this information, stroking his chin. In other words, lifespans are shared. This was something he hadn't anticipated. As for the differences in instances, he had already noticed that long ago. Different instances encountered at different times are fundamentally different. Unfortunately, there's no way to determine this from the instance itself. Lin Mo watched for a while before closing the regional channel. Knowing too much about such matters only adds to the troubles. Before long, dinner was ready. With more people now, one dining table was no longer sufficient. Su Qing directly found another dining table, letting the bee-steered girls sit at one table. Alright, from today onwards we are all members of a small team. Relax, there's no need to feel too pressured. The 7 bee-steered girls nodded, but still felt a bit uneasy. Su Qing didn't say anything more. There was no use in over-explaining. With time they would naturally get used to it. Let's eat. I can't wait any longer. Su Luo raised her chopsticks and hurriedly picked up a piece of braised pork ribs. Well, home-cooked meals taste so much better, that the food in that world was so awful. At first they could stomach it, but later they couldn't bear it anymore and started grilling meat outside. Adding their own seasonings, the flavor was incomparably better than that in the city. Fortunately, we didn't stay there long. I don't know what I would have done if we had to stay longer. Su Luo swallowed the meat in her mouth and hurriedly said. Lin Mo pointed at his watch. I just looked at the regional channel. There are many instances like this, and the lifespan spent there doesn't change when returning here. The girls paused in their actions. Are you saying that if we spent 10 years inside, we would also age 10 years outside? Lin Mo thought for a moment and nodded. You could understand it that way. The meaning is pretty much the same. Su Qing frowned. That doesn't seem too bad, does it? But if we spent 20 years inside, you would already be over 40 coming out with a face full of wrinkles. Upon hearing this, Su Luo shivered. That's terrifying. Wouldn't I become an old hag? At this point, Su Luo looked at Lin Mo with concern. Lin Mo, brother, you wouldn't dislike me, would you? Lin Mo's mouth twitched. By that time I'd also be a man in his 40s, so please can you stop speaking so lightly about this? Hee, just joking. You all are too tense. Originally everyone was happily eating. But after hearing Lin Mo's words, the girls felt a bit unhappy, even worried about encountering such an instance. What if we encounter such an instance in the future? We won't do anything, well, just handle it normally. Besides, with our strength, how could it take so long? The girls thought for a moment, and it seemed that made sense. The next day, the vehicle slowly started. The bee-steered girls were left behind in the living area, while the driver's cabin was still filled with them. Su Qing glanced at her watch. Survival day, 26, temperature, 4150, 1x0826, devouring abyss. 80 kmh. In 2 days, the 4th week of survival would come to an end. One could only wonder what the 5th week would be like. Su Qing looked out the window. The situation outside was no different from before. It seems this 4th week was just like that. She turned to Lin Mo. When should we use the highway intersection card? Well, use it when we encounter a treasure chest. Well, do it together then. However, they didn't encounter a treasure chest, but rather a station, which caught Lin Mo off guard. Why is it so quick today? Lin Mo was thinking about whether the number of treasure chests would increase with the addition of more members in the team, so he could make a judgment. If it increased, then in the future, if similar situations arose, adding more members wouldn't be a problem. After all, they had plenty of houses now. Oh, if necessary, some could sleep on the floor in the 2nd floor living room. What should we do? The girls all looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Since the station is here, there's no way we can give up. Let's take a look first. Lin Mo got out of the car and went straight to the station. Looking at the station's information, he couldn't help but catch his breath. Surely the subsequent stations wouldn't all be like this. Station Spider Forest. Resources, survival coins, weapons, treasure chests, others, team capacity, unlimited, danger level, high, time limit, unlimited. The time limit was still unlimited, but the danger level had changed to high, indicating that the danger was not low. Su Qing looked at the introduction, her brows relaxing. Spider Forest. It seems the main objective this time is to kill spiders. It shouldn't take too long. Lin Mo stroked his chin. I hope so. 20 minutes later, the vehicle vanished, leaving only the 21 of them. However, this time, as they just entered, a notification appeared. Mission reached the Spider Forest. Kill the Spider Queen. Time outside stops. You will have 5 years to complete. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough people eventually. After the two glanced at the situation outside, they returned to the living area. Since, we won't really spend 5 years, will we? Lin Mo frowned. It shouldn't be. Last time they said it would be a month, but we finished the mission in just a week. So that means time is just a limitation. He looked around the forest, guessing that this place wasn't the Spider Forest, but it couldn't be too far off. Zhang Suyao pointed in the distance. There's smoke. We can go over and ask about the situation. The group quickly moved out of the forest and soon reached a small path. At the end of the path was a village. At this time the sun had just risen and people were already working in the fields. When they saw Lin Mo's group, their eyes were filled with vigilance. Lin Mo tried to make his smile more friendly. Villagers, I would like to ask, where is this place? We got lost, and the map was lost in a previous battle. From the name of the station and the attire of these people, it looked very much like the previous station. There was no mistake about it. One middle-aged man sized up Lin Mo's group, seeming to find them not to be bad people. However, upon seeing the bee-steered girls behind them, his brows furrowed. Where are you from, and why have you come here? From the gazes of these people, Lin Mo realized that his suspicions were correct. This place also had a tribe of half-beasts, and the relationship wasn't very amicable. Perhaps this station is connected to the previous one. We are adventurers from the Stan Duchy, and we picked up these half-beasts out of pity for them. You needn't be too nervous, we just want to know where this place is. The few exchanged glances, they didn't seem like bad people, but they might not be good either. However, this place isn't particularly important, it's just an ordinary village. Even if these people wanted to do something nefarious, they would likely go to those small towns, not here. This is Sange Village outside of the 10,000 Serpents Forest. However, Lin Mo and the others had no idea where this was. I would like to ask, where is the Spider Forest? But the two looked bewildered. We don't know. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Wasn't this taking him very far? No wonder they had given 5 years' time. Where is the nearest city? I want to buy a map. The two pointed behind them. Just follow this road forward, continue until you reach the official road, then head south. It's about 100 miles to Tiangong City. Thank you. Just over 100 miles was not a big problem for them. They passed through the village and arrived at the official road. The so-called official road was merely a packed dirt path. But then again, this place seemed devoid of technology. Or rather, the technology here was quite rudimentary. 2 hours later, the group arrived in front of a city. Is this the city they were talking about? It seems a bit small, or maybe we went to the wrong place. Su Luo whispered. A 3-meter-high wall made of rubble, and the distance from side to side was probably not even 3 kilometers. The entire city probably covered an area of only 10 square kilometers. This hardly resembled a city. Wasn't the previous city like this? Perhaps cities in this world are just this big. But at least the walls of the last city we encountered were proper walls. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, and that was indeed true. Never mind that, let's see if we can buy a map and gather some information. The group entered the city, and compared to the previous city, this one looked much worse. The roads within the city weren't even paved with stone slabs. They were just covered with rubble and some dirt. In some places there were even puddles. This hardly looked like a city, it resembled a small town instead. Soon they found a grocery store. There isn't even a merchant here. Lin Mo shook his head. Perhaps this place is simply like this. They entered the grocery store where the owner was an old man wearing a monocle. What can I help you gentlemen with? I would like a map. The owner nodded and brought down a pile of scrolls. There were also several stacked sheets of paper. We have paper maps, parchment maps, detailed ones, and simplified ones. Which type do you want? Lin Mo took a glance. The detailed one wasn't very detailed, but the simplified one was indeed quite simplified. He pointed at one of the detailed parchment scrolls. Is this a world map? Sort of. If you want it, I can sell it to you for 1,000 gold coins. Lin Mo looked at him. Are you joking with me? A loaf of black bread is only 1 copper coin, and you want to sell me this map for 1,000 gold coins. Oh, you heard wrong. I meant 100 gold coins. The owner showed no signs of realizing he was trying to cheat. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. What kind of person was this? They'll take this one, and I want this map too, and also this one. One was a map of their own Rose Duchy, and the other was a map of Tiangong City. He needed these 3 maps to determine the location of the spider forest. After paying, he immediately checked the world map. He handed the map of the Rose Duchy to Su Qing. The two looked at their maps, searching for the spider forest. The large map was indeed detailed, but only for a few empires. The rest were not very detailed. The most it indicated were mountains and rivers. As for the names of the forests, not much was labeled. I don't have it here. Su Qing shook her head. Lin Mo closed the map. I don't have it either. He looked at the owner, who immediately spoke up. All maps are genuine, no refunds after sale. How could he possibly refund money after earning it with great difficulty? Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't said anything yet the other party had already concluded. Moreover, he never even considered a refund. Boss, I want to ask about an address. Do you know where the spider forest is? The owner frowned, picked up a nearby pipe, and lit it with a flame from his hand. The spider forest. That name sounds somewhat familiar, but... Slap. A gold coin appeared on the table. The owner reached out, and the gold coin went directly into his pocket. I think I remember, but the name is different now. It seems to be called the Poison Spider Forest. That should be the place you were looking for. As for the location, let me think. Slap. Another gold coin. Right, it's over by the Tian mountain range. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Indeed, money can make the world go round. After paying 5 survival coins, the location was roughly revealed. The owner even didn't take the sick. He was quite an honest fellow. Do we still need to gather more information? Let's go take a look. If the addresses match, then we will head to the AOC Empire. After Lin Mo and the others left, the grocery store owner looked out the window. Poison Spider Forest. What are they going there for? The owner shook his head, not bothering any further, but lay back in his chair and continued to relax. In a tavern, Lin Mo and the others split into 2 tables. After the incident in that village, the half-beasts were left outside in the woods with Lu Yu and Bai Li accompanying them. He was worried that if the half-beasts came in, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Oh damn, my sister Lucy actually ran off with a groom. What are you going to let your sister marry a retainer? Viscount Sasha recently took a liking to a girl, but I heard that girl is already married. Married? How can she still be called a girl? Clearly it was impossible to gain any useful information from these people, but he had learned about the situation here. Indeed, it was quite similar to the country where the last station was located. Lin Mo stood up and approached the counter. He tossed a gold coin onto the table. The bartender promptly accepted it. Where is the location of the Poison Spider Forest? Give me another gold coin. After receiving the coin, the bartender provided a location, the Tian mountain range. Lin Mo nodded. It seemed that the old man hadn't lied. Outside the city in the woods, Lin Mo and the others have returned. Seeing them back, the beast-eared girls were the happiest. Their tense hearts finally relaxed. By the light of the fire, Lin Mo unfolded the map. According to the scale, the areas of these principalities are quite small. We should be able to cross them quickly. The location of the Aosta Empire is approximately over 900 kilometers from here. Su Qing quickly added, "You are looking at the straight line distance. The actual distance will be greater. If we were to cross in a straight line, we would have to pass through 2 mountain ranges. Within those mountains there are magical beasts the strength of which is currently unknown." Lin Mo stroked his chin. "If the strength here is the same as in the previous world, we should be around the level of a great magician, so crossing shouldn't be too difficult. Unless we encounter beasts above level 8, it could be somewhat dangerous. As for the other teams, level 5 should pose a threat. My suggestion is to take a detour. It may be longer, but it's safer," Su Qing suggested. After all, they had 5 years, and didn't need to rush. Lin Mo nodded. "All right, then we'll take the detour. It should be about 2,000 kilometers, and we can reach it in 10 days. Once the route was confirmed, everyone began to rest, aiming to set off early the next morning. Su Qing took out several tents, while Su Luo retrieved food. The girls busied themselves with their own tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Mo took Lan Shu into a nearby tent. Soon sounds emerged from within the tent, as it had no soundproofing. The girls had long since become accustomed to this. However, the beast-eared girls had not. The 7 beast-eared girls sat together, hands clasped, ears twitching. They whispered quietly, "They must be doing that thing right." "I suppose so. But why are they not being discreet about it? Really?" The next morning, the beast-eared girls occasionally glanced over at Lin Mo. Lin Mo paid no attention. This was not the time to increase favorability. He needed to handle the current situation first. Lin Mo considered many things, but he did not consider the strength of these half-beasts. Their speed, however, was not as fast as he had imagined. But he did not have many potions at hand. He could only reduce his speed and advance toward their destination at a steady pace. "Lin Mo, where do you think the resources in this station are located?" Lin Mo shrugged. "We can only rely on luck. I believe the so-called survival coins should be earned in gold coins. Hunting some magical beasts should suffice." Lin Mo shrugged. "We can only rely on luck. I believe the so-called survival coins should be earned in gold coins. Hunting some magical... Theoretically, in this station, they should be able to acquire enough materials to upgrade their vehicles by 1 level. Time passed quickly, and a month flew by. They finally arrived at their destination, the border of the Aosta Empire. Lin Mo pulled out the map. "No, we need to purchase a map of the Aosta Empire. Although this type of map is relatively simple, it will suffice for their needs." They only needed to know where the Heavenly Mountain Range and the Poison Spider Forest were. Soon they purchased the map they desired from a trading post. The map only delineates a few areas. It seems we will need to explore on our own. The entire Heavenly Mountain Range was divided into 4 regions. That is 4 forests, but none of them were labeled as the Poison Spider Forest. "No need, we can just buy information at the tavern." The group arrived at the tavern. "We are not open during the day. Please come back at night," the bartender said without looking up from the counter. "We're not here for drinks. We want to buy information. Please take a seat. Would you like something to drink?" He had long experienced the fickleness of these people. "A beer, please. I want to know the location of the Poison Spider Forest." "The beer is 10 gold coins." Lin Mo threw down 10 gold coins in exchange for an extremely low-quality beer. However, he also received a piece of paper with an address written on it. Deep in the poisonous swamp forest. He should have thought of this earlier. He did not drink the beer, and turned to take the girls toward the Heavenly Mountain Range. Outside the poisonous swamp forest, looking at the green mist inside, Lin Mo stroked his chin, and then took out a mask to wear. "Everyone put on your masks, and don't fall behind." Yes. Others needed detoxification pills, but he did not require such things. Entering the green toxic gas, Lin Mo did not rush forward, but instead felt the effects of the mask. It could only be said that items produced from talent are indeed good. This toxic mist, which was difficult for others, had no effect on him whatsoever. "Let's go in." Not long after entering, they encountered a group of poisonous snakes. Their strength ranged from level 1 to level 3, which posed no significant problem. They continued to delve deeper. According to the information provided by the bartender, the location of the Poison Spider Forest lay deep within this toxic swamp forest where an 8-level Spider King resided. It seemed that this was their target. Along the way, they encountered numerous poisonous creatures, frogs, poisonous snakes, scorpions, centipedes, and more. As they ventured deeper, the strength of these magical beasts increased. The color of the toxic mist gradually changed from green to purple. The number of magical beasts decreased gradually, giving way to spiders. The smallest spiders were the size of a human head with a strength around level 5. Lin Mo casually sliced through one spider, frowning. "Everyone be careful." The smallest spiders were the size of a human head with a strength around level 5. Lin Mo casually sliced through one spider, frowning. Once bitten by these spiders, it would be quite troublesome. However, as the spider levels increased, their sizes began to grow larger. This was a good thing for them. It seems our route should be correct. They were not afraid of higher levels, they feared stagnation. Large spider webs gradually appeared around them, with some strands nearly as thick as steel wire. Everyone be careful. Lin Mo vigilantly observed his surroundings. These webs are sticky and incredibly strong. Just now Jiang Suya got stuck in one. They had to exert a lot of effort to get Jiang Suya down. Su Qing looked at the spider webs surrounding them and said, "We must be close, these webs are clearly much larger than those we encountered before." Lin Mo nodded, "We should be there, Lu Yu." Lu Yu nodded, "I can sense it, it's just ahead in the wood." At this moment the surrounding large trees were all black, and even the leaves emitted a faint purple glow. Clearly these trees also possessed some toxicity. As they approached, the number of spiders around them increased. Lu Yu quietly alerted them. When they reached a clearing, a spider over 3 meters tall adorned with a ring of gold and black raised its head. 8 blood-red eyes stared at them, and a rustling sound echoed from around them. Spiders over a meter tall were either on the ground sliding down tree trunks or weaving webs nearby. Su Luo started throwing the gasoline barrels. Lu Yu prepared to shoot and ignite. Bang! Boom! With the first gunshot, the entire forest was engulfed in flames. The webs surrounded the spiders within. However, these webs were sturdier than Lin Mo had anticipated. Despite the raging flames, the webs remained intact. But it sufficed, they managed to trap the spiders here. Lu Yu charged. Several combatants rushed forward to engage the large spider. But in the next moment the spider queen opened her mouth, releasing a dense purple gas aimed directly at Lu Yu. Lu Yu frowned, instinctively retreating. However, she soon realized that the purple gas didn't seem to pose much danger. Almost all the toxic gas was filtered out by the mask. The remaining amount merely caused her a slight sense of dizziness. The poison isn't effective, let's attack. The group quickly sprang into action. 10 minutes later, with a loud crash, the spider that represented their mission was slain. In the next moment, a notification appeared before everyone. Congratulations on defeating the Spider Queen, gained Intelligence Potion 5, remaining time, please explore on your own. Upon seeing this notification, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed. Su Qing quickly used the potion for a critical hit. Su Qing took the potion and immediately activated the critical hit. Luckily 5 potions transformed into 25. Enough for their squad with some remaining. Let's go, we should leave this place. In the Osti Empire, the cities in this empire are definitely different from those in the principalities. This doesn't even seem to be the largest city. Su Luo surveyed the buildings lining the streets. Just from the materials of these buildings one could tell the difference. At that moment Lan Shu pointed to a tall tower in the distance. Is that the so-called Mage Tower? The tower was quite tall, about 20 meters high, standing out from the surrounding buildings. Lin Mo nodded. It seems so. There are 5 such towers in total around here. Su Qing squinted. With so much time given to us, can we train with the mages? Lin Mo shook his head, recalling the arrogant mages they encountered on the road. Rather not in this world. Mages hold a high status and wouldn't pay attention to us. We can throw money at them. Everyone looked at Su Luo in unison. Su Luo scratched his head. Isn't what I'm saying correct? We can afford 100,000 gold coins. Besides, we're not asking to be their disciples, we just want to learn a bit. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, his gaze drawn to the Mage Tower with the red roof in the distance. Perhaps. It really is possible. But training in magic is not an issue here. What about back on the road? Would there be these so-called elements? He hadn't learned nothing these past few days. Mages rely on the elements around them. Having magical power without elements is futile. However, these elements could be resolved by acquiring more magic cores. Extracting elements from the cores could also enable magic casting. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo led the group of girls toward the distant Mage Tower. Su Qing quietly asked, "Are we really going? Is it feasible?" "We won't know if it's feasible until we try. You all have taken the intelligence potion. Theoretically, with the intelligence attribute, you should be able to unleash skills. We've tested it before, haven't we? At worst, they would just learn some skills and cast some magic. As for other kinds of magic, they might not be able to cast at all." The Mage Tower looked close, yet it was far. Lin Mo initially thought the Mage Tower was within the city, but it turned out to be located in a forest outside the city. Soon they arrived at the base of the Mage Tower. No wonder this thing is so tall. Oh, it's so thick at the bottom. Lu Nan looked at the Mage Tower before raising his head to look up. How do we get in? Lin Mo pointed at the wooden door. Let's try knocking. Su Qing stepped up and knocked on the large door, producing a series of thuds. After waiting for a while, there was no response. After knocking 3 times, the door finally opened. An elderly man with a white beard frowned as he looked at Lin Mo and the others. "Who are you? Don't you know that the Mage Tower cannot be approached casually?" This was a well-known rule. Generally, no one would randomly come to knock on the Mage Tower's door. The old man hadn't expected to encounter such a situation today. Hello, we want to train in magic with you. We are not seeking to become your disciples, we simply want to know how to train. Su Qing said with a smile. How could that be possible? Magic requires. A bag was placed before him on the ground, its opening exposed revealing shiny gold coins inside. Magic requires a steadfast heart. Since you are so eager to practice magic, come with me. The old man quietly collected the gold coins. If it were a few hundred gold coins, he wouldn't be interested. But for 10,000 gold coins, he could make an exception. After all, they weren't asking to be disciples, they just wanted to learn how to practice, which wasn't a difficult task. At most, he could call back his disciple to teach them. The more he thought about it, the more profitable it seemed. I am Anders, a grand mage of the fire element. I will teach you once, if after that if you encounter any problems you can ask my disciple. Thank you. The group made their way to the top of the tower. Prepare yourselves. I will explain to you what magic is what. The payment was received, and he still had to maintain appearances. Just as Anders was about to begin, he paused. A transparent crystal appeared in his hand. But first, let me see if you have any talent. However, let me clarify first, if you lack talent, I will not refund your money. With 10,000 gold coins, he could buy quite a few basic materials. Don't worry, this money is yours. Even if we have no talent, it's no big deal, Lin Mo said. He could still afford this amount. Anders nodded in satisfaction. He enjoyed dealing with such individuals. He took out a transparent crystal. You all take turns placing your hands on it. Lin Mo was the first to place his hand on it, and the crystal emitted a faint glow with no color at all. Anders raised an eyebrow. Your talent may not be high, but at least there is a response, and it's attributeless, not bad. Having a response was better than none. At least they could learn beginner magic. As for intermediate magic, that would depend on luck. Next was Su Luo, followed by Su Qing. Anders held the glowing transparent crystal, his frown deepening. Something was off. Too off. If it were one or two, it would be fine, but how could they all be attributeless? The most concerning part was that their talent levels were nearly identical with no significant differences. The latter group did show some colors. Anders looked toward Aishi and the others. You all aren't human. Aishi and the others turned their attention to Lin Mo, who nodded in response. The 7 of them removed the hoods from their heads, revealing their ears and horns. Half-beast clan. Anders glanced at Lin Mo. The combination of humans and half-beasts was indeed peculiar. However, it was understandable as people today enjoyed diversity. Moreover, there was only one man in this group, so it was easy to guess their relationships. But that had nothing to do. Alright, since you all have talent, it will be simpler. First, a mage must learn to meditate, and sense the magical elements in the air, only by establishing communication. It must be said that the great mage's understanding of magic was indeed different. His explanations were clear and easy to understand. Even Lin Mo and the others had a rough idea of how to cast spells. However, casting spells was not that simple. Learn to meditate first, and tomorrow my apprentice will arrive. After that, you can ask him anything you need to know. After completing his task, Anders left them to their own devices. The next day, his apprentice arrived, a mage. The following days became quite ordinary. Every morning, the first task was to meditate and comprehend the elements. The second task was to attempt to cast spells. If they failed, Anders' apprentice would guide them. Lin, does this count as casting a spell? Lin Mo raised his hand, and a palm-sized water ball appeared in his grasp. However, the water ball was not very regular, appearing slightly oval. Lin nodded. It's somewhat cast, but the shape is too poor, indicating there's still much to improve, and it lacks any real power. The water ball itself was a low-power spell, and could not be used for direct attacks. But it had only been a month since they started. Being able to cast spells indicated they had entered the realm of magic apprentices. Lin was quite satisfied with this. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In the open space, a fireball shot from Lin Mo's hand, and struck a stone, creating a crack. Su Qing, on the other hand, released a crescent-shaped gas that hit a distant piece of wood, leaving a deep mark. In the distance, Lin stood beside Anders. Teacher, they have learned all the basic spells, and even some intermediate spells as well. But teacher, didn't you say their talent was lacking? Anders scratched his head. I don't know, when I tested them their talent was indeed quite average. But who could have imagined that years later the situation would turn out like this? Based on this talent, reaching the realm of mage should be quite simple. Anders was somewhat inclined to take on disciples. After all, at his age, becoming a great mage was nearing its end. The highest he could reach was merely that of a magic tutor. Having a disciple reach the mage level was already a significant achievement. Aspiring to have a disciple as a great mage or a magic tutor was something rarely encountered. That night, Anders called Lin Mo aside. Do you wish to become my disciple? Lin Mo was taken aback and shook his head. I'd rather not. Anders widened his eyes in disbelief. He had been rejected. He was a staff member of the Mage Association, a fire-type, great mage, a war machine on the battlefield, and yet he had been turned down. Lin Mo explained. Actually, we are not from the Osti Empire. We come from a place with very few magical elements. We will be leaving soon. Anders looked into Lin Mo's eyes, realizing he was speaking the truth. Oh, what a pity. He took out a book and handed it to Lin Mo. Then you can study on your own. This contains all the intermediate spells. As for advanced spells with your talents, it will be unreachable. Lin Mo accepted the book, but made no requests for advanced magic. He figured that such locations would not be rare in the future, so he was not in a hurry. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. It was time for them to retreat. I have one more question. Go ahead. What if, and I mean if one wants to cast spells in a place without magical elements? Anders frowned. Generally such places do not exist. Even the most barren areas have elements. As long as there is land, there will be earth elements. As long as there is water, there will be water elements. What if it's in another world? Anders turned to Lin Mo, his eyes narrowing. Another world. Anders took a deep breath. Even in another world, elements exist. It's merely a matter of abundance or scarcity. If there truly is no way, one can either draw upon the elements within their body or utilize external forces. We're back. Home is so comfortable. Su Luo slumped onto the sofa, not wanting to move at all. This time their stay was much longer than the last. The others were in high spirits, but Lan Shu appeared somewhat melancholic. Lin Mo glanced at the time and sat beside Lan Shu. What's wrong? The best part about this location was that it had directly filled his additional attributes. Now his total attributes had reached over 300 points, and with Ming Dis enhancement, it shot up to 600 points. He was invincible. Lan Shu sighed. Having spent 4 years inside, and with the previous year added, I am now over 40 years old. While the other girls were still under 30, this put immense pressure on her. She looked in the mirror and noticed wrinkles starting to form at the corners of her eyes. She worried that Lin Mo would no longer find her attractive in the future. Lin Mo thought something serious was wrong. Don't worry, I believe that once attributes reach a certain level, one can still appear youthful. Lan Shu's eyes brightened. Really? Lan Shu's mood instantly improved. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head. All right, let's prepare dinner. After we finish eating, let's rest early and continue our journey tomorrow. The girls started preparing dinner. Lin Mo opened the regional channel. After having been through such a long journey, he wondered if others had experienced the same. If they had, it would indicate that such locations were quite common. The future would likely follow this pattern. Perhaps one day they wouldn't die on the road, but rather grow old within these locations. I'm done. This location took 10 years. I can't believe it. Well, we were lucky, but only took us 3 years, but I'm already 35. Look outside, those strange creatures seem to have disappeared. Forget the strange creatures, even the devouring abyss is gone. Lin Mo was taken aback. They had all vanished. He looked outside. Those strange yellow sand creatures had indeed disappeared. He glanced at his watch. Survival day 26, temperature 4151, time 2033. The devouring abyss was also gone. Could it be that everything dangerous would come from these locations in the future? But isn't that a form of reward? At worst, they could just avoid entering those places. On the 27th day of survival, the temperature ranged from 45 to 50. At 0931, the vehicle traveled along the highway. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. Tomorrow was the final day, and the special station was about to appear. It seemed today was the right time to use the junction card. With that thought, he wasted no time and directly used the junction card. Anonymous survivor used a special item, medium road junction card. The road junction is being established, expected to start merging in 10 minutes. The medium junction consists of 10 different roads converging. As Lin Mo successfully activated the junction card, the road ahead began to change. Our main objective this time is those vehicle cores. So once we get in, the first thing to do is deal with those vehicles. The women nodded in agreement. With their current strength, taking care of those vehicles would be like child's play. Once we deal with the vehicles, do we leave? Su Qing asked. Lin Mo stroked his chin. No, this time we need to look for some resources otherwise. The situation at the subsequent stations is becoming increasingly unpredictable, making it difficult to obtain materials for upgrades. Other issues were trivial, but the glass was a significant problem. The most crucial aspect was that all danger had vanished, so it didn't matter which path they took. He figured others shared similar thoughts. With that in mind, he opened the regional channel. It's over, everything is over, we can finally relax. Can we really relax? Are you kidding? What if we run out of fuel? If we run out of fuel, we just stay put. Are we going to starve to death right here? Most people began to choose to drive slowly, as there was nothing chasing them from behind. But there was still a problem, the issue of food. If you don't move forward, food becomes a significant issue. Lin Mo stroked his chin. How many treasure chests did we encounter this morning? Just 2 waves, 3 per wave. But the contents have changed, there are fewer food items and more survival coins. If this were in the past it would have made people happy. But now many would be cursing. The food looked barely sufficient, and having more survival coins was of no real use. The roads around them began to appear. The junction point had arrived. Everyone looked out the window, and familiar roads reappeared surrounded by various representations of different roads. The roads began to merge. However, this time the city was not atop an island, but nestled within a forest. The roads continuously spread into a world full of trees. As they traversed the woods, the group spotted a city. However, compared to the skyscrapers from before, this city seemed to have only low buildings. Moreover, the road continued to climb upward, as if the entire city was built atop a mountain peak. But this mattered little. Turn left, let's look for other vehicles. Su Luo turned the steering wheel sharply to the left. Just as they made the turn, they saw a vehicle approaching. Crash into it. Boom. The opposing off-road vehicle was sent flying by their vehicle, landing on its side in the middle of the road. Soon 2 figures stumbled out of the car window. Before they could speak, Lin Mo shot them down with 2 shots. This sudden turn of events made the 2 vehicles behind them turn around and flee. Lin Mo scratched his head. Can they really turn back? This was somewhat troublesome. He and Su Qing exited the car to collect the vehicle core. Fortunately, they lucked out. It was a LV6 vehicle core. Continue. Next, guided by Lu Yue, after acquiring 10 vehicle cores, Lin Mo changed his target. He focused on the treasure chests here. As for the vehicles, they were just a side task. If they found them, great. If not, no worries. At noon, the group had lunch on a rooftop. The breeze in this city was refreshing, much better than the scorching heat of the yellow sand road. The yellow sand was stifling. Su Qing looked at the mountain peak in the distance. Why was this city built this way? Is there a reason behind it? Your focus is rather peculiar. What reason could there be? It's just a survival game that created this. Lin Mo replied, speechless, glancing back at her. What was so interesting about this? After finishing their meal, everyone set off again. There were plenty of treasure chests, but the city was large, making it difficult to find them. Even with Lin Lingling's talent, it was still insufficient. Lin Mo stroked his chin. I remember we still have platinum treasure chests we haven't used, right? Su Qing rolled her eyes. You just remembered. You have 2 platinum treasure chests in your backpack. Lin Mo sighed. There's been too much going on lately, I forgot about them. Are you going to use them now? The white ears should be enough. As for those beast-eared girls, 2 boxes required 2 people. Lin Mo thought about the affection levels of the 7 beast-eared girls and couldn't help but smile. They're all easy to talk to. Their affection levels have increased much faster than expected. He stood up. Okay. Bailey quickly stood up and followed behind Lin Mo. However, when she saw Lin Mo heading toward the bedroom, her face instantly turned red. Upon entering the room, Bailey closed the door and spoke shyly. It's still daytime, and shouldn't we be helping outside? You're helping right now. That seemed true. But this should be a different matter. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Lin Mo walked back to the driver's seat feeling refreshed. Where's Bailey? Resting. Su Qing nodded. Her attributes weren't high and indeed needed rest. Give me the box. Su Qing took out a platinum treasure chest and placed it in Lin Mo's arms. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together and took a deep breath, hoping for a successful opening. Click. The platinum treasure chest opened and Lin Mo glanced at the items inside. The quantity of food had indeed decreased, but other items had increased. It seemed all treasure chests had similar changes. His gaze fell on the items that appeared. Item 1, Electromagnetic Rifle 5. Item 2, Intermediate Gene Agent 10. Item 3, Magical Energy Crystal 500. Item 4, SS Level Talent Advancement Card 2. Item 5, Strength Crystal 50. Lin Mo's expression brightened. This truly was a stroke of luck. The rest were inconsequential. This card was the key, and he had 2 of them. Even with the worst luck, he would at least have 4. He thought for a moment, and took out the Gene Agent Advancement Cards and Magical Energy Crystal. They had tested these today. Magic could be used, but relying on meditation to fully recover energy was almost impossible. The quantity of magical elements inside was simply too low. But now that he had the Magical Energy Crystal, the problem was significantly alleviated. Here, give me a critical hit with all of them. Su Qing accepted the items, raising her eyebrows at the abundance of good things. SS Level Talent Advancement Card. Quality Special. Note: after use, it can elevate any talent below SSS level by 1 rank up to a maximum of SSS level. The items are indeed valuable, but they are of no use to him. It seems that the only talent level available is already capped. He held 4 cards in his hand, pondering who should receive them. Lan Shu does not need them. She also possesses a special talent, and her level has already risen to B grade with continuous upgrades expected. Meng Di is already at SSS level. Lin Mo's gaze turned to Su Qing, perhaps her talent needed enhancement. But upon reflection, they already have enough items. What would be the point of further enhancing them? In the end, he focused on Lu Yu and Lin Lingling. One can sense danger and still fight, while the other can sense resource locations. These two have the greatest utility here. With this in mind, he drew 2 cards and handed them to the two. Use the cards to elevate your talent levels. The two did not hesitate and directly used the advancement. In the next moment, Lin Lingling's eyes lit up. My detection range has now increased to 100 meters, and I can sense resource types more distinctly. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised by the extent of Lin Lingling's transformation. A range of 1000 meters with a crucial focus on resource types. This is very important. It can save a lot of time. He turned his gaze to Lu Yu. Lu Yu shook her head. The changes are not significant. The range remains the same, but the detection is more pronounced and the locations are more precise. Although it fell short, it was still quite good. Lin Mo looked at the 2 cards in his hand and decided to hold on to them for now. In case they need to strengthen someone's talent later, it would be good not to rush it. Once Lin Mo finished, Su Qing quietly said, "There's still one here. Should we open it now?" "No, let's deal with this first." At 4 in the afternoon, the vehicle left the city steadily, moving away along the road. Unfortunately, it was already too late, and there were only a few roads left. With Chun Jiao's relentless efforts, the vehicle arrived at a snow-covered road. Chun Jiao's face fell. "How do we end up here? This road is already quite good compared to others." "All right." Lin Mo glanced at the time. "After a busy day, let's take a break and have dinner." Su Luo asked in surprise, "Aren't we going to the station soon?" "Of course, but let's eat first. If I'm not mistaken, this station will have a long wait." With that in mind, Lin Mo opened the regional channel. Just as he thought, "Damn, another 5 years have passed. If this continues, I'll be doomed." Actually, aging isn't the issue. The key is my attributes dropping. My physique has even decreased by 12 points. What a disaster, but it's worse than before. In the station, 5 years have passed for you, but outside, it was merely a moment. However, Lin Mo stroked his chin. He truly hadn't expected his attributes to decline with age. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Aging leads to a decline in bodily functions. Lin Mo opened his personal information, looking at his attributes. Yet with their attributes, even at 50 years of age, it shouldn't be a problem. Otherwise, what would be the point of raising those attributes? In the living area, 2 dining tables were filled with food. After spending such a long time together, the bee-steered girls had become quite harmonious. At this moment, Su Luo had already run over to the table of the bee-steered girls. After so many years, anyone who has been together for this long would have formed bonds. After finishing her meal, Su Luo collapsed onto the sofa. "Should we take a break? After all, once we go in, the vehicle will likely disappear. This is quite problematic. Why can't they let us take the vehicle along? It would at least provide a place to rest. Tents are good, but they can't compare to the beds in the vehicle. Let's all rest for an hour. Everything we need is already in our respective rings." During their first long stop, Su Qing and the others had prepared their commonly used items. Aside from leaving a certain number of spare backpack slots, the rest were supplies. Su Qing propped her chin up. "This time I'll bring some instant food. It will improve our meals later. Who knows what kind of world awaits us next?" If it weren't for the long duration inside, she would have wanted to cook more dishes to take with her. But obviously that's not possible. 2 hours later, Lin Mo stood before the station, looking at the familiar name. "This? Have we encountered this before?" Station City of Technology. Resources: survival coins, weapons, treasure chests, others. Capacity: unlimited. Danger level: extremely high. Time limit: unlimited. Su Qing frowned, and then recalled. The first secret realm we opened back then was named this way. Lin Mo also remembered it could be said that a large number of firearms were initially obtained from here. Back here again, I wonder what this mission will be. We must resist. Otherwise we'll have no food. I've investigated it. As long as we destroy their servers, all those machines will cease to function. The world of humanity must be governed by humans. In a dim space, hundreds of people gathered, excitedly discussing something. Lin Mo and the others stood in a corner, surveying their surroundings. "This place is an underground passage." "Yes, it seems so, but it's much worse than when we first entered, and it's also much smaller. The key point is that back then there was no one here, only machines. But now there are people here. Target: destroy core facilities within a year. Upon completion of the mission, there will be a year for collection. If the mission is not completed, they will be trapped in this world for 10 years. Lin Mo stroked his chin. This punishment seems quite severe. However, at least life. It's hard to say for the other squads. Is our mission related to the location of their servers? Lin Mo nodded. Most likely. Should we head straight there? Su Qing asked. Their attributes gave them considerable confidence, not to mention they had also learned magic. This is a complete dimensional strike. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Let's not rush or follow their movements and observe the situation first. Although it's still the city of technology, the timeline is entirely different. No one knows what the differences are compared to before. What if the technological weapons here are more advanced than in the previous timeline? Soon this group of people reached a consensus. At 12 o'clock today, they would enter the upper city. And this area is the lower city where those without abilities live. At midnight, shadows emerge from the manhole covers, their gazes directed towards the central area of the upper city, the region with the most illumination. This was the sleepless city of the upper district, the location of the server. Lin Mo and the others stood at the back of the group, gazing at the distant city. This distance isn't too far, it looks to be about 20 to 30 kilometers away, Su Qing remarked. Lin Mo shook his head as he observed the distant figures. These people's abilities seem quite lacking. Let's not forget those robots are formidable. The women nodded in agreement. Aside from the beast-eared girls, everyone else had experienced that battle and could attest to the robots' strong weaponry and defenses. Indeed, they were not easy to deal with. However, they soon realized that the robots at this time appeared to be weaker than those they had encountered before. In the distance, a small squad of robots quickly spotted them. Don't panic. Use the electric guns. One person carrying an iron box said, pulling out a rusty iron pipe that resembled a hand crossbow. Whoosh. Pulling the trigger, a metallic object flew out, striking a robot in the distance. In the next moment, electricity surged through the robot, causing it to convulse on the ground. Then shadows unleashed their weapons. Just like that, a squad of robots was eliminated. Lin Mo was taken aback. It was that simple. It seems their strength is somewhat inadequate, Su Luo observed. Indeed, if the robots are this weak, then this task will be too easy. Around the city, people gradually moved closer to the central area. Lin Mo followed at the back of the group, his brows furrowed. It was too easy, almost excessively so. This was completely different from what he had envisioned. If this was the difficulty of the task, it felt like it wouldn't take even a year. By 4 in the morning, the group had approached the core area. Everywhere was illuminated as if it were daytime. However, after suffering some losses, the people entered the tallest building in the center. Lin Mo, this is way too easy, isn't it? It really is simple. Just be cautious, we can retreat at any moment. It wasn't just simplicity, they only saw robots and no living people, which was quite absurd. He crouched in front of a robot. Most of the current robots appeared to be designed with hollow sections, seemingly intended to reduce their weight. In stark contrast to the robots that followed. Lin Mo turned over the robot's body, looking behind, and finding nothing particularly special. Lin Mo set the robot down and followed the group upward. The higher they went, the more robots they encountered. This discovery made the 10 or so teams quite happy. It indicated that they had chosen the right location. Soon the group arrived at the top floor. There were no elevators on the top floor, only stairs. Pushing open the large door, a massive screen stood tall, surrounded by wires with boxes connected to the ground. Found it. Let's destroy it. Dozens rushed forward, weapons in hand, beginning to dismantle the boxes. Lin Mo and his group stood at the doorway, surveying their surroundings. Did we encounter a place like this back then? Su Qing shrugged. We never reached the core area, so we don't know much about this side. Lin Mo looked at the metal boxes ahead, feeling that something was off. After all the wires and metal boxes were destroyed, the large screen suddenly lit up. An ancient figure appeared on the screen. Congratulations on completing the level, and thank you for your wonderful As a reward, we can give you a swift end. In the next moment, black holes appeared in the walls, gun barrels extending out, spewing fire. The dozens of people in the room fell to the ground, hit by bullets. The elder on the screen nodded in satisfaction, but then frowned. What? Missing a few people. Find them and kill them all. As his voice fell, gun barrels appeared in the walls throughout the building, and the surrounding cameras continuously rotated in search of targets. However, the targets they sought had long since made their way outside through a window descending along the outer wall. So the reason the defenses here are weak is that those people wanted to watch a show. Su Qing's lips twitched. What a twisted sense of humor. I didn't expect that, but it just proves that the so-called core server isn't in this building. Lin Mo had anticipated this. How could such important items be placed so openly? Can you sense it? He asked Lin Lingling. This thing isn't considered a resource, so I can't sense it. Lin Lingling replied, looking helpless. It's fine, I'll relax. If you can't sense it, then you can't. If you could, that ability would be a bit ridiculous. As soon as everyone landed downstairs, hundreds of robots appeared around them. Lin Mo waved his hand, and weapons appeared in everyone's hands, firing directly at the surrounding robots. With just the most ordinary weapons, they easily took down the robots. Rat-a-tat-tat. Liu held a weapon in each hand, spinning and attacking. This is indeed much easier than last time. After all, according to the timeline, this is the earlier version. It's normal for the strength to differ. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo and the others vanished without a trace. Far behind, Lin Mo took a glance back at their previous position. The server must be in the core area, either in some inconspicuous building or underground. These were the two locations Lin Mo could think of, and they were the most reasonable ones. When should we go take a look? No rush. Since we appeared in the lower city, it indicates that these people are useful. We can share information with them. Lin Mo planned to have these people help him scout the way. It wasn't that he disregarded their lives. Even if he didn't say anything they would send someone, he might as well offer them some advice. Lin Mo opened a manhole cover and jumped in. Soon he arrived at the place where those people had gathered. They were watching the television in the corner, their expressions heavy. So we were just their toys. Brother Chen, can't we leave? We shouldn't stay in the city. Yeah, Brother Chen, if we keep staying here, we'll die eventually. Out in the wild, we at least have a chance to survive. Lives in the lower city weren't worth much, and they sometimes had to go to the upper city to work. In the process, death was an inevitable occurrence. Although most were accidents, everyone knew it was the doing of the upper city. Yet they had no way to change their fate. What? These people actually want to leave. Lin Mo could not let them go. What would happen if they left? He hurried over and said, "Let me say something." Everyone turned to look at Lin Mo, but they did not recognize him. Who are you? I am a survivor. Survivor. Everyone's expression relaxed a bit. It's remarkable that you survived, but let's just forget about this matter. We cannot compete with the upper city. Lin Mo ignored this comment and continued, "We were deceived. That tall building is just a trap." They were well aware of this fact, but only after paying a painful price. However, it is not without gains. There are only two possibilities for the server's location. As Lin Mo expressed his thoughts, everyone frowned. To be honest, there is indeed such a possibility. The server must be located in the core area. However, there are just too many buildings in the core area. How do we find it? The underground is simple. These passages are all interconnected. But the lower city beneath the core area has patrols. To act there would be purely suicidal. So I think we don't need to rush. Let's investigate first before taking action. Chen Tian shook his head. The underground can be managed. After all, that's where we the lower city residents live. But the above is problematic. We can't go up. Then we could recruit some people from the upper city. How don't they harbor resentment against those machines? Chen Tian was taken aback. Upper city people harbor resentment. That shouldn't be possible. Lin Mo smirked slightly. People in the upper city also need to make a living. There are ordinary folks there, and not everyone has status or wealth. The jobs that should belong to them have all been replaced by those machines. He paused and continued, "Among you, isn't there anyone from the upper city?" He did not know how these people became residents of the lower city. Perhaps some of them were born into the lower city, but what about their parents and grandparents? Were they not from the lower city? And some of them were also driven into it. Chen Fei nodded. There was indeed some truth to this. That's a good idea. I need to think about it. Lin Mo saw that he had achieved his goal, so he did not linger any longer and returned to the group. I don't know, let's see. If it doesn't work out, then we'll do it ourselves. In fact, Lin Mo did not initially intend to use these people, but they simply didn't have enough numbers. With just their group, exploring that area entirely would take an immense amount of time. If locals were to help, the speed would greatly increase. Lin Mo stroked his chin. After all, they appeared here and were given only a year. Moreover, they were thrust into this activity from the very start. It would be strange to say it was inconsequential. This was the result after participating in several stations. The next afternoon, Chen Fei sent people out. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo nodded. Good, they had mobilized. However, he did not remain idle. He took Lin Lingling away from this area. What are you all going to do? Su Qing hurriedly asked. This is a station A. Don't forget what you can obtain here. Survival coins, weapons, treasure chests, they have it all. The previous stations were so busy with battles that they had forgotten about this. Now that they had some free time, they had to collect what was here. Besides, he had spent quite a bit of survival coins before. With less than 5,000 survival coins left on hand, it was time to replenish. Especially now that Lin Lingling's range had expanded so much, not going would be somewhat wasteful. Be careful then. Don't worry. Lin Mo waved his hand and set off with Lin Lingling. However, he did not go to the surface, but walked underground. Compared to the last time they entered, this time the passages inside were long and intricate. It seemed that the underground had been reconfigured later. 2 hours later, they arrived at the underground of the core area. From here, the number of patrolling machines increased. Lin Lingling asked curiously, Lin Mo, do you think these machines will suddenly attack? They shouldn't. If they truly attacked suddenly, the lower city residents would have fled long ago. No, I mean us. After all, we were wearing masks yesterday. Lin Mo pointed to his face. We were wearing masks yesterday. Lin Lingling suddenly realized she had almost forgotten about this. Just then Lin Lingling paused and looked to the left. There's survival coin in the left area, but I don't know how to get over there. The left side was a wall with no entrance. Lin Mo looked towards the front intersection. It should be over there, let's go take a look. Arriving at the crossroad, the two headed left. After passing several shops, the number of people decreased significantly. Peering through several large doors, it appeared to be similar to the upper city's residential area. However, there were hardly any residents in each courtyard. Soon the two arrived at a courtyard. Judging by the condition of the courtyard, it seemed someone had lived there, but now no one was present. Pushing open a room, there was a cloth bag on the floor. Lin Mo opened it to find over 500 survival coins. Lucky so many at once. There are more behind. At 5 in the afternoon in the core area underground, Lin Mo and Lin Lingling hid in a corner. There were patrol members on both sides. Is that really a platinum treasure chest? Lin Lingling nodded. Yes, but it's strange, that house looks very dilapidated, different from the buildings here. Lin Mo looked at the distant low 3-story building. The wall plaster was already falling apart. Lin Mo squinted. They couldn't have encountered it right. That would be too easy. But it was clear he was overthinking. Because this was just a public restroom, no wonder it was so run down, and the environment was still quite clean. Above one of the toilets in the women's restroom, Lin Lingling retrieved the platinum treasure chest. See, I wasn't mistaken. Since her talent level had increased, she had not made a mistake. Moreover, the effect was far stronger than before. Not bad, let's go. The two avoided one patrol after another, continuously collecting supplies. The main focus was still on survival coins and treasure chests. As for other items, Lin Mo directly ignored them. For instance, weapons, which were merely some forged from alloys. While these were indeed better than ordinary items, they were no longer useful for their team. They had cold weapons made from malleable metal, various firearms for hot weapons, and even magical weapons. Lin Mo glanced at the time. Let's go back. Did you really bring back so much? Su Qing looked at the items on the ground, her face filled with astonishment. Was there really this much in the lower district? We went above ground, and there is much more up there than down here, but there are certainly more patrolling teams. Lin Mo sighed. There were still many items left behind. He wanted to retrieve them, but that would surely mean battling those robots. The outcome was obvious. Once they engaged, he would face countless robots. Although the current robots weren't particularly strong, their numbers were overwhelming. It was indeed troublesome. Su Qing stored all the items into her backpack, preparing for a critical strike. Luck is on our side. We have over 8,000 survival coins. However, we still have only 2 platinum treasure chests. Are you planning to use them? Su Qing glanced at the other 6 bestiared girls in the distance. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. Let's wait until we get out. There's not much good space here. Su Qing smirked. We can guard the door for you. You probably just want to eavesdrop. Yes, so what? Lin Mo was too lazy to deal with Su Qing. At this moment, Su Qing was increasingly disregarding him. For some time afterward, Lin Mo took Lin Lingling out every day to search for supplies. Meanwhile, the people in the lower district followed Lin Mo's methods to look for servers. More people meant greater strength. They hadn't found the server, but they had ruled out many places. This was a good thing for Lin Mo and the others. The so-called core area, according to them, is a 5-kilometer radius centered around the building, and they have already ruled out 4/5 of it. Su Qing paused and sighed deeply. From what's left, it seems impossible to find it there, so the probability is high that the server is not in the core area. If it is not in the core area, their chances of completing the mission are nearly 0. Lin Mo frowned. This was something he had not anticipated. Don't they fear that this thing could be found by the people in the lower district if placed elsewhere? Or is it possible that there are actually several servers? This possibility is not absent, but there should be at least one core server. After all, the mission is to destroy one, not many. The current situation differed significantly from what he had imagined, and the difference was quite substantial. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, wondering if he should change his approach. The most dangerous place is the safest. No matter how confident the upper district is, they would certainly worry about the lower district destroying the core equipment. Moreover, according to the previous situation, when entering here, all humans had perished. The entire world had become a realm of robots. This means that the people from the upper district ultimately perished as well. Lin Mo knocked on his head, unable to make sense of it. At this moment, Lin Lingling raised her hand. There's a place we went to before that has a lot of resources, but the patrolling robots are clearly much more numerous. Hearing Lin Lingling say this, Lin Mo also thought of that place. It was an area in the lower district, pitifully low in numbers, yet the number of patrolling robots was higher than in other areas. And that location seems to be right below the core area. The key point is that it is beneath the lower district, but not within it. At that time, fearing trouble, Lin Mo abandoned the idea. But looking at it now, doesn't this mean that this place is the most likely candidate? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, tell them about that place, and let them explore it. They've lived in the lower district for so long, they should be familiar with it. With this in mind, Lin Mo immediately took action. In a room, he found Chun Fei, below the lower district. Impossible, there's no space left below. Chun Fei shook his head. He wouldn't say he was familiar with every place, but he knew many people. He basically knew what was in each location. But there's still space beneath the lower district. How is that possible? Lin Mo's expression turned serious. My colleagues, and I have seen it, and the defensive power there is greater than anywhere else. Seeing Lin Mo so serious, Chun Fei had to take it seriously as well. After all, they had searched extensively in the upper district with no rewards. One can never be too sure, perhaps it really is placed below. If it is truly below. Chun Fei's mouth twitched, doesn't that mean the server is right under their noses? However, figuring out how to deal with this thing is also troublesome. Let me think of a way. If what you say is true, we need to gather more weapons. I can help you get weapons, don't worry, it'll take at most 2 days. He certainly didn't have the luxury of time for them to take their time. There was only a year in total. He now needed to confirm whether the space below contained the core server. If not, he would need to continue searching. 2 days later, Lin Mo produced dozens of rifles along with 4 boxes of grenades and Molotov cocktails. Looking at these items, Chun Fei was left dumbfounded. What? Where did you get all this? What Chun Fei meant by getting some weapons was to make some simple ones. After all, they were from the lower district. How could they possibly get weapons? And now Lin Mo had brought out ready-made weapons, and so many of them. With these weapons, they could easily break through in that direction. This time we really hit the jackpot. Lin Mo pulled out 2 rocket launchers from the ground and placed them on the table along with 4 rockets. Chun Fei's mouth twitched. That is unnecessary. For rockets would probably cause the entire underground to collapse. Collapse. This building isn't so easy to bring down, is it? Lin Mo initially wanted to provide some C4, but it seems it's not needed now. So when do we set off? Still at dawn, we'll block all the roads around to buy time. That night at 9 o'clock, various entrances to the core area emitted a sizzling sound. All entrances were welded shut. In addition, they placed various items to block the way. Although these items weren't very effective against the robots, having them was better than nothing. If they could delay for even a minute, it would give them a minute's opportunity. Moreover, at every necessary intersection, they placed various shelves and clutter. Robots would inevitably encounter some unnecessary trouble moving through such places. It continued until 1 o'clock in the morning when 3 fully armed squads finally set off. Lin Mo and his group closely followed. They wanted to see if that place was indeed the core location. They quickly arrived at their destination. Lin Lingling immediately reminded those resources are still there. Just the survival coins alone are 4 piles along with many treasure chests and vehicle upgrade materials. Lin Mo nodded. It seemed highly likely that this was the place. Da-da-da. With the first gunshot ringing out, the battle began. With the weapons provided by Lin Mo, the battle was overwhelmingly in their favor. Lin Mo had indeed supplied plenty of bullets. With these bullets, if they still couldn't succeed, then there would be nothing Lin Mo could do. Boom, boom. The grenades instantly blasted open a path, and everyone rushed in. However, this was just a room. Chun Fei frowned as he looked around. Where is the way? Just then Lin Mo walked over from behind. Why are you here too? I was worried you wouldn't find the way, so I came over. Lin Mo and his group spread out, starting to search for the entrance. Eventually, they found a downward path beneath the bed in the bedroom. Chun Fei didn't expect that there really was one. Everyone down. Figures descended the stairs, and everyone put on their night vision goggles. They couldn't ignite any flames during the invasion. Seeing everyone enter, Lin Mo took out a yellow gel. Wait, what are you going to do? Su Qing hurriedly stopped him. This piece weighed a kilogram and could truly collapse this place. Don't be nervous, I'm not stupid. Lin Mo cut it into 2 segments, putting one back into his backpack. The remaining part was divided into 4 pieces and placed around the walls. The next moment, a thunderous explosion collapsed a 4-meter-long passageway entirely. It would take a considerable amount of time for those machines to get through. As for going back, there was no need to consider that issue at all. If the core equipment was below, destroying it would render all the machines useless. But if not, then they could just engage in battle. However, the second possibility was almost non-existent. Lin Mo and the others also descended underground. Following the passage, they quickly caught up with Chun Fei and the others. At that moment, Chun Fei and his group stood in a space with 8 passages surrounding them. Chun Fei looked at the 8 passages in confusion. There were a total of 30 people in the 3 teams. Splitting up was fine, but if they encountered a large-scale robot squad, they would be doomed. Lin Mo glanced at Lin Lingling, who pointed to the left. The direction is this way, but whether this passage is the right one is uncertain. No problem, leave it to me. Lin Mo directly took out a drone. The drone quickly flew into one of the passages and soon returned entering the second passage. Looking at the screen on the remote control, Lin Mo nodded. This is the one. I've already seen the wiring, and there are quite a few robots inside. It seemed they had truly found it. Chun Fei commanded the team to charge down this passage. As long as they dealt with the core equipment, they could return to the surface, to become people of the upper city again. After Chun Fei and the others rushed and Lin Mo led his team in at a leisurely pace. Lin Mo, how many robots are inside? Not many, only about 50, but I feel the enemy will definitely have backup plans, so be careful once you go in. The clothes on me can protect against damage, but that doesn't mean it won't hurt. Lin Mo isn't inclined to. Soon the sound of gunfire came from inside, lasting about 5 minutes, and the figures of Lin Mo and others also appeared. Various models of robots lay on the ground. Most of them were the same types of robots they had seen the last time they entered. This indicated that they had already been produced by now. Only the quality was relatively poor. Chun Fei arrived at the center of this area where a cabinet was placed. Various machines were displayed on the cabinet connected to the walls by numerous wires. Chun Fei immediately cut the wires. At that moment the surrounding walls suddenly opened. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunshots rang out. Enemy attack. Chun Fei quickly hid behind the shelf. But the others weren't so lucky. In an instant more than a dozen had fallen. 10 minutes later, out of the 30-person team, only the last 5 remained. They had thoroughly destroyed those wires. At the same time, Lin Mo's task was also complete. Lin Mo looked at the distant exit. Let's go, we can head to the upper city now. The core server of the robots had been dealt with, meaning that for the time being the robots had lost their function. He speculated that the reason the game gave a year was likely that the people of the upper city would restart these robots after a year. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but look at Chun Fei. They wanted to return to the surface unless they dealt with those hidden people from the upper city. Previously those from the upper city might still appear, but now it was definitely not that easy to find them. As for the people visible in the outside world, they should just be ordinary citizens of the upper city. Following the passage upward, an open door appeared. After Lin Mo and the others emerged, they found themselves in the outermost area of the core district. Let's go, we'll head over there. After they left for an hour, the manhole covers on the ground suddenly opened and Lin Lingling pointed to a nearby building. There are plenty of resources in that building. Lin Mo turned to look. It wasn't just plenty, there was also a lot of glass. Let's go, we'll head over there. After they left for an hour, the manhole covers on the ground suddenly opened and figures emerged from within. Looking at the robots lying on the ground, everyone was overjoyed. Great, great. They really succeeded. We're back. The air above is so much better, the smell down there is unbearable. Damn it. These robots really deserve to die. Many people rushed forward, kicking the robots fiercely. The next moment they clutched their feet, crying out in pain. At this moment Chun Fei appeared. Search. Go find those people from the upper city, you all know what they look like spread out. Everyone from the lower city began to search around. The appearance of these individuals also frightened the ordinary people of the upper city. When they realized they weren't looking for them, everyone couldn't help but relax. Meanwhile, in a distant building, Lin Mo and the others had arrived at the top floor. They had collected quite a bit along the way. Just the survival coins amounted to over 2,000, which had multiplied tenfold due to critical hits. One could say they had made back quite a bit of the survival coins they had spent. Lin Mo stood by the window looking at the streets below. The shadows of people moved like ants. Do you think they can succeed? Lin Mo shrugged. It's highly unlikely. Those people dared to place things here, they must have anticipated this day long ago. In fact, it's possible they did it intentionally. If it were him, he wouldn't have placed the core device in such a location. He would rather place it in the wilderness than in the city. So clearly this was merely part of their plan. As for why there was such a plan, that was beyond his contemplation. Of course he did not care. Perhaps the people from the upper district wanted to give these individuals a glimmer of hope, only to let them down, even lead them to despair. Alternatively, perhaps these lower district individuals were part of their scheme. But regardless of which, it had nothing. He had a year to search, and similarly he could choose to leave at any time. No matter what happened subsequently, he could depart from here without it affecting him. However, Lin Mo stroked his chin, acknowledging that the robots below had indeed lost their function. Forget it, why ponder so much? Ling keeps searching. Okay. 3 months later, in a villa, Lin Mo sat in a lounge chair while several young women played in the water. For 3 whole months they had not paused. The most obtained resource was survival coins, followed by materials needed for vehicle upgrades. Upon returning, he could elevate his vehicle's level. However, he did not plan to use it immediately. After all, tomorrow was the 7th day of the week, and they would soon enter the next highway. It would be better to wait until they completely entered before making any decisions. Lin Mo held a glass of juice as he contemplated. From the current situation, all dangers had vanished. The only danger was within this station. Although it had already transformed, he still felt somewhat out of place. He set down his cup, crossed his arms, and began tapping his arm with his left hand. If that is the case, returning to upgrade doesn't seem to pose any issue. At that moment, Su Luo, holding a drone remote control, suddenly said, "Brother Lin Mo, look at them, it seems they have given up searching." Lin Mo took the remote control and enlarged the screen. Chun Fei's figure appeared on it. Compared to the spirited demeanor 3 months ago, Chun Fei now seemed somewhat dispirited. After 3 months of searching, the people from the upper district had encountered quite a few, but they were all ordinary individuals. Even those with some status were merely low-ranking figures. They had not found a single true upper-class individual. This left Chun Fei and the others quite disappointed. Lin Mo had already anticipated this outcome. Indeed, these lower district people had been toyed with. Lin Mo casually placed the remote control on the table and said, "Alright, no need to keep an eye on them, you can go play now." Su Luo stretched and said, "I don't want to play anymore, I've had enough fun." Lin Mo glanced at her and asked, "What? Do you want to go drive?" Su Luo shivered. "Forget it, I'll just go play." Saying that, she dashed into the pool, splashing water all over Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo looked helplessly at this girl. He surveyed the villa. When they arrived at this villa area 2 days ago, he sensed something was amiss. The villa area was not in the core zone, but in the peripheral region. Of course, it was still considered the upper district, but there were many lower district individuals here as well. Yet this villa was exceedingly clean, not at all resembling a place that had been abandoned for 3 months. Initially, Chun Fei had brought people here to search, but they had found nothing. In the eyes of Lin Lingling and Lu Yue, the situation here could not hide from them. 50 meters underground, there was an underground space housing 3 individuals. It seemed to be the owners of this villa, and their status was not low. Lin Mo chuckled lightly. These individuals were quite interesting, brazenly staying here. He wondered if they would still be so happy once they were found. 3 days later, a dozen figures appeared here. At the forefront was a weathered-looking Chun Fei. Seeing Chun Fei, Lin Mo gently patted his shoulder, saying, "They are below. There are a total of 10 villas, each with 10 entrances. You can handle it yourself." Chun Fei's eyes lit up. "Are they the masters from the upper district?" "I don't know about that, I just know there are people inside." 10 minutes later, cries of anguish echoed from the villa. As for what happened afterward, Lin Mo was unaware. Another 3 months passed. Chun Fei's figure appeared on various screens throughout the city. "From today onward, we are the masters of District 13, and we lower district people have returned to the upper district. There are a total of 20 cities in the world. These 20 cities govern themselves, and generally do not communicate with one another. This planet is vast, and the distance between districts is approximately 1,500 kilometers. But that is not the main point. The key is that there are many spirit beasts between the districts. Spirit beasts dominate the wilderness and are the rulers of the wild. Previously, these spirit beasts were managed by the upper district. However, now that the people from the upper district have vanished, naturally no one is left to control the spirit beasts. As for the lower district individuals, they did not have much experience dealing with spirit beasts. At this moment, Lin Mo and the others appeared on the edge of District 13. To be precise, this was not the edge area, as the actual edge had already been destroyed by the spirit beasts. That area extended a full 50 kilometers, and it wouldn't be long before these spirit beasts attacked the core area. It seems this is the intention of the upper district people. Lin Mo shook his head. This is indeed ruthless. To destroy the entire area, how much would it cost to rebuild? All for such a trivial matter. "Are we leaving?" Su Qing asked. They had gathered most of what they needed, and there was little meaning in staying any longer. However, Lin Mo did not think so. "No, we will stay and observe the situation. Who knows? We might obtain something valuable." Lin Mo stroked his chin, recalling the time when the beastmen launched their attack. Unfortunately, those heavily armored soldiers had fled. If they hadn't, they might have been able to acquire quite a bit of that heavy armor. Regardless, that heavy armor was indeed valuable. At present, there might be a chance to obtain something good. Just then, footsteps sounded from afar. One by one, individuals clad in uniform attire approached, albeit with somewhat disordered steps. They were lower district individuals coming to battle the spirit beasts after finding equipment. In the past, combat missions were entrusted to robots. But now, with the robots rendered completely useless, it was up to humans to take charge. The upper district individuals cannot be said to be bad, nor can they be said to be good. The bad side is the oppression of the lower district people. The good side is that they managed to defend this city. One can only say that there are both advantages and disadvantages. It remains uncertain if these lower district individuals can hold their ground. The thoughts of the upper district people are likely quite simple. "You wanted the upper district, didn't you? Then here you go. Let's see if you can hold it." If you can't, then just stay safely in the lower district from now on. Moreover, Lin Mo speculated that there were definitely more than one service area, and at a critical moment, they would restart these robots. Lin Mo stroked his chin, pondering what he could gain from this. The battle commenced. Yet ultimately humans are humans, and when faced with these spirit beasts, emotions of fear arise within, just as he had imagined. The battle continued for 3 days, with the front lines being pushed further back. The areas destroyed increased exponentially. After a month of fighting, spirit beasts emerged continuously throughout the entire city. Perhaps these spirit beasts realized that humans were not as terrifying as before. The entire 13th district was filled with spirit beasts gathering around incessantly. Retreating step by step, Lin Mo stood atop a high building, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield towards the core urban area behind him. Were those guys not going to take action? Lingling, have you found anything? Lingling shook her head. No, only the spirit cores within those spirit beasts are useful. Lin Mo spread his hands, revealing a milky white spirit core. It contained the power of the spirit beast. He had tried to absorb it before. This spirit beast core was equivalent to the effect of 2 magic crystals. The most crucial point was that after absorption it not only replenished magical energy, but could even enhance attributes, making it truly a valuable item. Could it be that the good thing he was thinking of was this? But this item only appeared in spirit beasts of a slightly higher level, and even then it was only a matter of chance. Well, better than nothing. After their battle ends tonight, we will go collect the spirit cores. Recently, they had also gathered quite a number of spirit cores. The quantity was still quite considerable. It was just that it took too long. Lin Mo glanced at the time. There were still 2 months left. It seemed there were no good things in store. As time passed, 2 months flew by. The people from the lower city abandoned the upper city and returned. The ground was left in utter chaos. Meanwhile, the people from the upper city re-emerged, and those mechanical beings awakened once more. Around the city, numerous entrances appeared on the ground, with mechanical beings continuously emerging. The old man appeared again, reclaiming control of the city. Lin Mo actually had a decent impression of this old man. After all, he did not exterminate the people of the lower city. The ground was left in utter chaos. Meanwhile, the people from the upper city re-emerged, and those mechanical beings awakened once. However, Qin Fei had long since died, perishing in a wave of spirit beasts. It was hard to evaluate. Survival Day 28, temperature 45-50, time 1531. Aren't we going to open? Su Luo slowed down the vehicle. Not opening. We just passed the second stop today. Lin Mo picked up a mirror to look at himself. According to the time, he should be 34 years old now. But judging by his appearance, he still looked to be in his It seemed that attributes really held great utility. Sixie, come back to my room with me. A girl with horns blushed as she walked past Jiang Suyao. Jiang Suyao rubbed her face. Sixie, you hit me again. Sixie's already red face turned completely crimson. I didn't mean to. I was just joking, but that really was soft. Su Luo turned back. Sister, was he doing that on purpose? You only just realized, huh? Just taking a break. The group returned to their room, while the beast-eared girls gathered on the second floor. Su Qing observed the approaching figures of the beast-eared girls, pondering. There seemed to be a deer-horn girl as well. Let's arrange for her tonight. After more than an hour, Lin Mo arrived at the window feeling refreshed. Su Qing naturally handed a platinum treasure chest to Lin Mo. Should we arrange for that deer-horn girl tonight? I still have 2 platinum treasure chests on hand. It's a pity there was only one person. In the last 2 stops, they had not encountered suitable candidates. Lin Mo nodded. Sure, let's arrange it then. Lin Mo opened the chest, and 5 items came into view. One of the items surprised Lin Mo. Who did such things even exist? But this item seemed to have some utility. Item 1, Immobilization Talisman, 10. Item 2, Free Attribute Points, 25. Item 3, Roasted Whole Lamb, 100. Item 4, Explosive Armor-Piercing Shells, 500. Item 5, Youth-Preserving Pill, 10. Lin Mo gasped. The items given this time were quite peculiar. Immobilization Talisman quality. Special note: after use can immobilize the target for 124 hours. With time, depending on the target's strength. This was indeed a good item, but its utility was average. The free attribute points were also a good item, allowing for arbitrary distribution of attributes with no usage restrictions. However, he did not plan to use them all himself. He would allocate them. After all, his own enhancements were quite considerable. What truly surprised him was the last item. If he remembered correctly, this item should only appear in the hands of cultivators. Based on his consistent experience, did this mean he would encounter targets capable of cultivation in the future? No. Those beasts already possessed strength akin to that of demon beasts. It was just that they lacked the corresponding abilities. It seemed that the difficulty level for the upcoming stop starting next week would be raised another notch. Youth-preserving pill quality special note after use can maintain eternal youth and has a certain regulating effect on the body lifespan 50. He did not expect this item could actually extend lifespan, which differed from what he understood. Come on, let's have a crit. Su Qing took the item, and upon seeing the introduction of the youth-preserving pill her eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't this effect a bit too strong? Don't be so surprised. Perhaps starting tomorrow the items in the box will change. Changes meant that circumstances would shift, and it might not be for the better. Su Qing nodded. Got it. The immobilization talisman multiplied by 20 times, which was lucky. The youth-preserving pill multiplied by 10 times, all good things. As for the free attribute points, they only doubled. At 7 in the evening, a sumptuous dinner was laid out on 2 tables. It was the last day, and they should celebrate. Do we need to wait until midnight? Su Luo asked. No need, he always speaks at 9 in the morning, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Dinner lasted a full hour. After it ended, Lin Mo took out the items and distributed them to the girls. Alright, everyone gets a share. The girls glanced over the free attribute points, but were all focused on the youth-preserving pill. Indeed, beauty held the greatest allure for women. 10 minutes later. Why do I smell so bad? I need to take a shower. Don't hog it, ew, I want a shower too. Well, let me go first. Do I smell the worst? Lin Mo silently glanced at the pills in his hand, ultimately deciding to put them away. He would wait until they finished showering. Meanwhile, Su Luo and the others who were arguing turned to look at Lan Shu, Su Qing, and Lu Nan. Why aren't you guys talking? Su Qing took out the pills. We haven't eaten yet. Lan Shu sat on the sofa glancing at the mirror in her hand, a smile tugging at her lips. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes had vanished and her age had seemingly reverted to her 20s. She turned to Lin Mo and asked, do I look young? Young Lin Mo paused, but I still prefer the way you look to. Lan Shu felt quite pleased, her eyes narrowing into slits as she smiled. So you prefer the older version of me? Su Qing chuckled from the side. Ahem, if you can't find the right words, just admit it. The effects of the beauty-enhancing pill were indeed powerful, restoring everyone to their youthful states. Lin Mo stretched lazily. Alright everyone, let's take a break. Tomorrow we should be switching to a different highway, and the difficulty of the checkpoints should also increase. However, he wondered if there were any other changes besides these fixed ones. As soon as Lin Mo returned to his room, Lan Shu followed him. Do you prefer the younger version of your sister or the way I looked before? I like both. Well, consider yourself lucky for today. I shall reward you. Lan Shu took off her coat, revealing the outfit beneath. Lin Mo's eyes widened. What on earth is this tight Spider-Man suit? Has the spider turned into a giant spider? The next morning, the first thing Lin Mo did upon waking was open the curtains to look outside. A vast expanse of waves greeted him. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Fortunately, there were no strange creatures and no abyss of devouring. It was the same no matter where they were. Upon entering the living room, he heard the women chattering. This place is perfect for fishing. If we could catch some fish, we could make braised fish, steamed fish sashimi. Lin Mo didn't need to look to know it was Su Luo. Only she would immediately think of various ways to prepare fish. At 8 o'clock, the vehicle drove along the wide highway. The ocean waves continuously splashed against the road, leaving layers of water stains. Compared to the news seen earlier on the World Channel, this was already much better. Previously, the waves reached 2 to 3 meters high, shaking the car incessantly. I just checked the World Channel, and the population is now down to less than 50 million. Lin Mo hurriedly looked at Su Qing. How many? 50 million, to be precise. It's 48. 9 million. Lin Mo gasped sharply. How could it have decreased so much? In 1 month, 90 had vanished. This death rate was somewhat alarming. At this rate, in another week, there would probably only be 20 million left. I thought deaths were supposed to be slow. Su Qing propped her chin on her hand. Don't forget the checkpoint durations. Some checkpoints require 10 years inside after a failure. According to them, in those 10 years people could die. It wasn't from old age, but from being killed by others inside. Lin Mo realized. He had always thought that being at the checkpoint merely meant time passed, forgetting that it could be very dangerous inside. It wasn't his fault, their squad was simply too strong. So most of those people died inside the checkpoints, not from old age. Exactly. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. In that case, it would be better if things from the outside world didn't disappear. At least there would be some assurance. Items from the outside can be somewhat defended against, but inside there's no way to guard against anything. Just like the technological city world we entered. The individual attacks of the robots were quite average, but their numbers were overwhelming. If surrounded by hundreds or thousands of robots, it was likely that no squad other than theirs could escape. Looking at it this way, it was quite normal for them to have suffered many deaths. At that moment, a small island appeared ahead. 3 golden treasure chests appeared in the middle of the road. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. It was a good start. 3 golden treasure chests paved the way. After stopping the vehicle, Lin Mo and the others got out. Su Qing put the treasure chests into her backpack. She then took them out again. Opening the golden treasure chest, survival coins 50, 20L universal, fuel 1, UAR 15-1, universal bullets 100. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed. The items had begun to change again. Although there were weapons last week, they were definitely not this good. He glanced at the items, noting that the quality and quantity of the items had also changed. It was still mostly about increasing attributes, with the probability of food and drinks having decreased. During the third refresh, the intelligence attribute appeared. This was indeed a good item. However, after the fourth refresh, Lin Mo couldn't help but fall into contemplation. What the heck? Item 1, tracking, throwing knife 20. Item 2, blade, tracking missile 20. Item 3, water walking skill 1. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes. He was sure he hadn't misread. It was indeed a skill. Water walking quality, a note using it grants the skill water walking. Lin Mo asked Su Qing to activate the skill immediately. Su Qing looked at the data in her hand with surprise before triggering it. However, it was only a double effect. Lin Mo immediately used the skill and obtained complete information. But this complete information was rather abstract. Water walking consumes energy to increase running speed with a certain lightness effect. Lin Mo glanced at the highway ahead. Get in the car. As they returned to the vehicle, Su Luo had just driven onto the highway when Lin Mo instructed them to stop. After getting out of the car, he looked at the vast sea, then turned to Lu Yu and the others. Throw me a life ring in a moment. Saying that, he performed water walking and jumped into the sea. He lightly touched the ground with his toes, leaping forward several meters. With each touch of his toes, he was able to cover great distances. In just a few seconds, he had raced out hundreds of meters. Before long, Lin Mo's figure reappeared on the highway. Aside from a bit of water on his toes, that was fast, much quicker than normal running. The key is, it seems that this thing allows you to rise a certain distance by stepping on things. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This was true lightness skill. He took out 2 more skills. One was a fist technique, and the other was a leg technique. One was from the golden treasure chest, and the other was from his talent. Su Qing looked at the grade fist technique. So starting this week, everyone will become martial arts masters. Lin Mo nodded. It seems that way, and this skill is easy to learn, but it requires proficiency. The more it's used, the higher the level, and the better the effect. From now on, our goal is much simpler. Just use the skills more to increase proficiency. However, there are too few skills right now, so not everyone can learn them. But Lin Mo was not worried at all. With his talent, the probability of obtaining skills was much higher than others. Plus, he needed to see what quality of treasure chests these skills appeared in. Get in the car. We continue our journey. 9 o'clock. Lin Mo glanced at his watch from time to time. However, a minute past 9, the familiar voice still did not appear. Su Qing looked at the time on the watch and said, could it be that they won't say anything this time? Lin Mo nodded. Time has passed. It seems that voice will not appear. It should be the last version from the previous update, the final version. But I wonder when this survival game will finally end. Will it be when everyone is dead? If that's the case, it should be soon. At most 2 months, the remaining people should be dead by then. Just then, Su Luo slowed down the vehicle. Feeling the decrease in speed, Lin Mo looked ahead and said, another treasure chest. That shouldn't be right. It's not a treasure chest. We have arrived at a station. In front on an island stood a metal pole with a sign hanging from it confirming it was indeed a station. The speed at which this station appeared today is quite fast. After parking the vehicle, Lin Mo stared at the station, his brow furrowed. Station escort resources, survival coins, treasure chests, weapons, others, team capacity, unlimited, danger level extremely, high time limit, unlimited escort. Martial arts. Could it be that they are going to ancient times this time? Is martial arts used at such stations? Should we go in? Su Qing asked Lin Mo, observing his expression. Let's go in and see what's going on. Lin Mo sighed deeply. Everything is still unknown. Let's not scare ourselves. Tianan City is city set against the backdrop of the Zhou and Wang dynasties. Due to its proximity to the border, there are many escort agencies here. Lin Mo and the others have been here for 7 days. Lin Mo looked at his watch and checked the current mission. Transport a merchant fleet across 3 countries to reach the destination. Success will grant 3 years for exploration. Failure will result in staying here for 10 years. Note the backpack can only use 5 slots. Lin Mo sighed deeply. This time it was completely different from before. There are no restrictions on the mission. This means he can only complete the mission after receiving it. But this damn escort agency is the only one, and it's a newly opened one. Where will he go to receive missions? Who would dare to give a newly opened escort agency a mission? Lin Mo rubbed his forehead, but it's difficult, too difficult. At this moment, the door pushed open and Su Luo and the others returned. Guess what we caught today? A deer enough for us to eat for 2 days. Alas, it's a pity that there are no seasonings. Due to the backpack being limited to 5 slots, they could not utilize most of the items. Alas, it's a pity that there are no seasonings. Due to the backpack being limited to 5 slots, they could not. Are there any missions? Su Qing shook her head. Hearing that we are a newly opened escort agency, no one dares. Here is the border. Escort missions are basically to another country. And this generally requires passing through an unregulated area, which is a buffer zone between two countries. The bandit threat is significant inside. Without some strength, one wouldn't dare to pass. Even major escort agencies can face difficulties. After all, some bandits just rob and leave without engaging in fights. Lin Mo rubbed his temples. Let's try a different approach. Let's take some return missions first. This seems impossible. Those coming here are all headed to other countries. And those going to the Zhou and Wang dynasties are also coming from other countries, so they already have escort agencies. This completely blocks the road. Without missions, they can't gain recognition. Without recognition, they can't find missions. And the mission they need to complete is a long-distance task crossing 3 countries. This task cannot be said to be easy. Lin Mo looked at the map. Even crossing the smallest 3 countries requires 1,000 kilometers. The other route requires 1,500 kilometers. The farthest route going back and crossing 3 countries is 3,000 kilometers. How could such a large task be given to them? At this moment, Su Luo, who was skinning, suddenly said, What plan? We can do this and this. The girls looked at Su Luo with strange expressions, wondering how he came up with such an idea. Su Qing looked at Lin Mo, who rubbed his chin, pondering the feasibility. Ahem, how strong are the people here? They aren't as strong as us, but they should be about the same as an average caravan, and some might even be stronger. However, if it comes to guns, they wouldn't stand a chance. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it is a feasible plan. Let's eat. We'll set off at night. At 10 o'clock at night, a convoy of 10 horse-drawn carriages traveled along a small road. This road is considered one of the safer routes frequented by merchant caravans every night. Boss, it should be safe tonight, right? Safe? The nearby bandit groups have united to target the Xingqian escort agency. What the hell? Are they crazy? They dare to target the Xingqian escort agency. The leader snorted. The Xingqian escort agency is protecting a united merchant fleet with as many as 500 carriages. You all know those bandits. Many just grab the goods and leave without engaging in battle. However, such missions always have a loss rate. Being able to preserve 90% would be considered successful. Just then, 2 figures wearing silver masks jumped out. A large tree cracked and fell right in the middle of the road, blocking the convoy's path. Halt! This tree is planted by me. This road is opened by me. If. What was the next line again? The woman's voice was melodious and seemed quite young. The people in the convoy were baffled what was going on. Lin Mo sighed and raised the long knife in his hand. If you want to pass, leave behind a toll. This is Su Luo's plan. Since they can't take missions, they will make sure all escort agencies have no missions. Perhaps they will have a chance to receive a mission. It doesn't need to be large. If first build a reputation and then talk about it. According to Lin Mo's idea, it would take a year to build a reputation and another year to complete a mission. That should be quite fast. So they split into 5 teams to head towards the surrounding main roads. They aim to disrupt as many escort agencies' businesses as possible. However, one important point was that the merchants could not die. The escort agency personnel must be injured. At this moment, a plump middle-aged man from the merchant convoy walked out wearing a smiling face and holding a cloth bag in his hand. This hero here, do us a favor. Su Luo looked at the bag in the man's hand, puzzled, and turned to Lin Mo. This is not what they expected. Shouldn't the escort agency take action? This favor can't be done. Aren't you here for money? This is money. Is it not? I'm robbing you, and you really give it. Lin Mo looked at the escort agency personnel, who remained unmoved. This is not what he expected. Are we simply letting them go? Su Luo watched the departing wagon's bewilderment, creasing her features. Weren't we meant to carry out the mission? Weren't we supposed to make the escort agencies fail? Lin Mo then tossed a gold ingot across. Su Luo eyed the ingot, smacking her lips. Very well. Inside the sack were 2 hefty gold ingots, yet the ledger recorded only 1,000 survival coins. It seemed delaying the task a little would pose no problem. Besides, taking more time might still work. Before long, another carriage arrived. The 2 of them blocked its path again. This time the caravan offered silver ingots. But the silver ingots did not register as survival coins. Only gold would do. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. If that is so, do not blame me. Move. The caravan leader froze. Brother, we've already given you 1,000 taels. Must this be so outrageous? Lin Mo paid him no heed and struck at once. He did not touch the merchants, only those from the escort agencies. The agency guards suspected nothing. After all the mountain bandits sought wealth and seldom harmed merchant houses, they still relied on those merchants for a living. Aside from a few generous convoys, the others were driven off by Lin Mo. A week later, inquiries revealed something unsettling. On several key routes stood powerful bandit bands far stronger than before. No one knew when. Another rumor followed: only gold would secure passage. Are you joking? 50 taels of gold. That's more than I might earn on a trip. That's not the point. The point is there are more bandits ahead. How can one still make money? They protested they could not earn 50 taels, though in truth, they had made far more. People always crave more. In the forest, Lin Mo waved a hand. Our mission. No hurry, he said. We only let a few convoys pass, most were intercepted. Su Luo propped her chin. Lin Mo, what if every convoy gives us gold? Lin Mo drew a deep breath. Indeed, that would be a serious problem. But those are survival coins, far too many. Gold is not exceedingly rare in this world, yet transactions are usually settled with silver taels and copper coins. Gold is absolute hard currency. Lin Mo rubbed his chin and sighed. A remark from Su Qing beside him doused him with cold reality. This week we gathered roughly 8,000 survival coins, but our packs are limited and cannot hold so much. Aside from a few generous convoys, most gave little. 8,000 was already considerable. But with Su Qing's words, a new problem surfaced: lack of carrying. They also needed free space for other supplies. Lin Mo's eyes lit. Tell me, if the wagons won't give us their cargo, can we at least carry away the goods on our persons when we leave? At that, Lan Shu propped her chin. And what if the goods are gone? The image that sprang into Lin Mo's mind: each person with a pack stuffed with tens of thousands of survival coins, only to return and find those coins absent. Shaking his head, Lin Mo rejected the thought. No, that scene was too dreadful. He sighed deeply. Then forget it, we shall begin to prevent them from leaving. Afterward, the caravans discovered that gold no longer bought safe passage. What could they do? They could not fight, and money failed them. They had no choice but to return to the city. As more caravans arrived, Lin Mo's escort agency at last received visitors. A desperate gamble might yet succeed. But the newcomers found the agency seemingly afflicted by some oddity. Are you insane? I give you money and you refuse it. The beast-eared woman manning the agency sneered. We only accept long-distance convoys. Those traveling short routes should seek others. The newcomer scoffed. Come inside and we'll talk. Mere words are useless. The beast-eared woman pointed to the gate. See yourself out. 3 days later, word of this peculiar agency spread. To the caravans, it seemed either a fool or a master of some cunning art. Most convoys traveled to neighboring states and rarely went far. The farther the journey, the greater the risk of loss. They had not come to gawk, but to profit. 1 month later, a caravan arrived at the gate. Hello, we are bound for Tianhe City in the Tianwu Kingdom. The beast-eared woman brightened. All right, no problem. As for price, 30,000 taels of gold. A gasp. The beast-eared woman drew a sharp breath. What on earth are you transporting to offer such a sum? It was none of their concern. Their task was to complete the job. Wait here, I'll fetch the captain. An hour later, Lin Mo returned. He was torn upon hearing the price, but since they were not in it to get rich, he decided it was better to secure the gold first. Thus the agreement was sealed. At dawn, the caravan set out. When other merchants saw 100 wagons leaving guarded by only 21 escorts, they smirked. With so many wagons, how could they possibly get through? Curious, the other caravans fell in behind to watch what the agency would do. Soon the caravan reached the spot where others had been stopped. Scouts from the trailing convoys peered ahead, breath held. It's coming, it's coming. Then wait. How did they just get through? Eyes widened. Did the caravan simply pass as if nothing had? And the bandit gang? They had been there yesterday. Why did they not appear today? Only when the caravan's silhouettes faded did realization dawn. Riders spurred back to the city to report to their masters. One by one, the caravans hastened to depart. They would seize the moment to leave at once. Impossible. What's going on? The bandits didn't emerge. Maybe they were resting. Rest? Have you ever seen bandits take a rest? Indeed, bandits do not rest. At that, the leader of one caravan entertained an idea that grew more plausible the more he considered it. Do you suppose it is possible that those bandits were actually men from that escort agency, in disguise? The suggestion fell the crowd into stunned silence. There was indeed such a possibility. Otherwise, why would the bandits vanish the moment the agency moved on? What are they trying to achieve with such a scheme? I heard it's a newly opened agency that has had no business. They're insane, aren't they? The caravan entered the forest, unfazed, unharmed. Just like that. We're through. The caravan master stared in disbelief at his subordinate. Huh. Yes, indeed, the man replied, equally bewildered. Those two bandits had failed to appear, a most peculiar omission. The master dismissed it without concern. Their absence was preferable, so long as the cargo reached its destination safely. Halt. This tree I planted. Ah. As he drew back the carriage curtain, a dozen bandits lay dead before him. His lips twitched. Did they truly need no bribes? Had they passed through so effortlessly? This payment had been well worth it. The wagons rolled onward. Not a single bandit along the road lived long enough to utter even one full sentence. 3 months later the caravan arrived at Tiana City. The master stepped down from his carriage and swayed slightly on solid ground, disoriented. We're already here. In 3 months. So swiftly. Normally the journey demanded over. He turned sharply toward Lin Mo's group, eyes alight with fervor. Would you wait for us? We'll be back in roughly 1 week. With such a mercenary guild safeguarding them, profits seemed boundless. Lin Mo shook his head. No need. Just settle our fee. The mission was complete. Now exploration would begin. Until then he'd had no time to seek resources, only duty. Now that duty was fulfilled, it was time to hunt treasure chests. The caravan master sighed, crestfallen. What a pity. How splendid it would have been to collaborate indefinitely. Yet it mattered not. He could re-engage them upon his return. Once the caravan departed, Lin Mo turned to Lin Lingling. She shrugged. Along the way I sensed only common materials and survival coins. Nothing else. Nothing at all. What of cultivation manuals? Those exist, but far inferior to what the cap. Had any been exceptional, she would have declared it immediately. Lin Mo gazed toward the city ahead. Clearly they needed to investigate further. Then let us enter the city. Yet after hours wandering its streets they uncovered nothing but survival coins, found solely within a money house. They could hardly rate it for coins whose portability remained uncertain. Let's find a place to rest and confer. The group returned beyond the city walls and erected their tent upon open ground. Su Luo collapsed onto the soft bedding the moment she entered the tent. Ugh, 3 whole months sleeping on hard earth. I'm nearly undone. She craved only stillness, no thought, no motion. Lin Mo, long accustomed to her temperament, watched as the women prepared dinner. Su Qing and Lan Shu approached him. We now have 3 years to explore, but under ordinary circumstances that would prove insufficient. In prior settlements, a single small locale had sufficed. Here, however, that strategy clearly failed. That earlier city, already thoroughly scouted, had mirrored this one exactly. Lin Mo stroked his chin. My reasoning is this: since mercenary guilds operate here, and their members practice martial arts, it follows that we should seek out sects. Su Qing and Lan Shu nodded vigorously as Lin Mo spoke. Lin Mo affirmed precisely. Sects invariably possess cultivation manuals. We shall acquire them. He refused to believe that among countless sects none held a rank or strength manuals. A year later, deep within a forest, blades flashed. Bodies flew backward in rapid succession. Inside a towering structure, Lin Mo stood alone against 4 assailants. Behind him, Su Luo and Su Qing gathered manuals, each requiring an entire inventory slot. Brother Lin Mo, this sect is destitute. The manuals are abysmal. The finest is merely a rank of footwork technique. Take it. Among hundreds of manuals, only this one proved usable, a profound waste of time. Once secured, the group fled swiftly. Their pursuers gave chase, until Lin Mo spun, withdrew a handful of grenades, pulled the pins, and hurled them. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderbombs, scatter. When the smoke cleared, Lin Mo's party had vanished entirely. Far within a dense thicket, Lin Mo exhaled in quiet relief. They've ceased pursuit. Lan Shu patted her chest. I never imagined such formidable cultivators existed here. Nor did I, but perhaps it's unsurprising. After all, this is a world where martial cultivation thrives. Only they dared assault sexy other caravans would never dare. How many critical hits yielded manuals? 10. Su Qing's eyes gleamed. This bounty would empower many. Distribute them. Lin Mo accepted 1 manual and mastered it instantly. Over the year they had acquired only 4 manuals, yet these sufficed. Su Luo reached into her robe and withdrew several manuals. Shall we learn some brank techniques? They're quite respectable, I think. Lin Mo shook his head. The upper limit on learnable skills remains unknown. If restrictions exist, we'd be ruined. Su Luo paused, then conceded the logic. By the way, we now have only 4 inventory slots remaining. Should we continue seeking treasure chests? Over the year they'd located 10 chests, few in number, yet their positions were now confirmed. Lin Mo took a slow, steady breath. Chest stack. Naturally we press on. As for the remaining 4 slots, no concern. Next we journey to the imperial capital. If sect treasuries hold chests, surely the imperial vault holds greater treasures. Perhaps not. Sect disciples wield immense power. Imperial guards would likely surpass. Click. A shotgun materialized in his grip. No matter how high one's martial prowess, steel still bites. I doubt even he could dodge bullets. And if he evaded bullets, could he evade missiles? Should the imperial capital harbor abundant chests, Lin Mo would not hesitate to deploy them. He'd level the entire capital, then search methodically. Was this wasteful? Hardly. Each chest would replenish his missile stockpile exponentially. A sly smile curved Lin Mo's lips. He truly was a genius. Let's go to the nearest imperial capital. They currently stood within a minor kingdom. Lin Mo had never contemplated challenging an empire outright. Not yet. First he'd assess smaller nations' strength, then escalate gradually. Only after gauging national defenses would he proceed. 3 days later, a colossal city loomed. Let's enter. In the early morning within the royal palace, a great hall was engulfed in towering flames. People rushed around with tools to extinguish the fire, but it only grew larger, quickly spreading to another building. Meanwhile, in the palace's library, 4 figures moved stealthily. This seems simpler than we anticipated, Lu Yu remarked while checking the levels of the techniques. They intended to take all the books, but the sheer volume in the palace library was overwhelming. They simply couldn't carry that many. Perhaps it's because this is just a small kingdom. Let's not overthink it, and hurry up. Lu Yu would take good care of Ling Ling later on. Rest assured. Half an hour later, the group exited the library, and the distant flames were still burning. Lu Yu couldn't help but be astonished at how had the fire not been extinguished yet after all this time. Are these incendiary bottles really that effective? These aren't the homemade incendiary bottles, but items we've acquired. These bottles contain a viscous liquid that burns for a long time and is hard to extinguish. Moreover, he had used a good dozen, and he had already arranged them around several nearby halls. As long as there was a spark, those halls would immediately catch fire. A platinum treasure chest. Lin Mo understood immediately they had indeed come to the right place. Not far ahead was the palace treasury. At this moment, Lu Yu frowned. There are quite a few strong individuals there. A platinum treasure chest. Lin Mo understood immediately they had indeed come to the right place. Not far ahead was the palace treasury. At this moment, Lu Yu frowned. There are quite a few strong individuals there comparable to us. How many? 4 are about our level and 12 are slightly weaker than us. Lin Mo nodded and pulled out a shotgun while the others readied their rifles. Don't speak when you encounter them, just open fire. Besides the 3 of them, Lu Nan was also present. 4 against 4 shouldn't be a problem. As the group approached the treasury, 4 figures suddenly jumped out. Who are you? Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom. The 2 sides were barely a dozen meters apart. The 4 were instantly turned into Swiss cheese. Even in death, these 4 couldn't comprehend what weapons their opponents were using that led to their demise. An hour later, in a forest outside the imperial city, the group gathered in a tent. Not to mention anything else, just from the treasury we discovered a platinum treasure chest, 4 golden treasure chests, and 10 silver treasure chests. The other resources are countless. Su Qing sighed as she looked at the decomposable materials on the ground. Taking these won't be of any use, or our backpacks are already full, let alone carrying more. We still need to go to the royal cities of other countries. How could we carry this? After decomposing, where would we put it? Lin Mo pointed at the backpack. We can try something. He stuffed all the items into the backpack, then transferred them into the system backpack. Next, he took out another one, filled it with different items, and transferred that as well. The 2 backpacks overlapped in a single slot. This works. Does this mean we can take the books from the library? Su Qing's eyes brightened. Lin Mo had only been trying it out, not expecting it to actually work. Yes, when we get to the next palace, we'll do it this way. Moreover, from this battle, it was evident that the guards of the treasure house were not particularly strong, or perhaps the people of this world had not yet transcended the realm of ordinary individuals. As long as the rifle can kill the target, the rest are not issues. After resting for a day, the group changed their target. This time their goal was the imperial city's royal palace. In the deep night, a week later, Lin Mo and the others returned to the palace. From dozens of meters away, Lin Mo raised his hand, and a ball of flame appeared, shooting towards the distant hall. Boom. A surge of flames erupted from the wall, quickly engulfing the entire hall. People continuously appeared around to extinguish the fire. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and his group headed straight for the location they had already investigated. However, as soon as they reached the library, they were stopped. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire erupted and 4 figures fell to the ground. I told you, as long as these people can be shot dead, everything will be fine. Lin Mo tossed out backpacks one after another. Try to collect a grade techniques, and if you can't find any, take grade ones. If it weren't for the limited number of backpacks, he would have wanted to take everything. The key was that previously their backpacks had enough slots and the vehicle had a dedicated storage area. They had never considered this point. If he had known earlier, he would have definitely prepared more. The Empire's library was much larger than that of the kingdom, with 3 full floors. They headed straight for the 3rd floor. Although the quantity of techniques was somewhat less, the quality started from grade, saving them considerable effort. At that moment Lin Lingling picked up a technique, S-grade technique. This Empire truly has good stuff. Let's put it away for now. Now is not the time to look at these things. Soon they had packed most of the items, and just as they were about to head downstairs they heard footsteps coming from below. Hiss! Has someone arrived so quickly? Let's go out the window. Lin Mo crashed through the window, followed closely by the other 3 women. Just as they jumped down they saw a strong man blocking their path. Lin Mo raised his shotgun and fired. Bang! 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 Lin Mo's eyes widened. The bullet struck the man, producing a metallic clang. Not good. Is he wearing some kind of invincible armor? This is getting a bit ridiculous. At that moment footsteps approached from behind, and several martial artists in tight-fitting clothes emerged. It seems the arsonist has been found. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lu Yu turned her gun and aimed at the strong man. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rifle that could kill others proved ineffective against the strong man. Lin Mo, this seems to be a tough fight. Lin Mo sneered as a rocket launcher appeared in his hand. Let me see what's so tough about this. Upon seeing the pitch-black rocket launcher the strong man felt his heart race. This is bad. He really might not be able to withstand this. This shouldn't be. His invincible armor was supposed to be perfected after all. Lin Mo pulled the trigger, and in an instant the strong man leaped into the air. However, the rocket that was clearly flying forward suddenly veered upward into the sky. Boom. Regardless of his invincible armor, he would still meet his demise. Let's go to their treasury. On the way Lin Mo handed several magazines to Lu Yu. These are armor-piercing rounds. When you encounter someone with that capability again, don't hesitate. Just shoot. I truly don't believe these invincible armors can withstand armor-piercing rounds. If they truly can. Don't forget we have magic. Remember to adapt during the fight. Then how did you use the rocket launcher earlier? The 3 women looked at Lin Mo. Flames continuously gathered from the hands of the 4, striking towards the 12 ahead. These 12 were all stronger than the 4 of them. Yet now they were being suppressed and beaten by Lin Mo and the others. They are spirit beasts, one of them shouted in horror. If they weren't spirit beasts, how could these people unleash such flames? At first they did not believe it, but when the flames struck their bodies, scorching their skin, they believed. This was truly fire, not some trick. Bang! A series of gunshots rang out, and the 12 fell dead in an instant. Lu Yu put away her firearm. Magic is good, but it seems somewhat lacking against these martial artists. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, mainly because their speed is too fast, making it too easy for them to evade. Except for the first shot that hit the rest. All struck into the treasury behind. Lin Lingling looked at the burning treasury in front of her. What do we do now? Of course we put it out with water. Lin Mo raised his hand, continuously channeling magical energy. Soon a water sphere over a meter in diameter shot out, instantly extinguishing a corner. But soon the flames rose again. After the combined effort of several people, it took a full 3 minutes to suppress the flames. Although it was still burning, it was much better than before. The 4 wore masks and charged directly inside. With the protection of the masks, the thick smoke posed no threat to them. That should be enough. A weave filled up. Now the girls' system backpacks were already full of items. They even utilized the tents. They placed the items into the tent, and then into the system backpack. However, this meant that the 2 tents couldn't be stacked together. As for the reason, Lin Mo couldn't figure it out. But it didn't matter. Alright, let's return. 1 minute later. Splash. Whoosh. The surrounding seawater surged, and familiar vehicles reappeared on the road. Su Luo leapt onto the vehicle, her hands caressing its body. Great. We're finally back. Lin Mo ruffled Su Luo's hair. Alright, let's get back in the vehicle and prepare for a sumptuous dinner. Food. They returned at night, but only 1 second had passed on this road. The time was just past 9. Huh. Aren't we going to continue? Su Luo was taken aback. Lin Mo waved his hand. Forget it, we've been busy for so long, it's time to take a break. They had been running around for over a year without a proper rest. Even when they rested, it was only for a brief moment. That's awesome. But we have to continue in the afternoon. Alright. Su Luo lowered her head, thinking they would rest for the day. But even a few hours of rest would suffice. After all, it was still rest. Back in the vehicle, Lin Mo opened the regional channel. At that moment, the regional channel had over 10,000 people. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Were there so many people assigned to this road? But upon closer inspection, it seemed not to be the case. I didn't notice until you mentioned it. Why are there so many people? It seems like several road channels have merged into one, so the actual number isn't that many. Other channels are similar as well. Didn't you see that the regional channel name has changed? Lin Mo looked at the regional channel name and confirmed it was indeed different from before. C Road District 05-14323 people. Lin Mo closed the regional channel interface and looked at the world channel where the number seemed to have decreased. However, compared to last week, the number of deaths today was relatively good. Are they crazy? Why would they start limiting speech at this time? Since it's limited, why not send out some useful information? This extremely difficult station is indeed. I would like to choose a station of a different difficulty, but is there one available at? Lin Mo's gaze shifted to the input area below. No wonder so few people were sending messages. It turned out that sending a message now required survival coins, and the price would increase with each message sent. They really know how to do things. But this might be good. Oh, perhaps more valuable information could be discovered. Just then a message flashed by. Lin Mo quickly opened the trading center and entered the query, Ultimate Road Key. Clicking search, there was only one item in the trading center. Ultimate Road Key. No. For item. Note: collecting 5 fragments can unlock the ultimate road. Reaching the end can end the survival road. Price 5,000 survival coins. Hiss. They can actually end it. But upon closer inspection, Lin Mo understood why the person was selling it. No. For which meant that 5 different ones were needed for the synthesis. Isn't this just a scam? And based on past experience, a vague description doesn't guarantee the completeness of the final description. It's like blueprints. The description of the blueprint is one thing and the description of the finished product is another. Although the overall difference isn't big, the subtle differences can be significant. Lin Mo stroked his chin and turned to Su Qing. How many survival coins do we have now? While handling ingredients, Su Qing replied. This time we gained quite a lot. Combined with what we had, the number of survival coins has returned to over 6,000. If this were any other team, having 1,000 survival coins would be considered a lot. Over 6,000. That's enough to buy it. After taking the survival coins from Su Qing, Lin Mo directly purchased the key. Meanwhile, someone on the world channel was laughing maniacally. Huh. I sold that key. Didn't you all say no one would buy it? Why aren't you saying anything now? That person must be an idiot. It's numbered. Let's see when more appear later. How did you obtain that key? Isn't it? Aren't you curious how many survival coins the other party has? Our team only has a bit over 3,000. Lin Mo was completely unaware of this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. It was just survival coins. If they were gone, he could earn more. However, he was curious about how the other party obtained it. But he figured that even if he asked, they probably wouldn't tell. He opened the world channel and scrolled through the messages. Lin Mo showed no signs of emotion towards what those people said. As expected, someone asked, and that person didn't respond. Dinner is ready. A sumptuous spread was already set on 2 tables. Once everyone was seated, Lin Mo brought up the matter of the key. The girls were taken aback. They could leave. Su Luo blinked her eyes. We can really leave? Lin Mo nodded. It seems we can, but I imagine the final road will be very difficult to traverse. The way back would not be so easy for them. At 2 in the afternoon, some people were lying on the sofa watching television, some were sitting on the floor playing cards, while others leaned against the wall closing their eyes to rest. Inside the car, it appeared tranquil and peaceful. Lin Mo observed everything before him, not in a hurry to urge anyone. After all, the distance to the next station was very close. A casual stroll would suffice. However, he was currently pondering one question. How did the other party obtain the key to the ultimate road? Theoretically, this key was most likely acquired from the station. But if they had completed the task, they would have certainly done it the quickest and best. Yet why had they not obtained it until now? Lin Mo crossed his arms, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Su Qing sat opposite Lin Mo and asked, what are you thinking about? What else could I be thinking about? Naturally, contemplating the source of that key. Could it be obtained from some treasure vault or specific location? From within the station? Lin Mo's heart stirred. It's not impossible. After every task is completed, time is explored. I think the key should be found in a particular place. With that thought, he took out the key. It was small, only palm-sized, and made of brass. It resembled an ordinary key. He suddenly said, you take it and give it a strong hit. Su Qing was taken aback, then took the key and placed it into her backpack. In the next moment, 10 identical keys appeared in her hands. List them all for 2,000 survival coins. Okay. Soon a key labeled number 4 was listed on the trading center with a total of 9 available. The price was only 2,000 survival coins. Once again, Lin Mo was brought up by someone. Regarding this, Lin Mo had no thoughts at all. At this moment, he was letting Lin Lingling observe the key. Can you sense anything? Lin Lingling nodded. I can sense it, but the feeling of this object is similar to that of vehicle upgrade materials. It cannot achieve precise localization. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Vehicle upgrade materials are quite rare within the station. It's not that materials are scarce, but rather that upgrade materials that are set apart are quite uncommon. Even now, they had encountered very few standalone materials. Lin Mo exhaled deeply. It seemed that utilizing Lin Lingling to locate the key would not be an easy task. The most critical factor is the range of the station was too vast now. Previously, the stations were small, merely the size of a city. But the recent stations could easily span an entire country or even a planet. This was indeed absurd. To find this key within a limited time frame was akin to a Herculean task. I think we shouldn't overthink it. If finding it would be best, even if we don't. This place isn't too bad, either Su Qing advised. Lin Mo paused for a moment. Don't you want to go back? Su Qing smirked. Most people are already dead. What do we have to return to? That seems to be the case. In that case, let's leave it to fate. Lin Mo relaxed. Su Qing nodded. It should have been this way. Moreover, I believe obtaining this key is inherently challenging. Think about the current trading center. It's not just people from the regional channel listing items, but the entire world. With over 40 million people, even if you formed teams of 10, that would still be for million teams. Yet there was only one key. This exemplifies how difficult it was to obtain the key. At 3 in the afternoon, the vehicle was back on the road. Su Luo was driving, saying it's time to start driving again, but it won't be long before we have to stop. Not today. The station we encountered this morning was too early, Su Qing remarked. Su Luo was taken aback, as it seemed to be the case. She glanced at the time. Perhaps they would encounter a station only at night, but that no longer mattered. Su Qing looked at Lin Mo. There are still 5 beast-eared girls in the team, and we only have 2 platinum chests left. Her implication was to consider using golden chests. Lin Mo waved his hand. Wait until we enter the station. I believe there will be plenty of platinum chests inside. Su Qing shrugged. You're the boss, but I must remind you that our lifespan is actually not long. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. That seemed to be true. They looked young, but their actual ages were already over 30, and Lan Shu was even 40. Even after taking the youth retention pill, it would only add an additional 50 years to their lifespan. All things considered, they would only live to about 150 years. Assuming they spent 3 years at each station, they would only have 30 stations left, at most 15 days. Hiss! Lin Mo gasped, suddenly standing up. Nilu, come here for a moment. Not realizing until now computing it shocked him. Nilu was a rabbit-eared girl with a round face and a pair of red eyes. Due to being part of the rabbit-eared clan, she only stood at 145 centimeters tall. She was quite small when standing. He had long known from Aishi what she was called for, but he hadn't expected her to be summoned as well. She thought that after all these years, she would not be called upon. Though only a moment had passed in the outside world, they had no idea how many years had passed within the station. Once the two entered the living space at the back, Lan Shu approached Su Qing with a curious expression. What did you talk about? Your expression changed so drastically. Su Qing recounted the conversation they had just had. The initially curious Lan Shu suddenly grew melancholic. Sai, what am I to do? She was the oldest among them. Su Qing wrapped her arm around Lan Shu's and whispered, since there's a youth retention pill, there must be other items. You know his talent well enough. But what if there isn't anything else? Su Qing smirked. Then we'll just have to kidnap someone in the station. Lan Shu looked at Su Qing in shock. But it must be said this plan was indeed feasible. After reaching this stage in survival, there was no need to think about other teams. It was more reliable than relying on the station. After all, they had done this once before, and the second time would be much easier. If only we had done this at the last. Over an hour later, they had already obtained 2 batches of chests. Lin Mo finally returned. As soon as he sat down, Su Qing eagerly asked, does height make a difference between tall and short? Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Was this really the point you were focusing on? Shouldn't you be concerned about what items could be obtained from the chests? Give me the chest. Tisk, it must be different. I can ask Su Luo. Su Luo at the driver's seat twitched her mouth. Sis, our attributes are quite high. Even if you speak softly, I can still hear you. Then everyone in the vehicle burst into laughter. Su Qing seemed indifferent, while Su Luo's face turned red. Of course it was different, but how could he tell them that? Lin Mo took the treasure chest and reached out to open it. He directly tossed the supplies inside to Su Qing, his gaze fixed on the 5 items resulting from the effects. Item 1, Turtle Breathing Technique 1. Item 2, Advanced Gene Potion 20. Item 3, Longevity Pill 20. Item 4, Qingmu Art 1. Item 5, Long Range Missile 10. It's a dilemma. It's truly a dilemma. Lin Mo immediately crossed out item 5, but the remaining 4 are all things he desires. This is the hardest choice yet. The turtle breathing technique and level skill allows one to conceal their aura and strength after successful cultivation. Its effects are astonishing. The advanced gene potion, when consumed, grants 100 to all attributes, which is simply outrageous. The Qingmu art in SS level cultivation technique lacks detailed descriptions in the notes. Yet even this SSS level is already sufficient. As for the longevity pill, its sole function is to extend one's lifespan by 10 years upon consumption. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to Su Qing, who immediately recognized the trouble ahead. After hearing Lin Mo's introduction, Su Qing furrowed her brow. The Qingmu art is definitely a must-have. Even if there's only one, it must be acquired. Who knows if there will be another chance in the future? As for the remaining 3, Su Qing pondered. I think the advanced gene potion can be passed on to. At this stage, we've already entered the extraordinary realm. While attributes are useful, they aren't as critical anymore. The result mainly came from comparisons with the others. If any item were swapped out, Su Qing would still find the advanced gene potion useful. How about asking Sister Lan Shu again? Lan Shu's answer was similar to Su Qing's. Actually, Lin Mo had a nearly identical conclusion in his mind. Alright, then let's take these. A couple of books and a small porcelain bottle appeared in Lin Mo's hand. He placed the 3 items into Su Qing's hands, her heart racing as she stood still for a while. You better make it a critical hit. Su Qing forced a smile. I am afraid I won't achieve a high critical hit. Lin Mo's heart stirred as 2 SS level cards appeared in his hand. Just directly upgrade your talent to SSS level. Su Qing was taken aback. How about I first upgrade to SS level? There are only 2 cards left. What if they become useful later? Alright, then upgrade first, and we'll see later. Su Qing crushed one of the SS level upgrade cards, and in the next moment her talent advanced to the SS level. Item critical hit SS level. Any item not placed in your backpack will double in quantity or improve in quality once placed inside. 50 chance for 2x, 30 for 5x, 15 for 10x, 5 for 100x, 95 quality remains unchanged for. 9 quality increases by 1 level 0. 1 quality increases by 2 levels. Su Qing quickly shared the new description with Lin Mo. I was wondering if your talent was miswritten. It seems the previous probabilities were simply too low. Lin Mo looked at the card in his hand. How about? Su Qing waved her hand. Let's discuss this after we obtain a similar card next time. Lin Mo nodded. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Su Qing took a deep breath and began to store the turtle breathing technique into her backpack. Upgrading really is great. The turtle breathing technique instantly transformed from 1 book to 10, marking a successful start. Su Qing proceeded to the next item. 1 porcelain bottle went in and 2 came out. Su Qing stared blankly at the porcelain bottles in her hand. Lin Mo patted her shoulder. 40 is already plenty. The lifespan of beast ear girls is longer than ours, so each of us can actually extend our lifespans. Su Qing's face slowly flushed. Quality. The quality has improved. Previously there had been quality improvements, but when a level quality turned into level, it was of little use. Moreover, it happened too infrequently. Now starting off with such luck is remarkable. Lin Mo quickly picked up the longevity pill. Longevity pill. Quality SS. Remarks consuming it can increase lifespan by 100 years. Wow. S level grants 10 years, while S level grants 100 years. Wouldn't that make the SS level last 1,000 years? Lin Mo merely thought about it. He didn't dare to wish for such a long lifespan. He looked at Su Qing. Hurry, let's take the last one. Wait, there's no need to be too anxious. Su Qing nodded, taking a deep breath. This time luck wasn't on her side, as the quality didn't change. However, the quantity increased to 5, which is still a decent result. Lin Mo took 1 for himself, but felt conflicted about the remaining 4. After some thought, he handed 1 to Su Qing. Her contribution had been the second largest after him. This skill is for you, you should learn it. But there are no buts, you deserve this. As for Su Luo, I'm confident there will be more opportunities for this skill in the future. Su Qing's eyes lit up. I'll go right now. The station has arrived. Before Su Qing could leave, the last station of the day had arrived. Started yet otherwise it would have been a big loss. Su Qing's eyes lit up. I'll go right now. The station has arrived. Before Su Qing could leave, the last station of the day had arrived. Lin Mo looked out at the station. Let's stop here and divide the items. The remaining 3 Qingmu arts were given 1 each to Lu Yue Chu Shi and the last one to Lu Nin, all of whom were combat professions. Don't rush, Su Qing has upgraded her talent, and we still have so many techniques that you will all receive a share. Next was the turtle breathing technique, which would be distributed according to the order they entered. Lastly, there were these 40 longevity pills. How long is the lifespan of you beast ear girls? AI, she whispered. With our current strength, we might live for 300 years. People can really get envious. This is based on current strength. If power continues to grow, lifespan could extend even further. But that makes sense. Consider those elves, aren't they all living for thousands of years? Lin Mo took a deep breath and began distributing the pills. Excluding the 7 beast ear girls, there are 13 others plus him, totaling 14. He decided to give each person 2 pills, and keep the remaining 12 for himself. The girls stared at the dark pills in their hands, each one astonished. Su Luo swallowed. Is this real? And there are no restrictions? Lin Mo nodded. Exactly, there are no restrictions at all. He guessed this was because it was a product of his talent. If obtained from a box, there would likely be limitations. Alright, each person gains 200 years of lifespan. Combined with their original lifespan, we can live for 350 years. But this is the minimum lifespan. If luck is on our side, it should be much better. With this much lifespan, they wouldn't need to rush out every time they entered a station. Perhaps their haste was why they hadn't found anything. After consuming the longevity pills, they felt no significant changes. It was akin to eating a piece of candy. Lin Mo got off the vehicle and arrived at the station. It was still the familiar interface with familiar descriptions. Only the duration this time was unknown. Station staff. Resources: survival coins, treasure chests, weapons, others. Team capacity: unlimited. Danger level: extremely high. Time limit: none. After entering, they found themselves in a white space. A line of text appeared before everyone. Please choose a prince to be the advisor. Once the text disappeared, 8 images appeared with introductions. Lan Shu looked at the introductions on the screen and said, so it's really about being an advisor. These 8 images represent 8 princes. Lin Mo stroked his chin and remarked, so we are to be advisors to the princes, but the task is already quite obvious. Su Qing glanced at the introductions of these 8 individuals, saying, this introduction is too simplistic. It doesn't mention their abilities, just their ages and mothers. It fits the style of a survival game quite well. Looking at the ages, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. This is tough to choose from. He turned to the girls and asked, how do you think we should choose? Su Luo pondered, based on my years of watching dramas, the Crown Prince has about a 50% chance of ascending, so if we choose the Crown Prince. Su Qing pointed at the Crown Prince's introduction, saying, but the Crown Prince is already 44 years old. He's unlikely to ascend to the throne. An age that is too old means that even if he ascended, he wouldn't be emperor for long, so he is unlikely to be chosen. Everyone directly eliminated the Crown Prince, and the other 2 Crown Princes were only around 10 years old, so they were also out of the running. Among the remaining 5, the second prince, who was older, was also not a choice. Among the remaining 4, everyone fell into a dilemma. The introductions were too few to make a decision. Let's draw lots, Su Luo suggested. Lin Mo twitched his lips. This method is quite unique. Actually, I think it doesn't matter which one we choose at worst. We can just kill the chosen prince, and that would solve it, Lu Yu said calmly. With their strength, they didn't need to consider so much. Lin Mo frowned. I'm just afraid that in this world those individuals might be stronger. At worst, we can use missiles, Su Luo proposed. In the end, Lin Mo chose the 5th prince. At 18 years old, he was of suitable age, but there was no mention of who his mother was. Forget it, let's confirm first. After clicking, the other 7 images disappeared. An introduction about the 5th prince appeared. He was the child of a favored concubine and held a relatively decent status. As for supporters, there were almost none. He was truly a person with nothing. Next, a line of text once again appeared before everyone. Please complete the ascension. Within 20 years, the loser will be imprisoned in the heavenly prison for 50 years. Note the backpack can only utilize 5 slots. Please choose items wisely. 20 years. This task is quite difficult. In the residence of the 5th prince, Lin Mo and the others appeared. The items in the 5-slot backpack are somewhat lacking, but it's enough. But seems this backpack will only have this little going forward. Next time we can bring a storage box with us. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. That's a good idea. Su Qing can carry it then. Alright. By the way, where is the 5th prince? Su Luo opened the door, but did not see the 5th prince's figure. Instead, it sounded quite lively outside. Let's not worry about him for now. You've watched enough dramas. Oh, what does it take for a prince to ascend? As someone who had watched many shows, Su Luo had quite the authority to speak. However, after hearing this, Lin Mo frowned. If it were done according to this, it wouldn't work without at least 8 to 10 years. This was not the result Lin Mo desired. At that moment, the courtyard door opened, and a young man walked in. Greetings, advisors. It's been a long time. Lin Mo nodded, saying, indeed, it has been a while. I wonder if the 5th prince has come to discuss something. The 5th prince nodded. Indeed, there is something, and my father wants me to go to the fief in 3 days. Lin Mo frowned. He didn't know much about ancient matters and rarely watched television. Moreover, this was an alternate world. He was unfamiliar with this dynasty and its surname. So what does the 5th prince think? Of course, I want to leave quickly. The imperial city is a very dangerous place, and I could easily die. It's best to set off tomorrow, but my father wants 3 days. Su Qing whispered, It seems we chose the wrong person. This one doesn't want to be emperor at all. Lin Mo twitched his lips, he noticed it too. This prince is quite afraid of death. He rubbed his head and said, "It's fine if he doesn't want to, then let him be. We still have 3 days to work things out." The 5th prince looked at Lin Mo and the others saying, "Once we arrive at the fief, you advisors must help me find ways to make money. You can rest assured about that, 5th prince." After the 5th prince left, Lin Mo started making arrangements. "Lu Yue, you go to the palace. Lu Nin, you go set fires throughout the imperial city. Oh Chushi, you go. I want to see how strong the people in this world are. If their strength is lacking, everything will be easy. If they exceed our ability, we'll just have to take it step by step." That night the palace was attacked. Fires erupted around the imperial city and officials from the 6 ministries were beaten. The next day the entire imperial city was buzzing with discussions about this matter. Who would be so reckless? In the 5th prince's residence, Lu Yu had a strange expression. To put it simply, there are indeed some with strength, but they are weaker than me. It seems that there are martial artists in this world, but their strength is quite average. This means they can resort to force. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This is manageable. However, they cannot directly kill those princes or the emperor. Otherwise, it would definitely raise suspicion toward the 5th prince. The main point is that it only says to ascend, not how to ascend. Who knows if the survival game will recognize it? Lu Yue, go steal the token from the crown prince's guards and break the 2nd prince's leg. Then poison the 3rd prince. You just control it so that he appears crooked and disfigured. And what about the others? We'll discuss that once we reach the fief. 2 days later, early in the morning, over 30 horse-drawn carriages left the imperial city. The 5th prince sat in the carriage laughing heartily. "Advisor Lin, you wouldn't believe it, my 2nd brother got crippled. Oh, I heard it was orchestrated by my elder brother." Lin Mo fell silent. Was it really that simple to frame someone and no one noticed? Or did they know but didn't want to say anything? Or perhaps... Lin Mo glanced at the foolish 5th prince. Forget it, as long as he is happy, that's what matters. The fief is not too far from the imperial city, only a few hundred kilometers away. It seems the emperor treats the 5th prince quite well. Lin Mo calculated that at this distance they could make the round trip in a day, which wouldn't be too troublesome. Upon arriving at the fief's royal residence, the 5th prince began his leisurely life. As for the throne, he had never even considered it. A month later, Lin Mo was quite certain that this kid didn't care about the throne at all. "Lu Yue, take Bai Li to the palace. Bai Li, you need to control the old emperor to knock his head. This location is pointless. Let's complete the task quickly so we can start searching early." Within a week, the emperor had fallen 4 times, ultimately leaving the old emperor bewildered. News began circulating in the imperial city about the crown prince's rise, the 4th prince's ambitions, and the 6th prince's schemes. The news quickly reached the 5th prince. He furrowed his brow as he read the reports. Lin Mo and the others observed him closely, thinking that he must have some thoughts on the matter now. "This simplifies matters. Recruit soldiers. We must recruit soldiers." Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Had the plan already begun? Their task would soon be completed. In fact, not recruiting soldiers would also work. They could act directly. However, in the next moment, Lin Mo truly wished to eliminate the 5th prince. "Have them protect me. After my brothers finish their contest, they will surely turn against me. No, we should escape. It's too close to the imperial city here." Lin Mo took a deep breath, fearing he might lose his temper. How did I end up choosing such a person? The old emperor didn't care when he was alive, but now that he is nearing death, why can't he let go? Worrying that the princes might act against you really or something. Lin Mo felt exhausted. 5th prince, even if you hide, they will still find you. The best solution shouldn't be to go to the imperial city and eliminate them, becoming the new emperor. The 5th prince quickly shook his head, saying, "Forget it, we have no one of my older brothers have too many supporters behind them. Then just kill all their supporters." The 5th prince was taken aback and weakly replied, "If we kill them all, there will hardly be any officials left in the court." But Lin Mo didn't care about that. The task was to have the 5th prince ascend the throne, not to ensure the country continued functioning. "I should take the 5th prince with us. We are heading to the imperial city." "Yes." Aishi grabbed the 5th prince's shoulder and walked outside. "Hey, wait. Lin Mo, I am a prince." Lin Mo took out a dragon robe and draped it over the 5th prince, saying, "No, you are now the emperor." The 5th prince looked at the yellow robe on him, his lips twitching. How can this still be forced? Lin Mo didn't care how the 5th prince felt. He mounted his horse and sped toward the imperial city with the 5th prince. The old emperor was still alive, yet dark currents swirled within the imperial city. Lin Mo and his group stayed at an inn waiting for their opportunity to act. The 5th prince shivered, saying, "Forget it, being a prince isn't so bad." However, everyone present ignored him. Lin Mo spoke, "Lu Yue, go kill the old emperor." He wanted to accelerate the process. The fifth prince's eyes widened. No way, bro, you actually intend to kill the emperor. Do you really want? Wait. The fifth prince weakly asked that. The events in the imperial city, could it be that you all did it? Yes, is that surprising? No, what do you want? Is the money I gave not enough? Lin Mo curled his lip. Oh, what use was money? He was anxious to complete the task, although finishing the task later would give them more time to search. However, that would also shorten their lifespan significantly, which was not worth it. If the fifth prince were assassinated, they would surely be thrown into prison. That night, the old emperor died. The first prince and fourth prince moved, clashing fiercely at the entrance of the palace, contending for the throne. Meanwhile, in a grand hall within the palace, Lin Mo and his party stood watching the distant battle. As for the fifth prince, he was currently tied to the dragon throne. The fifth prince was in tears. He truly did not want to be emperor. Lin Mo, should we kill those ministers? When the court convenes tomorrow, anyone who disagrees should be killed. The fifth prince shivered all over. He also disagreed. Lin Mo glanced back at the fifth prince, saying, "Don't worry, you will definitely ascend the throne. No need to be polite. Thank you." The battle at the palace gate concluded with the crown prince's victory. However, the crown prince was somewhat battered, with only a few dozen men remaining from several hundred, all covered in blood. Creak. The hall doors swung open, and the crown prince was momentarily taken aback by the sight of several people in the room. How did you get in? Fifth brother. I didn't expect you to want this too. Why are you bound up there? The crown prince was somewhat confused. What was happening? He thought the fifth brother also wanted the throne, but it seemed more like he was being forced. Coerced. His gaze returned to Lin Mo and the others. If he remembered correctly, these were the fifth brother's aides. Take action, kill them. The crown prince was dead. The next day, the court officials gathered. They all knew about yesterday's events, especially those from the crown prince's faction, who walked with their heads held high. Although the crown prince hadn't told them, they knew he would surely succeed. They couldn't both suffer losses. However, when they arrived at the grand hall, they were taken aback. Why was the one sitting on the dragon throne the fifth prince? Fifth prince, where is his highness the crown prince? The fifth prince looked embarrassed. Just as he was about to say the crown prince was dead, Lin Mo interrupted, saying, "The crown prince has rebelled and has been captured by us." Nonsense. That is the emperor. You traitorous scoundrels, quickly release the crown prince. A country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Lin Mo silently waited for them to finish, asking, "Is it over?" Several ministers frowned, puzzled by what he meant. Lin Mo looked at the others, saying, not bad, not bad. You indeed are the crown prince's loyal subjects. I will inform the crown prince that you are his supporters, and your positions will be elevated." Many in the crowd's eyes lit up, but they did not step forward. After all, their status was far inferior to those. Lin Mo's gaze swept over them. Kill all of these. Huh? What? Lu Yu and the others, wielding their long knives, slaughtered everyone who had just supported the crown prince. The entire grand hall seemed to have been washed in blood. Now I ask, who has objections to the fifth prince becoming emperor? The crowd lowered their heads, saying, "No objections." Congratulations on completing the task. Lin Mo curled his lip, appearing somewhat reluctant. You don't care how I completed the task. Just tell me if you ascended the throne. Lin Mo waved his hand, and his group exited the grand hall, disappearing at the palace gates. The fifth prince was taken aback. Oh, what should I do now that you all have left? He looked at the ministers below, who were gazing at the fifth prince. One of the ministers hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, these positions have opened up. It's time to select a new batch of people." Yes, the country still needs to function. As for the deceased ministers, it was better they died, as it cleared. Thus the fifth prince was pushed forward. Inside the palace, Lin Mo and the others did not leave. So is there anything good here? Lin Lingling nodded. That direction should be the treasury, which has quite a few good things. Are there treasure chests? Lin Lingling nodded. There are treasure chests, but they are of very average quality, just golden treasure chests. Upon hearing it was a golden treasure chest, Lin Mo's interest waned considerably. Yet it remained a treasure chest, and why refuse a gift freely offered? Aside from these, is there anything else? Just some cultivation manuals, nothing more. Still, compared to those at the previous site, these are markedly inferior. Lin Mo sighed, dispirited. Fine. However small the mosquito, it's still meat. After all, Su Qing was here, I'll let her land a critical strike. In the past, quality upgrades were nearly imperceptible, but now the probability had clearly increased. It was worth attempting. Only the fifth prince remained in the Golden Hall. Well, not quite alone. A young eunuch stood quietly beside him. Your Majesty, shall you retire to rest? The fifth prince waved dismissively. Not yet. I shall visit the imperial vault. The vault held countless treasures. At the thought, his mood brightened considerably. As a child, he had long coveted the vault's contents, but his father had refused him access. Now all of it belonged to him. He chuckled softly. Being emperor isn't so bad after all. 20 minutes later, the fifth prince stood before the vault lost in silent contemplation, then turned his gaze toward the young eunuch beside him. This vault, why does it differ from my memory? The eunuch shook his head. Your Majesty, please don't look at me. Grand Eunuch Chao is already dead. The fifth prince mentally compared the vault he remembered with the one before him, and indeed many items were missing. Had his father bestowed them upon others? Yet that seemed unlikely. Enough, he would not dwell on it. What remained was still plentiful, more than sufficient for his own use. Bayou City, a coastal metropolis nestled beside the sea. On the beach, Lin Mo and his companions rested upon the sand. Brother Mo, shall we continue? Lin Mo waved his hand. No need. After an entire year, we've only secured a single platinum treasure chest. He had no desire to keep searching. Better to spend 2 days here enjoying the shore, then return without delay. Should they ever encounter such a sight again, he vowed never to enter. Then we're off to play. The women dashed into the sea, splashing joyfully in the waves. Why aren't you joining them? Su Qing reclined on a beach chair clad in a bikini and wearing sunglasses. I prefer lying down. She paused briefly. The daughter of Bayou City's prefect is remarkably beautiful. Lin Mo blinked. Why bring up the prefect's daughter out of nowhere? Wait, you aren't thinking of recruiting her into our team? That is precisely what I'm considering. Lin Mo shook his head. Impossible. A person raised in ancient times simply cannot integrate with us. They had lived here over a year, though they couldn't claim deep understanding of its people. They knew enough. Their mindset was profoundly insular. Lin Mo struggled to imagine how unbearable coexistence with such a person might be. So, modern individuals would be acceptable then. Wait, were they even discussing the same thing? Her train of thought leapt far too swiftly. Lin Mo suddenly realized. That's your true intention, isn't it? Su Qing removed her sunglasses and gazed at Lin Mo with solemn clarity. The effect triggered earlier. It's exceptionally beneficial. If we could sustain it. If it could activate continuously, our rewards would multiply exponentially. I'm beginning to suspect my role has subtly shifted. Lin Mo increasingly felt like little more than a tool. Su Qing wagged a finger. No, not at all. Only you possess this ability. Oh, none of us do. And don't overthink it. You may treat those people purely as instruments. Who said emotional investment is mandatory? Under ordinary circumstances, Su Qing would never propose such a suggestion. But conditions here were exceptional. Within these sites, time passed by the year. Thus, cultivating affinity required no urgency. Unlike the outside world where one must raise affinity above 90 within a narrow window. Lin Mo stroked his chin, pondering Su Qing's words. Admittedly, her reasoning held merit. The talents granted were indeed exceptional, far surpassing what other teams obtained. Yet they paled in comparison to items yielded by that unique effect. Take the lifespan pill. Even opening 100 platinum treasure chests might not yield a single one. The disparity was glaring. That girl truly is exquisite. You're certain you won't take a closer look? So ethereal, so celestial. Celestial, my foot. We won't traffic in human beings. Lin Mo glanced toward the 7 bee-steered maidens. Bee-steered maidens differ. They were already victims. Taking them incurs no moral burden. A faint smile curled Su Qing's lips. The prefect's daughter is likewise a victim, bound by political marriage. At 19 she is to wed a 65-year-old prince. We'd be rescuing her from suffering. 10 minutes later. Where's my sister? Su Luo turned back toward the beach. Only empty chairs remained. They've probably slipped away somewhere for private delight. Never imagined those two shared such chemistry. Who proposed it, do you think? Need you ask? Clearly Lin Mo. Within Bayou City, Lin Mo and Su Qing, clad in period attire, leapt nimbly across rooftops. This Qingmu manual is truly formidable, yet its cultivation stages resemble those of a Xinxiao art. The stages do mirror cultivation, but the progression is agonizingly slow. Lin Mo shook his head. The manual's efficacy lagged behind even mundane martial arts practiced by others. I suspect the absence of spiritual energy is the cause. Perhaps upon returning we should experiment with magic crystals. Magic might serve as a substitute for qi. Agreed. Soon they arrived at the prefect's residence. Activating the tortoise breath technique, they suppressed their presence and slipped undetected into a side courtyard. Within the courtyard stood a pavilion, and inside sat a young woman draped in a pale blue ruchuan. Her skin was porcelain smooth, her lips rosy, her teeth gleaming white, her eyes clouded with sorrow. Look how deeply this child is troubled. Su Qing stepped forward without hesitation. Wait, what are you? Elder Sister Su. You've come. Lin Mo stared stunned. How had she already become Elder Sister Su? They'd been in Bayou City less than a week. How had their rapport deepened so rapidly? Was her critical strike talent somehow enhancing social affinity? Zhao Yu, your heart remains heavy. Zhao Yu sighed. I am to marry an old man. How could my spirits possibly lift? A subtle smile played upon Su Qing's lips as she gestured toward Lin Mo in the distance. This is my husband. What say you marry him instead? Zhao Yu instinctively glanced at Lin Mo, then flushed crimson. Elder sister Su Yu tease me again. How could I possibly? Lin Mo stood at a distance, hearing every word spoken by Su Qing and the other woman with perfect clarity. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yu approached Lin Mo and bowed deeply, her face flushed with embarrassment. From now on, I am yours alone. Lin Mo's lips twitched faintly as he turned to Su Qing. How on earth did you manage that? Let's go quickly. Her father will arrive any moment. Lin Mo glanced at the watch now strapped to Zhao Yu's wrist. She's already wearing it. He sighed inwardly. No matter. One more person won't hurt. Lin Mo slipped an arm around Zhao Yu's waist, and with a light leap landed atop the city wall. Side by side with Su Qing, they sprinted toward the outskirts. They reached the coast, still a considerable distance from the city itself. They had exited through the main gate. Surely pursuers would be dispatched before long. All personnel, prepare for return. At the cry, the women in the water turned in unison, and there stood Zhao Yu. So you've gone and acquired someone? Thud. Su Qing rapped Su Luo squarely on the forehead. What do you mean acquired? We're rescuing her. Su Luo rolled her eyes. Leaving with someone against their family's will is abduction, no matter how you dress it up. Lin Mo turned to Zhao Yu beside him. Think carefully. Once you leave, there is no turning back. You'll never return home again. Zhao Yu nodded quietly. I know. Su Qing had already told her everything. When her father forced her to marry that elderly man, her heart had already ceased to beat. She'd once believed a daughter's duty was obedience. But Su Qing showed her another path, and for the first time Zhao Yu felt she deserved to choose for herself. Just then, distant hoofbeats thundered across the plain. Their pursuers had reacted astonishingly fast. Very well, initiate return. Inside the vehicle, Zhao Yu's mouth remained agape. Everything here was utterly alien. Objects she had never seen, nor even imagined. Lin Mo watched Zhao Yu sit wide-eyed on the sofa, glancing eagerly in every direction, and shook his head bemused. He hadn't expected to bring back another person. And judging by Su Qing's expression, this wasn't a one-time act. She intended to recruit someone at every station. Lin Mo surveyed the carriage interior. The living space felt increasingly cramped. Still, it didn't matter much how upgrading the vehicle's tier would surely expand its capacity. Yet, that plan seemed far from reliable. He could only hope his innate talent would yield something truly valuable. Dinner time. Let us welcome Zhao Yu to our ranks. Zhao Yu blushed faintly. Thank you all. From now on, discard everything you learned before. Su Qing paused, glancing meaningfully at Lin Mo. Of course, if our dear brother Lin Mo prefers those old customs, he may certainly keep them. Lin Mo said nothing, merely sat in silence. Truth be told, he was curious to experience them firsthand. Finishing his meal swiftly, he left the table to the women. He settled onto the sofa and opened the regional channel. I'm utterly defeated. I've gone gray. This isn't survival. It's slow, deliberate torment. They're letting us age to death 1 year at a time. Our squad has given up. The treasure chest's contents are enough to sustain us for life. Granted, supplies were limited, but not insufficient to survive. Moreover, aside from forests, certain special highways also yielded edible resources. Overall, starvation was simply not a risk. Lin Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. This option, too, held undeniable merit. Years passed inside the station, while only an instant elapsed outside. Viewed this way, perhaps they could outlive the world beyond. Lin Mo's brow furrowed deeply. Compared to that, staying outside seemed far wiser. For over 10 seconds, the entire regional channel fell into eerie silence. Every survivor weighed the feasibility of this revelation. Actually, you might be onto something. This could very well be the long-term solution. But what's the difference between this and waiting to die? Our squad secured the Great Restoration Pill within a station, granting 10 additional years of life, and certain cultivation techniques further extend longevity. Better to live poorly than die well. And can you guarantee surviving every station? A decisive crossroads had emerged. One path led inward, to gamble inside the station. The other remained outside, to gamble in the open world. Either way, a choice must be made. Lin Mo closed the interface and contemplated both paths. His gaze drifted to the inky black water beyond the window. No anomalous creatures stirred along the highway anymore. The devouring abyss behind them had long since receded. He wondered how the survival game would resolve such paradoxes. Shaking his head, he admitted defeat. This one defied easy logic. Late at night, Su Qing leaned against Lin Mo's shoulder, damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead. I have a few hypotheses. She exhaled deeply, steadying her breath. Then she shot him a playful glare. You ruined the mood. Perfectly. Lin Mo blinked blankly. Didn't you ask for it? How could he possibly be blamed? Tell me your thoughts, now. Su Qing traced idle circles on Lin Mo's chest with her fingertip, then let her hand wander farther, ever farther. Lin Mo caught her wrist gently. First things first. A subtle smile curved her lips. Within stations our lifespans dwindle gradually, while those outside remain unchanged. Yet the survival game will never abandon them. So, I suspect prolonged absence will trigger massive life force depletion, or worse, erasure. After all, the game's sole purpose is to compel entry into stations. Lin Mo nodded slowly. That makes perfect sense. Su Qing shifted into a more comfortable position. Honestly, we needn't overthink this. We'll proceed step by step. Regardless, entering stations is inevitable. Su Qing shifted into a more comfortable position. Honestly, we needn't overthink this. Logically, if the mission resides within a location, the key should reside there too. They'd scoured the Imperial treasury thoroughly, yet found no trace of it. Thus only one conclusion remains: not every station holds a key. As for the key, let fate decide. With your innate talent, death seems unlikely for us. Besides, even if we miss it early on, we'll surely find it later. The survival game would never design something meaningless. The next morning the vehicle resumed its journey. According to calculations, the first trial today would most likely manifest around 10 o'clock. Zhao Yu joined them, seated beside the driver, gazing in wonder at the endless sea stretching to the horizon. Have you lived here all along? Not exactly. We visited other zones, but relocation seems unlikely now. At least the survival game had never mentioned such a possibility. At 9 o'clock Su Luo brought the vehicle to a halt. Before them stood neither treasure chest nor station, only 3 diverging roads. Which path do we take? 3 diverging paths, nothing marked. Uncertainty loomed over which way to choose. Lin Mo opened the window, releasing his drone. As he watched the transmitted images, Lin Mo already knew how it would be. From a high vantage point, all 3 roads simultaneously plunged into the mist. Amidst the thick fog, visibility was completely obscured. From above, the mist stretched endlessly, shrouding everything. Su Qing glanced at the interface. I remember encountering this kind of situation last time. It seemed to be near a certain city. Time had passed on the highway, but in reality, it had already been 10 years. Both Su Qing and Lin Mo could hardly recall what the situation had been like back then. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Let's take the middle path. With their strength, they could handle whatever situation they encountered. Su Luo nodded, pressed the accelerator, and charged ahead. Soon the vehicle plunged into the mist, and Su Luo reduced the speed. She even rolled down the window. The fog was so thick that visibility was nearly zero. Even with headlights, they could barely see 5 meters ahead, with nothing on either side. With the window open, the sound of the sea could be heard on both sides. However, once the window was down, the mist seeped in. Quick, close the window, Lin Mo urged. Who knew what this mist was? What if it was toxic? They weren't wearing masks. Luo Fei quickly rolled up the window. Lin Mo, what do we do now? It seems like we can't see anything. Just drive slowly, nothing else matters. The fog was vast, just as it had appeared from above. The vehicle maintained a very low speed, and it took a full 3 hours for the mist to gradually thin. It seems we missed a treasure chest. Su Luo glanced at the mileage. They had just traveled a short distance. Lin Mo waved his hand. Don't worry about that, just keep driving. Soon the distance illuminated by the headlights became clearer. The conditions on both sides of the highway came into view. The familiar yellow sand reappeared before them. Are we back on the yellow sand highway? Yes, it seems we were just given a choice to change highways. Lin Mo stroked his chin, struggling to understand the purpose of changing highways. He raised his wrist, noting that the displayed temperature was unrelated to before. It looked like it was still connected to the station. At noon, the vehicle came to a stop. Lin Mo got out, gazing at the boundless yellow sand in the distance. He pondered for a moment, and said to those behind him, Su Qing, give me the beach vehicle. Su Qing looked at the distant yellow sand. Can the beach vehicle be used here? It should be fine. Su Qing returned to the vehicle, retrieved the beach vehicle, and handed it to Lin Mo. Taking the beach vehicle, Lin Mo started the engine and charged into the yellow sand. For the beach vehicle, which could traverse the difficult terrain of the yellow sand, it was no problem at all. They raced for 20 minutes, now over 10 kilometers from the highway. All around them was yellow sand stretching endlessly. As for the highway behind, it had long since vanished. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Had he overthought? In this blank area on both sides, was there truly nothing left? He thought the survival game was deceiving them. After they let their guard down, it would lead them to their demise in these regions. It seemed he had overthought. How would the survival game restrict those people? Lin Mo shook his head and turned to ride away. In the afternoon, the vehicle continued its journey. Zhao Yu looked at the outside world in astonishment. It was an ocean just now, and now it has transformed into a desert. How interesting. Su Luo twitched her lips. It's only interesting now, while before this, it was a deadly place. These roads had consumed countless lives. Zhao Yu nodded silently. Our country's deserts have also claimed many lives. Are we talking about the same thing here? Su Luo shifted her gaze back to the front. Lin Mo sat in the back looking at the regional channel. Did you all change highways? Yes, we changed after passing through a patch of fog. It seems everyone changed. Oh, what's the significance of this? I don't know its significance, but this highway seems somewhat different from before. Different? Lin Mo looked out the window. The highway was still a highway, and the yellow sand was still yellow sand. The only difference was the absence of those strange creatures. Otherwise there seemed to be no change. And the absence of strange creatures had begun long ago, hadn't it? Can you perceive any differences? Su Qing rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the yellow sand outside. If I had to say, the color of this yellow sand seems a bit duller, not as bright as before. Lin Mo sighed. What kind of change was that? As he looked at the yellow sand, he suddenly paused. What did you discover? Su Qing noticed Lin Mo's expression and asked, did you find something? Nothing specific, but we can ask someone. Su Luo, pull over. After getting out of the vehicle, Lin Mo took out a golden crystal. Time had passed for so long that he had almost forgotten about this item upon seeing the yellow sand. A familiar figure appeared once again. The moment the figure appeared, it was summoning its soldiers. Your general has returned. The golden-armored general instinctively turned his head, his words halting. Why is it still you? The pupils of the golden-armored general narrowed behind the helmet. He almost forgot that the other party seemed to have many stones that summoned him. He looked around. There were no strange creatures here. What was he doing here? I want to ask you a few questions. Think carefully before answering, or else. Lin Mo pulled out a golden crystal. The golden-armored general's eyes twitched. Even if you didn't show it, I would know. As long as I can say it, I will certainly tell you. What changes have occurred here? How would he know that? He had always been in darkness, never having appeared. The golden-armored general quickly glanced around, and then cautiously said, the yellow sand isn't as bright as it used to be. That's not it. There are no more of those creatures. No plants. Lin Mo sighed. Think carefully before answering, you, otherwise I'll make you run behind our vehicle continuously. The golden-armored general took a deep breath. How annoying was this person? He carefully observed the surrounding yellow sand. If he had to say, there was something different. I can't perceive anything. Lin Mo looked at the golden-armored general's red eyes. You passed this round. It seemed the other party couldn't discern anything either. It seemed those people in the world channel were just speaking casually. Lin Mo, we've arrived at the station. Station City of Gold. Resources, survival coins, treasure chests, weapons, others. Capacity, unlimited. Danger level, extremely high. Time limit, none. Lin Mo looked at the station and couldn't help but think that the information displayed was completely unnecessary. After all, it was always like this. He just wondered what kind of task awaited them this time. However, one thing was certain, the survival coins would definitely be plentiful this time. The City of Gold, could it be a city made of gold? On a dirt road surrounded by yellow sand. Before him stood a city shimmering with golden light under the sun. Su Qing looked at the distant city and swallowed hard. It can't possibly be made entirely of gold. Maybe it really is. I just don't know how many survival coins we would get after tearing down this city. Lin Mo placed the task information back in front of him. Task: become the master of the City of Gold within 3 years. Success grants 3 years of search time. Failure results in being trapped in the underground palace of the City of Gold for 10 years. So there is indeed a space below this City of Gold. He just wondered about the difficulty of this task. Becoming the master seemed quite easy, right? As long as they defeated the city lord here, they could become the masters of the City of Gold. Let's go in. This task looks very simple. The group walked along the dirt road, moving forward. But the dirt road wasn't long, and soon they found themselves engulfed in yellow sand. The yellow sand here was quite solid, with no feeling of quicksand. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the entrance of the City of Gold. Standing at the entrance, looking at the soldiers in front of them, Lin Mo and the others fell into contemplation. Zhao Yu glanced at the soldiers, and then looked towards Lin Mo and the others. What's wrong with you all? Nothing, it's just that these soldiers look a bit familiar. Lin Mo felt that this task should be easy to resolve. Su Qing and the others nodded in agreement. However, we still need to see if that person has any memories. The group entered the city, looking at the people along the sides of the road. They seemed perfectly normal, just like ordinary folks. But why did those soldiers look no different from the golden-armored soldiers? If there had to be a difference, it was that the armor of those golden-armored soldiers was a bit shinier. unlike the dullness they encountered before. As they continued forward, the group arrived at a wall with a large gate in the center. There were 2 golden-armored soldiers outside, and 2 more inside. Just as Lin Mo was about to enter, 2 golden-armored soldiers crossed their spears. "This is the General's Mansion, please detour." Upon hearing the words General's Mansion, Lin Mo became even more certain of his thoughts. Indeed, it was the territory of the golden-armored general. Should they fight their way in or summon the other party out? He took out a golden crystal. But this time the golden crystal was in an unusable state. It seemed they had no choice but to break in. Charge in. The women drew their weapons and rushed forward. Clang. The golden-armored soldiers fell to the ground, their armors clattering. It was just as he had imagined. The group charged into the general's mansion without obstruction. A voice came from inside. "Who dares to invade my general's mansion?" "I see. Living. Living." The golden-armored general's red eyes widened as he saw Lin Mo. "Not big brother, I have already made it here. How could you still come in?" Lin Mo looked at him. "I remember someone saying they had always lived in darkness, right? With the sun so bright and the city of gold so vast, it's truly dark here." The corner of the golden-armored general's mouth twitched. "I truly did not lie. Oh, it was that. Well, that placed me here. What is your task?" "To stop intruders." "Then are you going to stop me?" The golden-armored general quickly, even if he returned to his peak state at this moment, he did not believe he could deal with Lin Mo. He couldn't understand why someone could be so powerful. This is unscientific. He had encountered so many people, and their strength was all so poor. Lin Mo pondered today, did anyone else enter here besides us? "I don't know." Entering the room, Lin Mo directly sat in the largest chair. The golden-armored general dared not utter a word. Lin Mo tapped the armrest deep in thought. Having entered so many stations, it seemed they hadn't really encountered other teams much. Was it because the space was too vast to meet anyone, or was it that others simply had not come in? The chance of not coming in seemed very low, yet there were millions of teams. Or was it because time was frozen outside, so people couldn't meet? That indeed seemed somewhat possible. Lin Mo took a deep breath and did not think too much. If they couldn't meet, then they couldn't meet. There would still be plenty of opportunities to encounter in the future. Is there only this one city of gold? However, the Golden General shook his head. No, there are 8 cities of gold in total. The Golden General was not very keen on talking. He really did not want to meet Lin Mo. Who knows why they encountered each other. Mainly, he had also thought about not wanting to recognize. But he truly was worried that Lin Mo would kill him. Then from now on, I will become the master of the city of gold. No objections. The Golden General quickly shook his head. No objections, no objections. How could he dare to have any objections? But Lin Mo frowned because the task had not been completed. It shouldn't be. The Golden General had already acknowledged him as the master. Why had the task not been completed? Unless this place was not the city of gold. What is the name of your city? Hong'an City. Then where is the city of gold? Oh, this is the city of... The golden-armored general was taken aback and quickly said. Lin Mo shook his head. I meant the name of the city is just gold. The golden-armored general thought for a moment. Those are legendary existences. They don't exist at all. Just answer what I say. The golden-armored general recounted the origins of the city of gold. In a very distant era there indeed was such a city of gold, where gold was everywhere. Just answer what I say. The golden-armored general recounted the origins of the city of gold. In a very distant era there indeed was such a city of gold, where gold was everywhere. Years. And the punishment for failure should not be in the underground of this city. Does your city have space underground like a palace? The golden general quickly shook his head. How could such a sandy land possibly build an underground palace? Lin Mo nodded, but indeed wasn't here. He stood up. Let's go, take me around your place, and tell me how long it has been since we last met, and what else is new here. Lin Mo's thoughts were quite simple. The legendary Golden City was likely their destination. Now there were 8 similar golden cities. Perhaps they could find a true one through some means. The extra items must be useful. The golden-armored general paused. Wasn't the last time I saw you a year ago? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had been here for quite some time. What about the extra items? The golden-armored general shook his head. I don't know about that. I stay in the general's residence every day and haven't gone anywhere. Lin Mo looked into the golden-armored general's eyes. He was indeed not lying. Then let's take a look around. Under the guidance of the golden-armored general, everyone circled the city, continuously exploring every corner. Lin Lingling had been paying attention to the surroundings. Once everything was over, she spoke. In the entire city, there are 4 golden treasure chests, 6 silver treasure chests, and a varying amount of resources, but the resources are quite scarce. Lin Mo nodded. Are there any other strange items? Lin Lingling shrugged. Not really. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Could it be that those items had no special purpose, or were simply not within the city? After all, even a key is something Lin Lingling could sense. His gaze involuntarily turned towards the golden armored general. The golden armored general tensed up, wondering what was to be done next. Does he have something on him? Lin Lingling's gaze fell on the protective heart mirror on the golden armored general's chest. Only this one. Hand it over. The golden armored general swallowed, though he had no saliva. This item has always handed over. The golden armored general handed over the protective heart mirror. Golden mirror note: a reward from the Golden Lord. The Golden Lord must be the master of the Golden City. He curiously asked, have you always lived here, or are you from somewhere else? The golden armored general shook his head. I don't know, I was just here when I regained consciousness. Lin Mo nodded. It seemed this protective heart mirror was somewhat useful. Perhaps it was the key to opening the Golden City. If that's the case, give me the map, though I want to check the other 7 cities. Without hesitation, the golden armored general took out the map. Upon seeing the map, Lin Mo became more certain of his thoughts. The 8 cities formed almost a circle, making the position of the Golden City quite obvious. Lin Mo chuckled lightly. It truly was an incredibly simple map. However, it seemed that the difficulty lay in obtaining these 8 protective heart mirrors. But for him, this was not a significant problem. The only issue was the distance. However, he had prepared before. Su Qing took out a bunch of dune buggies. Everyone drove the buggies away from here. Looking at the vanishing figures of Lin Mo and the others, the golden armored general was quite pleased. Finally, these people have left. However, 2 days later, he found himself unable to be happy. Because, why did you use it again? Weren't you not supposed to use it? The golden armored general was baffled. Lin Mo raised the golden crystal in his hand and took out his protective heart mirror. I don't know, putting this golden crystal on here allows it to be used. Go call the general inside and have him hand over the items. The golden armored general took a deep breath. Alright, I'll do it right now. Soldiers charge. Half an hour later, another protective heart mirror appeared in his hands. A month later, 8 identical protective heart mirrors were placed on the ground. And the place they were now was in the midst of yellow sand at the center of the 8 cities. Lin Mo looked at the protective heart mirrors on the ground. All were circular in shape, but the patterns on the edges were different. However, Lin Mo could not think of a suitable method to use them. Could it be related to the sun? Su Qing glanced at the sun in the sky. Under the sunlight, these protective heart mirrors emitted different shapes of light. Then let's move them. The 8 people each held a protective heart mirror and stood in a circle, but there was no reaction. Is the sun not bright enough? Lin Mo glanced at the sun overhead. It was large, but positioned directly above. Perhaps they needed to lower the sun to trigger a reaction, or maybe they were thinking incorrectly. But they had plenty of time to test as they wished. At that moment, Su Qing took out a flashlight. Let's use this. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Maybe that could actually work. Thus, during 3 days of testing, everyone constantly changed their angles, and finally one day a golden beam shot up into the sky. It left a golden spot in the sky which formed a sun pattern. When this sun appeared, the entire a city gradually rose from 1,000 meters away. Did we succeed? Lin Mo nodded. From the current situation, we have succeeded, but only halfway. Because true success would only come when they became the masters of the Golden City. Soon the sense of turbulence subsided. Under the sunlight, the distant Golden City emitted a golden glow. Overall, it looked brighter than the other 8 cities, truly worthy of being the Golden City. The group mounted their dune buggies and began to approach the distant Golden City. Upon reaching the outer walls of the city gate, the words Golden City were written in large letters on the gate. However, upon entering the city, Lin Mo found it completely empty. But it made sense. How could a city underground possibly have anyone in it? Lin Mo's gaze turned towards a building that was dozens of meters tall in front of him. Compared to the Lord's Mansion of other cities, this Lord's Mansion was quite different, especially in its shape. Why does this look like a small pyramid? Su Luo looked puzzled. It does look a bit like one, but what intrigues me more is why there is a chair on top. Lan Shu said, normally shouldn't this chair be inside the house? Well, it seems this Lord's Mansion doesn't have any houses. At least it didn't seem to have any. Lin Mo and the others entered the Lord's Mansion and walked around it. They found that there was only a pyramid here and not a single house. Lin Mo followed the stairs all the way to the top. The chair before him looked very similar to the one the golden armored general had, but it was much larger. Is sitting in this chair going to make me the master here? Isn't that obvious? Lin Mo, hurry, and as she spoke, Su Luo pushed Lin Mo into the chair. As he sat down, a line of text appeared before everyone. It seems that becoming the master here isn't as simple as it appears. Just then the yellow sand in the distance began to surge, and familiar yellow sand creatures emerged. Defend against intruders, and you shall become the master of the Golden City. Is just holding off 5 attacks really that simple? Su Luo gazed at the distant sand creatures, worms and sand wolves. They had no idea how many of these creatures they had already slain. Should we charge straight in, or? Lin Mo said helplessly, don't look at me, I can't move anymore. Once he sat on this chair, his lower body became immobile, and only his upper body could move. Lu Yu drew out her long knife, then let me handle it. Wait. Su Luo pulled Lu Yu back. Why do it yourself? She turned to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, take out the golden crystal, and let him do the work. Lin Mo gave a thumbs up. After all, they had used it 7 times, already one more time wouldn't matter. After using the golden crystal, the familiar figure appeared once more. The golden-armored general immediately looked back. Upon seeing Lin Mo sitting in the chair, he knelt down. I pay my respects to my lord. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. He had always appeared reluctant before, yet this time, he knelt down directly. I haven't become the lord of Golden City yet. The corner of the golden-armored general's mouth twitched. You are already sitting in that chair with your power, isn't it just a matter of time? Calling you earlier wouldn't have made a difference. You will definitely become the lord here. Faced with such a golden-armored general, Lin Mo felt somewhat unaccustomed. He waved his hand, then go resolve it. The golden-armored general here was at his peak strength, and the golden-armored soldiers beneath him were the strongest of their kind. Their combat power was truly undeniable. However, they discovered that the sand creatures here were also quite formidable. It could be said that both sides were evenly matched. However, Lin Mo weighed the crystal in his hand, always ready to summon the golden-armored general again. Yet it was clear that he wouldn't need to take action. The golden-armored general wielded a golden scepter, continuously replenishing his soldiers, not allowing the distant sand monsters to come within a step of the city. Each wave of attacks grew stronger, with the strongest already reaching the city walls. But they still failed to breach the golden-armored general's defense. Congratulations on becoming the Lord of Golden City. Congratulations on acquiring the item Golden City. Lin Mo was taken aback. There was actually an item. Mainly because none of the previous locations had ever given him such a thing. Just as he became the Lord of Golden City, Lin Lingling suddenly looked down. The underground palace has appeared. Appeared? Yes, just as you became the Lord here, the underground palace appeared below. Are there good things? Lin Lingling nodded. There are several treasure chests and a lot of survival items. Let's go take a look. At this moment, the golden-armored general cautiously approached. My lord, can you take me with you? My lord? What do you mean? The golden-armored general rubbed his hands. Well, you are now the Lord of Golden City. As long as you let me enter the underground palace, I can become your subordinate, and I won't have to stay here anymore. Lin Mo squinted his eyes, looking at the golden-armored general. The other party spoke half the truth. What else? If you can leave here, I can follow Golden City as well. The golden-armored general sighed. Lin Mo nodded. Then come with me. The golden-armored general's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly followed Lin Mo towards the underground palace. The underground palace was located beneath this pyramid. Lin Mo reached out and tapped the pyramid, causing a large door to open. Everyone entered through the door and arrived at the underground palace below. The underground palace was quite spacious, connecting to vertical passages. The golden-armored soldier looked at a platform half a meter off the ground in the space. My lord, can I stand on it? If you stand on it, does that mean you follow me? The golden-armored general nodded eagerly. Then go ahead. The golden-armored general rushed over and jumped up. In the next moment, the previously white stone platform instantly turned golden. Seeing this, the golden-armored general immediately struck a pose. In the next moment, golden light spread upwards, dyeing the golden-armored general entirely gold, and then he transformed into a statue. Lin Mo approached the golden-armored general, and a panel popped up. Golden Warrior quality special note can be summoned once daily to fight for you. He then looked at the ground where there were several platforms, all marked the same. Golden platform note, standing on it will make you an immortal existence, fighting forever for the king. So as long as one stands on it, they won't die, but they will also lose their freedom forever. It's both good and bad. However, if a suitable target appears in the future, it could be worth trying. Let's go find what we need. Since Lin Mo had already become the lord here, he knew where all the passages led. But he wasn't sure where the treasure chests were, so he still needed Lin Lingling to guide him. Soon Lin Mo collected all the treasure chests along with tens of thousands of survival coins. An hour later, everyone returned to the surface. Where do we go next? Su Qing asked. On the map, there were only 8 cities, and beyond that there was In addition to obtaining the heart mirror from those 8 cities, they also gathered quite a bit of resources. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Let's head back. Stepping out of Golden City, Lin Mo raised his hand. The Golden City began to shake again. However, this time it was shrinking. Finally, it transformed into a miniature city that landed in Lin Mo's hand. Golden City. Quality. Note a city containing boundless power. Perhaps this was his greatest harvest this time. Besides that, he also had another item to know. 5 key. This time our luck is really good. There were a total of 5 pieces of key fragments, and he now possessed 2. It seems that it won't be long before the remaining 3 key pieces will appear. As long as someone is selling them, he will buy them at the first opportunity. Soon, everyone returned to the road. This mission was really simple. I need to take a shower. Su Luo rushed toward the bathroom at once. Lin Mo glanced at the yellow sand on himself. Everyone rest first, take turns to shower, then we will set off again. He sat by the window gazing at the golden city in his hand. A thought crossed his mind, and he handed the golden city to Su Qing. Come and strike it for a critical hit. Su Qing stored the golden city in her backpack, and in the next moment, she couldn't help but be stunned. Twice, but the quality increased by 1 level. The quality increased. Su Qing took out the 2 golden cities. Both golden cities had Lin Mo as their owner. As for the quality increase, it was still a question mark, but the description had changed. Golden city. Quality. Note a city containing boundless power. Staying in the city allows for arbitrary spatial crossing. Hiss. Powerful. Lin Mo arrived outside the vehicle with the golden city, closely followed by Su Qing. What are you going to do? I want to test the effect of this item. Lin Mo raised his hand, and the golden city flew out, as if it were a freely controlled magical artifact. However, Lin Mo had no cultivation abilities. The golden city gradually expanded, settling in the yellow sand. Its size was identical to the golden city they encountered at the station. Lin Mo made his way to the central golden throne. As he sat upon it, he grasped the usage of the entire golden city. The so-called infinite power referred to the statues in the underground palace, which was somewhat disappointing. Now the only thing he could summon was the golden armored general. With a wave of his hand, ripples spread across the empty space beside him. The golden armored general slowly emerged from the floor. Master. The golden armored general knelt on one knee and saluted Lin Mo. Rise. Yes, master. Lin Mo examined the golden armored general, noting that its armor now resembled gold more than before. Do you remember your previous memories? I do. Lin Mo nodded, realizing that becoming a statue in the underground palace did not erase previous memories, but rather marked him with a loyalty imprint. This was rather good. How does your current strength compare to before? It's at least doubled. Lin Mo nodded in realization. No wonder he felt the other's strength was nearly on par with his. Becoming a statue in the underground palace had its perks. Then Lin Mo refrained from speaking further and focused on another ability. The so-called spatial shuttling was not as he imagined. It couldn't be done at will. Instead, it could only shuttle within the boundaries of the survival game. For instance, from this road to another road, or from the station to the road. The limitations were significant. However, this was sufficient. It could be used for traveling within the station or directly exiting a troublesome station. Indeed, it was powerful. After neatly storing the golden city, Lin Mo placed it in the first compartment of his backpack. From these 2 trips to the station, it was evident that the backpack's function was diminishing. However, they had many people with over 100 compartments. It seemed they needed to bring more people in. With this thought, Lin Mo looked at Su Qing. Su Qing, puzzled by his gaze, asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? You are a genius." Su Qing took a couple of steps forward and turned back, saying, "By the way, can't your golden city store items?" Lin Mo paused, realizing there might be some truth to that. He nodded. "It should be able to." Su Qing's eyes lit up. "Doesn't that mean we can take everything back with us in the future?" "Exactly. By the way, can the vehicle be upgraded?" Lin Mo glanced at the materials and confirmed that it indeed could be upgraded. "It can, but let's wait until after dinner." The best upgrade location was, after all, at the station, since they spent a lot of time there. However, the current station had directly taken their vehicle without any possibility of upgrading it. Around 7 in the evening, Lin Mo opened the golden city and asked Su Luo to drive the vehicle inside for an immediate upgrade. The upgrade would take 36 hours, much shorter than he had anticipated. "Shall we set up a tent here tonight?" Lin Mo glanced at the temperature on his watch, saying, "No, let's go to the underground palace. Why stay in such a hot place when there was a cool location?" Thus, everyone went to the underground palace to set up the tent. I wonder what changes will occur after this upgrade. Lin Mo shook his head. There should be no significant changes, or at least not many. That can't be true. We're already further along. Upgrading the vehicle's speed is becoming increasingly difficult, and so many people have perished. Su Qing remarked, "Why think so much? Whatever changes there are will happen, just let it be." After saying this, she looked at Zhao Yu and slowly moved closer to Lin Mo. "I still have a platinum treasure chest here. Do you want it?" Lin Mo glanced at the tent. "Isn't the soundproofing terrible? Then you can go to the passage inside." Lin Mo thought for a moment. That didn't seem like a bad idea. "Ahem, Zhao Yu, let's go for a walk." Zhao Yu, who was chatting and laughing with Jiang Su Yao, quickly stood up upon hearing Lin Mo call her. Then she noticed Su Luo making suggestive gestures at her. She understood what was implied. Her face instantly turned red, and she followed Lin Mo closely. The two walked deeper into the passage. Su Luo looked at the passage with disappointment. Why isn't it here? Haven't you heard enough before? Su Qing said, somewhat speechless. When did her younger sister become like this? It must be because of Lin Mo. It had nothing to do with her. In another tent within the passage, Zhao Yu lay there with a flushed face, unsure of what to do. At that moment, she felt like a fish on a chopping board at Lin Mo's mercy. Don't you know anything? I haven't learned anything. Alright, he nearly forgot. Zhao Yu came from ancient times, not the present. However, this also seemed quite interesting, giving a sense of accomplishment. Under Lin Mo's gradual guidance, Zhao Yu finally learned, and even began to think creatively. The next morning, the vehicle upgrade was complete. Congratulations. The vehicle has been upgraded to LV-8A, unlocking the third level of the large living area. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. It couldn't be the living area he was thinking of. He hurried to the third level with the other girls following closely behind. The third level was completely different from the others. It was much larger than the first and second levels. It was extraordinarily spacious. It resembled a floor of an apartment building, complete with 21 rooms. Lin Mo extended his hand to the fingerprint lock. With a click, the door opened. Inside was a large studio of over 30 square meters, featuring a bed, sofa, television, refrigerator, and even a bathroom. Wow, this configuration is amazing! Su Luo exclaimed as she looked around the room, her eyes lighting up. Her gaze quickly fell on the window. Outside was the interior of the Golden City. However, from this angle, it was only slightly higher than the second floor. It seemed this was a folding space. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. Look at the innermost room. The group exited the room, and Lan Shu stood in the deepest room. She had not entered yet. Once everyone arrived, Lan Shu pointed at the sign on the door. Look, there's a cafeteria. Lin Mo reached out and easily opened the door. Only he could open all the rooms, likely because he was the He opened the vehicle information and quickly found the interface for the third level. In the fingerprint operation interface, he added everyone's information to the cafeteria access, and for the other rooms, he added the bestiared girls one by one. This way they wouldn't have to crowd together. From today onward, Aishi and the others will stay on the third floor, and Zhao Yu will also live here. The crowd entered the cafeteria. The cafeteria was not very large, occupying an area of about 200 square meters. There were 10 tables and 5 windows. The inside of the windows was dark, obscuring any view. Lin Mo approached one of the windows, and a panel resembling a menu appeared before him. The menu had many pages. He flipped through it briefly and found that all the cuisines available on Blue Star were offered here, including some snacks. However, the prices seemed a bit high for other teams. Of course, this was based on the difficulty of obtaining survival coins. The prices were actually similar to those on Blue Star. A bowl of noodles cost 1,015 survival coins, while a stir-fried dish ranged from 15 to 50. For Lin Mo and his team, this was simply a reasonable price. Su Luo's eyes brightened as he looked at the menu, saying, "Does this mean we won't have to cook anymore?" Indeed, we don't have to cook anymore, but shouldn't we consider one issue? Doesn't this mean there will be no food in future treasure chests? Su Qing thought a bit more. Lin Mo shrugged, saying, "But food has already started to become scarce. Recently opened treasure chests, regardless of quality, contained at least half, with only water, no food. Even if there was food, it was very little." Now at the trading center, many people had begun to sell food at high prices. When Lin Mo saw this scene, he felt a wave of nostalgia. It reminded him of the time when they first entered. At that time, food and water seemed to be the main trading items. However, for now, our vehicle level is the highest, followed by a bunch of LV7 vehicles. Since these stations appeared, everyone's vehicle levels have been rising rapidly. After all, resources are becoming more abundant, so it's much faster to level up. But some were stuck. The reason, of course, was the vehicle cores. Without encountering a convoy, one couldn't obtain vehicle cores. Now, with no secret treasure chests and no vehicle convergence zones, obtaining vehicle cores was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get something to eat. It was just morning, and we should hurry to have breakfast. Su Luo ignored the others and quickly started ordering. In the next moment, a food tray extended from the dark window, filled with various dishes. There were steaming soup, dumplings, shrimp dumplings, chicken feet, and a bowl of fish slice porridge. I've been wanting to try this kind of breakfast. I heard it's quite expensive. Su Qing glanced at the price list and winced a bit. It was indeed very expensive. How could this small amount of food be sold for over 100 survival coins? However, for the survival coins they possessed, it was really not much. The girls ordered a bunch of food and sat down at the dining table. I must say the taste was truly delightful. Lin Mo had a bowl of cold noodles, a meat sandwich, and a bottle of drink in front of him. As he savored the familiar flavors, he felt a sense of home. The flavor of the chili was remarkably authentic. I feel that once a third of the convoy reaches LV8 or fewer people reach LV8, there probably won't be any food in the boxes anymore. Right now there are over 30 million people. Even if only 1/10 of them are a lot. Lin Mo nodded. I have a similar thought. Survival coins have been very useful since the beginning. At first they could purchase fuel and food, and later they could even confine the abyss of devouring. They have played a vital role from start to finish. At this point Lin Mo was not surprised, just a bit astonished. But, what do you think a convoy needs so many rooms for? Lin Mo was somewhat puzzled. He remembered that a team function had appeared later. Could it be that a convoy needs so many people? He had already seen the beds in the rooms, which were double beds, but accommodating 3 people was more than enough. This meant that fitting 60 people into all 3 floors was not a big problem. Adding the space on the first and second floors accommodating 80 people in total was not an issue. Su Qing propped her chin and looked at Lin Mo. Perhaps, as I said, we can bring back those people from the stations to join the team. Of course the survival game is meant for them to increase their strength. And they have another role. Lin Mo nodded, and then asked, how many watches do you have left? Not many, about 40 left. It was not a problem to fill the entire vehicle, but reaching the limit was not possible. Su Luo swallowed the shrimp dumpling in her mouth and quickly asked, do you think the other squads know about this? Lin Mo paused. There was no mention of this in the regional or world channels. I think someone might have guessed. Their watches probably aren't that many. After all, at first watches could increase backpack slots. Those who acquired watches did so to increase their backpack capacity. And this meant they wouldn't have too many watches on hand. After all, they didn't have anyone like Su Qing with. Then it seems that our squad has the largest number of members. Probably yes. After breakfast, everyone returned to the first floor to rest. After resting, everyone went to the driver's cabin. The upgraded driver's cabin had once again transformed back into the form of a minibus. The entire vehicle could seat 21 people. The entrance to the living area was now placed at the very end of the vehicle. Let's go, we're setting off. The minibus continued along the road. Lin Mo opened the regional channel. The focus of everyone's discussion was still on those stations, and they had already gotten used to the issue of diminishing food and water in treasure chests. After glancing a few times, Lin Mo closed the regional channel. At 11:30, the first station of the day appeared. Station Zombie Apocalypse Resources, Survival Coins, Treasure Chests, Weapons, Others, Convoy Capacity, Unlimited, Danger Level, Extremely, High Time Limit, None. We've encountered a simple station. Su Qing nodded in agreement. Zombies were much simpler to deal with. It seemed that entering would make the task a lot easier. Looks like our vehicles can upgrade again. About that, yes. The two returned to the vehicle, and Su Luo drove the vehicle into the station. As the light before them faded, they found themselves in a dusty, dilapidated room. Goal: destroy 12 zombie nests. Within 20 years upon completion, there will be 5 years to gather. If the task is not completed, you will be trapped in this world for 50 years. Upon seeing the time required for this task, Lin Mo knew that it was not simple. 20 years was indeed a long time. I estimate that the locations of these nests should be widely dispersed. Yes, but primarily we need to know the locations of the nests. Lin Mo approached the window and looked outside. The buildings were cracked and weeds were growing on the ground. The vehicles were severely damaged. Clearly this must have been several years after the zombie outbreak. How do we obtain the location of the corpse nest? We can only ask the locals. From the situation just now, there is not a single person visible outside. Lu Yu's current perception range is already quite large, yet she has not sensed anyone. Lin Mo scanned the entire room, and his gaze fell upon a phone on the table, which was stained with blood. Get the generator out. Su Qing took out the generator, and Lin Mo found the phone charging cable to charge the phone. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed. After plugging in the phone, there was no response. We need to find some electronic devices and see if there's any record of their communications. Thus the group went downstairs. Just as they reached the bottom, they encountered a horde of zombies. Su Luo was killing these zombies. Do you remember the station we encountered when we first arrived here? It seemed to have zombies. Could it be related to what? Perhaps, but it seems that there are more places with zombies. Zombies are easy to kill and pose no threat. They could kill these zombies with ease. The group occasionally entered shops to search around. They found many phones, but not many were truly useful. They also found several computers, but without an internet connection, they could discover nothing. Hard work pays off for those who are diligent. On the third day, they finally found a phone that could power on. However, this phone had to remain plugged in, and once disconnected it would turn off. But that was no longer important, or as long as it worked it was enough. Lin Mo immediately opened the messaging app. He wanted to open the software, but it required an internet connection. So for the first time he felt that not having internet was truly a hassle. Attention, everyone. A zombie tide has broken out, please wait for rescue. Do not go outside, whatever you do not go outside. Recently there has been an outbreak of flu, please take precautions. A global flu is spreading at an alarming rate, everyone please take measures. Lin Mo continued to scroll through the messages. It was clear that this so-called zombie tide was likely related to the flu. There were no other messages. However, he found many photos and videos in the album. At the onset of the zombie outbreak, the number of zombies was still small. But over time more and more people turned into zombies, and the entire city fell. And indeed the rescue teams had arrived and saved them. After all, these zombie tides were no match for fire. But things quickly took a turn as zombies appeared among the rescue teams. The entire world was thrown into chaos. At this moment, several news screenshots caught Lin Mo's attention. Salvation Biopharmaceutical Company has discovered mutant bacteria in the polar region. After research, they developed targeted medication. Salvation Biopharmaceutical Company has released several drugs. Lin Mo looked at these two news items, rubbing his chin. Could this zombie tide be related to the Salvation Company? It's no wonder he thought so, whether in zombie games or movies. The appearance of zombies is somewhat related to pharmaceutical companies. I think our next target should be to find this pharmaceutical company. Su Qing looked at the name of the company and felt it was somewhat familiar. She opened the backpack she was carrying and took out a magazine, the title of which was The Pharmaceutical Company. What luck! It's not luck, it might be, because after the zombie outbreak the whole world came to a halt. That's why they saw this magazine. Su Qing nodded. If this pharmaceutical company is well known, we can go to a bookstore, perhaps there will be more. Right, Lin Mo nodded. Let's also see if there are any maps there. But in his opinion the chance of that was slim. Physical maps have almost disappeared since navigation software emerged. Just because there aren't any in the bookstore doesn't mean there aren't any in the library. So they turned their attention to the library. But now there was one question: where is the library? So it's really hard. In such a large city, finding the library is no easy task. The most critical issue is the overwhelming number of zombies. If they were driving an ATV, they would still have to deal with these zombies. Moving slowly would be even slower than walking there themselves. Let's go, Ling Ling, and Lu Yue, be careful. Lin Ling quickly raised her hand. We need to pay attention. I sense a lot of resources. Lin Mo waved his hand. We only need to pay attention to the treasure chests. This task is taking so long, clearly it won't end simply. Other matters will have to wait until this is over. If we can't complete the task, we will have to stay in this world for 70 years. That means their lifespans must be long enough. If another team came in, they would probably have already begun to give up. No wonder people die, or it turns out it was like this. A day later, they finally found a library in the center of the city. Surprisingly, it was even a provincial. Inside the library, there weren't many zombies, which saved them a lot of trouble. Without machines to assist us, how should we look for what we need? One section is for magazines and another is for medicine. We should mainly focus on these two areas. Other areas probably won't have. The maps are probably in the geography books section. Let's start searching there, and if that doesn't work, we'll figure it out then. Gradually expanding the search area. With such a large library, if they were to look at everything, who knows when they would find what they need. Su Qing looked at the computer on a table in the distance. The library management system shouldn't require an internet connection, right? Lin Mo shrugged. I've never been to a library, have you? I have, but I didn't pay attention. Who would notice such things? Besides, even if they did, the two worlds are fundamentally different. Then you guys go search. We'll try this. Lin Mo nodded. Lu Yue, stay here with him. Let's split into 3 teams and be cautious. Although there is no danger here, they still need to be a bit careful. The team was divided into 4 groups, with only Su Qing and Lu Yue remaining at the original spot. Lin Mo took Su Luo and several others to the magazine section. The magazine section was divided into several areas, and their target was the medical-related section. Lan Shu said since that is a company, it might also have some relation to finance. The team scattered to search. Lin Mo and Su Luo headed straight for the medical section. There were many magazines in the medical area, but there were not many varieties, only 3 bookcases. Lin Mo quickly scanned through them, and soon discovered this company. It seems this company is quite powerful. Almost every journal had interviewed this pharmaceutical company. Yes, but the introductions here are all about the researchers of this company. There isn't a single one about. An hour later, everyone gathered together. The computer works, but there are too many books about this company, including one written specifically about it. Su Qing took out a book with over 200 pages. Lin Mo flipped through it briefly, finding little significance. Then the group placed dozens of books on the ground and began searching for information, which they later summarized. In the end, they discovered that there seemed to be no introduction to the founder of this company. This company definitely has problems. How could there be no information at all? Isn't the legal person written here? The legal person is the legal person, but it doesn't mean this company belongs to him. Lin Mo looked at the books. Actually, the main information here has already told us something. What information? Including the headquarters, there are a total of 18 companies. If my guess is correct, then these 12 nests should be among these 18 companies. Lan Shu quickly opened the introduction book. These 18 companies are in 18 countries. How do we get there? Beside her a map was spread out and Lin Mo was comparing it to the introduction marking the cities. When all the places were marked, Lin Mo's mouth twitched. This distance was quite large. However, this further confirmed one point: the zombies were definitely linked to this company. From those text messages, it could be seen that the flu was a global pandemic rather than confined to a specific country. Only by spreading worldwide could this be achieved. Lin Mo stroked his chin. He suddenly felt that things might not be so simple. The locations of these 12 nests might not necessarily be in these 18 countries. What if? There are research labs behind this company. But regardless, these companies must be visited. And the place that should be visited the most is the headquarters located over 10,000 kilometers away in another country. Lin Mo sighed. Who among you can fly a plane? The group looked speechless. Driving was fine, but flying was out of the question. A month later, several off-road vehicles drove along the highway, occasionally knocking over some zombies. Soon a coastline appeared before the group along with a port. Let's switch to a boat. After boarding a yacht, the group searched for a long time before finding the refueling spot. Lin Mo took out a pile of fuel and began pouring it in. We shouldn't have much fuel left, right? Don't worry, I stored quite a lot in Golden City. Ever since he learned that Golden City could store items, he had nearly put everything inside. Of course, he also tried to store vehicles. They fit in, but they couldn't go through the station. That layer of barrier seemed to only allow vehicles to enter. And even if they entered by driving, as soon as they got out of the car, both people and car would appear on the highway. Lin Mo had anticipated this. If it were that simple, everything would be easy. The port they arrived at was only a few hundred kilometers from the opposite side, so the safety was very high. However, the speed of this yacht was not very fast, taking a full 8 hours to reach the destination. As they approached the shore, they saw a vast number of zombies. The number of zombies here was significantly higher than in other places. It seems we found the right destination. After landing, the group began to slay these zombies. They took out their vehicles and continued racing towards their destination. By the third day, they found the headquarters of that pharmaceutical company. The closer they got, the more zombies there were, and they kept coming in waves. It's strange, why are they called nests? With almost the entire world turned into zombies, could they really produce zombies out of thin air? Hearing Su Luo's words, Lin Mo was taken aback. Indeed, why are they called nests? Perhaps they've trapped quite a few people here, using these people for some unspeakable experiments. Or could it be that the zombies here are different? However, from the zombies outside, it seemed there was nothing different. Let's go in and see. The group fought their way in, and after entering the headquarters, they found that the number of zombies had actually decreased significantly. Perhaps those zombies were not newly emerged, but had gathered here long ago. The pharmaceutical company was located in a remote area with no other buildings nearby. The entire company building was quite tall, having over 60 floors. It was going to be quite a hassle to search. Where should we go first? Su Luo looked at the floor directory on the wall. Let's head to the top floor first. Inside the entire building, there were very few zombies, and even fewer in the stairwell. Thus, they did not encounter any danger while climbing. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the 66th floor. The entire top floor had only 2 offices. Lin Mo directly entered the president's office, which was filled with dust, and there were no footprints on the floor, indicating that no one had been here for a long time. I didn't sense anything here. Lin Lingling shook her head. Beside her, Lu Yu also shook her head, indicating she sensed nothing either. Then let's spread out and look for documents here. Especially pay attention to any hidden safes. I estimate that important items are in the safes. They found quite a few documents, but none were very important, or at least they couldn't tell. However, there were no safes here as expected. Lin Mo was quite surprised upon hearing this news. How could there be no safes? We've also checked the room next door, and there were no safes there either. Lin Mo turned his gaze to the wall. Smash these walls open. But after one wall was broken, a hidden space revealed itself. The room was small, only about 70 square meters, with a table, a bed, a wardrobe, and a safe about the height of a person. The safe had a button screen, but the screen was no longer displaying anything, indicating it had no power. Lu Yu placed her hand on the keyhole position, and the plastic metal changed along the inner patterns. With a click, the safe opened. Lu Yu opened the safe. There were very few items inside, only a few documents and a row of purple potions. Original no. 9 note 90 chance of gaining special abilities after use, 10 chance of mutation. Lin Mo squinted his eyes, estimating that this item was the culprit behind the zombies. He picked up the documents which recorded research on the original potion. The first 8 had all failed, and the results of these failures were also written on them. Mutations occurred, transforming into non-human organisms, which were the zombies outside. However, these mutated beings had been held captive, or at least that's what the document stated. Another document recorded the types of these beings. But this has nothing to do with the nests, right? Su Luo furrowed her brow. Lin Mo pointed at one of the mutated bodies and said, "This mutated body can reproduce asexually. This is what we call a nest, and it is indeed our target." In a corner of the first floor, Lin Mo opened an unremarkable iron door. Behind the door lay a storage room. The women moved aside the clutter, revealing a tile on the ground that when lifted exposed an iron ring. Soon an underground passage appeared before everyone. "This place is really well hidden," Su Luo. If it weren't for the architectural design plans they had found in that safe, they might not have located this place at all. Lin Lingling sensed that there was something below, but she couldn't find the entrance. "Let's go down," Lu Yu said, brandishing her weapon as she was the first to descend the stairs. Then they heard the sound of flesh being cleaved. Upon arriving underground, illuminated by their flashlights, they saw the ground littered with corpses. Naturally, the only ones remaining were zombie bodies. As for human corpses, there were only piles of bones and clothing. "It seems this place is truly tragic," Lin Mo remarked. "They should have anticipated such outcomes when conducting these experiments." He raised his flashlight, scanning the surroundings. Just now Lu Yu had killed quite a few zombies, but the number was not very large. "Lu Yu, are there many zombies?" Lu Yu shook her head. "There aren't many zombies on this level, but there are more on the next level down, and even more on the layer below that." "Are they densely packed?" Lu Yu shook her head again. "At least not as densely packed as where we just came ashore." Lin Mo nodded, realizing his intuition was correct. The true zombie nest was not in a place like this. That document should belong to the entire organization. Unfortunately, it did not mention where their laboratory was located. He looked towards a distant glass room. Perhaps relevant information could be found there. Moreover, with so many computers here, they should be operational, as this was indeed a laboratory. "Let's check these laboratory items. Oh, we might discover something." As for below, Lin Mo shook his head. "There's no rush, let's search down step by step." Unfortunately, within the laboratory, there were only experiments and no information regarding other strongholds. However, he did uncover other things. 3 hours later, Lin Mo held a document saying, "It seems our thoughts were correct. The entire world is in turmoil because of this pharmaceutical company." The women looked at the document. From the looks of it, this was not intentional, but rather an accident. This accident resulted in the release of some viruses, and thereafter things spiraled out of control. As the situation became increasingly uncontrollable, this place was abandoned. The reason the entire world fell into paralysis was due to the overwhelming spread of this ancient virus. Moreover, there was no effective medicine. Even if treated, such bacterial viruses would remain hidden within a person's body. Lin Mo looked at the corpses on the ground and directly used a knife to open a head. What should have been a pale brain was now covered in black veins. These black veins were the effects brought on by the ancient viral bacteria. They rendered humans unrecognizable. "Let's go, we need to check the lower floors." There were 5 levels underground, and they quickly made it to the second level. This second level was also a laboratory, but many zombies were imprisoned in various labs. This was what Lu Yu had sensed. However, the imprisoned zombies were merely ordinary ones, and posed no threat. They continued downwards. The third underground layer also held zombies, but there were many operating rooms, and the contents within them were in disarray. It was evident that chaos had ensued. The ground was littered with disemboweled zombies, clearly part of some experiment. The fourth layer underground resembled a prison housing zombies that were still active. Finally, they reached the 5th layer. Just as Lin Mo and the others were about to enter, Lu Yu stopped everyone. "The zombies below are somewhat dangerous. We need to be cautious." If Lu Yu deemed it dangerous, it was clear. The group arrived at a pitch-black door. This door was unlike the others that appeared heavily fortified. Upon opening the door, a wave of decay wafted out. A hissing sound emanated from within. Fully armed, the group saw Lu Yu's weapon had transformed into a firearm. At this moment, ranged attacks were necessary. Adjust the masks to night vision mode. Once the night vision mode activated, everything became illuminated. Following the passage downward was a pitch-black space. At the far end of the corridor, a slender silhouette was observing them. In the next moment, that silhouette rushed towards them at an incredible speed, darting back and forth in the corridor. Bang! 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 With 3 gunshots, the figure collapsed to the ground. This should be the speed-type zombie recorded in the documents. Lin Mo approached to examine the zombie's form, which matched the image in the file perfectly. It appeared that the 5th floor held only special-type zombies. However, the metal doors used to contain the zombies had been utterly destroyed. Clearly these mutated zombies were not easily contained. Lin Mo observed the passage before him. It was not constructed as per the architectural plans in the documents. Either this place was not implemented according to the design plans, or due to uncontrollable factors, it had to be rectified. Lin Mo suspected it was the latter. Let's go, we need to continue inside. The zombies encountered along the way were few, but they were all quite strong. What left the deepest impression on him was a 3-meter-tall zombie, its body entirely muscular. He couldn't comprehend how a dead person could possess such large muscles. It was one thing to be large, but its height was also astonishing. Moreover, it wasn't just for show. A single punch could create a massive crater in the wall and floor. It could even block bullets. It wasn't just the muscles that stopped them, but even its skull was remarkably sturdy. Ultimately, it was Bai Li who used her spiritual power to control the target, forcing it to open its eyes, and Liu Yu shot it through the eye, killing the target. This was perhaps the most challenging target they had encountered. Fortunately, the number of such zombies is not large, but if there were many, it would be disastrous. Liu Yu set her gaze fixed deeper inside. There's a zombie whose strength is rapidly increasing for some reason. Let's go take a look. However, when they entered, they discovered that it was not a zombie at all. Instead, it was a space filled with flesh and blood. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all coated in red flesh and blood. Among the flesh, there were zombies hanging wrapped in a thin layer of flesh-colored membrane. It seemed as though they were breathing and pulsating. Just then, one flesh-colored membrane suddenly ruptured, and a naked zombie fell to the ground. Upon opening its eyes, it immediately looked at Lin Mo and the others. It seems we have found the zombie nest, Lin Mo said, though this situation was not what he had anticipated. Could it be that the large iron door was the reason these zombies couldn't escape? But that shouldn't be the case. There weren't any zombies on the entire 5th floor. Let's withdraw first. Aren't we going to destroy it? Lin Mo took out several drones and placed them on the ground. Let's not destroy anything for now. Let's first investigate what this is all about. Lin Mo was the first to exit the passage, placing drones as he walked. Eventually, he returned to the initial staircase and made his way up to the 4th floor. At the entrance of the 4-layered door, Lin Mo stared at the interface of the remote control, and his hand focused on the display. Liu Yu reported simultaneously, the strength of that guy below is still on the rise. It should be about the same as... That's a crucial point. It's the same as your normal strength. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt at ease. If it was the same as his enhanced strength, then the ability of this corpse nest would be quite formidable. However, it's uncertain what methods this corpse nest possesses. Unable to move, Lin Mo redirected his gaze to the screen, where a continuous stream of zombies was appearing in the corpse nest room. After emerging, these zombies headed towards the passage. However, there was not just the passage they entered through. There were 4 passages surrounding the room. These zombies moved toward the surrounding passages. Among these zombies, in addition to the ordinary ones, there were also the special zombies they had encountered. Where do these passages lead? Lin Mo shook his head. Not sure, we'll find out soon enough. A day later, there were no zombies left in the corpse nest. But numerous flesh tumors had appeared on the corpse nest, and judging by the quantity, there were likely thousands of them. They did not expect the space to be so vast. If these flesh tumors are all zombies, then a considerable number of zombies went out today. Su Qing, not just a few. The speed at which this corpse nest generates zombies is also quite fast. There were no tumors yesterday, and today they've started appearing. Who knows how large this thing will become by tomorrow? No wonder it's called a corpse nest. It turns out all zombies emerge from here. Let's go down. After opening the door, they hadn't descended long before encountering those zombies again, still the special ability kind. Lin Mo came to understand that these special ability zombies should be considered protectors, safeguarding the corpse nest from destruction. It seems that the owners of the combat suits on the ground were killed by these zombies. After dealing with these zombies, they proceeded toward the other side of the passage. On this side, they encountered no zombies. This further convinced Lin Mo of his thoughts. Those zombies were indeed there to protect the corpse nest. The passage was long, seemingly endless. They had long exited the bounds of the building. From the dust on the ground, it seems that a part of the zombies goes out every now and then. Lin Mo nodded, just don't know where they're heading. Time flew by. 3 hours passed, and an exit. As they peeked out from the exit, Lin Mo saw zombies wandering in the distance. Besides that, there were tall buildings. They were at the edge of the city. So they released these zombies into the city. Lin Mo squinted his eyes. It should be like that. How credible are the documents from the 1st floor? No, the researchers had valid ideas, but the pharmaceutical company had a different agenda. Lin Mo shook his head. Let's go back and search for information inside the building again. There must still be plenty of information we haven't found. A week later, in a room on the 50th floor, Lin Mo and the others discovered a concealed safe. The safe was small, containing only a single document. Lin Mo looked at the structure of the entire room and couldn't help but shake his head. Who would have thought that such a safe would be hidden in a storeroom? This person really liked to hide things in storerooms. The 12 key-marked areas must be the corpse nests we're looking for. After all, one of them is the headquarters. Su Luo rested her chin on her hand looking at the document. Do you think there might not just be 12 anymore? What do you mean? Su Luo took out the document obtained from upstairs, pointing at the mutated entity. Look, it's written here as a mutated entity, and there's a picture too. But the thing downstairs, how does it resemble this? Lin Mo glanced and seemed to understand. So what you mean is, my thought is that perhaps these pharmaceutical companies all have corpse nests, and even those strongholds might have corpse nests. Even some cities might have corpse nests appearing. Lin Mo nodded, considering that this speculation was indeed plausible. Then let's first check the nearest branch company. But before that, we need to deal with the corpse nest downstairs. Lin Mo picked up the drone remote control, looking at the interface above. At this moment, those flesh tumors had transformed into humanoid shapes. Only a short time had passed, and they had changed so much. This completely defied scientific principles. Does this corpse nest not have to adhere to the conservation of energy? The group arrived downstairs, and Lin Mo threw out barrels of oil one by one. Then he set them ablaze. Sizzle, sizzle. The flesh began to tremble, and disgusting flesh tendrils emerged, slapping at the flames. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel awake. Thankfully, he hadn't squeezed inside. He was not worried about this thing posing any threat to them. He simply found these flesh tendrils somewhat repulsive. As the flames were about to be extinguished, Lin Mo and the others began tossing Molotov cocktails inside. Those Molotov cocktails that stick but cannot be extinguished. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed, and the flesh in the entire room was burned to charcoal. Lin Mo looked at his watch. They had completed one of their mission objectives. Let's go, we're heading to the next location. A week later, they arrived in a new country. On top of a tall building, Lin Mo and the others looked at the zombies below. Perhaps we found a way to locate the corpse nests. Su Luo's eyes brightened. Lin Mo shook his head. Zombies can move, your idea is flawed. Su Luo was stunned. How do you know what I was thinking? Your eyes are fixed below, how could I not know? Lin Mo's gaze drifted to the distance, and he was curious, was there really not a single person here? They had not seen a single person during their entire journey. However, that didn't matter anymore. Lin Mo looked outside the city where there was an industrial area. The branch of the pharmaceutical company was right over here. Let's go there. Upon arriving at the pharmaceutical company, the buildings here were noticeably shorter. Did Lu Yu sense anything? Lu Yu nodded. I sensed that it's underground, probably around the height of the third. Lin Mo nodded, glancing at Su Luo, realizing her speculation was correct. Sensing Lin Mo's gaze, Su Luo looked pleased. See, I told you I was right. Lin Mo ruffled Su Luo's hair. Yes, you guessed correctly. Let's go in and check the top floor first to see if there's any materials we need. On the top floor, everyone rummaged through drawers and cabinets in search of documents. A table was covered with stacks of materials, and soon dozens of files had accumulated there. Lin Mo sat in a chair flipping through these documents, most of which were related to the drug trials conducted by this branch. These were not Lin Mo's target. Could it be that all the materials are at headquarters? Otherwise, how could they find only these documents? No, there are still materials concerning zombies. Su Qing stood up from the ground, holding a document in her hand. The dozens of sheets had deep creases, having been found in an empty box. They must have packed the important materials. You all open these fake books. Su Qing pointed to the bottom 2 rows of the bookshelf. When they picked up an empty box earlier, they didn't continue their search. Unexpectedly, items were actually placed here. Su Qing handed the document to Lin Mo, who hurriedly opened it. Indeed, it recorded the dissection research on zombies. Looking at the date on it, it was a month earlier than the timestamp on that phone. This meant that zombies had already appeared long ago. They had just been left in this branch. Regarding the research on subject 135, ancient bacteria possess a certain degree of unconscious mobility. Regarding the research on subject 176, limbs do not decay after separation, which indicates that ancient bacteria have preservative properties. As more and more boxes were opened, they discovered several more documents. It seems there isn't a single one related to mutated organisms. Lin Mo examined the documents, nodding. Either the zombie nest has become more elusive, or it is difficult to approach. He leaned towards the latter. After all, they had encountered many troubles while getting close. At that moment, Su Luo took out a document and placed it on the table. Look at the date on this document. Everyone looked over. The date was later than the text message on the phone. Moreover, this document was handwritten rather than printed. This means that even after the zombie outbreak, someone was However, that made sense. Along the way they had seen numerous combat suits indicating that the defensive strength here was still substantial. The mutation time of mutated organisms is unpredictable, which is truly terrifying. Furthermore, once the number of mutated organisms reaches a certain level, the coverage area expands. Yet the principle behind its operation remains an unsolved mystery. I can't go on. The latter part of the text became increasingly chaotic. Even the system couldn't discern the meaning of the words written. But Lin Mo could still roughly guess. Within this city there is another zombie nest. Su Luo's eyes lit up. Could it be in the deepest part? The number of zombies there seems rather high. It should be. Let's go down and check the situation of the underground zombie nest. Lin Mo did not take the document with him. He led everyone down to the first floor. The underground of this branch was clearly much easier to navigate. Following the fire escape, they reached the first basement level. This first floor was no different from the headquarters with transparent laboratories everywhere. However, Lin Mo still led them to search around, but the results were no different from the previous area. Let's go straight to the third floor. They arrived at the third floor. This area still had transparent offices, but inside were the bodies of zombies. Several locks were secured on the main door. It appeared to be a temporary room repurposed as a prison. However, it was clear that this room was holding ordinary zombies. Be careful. As Liu stepped forward, just as she was about to reach the others, Lin Mo had already drawn his long knife, striking at a side. With a whoosh, a speed-type zombie was cleaved in two. It seems this is the zombie nest below. Soon under Liu Yu's lead they arrived in front of a glass room. To be precise, it was an office and the glass was completely shattered. However, compared to the zombie nest at headquarters, this one was pitifully small. It occupied an area of only about 100 square meters. That person must have come here and seen this mutated organism. Lin Mo nodded. Thus the size of the zombie nest is related to the number of mutated organisms. Although the document did not describe the mutated organisms in detail, Lin Mo could roughly speculate how this zombie nest came to be. It should be that several mutated organisms combine together to form a zombie nest. The more there are, the larger the formed zombie nest. However, this point was no longer important. Take out the incendiary grenades and destroy this zombie nest. We will head to the next location. Alright, this zombie nest was quite small, so just 4 incendiary grenades completely annihilated it. However, Lin Mo, this doesn't seem to count as a zombie nest. Lin Mo quickly looked at his wristband. Indeed, there were still 11 tasks remaining. Su Qing looked at the area that was still burning. Could it be because this place is too small it doesn't count as a zombie nest? I just took a glance and counted only a dozen flesh tumors. It seems that a zombie nest must reach a certain level to be counted. If so, let's check the city center. 3 hours later, they made their way into the city center. They truly did not know the exact location, but Lin Mo knew one thing: near the zombie nest the number of zombies must be high, so they just needed to find the area with the highest number of zombies. For example, the dense mass of zombies in front of them. This must be it. We just encountered many special types. Lin Mo nodded. The quantity here is sufficient. It must be that location ahead. In the foremost position, there was a low building with many holes. The first and second floors of the entire building were severely damaged, yet the building had not collapsed. Clearly something was supporting it. Lin Mo thought of the solidity of the flesh. It seemed that the zombie nest was right here. It's a pity. If only we could bring out the vehicle, we could just sweep through with a Gatling gun. No worries, I can handle it. Liu Yu held a rifle in each hand. The bullets began to tilt. Each bullet hit precisely at the heads of the zombies. Soon Liu Yu cleared a path. Half an hour later, they fought their way closer to the distant building. In front of the building, Lin Mo took out a bottle of incendiary grenades and threw it into the black hole inside. Boom. The incendiary grenade exploded, and the flames illuminated the entire hollow. Inside the black hole, it was filled with flesh and blood. Human figures hung from the ceiling. Su Luo swallowed hard. This looks a bit terrifying. Could the entire building be filled with them? Looking at the plaque, this should be some kind of shopping mall. This shopping mall had an enormous area. Let's circle around and take a look. The group circled the building, while Lin Mo continuously threw incendiary grenades inside. Around the directions near the street, they could see flesh and human figures hanging. This zombie nest is perhaps too large. What should we do? Should we go in? Su Luo looked at the situation inside, feeling somewhat anxious. This place is enormous. Once we enter, will we be crushed by those tentacles? The previous one had so many tentacles, surely this place has thousands of them. We won't go in, let's just throw incendiary grenades from outside. It would be best to set the entire building ablaze. Since this is a shopping mall, it clearly has many flammable materials. If the whole building burns, the effect would be even better. It might be much simpler than dealing with the corpse nest at headquarters. Lin Mo took out 2 boxes of incendiary bottles. Liu, it's up to you. Su Qing quickly stopped Lin Mo, saying, wait. We don't have that many incendiary bottles, right? What will we do later if we use them all here? It's not that Su Qing didn't want to kill, but she was considering if there was another way. Lin Mo looked at the situation inside and said, but apart from this method, it seems we have no other options. Could we find the armory here? Lin Mo stroked his chin. Good idea, but how do we find it? This is the fundamental issue. Even if we find a map, it won't tell us where the armory is located. We can use drones to search. The armory's location will definitely not be in the city center, but outside the city. As long as we find a similar area, we can locate the target. Lin Mo thought about it and agreed. After all, we have plenty of time and aren't in a hurry. With that thought, he glanced behind him, remembering there seemed to be a park on the way here. Let's go to the park. Upon arriving at the park, Lin Mo took out the Golden City and enlarged it. The Golden City has a protective layer, and no one can enter without Lin Mo's permission. The zombies were directly blocked outside. Lin Mo sat on the golden chair and waved his hand, causing a figure to appear. Master, go and eliminate all the zombies in the city. Lin Mo paused and added, in that distant building there is a fleshy structure. You go and destroy it. The golden armored general's eyes twitched. What kind of joke is this? Master, I must remind you that I can only come out for 1 hour each time. No problem, I will summon you every day. I will go now. What other choice did he have? The golden armored general appeared on the ground, and a golden chair appeared. The golden armored general glanced at Lin Mo's chair, silently reduced its size, then sat down. In the next moment, the ground turned to yellow sand and propelled him to the barrier. The golden armored general extended his hand, and a golden scepter came into his grasp, with soldiers formed from yellow sand emerging. Charge! As the battle outside erupted, Lin Mo took out the drone to scout the surroundings. Su Qing arrived above the building, glancing at the distant structure, and then at Lin Mo. What if we put the corpse nest on the stone platform below? Huh, would that mean turning the corpse nest into our own? Just like the golden armored general. But if this thing becomes ours, wouldn't it continuously produce zombies? The attack power is too weak. Ordinary zombies can act as cannon fodder to exhaust others, while special zombies are the real fighting strength. Regardless of whether they are strength-based or speed-based, they are actually quite powerful. It's just that they encountered them. Lin Mo stroked his chin, and he had to admit it was very tempting. But that corpse nest is very large, it would be difficult to bring it back. Su Qing looked at the golden armored soldiers battling outside. Isn't he here? Besides, I think only the core region's pulsating flesh column is the main body of the corpse nest. As long as we bring the main body back, it should be fine. Lin Mo watched the battle outside, pondering. It seemed feasible. After all, the golden armored general is currently immortal, and if he gets injured, he can probably recover after some time. Strangely enough, the possibility is quite high. The golden armored general, sitting on the golden chair in the distance, suddenly felt a shiver. Why does it feel like something bad is about to happen? But these so-called zombies around with such weak strength shouldn't pose any danger to him. As for those special zombies further away, they appear to be average at best. Just then Lin Mo's voice echoed in his mind. What? Not to kill, but to bring it back. The golden armored general's eyes twitched. Killing and bringing back are two completely different matters, you know. The difficulty level is not just a little bit higher. Fortunately, it's just about bringing back the core component, which does reduce the difficulty. Master, this may take a long time. I will give you a week. Alright, Master. Since the Master has said so, what else is there to say? Let's handle these zombies first. Lin Mo didn't fully delegate the task to the golden armored general. While the golden armored general couldn't be summoned, Lin Mo and the others began clearing the nearby zombies. This allows the golden armored general to focus on dealing with the mutated creatures inside. The next day, the golden armored general appeared, and upon seeing the open area around, he knew Lin Mo had taken action. He waved his hand, and soldiers appeared to attack. The golden armored soldiers entered the void, and soon sounds of explosions echoed from within. Many golden armored soldiers were killed by the tentacles, but the golden armored soldiers are immortal. The severed tentacles need time to recover. As the balance shifted 3 days later, the golden armored general soldiers reached their destination. At the same time, those humanoid creatures began to drop to the ground. 2 days later, a group of golden armored soldiers carried a pulsating flesh column that required 5 people to embrace into the golden city. Looking at the flesh column, Su Luo and the others furrowed their brows. This thing is just too disgusting. Lin Mo opened the entrance to the underground passage, and the soldiers placed the flesh column directly on the platform. Suddenly, the platform glowed with golden light, and the entire flesh column was enveloped in golden light, transforming into a golden ornament. Golden corpse nest quality special note, can generate a batch of zombie soldiers every day. It really works, I just don't know what these zombie soldiers are. Once outside, Lin Mo waved his hand and focused his thoughts. The ground began to gather yellow sand, forming bandages that wrapped around to create humanoid figures. Su Luo gaped. This is a mummy. To be honest, it indeed looks like a mummy. There are a total of over 100 mummies. But they have no weapons, how can they attack? We might need to arrange for some weapons. However, the workbench is currently disabled, so even if he wanted to provide weapons, he couldn't. Let's bring these mummies into the city and see what their abilities are like. We can also look for some shops to find weapons. Whether it's a kitchen knife or a steel pipe, let's get something first. During the search for weapons, they encountered a few scattered zombies. There was no need for commands, the mummies charged forward. The two sides engaged in battle. The mummies have average attack power, but are slightly stronger than zombies, although just slightly. These things are purely cannon fodder, and there are no special abilities present among these mummies. It's unclear whether they are completely absent or if this batch of mummies lacks them. It seems more testing is required in the future. 1 week later, hundreds of mummies wielding various weapons battled against the zombies ahead. Among them, a few unique mummies attracted particular attention. A robust mummy casually grabbed a zombie, as if it were a mere toy, playing with it nonchalantly. Several other mummies could spew out purple weapons from their mouths, corroding the zombies into piles of dust. Moreover, some mummies had bandages that could be used indefinitely, binding the zombies and transforming them. The presence of so many mummies in the group was thanks to these peculiar mummies. It seems this zombie nest has some use. Should we acquire a few more? We can give it a try. There were a total of 108 platforms in the underground palace, but he was unsure if these platforms could accommodate duplicates. If they could be reused, that would be great. If not, then it is what it is. Where should we go next? Now they had the addresses of various branch offices and laboratory locations. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Let's check the nearest branch office. It would be great if they could connect to a satellite. That way they could directly see which city's zombie population was the highest. It's obvious that the city with the most zombies would definitely have a zombie nest. 1 week later in a city. This doesn't seem like it. Su Qing shook her head as she looked at the empty city. The number of zombies in the entire city was far too few. There were only dozens of zombies on a street, which was incomparable to what they had encountered before. Lan Shu said, "Could there be humans here?" After finishing, she glanced at Lu Yu. Lu Yu hurriedly shook her head. "Don't look at me, my sensing range is quite limited compared to an entire city. Even if the city was small, it still spans several kilometers in both directions. Given her limited range, how long would it take to perceive everything? It's fine, we have plenty of time. Let's investigate here first, and then we." Lin Mo paused, glancing outside the city. "Let's head to the branch office first." Based on their earlier investigations, this branch office also had security personnel, so it might be better here. The group quickly arrived at a nondescript branch office located 50 kilometers outside the city. There are people here, approximately over 100. The zombie nest is not here, or rather there's no zombie nest here. Crack. Lin Mo pulled out a shotgun and loaded it. Let's go in. If they refuse to be reasonable, well, act first. The people here were indeed unreasonable. As soon as they spotted Lin Mo and his group, they raised their firearms. But before they could fire, Lin Mo shot them down without hesitation. In Lin Mo's eyes, if they were unreasonable, he would be even more unreasonable. These people were all upstairs, not downstairs. Are there zombies in the basement? No zombies detected in the basement. Lin Mo nodded. Then let's head up. To be precise, they were heading up to eliminate everyone. Perhaps having spent too long in such a world, everyone's mental state wasn't great. Moreover, it appeared that none of these people were in charge. Lin Mo had originally wanted to inquire about the situation in this world, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible. They reached the top floor. Su Qing let out a deep sigh. Lin Mo glanced at Su Qing. What's wrong? There's no suitable person to join the team. He shouldn't have asked. Look for materials. However, this branch office was clearly smaller than the previous one. Besides drug-related materials, the only documentation available was basic research on zombies. It seemed quite difficult to find anything useful here. Moreover, this city didn't appear to have a zombie nest. Should we leave directly? Lin Mo pulled out a map marking the company locations and laboratory positions, crossing this place out. Let's check downstairs first. After confirming there's nothing, we'll move on to the next location. They had plenty of time anyway. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. They had resolved 11 zombie nests, yet one remained. Lin Mo looked at the map and sighed deeply. We visited all the locations marked here, and now there's still one zombie nest for which we cannot find the location. Moreover, the materials they searched for in various branch labs didn't reveal any new locations. Of course, they encountered many zombie nests, but most seemed to be recently formed and quite small. These types of zombie nests were not recognized by the survival game. Su Luo sat cross-legged on the ground. If that's the case, we'll have to find them ourselves. This is such a hassle. The entire planet is vast. In their 3 years they had visited so many places, but there were still many they had not reached. Aimless searching, not knowing when they would find something. I think we can choose a populous country and then search city by city. According to the document, the mutation rate of the mutated beings is very low. That means a vast number is required to obtain sufficient mutated beings. Lan Shu expressed her thoughts. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, recalling what he had read about mutated beings. Based on their findings from various documents, there were only a few countries with the highest number of zombie outbreaks. Alright, our first stop will be Yellow Country. Fortunately, the location they were at was not very far from Yellow Country. Su Luo looked toward the distant ocean. Do you think? Are there zombies in this sea? There shouldn't be. If there were, the coastline would be filled with zombies by now. Su Luo nodded. Seems like it. I was just overthinking it. Lin Mo glanced at the sea, feeling a bit uneasy. He then pulled out a drone, and the next moment it flew into the ocean. The underwater scenery appeared on the screen. The seabed was tranquil with nothing in sight. It seemed that these creatures were not in the sea. If they were, that could pose a problem. Let's go to Yellow Country. According to the documents, the population of Yellow Country is 1.8 billion, and the population in each city is quite large, so they don't need to search specifically, they just need to visit city by city. Lin Mo and his group drove several vehicles with drones continuously flying overhead, relaying footage. Su Luo gazed out the window. I'm quite curious. He gives us time to search for items, but what is there to find here? Over these 3 years, besides searching for zombie nests, they also casually collected items. It was uncertain whether it was due to the vast area available for searching or some other reason. Resources were indeed plentiful, but they consumed a lot of time. If they conducted a rough search, the resources obtained wouldn't even match those from an ordinary station. Since we have been given so much time, we can just search carefully when the time comes. Why not take something off? As for the time wasted, Lin Mo thought it merely meant finding some new team members and platinum treasure chests. Moreover, sometimes a golden refresh button might yield good items, and with some luck, Su Qing's talent might even improve. In the past 3 years, their lifespans had each increased by 100 years. It can be said that he was not worried at all about lifespan issues. The Yellow Kingdom is vast, and it took them quite a bit of time to search. However, as time passed, Lin Mo and the others became numb as they arrived at each location. How many cities have we been to already? 12. Looking at the densely packed zombies, Lin Mo let out a deep sigh. You guys control the drones to search first, and when we find similar places, we can go there. But 8 of the cities have similar architecture, and none of these are it. Lin Mo rubbed his temples. We can't just do nothing. If we don't act, we won't find anything. The group got to work, and Lin Mo approached the edge of the building, gazing outside. He had no idea what was wrong with this country. The number of zombies in the entire nation was significantly higher than in other countries. In fact, even some countries with corpse nests have fewer zombies than this nation. Could it be that after the zombie outbreak, this country simply did nothing? Lin Mo shook his head in frustration. It was indeed a very troublesome country. Had he known, he wouldn't have chosen it. If he had picked another country, he wouldn't have to search every city. But the populations of other countries were much smaller than this one. Alas, it's truly a dilemma. 3 days later, the women rubbed their eyes and shook their heads. We can't really tell. There are 4 areas where zombies are most concentrated, but we can't see any damaged buildings. As for the underground, it's not very clear either. We need to get closer to know. In other areas, while there are not as many zombies, it's still quite significant. Lin Mo sighed. Since that's the case, let's go. A week later, the areas with the highest concentration were cleared by Qing. There were no corpse nests, just a sheer number of zombies. Has this country given up from the beginning? Su Luo couldn't understand how an entire city could have so many zombies. Su Qing shook her head. I don't think it's giving up. These zombies seem to wear different things and look different. Su Luo looked at her sister in shock. Sister, how can you still tell what these zombies used to look like? If you look closely, you can still see some differences. This was thanks to the fact that these zombies did not decay. As for their clothing, that was purely a guess. However, this was not important. It wouldn't help them locate the corpse nests. Let's go continue on. Half a year later, they finally found a corpse nest at the border of this country, and it turned out to be 4. Could it be that all the corpse nests are near their country? No wonder we encountered those zombies without clothes. Yeah, why didn't we look for those naked zombies from the start? Su Luo looked at the others. Su Qing vigorously rubbed Su Luo's head. Look at how many zombies without clothes we encountered on our way here. The zombie outbreak had likely been going on for a long time, which clothing could withstand that long. In fact, most zombies had little to no clothing. Only high-quality clothing might have lasted until now. Was it that they didn't want to find it? They simply couldn't find it. Oh, I see. Why so fierce? Alright, stop fooling around. Let's quickly eliminate one of the corpse nests, and then we can move freely. Everyone prepared and began the assault. The Golden General and hundreds of thousands of mummies struck directly, and they only needed to watch. In fact, they even relaxed in the Golden City sipping tea and snacking while watching. Tisk, I have already thought of future positions. We won't need to do anything, we just need to dispatch this army. Su Luo's mind was already picturing the scene. It was simply too beautiful. It's just a pity that only 3 of the same items could be placed. If there were a dozen corpse nests, how many mummies would they have? The battle lasted less than an hour, and the last target was completely destroyed. The remaining time was free activity. Where shall we go next? They had basically collected everything this country could offer. Let's head to the neighboring country. It's also quite large, but with fewer zombies, just right. Okay, then let's go next door. So during the remaining time, they crossed the border and spent a full year in the neighboring. Then they returned to the highway. After getting back into the familiar vehicle, the first thing the women did was take a shower. Although they could wash up there, they couldn't do it every day. Now they felt utterly uncomfortable. After Su Qing finished her shower, she came to Lin Mo's side. Shall we start dealing with those treasure chests now? In the Golden City, there were simply too many treasure chests. And with Su Qing's involvement, the number increased even more. There were over 20 platinum treasure chests alone, many being the result of upgrading from golden chests. Let's open a few first and save the rest for later. It would be best to have a few more people in the team by then. Lin Mo opened the world channel, and this time the number of people directly decreased by a third, with only over 20 million remaining. Lin Mo frowned. Recently, the number of deaths has increased significantly. We can see from our station that the difficulty has greatly increased. However, most people likely died of old age. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, and after staying for decades, how could the population not decrease? Lin Mo switched the interface to the regional channel. Wow, this skill is amazing. Ooh, I've even lost some gray hair. What skill? Are you selling it? I would love to sell it, but once used it's gone. Who would have thought I'd end up dying of old age here? It's really too difficult. The entire regional channel had an average age of 60. Who knows when someone might just die upon entering the station. At this moment they had entered a rapid death phase. Lin Mo opened the trading center to search for keys. However, no new numbered keys appeared. Lin Mo rubbed his temples. The current situation was indeed troublesome. At 8 p.m. after dinner, everyone sat on the sofa looking at Lin Mo. Lin Mo crossed his arms. This time we've spent quite a long time at the station, so everyone can take a day off tomorrow. Yage? Su Luo jumped up joyfully. Then she hesitated for a moment. But it seems we don't have anything to play. If you don't want to rest, we can continue. Su Luo quickly shook her head. Then let's rest. At that moment, a familiar voice appeared again. Survivors who have not entered the station 5 times within 12 hours will have their lifespans reduced by... Seeing this text, Lin Mo nodded. The loopholes in this survival game are not so easy to exploit. Does this mean that those waiting outside will instantly grow old? Pretty much, but in about 12 hours or if they're lucky perhaps. Lin Mo shook his head as those people entering the station might die even faster. He opened the regional channel. What the hell? Is this meant to kill us? I told you, how could there be such good... Tisk. Anyway, we go to a station every day, our team will definitely be fine. This time I fear a fifth of us will perish. Be bold, a third. Nearly a third of the people in this area have never entered a station. They rely on the original supplies to survive. Meanwhile, in other channels there would likely be even more people. Lin Mo switched to the world channel, where some were relieved and others were upset. Lin Mo closed the interface. Alright, everyone should rest if they need to, and those who need to exercise should do so. Su Qing looked at Lin Mo. Aren't you going? Lin Mo shook his head. The attribute increase is too little, I might as well use a power crystal instead. So it's just for them to use. The next day, after a good rest, Lin Mo rarely slept in. However, in his dreams, he heard a rustling sound. Lin Mo sat up and the shadows beside him had long vanished. What is going on outside? Hearing that rustling sound made it impossible to sleep. The first thing he did upon getting up was not to check the situation outside, but to use the bathroom first. He was really worried that if he continued to hear that sound, he wouldn't be able to stand it. After taking care of business, Lin Mo headed straight to the driver's seat, looking out the window at the scene outside. In the sandy area, there was a swimming pool, and Su Luo was using a hose to fill it with water. Surrounding it were large umbrellas which, although not covering all areas, were sufficient. There were also several fans buzzing towards the pool. He wondered who set up the hose. By the time Lin Mo got out of the vehicle, the water in the pool was almost full. Lin Mo glanced at the pool, and then at the time, which was nearly 10 o'clock. What time did you all get up to do this? Around 8:30, I think. Lin Mo looked speechlessly at the several girls. Didn't we say we were resting today? Why did you all get up so early? Su Qing was lying on a beach chair, and to be fair in this environment, it did feel somewhat like being at the seaside. It was just that they had created their own ocean. Su Luo said that since we are to rest we should have a good time, so she took everything playable out of the storage room. Su Qing pointed ahead where Lan Shu and Jiang Suya were setting up a volleyball net while Bai Li was using mental force to move the nearby sand, creating an open space. They really made the most of everything. Lin Mo looked at these items with confusion. These were all opened by me. Why did I keep this volleyball net? He didn't remember. Oh, those aren't from you, but rather Su Luo found them in various cities. She said that since the storage room is so big it can hold everything. So when they were dismantling items at that time these were left untouched, huh? Forget it, at least they found their use. Lin Mo also lay beside them watching the girls do their things. Soon he sat up straight. Figures in bikinis splashed into the water. Especially the cat-eared girls, those tails were quite amusing. Then there was the girl with horns, as she was practically a diving bomb. Lin Mo swallowed hard, thinking he should not have turned off the lights last night. At noon, Su Qing prepared an outdoor barbecue. Phew, it's way too hot. This fan's power is completely in. Though there were fans all around, as soon as the weather heated up, the wind they blew felt like hot air and was not cool at all. Not to mention the pool, the temperature in there was probably at 40 degrees, suitable for a hot bath. Su Luo's eyes lit up. I have a solution. Wait for me. Su Luo dashed back to the vehicle, and not long after she returned carrying 2 buckets of ice, pouring them all into the pool. However, the ice had barely been poured in before it disappeared. You all try it out. Lan Shu and the others felt around. The temperature had lowered a bit, but not significantly. Su Luo thought for a moment, and directly pulled out an ice-making machine. Seeing this ice maker, Lin Mo remembered that it seemed to be something he had obtained. He never expected it to come in handy now. Soon the super ice maker started up. On one side, Su Luo poured water, and while on the other, ice blocks continuously formed and fell into the pool. All right. Soon the water will be cold. It's supposed to be cold. Hurry up and get out. After everyone was out of the water, Su Luo filled the entire pool with ice blocks, causing water to overflow, and the temperature around them dropped as the ice blocks increased. I am a genius. Su Luo put her hands on her hips, looking smug. Su Qing, who was cooking nearby, could hardly bear to look at her sister. There was something odd about her, though it was absurd, the effect was excellent. Everyone sat at the table enjoying lunch. Outside the weather was scorching, but here it was very cool. This feels great. Not having to go to the station is really nice. After finishing her meal, Su Luo leaned back in her chair, not wanting to move at all. Lin Mo looked at the World Channel. This morning around 7 the 12-hour time limit was up, and the death toll wasn't high, only tens of thousands. The girls were stunned. That was a life expectancy of 30 years. Only that many died. This doesn't seem right. Su Qing shook her head. I think it's quite reasonable. The older batch of people probably died off a long time ago after entering here for half a month, so the rest are all young people. However, now these young people have also become middle-aged and old. Lin Mo nodded. Indeed, the earliest batch of people have all died, but if it were to happen again, half of them would perish. Actually, it doesn't require the survival game to take action, or just entering the station would cause these people to age and die completely. In short, wanting to survive continuously is still quite challenging. Look at the trading center. The number of techniques is starting to surge, but their quality isn't very high. Lin Mo opened the trading center. What was considered not high still included B and A grades. Of course, it couldn't compare to what they cultivated themselves. Su Luo looked at the techniques above, resting her chin on her hand. Do you think these techniques can extend lifespan? It should be possible. But haven't we not increased our lifespan yet? Lin Mo sighed. We've only just started cultivating, and it seems the energy required is a bit much. It's not that they don't want to cultivate faster, it's just that this stuff is too difficult to refine. After resting for a whole day, the women appeared invigorated. The next day, the vehicle set off again along the highway. After traveling 100 kilometers, they encountered no treasure chests. Everyone was already aware of this. Following the events of yesterday, when the number of teams entering the station fell short, their lifespan was reduced by 30 years. The treasure chests had also vanished from the highway. If you wish to live here, then take all the supplies for your... Without this item, let's see how you cling to the highway. However, this change did not cause dissatisfaction among these people. Instead, they found it quite favorable. It should have been like this long ago. The items inside were far too few, completely incomparable to the treasure chests in the stations. Indeed, stopping is just a waste of time. But if we don't stop, the things in the treasure chest will go to waste. No matter how few, it's still a piece of meat. Today it was Jiang Suyo's turn to drive, while Su Luo sat directly beside Lin Mo, pushing her sister aside. It's really uncomfortable without the chests. Actually, a lot of things have been cancelled. Lin Mo missed that secret realm chest. The items inside were genuinely good, but regrettably, they would never encounter it again. Soon they encountered the first station of the day. However, looking at the information of this station, it was somewhat eerie. Is there really any use for weapons in a place like this? Lin Mo looked conflicted. Actually, they could go to the next station. It should be fine, right? Or should we continue forward? Station Wax Museum Resources, Survival Coins, Treasure Chests, Weapons, Others, Team Capacity, Unlimited, Danger Level, Extremely, High Time Limit, None. It does seem quite terrifying, but wax figures should be afraid of fire, right? I remember we seem to have a bunch of flamethrowers. Su Luo said from the side. Flamethrowers. Lin Mo recalled that there was indeed such a weapon, or at the time he thought it was too singular in attack, and just stored it away. I must say this thing is quite effective against wax figures. Thus Lin Mo and the others spent 10 minutes adjusting their supplies. They brought along 10,000 liters of fuel. Lin Mo looked at the fuel. Is this enough? Or should we take 100,000 liters? Ultimately, they still brought in 10,000 liters of fuel. Under the moonlight, a small town appeared before them. They were now standing in an empty street with buildings on either side. Objective: survive for 12 hours. Upon completion of the task, there will be 3 days of gathering time. If the task is not completed, it will turn into a wax figure. The difficulty of this task doesn't seem too hard. It's only 12 hours. Everyone turned their gaze towards Su Luo. Why are you all looking at me like that? Su Luo asked, bewildered. Extreme difficulty: survive for 12 hours. Isn't that difficult? Su Qing truly didn't know what to say. Let's go, we should head in. The town's streetlights were on, but the buildings nearby were completely dark. Under normal circumstances, there should be lights on at this time. Su Luo increasingly felt that something was off. Could it be that all the figures here are wax figures? It's possible, though. Everyone be careful. In the face of abnormal creatures, Lin Mo felt that high attributes might not be useful, but they were certainly better than low attributes. The group all carried flamethrowers. It should be fine. They made their way to the center of the town, where there was a 5-story building that was different from the others. The words on it also revealed what this place was: Wax Museum. Is it enough to just deal with this place, say? That should be it. Lin Mo was somewhat uncertain. Could it be that simple? Lin Mo opened the door, turned on the spotlight above illuminating the room, and saw that the entire first floor was filled with various wax figures. Each wax figure bore a striking resemblance to a real person, with even their eyes shimmering under the light. Su Luo swallowed hard. This reminds me of a movie where all the wax figures were made of real people. Oh, it's not that eerie. Lin Mo had also seen that movie. It seemed quite frightening, but knowing the ending, he wasn't so scared anymore. Lin Mo approached a wax figure, staring at it. Then he extended his hand, and a long knife appeared in his grasp. With a powerful swing, the wax figure was sliced in two. This was indeed a real wax figure, not a fake. This is even more terrifying now. Lan Shu looked around. Shouldn't we just burn this whole place down? We can't really go up, can we? Lin Mo thought it made sense. Why go up if the wax figures here really were the ones trying to kill them? Burning it down would be just right. Take out the Molotov cocktails and throw them all out. Soon the entire first floor was filled with a pungent smell. The group returned to the outside world, smashing the bottles against the walls. Then Lin Mo ignited one of the Molotov cocktails and threw it into the room. Boom. The entire first floor was instantly engulfed in flames, the fire spreading upwards with the walls of the house, igniting in a massive blaze, illuminating the entire town. The group stood outside, forming a circle as they kept an eye on their surroundings. Sizzle, sizzle. Did you hear any sounds? Su Luo asked. Lin Mo's ears perked up. The sound seems to be coming from the building in front of us. But unfortunately, the roaring flames drowned out any noises. All sounds were masked. As for the surroundings, it seemed there was no change. At that moment, Su Luo raised a flashlight and shone it towards a nearby building. Off! Su Luo screamed, drawing everyone's attention. They saw a pale human face pressed against the window of that room. What is that thing? Su Luo gulped. It was far too frightening. Lin Mo frowned. Lu Yue, shoot it, and see. Lu Yu took out her rifle and shot it in the head. Bang! The human face in the room instantly shattered into pieces. That was also a wax figure. Lin Mo looked around. Could it be that all the houses nearby were filled with wax figures? Perhaps the entire town was filled with them. Lin Mo gazed at the burning building before him, recalling the expression on the human face from earlier. It was one of terror. He pointed at the surrounding buildings. Burn all these houses down. The group then dispersed, holding flamethrowers, and began spraying fire at the buildings. The flames burned and spread continuously. The group set fire to street after street. Soon the entire town was ablaze with not a single building. The next moment, congratulations on completing the task. Everyone was speechless. They had actually completed the task. Su Luo's eyes brightened. See, I told you this station was better. How could a 12-hour task be difficult? The group glanced at the flamethrowers in their hands. Without these it would have been tough. Su Qing looked at the flames around them. He gave us time to explore, but here. It seems there's nothing left to explore. They had reduced the entire town to ruins. How could they explore anymore? Lin Lingling stood before a cave. To be precise, it was a mine, at least it looked that way from the entrance and the structure inside. There are 3 golden chests inside along with a pile of survival coins and some other supplies. Then let's go in, Lin Mo said as he grabbed a flashlight and prepared to enter. Beside him, Su Luo pulled Lin Mo back. Brother Lin Mo, why don't we just forget it? This is too scary. Lin Mo's lips twitched. Just moments ago at the wax museum, you weren't like this. It's just a cave. Unable to dissuade him, Su Luo had no choice but to follow. As everyone entered the cave, its structure indeed resembled that of a mine, complete with a railway and several carriages. Inside the carriage, some or was still packed, looking like it had been abandoned for quite some time. Just then Su Luo let out a startled scream. Up! Everyone followed her gaze and saw several people in work uniforms standing there. But upon closer inspection, they were merely wax figures. Alright, the task is complete. These wax figures won't move. The items are right there, so let's take them away. Indeed, the wax figures remained still as several people began to gather the items. Su Luo patted her chest. This is just too frightening. A day later, everything that could be collected from the small town was gathered by them. I didn't expect there to be so many items in this small town. Perhaps it's easier to find things because the town is so small, Su Qing remarked. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to the road beside him, which stretched far into the distance. Based on past experiences, this road should connect to some area. Should we go check that direction? We might find other supplies there. The girls quickly shook their heads. It's better to head back at this time. Seeing this, Lin Mo did not insist and led the girls back. Once back in the car, Su Luo stretched lazily. This time was really short. We don't need to rest, let's just move forward. Lin Mo nodded. Then let's continue. On the road there were still no treasure chests in sight, and the vehicle moved forward without needing to stop. I really am not used to this. Su Qing yawned. In the past they would stop every once in a while, but now they didn't need to stop at all. The key issue was that there were too many stops. What's there to be unaccustomed to? Without threats, everyone has become quite lazy. In the past they would have to pay attention to this and that, but now they only need to focus on the stops. Lin Mo shook his head. This is actually more tiring. The stops just keep coming one after another. As for the short time, it was manageable, but once it stretched out, your memory would get muddled. Su Qing paused, realizing there was some truth to that. They had experienced so much recently that their memories felt like they spanned centuries. Fortunately, their mental state was still decent, otherwise their memories would likely become chaotic. Lin Mo, look at the trading center. Number 1 key. Wiley shouted urgently. Lin Mo immediately opened the trading center to search for the key. Besides the key he had listed, there was also a number 1 key. But upon seeing the price, Lin Mo's eye twitched. Is this person out of their mind? 100,000 survival coins. Why don't you go rob a bank? During this time they had indeed collected quite a few survival coins, but adding it all up, they barely had 80,000. 100,000 was simply unaffordable. Tisk, this person must be crazy about money. Even our keys, which are so cheap, haven't sold, and he wants to sell his. I guess he thinks the lower the number, the more valuable it is. But that shouldn't be the case. There are notes above indicating that these items should be the same. He guessed that the person must have treated the key as if it were part of a collection game, thinking that certain numbers were hard to obtain. Lin Mo shook his head. Let's list some food in exchange for some survival coins. Originally they had listed some items, and those items sold quite well before. But since the rules of this stop changed, selling those items became increasingly difficult. After all, at some stops the items they sold were still easy to obtain. So later on they stopped listing items. However, food and beverages remained in demand, though their prices were somewhat low. Lin Mo didn't bother with it. But now with a shortage of survival coins they had to sell them off. Thus the girls began to continuously list items, starting to sell off the things they didn't like to eat. Of course, while they didn't like them, Su Luo did. Off. My wasabi chips. Don't sell so many. Snail noodles. Don't sell so many. And don't sell so many of those drinks. Su Qing rubbed her temples. Focus on driving. There are so many items, there's no way to sell them all out. Su Luo pouted. You all better leave me some. Got it, you can rest assured. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo spent 100,000 survival coins to acquire the number 1 key. The chances of this key appearing are surprisingly high. In just a few days we have obtained 3 keys. Lin Mo helplessly said, don't count according to the survival world time, we should calculate based on our time at the stop. In fact, a lot of time had passed, and many people had perished. He had just glanced at the world channel, and the number of people had dropped below 20 million. If a few more days pass, the number will likely drop to 10 million. Now we just need the number 2 and 3 keys. They should come soon enough. What do you think this ultimate road will be like? Can we really go back? What will we do once we return? Su Qing asked, curiously propping her chin. You've already asked this before. Su Qing was taken aback. Did I? Yeah, probably about 3 to 5 years ago. Lin Mo recalled stating that the timeline should be about right. Although he couldn't remember everything, he still had some impression of those questions. Has it really been so long? This was why Lin Mo said that over time a person's memory would get muddled, especially for those with high memory retention like them. Having too many records wasn't necessarily a good thing. Just then the vehicle's speed gradually decreased, and everyone knew they had arrived at the stop. The vehicle soon stopped in front of a signpost. Lin Mo got out and looked at the sign. Stop. Crimson Star Resources, survival coins, treasure chests, weapons, others, team capacity, unlimited, danger level extremely, high time limit none. Looking at the stop, Lin Mo stroked his chin, wondering what the situation was. Could Crimson Star be a planet? No, it seemed that all the places they had previously visited were other planets. Why is it that this time it was named directly after a planet? Objective: within 10 years find the ruins and obtain a sacred object. If the task is not completed, one will remain on the Crimson Star forever. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of desolation. As the wind blew, it stirred up clouds of dust. The plants were withered and lifeless. This task is not simple at all, he mused, recalling their previous search for the corpse nest. Last time they had to destroy 12, and there were still many left. But this time there was only one object. Moreover, the sacred object from the ruins sounded extremely challenging. Where should we go first? Lin Mo took out a drone and launched it into the air. Let's scout the area first. The drone ascended continuously, relaying images of the surroundings. However, nearby was nothing but barren land devoid of any buildings. This left Lin Mo feeling a bit at a loss. Was this planet really that vast? How far away are we? About 20 kilometers. Let's take out the dune buggy and choose a direction to head in. Since there was nothing nearby, they had to start moving. 3 hours later, a city ruin appeared on the screen. Found it. Let's move forward. The dune buggy was fast, and half an hour later a city ruin loomed before them. Upon reaching the entrance, everyone jumped out of the vehicle. Looking at the ruins before them, Su Qing began to scan the area. From the state of these buildings, they seem to be about 4 to 5 stories tall. The technology here does not appear to be very advanced. However, the materials used for these structures seem quite good. Perhaps this isn't a city ruin, but rather a small town, Su Luo mused as he touched the wall. The material resembled both stone and metal, appearing quite sturdy. Whose city could cover such a vast area? The drone's projection showed that the entire city spanned approximately 20 kilometers, comparable to a small city on Blue Star. Lu Yu and Lin Lingling, you two focus on sensing and well move ahead. Lin Mo was indifferent to the state of the city. He just wanted to know if they could find anything useful here. He needed to ascertain their location and what the so-called ruins and sacred objects were. Fortunately, there were still some visible items among the ruins. It seems like there's nothing in these ruins. Lin Lingling shook her head. They had walked quite a distance. Theoretically, there should be something they could sense. Beside her, Lu Yu also shook her head. I haven't sensed anything either. There are no living creatures here. She could usually sense something if there were any living beings around. Then let's carefully observe the buildings along the road. The group focused their attention on the odd items scattered within the ruins. They resembled neither ancient nor modern architecture, but rather a blend of both. One clothing store had decorations that seemed somewhat modern, yet the overall design leaned towards the ancient. At that moment, a small bookstore appeared before them, one of the few buildings that hadn't collapsed. Let's go in and take a look. As Lin Mo entered and picked up a book, the text transformed into a language he could comprehend. The others also began searching for useful books. From the books, they gained a rough understanding of this world. The civilization here was at the Planetary Federation stage, where all nations formed a community. It wasn't that any one nation was particularly powerful, rather they were united against an invasion from foreign entities. The books contained images and descriptions of these invaders. They were known as the insectoid race. The invasion had likely led to the creation of these city ruins, but why were there no bodies? I found it. The so-called ruins refer to ancient civilizations. This world's civilization has developed for at least 100,000 years. Su Luo pointed at the book in his hand. What about the sacred objects? Su Luo shrugged. The catalog doesn't mention any sacred objects. At least there's nothing in the catalog. Su Qing pondered for a moment and said, could the so-called sacred objects refer to antiques from the ruins? Perhaps these antiques possess some sort of special abilities. If they were on Blue Star, she certainly wouldn't think this way. But this is a survival world where anything could happen. After all, they had been to many strange places. Su Luo suddenly realized, could it be that the sacred objects are actually magical devices? Only here these magical devices can operate without the need for mana. Lin Mo nodded, there's a good chance of that. For example, the golden city in our hands could very well be considered a sacred object. So should we search for those ruins? Su Qing asked. Lin Mo took the book from Su Luo, which contained the locations of various ruins. These ruins had long been developed. However, they probably weren't heading to these already explored ruins. But now it seemed they had no other place to go. Everyone looked for a map to determine our location first. Maps were abundant here, available in all. One small map stood out the most. Santa Cat City was the name of this city. According to its introduction, it had a long history, but a poor economy. One small map stood out the most. Santa Cat City was the name of this city. According to its introduction, let's set off. The group quickly left the city, heading toward the ruins. Normally they would ride something akin to camels since the ruins were located in the desert. However, they had a dune buggy which would suffice. 3 days later, they had been driving in the desert for 2 days. Given their speed, they should have arrived quickly, but they got lost. Don't worry, I have a way. The desert, after all, was the battlefield of the Golden Armored General. Lining summoned the Golden Armored General, saying, find the location of the ruins. The Golden Armored General sent his soldiers out, and all that was left was to wait. After a long while, the Golden Armored General shook his head. There are no ruins nearby. Lin Mo frowned. Had they strayed too far? Then let them continue searching. Since the range that the Golden Armored General could control was too small, he could only send these golden armored soldiers out to relay information. The search took 2 days, and they finally discovered the ruins on the route they had taken. So, not only did we pass it, but our position has also drifted quite far. Lin Mo looked at the map in his hand, realizing that navigating through this desert was indeed challenging. In front of a dilapidated building, Lin Mo looked at the book in his hand with some skepticism. According to the book, this relic should be shining brilliantly under the sunlight. But what on earth is this ruined building? Did the people here dismantle the relic? But it doesn't seem like that. As everyone got closer, they noticed something unusual. This was not human dismantling, but rather the aftermath of a battle. These holes look like they were made by fire. Lin Mo glanced at the smooth little hole in the wall. It doesn't seem like an ordinary firearm. It should be a more powerful weapon. These holes are too standardized. With dozens of circular holes, their sizes are too uniform. Let's go inside and take a look. A group of people entered the building, and a beam of light instantly illuminated the entire space. The ground was pocked with small pits of varying sizes. Lin Mo extended his hand, and the metal transformed into a long sword, gently tapping the ground. Clang! Clang! Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. His reliable weapon failed against the ground. He lifted his hand and thrust the dagger fiercely into the ground. Clang! A loud sound echoed. However, the tip of the dagger only penetrated about 1 centimeter. This demonstrated just how strong the building's structure was. Now Lin Mo believed this may indeed be a relic. If it weren't, how could it withstand his weapon? Let's go, we need to continue. Outside, nothing could be seen. This building wasn't large, only about 500 square meters. But Lin Mo didn't believe it was only this big. There must be another space beneath the ground. The ground looks seamless, and it seems this building is the only one here. This structure was established in the yellow sand, and there was only this one building. According to the records in the book, this area was once a vast expanse of sand dunes. The building only emerged after an unprecedented month-long hurricane. Lin Mo stroked his chin. The ground was so hard that it seemed difficult to damage. Can Lin Lingling sense anything? Lin Lingling shook her head. I can't sense anything. It seems like there's nothing below. Of course, it's also possible that this building isolates abilities. Isolating abilities. Lin Mo's heart stirred. You all go outside and spread the supplies around. A minute later, Lin Lingling pointed at the door. I can only sense that there are supplies here. I can't sense anything else. Lin Mo nodded. This confirmed his thoughts that the building indeed isolates. He looked at the holes in the wall in the distance. What kind of weapon made these holes? It was far more powerful than the weapon he had. All right, let's search the ground and take a bit more time. Thus they began to crouch down and search slowly. 3 hours later, Su Luo sat cross-legged on the ground. Are we overthinking this? There's nothing down there at all. They had thoroughly checked this 500 square meter space, twice over 3 hours. They had been quite diligent. However, they had found no so-called entrance. Su Qing looked around the space. Could it be that things were taken away from here already? Or perhaps there was nothing here at all? Lin Mo rubbed his temples. This possibility was not without merit. It was just that they had encountered a relic with great difficulty, so they needed to inspect it carefully. Unfortunately, they did not have any tools to detect what was underground. The key was that even if they had them, it might not be able to reveal anything. What should we do now? Su Luo asked. Lin Mo looked at the team members. Everyone here had talents and had practiced various arts, but neither the talents nor the skills seemed to be useful in this situation. Magic, cultivation techniques. They all seemed ineffective, and they had already tested them. One last try, this time focus on the patterns of the tiles. He had noticed them earlier, but the patterns were quite complex, and he wasn't sure if they would be useful. He considered it an attempt. Wait. Our mission is to find the sacred objects within the relic, which means these sacred objects are quite rare. We could actually look elsewhere. Su Qing quickly said. She felt that wasting time here was completely unnecessary. I know, so let's take one more look. If that doesn't work, we'll move on. This time they made a discovery. On one of the tiles there were 3 barely visible circular pits. These look like 3 feet. It should be 3 feet this size. Could it be a cauldron? Perhaps it is. Listening to their discussion, Lin Mo also began to speculate that there indeed were supposed sacred objects here, but they had been taken away. But in such a large building, is it a bit excessive to only have one cauldron? What could be heavy enough to create a pit in the ground tiles? Let's go. There shouldn't be anything we want here anymore. The group left, heading to the next location. A month later, in a rainforest, they stood before a moss-covered stone building. Surrounding this building were the remnants of insectoid creatures. The insides of their bodies were already gone, leaving only their shells. From the wounds, it seems the people here used cold weapons. In that case, the insectoids were the ones using the hot weapons during the battle. Su Qing analyzed the situation before her. One must say that Su Qing's analysis was quite correct. Lin Mo added, moreover, that relic should have been guarded by the people here. Su Luo curiously asked, do you think there are still people here? What about those insectoids? Could it be that they find no one wherever they go? No, the worlds they've visited before still had people. Oh, it just seems the worlds they've come to recently have been deserted. It's really strange. Lin Mo shrugged. It doesn't matter whether there are people or not, we just need to focus on our own tasks. Even if there were people, they couldn't hinder their progress in completing the mission. The building before them was a passage leading underground. As the group entered, they found themselves in a corridor filled with oil lamps. Looking at the passage, Lin Mo experienced a sense of déjà vu. Do you all feel like we've been here before? The women nodded, indeed, having a slight impression. It does resemble. Let's go, let's take a look inside. Soon an expansive space appeared before them, and there were 2 sculptures, and upon seeing the sculptures they all recalled that it seemed like a maze they had visited before. What were they looking? It seemed to be a resource box. However, the sculptures here didn't seem to move. Lin Mo paused. Could it be that all the previous locations were set up for this moment? Surprisingly, it made some sense. Let's go, we need to start searching. The size of this ruin is somewhat similar to the previous maze. Unfortunately, they do not have a map. If only they had one, they might have been able to discern something. However, the likelihood seems slim. Lin Lingling's abilities have once again proven ineffective here. At this moment, Lin Lingling feels deeply saddened. She only has this one talent to assist, and now she is unable to do anything. Don't think too much, and not all abilities will always be useful. Lin Lingling nodded, I know. Knowing it doesn't change the fact that she still feels sad. It seems everything has been explored, but no holy relics were found. They must have been taken away. Su Qing held a pen and paper, drawing a map. At this moment, they stand in a space littered with the shells of insectoids. They have encountered this situation an indeterminate number of times. Have all the maps been drawn out? Su Qing looked at the map. Some corners and edges remain uncharted, but they probably won't be very useful in. Su Qing pointed to a hexagonal hollow in the wall. There should have been something there, but it appears to have been taken away, and the battle here was the most brutal. Not only are there the shells of these insectoids, but also many weathered clothes and skeletons with numerous weapons scattered on the ground. In addition, the walls are riddled with round holes. The ferocity of the battle can be imagined. Since it's gone, let's retreat. The group followed the map out, with Lin Mo stroking his chin. Could it be that all the ruins have been emptied? If so, this mission would be entirely meaningless. Perhaps the survival game hopes for them to find a ruin that has never been discovered. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's eyelid twitched. What kind of joke is this? If there are no ruins that have been discovered, how would they know where to go? 3 years later. Freshly roasted duck. Fruits just picked. If they're not sweet, you don't pay. Would you like to buy some clothes? The clothing here is quite nice. The streets are filled with vendors' calls. Lin Mo and his group walked through the street, filled with curiosity. The architecture here looks quite old, and judging by their attire, these people should be from the same place as us when we first appeared there. Su Qing whispered, this planet is vast, and they have spent 3 years traversing half of it to arrive here. This is already not the first city they have encountered. Besides this city and its inhabitants, they have also encountered insectoids. The battles between humans and insectoids are just as they imagined. The insectoids use laser weapons while the humans here wield cold weapons, albeit advanced ones. Moreover, the people here possess considerable strength comparable to their own. Of course, they still cannot compare to Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo now feels a significant sense of crisis. After all, the last time he went, the last site was much weaker than this one, but now it is getting close. Lin Mo worries that after a few more encounters there may be others who are significantly stronger than him. Additionally, he can't help but think that if other teams enter here, they would likely perish quickly. Let's find some bookstores here to gather some information. Lin Mo initially wanted to locate the black market, but he has no idea where it is in this city. He even suspects that there might not even be a black market here. Thus, they can only seek information themselves. Entering a bookstore, Lin Mo looked at the books on the shelves, his goal being simple books about ruins. From exploring several bookstores, it turns out that there are indeed many ruins on this planet, but most only hold historical value. As for the holy relics, those are mysterious items, and the books do not elaborate on them. Whether they cannot mention them or do not dare to, he is unsure. When Lin Mo placed the books on the counter, the shopkeeper was taken aback. I didn't expect anyone to still be interested in these things. I'm curious about these ruins. The shopkeeper shook his head. You shouldn't be curious about these things. Countless young people have died in these ruins. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Why would they die? The shopkeeper looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Of course, it's because the bugs also have their eyes on these ruins. Alright, he thought there would be other information, but it turned out to be just this. After paying, Lin Mo did not rush to leave. He quickly gained some information from the shopkeeper, but it was similar to what he had obtained before. The group exited the bookstore and entered an alley. From the information gathered in these cities, it seems there are indeed many ruins on this planet. Lin Mo nodded. How could there not be? They encountered quite a few along their journey here. However, most ruins are of little use. As for how to determine whether a ruin is useful, the locals do not know either. But they do know one thing: the insectoids know. Lin Mo shifted his gaze to the outside of the city where the insectoids. Let's go, we should find the insectoids. They must have the equipment to explore ruins given their advanced technology. At night, in a 200-kilometer area outside the city, thousands of insectoids are stationed. Besides these insectoids, there are also vehicles and ships used by them. They have spaceships. Why not directly attack the human city? Perhaps humans also have firearms, who knows? Lin Mo focused on those ships and vehicles. In a moment we will assault these insectoids. Luiyue takes Su Qing and commandeer those vehicles and ships. The people here cannot brazenly take things away, but he is different. He can use his backpack to take things whenever he wants. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo and the others charged into the camp. Their weapons transformed into shields, defending against the attacks. This won't do, the shield is compromised. You all retreat first. Lin Mo retreated, while throwing incendiary grenades engulfing the insectoids in flames. Moreover, he also threw out several smoke bombs. Regardless of their efficacy, he just threw them. As they retreated, Su Qing and her group also returned. Let's go. After getting some distance, Lin Mo turned back to look. Their weapons are too powerful. He looked at the shield in his hand, which had already returned to normal. Based on the recent test, this weapon should withstand a minute of attacks. As for the clothes on them, Lin Mo did not dare to try. He has not thought of any other methods yet. Perhaps magic could be used for long-range attacks. As for melee, it is best not to consider it. Prepare magic and see if it is effective against these insectoids. What magic should we use? Lin Mo thought for a moment. Let's use fire-type magic. When dealing with bugs, fire should be more effective. Except for Zhao Yu, everyone else could wield magic. In the next moment, the entire area seemed to be engulfed in flames as several fireballs fell from the sky. The flames enveloped the distant insect tribe. In the next moment, cries of agony echoed, yet Lin Mo and the others did not cease their actions. Only after the distant area was completely shrouded in flames and no sounds emerged did Lin Mo and the others finally halt. Looking at the flames in the distance, Su Qing remarked, these insects seem to lack the strength we imagined. They rely on firearms. This was different from what they had anticipated. As expected, Su Qing looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Lin Mo explained, only those who are weak in their own strength resort to external forces, indicating that the people in this world are quite powerful. Powerful. Su Qing instinctively glanced towards the city direction, where those people seemed far from strong. Those are just ordinary people, just like other squads. The corners of the girls' mouths twitched at how could a squad that survived until now still be considered ordinary. However, compared to them, those people did indeed resemble ordinary individuals more. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the insect tribe's location. There was not a single living insect left, all had been burned to a crisp. Even the sturdy shells had begun to deform. It seems these insects truly have no resistance to flames. Then why don't they try fire? Su Luo asked, puzzled. Perhaps ordinary flames are ineffective. If ordinary flames were effective, it would suffice to lure these insects to a dry area and start a large fire to eliminate them. But clearly those people did not do so. This shows that it wasn't that the people here didn't want to do it, but that they were unable to. Get the vehicle out and see if there's any information inside. Su Qing nodded, and a pitch-black vehicle appeared before everyone. The exterior of this vehicle resembled the shell of the insect race, and it even felt somewhat similar to the touch. However, upon opening it, the inside was made entirely of metal. I estimate their vehicle's exterior is likely made from the shell of some insect from their planet. Su Luo touched it and nodded. It indeed doesn't feel like metal. Lin Mo felt helpless. Why were these people so focused on such strange details? Upon reaching the vehicle, Lin Mo immediately noticed the screen. His gaze fell upon the buttons, which were automatically translated into words he could understand. He checked the available functions one by one, and soon a document was retrieved. No. 12 Temple obtained item Bronze Cauldron can grant different effects to food ability level 3 stars. No. 8 Underground Palace obtained item Torch can burn permanently and dispel negative states ability level 1 star. No. 1 Aerial Garden, no items obtained. Not only were there numbers on it, but also coordinates. However, the obtained items were ultimately few. Many places did not yield any items. The document did not clarify the reasons for the lack of items, whether it was because nothing was inside or if items had been taken. Just then a dialog box suddenly popped up on the screen. Team 376, how is the situation over there? They could actually communicate in real time. The technology level of this vehicle was indeed impressive. At that moment, a walkie-talkie beside the seat suddenly crackled to life. Zizifi, Zizifi, Zizifi. Lin Mo could not understand the voice. He searched for a while and finally found the switch. Turning off the walkie-talkie, the harsh noise finally ceased. Su Qing looked at the screen. Do you think this vehicle might have a positioning system? Lin Mo pondered for a moment, continuing to tap on the screen, and in the next moment a map appeared. It seems there isn't one. At least from the map, no special signals were displayed. But wasn't this map a bit too unattractive? The entire map was green, simply varying shades of dark and light green to represent different terrains. Lin Mo still preferred maps that were white, but it was not unacceptable. Let's set off. The closest destination is No. 37, and they didn't obtain anything from there. Fortunately, the vehicle was large enough to accommodate everyone. Destination No. 37 was only over 500 kilometers away, quite close. Lin Mo speculated that this squad had likely just come from there. Soon the vehicle arrived at the destination. It was a valley with a cave about the size of a person on the side. Lin Mo took out a flashlight and shone it inside. It looked just like an ordinary cave. Is this the sacred place? It should be. The places they recorded should all be sacred, including where they obtained the cauldron and torch which we have visited. Besides the most basic records, upon clicking there were also descriptions of locations and geographic coordinates. They arrived here by following that coordinate. The entire cave seemed to have formed naturally. But when they walked deeper inside and turned into a concealed alley, a square passage appeared before them. Lin Mo looked at the instrument in his hand. I must say it's no wonder these people could find so many places. The instrument in his palm was only about the size of a hand, and he did not know what principle it operated on, but it could display all the passages. In Lin Mo's eyes, this was undoubtedly a detector. They followed the passage deeper, and occasionally they encountered deep pits on the ground where insects lay, clearly indicating that they had put in a lot of effort to come here. They arrived at the innermost room, where 8 sculptures dressed in different attire stood. The ground was littered with dozens of insect corpses and scattered firearms. It seems they weren't useless, rather they just hadn't found anything. Lin Mo took 2 steps forward, and suddenly the 8 sculptures in the distance began to move. They drew different weapons and aimed them at Lin Mo and his group. The battle began. From the very start of the conflict, Lin Mo recognized the strength level of these 8 sculptures. Their combat ability was not strong, but the material of the sculptures was indeed formidable. The weapons they wielded couldn't inflict damage on their opponents. This was absurd. What should we do? It seems we can't win. Attach spiritual power to the weapons. The white spiritual energy enveloped the long blade as it struck down. Like chopping through tofu, it immediately defeated one of the sculptures. As expected, one needed to add some extra power. Relying solely on weapons was futile. The situation instantly reversed, and Lin Mo and his group easily achieved victory. The remaining task was to search here. However, aside from the 8 sculptures, there seemed to be nothing else in this grand hall. Lin Mo, it seems there's nothing here. Lin Mo raised the instrument in his hand. Don't be anxious. The fact that so many have died here indicates that there are people present. The crucial point is that the presence of the insect race camped here signifies there is something valuable. Though he couldn't understand why the other party would establish a camp so far away, it was clear that there was profit to be made here. He looked at the instrument in his hand, feeling the surge of energy from the location. The instrument gradually revealed the landscape of the area. A faint glow lit up at one of the points. Lin Mo compared it to the map and fixed his gaze on one of the sculptures. Lu Yue split this sculpture open. Lu Yu nodded, channeling her spiritual power into her weapon. Soon the entire sculpture was cleaved in two. Inside the sculpture's belly, a bronze rod appeared on the ground. The crowd was taken aback, surprised that the task was completed so quickly. They stared at the bronze rod on the ground, lost in thought about what it was. Peerless Rod. Quality SSS. Note, each attack inherits 20 of the previous attack's power and can unleash a devastating strike at any time. Lin Mo stroked his chin, acknowledging that the item was indeed good, but its effectiveness was rather average. However, one shouldn't expect too much from something obtained for free. Let's go, we need to leave this place. After exiting the cave, everyone returned to the vehicle. Where are we exploring next? We are going to find those insect beings. Lan Shu was taken aback. What do we want with them? They should possess many sacred artifacts. We are going to seize those artifacts. If the sacred artifacts are all SS grade, then these items would still be of some use to them. Especially that cauldron, he was very interested in it. He wanted to know what attributes could be added to food. If it were attributes like increased strength or constitution, then that cauldron was definitely not just SS grade, it should be of a special grade. However, finding those insect beings proved to be far more difficult than expected. How do they communicate, and why doesn't the map show anything? For an entire week, they hadn't encountered a single insect. Lin Mo even deliberately swapped for a well-functioning vehicle, letting the walkie-talkie buzz incessantly. Yet they still did not encounter anything. Could it be that their technology is less effective on this unfamiliar That's not impossible. Lin Mo sighed. Could it be that he truly couldn't find them? Maybe we should just search on our own then. Su Luo suggested. Searching on their own could indeed yield results, but those things might not be what they wanted. He still preferred that cauldron. But now they had no choice. So Lin Mo stopped looking for the insect beings, and instead sought out sacred artifacts. However, their luck didn't seem that great, and most of the remaining ruins were empty, likely already claimed. That day they as usual headed towards a new ruin. However, this time the ruin was newly updated by the insect race, and was obviously just discovered. Lin Mo drove tirelessly towards the destination. Although it was a bit far, it might take a week to reach. Though the time was long, Lin Mo didn't mind at all. They were bound to spend a lot of time at a ruin. Soon they arrived at their destination. At that moment a battle was occurring in the distance, and Lin Mo watched from afar without advancing. Should we help? Lin Mo waved his hand. No need to help, we will go directly inside, and take what we need. The fighting continued until nightfall. Once it stopped, Lin Mo led the group towards the distant ruins. However, just as he was about to reach the edge of the ruins, Lu Yu hurriedly stopped Lin Mo. There is someone ahead, their energy signature is very faint. This startled Lu Yu. Even at a distance of 20 meters, she only just sensed it. This was her first time encountering such a situation. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. It was known that Lu Yu's ability was a talent, not a skill. The other party seemed rather formidable. Just as Lin Mo was considering retreating, an energy signature suddenly approached at an incredible speed. You finally arrived. Lin Mo was taken aback, confused by the situation. Quick, follow me. The women looked at Lin Mo, their faces blank. Let's go take a look. After all, he had plenty of cards up his sleeve. He wanted to see what the other party was up to. Under their guidance, they reached the entrance of the ruins. An elder wearing a beast robe with a golden crown and holding a wooden staff stepped out. Great divine envoy, you have finally arrived. A hint of confusion flickered in the elder's eyes. Why did the divine envoy seem to lack strength? Lin Mo was equally puzzled. What was this divine envoy? At that moment, a new task suddenly popped up before him. Side quest: assist the priest in exterminating the insect race. Reward faith power 100. Lin Mo calmly checked this so-called faith power. Gaining faith power meant qualifying for divinity. Becoming divine. He never expected such a thing. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo accepted the task. Well, to be precise, this task didn't need to be accepted, it had to be completed as soon as it appeared. Through communication, Lin Mo roughly understood the situation. The priest before him had the ability to communicate with the divine, and the deity promised to send a divine envoy, granting him the ability to sense the divine envoy. When Lin Mo and the others arrived, they were already aware of it. However, the distance was too great, and the priest had no way to search. After Lin Mo and the others arrived, they encountered another problem. That night, Lin Mo and his group rested nearby. I don't quite understand, how did we become divine envoys? Lin Mo shook his head. I don't know how we became divine envoys either, but it is certain that this is related to the survival world, and the one in charge of that survival world is likely the so-called deity. As for the divine envoys, perhaps all the survival teams are divine envoys. This may not be such a good identity. Are we really going to become deities in the future? Lin Mo shrugged. Who knows? Let's get it first and talk later. His gaze returned to the task of exterminating all the insect race. That task would likely take decades. Lin Mo looked up at the sky, contemplating the issue of the divine envoys. He pondered whether there was a possibility that the survival game was selecting divine envoys. If that were the case, then the path of the divine envoys was rather bloody. But these were merely his speculations. Perhaps all of this was just the priest's dream. Ultimately, the situation would have to be seen in the future. Early the next morning, battle erupted once again. Lin Mo and the others stood at the entrance watching the distant battle. Tell your people to retreat. The leader opened his mouth, glancing towards the priest. Then the fighters in the distance began to withdraw. In the next moment, the heavens rained down fury. Flames engulfed the entire area. Indeed, fire proved an absolute bane to the insectoid hordes, utterly defenseless against its searing wrath. Within minutes, thousands of the insectoid creatures lay slain. It was only then that Lin Mo heard voices behind him. Divine envoy. Divine envoy. Divine envoy. Turning back, they beheld a sea of kneeling figures. Every single person prostrated, none remaining upright. Lin Mo's eye twitched faintly. This time he truly had become a divine envoy. In the hours that followed, he and his companions eradicated the vast majority of the insectoid threat. The mission was complete. Congratulations. Faith Power 100, a luminous white sphere fragmented into several portions and flowed into the bodies of Lin Mo and his companions. Lin Mo received the largest share. As this faith power infused him, he sensed subtle, yet profound changes within his body, though he could not quite articulate their nature. The only tangible sensation was a marked increase in strength. He glanced at his status panel. His base attributes remained unchanged. Yet a new line now appeared, Faith Power 20. Lin Mo stared at it, utterly perplexed by its purpose. Great Divine Envoy, we thank you for your aid. Lin Mo waved dismissively. Merely mutual benefit. The High Priest blinked. What precisely had the Divine Envoy gained? Then before their astonished eyes, Lin Mo and his companions shimmered with radiant white light and vanished from sight. The High Priest immediately dropped to his knees. We bid farewell to the Divine Envoy. Behind him, the people pressed their foreheads to the earth in reverent silence. After a long moment, the High Priest rose. Erect statues. Hasten the construction of a temple. Enshrine the Divine Envoy. Scarcely had Lin Mo and his companions returned to their vehicle when Lin Mo noticed his faith power increased once more. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. What was happening? Lin Mo, my faith power just rose. So did mine. He stroked his chin, then shook his head. Better not dwell on mysteries beyond comprehension. Rest for one day. We depart again tomorrow. Su Qing gazed at him surprised. The next station is imminent. Shall we not proceed? This round was exhausting. Let us recuperate first. Lin Mo studied his status panel. Sporadic surges of faith power flickered across it. And with each increment of faith power, he felt his strength subtly ascend. Could faith power function like a fundamental attribute? Did greater faith power directly amplify one's power? Lin Mo shook his head. He simply could not fathom it. At dawn the next day, the vehicle departed punctually. After a full day's rest, the women's countenances visibly brightened. Su Qing gestured ahead. Faith power isn't unique to us. Other squads have encountered it too, though few possess it. Moreover, most acquire it through their second mission. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. All second missions. Yes, exactly. Did this imply every station concealed a secondary quest? No, not necessarily. Some past missions had been eerily devoid of human presence altogether. Unfathomable. What is faith power truly? By morning, Lin Mo's faith power had risen to 4. Beyond that threshold, growth slowed dramatically. The women's faith power remained far lower, and increased even more sluggishly. Not a single treasure chest had appeared. It was now certain the roadside chests had vanished entirely. By the way, we still hold 3 days of self-selected rest. Shall we use one? Lin Mo pondered, then shook his head. Not today. The station approaches. We'll decide after the next one concludes. At 1100 M. The station materialized. Station Tianmu Dynasty Resources, Survival Coins, Treasure Chests, Weapons, Miscellaneous, Fleet Capacity, Unlimited, Threat Level Extreme, Time Limit None. Deep within the imperial palace of the Tianmu dynasty, inside a grand hall dedicated to celestial deities, a man clad in ritual robes knelt murmuring incantations. Behind him knelt Fu Tianji, the reigning emperor of the Tianmu dynasty. Grand Master, can this truly succeed? The Grand Master drew a slow, deep breath. I cannot say for certain, but my master instructed me to attempt it. At that instant, a blinding white light erupted before them. Instinctively, both men squinted. Awe surged through the Grand Master. He realized his master's words were true. Fu Tianji swallowed hard. Were gods real after all? Yet as the radiance faded and silhouettes emerged, he faltered, bewildered. How could there be so many divine beings? And none resembled the deities enshrined in their temples. Lin Mo's vision cleared. Two figures knelt before him. We welcome. Divine Envoy. Lin Mo paused, startled. Ah, please rise. They scrambled upright without delay. Fu Tianji nudged the Grand Master, who cleared his throat. Divine Envoy, have you come to aid us? Lin Mo waved a hand. Hold on, I must first review the assignment. Objective: ensure the survival of the Tianmu dynasty. Upon completion, you shall gain access to this realm's dimensional gateway. A sharp intake of breath. This reward was extraordinarily generous, yet the task clearly bore extraordinary weight. Survival. What dire circumstances demanded no time limit, and no mention of failure conditions. Lin Mo's expression hardened. This trial would test them beyond ordinary measure. Seeing Lin Mo's grave demeanor, Fu Tianji and the Grand Master tensed inwardly. Could even they fail? Then Fu Tianji leaned toward the Grand Master, curious. Grand Master, why call them divine envoys, not celestial deities? I do not know, the Grand Master replied, glancing at Lin Mo's group. The term divine envoy simply arose unbidden in my mind. Uncanny, profoundly uncanny. Though he held the title of Grand Master, and though he had a master of his own, he'd always believed his cultivation arts were merely martial techniques, potent yet limited. As for immortals, or gods, they were mere folk legends, nothing more. Yet this event shattered his lifelong certainties utterly. Could such beings truly exist? Had his master then encountered them? No, he would demand answers once this crisis ended. His master must be concealing something. At that moment, Lin Mo spoke. What calamity afflicts you? The Grand Master promptly recounted the plight of the Tianmu dynasty. More precisely, he described the cataclysm engulfing the entire world, sudden emergence of formidable individuals, some wielding fire, others commanding water, and still others impervious to blades and bullets. Numerous nations had already fallen under their dominion, transformed into new realms ruled by these enigmatic powers. Now such forces had breached the borders of the Tianmu dynasty, and its rulers feared imminent usurpation. Lin Mo stroked his chin, pondering why these individuals sounded so much like people from a magical world. Could it be that the magical world has invaded this place? However, they also resembled gifted survivors. Lin Mo took a deep breath. They sounded quite formidable, and he wondered if they could handle the situation. Who is the strongest among you in the Tianmu dynasty, and what is the difference in strength compared to the opponent? The National Defense General is the strongest, but his strength is only a third of the opponent's. The National Master looked at the Emperor. Have your National Defense General come over. Merely saying this was not enough. A face-to-face meeting was necessary. 10 minutes later, an elderly man in silver armor arrived. Can't you fly? Off. The National Defense General was taken aback. Lin Mo realized that the strength of this world seemed quite ordinary. This was good, as they couldn't fly either. Can those people fly? They can't fly either. Lin Mo stroked his chin. The fact that they also couldn't fly indicated they were not from the magical world. This makes things easier. Lu Yue, fight him for a bit. The old man looked at Lu Yu with a conflicted expression. Asking him to fight a woman was ridiculous. Ahem, National Defense General, just fight her. Remember to use all your strength. You must show your full power. Understood. Since even the Emperor said so, what else could he say? Soon the two sides engaged in battle, and the National Defense General was defeated. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Until his defeat, the National Defense General was still in a daze. How could this woman be so strong? How does her strength compare to the one you mentioned? If the National Defense General was somewhat bewildered earlier, he now understood. These people before him were likely the reinforcements summoned by the National Master. Thinking of this, the National Defense General looked at the National Master with some resentment. Since there were such powerful allies, why make him prepare for death? The National Master looked confused. Hurry up and speak. The National Defense General took a deep breath. They are much stronger than the person I encountered, but the one I encountered was merely a small fry. He hadn't met anyone stronger, nor did he know the depth of the opponent's strength. But from Lin Mo's perspective, that was already sufficient. All right, we will handle the remaining matters. You all, Go investigate how these people came here. Yes. Actually, they had already conducted countless investigations, even purchasing a lot of information from some nations. Yet they still couldn't determine the origins of the opponents. The National Master explained quietly. Lin Mo waved his hand. I know, but as a dynasty you should have some ancient texts, right? Perhaps there are descriptions in them. Based on his repeated experiences in the station, this world never had a power appear without reason. Just like the last station, those people came for the sacred object. These people must have some purpose. I will go now. Your Majesty, it's up to you to arrange it. The National Master then remembered that this country belonged to the Emperor. 3 days later, Lin Mo looked at the ancient texts before him, glancing down at the Emperor. Behind the Emperor stood the ministers of the entire dynasty. As for Lin Mo, he sat upon the dragon throne. He touched the throne. By the way, do you have any soft... This dragon throne is uncomfortable to sit on, and I'm very curious how you can sit on it. Fu Tianji's lips twitched. Others would be lucky to even sit on it. But he dared not say this. I will have someone bring one right now. Fu Tianji hurriedly signaled to... Before long, over 20 chairs with cushions were brought in. However, when Lin Mo touched them, they said, forget it, this will do. At this point, several women had already finished looking through the books and shook their heads together. There are no relevant descriptions here. This meant that there were no records in the dynasty. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Are there any larger countries? An elderly man standing at the front stepped out respectfully. The larger countries are 5 dynasties, but 3 of them have already been conquered. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Why were they conquered while you weren't? Fu Tianji's expression was complex. Because our geographical position isn't very advantageous, perhaps. They haven't reached us yet, but I suspect they will arrive here within a month. It was precisely because of this that they were in such a hurry. They even resorted to seeking divine assistance. Liu Yue divide into several groups, and use the insect clan vehicles to retrieve all their ancient texts. Go to those countries that haven't been conquered, do not go to the conquered ones. It was better to avoid contact until they understood the situation. It wasn't that he was afraid, he just didn't want to influence his judgment. If they truly couldn't find any information, they would just capture someone to ask. Then amidst the astonished gazes of these people, the insect clan vehicles soared into the sky, and truly a divine method. A day later, another pile of books was placed on the table. The National Master and the others initially wanted to help. However, seeing the speed at which Lin Mo and the others flipped through the books, they decided against it. They probably hadn't finished reading a single book before the others had finished all of them. Fu Tianji quietly asked, National Master, are they reading? It's a divine method, you wouldn't understand. Lin Mo held a yellowed book, its pages even slightly damaged. But the content within seemed to be what he desired. Do you know of Bitter Island? Fu Tianji looked bewildered, he truly had never heard of it. The National Master stroked his beard, frowning. Is it the bitter kind? That's right. I heard my master mention it. According to legend, it is a forbidden place for cultivators. Like any cultivator who approaches will disappear, but there wasn't much more said about it. Lin Mo looked at the book in his hand. It seemed to be true. Because it was written like this in the book, but there was also, Bitter Island suppresses the demons of the world. It must not be disturbed unless it is a great matter. In this world there were no demons, so the so-called demons were likely just people. However, since the legends of Bitter Island had existed for a long time, if these people were immortal, their strength would undoubtedly be formidable. But clearly these individuals did not possess great strength. How have they lived for so long? Lin Mo stroked his chin, contemplating. Abilities. There was also another possibility, which was that they were survivors like him. Lin Mo directly led his people to a neighboring dynasty. From the sky, it appeared that the people of the entire city were not affected. It seems those people did not do anything to this city. Su Qing said, according to Fu Tianji and the others, those people have occupied the imperial city and imprisoned the royal family members only to enjoy themselves. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised that they merely imprisoned rather than killed. These people seemed better than he had imagined. He thought they would eliminate the entire royal family. As for keeping those people to prevent the ministers from acting too rashly, that's not impossible, though the likelihood is low. After all, their strength is evident. Let's descend. Let's see how strong the people here are. It stands to reason that those who could occupy the imperial city should not be too weak. In the palace, 2 figures stood outside the main hall, gazing at the sky. Brother Zhang, what is that thing? Zhang Xian looked at the metal object in the sky with confusion. In all his years he had never seen such a thing. Are the people inside strong? Zhang Xian nodded. One of them is very strong, you just don't speak when the time comes. Understood. The vehicle in the sky landed and Lin Mo stepped out while the other women remained inside. It was safer to stay inside the vehicle. This young friend, what brings you here? Zhang Xian smiled at Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the other's smile and rubbed his nose, unsure of how to act. However, the other's strength seemed rather formidable, surpassing even his own belief power. This is interesting. I would like to spar with you and ask a question. Zhang Xian nodded please. He immediately launched a full-force attack on Lin Mo. As their fists collided, both Lin Mo and Zhang Xian were sent flying. Lin Mo retreated more than 20 meters, while Zhang Xian only fell back 15 meters, revealing the clear disparity in strength. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, realizing that in terms of sheer power the other was actually stronger than himself. After all, after several stations his own strength had reached the foundation establishment stage with many attributes and belief points added. His current strength was indeed very formidable. He slowly put away his stance and approached the other. I am Lin Mo from the outer world. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. I am Zhang Xian, also from the outer world. It was clear he was not a local. Where are you from, and what is your purpose here? Their thoughts aligned in some ways. They escaped from the Bitter Island. To be precise, they emerged as the seal of the Bitter Island loosened. As for how they entered the seal, Zhang Xian did not elaborate. Neither did they mention their strength. I can only say that those imprisoned inside include people from this world and others, but their strength is roughly similar. As for their lifespan, I'm not quite sure why. Zhang Xian shook his head. Normally his lifespan would only be around 500 years, yet they had been imprisoned for a long time, without losing much of it. Lin Mo stroked his chin, realizing that the Bitter Island was quite remarkable, as it could prevent aging. Or perhaps the flow of time inside was different from the outside. If only that island could be taken away. However, he knew such a thing was unlikely to happen. So the people here can't fly, right? I suppose. Maybe. Zhang Xian replied uncertainly. Lin Mo nodded. Thank you for telling me so much, or I'll take my leave now. With that, Lin Mo turned and returned to the vehicle, which took off back to the Tianmu dynasty. Are we just going back like this? Aren't we going to resolve the situation? Su Luo asked in confusion. What is our mission? To help the Tianmu dynasty survive. Lin Mo shrugged. Since you know it's Tianmu dynasty, what does it have to do with other countries? Even if it does, we can discuss it after I complete this task. However, Lin Mo stroked his chin as the task was given to him in this realm, which also meant that this place could be considered his territory. Lin Mo shook his head, realizing he needed to secure the dimensional passage first. There was no rush for that. So is the reason those people live long not due to their strength, but entirely because of the Bitter Island? It seems so at present. Su Qing nodded subconsciously. That Bitter Island really is impressive. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Outside the palace of the Tianmu dynasty, Fu Tianji and the national master stood there looking up at the sky. They had maintained this posture for an unknown amount of time. National master, do you think the divine envoy will succeed? What success? They went to gather intelligence, not to do anything else. That's true. Fu Tianji paused, turning to look at the national master. Why are you talking to me like this? I am the emperor. The national master straightened his back. The divine envoy was invited by me. Fu Tianji fell silent. There was no further argument. Sai, how has my status fallen so low? Not only did the national master not help him, but even the ministers no longer defended him. Being an emperor is too difficult. At that moment, the familiar iron shell appeared in the sky. The two quickly stood at attention, watching the iron shell descend. Before Fu Tianji could react, the national master had already rushed over, and his straight back slowly bent down. It was so fluid that Fu Tianji could hardly bear to watch. Divine envoys, how is the situation? Lin Mo took a deep breath. I have a general understanding. Tell me which cities have fallen. Those who dare to occupy small cities must have much weaker strength. Previously he thought these people were survivors like him, but it seemed otherwise now. Divine envoy, the occupied cities are Qin Hu City, Tea City, and Qi Xian City. A total of 8 cities distributed in the northwest directions. Lin Mo nodded. Give me the map. After receiving the map, Lin Mo set off once more. A week later, all the people from the 8 cities were gathered together. These people stood respectfully in place, though some had legs that could no longer stand and could only sit on the ground. Their expressions were filled with tension. They never expected that someone here could be so strong. Not to mention, since you're so strong, why didn't you act at the beginning? Where do you come from? I am from Xingzhe Star. I am from Qiuyi Star. Lin Mo rubbed his temples. There were a total of 24 people from 9 planets. You are not from this planet. Why are you imprisoned here? The crowd shook their heads, unsure of the reason. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and asked, have you participated in the survival game? He had also asked that question to the other 2 individuals who had not participated. Facing these different people, Lin Mo repeated the question. No. Yes. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Those who have not participated stand on this side, and those who have stand on the other side. The group of 24 split into 2. There were 18 who had not participated in the game, and only 6 who had. Lin Mo looked at the 18, What are your abilities? The 18 people looked confused, asking what abilities. Lin Mo explained, how did you acquire your combat abilities? Their combat abilities were all derived from their training in martial arts. This was exactly what Lin Mo had expected. He then turned his attention to the other 6 individuals. This time he didn't need to prompt them, they spoke up on their own. I have the talent to control fire. I also have the talent to wield ice powers. I gained my ability through the temple, allowing me to manipulate people. This highlighted the distinction between those who had participated in the game and those who had not. Then why are you here? Each person's answer varied, but they shared a common point: they had all failed in that game. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Alright, you may leave now, but do not set foot into the Tianmu kingdom again. If I catch you next time, you know the consequences. At that moment, the emotions of the 24 individuals shifted from despair to elation. They had actually survived. Among them, several with crippled legs looked regretful. If only they had known earlier, they would not have resisted. Now with their legs crippled, how could they escape? Fortunately, those nearby were considerate enough to take them away. In truth, they were not being kind, they were worried that if these individuals remained, Lin Mo might become displeased and kill them. Once those individuals had left, Su Qing wore a worried expression. They said they failed to enter. Does that mean we will? We will not fail. As for the others who did fail, Lin Mo thought of those who had been permanently left at the site due to mission failures. Perhaps those individuals were being held in some location, and those who died were ultimately dead. Su Luo gazed at the distant figures that had long since vanished. I thought you would kill them. I had considered it before to ask, and then kill them for a quick, and Lin Mo smiled, but this place ultimately belongs to us, and these individuals might still be useful. He had an idea. If it succeeded, it would be equivalent to acquiring another sacred object. If it didn't succeed, it wouldn't matter, there would be no loss. After clearing out these individuals, Lin Mo looked at his wristband. The task had not been completed. Lin Mo frowned. This shouldn't be the case. What's wrong? The task is not completed. The women were taken aback. Had those people not already been cleared away? Perhaps. We need to clear out all the individuals within this domain for it to count. Lin Mo exhaled deeply. Isn't this a joke? These people look just like those here. Where are we supposed? Su Luo replied with exasperation. Yes, everyone looks alike. How are we supposed to find them? Let's return to the royal city. The next day, Lin Mo summoned all the ministers. You all need to find a way to identify those people from among so many. Lin Mo sat on the sofa looking at the individuals below him. He had no solutions himself. The ministers were bustling with discussions to formulate a strategy. Clearly, this was also a difficult task for them. Finding those individuals among a crowd was not a simple task. Lan Shu sat sideways on the sofa. Logically, with their strength, they would definitely find a way to occupy a city, yet they haven't done so. Nearby, Jiang Suya and others nodded. This should normally be the case, but these are clearly not normal. Su Luo's eyes lit up. Do you think they might want to live like ordinary people, just like those in the game? After being locked up for so long, they wouldn't want to be captured again, so they... Listening to Su Luo's words, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Perhaps these individuals truly had such thoughts. But if that were the case, it would be difficult to find them. At this point, the ministers had finished their discussions. Your Excellency, we have a household registration system in the Tianmu dynasty, which can be used to identify those without registration. They found this method to be very effective. But what if these individuals are hiding deep in the mountains, this? The ministers were at a loss for words. Wasn't this putting them in a difficult position? Hiding in the mountains, they wouldn't be able to find them even if they exhausted themselves. This was beyond what humans could manage. They wanted to say that since the divine envoy is a divine envoy, he must have a way, right? But they didn't dare to. At that moment, Su Qing suddenly said, the insect tribe's vehicle has a function that can scan all energy signatures, and it works on people as well. Should we? Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Right, how had he forgotten about this capability? Alright, let's drive to search. Lin Mo set out again, this time expanding their search centered around the royal city. Fortunately, the vehicle's detection range extended for a full 500 kilometers. Although the broader the range, the less effective it became. As long as they detected a location with differing levels of power, they could find them. However, they forgot that there were also monsters in this area. Although the monsters here were relatively weak, the detector was ultimately a machine, and they couldn't distinguish between them. Looking at the occasional light spots appearing on the screen, Lin Mo wore an expression of exasperation. How are we supposed to find anything here? Actually, there's no need to worry. A look at also displays numbers. The numbers that are low are completely unnecessary to check. Lin Mo looked at the screen where each red light spot had a number ranging from 1 to 50. Lin Mo instructed the vehicle to stop, and several people got out to begin testing. The readings for Su Qing and the others were between 500 and 700. while Lin Mo's reading stood at 1800. This made things much easier. They only needed to search for red dots with readings above 300. 3 days later in a certain grove. Boom, boom. Large trees continued to collapse. In the distance, an elderly figure hurriedly fled, moving at a swift pace. Turning back to glance at Lin Mo, fear shone in his eyes. Don't come any closer. If you stop, I won't pursue you. Then don't chase me first. Yet the distance between them continued to close, and Lin Mo stepped forward, grabbing him and pinning him to the ground. Why are you running? The old man's mouth twitched. How could he not run with such a powerful person chasing? This young brother, I haven't done anything. I'm just hiding here in the woods. The old man felt helpless. Who was this person, and why was he chasing an old man like him? Lin Mo, right, the old man with a reading over 600. What? You are letting me go. The old man twitched at the corner of his eye. If you are letting me go, why have you been chasing me? I almost thought I was going to die. Old people cannot handle being scared. It's about leaving the Tianmu dynasty, you know. If I catch you again, you'll really be dead. Rest assured, I'm leaving now. Without saying a word, the old man turned and ran. Only a fool would stay here. This time, he must find a deep mountain forest. No matter what, he must not be found. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The entire Tianmu dynasty searched everywhere, and even the last person hiding in the cave behind the waterfall was discovered. These people sure know how to hide. No wonder we couldn't find the entrance. Su Luo couldn't help but complain. It took them a whole week to find this person. Even though the vehicles had discovered their target, they still couldn't find the entrance. If it weren't for the fact that they happened to see this person coming out from the waterfall, they would never have found it. Who would have thought that there would actually be an entrance behind this waterfall? Lin Mo took a deep breath while looking at the task. This should be the last one, right? Lin Mo nodded. Indeed, this is the last one, but we need to maintain the status quo for a month. Lan Shu twitched her mouth. What if someone comes in during that time? Then we will kill them. A week later, new announcements were posted on bulletin boards in all cities. Any outsiders will be killed without mercy. This news spread quickly. Some people, not believing in evil, insisted on coming to try. Soon, one by one, corpses were hung on a pillar exposed to the sun. After killing more than 40 people, no one dared to come here anymore. Among those killed were many powerful individuals from the Bitter Island. If even such people could die, how could those of ordinary strength possibly withstand it? In the blink of an eye, a month was about to pass. Fu Tianji felt exceptionally pleased. He was well aware of the situations in other dynasties and empires. Many dynasties, while not necessarily changing leaders, were certainly in turmoil, yet his dynasty had no issues at all. 3 days later. Divine Envoy, won't you stay a bit longer? Lin Mo glanced at Fu Tianji. We are divine envoys with other tasks, but if you have something you can call us at the temple. Oh, perhaps I will sense it. After completing the mission, he placed the teleportation passage in the temple of the Tianmu dynasty. It should have some effect. Even if it doesn't work, there will still be time to come over. Lin Mo and his group departed. Soon some people saw a black iron box appearing in various imperial cities. And those powerful outsiders, upon seeing this black box, immediately left the imperial city, who no one dared to stay behind. They knew who this black box belonged to. After spending half a year searching through the treasures and libraries of all the imperial cities, Lin Mo was greatly disappointed. The items in these places were simply too poor. Although there were practitioners here, they were all martial artists, and there were no cultivators whatsoever. Fortunately, they did obtain quite a few survival coins and treasure chests, which was a small consolation. On the road inside the car, Lin Mo and his group sat around the dining table, enjoying hot pot. They had initially intended to eat hot pot in the cafeteria, but the prices were simply outrageous. Sister, why didn't you bring some members over this time? Su Luo swallowed the lamb in his mouth and asked. The people have been investigated thoroughly. I will bring them back next time we go in. Lin Mo looked at Su Qing in confusion. When did you investigate? I had no idea. He recalled that they weren't all acting together. Su Qing shrugged. Of course, during our time in the imperial city, didn't we have times when we acted? Lin Mo remembered that because there were too few items in those 2 places, he had divided them into 5 small teams. He twitched his mouth. Su Qing was indeed very serious. At this moment, she still hasn't forgotten this matter. However, bringing back more people isn't a bad idea. But would those people be willing? Some young women from martial generals' families are quite willing, but they are hard to find. They visited over a dozen countries, but only 3 girls were truly willing to come with them, and they were all from martial generals' families. But it doesn't matter. Being able to take 3 from one station is already quite a lot. For Su Qing, this is more than enough. Lin Mo didn't mind this matter. With Su Qing around, he didn't need to consider so much. He paused his actions. We still have 3 days of rest time. Do you want to use it? Lan Shu propped her chin. Actually, this is also considered rest. during our last station, it was almost the same as resting in the palace. In fact, they were even more comfortable than usual. Whatever they did, there were always a bunch of people serving them. At first they were a bit unaccustomed, but over time it felt quite good. We should not waste this opportunity. Who knows what different things might come up? Su Luo said. Lin Mo looked at the others, and the other girls were indifferent. In that case, let's use it. Lin Mo took out a paper resembling a ticket and silently invoked its use. Congratulations on activating 3 days of rest time. Please choose from the following destinations. Island Urban Commercial District Sky Pavilion Tianmu Dynasty. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Even the Tianmu Dynasty is included. Isn't that a bit too convenient? Lin Mo briefly introduced the 4 locations. I really want to choose the Urban Commercial District. It has been a while, and I miss it quite a bit. Counting the time from all the stations, it has indeed been a long time. But ultimately curiosity overcame them. Are you sure? The girls nodded. They were very curious about what that place would be like. In that case, let's choose this. We will arrive in 2 hours. At 6 o'clock, the group stepped out of the car. Behind them was a 3-story ancient-style building, and in front of them was an open space filled with blooming flowers. In the distance, there was a sea of white clouds. Is this the Sky Pavilion? Su Luo hurried to the edge, gripping the railing. Her legs weakened and almost kneeling on the ground. This is too high. Are you okay? Lin Mo and the others rushed over. Then they saw the height of this. The girls' legs weakened one by one. This was indeed excessively high. We should not get too close. Look, there are so many buildings here, not just this one. The group walked around the building they were in front of and reached the backyard, where there was a 4-story building on each side, and at the deepest point was a 7-story building. All of them were ancient-style wooden buildings. Look, what lies at the center of this courtyard isn't a koi pond, but a natural hot spring. Let's soak in it tonight. So the women decided to bathe in the spring after dinner. But where exactly would they dine? Lin Mo pointed toward the first structure they had seen. That must be the dining hall. Perhaps fearing they might struggle to distinguish it. Thus wooden plaques stood beside every entrance and exit of each building, bearing brief descriptions. The first building was designated for meals. The structures on either side served as entertainment zones, while the innermost 7-story edifice functioned as the lodging quarters. Su Luo scratched his head. Could such an expansive compound possibly exist solely for dining? That seems rather odd. Indeed, it defied logic. They entered the building. The ground floor was a spacious hall furnished with resting chairs. Ascending to the second floor revealed a lush verdant atrium brimming with flora and blossoms, punctuated by birdsong echoing softly from unseen perches. At its heart rested a stone table fed by a gentle stream upon which dishes drifted serenely across the water's surface. Large windows flanked the table, front and back, offering sweeping views of the surrounding landscape. This space feels off. It's far too vast, Su Luo murmured, astonished. From the outside the building appeared modest, yet inside it bore no resemblance whatsoever. No surprise there, Lan Shu remarked calmly. A venue curated by the survival game could hardly be subpar. The others nodded in quiet agreement. Then let's hurry upstairs to explore the 3rd floor. If the 2nd floor is already so splendid, surely the 3rd will surpass it. Yet upon ascending they discovered the 3rd floor mirrored the 2nd, save for an additional open expanse at its center. Puzzled, the women exchanged glances. What purpose could identical spaces serve? Let's settle here. It affords the widest vista yet. Lin Mo glanced upward. Perhaps that held the true distinction. Outside, the roof had appeared solid and enclosed. Now overhead stretched only open sky. Clear blue heavens arched above them. Seated around the stone table, they watched delicacies glide gently toward them upon the water. Su Luo swallowed hard. How fragrant this fare smells. But does it cost anything? She recalled their earliest rest period when every action demanded survival coins. Lin Mo held up a bamboo scroll. It states that meals are complimentary, but performances require payment. Fortunately, the performance fees were modest. What kind of performances? You'll see soon enough. Lin Mo tapped the scroll to order a musical piece and a classical dance ensemble. Instantly, maidens clad in ancient silken robes emerged from distant flower beds. An ethereal melody rose, light, resonant, otherworldly, as the dancers moved with hypnotic grace. Now I understand why emperors cherished courtly dances so deeply. Who could resist such enchantment? Su Luo stared transfixed, so utterly absorbed she forgot even to eat. 10 minutes later the performance concluded. Already, the women sighed, lingering in wistful silence. Let's eat first, then watch again properly. Lin Mo sighed, exasperated. In 10 minutes they'd scarcely touched their food, more entranced than he had ever been. It became without question the swiftest meal in their collective memory. Su Luo rested her chin upon her palm, waiting eagerly for the next act. Su Qing suddenly asked, how much did that dance cost? 100 survival coins for 10 minutes. Quite reasonable, all things considered. At 8 o'clock, they departed the dining hall. The women still lingered in reverie, replaying the dance in their minds. Sister, tell me, were those performers truly human? They're likely real. Then, if we placed our watches upon them, would they become our teammates? Lin Mo stumbled mid-step. So that was what they'd been scheming about. He turned to Su Luo. You're overthinking it. Those are almost certainly lifelike constructs, not living beings, and cannot be recruited. Even if they could be recruited, they possess no combat prowess. Su Luo pouted, as if anyone else who joins us brings real strength. A hush fell. Zhao Yu stood quietly subdued. Among their squad, she alone lacked any measurable ability. Even after consuming enhancement elixirs and artifacts, her progress remained painfully slow. Lan Shu gently squeezed Zhao Yu's shoulder. Don't dwell on it. Su Luo speaks without filter. She means no one harm. Zhao Yu nodded faintly. I know. It's just. Look at me. Then at Meng Di and Jiang Su Yao? Truth be told, none of us possesses formidable combat capability. Zhao Yu exhaled slowly. Was it truly comparable? Their weakness was relative, measured only against their extraordinary comrades. Yet in actual conflict, each wielded undeniable decisive power. Fortunately, she wasn't one to spiral inward. Her spirits lifted swiftly. Within the vast steaming hot spring, Lin Mo sat at the outermost edge. The temperature was perfect, deeply soothing. Soon footsteps approached. Lin Mo turned and saw Su Qing and the others approaching in single file, clad in vibrant bikinis. Crimson, amber, rose violet, bandeaus, string ties, sheer cutouts. They lined up before him, presenting their attire with playful confidence. Well, are we stunning? Lin Mo nodded gravely, exquisitely so. Su Qing smiled mysteriously. Wait, you haven't seen the best yet. Moments later, the beast-ear maidens arrived. Yet unlike usual, they now fully manifested their hybrid traits. The cat-eared maiden unfurled her tail and flexed her clawed hands. The deer-horned maiden dropped effortlessly onto all fours. The ox-horned maiden. Su Qing leaned close to Lin Mo's ear. Never seen this before, have you? Lin Mo remained silent. He'd witnessed each individually, but never all together like this. The beast-ear maidens slipped into the spring, their cheeks flushed, whether from warmth or shyness none could say. After shared laughter subsided, the women settled quietly along the spring's rim, gazing upward at the stardust firmament. What breathtaking scenery this is. I wish we could stay here forever, growing old in such serenity. But they knew it was impossible. In 3 days they would depart. After soaking, they retired to their sleeping quarters, a traditional, elegantly appointed chamber, unremarkable save for its refined antiquity. Perhaps exhaustion weighed heavy, or perhaps the spring's embrace had lulled them deep. The women drifted into slumber almost instantly upon lying down. At the topmost tier, Lin Mo held Su Qing close, his expression resigned. You're overreaching. Try it. What if it works? And what if the survival game intervenes? Fair point. Lin Mo hadn't imagined Su Qing would propose relocating all 4 structures into Golden City, nor fathom her reasoning. Then let's drop the subject. Su Qing rolled over smoothly. Next, you obey my commands. Lin Mo merely sighed. He'd long grown accustomed to this. 2 hours later, Su Qing brushed stray strands from her temple, radiant and utterly unwearied. Alas, the time slips away too swiftly. In 2 days we march forth once more. For the next 2 days, everyone took the time to relax. On the 4th day, they returned to the highway. I haven't rested enough yet. Why are we back already? Su Luo rolled around on the sofa. She really wanted to continue resting, feeling she had not had enough rest. Why do you think so? Well, do you want to rest forever? Su Qing was speechless towards her sister. Su Luo suddenly turned to her sister and said, by the way, didn't you mention that there were people in that realm who wanted to follow us last time? Su Qing looked at Lin Mo. That depends on whether our captain is willing or not. Lin Mo was taken aback. How did this involve him? I have no objections. After all, the number of treasure chests was decreasing, and having more people was indeed a good thing. You guys quickly look at the trading center. Wiley said urgently. Everyone opened the trading center at the same time. What happened? The keys. Quickly look at the number of keys. Everyone searched for the keys, and when they appeared, everyone was stunned. 20 items per page. There were more than 80 pages. Su Qing looked at the interface in confusion. There didn't seem to be many keys here when we left, did there? She remembered that at the beginning they had looked at the trading center. Lin Mo nodded. There really weren't many at that time. It seems. It should be that during the 3 days we rested they obtained quite a few keys. However, the number 2 key they needed was not on this list. It seems that the most difficult to obtain was the number 2 key. Lan Shu rested her chin on her hand, her finger tapping lightly. Does this mean the final highway is about to begin? Yes, all 4 keys have appeared, so the 5th key can't be far off. Lin Mo nodded. It shouldn't be long before we can enter the ultimate highway. But what this final highway is, I cannot imagine. Theoretically, it should be more difficult than the current highway. However, after experiencing the recent several stations, he felt that this final highway should be quite different from what he imagined. Perhaps. Lin Mo shook his head, wondering why he was overthinking. Let's set off. Everyone returned to the driver's seat, and the vehicle slowly started. Lin Mo opened the world channel, and immediately looked at the numbers above. 9,820,000. The number of people had dropped to such a level. However, whether those people had died, or were sealed somewhere, he didn't know. In the past, he would have thought that all those people were dead. But after experiencing the Tianmu dynasty, he believed that some of those people were imprisoned. He then opened the regional channel. At this moment, the regional channel was noticeably quieter than before. I give up, another team has just been wiped out. Yeah, are they ever going to let people live? I feel like I can't go on. Didn't anyone find the fruit of longevity? What? What is that thing? Lin Mo rubbed his chin. The so-called fruit of longevity grew on a giant tree at a certain place on the map. The fruits on the tree could extend one's life by 10 years, and how many fruits a tree had depended on luck. So there was such a thing. He thought that at this stage, everyone's lifespan relied solely on cultivation techniques. Over the past few days, Lin Mo had also obtained quite a few SS-grade techniques which all the girls had begun to practice. Although they couldn't significantly increase their lifespans at once, as long as their strength increased, it wouldn't be a problem. Lin Mo and Lu Yu's strengths had already reached the late foundation establishment stage, and they were about to cultivate to the golden core stage. However, they were now completely stuck in this position, unable to advance or retreat. They indeed had quite a few energy crystals, but these energies were not enough for them to break through to the golden core stage. Even if they concentrated all the crystals on one person, it would still be useless. This led to them being completely stuck in this position. Su Qing, do you think there's a level restriction here? Su Qing didn't react immediately. What? I mean, in our cultivation techniques, haven't we stopped at the foundation establishment stage, unable to continue upward? Su Qing nodded. Perhaps, I guess this ultimate highway will allow us to advance. No matter whether they were on this highway or at the stations, they could not advance. She added. And have you noticed that the strength of those people at the stations seems to have limits as well, not exceeding ours by much? Lin Mo nodded. This point was indeed true. If the strength of others was very strong, then they should also be able to reach that realm. Soon they arrived at the first station of the day. Now there was no need to look at the stations, all the information was the same anyway. Only by entering could they know what to do. This was quite frustrating. Fortunately, it was only a matter of time before they completed any task. In a forest. Mission objective: destroy the light sect within 5 years. Mission completion: gain a statue temple. Increase faith power. Mission failure: be suppressed in the light church's underground prison for 100 years. A statue temple. Faith power. These things again. Lin Mo felt that things seemed to be developing in a bizarre direction. Why do I feel like we are here to seize faith? Su Qing hesitated. Lin Mo nodded. I think so too. We previously appeared as envoys of the gods, and some of the statues in the temple looked somewhat familiar at that time. Could it be what he thought? If that were the case, were these ordinary people like him merely toys for the god? That feeling was indeed unpleasant. But even knowing this, they still had to proceed. Let's go, there's a village ahead, let's go take a look first. Arriving at the village, seeing the black-haired, black-eyed villagers in the distance, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Could he have guessed wrong? Lin Mo and his group reached the entrance of the village. At first, the villagers in the distance were vigilant, but then they relaxed. Where did you come from? A middle-aged man approached, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the bestiared girls. We got lost, and wanted to know where this place is. This is the border of the Take Principality. We are in Xia village. Where are you headed? The middle-aged man looked Lin Mo up and down. The middle-aged man paused. Are you subjects of the Great Xia? Lin Mo hesitated. We should be. You must be. Only subjects of the Great Xia have this kind of hair and eyes. The middle-aged man led the group into the village, guiding them home, while occasionally glancing at the bestiared girls. The hair color and eye color were indeed conspicuous. They are one of us, you don't need to worry. Upon arriving at the middle-aged man's home, he quietly asked, how did you escape? I remember that the Great Xia Kingdom was destroyed 10 years ago. Lin Mo casually replied a couple of phrases before hurriedly inquiring about the situation. Through the words of the other party, he learned the reason for the downfall of the Great Xia, and he understood why such a task was assigned. The Great Xia worshipped celestial beings, setting themselves apart from other nations. The Church of Light intervened, leading a coalition of more than 10 nations to annihilate the Great Xia. This process lasted for 100 years, and a few years ago the Great Xia fell apart. The temples of the celestial beings were completely destroyed. Once the middle-aged man left, Su Qing quickly said, "So, this is the origin of our task. Yes, it seems we are not only tasked with destroying the Church of Light, but also with eradicating the beliefs of those nations. The time seems a bit short, doesn't it? Shouldn't it be enough? If we destroy the Church of Light, it feels like everything will come to an end and their beliefs will collapse naturally." Lin Mo nodded, but deep down began to contemplate his initial thoughts. Perhaps what he considered was indeed true. Behind this survival game there might really be the presence of celestial beings, and he and others were merely pawns. Lin Mo took a deep breath, knowing this insight held no significance. Su Qing noticed Lin Mo's expression and asked, "What are you thinking about now?" Lin Mo shared his thoughts with everyone. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all living things as mere fodder. That feels quite normal, doesn't it? Perhaps it is. Well then, let's prepare to execute the mission. Before leaving, they met the village chief. Upon learning that they were leaving, the village chief couldn't help but express concern. "I suggest you stay here. This is the border, and hardly anyone comes here. However, if you go to the city, your appearances will be a significant problem. The Great Xia has been annihilated, but its people have not all perished. Thus all nations are hunting down the people of the Great Xia. Anyone discovered to be from the Great Xia is to be killed without exception. The reason is quite simple. The Great Xia has experienced 6 instances of destruction, yet has rebuilt itself 7 times. It can be said that the shadow of the Great Xia looms large over these nations. In the past, if an empire fell, it would break into several principalities or kingdoms. They had never encountered a situation like this. Lin Mo's heart stirred, so the Great Xia is always ready to revive. The village chief nodded. That is inevitable. Lin Mo nodded. Then I understand. It seems they were not only tasked with destroying the Church of Light, but also with eliminating certain nations. A week later, black insectoid vehicles descended from the sky. Not far away stood a massive white city, the Empire of Light, which is the stronghold of the Church of Light. "This shouldn't be so simple," Lan Shu said anxiously. "Trust in our strength." Lin Mo led the team towards the city gate. As they approached the city gate, the guards in the distance immediately spotted them. "It's people from the Great Xia. Prepare to attack and kill them." 10 guards clad in silver armor charged toward them. Yet in the next moment, all 10 fell dead. Their strength was simply too weak. Lin Mo looked at the 10 corpses on the ground in confusion, thinking their strength was ridiculously poor. However, he didn't dwell on it, and led the team to charge inside. Having just advanced 500 meters, a battalion charged at them. These individuals were clearly much stronger than the previous guards. "My lord!" The soldiers drew their long swords and shouted angrily. A faint white light enveloped them. Lin Mo's brow furrowed, as this reminded him of the mages he encountered in the past. These people's strength seemed to be a notch higher. A white sword energy surged towards Lin Mo and his team. They swiftly dodged the attacks, leaving deep rifts in the ground. Based on the rifts in the ground, Lin Mo gauged their strength and believed they could handle them, but the enemy's reinforcements were increasing. A phantom of an angel appeared above the soldiers, and with its emergence the strength of the soldiers visibly increased once more. No wonder the influence of the Church of Light is so vast. With such abilities, who would dare provoke them? As the battle continued, Lin Mo felt like cursing. Killing them was certainly possible, but it was excessively troublesome. As long as it wasn't a situation of certain death, the enemy's wounds healed quickly, and they would re-enter the battlefield. Mobilize the power of belief. Lin Mo had initially intended to use this power as a means to bolster their strength, and now it seemed it was time to start consuming it. Fortunately, he had accumulated a fair amount during this time, so it could be useful. As they consumed the power of belief, their stamina began to recover. Upon discovering that after consuming the power of belief his own strength began to rise, Lin Mo realized this was the true application of the power of belief. With a roar, Lin Mo's aura abruptly shifted, and he soared into the sky. As Lin Mo took flight, Lu Nan and Lu Yu followed suit. Lin Mo ignored those below and instead looked at his own hands. Is this the strength of the golden core stage? He examined within his body, where a golden core was circulating slowly. Boom! A massive sword engulfed in white flames towering 20 meters high descended from the sky. Lin Mo threw a punch. Boom! A shockwave erupted, sending the surrounding people flying, shattering the massive sword in the sky. He slowly lowered his head to gaze at the people on the ground. He wanted to see how formidable the power of the golden core stage was. If his strength in the late foundation establishment stage could only match those people, then now it was a crushing victory. It seems we won't need 5 years, just one day will suffice. Lin Mo, the mission is incomplete. Lin Mo looked at the ruins of the Temple of Light. That shouldn't be. We've practically killed everyone here. Does destroying the Church of Light mean we need to eliminate all its believers? Su Luo said weakly. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Oh, if that were the case, there would be quite a number of people to kill. It wouldn't just be the Church of Light, but the entire world's populace would need to be exterminated. He couldn't accomplish that even if he were exhausted. Mengdi thought for a moment, and said there's another possibility, that is to annihilate all the churches of light. Lin Mo agreed, believing this was the correct understanding. In that case, let's begin. It seemed there was a reason they were given 5 hours. However, before proceeding, they needed to find information about the church's location from the ruins. Lin Mo looked at the ruins before him, realizing he might have used excessive force. His gaze shifted to the residents of the City of Light behind him. Su Qing noticed Lin Mo's look and asked, should we kill these people? Let's observe first. Let's visit that village first and ask the village chief if he has any idols. Su Qing was taken aback. You wouldn't be thinking. To test it out, spare the believers and kill all the non-believers. Lin Mo said calmly. After experiencing so much, he had become accustomed to killing. Some things must be done to complete the mission. Oh, Su Qing was taken aback. How was this supposed to be tested? If they are pretending. Lin Mo smirked. Devout believers will not change their thoughts. Especially those fanatical believers. The battle had just ended, and those people seemed unafraid of death, which even made him feel a tinge of fear. Thus he found this task increasingly reasonable. Just go do it. All right. The residents of Guangming City felt uneasy over the past couple of days. They did not know who this person truly was, only that a handful managed to kill all the members of the Guangming Church. Even the Pope could not withstand it, and was slain. Moreover, the Lord they believed in did not come to help. This dealt a heavy blow to their faith. As dawn broke, 3 statues were placed in the central square. Passers-by saw them, but they did not know what these statues represented. Just then a resounding voice echoed throughout the city. Everyone come to the central square, the future slayers are here. Figures emerged from various houses, hastily gathering in the square, as they did not want to die. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo appeared. Kneel. Devoutly worship the statue before you. The crowd exchanged glances. Of faith could not be changed so easily. Yet some had already knelt, believing that survival was paramount. Conversely, there was a group that vowed never to kneel, and those people were all killed. Even if they knelt later, they could not escape the fate of being killed. From now on, come to pray once every day. Those who do not come, you know the consequences. Changing a person's faith is not something easily accomplished, so Lin Mo had plenty of time. The next day, Lin Mo left with his people, leaving this place in the care of the beast-eared girls. The beast-eared girls were weak, but sufficient to handle these people. In the following time, Lin Mo swept through each country, leaving no member or building of the church alive. Half a year later, all members of the church from every nation have been killed, but the task is still not complete. Lin Mo frowned. This shouldn't be the case. Did he misjudge? Or was there some aspect he had not considered? What is the situation with the Daxia kingdom? They have begun to restore their nation, and it is expected that within 2 months the Daxia kingdom will be re-established. In that case, let us gather resources first and leave this place for now. He planned to disappear for a while to redirect attention, thinking that those hidden forces should reveal themselves. After all, they had killed too many, and it was normal for these people to be frightened. At first, no one dared to show their face. 2 months later, the Daxia kingdom was established, occupying 4 cities, one of which was the original capital. They then began to spread out from this center, gradually reclaiming the territory that originally belonged to the Daxia kingdom and rebuilding the original temples. The members of the Guangming Church hidden in the corners could no longer remain calm. In the corner of a city, Your Excellency, our believers are decreasing rapidly. The bishop seated at the head sighed. There is no other way. That person's power is too strong. Even with divine power, we cannot cope with it. But Your Excellency, those people seem to have disappeared. Disappeared? That's merely a way to lure us out. The bishop sneered. He was not a fool. How could the other party possibly leave? But the bishop waved his hand. There are no buts. We must endure for a while longer. Although he endured, the Daxia kingdom would not be patient. Over the years, if it weren't for the constant disruptions by the Guangming Church, Daxia would not have been destroyed so many times. This time, Daxia directly sent envoys to various nations with a single request. As long as you execute the members of the church within your borders, Daxia will not intrude upon your territory for 100 years. Hearing this proposal, these nations could not help but feel tempted. Although 100 years is a bit short, it is enough for 2 generations. As for the 3rd generation, that is the issue they need to consider. Moreover, even if Daxia wanted to expand its territory, it would need capable individuals. In 100 years, how many generations could Daxia produce? Thus there was no need for concern. I never expected there to be such good things deep in the mountains. Lin Lingling led her group into the deep mountains. Looking at the grand hall before them, everyone was stunned. It was actually the territory of the Guangming Church, but judging by the weeds, it seemed no one had come here for a long time. Let's go inside. Upon entering the grand hall, they found numerous angel sculptures, although these sculptures were quite dilapidated. Inside this grand hall, numerous golden treasure chests were neatly arranged, and there were quite a few survival coins on the floor. There are indeed a lot of items here. By the way, it seems we haven't encountered a single convoy so far. Do you think other convoys simply cannot enter? Lin Mo shook his head. Theoretically, there are no restrictions. The only possibility is that everyone has entered from different entry points. Or perhaps once they completed the task here, others would not be able to enter. After all, time outside was frozen once they entered. That is why he said that there was no need to look at other things, as everything here was quite different. The only thing worth examining was what the task was, and what the results of completion or incompletion would be. At that moment, a line of text appeared before everyone. Task completed. Gain the Temple of the Statue. Faith Power 1000. A stream of faith power surged into everyone's bodies. Was this task really completed just like that? Su Qing was astonished. Hadn't they not even made a move yet? It could be that the Daxiao people did it indeed, helping us. Su Qing pondered. Could it be that the temple was built by them? It should be a let's go back. A day later, everyone arrived at the Daxiao Imperial City. On a mountain outside the suburbs, they saw groups of people and a temple. Could that be it? That shouldn't be. There are too many people. Su Luo shook her head. Even if it were their temple, there shouldn't be that many people. Moreover, it seemed that only the villagers recognized them. Nonetheless, they still went to take a look. They quietly entered the temple and looked at the sculptures inside. The main hall held those 3 statues. In the left hall, they saw their own sculptures, which, while somewhat different, still bore a striking resemblance. Even the cat-eared girls had sculptures. They are indeed them. With so many people coming in, our faith power must be skyrocketing. Lin Mo glanced at his faith power, which was indeed soaring much faster than before. Moreover, having experienced this matter, he had come to appreciate the wondrous use of faith power. Let's go back. The Tianmu dynasty. I have seen the divine envoy, my lord, the national master said, bowing respectfully. He was originally reciting prayers within this temple. Unexpectedly, while reciting, he summoned the divine envoy. However, he recalled that he was merely reciting ordinary prayers. Don't mind us. Oh, just carry on with what you were doing. The national master opened his mouth. Should I inform His Majesty the Emperor? No need, we are leaving immediately. Lin Mo took a few steps forward and asked, how long has it been since we last left this place? The national master thought for a moment. Almost 3 years. Lin Mo nodded and turned to lead the others away. After exiting the temple, Lan Shu said, so the passage of time here is not 1-1. Lin Mo shook his head. It's 1-to-1. It's just that for us the vehicles should have come in with us, but we cannot summon them out. Previously, they thought the vehicles were on the road, as they always appeared in the vehicles when coming out. Now that they think about it, they did drive in, so the vehicles should have come in too. Otherwise, how could the passage of time possibly align with theirs? Su Qing let out a heavy sigh. Sister, what's wrong? It's been 3 years, and I thought only 2 days had passed. I don't know if those people still remember me. Su Qing shook her head. It was simply too difficult. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't worry, but this is an ancient world. When she met those few, they were only about 15 or 16 years old. 3 years later, they are almost 20. Those people must have children who are already 2 years old. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised that so much time had passed, and Su Qing still remembered such things. He didn't mind if there are none, there are none. There will be other opportunities in the future. Forget it, I'll go take a look. Lin Mo, do you want to come with me? Lin Mo stroked his chin. It'll pass, we are only staying here for 2 days, so let's not waste too much time. After all, they came in from the road and couldn't enter the station. He wanted to, but without vehicles they simply couldn't enter. He had no choice. Don't worry, it's just a few nearby countries. Su Qing took Lu Nan with her while Lu Yu stayed behind. She couldn't take all their combat power with her. Su Qing went to handle her own matters while Lin Mo wandered around the Tianmu Imperial City with others. Meanwhile, within the palace, the national master found the emperor. Your Majesty, guess who I saw? Fu Tianji calmly sipped his tea. In this palace, who else could you possibly see? I say, can you not return to your place? It's inappropriate to hang around the palace all day. The national master rolled his eyes. Who sent me here? I was fine at home, yet they insisted I come. I only invited your master. But my master never comes out. Fu Tianji took a deep breath, too lazy to argue with this guy. Just tell me, who did you see? You'll be shocked. I saw the divine envoy and his companions. Bang! Fu Tianji directly fell off the dragon chair. The divine envoy is back again. Is something wrong happening here? It shouldn't be those people didn't dare to come in, did they? The national master shrugged. I don't know about that. Fu Tianji stood up from the ground and hurriedly straightened his clothes. Where is the divine envoy? Take me to meet him quickly. After all, it is the divine envoy. He must not be disrespectful. The divine envoy seems to have gone into the city. I think he came here to play. Fu Tianji was taken aback. Do divine beings also enjoy playing? I suppose so, though I have never been a divine being. If I were a divine being, I might also want to come out and explore. As for why they hadn't come before, he simply didn't know. 2 days later. Why hasn't my sister returned yet? Su Luo sat on the grass, idly playing with the weeds in her hand. Your sister said she's on her way back. Oh, does that mean we will have to set off again? Yes. Soon a black vehicle slowly descended from the sky. Su Qing stepped out of the vehicle, followed by 4 armored girls. Good news, I managed to bring all 4 of them back with me. The 4 girls saluted Lin Mo. We have seen the divine envoy, my lord. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Didn't your families urge you to marry and have children? No, we are waiting for the divine envoy. The name of the divine envoy is known to their families, so they wouldn't. Lin Mo smacked his lips. The title of divine envoy is indeed powerful. Since that's the case, let's go together. On the sandy road, everyone appeared inside the vehicle. These 4 girls, like Zhao Yu at that time, were filled with curiosity about this place. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, Zhao Yu, you should have a lot to talk about. Take them around for a stroll. All right. Lin Mo then took the others to the driver's cabin, and the vehicle resumed its journey on the road. Days passed, and they completed one destination after another. At the trading center, the number of keys was increasing, and the prices were dropping. However, the second key had yet to appear. People were now anxious to obtain the second key. They wanted to know what this so-called ultimate road was. Similarly, they also wanted to know if entering the ultimate road would allow them to extend their lifespan. Though there exists longevity fruit, it isn't something one can encounter at every station. As for purchasing such fruit that extends lifespan, only a fool would spend money on it. Lin Mo opened the world channel. The number of people had dropped below 5 million. News was increasing here. The second key seems difficult to obtain. I wonder if I can live to see that time. I speculate that only 1 key is needed. Absolutely impossible. I feel that only those who possess the key can enter the ultimate road. People were looking forward, hoping that it would be best if everyone could enter. If each person needed it, they would be finished. That day, Lin Mo and the others completed another mission at a station. They were about to begin their search. This time, they were given a full 10 years, but according to Lin Mo's thoughts, it was still just like before. They would search as usual. I think we better search for more time, at least explore this entire planet. Since we've been given such a long time, there must be a reason for it. After Su Qing finished speaking, Lan Shu quickly added, yes, and through the power of belief, our strength has already reached the nascent soul stage, and our lifespan has extended to 3,000 years, enough for us to consume. Lin Mo nodded. Then let's begin the search. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye 5 years passed. They had thoroughly searched the entire planet. I said we should search, didn't I? Lin Mo looked at the second key in his hand, and silently nodded. Indeed, they should search. Lin Mo took out the remaining 4 keys, and as the 5 keys were placed together, a pale yellow light instantly illuminated. The 5 keys began to merge. After a few seconds, the light dissipated, revealing a brand new key. Ultimate Highway key. Note: after use, it grants access to the Ultimate Highway. On the sofa, several people gazed at the brass key before them, knowing that the final highway was about to open. Did this mean they would soon be able to return? Su Luo supported his chin with his hands, glancing over at the others. You guys aren't thinking of using this key to return to Blue Star, are you? Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Yes, what's wrong with that? But didn't we say before that it seems there aren't many people back there? However, staying here means we are constantly facing danger. They were able to cope for now, but who could guarantee their safety in the long run? Su Luo sighed. That does seem to be true, but what if the ultimate highway is actually no different from here? What if it's even more difficult? One couldn't deny that Su Luo's words made sense. The women fell into contemplation. If it were more dangerous, it would be better not to go. The women turned their gazes to Lin Mo. Seeing this, Lin Mo rubbed his temples. There was no use in looking to him for this kind of matter. Let's not use this key for now, and see how things unfold first. Su Qing was taken aback. I suspect that once we enter the ultimate highway, we won't appear in the channel. Moreover, others might not even be able to obtain this key. If anyone could get the key, they would have flaunted it in the channel long ago. Let's not dwell on that for now. Let's continue on. The vehicle resumed its journey on the highway. Lin Mo opened the world channel. The number of people remained the same. However, one piece of information caught him off guard. Yo, we received the blessing of the eight-headed deity, and our strength has surged. You guys better hope we don't run into each other, ha. What's the eight-headed deity compared to the Archangel Michael, who is truly the strongest? The god Zeus has granted us sacred artifacts. Next will be our stage. Lin Mo frowned. What was going on here? People from various countries were encountering the deities of their respective nations. Moreover, aren't deities just legends? What was going on? Lin Mo rubbed his forehead. Deities were appearing for every country. Only they from Huagua had yet to see any. Was it that there were none, or was the time just not right? Ha ha ha, you Huagua have nothing, you just wait to be killed by us. You should be grateful that the station is big enough or we won't run into each other. Lin Mo closed the interface, taking a deep breath. Things seemed to have become complicated. If what they said was true, it could indeed pose some trouble. They indeed had some sacred artifacts in hand, but these artifacts were obtained by themselves. Moreover, he wasn't sure how powerful they really were. Did you see the news on the World Channel? Su Qing asked from the side. Lin Mo nodded. I saw it. It feels a bit strange. Su Qing nodded in agreement. It is indeed strange. Do you think this survival world was created by those celestial beings? After all, the recent events have all been about seizing faith. It's possible, but what I don't understand is why they chose Blue Star as the target. Su Qing supported her chin. Perhaps the resources of the planet have depleted and humanity will ultimately perish, right? Lin Mo paused, his eyes twitching. Even if resources were scarce, they should be enough for them to survive for thousands or tens of thousands of years, right? There's no need to destroy them so early. Forget it. This matter really shouldn't be thought about too much. It's truly a burden for a martial general like him. Soon a station appeared, and the vehicle came to a stop. After getting out of the car, Lin Mo fell into deep thought as he looked at the station before him. What? Su Qing stared at the panel, stunned. They actually couldn't enter. Your team already possesses the key. Please proceed to the ultimate highway. Clearly they were either to remain on this highway or head to the ultimate highway. What should we do now? Let's use the key. Back in the car, all the women squeezed into the driver's seat. Whether it was Zhao Yu or Su Qing, they were all quite nervous. Lin Mo took out the key and took a deep breath. The brass key slowly floated up, heading towards the windshield. Then it passed through the windshield, flying into the outside world parallel to the ground. With the rotation of the key, a clattering sound was heard. In the next moment, a bronze door, 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, appeared. As the key turned, the bronze door slowly opened. A dark passage appeared within the door. The ultimate highway is now open. Please enter quickly. Count 9, 8. Drive in. Su Luo hurriedly started the vehicle, rushing in with 3 seconds left on the countdown. Once the vehicle entered, the door behind them closed and gradually vanished. The group was completely engulfed in darkness. After a moment of dizziness, their vision was restored. The group quickly looked around. They were still on a highway, but this one was amidst the starry sky. Is this the ultimate highway? A space highway? Su Qing looked around suspiciously. Driving in space seemed utterly ridiculous. At that moment, a panel simultaneously popped up before all the members of the team. Congratulations on arriving in the Starry Sky Highway. Detected mixed bloodlines within the convoy. The leader's bloodline will take precedence. Detection complete. Yinhuang bloodline. You belong to the Heavenly Court faction. Please proceed to the novice camp. A green arrow appeared on the highway, pointing forward. This explains why we had those tasks before. It turns out it really was as we guessed. Su Qing murmured. Heavenly Court faction. Isn't that something from Legends? This made understanding everything else much clearer. So what do we do now? Let's follow this pointer and head over there. The journey was faster than they had imagined. One could say the highway was aiding them. Their speed of travel was indeed not fast, but the highway seemed to have an acceleration function. The planets outside flew past rapidly as they continued forward. Soon an island-like structure appeared at the end of the highway. On the island stood a 4-story villa with an old man in front of it. The old man wore a long yellow robe, holding a white whisk, his white hair tied back. He had an air of transcendence. Welcome, young friends, to your arrival. As soon as they got out of the car, the old man smiled and spoke. Although they couldn't sense the other's strength, since he was clearly from the Heavenly Court faction, he was evidently a person of the Heavenly Court. Who are you? I am the Western Golden Deity Tai Bai, also known as Li Chang'an. You can call me Tai Bai. Hiss. Lin Mo truly wanted to kneel. The myths had come true. A group of people entered the room and sat down properly. The beast-eared girls and Zhao Yu, who did not understand the situation, hurriedly stood aside. The person capable of making Lin Mo and the others behave so properly must have a significant background. However, it was puzzling why they would encounter acquaintances in such a place. You don't need to be nervous. This is merely one of my avatars, Li Changjin said with a smile. He was quite satisfied with Lin Mo's team as they were the first to emerge from the entire survival world. This showed that their clan was still quite powerful. So, what is the strength of your avatar? Just a Tai golden immortal. Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth. That is indeed quite strong. Although he had not cultivated to the later stages, he had read various legends and novels, and of course, he knew what kind of power a Tai golden immortal possessed. He took a deep breath. What does this survival game mean? Why are we here, and why were we chosen from our planet? Li Changjin had long anticipated Lin Mo's question. The survival game is to select some individuals. Your entry indicates you are among the chosen ones. As for why it was Blue Star, that is because this planet is about to shatter. Even if you were not chosen, you would eventually vanish into the universe after 10,000 years. A span of 10,000 years is but a fleeting moment for them. But for Lin Mo and the others, that was quite a long time. Li Changjin continued. We know this seems very unfair to you, but it's actually a good thing. Lin Mo was taken aback. How could this be a good thing when many had died? Li Changjin stroked his beard. Blue Star has long entered the era of the end of the law, a place of absolute hopelessness. If you hadn't come here, you would have been unable to cultivate it all. But those who have died, they will be received by the underworld. As for their subsequent resurrection, such a trivial matter is insignificant to us. It's merely a matter of reviving the 4 individuals and reconstructing their physical forms. So they had considered everything in advance. What do we need to do? Continue executing tasks, but the tasks afterward will be very difficult, Li Changjin said seriously. I believe you should have seen some things like the so-called Yamada no Orochi and the so-called Zeus. When mentioning these figures, Li Changjin curled his lips in disdain. Clearly he looked down on these minor deities. Your task is to break our seal before they resurrect. Lin Mo was taken aback. He understood the situation here. Those gods were about to be resurrected while Li Changjin and the others were sealed. The circumstances between the two were entirely different. After understanding the circumstances, Lin Mo grasped the general idea. In a very distant era, in order to ensure the safety of Blue Star, these celestial beings had completely sealed the planet. Since then, Blue Star entered the era of the end of the law. All of this was a protective measure from the heavenly court towards Blue Star. However, the gods of other races were quite dissatisfied with this, as their power stemmed from the faith below, which was the faith power of Lin Mo and the others. Then a great war broke out. The heavenly court clashed with the people from dozens of divine clans, and that battle directly destroyed more than half of the planes. Afterward, the great Tao descended and sealed everyone in the heavenly court. As for the other divine clans, all high-level combatants perished, leaving only some small fry. After understanding all of this, Lin Mo realized their task. So when executing the task, remember to eliminate all those believers. Lin Mo nodded and then rubbed his hands together. So is there anything you can give us? Li Changjin shook his head. No? None. Lin Mo's expression stiffened. Others received items. We can't have nothing, right? The disparity in strength is too great. If we were to give you something, it would violate the principle of the Great Tao. In simple terms, if Li Changjin casually gave them something, the competition would lose its significance. Lin Mo helplessly nodded. Fine. What else could he say? Li Changjin smiled and said, you don't need to worry. The items given by those gods come at a price. Good items are not easily obtained. However, I can let you go to a place first where a sword I once used is kept. They had foreseen this matter long ago. So many things were already prepared. To resolve this seal, they had invested a significant amount of resources. Li Changjin suddenly paused. Be ruthless while carrying out your tasks. No one will say anything. After saying this, Li Changjin vanished. Lin Mo, what should we do now? This place seems different from before. There are no so-called stations, just individual planets, but there is no direction at all. They did not know where to go. Lin Mo glanced at the wristband. There have already been changes. Many functions on the wristband have disappeared. Things like the mailbox and workbench are no longer there. Now there is an additional task interface. At this moment, there is a task to go to the North Region's Chitian Star and eliminate a church called the Thunder God Church. Below is a note stating that it is the congregation of the god Zeus. And the sword that Li Changjin used is there. As for the exact location, it is not mentioned. It should be that the Great Tao does not allow it. You all stay here, Lin Mo said to the beast-eared girls. The beast-eared girls had no objections. The group exited the villa and got into the car. Lin Mo clicked on the task interface and selected to proceed. In the next moment, a dark road appeared in front of the island. Drive along the road. Su Luo drove the vehicle onto the road, and then the familiar feeling returned, but this time the speed was even faster than before. The surrounding scenery was completely unclear as streaks of colorful light appeared all around. From the perspective of the villa, the vehicle transformed into a phantom and vanished the moment it drove onto the road. Lin Mo felt that only a little over an hour had passed, and the surrounding scene gradually appeared. A green arrow pointed towards the planet ahead, and the road extended all the way to that planet. With a strange sound, the vehicle entered the planet, and in the next moment it disappeared. The group began to descend from the sky. Su Luo waved her hands nervously. You are already at the nascent soul stage, you can fly. Su Luo quickly controlled her limbs and flew in midair. Soon the group landed on the ground. Not far in front of them was a city filled with skyscrapers, and vehicles were passing by on the road. Su Luo was stunned as she looked at the scene before her. Aren't we going to find some Thunder God Church? How are we in this modern city? She thought such things only existed in ancient cities and did not expect modern cities to have them. Churches also exist on Blue Star. Let's enter the city first. The closer they got to the city, the more bewildered their expressions became. This place looks like Blue Star, Su Luo murmured. Looking at the buildings, vehicles, and signs around them, everything resembled Blue Star, as if they had returned home. Lan Shu nodded. Indeed, it all looks quite similar, even the names of the buses. Before them, a Line 14 bus slowly departed from the bus stop. However, the license plates of these vehicles were different from those of Blue Star, featuring characters they had never seen before. But that was inconsequential. At this moment, Su Luo's eyes lit up. Since this mission has no time limit, can we stay here for a long time? She was thinking if they could live in this city for a while, allowing them to experience the feeling of returning to Blue Star. That's a good idea. Bai Li and the others nodded, but ultimately it depended on Lin Mo's decision. Lin Mo was indifferent. After all, they had long enough lifespans. However, Lin Mo did not respond, but instead looked at Su Qing, who appeared somewhat downcast. What? Su Qing came to her senses and sighed. When we entered, we weren't told what resources are available here. Does that mean my talent is useless? Lin Mo chuckled. If anything is useless, it should be my talent. There are resources everywhere here, you know. Su Qing's talent allowed her to double whatever she stored while he had to rely on a box. Su Qing's eyes brightened, as if realizing the truth. Then let's find a place to settle down, and we have no idea where this so-called Thunder God Church is, and we need to gather some information. But what about our identities? Lan Shu raised a critical question. This was a modern city, not an ancient one. In ancient times, one could manage without an identity, but in this world, lacking an ID would make it impossible to move forward. Lin Mo immediately opened the interface of his wristband, looking at the mission. His brows furrowed slightly. It seems they have already thought things through. He reached out, and a stack of cards resembling identification appeared in his hand. He thought, how could the higher-ups not consider such matters? However, even without their arrangements, he had his own ways, which was to showcase his power directly. For instance, in New City, the central city of the Chitian Star Federation's eastern region. On the top floor of a skyscraper, Lin Mo gently tapped on the window, which opened naturally. An old man in the room looked in shock at the group floating in. How could these people fly? He wanted to press the alarm button under the table, but thought better of it. Those who could fly and were clearly beyond their imagination in terms of power. Even if someone outside came, it would be of no use. He took a deep breath, his expression calm. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Lin Mo nodded. The old man was indeed shocked. We would like to borrow 50 million. The old man's eyelid twitched. You flew in just to borrow 50 million. He cleared his throat. No problem, please wait a moment. He picked up the phone and said a few words. After a while, there was a knock on the door, and a young man in a black suit with gold-rimmed glasses walked and dropped a bank card and left. Here is 1 billion federal coins. Feel free to use it. Lin Mo remained silent for a moment, surprised by how easily this had gone. He picked up the bank card. Thank you. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. I plan to buy a villa nearby. I trust you can help with that. The old man nodded, but did not respond. He just wanted to send the group away and quickly hold a meeting. When did such powerful people arrive here? Lin Mo paused, turning to the old man. I wonder if you have heard of the Thunder God Church. The old man was taken aback. The Thunder God Church. I haven't heard of it. The old man hesitated. May I ask what this church is about? It should be a church that worships the Thunder God, probably focused on developing followers. You can ask around. After finishing, Lin Mo led the group away. He hadn't expected the other party to be unaware of the Thunder God Church. Could it be that the church was hidden very deeply? If that were the case, finding it would be quite difficult. After Lin Mo left, the old man hurriedly exited the room. The young man from earlier was waiting at the door. Seeing the old man come out, he breathed a sigh of relief. Old Chen, are you alright? Chen Tianxing waved his hand. I'm fine, go call them for a meeting. Yes. 5 minutes later, in a small conference room, Chen Tianxing recounted what had just happened, especially mentioning that these people could fly. Everyone swallowed hard. Oh, was there really someone who could fly? How was that possible? But no matter how impossible it seemed, it was true. Because this was spoken by Chen Tianxing himself. Since they only want money, then let's just give it to them. Oh, as long as they do not cause trouble, it's fine. Moreover, even if trouble arises, we have no way to handle it. One of the elders wore a bitter smile. Flying. Was that something they could deal with? What they could do now was to let the other party stay comfortably. Until they left. Only when they left could they finally... Also when they left they mentioned something about the Thunder God Church. I suspect they came for this church. The Thunder God Church, everyone shook their heads. They had truly never heard of it. Let everyone investigate this matter, especially in areas outside the Federation. The entire planet was divided into Federation and non-Federation areas. The Federation areas were mostly urban districts, while non-Federation areas were resource-poor and dilapidated regions, where people still lived. Since they didn't know about the Thunder God Church, it suggested that the church should be external. Half a month later, in a wealthy villa area on the outskirts of New City, Lin Mo and his group had been enjoying themselves here for half a month. Every day they either swam here or strolled through the city, savoring delicious food. Oh, life was quite pleasant. Oh dear, shouldn't we investigate the Thunder God Church? Su Luo suddenly said as she lay by the pool. Lin Mo waved his hand, pointing to his phone. Let's not think about it for now. Things seem more complicated than they appear. Online there was no information about the Thunder God Church. Everyone was taken aback. How could this be? If there was no information, why was such a task assigned? Could it be that this information isn't circulating online? Lan Shu suggested. That shouldn't be the case. A couple of days ago that Chen Tianxing also sent someone, and they found nothing about the Thunder God Church, not even outside the Federation. Just then Lin Mo suddenly looked up at the sky, and the women followed his gaze. A strange energy appeared in the sky, an energy that felt exceedingly eerie. What is that? Unclear. All I know is that if we touch it we might die. Let's observe how it unfolds. Don't mention the nascent soul stage. Even in the chi refining stage, one must at least reach the golden core stage to navigate this world. Yet those who walk with such confidence feel fear before the strange energy in the sky. Lin Mo pondered. Lower your aura. It is wise to be cautious. The women quickly emerged from the water, suppressing their auras to the lowest possible level. They gazed at the sky where a golden architectural phantom slowly materialized. And it wasn't just one. In Lin Mo's and the other site, at least 7 such structures appeared nearby, spaced far apart. What are those? Unclear, but it doesn't look like a good omen. As more people noticed, the increasing golden structures notifications popped up continuously on their phones. Lin Mo looked down to see articles and videos. Evidently the phenomena did not conceal their intentions. At night the golden structures in the sky continued to emit light. And the phantom gradually solidified, illuminating the entire sky with a dazzling golden glow. The next day at noon, the structures in the sky began to move, descending slowly. Lin Mo contemplated and led the group closer. They didn't fly, but drove toward their destination. About half an hour later the structure approached a tall building and finally descended into a garden. With a click the golden gates of the building opened. Lin Mo cautiously approached with the women. Meanwhile Chen Tianxing also appeared here, momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Mo and the others. They had their suspicions about the connection between this phenomenon and the other party. However, seeing the other party's expression, it was clear they were not well informed either. This relieved him greatly. Are you here to see this too? Lin Mo nodded. I'm quite curious, what is this? Chen Tianxing thought to himself. It seemed he was right. This had nothing to do with the other party. Reaching the entrance, Lin Mo cautiously extended his hand. Seeing this, Chen Tianxing was even more cautious. If the other party was being so careful, he needed to be even more vigilant. He waved his hand, and a few uniformed individuals approached. They mimicked Lin Mo's actions, slowly extending their hands without touching anything as they entered. Lin Mo followed them inside. Inside was a golden hall. The hall was quite simple, devoid of sculptures or murals, with only a stone pillar radiating a spectrum of colorful light. Gazing at the pillar, Lin Mo did not approach. He sensed that the pillar was not something he could touch. One of the personnel walked over and placed a hand on the pillar. The pillar then began to emit colorful light, eventually stabilizing at a purple glow. A panel appeared before me indicating I am a warrior with a class talent. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo roughly understood what this was. Knowing this, there was no need to linger here. In the following days, the authorities took control of the area, arranging for some individuals to come here to acquire so-called abilities. The number was limited, only about 100. As for how to advance in rank, they were still unclear. It wasn't until a few days later that the sky darkened and cracks appeared, unleashing strange creatures, that they understood what was happening. Within the villa area, those bizarre creatures did not dare to approach. These beings lacked high intelligence, but understood the concept of avoiding danger. Fortunately, the internet and electricity are still functioning, allowing us some entertainment. But could this mission be a mistake from above? This is clearly not the Thunder God Church. Su Luo murmured. Su Qing shook her head. How could they make such a mistake? I think it's likely that the timing isn't right, and we might have arrived too early. Lin Mo agreed. They probably had come too early. No need to rush, we can enjoy the moment. I should have brought Ai Shi and the others along. Lin Mo hadn't expected the situation to be like this, but considering their race it was best not to bring them. Let's go, we can check out the city. Lan Shu glanced at their residence. Should we leave a few people behind? It could be troublesome if those magical beasts come in. It's fine if this place is lost, I will just bring out the Golden City. However, before leaving, Lin Mo still left an aura here. It would be best if the villa could remain, if not then so be it. The group drove into the city. By this time a week had passed since the beast invasion, and the entire city was engulfed in a tense atmosphere. Almost no shops were open, after all this was a life-threatening situation. So they're all closed. Su Luo looked at the shuttered shops, a face full of disappointment. She really wanted to drink milk tea today. They had brought many good things in their backpacks, but there was no food. After all, being at the nascent soul stage, they didn't really need food. Forget it, let's head back. On the way they occasionally saw magical beasts, but upon spotting Lin Mo and the others the beasts quickly changed direction, not daring to approach. Lin Mo was quite content with the peace. Time flew by, and 5 years passed. During these 5 years the cities of the Human Federation were increasingly destroyed, yet humanity managed to retain some territory. Then various organizations emerged, each powerful, beginning to carve up the land. One organization, named the Thunder God Church, came to prominence. New city. Everyone, this is information about the Thunder God Church. The leader is a lightning mage with SS-level talent. They worship the Thunder God, and the blessings of the Thunder God grant these followers lightning attribute attacks. When Chun Tianxing saw this news, he was utterly stunned. They had initially thought the Thunder God Church already existed, but it turned out to appear after so many years. This meant these individuals came for future events, which was terrifying to consider. Lin Mo looked at the document, nodding in satisfaction. As expected, they had come too early. However, who could say for certain about these matters, especially in the old? They had no experience whatsoever. As a token of gratitude for the information you provided, I can assist you with one task for free. Remember, just one task, so think carefully. Chun Tianxing was taken aback. There was actually a reward. He immediately looked out the window. Could you help us eliminate the magical beasts outside the city? Of course, if that's too difficult, we can. No need, we will handle the magical beasts within 100 kilometers of this area for you. Lin Mo led the group away, and then they dispersed. Due to the beasts, the Federation had now completely fractured. The territory of New City was only left with less than 50 kilometers, while the outside was filled with magical beasts. After the crowd dispersed, once the pressure was released, the magical beasts fell in droves. The magical beasts were slaughtered in droves, leaving the surrounding practitioners stunned. What was happening? Why were these magical beasts dead? They had declared 100 kilometers, and around the entire city there were no living magical beasts. Lin Mo was quite pleased with this. These magical beasts were too low in rank, requiring no effort on their part, as the mere pressure of his nascent soul stage was sufficient. Let's go, we're heading out. After they left, Chun Tianxing also arrived at the edge of the city. Listening to the reports, his mouth involuntarily dropped open. Even with his extensive experience, he had never seen anything like this. Is that it? What exactly is the strength of these people? However, he was more grateful that he had said nothing at the time, and had directly given the other party money. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said to his assistant beside him, go notify the bank to set that card to have no limit. Chun Lao, they haven't spent much at all, there are still several billion left. Don't worry about that, just do as whether they spent it or not is one thing, whether he does is another. According to the information, they appeared around here. Lin Mo nodded at the situation around him. Then let's expand our divine sense to start searching. They won't be able to hide deeply. In this world, divine sense is like a cheat. No matter where you hide, you can always find them. Here they wouldn't encounter much danger, so the group dispersed for a thorough search. Although the magical beasts could also be sensed, the difference in aura between humans and magical beasts was vast. Within half an hour they discovered the territory of the Thunder God Church. There weren't many people inside, only a little over 100. Su Qing looked at the buildings below. How could they have built such a place so quickly? A 3-story building resembling a temple did not seem like something that could be constructed in a short time. It looked like it had existed for 100 years. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Perhaps they have been here for a long time, it's just that they only appeared after the changes on this planet. However, this had no impact on them. Let's go down. As Lin Mo and the others approached, they were spotted, but Lin Mo ignored it. Facing the surging skills, Lin Mo didn't even glance. All attacks automatically vanished as Who are you? Seeing this, these people looked on with vigilance. They had never encountered such practitioners. They could actually dissipate their attacks. Lin Mo released a hint of nascent soul pressure, directly suppressing these practitioners to the ground. Ultimately, even with their powers, they were still ordinary people. No matter how many attributes they had, they were no match for a nascent soul. They could only handle those at the chi refining stage. How many of you are there, and where is your leader? As expected of church members, they were quite tough. They stubbornly refused to answer Lin Mo's questions. Quite resilient. It seems I need to apply more pressure. Wait. Su Qing quickly stopped Lin Mo. What's wrong? Did you discover something? No, I just feel like your pressure is too strong. They seem unable to speak. Lin Mo looked around. It seemed to be the case. He cleared his throat and slowly withdrew his pressure. Cough, cough, speak up. They had nearly experienced death, scaring these people to the brink. However, some still remained silent while a portion of the newcomers finally spoke up. We don't know anything. They told us that this place could enhance our strength, so we came. Yeah, this has nothing to do with it. Please let us go. Seeing this, Lin Mo was too lazy to continue asking. Lock these people up. Anyone who tries to escape will be killed. Of course, he could go out and continue searching, but that would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. The information Qin Tianxing provided was just that. Information. There were no names or appearances of the leader. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the number of people here continued to grow, with people returning now and then. Some were members of the church, while others were brought back. It seemed that the church was quickly developing its followers. Unfortunately, that leader had yet to appear. Do you think he has discovered something amiss here? If he discovered it, he would come. As a church leader and a loyal believer, he must show his loyalty to his... In the main hall, Lin Mo looked at the sculpture before him. This sculpture clearly wasn't from the divine realm. Lin Mo stroked his chin. What if I replaced the sculpture with one from the divine realm? That wouldn't work. None of us have seen it. The only person who had was a clone. Su Qing thought for a moment, and said, we completed the task, only giving that sword. Apart from that, it seems there's no effect on the seal. To be precise, we need to find that sword ourselves. Su Qing's lips twitched. Fortunately, this planet wasn't too large, so it should be easier to search. So how do we find it? Lin Mo shrugged. Actually, I don't know. Likely we'll need a large-scale search. We could start by tearing down this temple. Are you saying the sword is in this palace? Uncertain. A day later, that leader appeared clad in lightning armor, wielding a thunder-type spear, floating in the air like a god of thunder. But the next moment, a bolt of lightning flashed, and that figure plummeted to the ground, dead beyond recognition. If you can play with lightning, then go ahead. After Lin Mo dealt with the opponent, he raised his hand, causing the entire temple to shake as the base was lifted. A pitch-black void was revealed beneath. Lin Lingling shook her head. I didn't sense anything. Lin Mo casually tossed the building aside and looked down. Su Qing now held a glowing orb and threw it in. The void was deep, about 100 meters down, where there was a stone box. Lin Mo smirked. Didn't this just come to them? Did you guess it? No, I just thought it was a bit crazy to build a temple in such a remote location. Normally speaking, if you were developing followers, would you construct a temple in such an absurd place? The most critical point was that the architecture inside the temple looked far older than just 100 years. This indicated that the building was likely many years old, but had only recently been renovated. He jumped into the deep pit and retrieved the stone box. Upon opening it, there was a shimmering long sword. Green light sword quality. Remarks? Well, it could now be confirmed that this was the long sword they needed to find. Lin Mo held the long sword and flew into the air, channeling his spiritual power into it. The next moment, he swung the sword in hand. In an instant, a sword light 100 meters high shot towards the ground. Boom. A pit over 1,000 meters long and several meters deep appeared. Is this the power of the sword? Su Qing and the others looked at the mark in disbelief. They could sense the spiritual energy attached to the long sword, and it was hardly substantial. With such a small consumption causing such great damage, one can see the might of this weapon. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I did not expect this either. The most crucial part is that this is not merely a sword, but one that has been used. That is a completely different concept. It is hard to imagine how formidable the treasures in the hands of those individuals must be. But then again, it makes sense, as these individuals are legendary figures. Because of this, he harbored a doubt. Logically, the heavenly court should possess immense strength. How could it possibly be sealed? From the stories he had read, no matter how powerful the Tao was, it should not surpass these individuals. It doesn't make sense. The villa. The vehicles returned. They had just arrived at the villa when Li Changjin showed up. The first thing he noticed was the long sword. Not bad, you really found it. I didn't expect it to take so little time. Lin Mo immediately voiced his question to me. The heavenly court seems very powerful. Why would it be sealed? Li Changjin stroked his beard. That's hard to say. Well, it seems this seal isn't truly a seal as I suspected. So how does one break the seal? Is it simply by completing the task? Pretty much. Lin Mo scrutinized Li Changjin deeply. Why did he feel like these people weren't in a hurry? Li Changjin smiled. You don't need to think too much, you just complete the task. Let me tell you one more thing, many have already come out, and they are also completing tasks, including many believers of the deities. Lin Mo was taken aback so soon. After you came out, time returned to normal, while the time in the survival world is passing at 10 times the speed. Li Changjin stood up. I won't be coming back for a while, you'll have to navigate the rest of the path on your own. After Li Changjin left the villa, he vanished without a trace. I thought I could gain some information, but he ended up saying nothing, Su Luo said, feeling speechless. After all, they were also tasked individuals helping the Heavenly Court with its missions. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. He must have gone to meet other teams. The girls nodded in realization. It seemed logical. The other believers of the deities had come out, so it was reasonable that people from Huagua would too. At this moment, Su Qing spoke up. The channels are still divided into two, one being the World Channel, and the other the Heavenly Court Channel. So quickly the factions were being delineated. Lin Mo opened the World Channel. The number of people was not large, only a little over 30,000. He was unsure whether those people had perished or simply hadn't emerged. I thought it was over. I didn't expect there to still be tasks. But it's not bad, at least my strength has increased. I can now control lightning at will. Why do I have healing? Tisk, I have combat instinct. It's simply exhilarating. The names still did not show, but their respective factions were displayed. From the above content, it seemed that most of these individuals belonged to several factions. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, surprised at how many factions these individuals belonged to. The most numerous were those affiliated with the celestial beings. Angels. Lin Mo didn't think too much further. He would deal with it when the time came. He opened the Heavenly Court Channel, and the number of people there was much less, only over 1,000. Based on 10 people per team, there could be at most 100 teams. We can be considered cultivators, right? Longevity is simply delightful. What's so delightful? The tasks are exceedingly difficult. We almost died there. By the way, you found the item. Fong Ran found it, a long knife with decent effects. Indeed, all the teams would receive an item. It wasn't exclusive to them. Moreover, it seemed quite good. With this in mind, he reopened the World Channel. You all should open the World Channel too, and see if they have obtained items similar to ours. Half an hour later. They don't have such items. It seems only our Heavenly Court people do. Lin Mo nodded. From this perspective, they must have gained their powers from those deities while they received items. He was unsure what the distinction was. However, weren't those deities waiting to be resurrected? How could there still be individuals providing blessings? Thus, there was only one possibility: the powerful ones had perished, leaving only lesser deities alive. Under such circumstances, the blessings they received must be weak. But if the strongest deities were still alive? Lin Mo rubbed his temples. He could only ask when the opportunity arose. They had rested for a full month, and now a group sat in the hall unsure of what to do. I can't take it anymore. I'm going back to watch TV in the car. Su Luo stood up and walked towards the door. The feeling of having no tasks to do was not pleasant. At that moment, a panel popped up before everyone. Mission objective: go to Zikin Star, assist the Star Sea Empire in defeating enemy nations and destroy all temples within enemy territory. Reward faith power 10,000. Lin Mo frowned. Wasn't faith power supposed to be undesirable? Why were they still offering such things? Could it be that the faith power from the Heavenly Court was different? Lin Mo took a deep breath. Let's go, we're setting off. This time he brought everyone along. The bee-steered girls happily boarded the vehicle. Last time they hadn't participated, and they felt quite disappointed. They worried they wouldn't be able to join future tasks. As time passed, their strength would only decline, and eventually their lifespans would reach an end. They did not want that to happen. However, now it was good they could go again. An hour later, they appeared in a temple within an ancient city. They had already grown accustomed to this. Greetings, Lord Divine Envoy. Rise. Lin Mo led the group out of the temple, looking at the buildings around him. It wasn't a royal city, but the well-dressed young man before him was extraordinary. Are you the emperor here? Li Mingfei nodded. I am the current emperor of the Star Sea Empire. Why have you... Li Mingfei took a deep breath. We wish to ask for your assistance in eliminating the evil cultists. Lin Mo only knew about the task. He was unclear about the rest. Find a quieter place and explain the situation to us. He glanced around. This should be considered a cultivation realm with cultivators all around, but their strengths were not high, the strongest being an early-stage nascent soul, an elderly man. The group arrived at a secluded room, and Li Mingfei explained the situation briefly. This was indeed a cultivation realm with many sects, but only 3 dynasties. However, only 2 remained now, as one had been annexed. The annexer was the enemy nation, They had utilized some unknown method to enhance their strength, but it was certain that it wasn't a good method. Because there were several cities where people had disappeared. The Night Moon Empire was established by the Night Moon clan, boasting a history of 1,500 years. Everything was normal until recently. Such occurrences have only begun in the last decade. Lin Mo nodded slightly, but was skeptical that it had only begun in the last 10 years. It must have started much earlier. Wait, did you say the Night Moon clan? Are they surnamed Night Moon? Li Mingfei was taken aback for a moment and nodded. Indeed, they are surnamed Night Moon. It's not unusual for there to be double surnames. While double surnames are indeed common, it was unusual in light of their task. This inevitably reminded him of the people from the Sakura Nation. When did the people in the city disappear? Approximately a month ago. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, the timing aligned. Most likely the people from the Sakura Nation had joined in, and they were finally going to confront these convoy members. However, he wondered how many convoys would be involved in a single task. If it were only one, it would be quite simple to resolve. Are there many people with double surnames in their country? Li Mingfei shook his head. I'm not sure. I need to summon the ministers. Half an hour later, ministers began to enter the palace one after another. Upon seeing Lin Mo seated on the dragon throne, the ministers froze for a moment. However, seeing Li Mingfei standing nearby, they dared not speak out. Yet they couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Was the emperor kidnapped? But the situation before them seemed a bit different. Is everyone here? Let's discuss the situation in the Night Moon Empire. How many double surnamed individuals are there within their borders? Li Mingfei inquired. At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Your Majesty, the majority of the Night Moon Empire has double surnames, but the names are quite strange, lacking any pattern. Hearing this, Lin Mo could confirm that these individuals were likely quite similar to those from the Sakura Nation. The deities they worshipped were becoming increasingly clear. Lin Mo on the dragon throne asked, "Can you name a few surnames?" The middle-aged man glanced at Li Mingfei and softly replied, Shanxia Shanshang, Suanshang, Kundown Jingshang Jingxia. He knew it. Lin Mo waved his hand. All right, I understand. I see that your palace has a temple. I assume their palace also has a temple, correct? Yes. Then is the deity worshipped in that temple Yada no Kami or Amaterasu? That's correct. The ministers present were spinning their thoughts, wondering who these people were and why they knew so much about the matter. From time to time, everyone cast their gaze on Li Mingfei, but it seemed there was nothing particularly unusual. I understand now. Let's set off. Lin Mo along with the others swiftly soared into the sky, heading toward the Night Moon Empire. To understand the specific situation, they would need to investigate on site. After they left, the ministers were left dumbfounded. How could these people fly? Your Majesty, this. The national master walked out with his head held high. That is a divine envoy. What is surprising about a divine envoy being able to fly? A divine envoy. The ministers were taken aback. Could it be that there really are immortals? Regardless of whether they are real or not, if they can resolve the issues of the Night Moon Empire, even if they are fake, it can still be considered real. At the border of the Night Moon Empire. These people are indeed quite short. They wouldn't be of the same race as those from the Sakura Nation, would they? Perhaps they are, but what intrigues me more is why, despite not being from the same planet, their races resemble each other so closely. Maybe like us, they were brought here and stayed, eventually marrying and having children. The women looked at the villages below, discussing among themselves. Let's go check out another empire that has been annexed. They turned around and headed along the border toward another. The inhabitants here were still present, but the soldiers guarding the city had long since changed. They then approached the two cities that had been destroyed. The land of the cities was black, even the ground was black. Lin Mo frowned. That should be the color of blood. The women fell silent. How many people must have been killed to dye an entire city black? But there are no corpses here. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. This was indeed a problem. Release your divine sense and search around. The group began to search using their divine senses. There were not a single living person left in these two cities. The Night Moon Empire is truly barbaric. Let's go directly to the Imperial City. Lan Shu was furious for the first time. They had indeed killed many people, but those were considered enemies. Yet what wrong did these ordinary people commit? They must have acted out of selfish desires. One could only wonder what the situation in the Night Moon Empire truly was. I and Lu Yu will go to the Night Moon Imperial City. You all stay here. The three families scattered around the border should contact each other if any issues arise. Understood. Lin Mo and Lu Yu proceeded to the Night Moon Imperial City. As night fell, the two arrived at the Imperial City. At the very center of the Imperial City was the Imperial Palace. At this moment, the palace was brightly lit, and from a high vantage point one could see people dining in. Lin Mo's divine sense probed ahead, and immediately discovered 10 individuals seated at the innermost part, their strength at the golden core stage clearly similar to them. Just as I suspected, the destruction of those 2 cities was the work of that convoy. Just then a furious roar rang out. "Baka, who are you?" 10 figures burst out of the hall and flew into the air. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. The strength of the mid-golden core stage was actually capable of flying. Was this not their own strength, but a result of external assistance? "You are not from here." Lin Mo remained silent, instead sizing up the Sakura individuals before him, who bore an aura of evil. Their clothing. Ninjas. Swordsmen. Should we kill them? Just kill them outright. The 10 individuals opposite looked grim. How did 2 people think they could kill them? What a joke. Watch my shadow clone technique. One of them instantly created 10 shadowy figures charging toward Lin Mo and Lu Yu. PFF. The other 9 figures shattered instantly, leaving only one hanging on Lu Yu's sword. What clone technique? It lacked even a breath. You've angered me. Amaterasu. Grant me divine power. The one with the mustache raised his samurai sword and shouted loudly. In the next moment, the aura of evil surrounding him became tangible, dark and thick, wrapping around him as his strength began to surge. Soon he reached the late nascent soul stage, even stronger than Lin Mo. Kik, until now no one has ever escaped from us. The power of Amaterasu is truly intoxicating. In the next moment, a flash of sword light cut through the air and the distant mountains erupted with a loud explosion. The figures descending from the sky were utterly lifeless. Lin Mo slowly sheathed the Qingguang sword. I thought my opponent would be formidable. Ooh, I didn't expect it to be just this, eh? Below the Night Moon Palace, there were also many Golden Core Stage cultivators, to be precise cultivators with Golden Core Stage strength. Upon witnessing this, their first instinct was to flee. Did that convoy just get wiped out? Su Luo blinked in disbelief. How could it end so quickly? It's just a convoy, and they relied on external forces rather than their own strength. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Could it be that only their Huagua convoy possessed this power of faith? How did the other convoys enhance their strength? But that doesn't make sense. The tasks should be the same in the early stages. The only possibility is that these individuals did not perform well in their tasks. Even if they survived until now, it was likely through the aid of divine power. Only this could explain why these individuals were so weak. What about those from the Night Moon? They were all killed, a one-time solution. The subsequent matters became much simpler. They wouldn't need to take action. Upon returning to the Qinghai Empire, he relayed the events to Li Mingfei. Li Mingfei was dumbfounded after hearing it. It ended just like that. A royal family of an empire has just been eradicated. Fortunately, the national master summoned a divine envoy. Had the enemy arrived first, the Li family would likely have been annihilated as well. Alright, I'll arrange for someone to go now. The Qinghai Empire was the strongest empire, but due to the overwhelming strength of their adversaries, they simply could not compete. But now things had changed. Their strongest individuals were dead. If they could not succeed now, it would be the end. The next day, the offerings of the Qinghai Empire set out with troops. Normally, Golden Core Stage cultivators should not go to battle. But given the situation of life and death, how could they refrain from acting? As for the civilians, all must be killed. In the imperial city, Lin Mo was in a large courtyard. Where's Su Qing? My sister went to find the team members. Lin Mo lay back on the lounge chair in silence. Su Qing really wasted no time at all. Whenever there was a chance, she took action. But Lin Mo glanced at his talent. Now that he no longer had the treasure chest, his talent seemed no different from having none. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stroke his chin. Could it be that there would never be treasure chests again? That would be quite a setback. All his resources came from those treasure chests. What about the others? They went out. I don't know what they are doing. Oh, it was Lin Lingling who sent them, but I'm not clear on the specifics. Alright, as long as it's safe here, there's no need to worry about them. Thus, Lin Mo and his companions enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. To be precise, it was Su Luo and Lan Shu who were relaxed. The others had all gone out. Half a month later, Su Qing returned. So did you find the team members? I did find a few, but they are a bit older. However, their strength has reached the initial stage of Golden Core. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. How old? Over 200 years. Lin Mo twitched his mouth. And how old are we? Su Qing's face stiffened. It seems like we are nearly 300 years old now. If calculated according to the time in the survival world, they hadn't really aged much, but the number of worlds they entered was considerable. Indeed, quite a long time has passed. Ahem, should we let them join the team? We only have 3 people. There are many suitable targets, but not many appealing ones. Do as you see fit. Not long after, Lin Lingling and the others returned. She held a white box in her hand. Look at what I brought. Lin Mo straightened up immediately upon seeing the box in Lin Lingling's hands. Where did you get this? From beneath a cliff. Platinum treasure chest. He thought he might never encounter treasure chests again, yet here was one. Is this the only one? Well, we only discovered one. You know, my talent range is quite small, but I believe there should be more since 2 teams participated, but it will take a lot of time to find them. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. You all continue looking. Su Qing used this box for a critical hit. 1 platinum chest turned into 5 platinum chests, which was quite good. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together and reached out to open the long unopened chest. Opening platinum treasure chest, heartbreaking grass 5, soul, returning grass 5, meteorite 1, yuan stabilizing pill 2 hiss. The items inside had changed. Heartbreaking grass quality S remark, 500 years, alchemy material. However, this item was not particularly useful to them, as none could refine pills. Moreover, this formula had not appeared on the workstation, and it was uncertain when it would be useful. He then looked at the 3 items that appeared above. Item 1, red crystal 10. Item 2, gung metal crystal 2. Item 3, barrier breaking pill 1. Sure enough, after arriving here, the resources activated by his talent had also changed. He then began merging all the refreshed items, turning them all into golden refresh buttons. Item 1, purple gold long sword 5. Item 2, golden thread armor 5. Item 3, high-grade longevity pill 1. Looking at the descriptions of the items above, Lin Mo rubbed his hands. They were all good things. Unfortunately, he could only choose one. Lin Mo chose the longevity pill without any hesitation. Even though their lifespan was already considerable, he still opted for longevity. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry, and this item could also be used by others. The 5 platinum treasure chests had provided him with quite a few good items. Comfortable. By the way, Li Mingfei said that all the temples within the territory of the Night Moon Empire have been completely destroyed. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. But our task is not finished yet. Su Qing said, I think they might have established temples in another empire or deep in the mountains. Golden core stage cultivators lack divine sense and can only rely on perception. They couldn't sense something like a temple at all. Lin Mo shook his head. It seems we'll have to take action ourselves. He took Su Qing and the other women into the air and returned to the Night Moon Empire. Upon seeing the territory of the empire, many cities were deserted. He had long anticipated this. Wildfires cannot be extinguished. The spring breeze brings new growth. To the enemy, one must be ruthless. Otherwise, these people would return, and the Qinghai Empire would face trouble again. Through their exploration, they quickly destroyed the temples hidden deep in the mountains. Finally, they found several sculptures inside a cave. Lin Mo shook his head at the massive sculpture in front of him. These people sure know how to hide. The sculpture of the 8-headed god was somewhat different from what he had seen before. Back on Blue Star, that sculpture was merely a sculpture. But the one seen here emanated a nauseating aura. We didn't feel this way with the sculptures we cleaned earlier, Su Qing said with a frown as she looked at the sculpture before her. Indeed, this must be the real sculpture. The others are merely replicas. Lin Mo drew his sword and struck at the sculpture before him. A voice of unwillingness echoed throughout the cave. Mission completed. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Mo gazed at his faith power, realizing that the 100 faith points were in his own hands. He stroked his chin, pondering whether he would be the one to distribute it. After some thought, he ultimately chose to distribute it evenly. No matter how strong one person's strength might be, it could not compare to the strength of the whole. He speculated that the difficulty of future dungeons would only increase. For instance, this time, they encountered a master at the Golden Core stage, which meant that the enemies they would face later would surely be even stronger. It wouldn't do for others to remain in place while he alone completed the task. Just how long would it take to finish the task like that? Moreover, what if those with weaker abilities were captured? The best solution, therefore, was to distribute the faith power evenly. With that thought, he began to share his faith power. Su Qing stared at the extra faith power, momentarily taken aback. Isn't this a bit too much? Not too much, Lin Mo explained his reasoning. Su Qing nodded, finding it reasonable. However, she still expressed her concern. What if other teams concentrate their faith power on one person? Then we must believe that we can find enough treasure chests to acquire sufficient items. That night, Lin Mo gathered everyone together. So far, we have not obtained a method to unseal. This is our primary concern. Would it be that the more faith they have, the higher the probability of breaking the seal? Lin Mo was taken aback. He had to admit this was a brilliant idea. So they could just proceed step by step. With that thought, Lin Mo ceased to ponder further. For now, it was best to follow this plan. After resting for nearly a month, another task came their way. Lin Mo wondered if future tasks would always be like this. He glanced at the current task, which was still to destroy a temple. Most likely future tasks would be similar, but this time the reward was a generous 500 faith points. After the last infusion of faith power, his strength had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, while others had reached the late nascent soul stage. Of course, this did not include the beast-eared girls who were on a different path. Although their realms differed, their strengths were comparable to those at the peak of the golden core stage. Alright, let's set off. The planet they were heading to was a desolate one. Most of the land was in a desert state with only a few cities scattered about. To be precise, they were fortresses. This place seems like an ancient world with strength seemingly stronger than what we encountered before. Lin Mo nodded. He had seen several mid-nascent soul masters while passing by earlier. However, with the Qingguang sword in hand, even encountering peak nascent soul opponents would be easily manageable. Once they entered the fortress, they headed to a tea house to gather information. They had flown in from a great distance, and this planet was evidently larger. The number of cultists is greater than in previous years. I wonder what the reason is. What else could it be? It's obviously because sacrifices grant them power. Forget it, I don't want to be that kind of person. Lan Shu quietly remarked, glancing back. Could the cultists they mentioned be our targets? Lin Mo stroked his chin. That's not necessarily the case. Our opposing forces are people from other countries. They should look different at a glance. But their methods are similar to those guys, right? There's no rule that only our people can worship our gods, Su Luo interjected. Lin Mo contemplated and nodded. We can consider this as a breakthrough point to examine. However, he felt that things might not be that simple. It's too easy to just find a target right after arriving. But while they stayed here until nightfall, they found no information aside from the cultists. They could only proceed to seek out the cultists. Locating the cultists was difficult, but for Lin Mo, it wasn't particularly challenging. Once he opened his spiritual sense, finding their location was quite effortless. A month later, deep in the desert, they discovered the cultists. Su Qing stepped on a middle-aged man. You really know how to hide. Who would have thought you'd be concealed in a place like this? The middle-aged man attempted to resist, but realized that his strength was no match for these people before him. They had hidden themselves well. Why were they still discovered? Who is this? The middle-aged man remained silent. Lin Mo chuckled lightly. If you tell me, I can make your death a bit more merciful. If you don't, not only— Who is this? The middle-aged man remained silent. Lin Mo chuckled lightly. If you tell me, I can make your death a bit more merciful. If you don't, not only will you die painfully, but all the cultists on the continent will perish. The middle-aged man realized from Lin Mo's words that he was not joking. It's the great god of the three altars and the sea assembly. Lin Mo nearly choked on his words. Are you kidding me? How can this be the great god of the three altars and the sea assembly? The middle-aged man, displeased by Lin Mo's words, retorted, You can say my strength is lacking, but you can't question my professionalism. This is it. Looking at the human statue with horns, Lin Mo mused that it was more plausible to say it was a bull demon that had attained spirit than the great god. Forget it, I can't be bothered with this. Just introduce me to some details about the great god of the three altars and the sea assembly. Though the middle-aged man was puzzled, he had no choice but to speak. He had not finished, but the crowd shook their heads in unison. No need to listen further. What was mentioned earlier was clearly not a single individual. The middle-aged man grew anxious, disregarding his current situation. If you don't believe me, lift the statue. What's written underneath is the truth. Lin Mo lifted the bullhorn statue. Surprise. What was written beneath was indeed that. Stroking his chin, Lin Mo noted that the text appeared somewhat aged, likely inscribed at the time the statue was created. However, this object did not resemble the three-headed six-armed deity. It held a long spear, but no other weapons were present. The content of the legend also did not match. Could it be that they were using this method to absorb faith? Aside from this statue, do you have anything else? Nothing else. Lin Mo rubbed his forehead, wondering if this task of destroying the temple was solely about demolishing this thing. It felt somewhat peculiar. Lin Mo scrutinized the statue as his spiritual sense probed. This feeling resurfaced. The statue was clearly in front of him, yet when his spiritual sense searched, it was all blank. Interesting. With a single palm strike, a black light erupted from the statue, deflecting his attack. Quite intriguing. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. Was this statue really that powerful, able to withstand an attack? His gaze turned fervent. May the great god bless us. Ignoring him, Lin Mo drew the Qingguang sword, eager to test just how immovable this statue was. Clang. The tip of the sword was blocked by the sculpture, producing a crisp sound. In the next moment, the tip began to shatter, layers of black fragments falling away to reveal the golden sculpture within. Lin Mo frowned as he watched the continuously falling wooden sculpture fragments. When everything inside was fully revealed, Lin Mo was taken aback. It was indeed true. Before he could finish his observation, the golden sculpture transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished. Does this mean the seal has been lifted? Lin Mo shook his head. I don't know, but our task isn't complete yet. He turned to look at the middle-aged man who had just been fervent, but was now dumbfounded. Their sculpture had simply disappeared. Now that you're back to your senses, let me ask you, how did you gain your power? That was all a lie. It's just that offering to the sculpture would speed up the cultivation process. What more could Lin Mo say? But they had managed to hit the mark somewhat. Hopefully this was indeed the seal, and they had completed part of their mission. Let's go, we need to continue searching. Since they were not dealing with cultists, they could only search in other towns. The temple should theoretically be easy to find, but according to the map, they had visited numerous towns, yet none contained a temple. Not even the nearby villages had a temple. The situation here was more troublesome than anticipated. Let's find a place to stay for now, perhaps. We'll have to wait for a while. After all, having gone through such an experience previously, though the odds were low, it was still a chance to relax. Thus they found a town and settled in. However, Lin Mo did not remain idle. He bought many books to understand the situation here. Through his research, Lin Mo learned why this place was so desolate. It turned out to be due to a great war. Once many sects thrived here, but after a single battle 90 of the sects vanished. All the spiritual veins were destroyed, and the entire world fell into a state of cultivation decline. However, after many years of recovery, life was gradually returning here. Among this information, Lin Mo also discovered news regarding the so-called temple. Those people were the true cultists. The current cultists were merely creating disturbances under the names of those individuals. Tisk, those people really are unafraid of death. What have you found? I've gained a rough understanding of this world. Those individuals are mostly agents of a certain deity from the West. The so-called temple is where these Western deities come to seek followers. Lin Mo pondered and said, I suspect another convoy will appear here. They are responsible for establishing temples, while we are responsible for destroying them. As time passed, more and more convoys entered, and even if the tasks multiplied, they wouldn't be in excess, thus increasing the probability of encounters. Su Qing nodded thoughtfully, so we just need to wait. Pretty much, after all, our task is to destroy. Lin Mo speculated that perhaps one day their task would involve establishing temples. And as it turned out, 3 years later, a message reached this town. Have you heard? An organization claiming to be the Church of Light has established a city of light. What is that? I'm not sure, but I've heard that in their city there are bird people with 6 wings everywhere. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, not expecting to encounter old acquaintances. But thinking about it, the people from the Divine Court seemed to have followers on every planet. They were the most active among all deities. He couldn't help but think of a certain country on Blue Star. However, it seemed that Blue Star didn't possess any special power at that time. Has our target appeared? Lin Mo nodded. It has appeared. Let's head to this so-called City of Light now. Su Luo rested her chin on her hand. Another Church of Light. How many have we destroyed already? Why do they never end? Who told them they have the most followers? As for other deities, only those from Asan had a significant number, but Lin Mo didn't recognize any of the deities they worshipped. Let's go, we set off. With the news, searching became much simpler. Half a month later, they arrived at the newly established City of Light. The appearance of the city was similar to those they had encountered before. However, the number of sculptures here far exceeded those they had previously seen. Moreover, the people here developed at a noticeably faster pace. He could see quite a few bishops. Let's go down. The group descended from the sky. The instant they appeared, a group of people praying below suddenly stood up. The deity was right, you really have come. In the next moment, the bishop raised his hand, and the book in his hand flew into the air as the sculptures on the surrounding walls began to fall away, transforming into angels. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. It turned out that this bishop was from the convoy, and that book was likely similar to his sword, though the fluctuations were very weak. He glanced at the surrounding angels, who turned out to be living beings. How interesting. You all handle those angels, I'll have a chat with this person. Lin Mo approached the individual in front of him, and the people around him tried to rush over, only to be sent flying the next moment. The bishop was taken aback. What kind of power was this? He hurriedly shouted, divine punishment. A 10-meter-tall white sword of light condensed above his head, and then struck down. Lin Mo extended his index finger, gently lifting it slightly, and the sword of light shattered instantly. The bishop swallowed hard, kneeling on the ground. Big brother, we're all from Blue Star. There's no need for such a big fuss. So now you know you're from Blue Star? What a pity we're not in the same camp now. Where are your other teammates? They're all here, busy summoning the deity. Lin Mo released his divine sense. Beneath the palace there were indeed several human auras, and one particularly strong aura, evidently indicating that the deity had already appeared. The powerful deities had all perished, and the one that appeared now was quite weak. He extended his hand, taking the book from the bishop's hand, and couldn't help but sneer. Is this what your deity gives you? Holy Scripture fake. Quality SSS. Note can harness part of the deity's power. He had expected these individuals to be empty-handed, but this was entirely a different quality compared to his sword. Best to put it away for now. Once things are settled here, the grand hall's doors opened, and a four-winged angel approached, radiating a holy light. Heretic, I will represent my lord to judge you. Despite having only 4 wings, it was stronger than the 6-winged beings outside. It seemed that those so-called living beings outside were not truly alive. He turned to the bishop. What ability did you just use to revive those sculptures? It's the ability of the goddess of life. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. So with this book he could invoke any deity's ability. He wondered if he, but before that he needed to eliminate the creature before him. This task is too easy, isn't it? Su Luo looked at the completed task, still in disbelief. Lin Mo shrugged. Don't ask me, I truly have no idea. Under normal circumstances the task should be quite difficult, but who would have thought that at this time there would still be such an easy task? Beside them Lan Shu crossed her arms. Perhaps it's an arrangement from above just to ensure we complete the task well. Su Qing shook her head. No, if another team had come it wouldn't necessarily have been so easy. Not to mention the subsequent 4-winged angels, even just the group of pseudo 6-winged angels revived by the wall wouldn't be their match. They are simply too powerful. Lin Mo clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Alright, since the task is resolved, let's begin our own mission. Lin Lingling, you're in charge next. Okay. Lin Lingling set off with 5 people, while the others found a place to rest with Lin Mo. Finding treasure chests is a lengthy process. Thus it can't be finished in a short while. Lin Mo and his group did not go to the city, but instead found a spot at the edge of a forest to release the Golden City. Since they had this thing, they no longer needed to search for safe places. Lin Mo was seen holding the 4-winged angel and walking into the underground palace. The 4-winged angel wanted to speak, but it was tightly trapped. When thrown onto the stone platform, golden energy began to flow from its feet. Soon a golden angel statue appeared. Lin Mo looked at the description, his expression deadpan. Just this. Besides being able to summon this angel for his use, it had no other functions. But that's fine, at least it possesses the strength of the nascent soul stage, which is a small boost. Returning to the outside world, Lin Mo lay on the lounge chair prepared by Su Qing with cut fruits and a glass of orange juice filled with ice beside him. Did you prepare this thing long ago? Su Qing nodded. Yes, after all the vehicle can't be used here. Lin Mo nodded and took out the Holy Scripture from his backpack. He tried to use the Holy Scripture, but it showed no reaction at all. What a piece of junk. At that moment Lin Mo truly wished to tear apart this so-called Holy Scripture. Could it be that only their people can use this Holy Scripture? Lin Mo stroked his chin. This was indeed something unexpected. Perhaps those items given by the deities could only be used by those who believed in them. Could it be that only their people can use this Holy Scripture? Lin Mo stroked his chin. This was indeed something unexpected. Perhaps those items given by the deities could only be... Time flew by, and Lin Lingling and the others returned after 3 years. They brought back not only a dozen platinum treasure chests. So many. Lin Lingling was also surprised. We entered a valley at that time and found so many treasure chests. Oh, and there's this thing. A figure nearly 2 meters tall appeared before everyone. With the passage of time the facial features had become indistinguishable, but from the attire it seemed to be an ancient person holding a long sword. These boxes were found right in front of this statue, so I brought them back. Lin Mo looked at the statue, but sensed no peculiar fluctuations. Should we give it a sword? Su Luo asked from the side. That's unnecessary. Lin Mo reached out and touched it. It was just ordinary earthen material. Let's take it back first and place it outside the villa. He didn't know who this was or what it was, but Li Changjin should know. Taking it back was definitely not a mistake. The chest still prompted Su Qing for a strike, and this time the chest contained several diamond treasure chests. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. There were diamond treasure chests. Open the diamond treasure chest. Gain Gung Goldstone 10, Cultivation Pill 20, Positioning Teleportation Talisman 1, and Withered with Spring Technique. Truly worthy of a diamond treasure chest, it even opened up a technique. Not only did the treasure chest yield techniques, but even his talents were granting him techniques, and all were SSS level. He didn't need them, but the people below certainly did. After all the treasure chests were opened, everyone had an SSS level technique in hand. If only there was one unregistered technique. Su Luo sighed. That would be somewhat difficult, even my talent can't easily obtain it. Let's go back. They returned to the villa. Su Luo hurriedly pulled Lin Mo outside. Brother Lin Mo, quickly take out the vehicle. Why are you in such a hurry? Most of the things are in the vehicle. The villa isn't fun. Lin Mo helplessly took out the vehicle, to find that not only was Su Luo eager to get into the car, but the other women were similarly in a hurry. Lin Mo didn't pay attention to them, but instead took out the statue. Lin Mo stroked his chin looking at the statue before him. He truly wanted to destroy the statue. Just then Li Changjian's figure appeared. I know what you want to ask, this is not a seal. Lin Mo sighed. Then can you tell me what a seal actually looks like? Was that third prince statue a seal? That one was who asked for what a seal looks like. Actually, I'm not very clear either. Lin Mo looked at Li Changjian in shock. You all don't know. How is that possible? Li Changjian stroked his beard. Don't look at me like that. This is a great Dao seal, and we have no way to deal with it. In regard to what the other party said, Lin Mo only believed 3 parts. So everything relies on us to discover. Then at least you should tell me where the seal is, or does every character have a seal? Li Changjian pondered for a moment. In theory, each task should have one. What difference does this make from not saying anything? Forget it, I'll just continue with the task. Li Changjian didn't linger too long and disappeared directly. Watching Li Changjian disappear, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. He immediately thought of the statue worshipped by the cultist and the Qingguang sword he had initially obtained. Theoretically, at all the task locations they visited, there should be extra items. If that's the case, what exactly is this statue for? If this isn't a seal, what is it? Just a mere statue. But this statue was placed together with a pile of treasure chests. It must have some use. With that thought, Lin Mo placed his hand on the statue. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into the statue, which couldn't bear the burden, and began to shatter. With a crash, it shattered into pieces. However, from within the statue, a long sword emerged. Looking at the sword on the ground, Lin Mo's mouth twitched. It was indeed not just a statue, but rather held a sword. He should have said something. Another long sword of unknown quality, with no further introduction. He infused spiritual power into the sword, and a wave of intense heat emanated from it. This was a force more pure than divine power. Zhengyang. Without thinking, he knew this was a long sword once used by someone in the heavenly court, but it certainly was not the weapon currently wielded by that person. Lin Mo saw a figure appear in his mind. Could it be his sword? It was quite possible. Whatever it was now his, since it was left behind by them. The heavenly court is surrounded by a circle of runes. The runes flickered and a figure emerged from within. As soon as Li Changjian appeared, the runes began to flicker, as if preparing to attack. Li Changjian raised his hand, and the agitated runes gradually calmed down. The seal left by this Dao is truly troublesome. Every time we enter or exit, we must pacify it first. I say we should just break this thing, or why waste so much effort? Li Changjian looked at the newcomer and smiled lightly. The third prince has come out as well. Yes, I've regained some power. A minor seal like this can be overcome, but I can only spare this portion of my divine soul. The third prince rubbed his head. It took quite a bit of effort to come out. He looked around and asked, where is my father? King Li has not emerged yet, at least. The tower is still sealed. The third prince pouted. I have not regained my weapon either. What is he afraid of? Li Changjian's eyes twitched. Didn't you already know what he feared? But without weapons, who is stronger, the third prince or King Li? The third prince is still somewhat strong. He did not expect that Lin Mo and the others would help the third prince break a bit of the seal so quickly. Why did they have to unlock this one? Isn't this troublesome? Li Changjian looked at the seal, pondering whether he should let it unleash some power to send the third prince back. How long will it take them to break the seal? If it doesn't work, I'll break it myself. Let's give the Dao some face. Fine. The two looked toward the distant heavenly court. Old Li, why aren't they coming out? I've said that we should give the Dao some face, and this time it's to ensure those alien beings remain quiet. The heavenly court had once made those alien gods disappear, and they could do it again now. However, this time they planned to drive these alien gods away completely. After having killed them once before, killing them again would be a bit troublesome. Comfortable. In front of the villa, several dining tables were set up. The women sat there enjoying roasted lamb, while sipping drinks, feeling quite content. What else do you want? Lin Mo asked. Brother Lin Mo will handle it ourselves. Su Luo quickly picked up a nearby metallic bell. With a gentle tap, it emitted a crisp sound. Then after a few operations from Su Luo, a small crayfish was soon delivered by a mechanical arm. Watching the mechanical arm, Lin Mo fell into contemplation. Since when did the cafeteria have this function? We didn't have many survival coins, so we spent 200 to upgrade it. The effects after the upgrade were simply too delightful. At that moment, Lin Mo sat up, saying, you might not be able to enjoy this, our task has come. Su Luo looked at the freshly prepared crayfish on the table. Do we have to? Lin Mo smirked. There's no need to rush, you can finish eating first. Lin Mo glanced at the task. This one arrived earlier than he expected. Task objective: establish 5 temples in each country. 050 develop followers. 050 million. Task reward: faith power. Heavenly court seal. 1. He thought at that moment, since the opponent has a task to develop followers, there's no reason why they shouldn't have one. He did not expect it to come so quickly. However, he was surprised that the reward would actually be related to the heavenly court seal. The next day, everyone set off and arrived at the target planet. Looking at the distant city, Lin Mo sighed in relief. Fortunately, it's ancient. If it were modern, things would be a bit difficult. In ancient times, it was easier to develop temple followers. In modern times, it would be difficult to establish even a temple, let alone followers. The women nodded in agreement. Upon entering the city, Lin Mo's goal was clear: to find the temple in the city. They quickly arrived at the temple, where the deity being worshipped was unfamiliar to him. He couldn't claim to know all the celestial beings, but he recognized quite a few who were somewhat famous. However, this one was clearly not among them. After some inquiries, he learned that this was a legendary scholar of this world. Well then, it seems our task is quite heavy. Lin Mo sighed. Su Qing pondered and said, we can first take a map, and then confirm our task later. There was no other choice. Maps are quite simple. Most trading houses would have them, especially large maps. Through the map, they discovered that this world has around 30 countries, and their task was to establish 50 temples in 10 of those countries. It seemed that the task was not too much. Next, we need to determine the degree of faith in these countries and their understanding of celestial beings. Of course, the most important thing was to see if there were other teams around. The group split into 5 teams to head to different countries. On this planet, belief existed in every country. However, the beings they worshipped were all figures from their own dynasties, with no legendary figures present. A month later, Lin Mo and the Su sisters were at a tea house. So there are no other civilized deities here. This is actually a good thing. Lin Mo nodded. Indeed, it was a good thing. At least there would be no trouble. So this task is to develop followers here. No wonder the task reward is so good. Lin Mo stroked his chin. But this is going to be tricky. We've encountered quite a few nascent soul practitioners, and those practitioners can use some spells as well. Originally, he wanted to use the method of showing divine power in front of people to develop a batch of followers, then use them to build temples. But now it seemed a bit difficult. Our current strength is at the transformation stage, higher than theirs. Su Qing paused. We can establish a sect, teach them, and then spread the faith before finally building the temples. However, the entire process would take a bit longer. But for that reward, spending some time is normal. Lin Mo considered this. The feasibility of this method was quite high. Alright, let's do it your way. Although it was a bit troublesome, who could resist such a good reward? After a month of searching, Lin Mo and his companions arrived at a mountain peak within a certain dynasty. This dynasty was the one he had specifically sought out. Lin Mo stood at the mountainside looking at the map in his hand. This dynasty is small, and with the imperial city, it comprises only 6 towns. We shall begin here. Lin Mo's plan was simple: first convert the members of the royal family into followers, and then gradually expand outward. Moreover, places like this are generally not under much scrutiny. The women had no objections. 3 months later, a simple Taoist temple was completed. The main hall contained several clay sculptures, each adorned with a tablet. Seeing this, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the outcome. One of the workers curiously asked, "Who are these figures?" Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, "These are the great deities of the 3 altars and sea assembly, who can protect us from evil and keep malevolent forces at bay." The man glanced at him in confusion and left with his companions. He had never heard of such deities. Su Qing, standing nearby, observed the departing figures and remarked, "It seems our task this time won't be easy to accomplish. This is the difficulty of preaching, otherwise why would they be so anxious when their faith is usurped? Perhaps that's not quite right. What they need is not faith, but to break the seal. All the tasks are related. Moreover, all previous tasks were aimed at undermining the faith of other deities to prevent their resurrection. Otherwise, those tasks wouldn't have been so straightforward. As for this place," Lin Mo pondered, feeling that establishing the temple and gathering followers was likely not for the sake of faith. Lin Mo shook his head, questioning why he was overthinking it. He decided to follow the directives from above. Regardless of their intentions, our targets are the nearby villages and towns. This time Su Luo will be the main force. Su Luo pointed to himself, surprised. "Me? Yes, go to the villages and towns below and use your talents, but make sure to bring a small sculpture with you." Su Luo suddenly realized this was to let him play the role of a deity. Isn't curing illness something that local cultivators can do as well? Generally, cultivators have 2 main methods for healing. One is using medicinal pills, which Lin Mo was unclear about, but he knew they were certainly expensive. The other method involves cultivation techniques, such as their Qingmu technique and the Kumu revival art. These techniques have certain healing properties, though they are relatively slow and not infallible, as many diseases remain unaffected. However, Su Luo's talent was entirely different. In Lin Mo's view, their abilities represented a rule-based capability. When I say I can heal, I truly can. Alright, then I'll get started. Know before that you need to change into a Taoist robe. They had managed to acquire quite a few outfits during their travels to different planets. Unexpectedly, this moment called for it. That afternoon, Su Luo donned a Taoist robe, while Su Qing held the sculpture as they arrived at a village. Great universal deity, relieve suffering and bring salvation. Su Luo placed a white sail to the side, and the onlookers were understandably curious. They knew of many temples, but what was this great universal deity? But regardless of the era or planet, the act of spectating is always essential. Before long, a crowd began to gather. Little girl, what are you doing? Su Luo pointed at the white sail and said, my master is the great universal deity who relieves suffering. If you are ill, I can treat you for free. Su Qing placed the sculpture on a table, and Su Luo continued. This is my grandmaster, the great deity of the three altars who can cure illnesses without needing your money. Oh, all that is required is your sincere worship. As he spoke, a cushion was placed down. The villagers were initially skeptical, but upon hearing it was free, they thought it was worth a try. If successful, it merely required them to show some sincerity in front of a statue, which was nothing significant for them. Thinking this, some had already begun to head home. For the villagers, it was easier to just bear a minor ailment. Before long, many people approached, but even more remained hesitant. Su Qing waved her hand, and a chair appeared opposite her. The villagers had never witnessed such a scene. A celestial being. A celestial being is actually here in this place. What kind of ability is this if not that of a celestial being? I once saw a celestial being flying. Su Qing was also surprised by the response her simple act of producing a chair had elicited. She couldn't help but think that perhaps she should just fly away with Su Luo. As the first person sat down before they could speak, Su Luo raised his hand and cast a healing spell. While her healing talent was quite ordinary, it had improved significantly after leveling up, and especially now with her enhanced strength, the effects were even more potent. After the treatment, the woman who had previously appeared pale and breathless suddenly regained her rosy complexion. She was taken aback and stood up from the chair, saying, I am healed. She tried to speak loudly, no longer feeling the sharp pain in her lungs. The people around her gasped in astonishment. Was this truly a celestial being? With just a wave of their hand, someone was healed. The woman hurriedly knelt on the cushion, sincerely praying. After she stood up, her husband also knelt beside her, murmuring quietly. After the first person completed the treatment, others quickly stepped forward. As more and more people were healed, the urgency among the others grew. No, I need to go home and carry my wife over. Little brother, help me. I'll go get my mother. Before long, several beds were brought over, all for those who were gravely ill. In simple terms, they were just waiting to die at home. Although there were doctors in the village, even in the town, such illnesses were not easy to treat. Su Qing and Su Luo exchanged glances. Their method was indeed workable, albeit somewhat time-consuming. By 5 in the afternoon, the majority of the villagers' ailments had been treated. Su Luo and Su Qing flew into the sky, heading towards the Taoist temple. The villagers below hurriedly knelt on the ground, expressing their gratitude towards Su Luo, as well as to the great deity of the three altars. Lin Mo, we succeeded. Su Luo entered with a beaming face. I saw the number of followers increased by dozens. What? Just dozens? Su Luo pouted, considering that village had over 100 people. Lin Mo chuckled. Only sincere followers are valuable. Many are merely going through the motions. However, the number of genuine followers is slowly increasing, which is a positive sign. But acquiring 50 million followers is no easy task. Lin Mo rubbed his temples, relying solely on this approach wouldn't suffice. You all go out and see if there are any areas where help is needed, and try to assist. In the following time, everyone had their roles clearly defined. Gradually, the number of believers in the nearby villages began to rise. On this day, the Taoist temple welcomed its first visitor. The temple is located on the mountainside, approximately 500 meters from the foot of the mountain. Without a sincere heart, they would not have come here. The visitors were a man and a woman, appearing to be in their The two felt somewhat awkward upon entering the temple. Lin Mo, with his head of white hair, exuded an aura of celestial grace. What brings you here, esteemed guests? Esteemed guests. The two were puzzled, but could guess its meaning. The man, slightly embarrassed, said, We have come to express our gratitude for a wish fulfilled. Lin Mo pointed to the main hall and said, You may go on your own. Don't we need to light incense? The woman asked, clutching a cloth bag. The incense is in the main hall. Feel free to take it yourself. The two were taken aback. This was not what they had expected, but they still entered the main hall, and each took 3 sticks of incense from the incense box to light and kneel and worship. As they were leaving, the woman hesitated, glancing at the incense donation box. Finally, she gritted her teeth and took out 10 copper coins to toss inside. The man opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything. After all, if his wife's illness were cured, the cost would likely be 100-fold. Isn't that a bit too little? The woman said. It's fine, we can come back more often in the future. We can't just come here. With the arrival of these two, the incense offerings gradually flourished. Thanks to Su Luo's efforts, people started coming from all directions. On this day, Lan Shu and the others returned with good news. We passed by a town that was experiencing drought, so we helped them by bringing rain. Of course, they couldn't perform such a spell yet, but they had once acquired a sacred object, a ceramic jar that could store an infinite amount of water. Out of boredom at the time, they filled the jar with water from a river. To their surprise, it actually came in handy. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. So that little town has become believers now. No, they plan to establish a temple. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This was great news. It wouldn't be long before this country could achieve that. It seemed that the most challenging task was to reach the goal of 50 million believers. Lin Mo pondered perhaps they would need to build not just 50 temples, but possibly hundreds. The road ahead was long and arduous. A year later, 5 temples. Su Luo exclaimed with excitement. Over the course of a year in this country, she had treated many people and finally succeeded. Lin Mo sighed. The number of temples is sufficient, but there are only a little over 2,000 believers here. The growth of believers was far too slow. Lan Shu thought for a moment and said, perhaps it's because this place is too poor and has too few people. Lin Mo nodded, agreeing with her. He had already decided on the next location, the largest country to the west. At this moment, Bai Li's eyes brightened. Actually, we could directly approach the dynasty and show them our miracles. That's quite difficult. This place has cultivators too, and such a large country would definitely have its own offerings. Su Qing shook her head. This method seemed to hold no significance. The strength of the offerings was indeed lacking, but whether one was powerful or not did not affect an emperor. What they sought were sincere believers, not forced false believers. If physical coercion were considered, it would be far too easy. I suppose that's true. Su Luo scratched her head. Forget it, let's proceed step by step. After all, it's already been a year. Even if it takes 10 or 20 years, it's normal. She was already prepared for a long-term battle. Lan Shu asked, where should we choose for our next stop? Lin Mo unfolded a map and pointed to a mountain range just 300 kilometers away. Our current location is already on the border, and this is the other side's border. Moreover, Lan Shu, you've been here before, so we can go directly to this place. Lan Shu and the others had helped here before, and there were believers present, so going there would not be a problem. Having acquaintances made things easier. They decided to proceed, finishing up the matters here, and the Taoist temple was simple to manage. That night, Lin Mo raised his hand, and a surge of spiritual power lifted the entire Taoist temple from the ground. He then dragged the temple all the way to the neighboring dynasty. The women created a flat area halfway up the mountain, and the temple landed directly there. When it was built, Lin Mo had specifically instructed them to create a separate foundation rather than embedding it directly into the mountain. Thus the process was quite simple. Alright, your next task, Su Luo, is to cover the nearby towns, and then gradually expand. This dynasty is larger than the last one, and there are more people here. Lin Mo did not seek much, as long as they could develop even 1/10th of believers in a dynasty, it would be sufficient. The rest would naturally spread from person to person. Occasionally offering help would naturally increase the number of believers. With previous successful examples, things became much simpler. Additionally, with the moving caravans, the reputation of their temple spread quickly. On the 3rd day, nearby people began to ascend the mountain. There really is a Taoist temple. Wait, this temple's name. Isn't it from the neighboring dynasty? How did it end up here? Everyone looked at the 2 characters, Wu Wei, above, feeling bewildered. What was happening? How did it move here? Could it be that it was constructed anew? That doesn't make sense. If it were truly newly built, they should have known. There was only one path to get here. They couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Matters of immortals were beyond their understanding. After staying here for a month, Lan Shu and the others discovered another Taoist temple. I took a peek at what they are offering, but it seems similar to ours. Lin Mo was taken aback. Are they our people? Let me go take a look. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo arrived at a mountaintop. Looking at the location of the temple, Lin Mo was puzzled. This location was a bit too high. As he descended from the sky, the people in the temple noticed him and looked at him with vigilance. Lin Mo glanced at their clothing, feeling speechless. What is your mission? What mission? One of them asked. They were quite convincing. Lin Mo sighed. Survival in the highway world, ultimate highway. The other party was taken aback realizing he was one of their own. From the Hua country. If I weren't from Hua country you would be dead. Though Lin Mo spoke the truth, it was still a bit jarring. Lin Mo ignored their expressions. What is your mission? To build a Taoist temple, and then accumulate 100 believers. Lin Mo twitched his mouth. Was the gap in tasks too large? The person asked, is yours? Yes. The other person introduced himself. My name is Chung, he from Chuanfu. Lin Mo from Fengjing. Chung he sighed. This task is truly too difficult. We only have about 20 believers right now. Indeed, how could it not be difficult? Their strength was only at the golden core stage. After some investigation, Lin Mo discovered that it was not Li Chongying who had informed the other party of their purpose for coming here. It seems that the team Li Chongying was responsible for was not large. As for the name of that person, Lin Mo had never heard of it before. The corner of Lin Mo's eye twitched. Clearly Li Chongying was not being truthful. But it didn't matter. After all, he was not someone to provoke. After a brief conversation with the other party, Lin Mo left. They were both from the same faction and Lin Mo had no intention of interfering with the other's mission. In any case, it wouldn't be long before the other party departed. In fact, Lin Mo even helped him, allowing him to quickly gather followers, and in just a week he sent the other party on their way. One reason was because they were their own people, and the other party was too weak and would only be a hindrance here. What if their presence disrupted his plans? This dynasty is called the Zhang dynasty, simple yet brutal. The Zhang family is a clan of cultivators, and the reason for establishing such a dynasty isn't that they have a great yearning for power. After all, they are cultivators, and in their eyes the pursuit of immortality is the truth. However, cultivators need resources. Without resources, the speed of their strength enhancement can be excruciatingly slow. As the influence of Lin Mo's Taoist temple grew, it gradually caught the attention of the Zhang family. Lin Mo, the people from the imperial city have set out, and their destination is likely our place. It's not just likely but certain. This dynasty is different from the one next door. Our appearance will make them think we are seizing their resources. As for the minor cultivators, they won't concern themselves too much. But those with power are different. What should we stop? Su Luo asked. Stop for what? Just continue. Here the strongest is merely at the nascent soul stage. Once the strength of the transformation god stage is unleashed, the other party will naturally abandon provoking them. This incident also instilled a sense of urgency in Lin Mo. He must hasten his cultivation. The strength of the transformation god stage ultimately isn't enough. The targets he encounters in the future will only grow stronger. After this concludes, they should be able to reach the returning void stage, or even possibly the integration stage. If he could cultivate a bit more, perhaps he could reach the mid to late stages of integration. Thinking of this, Lin Mo felt much more relaxed. However, it still depends on whether there is enough spiritual energy here for advancement. The imperial city is quite far away, but for nascent soul cultivators, distance is hardly a concern. However, when the other party arrived, Lin Mo felt a bit speechless. They actually sent 2 golden core cultivators. How much do they look down on them? Senior, may I ask what brings you to our humble place? The 2 golden core cultivators were indeed. The 2 golden core cultivators did not intend to be polite, but looking at Lin Mo soaring in the air with an unfathomable strength, how could they not be aware of his power? In fact, the 2 were somewhat excited. The Zhang family had cultivators at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and they could perceive the realm of nascent soul very clearly. However, the aura Lin Mo exuded felt different. It indicated that he was above the nascent soul stage, which means he was the legendary transformation god. How could they not be excited? Golden core lifespan is 500 years, nascent soul lifespan is 2,000 years, and transformation god lifespan is 4,000 years. That's an additional 2,000 years of life. Even if their strength does not advance during those 2,000 years, they could still cultivate excellent descendants for their family. I plan to establish 5 temples and recruit millions of followers. The 2 exchanged glances of followers. They couldn't quite understand. Could followers really enhance strength? They hadn't seen the dead come back to life. The 2 were puzzled, but it didn't matter. All right, senior, we will report this to the family immediately. Lin Mo did not stop them. He was indeed curious to see what they would do. Less than 3 hours after they left, 2 elderly men with white hair and beard arrived. Both bowed to Lin Mo. Greetings, senior. The people of the Zhang family were quite respectful and polite, quite different from what he had understood from books. However, it made sense after all. His power was evident. You are. One of the elders quickly spoke. Senior, you wish to build temples here, right? We can help with that. We will directly construct the 10 largest temples, and they will be located outside the major cities. Besides that, this person intends to take care of everything. After finishing, the elder lightly coughed. We would like to ask you for a favor. Speak. We cannot dare to ask about cultivation methods, but could you guide us on the path of cultivation? The Zhang family thought simply asking for cultivation methods was futile, but perhaps they could gain some insight from the path Lin Mo had walked. Hearing this request, Lin Mo felt it was quite difficult. After all, cultivation methods are learned directly. Cultivation is instinctual, and strength is enhanced through tasks. Asking him to impart wisdom would be putting him in a difficult position, wouldn't it? Lin Mo couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. The two elders looked at each other nervously. This shouldn't be the case. Imparting wisdom isn't really a big deal, it's entirely dependent on comprehension. Those with low comprehension won't benefit even if told 100 times. Alright, but I cannot guarantee how well I will explain. However, before that I need to see your family's cultivation methods. The elder hesitated. After all, these methods were their foundation. Lin Mo quickly added, I will only look at the first 2 pages. That's fine. In their view, Lin Mo's strength was not enough to deceive them. Then one of the elders handed the cultivation method to Lin Mo, and he indeed flipped through 2 pages. He didn't even glance through before flipping. Xianhua Gong quality, how should I put it? The cultivation method is quite good, and it is also a fire-based method with strong offensive capabilities. He couldn't help but wonder if he were to go to other dynasties and present an S-grade cultivation method, would that make things much easier? They currently had a plethora of cultivation methods, both S-grade and S-grade. As for a grade, there were mountains of them. These were all painstakingly acquired. It really was a tough journey after all to seek them out. I've finished looking. You can start the construction. Once it's ready, just come over here. Thank you, senior. Having money makes things easy. Once the Zhang family got to work, the speed of constructing the temples was extraordinarily fast. In just a week, 5 temples were completed. The statues enshrined inside were of the 3 altars, meeting deity. Lin Mo looked at the task and raised an eyebrow. It seemed this method was quite good. He gazed in the direction of the imperial city, thinking that once the Zhang family arrived, he could completely inquire about it. He could act as a bridge to introduce 3 dynasties. He could present the cultivation methods, and then hold a meeting. Wouldn't that complete the task? However, he still had a question. Where were the members of the other party's convoy? Were they not going to stop them? Lin Mo shook his head. It seemed he needed to send Su Qing and the others out to see if any suspicious individuals appeared. About 3 days later, the Zhang family members arrived. A full 1,000 of them. Lin Mo instantly felt the pressure, but he still knew how to stick to the script. Heavenly Court. Why are you out again? Li Chang'e was taken aback upon seeing the other party. He calculated with his fingers and realized that no one had completed the task. The seal was still intact. This fragment of himself had limited abilities and could not foresee much. Neza crossed his arms. Someone must be worshipping me, and my strength has increased significantly. Although the seal is strong, it feels somewhat meaningless to me. I left a little something inside. Li Chang'e twitched his lips. Of all people, it had to be this guy. He instinctively glanced towards the position. It should be fine, right? Stop looking at him, or I want to go out. Li Chang'e frowned tightly. No way. Why not? What are you going out for, to fight those deities? Wouldn't that just strengthen the seal again? It's just a symbolic seal. Oh, do you really need to be like this, eh? With those few up there who could seal them. I admit they are powerful, but which of them isn't equal to the great Tao? Moreover, this isn't that world. Li Chang'e thought for a long time, and felt that for the safety of the heavenly court, letting Neza go might be okay. Seal your strength to the great vehicle stage, then go find Lin Mo. I think you should be his doing, and take this to him as well. Neza looked at the item Li Chang'e produced, his lips twitching. You really have no shame. Li Chang'e casually stroked his beard. It's all for the future. Inside the Taoist temple, Lin Mo spoke for a full 3 days. Originally, he intended to talk for 49 days, as novels are usually written that way. No novels often span millennia, but he didn't have that much to say. Even in these 3 days, he exerted considerable effort. Alright, that's all I can say. The rest is for you to comprehend yourself. Lin Mo paused, taking out in strength fire-based skill and handing it to the head of the Zhang family. This is a small gift for you. How much you can learn depends on your own abilities. The head of the Zhang family initially paid no heed, but upon seeing the contents, his hands trembled. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. This was definitely a skill better than their own. Thank you, senior. Don't rush to thank me. There's something I need you to handle. If you do not handle it well, I will retrieve this item. 3 days later, 3 peak nascent soul cultivators arrived, leading to a surge of temples in the dynasty of the 3 families. Lin Mo sat in the Taoist temple, nodding in satisfaction at the increasing number of followers. This task turned out to be much simpler than he had imagined. Next, he would search for treasure chests and see if there were any good items here. 3 years later. Let's go back. What is this tower? I don't know either, let's just take it back for now. As the group returned to the villa and entered, they saw a small child sitting on the sofa looking bored. Neza turned his head to the newcomer. You finally came back. Lin Mo felt a bit nervous. The other party's strength was somewhat overwhelming. May I ask who you are? I am the third Prince Neza of the Three Altars and Sea Assembly. Lin Mo's pupils trembled. What was going on? How did this big shot come out? Wasn't it said that they were all sealed? Third Prince, how did you come out? I must thank you, you've helped my strength recover so quickly. Lin Mo was enlightened. It turned out that followers had such abilities. No wonder those people were so eager to establish temples. So could it be said that he had hindered their revival? I suppose so, but they are different from us. They want to rely on this method, not knowing how much time it will take. Therefore in the short term you want face retaliation. Hiss. This third prince could actually read his thoughts. Didn't that mean he had no secrets left? Neza glanced at him and said nothing further. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Ahem, third prince, would you like to have something to eat? We're just about to have a meal. He signaled to Su Qing, who hurried to the car to prepare. 10 minutes later, Neza alternated between eating spicy strips and lotus root slices. Lin Mo's cheeks twitched as his gaze unconsciously fell on the lotus root slice. Wait a minute, isn't this like eating oneself? Neza was unconcerned with Lin Mo's gaze. By the way, I have something for you. He took out a wooden sculpture half his height. Looking at the sculpture, Lin Mo rubbed his chin. Why does this look so familiar? I've seen it before. Thud. He took out a wooden plaque. Western Jean de Tai by Tianhao Xingjuan. Lin Mo fell silent. He immediately understood what the other party meant. It seemed he also wanted to come out. Lin Mo rubbed his temples. I understand now. If this time I've completed the task, and the seal has been lifted by 1%. Oh, that seal is useless. Even if it isn't lifted, it won't matter. Neza set down his food. As long as you let our strength increase, any seal could be shattered. He felt his strength. If you can restore me to 50% of my power, I could storm into the other party's divine court. Lin Mo timidly asked, what is your current strength? Just about 25%. One could only say impressive. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly remembered that they had obtained a treasure tower and hurriedly took it out. Besides that, there was also the Zhenyang sword. These items were all question marks, just names with no explanation. Upon seeing the treasure tower, Neza's eyes narrowed, but upon closer inspection it wasn't. That was crafted by my father previously. It's just a subpar item, but it's enough to suppress some minor characters. As for this sword, it should be the one used by the celestial master Xingxing Miaodao in the past. Seeing that Lin Mo looked somewhat confused, Neza added, that's Lu Dongbin, you should know him. Got it. Once Lu Dongbin is mentioned, it's clear. Good items, all good items. Lin Mo couldn't help but wonder if everything he obtained in the future would be something used by the heavenly court. But that seemed wrong. The holy texts were not. What a pity. It seemed that he couldn't use items from other deities, which was somewhat disappointing. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo thought Neza would leave, but unexpectedly he stayed. Lin Mo felt somewhat uneasy. After all this, was Neza one of the three rebellious figures of the heavenly court? Ahem, third prince, what are you planning to do this time? Haven't I said? I'm going with you as a bodyguard. Lin Mo blinked. You can really come with us. It's not a big problem. They won't be able to discover me. Lin Mo fell into deep thought, wondering whether he should intervene or not. He was extremely worried about the next task. Having a bodyguard was certainly good, but this bodyguard was somewhat hard to control. In an ancient city, Lin Mo and his companions were gathering information. When are we going? Neza stared at Lin Mo, who couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Today marks only the third day since their arrival, a statement Neza had repeated no less than 10 times. He was now eager to ask Li Chang'an, even if you are strong, you cannot just release this person, right? If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be this difficult, right? Lin Mo patiently said. First, we need to locate the position of that heretic. Neza frowned tightly. Unfortunately, my strength is still lacking, though otherwise finding the other party would be as easy as pie. He was at the great ascension stage with a broad coverage of divine sense, but it was still somewhat insufficient for this planet. If only he could return to his original strength. It would be effortless. Neza sighed. I won't be coming back next time. What a pity. Meeting Neza's gaze, Lin Mo thought to himself about how he inadvertently revealed his true feelings. Listening to the information around him, Lin Mo gradually became serious. Their mission this time had two objectives. One was to destroy the other party's temple, and the second was to establish a new temple to take these believers. However, based on their understanding over these days, the temple had a wide range of followers, and it had existed for a millennium. The most critical aspect was that this temple could actually bestow blessings, which was quite troublesome. Lin Mo found it hard to comprehend. Oh, weren't those deities all dead? How could they still bestow blessings? Even if those minor deities were alive, they couldn't bestow blessings so casually, unless there were many of their minor deities. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Neza, who was practically a deity himself. He whispered, "Third Prince, are many of those foreign deities still alive?" Neza frowned tightly. "I don't know, because all the ones I've encountered are dead." Well, it slipped his mind that this one was also a god of killing. This was somewhat problematic. "I know what you're thinking, most of those so-called foreign deities are dead. Even if there are living ones, they probably aren't much different from celestial soldiers. They might even be weaker than celestial generals. So this blessing?" Neza shrugged like Lin Mo. "I don't know, because I never bestow blessings, I just kill directly." Lin Mo let out a deep sigh, wishing that a different deity could be present instead. He propped his chin, his gaze gradually losing focus. "We don't need to worry about their blessings, we should just destroy their temple," Su Qing suggested. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment. "That's also a feasible approach, but we need to be cautious about what comes next. Since the deities can bestow blessings, it means they can connect here. And a connection here means they can relay messages. If they want to convert those believers to another deity, they cannot let the other side know it was them. Unless, of course, destroying all the temples can sever the connection with this place." Lin Mo thought for a moment, and said, "We need to find the true deity statue. Just like the statue he had in his backpack. Other clay sculptures are merely used to gather the power of faith, only the one in hand is the true deity statue. Without severing the connection, nothing else can proceed." Su Luo sighed. "Why is this so troublesome this time? Why not directly gain new believers instead of forcibly taking them? If it were about developing believers, it wouldn't be this complicated. Changing one's mindset is considerably more difficult." Lin Mo understood this as taking believers while simultaneously weakening the other side. Perhaps those foreign deities could gain these people's faith without relying on the deities. Otherwise, this mission wouldn't be like this. Thinking of this, he glanced at Neza, but ultimately looked elsewhere. Asking him was no better than asking himself. Sigh too difficult. A month later, Neza lay in midair, flying away with Lin Mo and his companions. So boring, when can we fight? Ignoring some books in the records of various countries, these believers first appeared in this country, and it spread out from here, so the original statue should be here. But this country is rather vast, isn't it? Lan Shu looked at the map in her hand. Among all the countries, this one was the largest. Finding a destination in such a large area is indeed challenging. I say just kill them all. Believers like this won't provide faith if killed. Neza sat up, looking at Lin Mo and the others. Lin Mo helplessly replied, "There are too many believers here. If we kill them all, we won't be able to complete our task. Of course, it's not that it can't be done, or it would just take 100 years. But that would waste too much time." So Lin Mo still wanted to follow his method to deal with that statue. After entering this country, Lin Mo led them in search. The place was indeed large, but let's not forget they still had a helper. Neza's divine sense was far stronger than theirs. After a week of searching, Neza found the location. No wonder the perception is so weak. It turns out to be hidden so deep underground with a formation in place. Neza's gaze shifted to a distant forest. It's underground in that area, but how to get down, you all can figure it out. It's too troublesome. As long as the location is found, leave the rest to us. Lin Mo's current thought was to quickly complete this task and send the third prince away. He couldn't take it anymore. He preferred the way tasks used to be done, calm and unhurried, rather than being pushed from behind. With many people, finding an entrance should be simple. Descending quickly with the help of divine sense, they soon found the statue. Below the statue was a formation radiating a blood-red glow, and the entire space was filled with a bloody stench. Surrounding them were numerous white skulls. Neza squinted. "This is an evil deity. I told you these foreign deities are nothing good. We should have directly attacked them back then until their souls scattered." Clearly, Neza's killing intent was quite strong at this moment. Lin Mo frowned, looking at the person in front of the statue. Just then the person turned around, their skin shriveled with an evil gaze. More offerings have arrived. Not bad in strength, but still not enough in my presence." The aura from this person began to rise, reaching the strength of the tribulation transcendent stage. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Wasn't the strongest in this world at the nascent soul stage. How could there be such a strong existence here? This isn't his strength, but the power borrowed from the deity he worships. However, this guy won't last long, Neza said calmly. Lin Mo didn't mind. What if their strength was higher? He had a powerful enforcer with him. "Can you lend us your strength?" Neza glanced at Lin Mo. "Lending is possible, but I fear you may not be able. The cost of being unable to bear it is either a period of weakness or damage to one's foundation. It can be said that summoning a deity is not a legitimate thing. At least the heavenly court hasn't needed to use it in many years. It holds no significance. They could just send someone down to resolve it. Then third prince, you handle the opponent. Neza shook his head. I can't make a move, doing so would expose me. Lin Mo twitched his lips. Oh, what did that mean with you being so combative all the way? Forget it, I'll do it myself. He thought for a moment. Lu Yue, take the long sword. Lu Yu nodded, and a long sword appeared in her hand, instantly exuding a force of pure yang. When the long sword appeared, the blood-red array on the ground seemed to be suppressed, transforming into faint crimson flames. The distant figure's smile froze on his face, and his voice became somewhat distorted. Who are you? How do you possess such a sacred object? You are from the divine court. Tisk, someone is taking the blame. With this thought, Lin Mo took out the sacred codex and then opened it. The sacred codex radiated a holy light. Of course he still couldn't use it. The deity says you are guilty. The deity says heretics must be executed. The deity says. The follower was stunned. This doesn't seem right. As someone who had fought against the divine court for many years, he felt that the words were not quite as stated. But looking at the sacred codex emitting sacred light, it was indeed an item of the divine court. Forget it, let's just fight first. His descending strength was already considerable. He should be able to defeat the opponent. However, just as he charged forward, a sword light struck. In the next moment, a piercing pain that struck the soul came, followed by flames that ignited, turning the person before him to ashes. Lu Yu looked at the Xingyang sword in her hand, and then glanced at Lin Mo. I'm just swinging the long sword normally. Next to them, Neza explained the Xingyang sword represents pure yang power. Such evil beings will inevitably turn to ashes when encountering it. This is the inherent ability of the long sword, and has nothing to do with the wielder. Lin Mo nodded. So the Xingyang sword also has such an effect. Then in the future, when encountering similar evil gods, he wouldn't have to worry. He glanced at the array still burning on the ground. Lu Yue used the sword to destroy the array. You seek death. The bull-headed statue opened its blood-red eyes, looking unwilling. In the next moment, the long sword fell, the array dissipated, and the statue's eyes closed. Lin Mo approached the statue, examining it. It had a bull's head and a human body with 6 arms, each wielding a different weapon. He turned to Neza, recalling that this one also had 6 arms. Wait, I think at most there are 8 arms. Don't look at me, ooh, I don't recognize this thing. To be honest, I've never seen such an alien demonic god. Neza's eyes were filled with curiosity, eager to know the strength of this demonic god. Lin Mo took out the Qingtong sword and struck at the statue. With a crack, the statue shattered into pieces, blood flowing everywhere, and a group of wailing souls emerged. Tisk, truly deserving of being an evil god, it even devours souls. Wait, how did the task suddenly progress so much? They only needed to convert a small number of followers, just 1 million. And the figure that should have been 0 was now gradually increasing. Lin Mo watched the continuously emerging wailing souls, his lips twitching. So it's eating its own followers, huh? Ultimately, this value changed to 32000. Is our task about to be completed? Su Qing asked. Lin Mo nodded. This number looks somewhat familiar. So the followers we need to convert were eaten by this statue. Lan Shu asked curiously. This was not what they had expected. Yes, I really didn't think so. This deity is an evil god. You will see many more in the future. Otherwise, do you think why we are at war with these guys? Neza crossed his arms, looking disdainful. Lin Mo didn't respond because he didn't know how to. He had never seen a true evil god. However, the task was about to be completed, which was good news. Let's go. Next, we'll destroy the temple and change their beliefs. Compared to this task, he preferred the previous one. Fortunately, most of the temples were in this country, making it easier to deal with. After spending a month's time, they finally destroyed all the temples on this planet, leaving only the task of building a temple to place the statue in. Look, is this okay? Lin Mo looked at the temple, and the ethereal statue nodded in satisfaction. That's good, I'll settle the payment for you. Thank you, boss. The responsible person hurriedly left after receiving the money. Neza looked at the statue, rubbing his chin. Why does this old guy statue look so good? Why is my statue so small when I clearly look tall? Lin Mo glanced at Neza, who barely reached his shoulder. He had only crafted it according to the image in his mind, so he couldn't be blamed. Temple statues need to be a bit larger. A size doesn't affect belief anyway. Neza shot a glance at Lin Mo, but said nothing. The subsequent matters were much simpler given the previous experience. The only slow part was how to change these people's beliefs. And that could only be left to time. With the unyielding efforts of Su Qing and the others, the task was finally completed a year later. Are we going to look for the boxes? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment. He wanted to send Neza away quickly, but he felt he should stay for a while. Let's search, try to find everything. There might be even better things here. This time Neza didn't say anything. After all, it was already over. After everyone left, Lin Mo rubbed his hands together, looking at Neza with a flattering expression. Neza was taken aback by Lin Mo's expression, and then looked at him warily. What are you up to? Third prince, you are the grand deity of the three altars. You must have a lot of good stuff. Can you leave one for me? Right now, he only had 2 useful swords. The other sacred objects he mentioned were not very helpful. At least they didn't aid him in battle. As a deity focused on killing, anything he casually gave away would be a good item. Neza sighed in relief, so that's what it was. I don't have any. Lin Mo was startled. How is that possible? Don't you have anything you've used before? Neza shrugged. Not really, but I can give you a technique. Although it's a bit lacking, it's still decent. A technique appeared in Lin Mo's hand, and looking at the SS-level technique, Lin Mo sighed. This thing is of no use. Back at the villa, Neza immediately headed for the gate. Wait, third prince, don't you have anything? Nothing. As Neza stepped beyond the threshold, his figure vanished. Lin Mo, did you just let him slip away? Su Qing asked, gazing at the doorway. Better he's gone, having him tag along. I fear my head might explode. Yet now at least he'd found a way. He only wondered how long this solution would last. And why hadn't Neza granted him a more potent cultivation art? Was it forbidden to pass on? That seemed unlikely. After all, their squad existed solely to reinforce the Celestial Palace's seal. Lin Mo stroked his chin, unable to fathom the logic behind it. Enough of that. For now, faith energy has been distributed. We must elevate our strength. This latest mission confirms that power rises with each assignment. Whether others experienced the same, Lin Mo couldn't say. But judging by the convoy they'd encountered previously, it appeared consistent. Weaker cultivators received simpler tasks, but correspondingly meager rewards. Thus a vicious cycle emerged. Tasks grew ever more perilous while strength progressed ever more sluggishly, until one perished within them. Lin Mo suddenly recalled the final adversary they'd faced. His cultivation had soared to staggering heights. Had they not wielded the Zhenyang sword, victory would have been uncertain. Right then, back to work. Su Qing, strike this pagoda with your critical hit. He'd finally deciphered its function as storage artifact. Each tier offered vast spatial capacity. Storing billions of tons of goods posed no challenge. Now he wished to test whether Su Qing could enhance it. Yet he'd overestimated. The odds of upgrading its quality proved exceedingly low, and in the end he obtained 2 identical storage pagodas. We don't really need this right now. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. Not necessarily. We could fill it with grain and water given the chance. Such a vessel would prove invaluable for mystic theatrics, and serve as an exceptional instrument for still, if only they could acquire true sorcery. Lin Mo suddenly smacked his forehead. How could I have forgotten? Neza had already departed. Whom could he ask now? Why hadn't he remembered sooner? As for Li Chongqing, while that fellow was unreliable, his appearances were unpredictable, and his next arrival remained unknown. Just then Li Chongqing entered through the doorway, his smile far broader than before. You're back. Seeing Li Chongqing's expression, Lin Mo knew. The temple's efficacy must have been extraordinary. Otherwise, why such delight? It seems our efforts bore fruit. Lin Mo thought, already rehearsing his words. They'd labored tirelessly. Surely their reward should extend beyond mere mission stipends. Li Chongqing stroked his beard and nodded. Indeed, it's working. The seal weakens further. That wasn't what Lin Mo meant. He well knew Neza's circumstances, and likely so did Li Chongqing. The man simply refused to engage. Fine. If he wouldn't bite, Lin Mo would speak plainly. Surely your own strength has surged considerably. I've exerted tremendous effort on your behalf. Li Chongqing shook his head. No, not much at all. Impossible. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. How many cultivators does he command? And how many do I lead? Right. He'd momentarily forgotten that detail, but ultimately it mattered little. Strength had risen. That was what counted. Consider this: our combat still relies on fists and blades. Might you grant us some true sorcery? Perhaps scattering beams into soldiers, moving mountains, and filling seas. The 72 earthly transformations, or expanding heaven and embodying earth. At first Li Chongqing listened patiently, but by the end he stared at Lin Mo, speechless. Even if granted, such arts would be beyond Lin Mo's grasp. 72 transformations. A delightful fantasy. Why not mention the 36 heavenly transformations instead? Oi, that works too. Li Chongqing's lips twitched. What grand visions you harbor. I'm off. Wait, don't go yet. Lin Mo hurriedly blocked his path, wearing a wry smile. We faced an exceptionally formidable foe this time. Only sheer resilience saved us. Without sorcery, how can we possibly compete? He rambled on relentlessly until Li Chongqing grew visibly exasperated, forcing him at last to speak truthfully. We truly cannot bestow such artifacts. Though the great Tao. This game imposes no constraints upon us, yet it offers countless ways to challenge you. Should you accept anything from me, difficulty escalates exponentially. Lin Mo blinked, stunned. Then Neza's cultivation art. All that. It isn't ours, not at all. Think would the Celestial Palace possess something so rudimentary? Calling an SS rank art rudimentary, well perhaps not entirely inaccurate. Even Lin Mo himself found it somewhat lackluster. Lin Mo sighed. Without sorcery our strength falls short, half a tier behind theirs. At least they can summon divine beings, we possess nothing of the sort. Li Chang'an clapped Lin Mo's shoulder. Let me be clear, every mission you undertake contains artifacts. Some trace of celestial influence lingers within them. Their potency may be diminished, but they are remnants of our own usage. Lin Mo nodded. What else could he do? After Li Chang'an departed he sank onto the sofa weary. Su Qing and Lan Shu sat beside him, one on each side. Our current strength remains formidable. Lan Shu nodded. Precisely, no one rivals us in raw combat prowess. I know that well enough. Yet without sorcery we fight solely with spiritual energy, a method inherently inferior to theirs. In truth, theirs was a doctrine of overwhelming force, pure supremacy of cultivation level. Lin Mo pondered deeply, what if their adversaries wielded superior sorcery? He didn't demand much, just one art, manifesting heaven and earth. Or failing that, even a weaker variant of the 72 transformations would suffice. After all, 72 distinct abilities held undeniable merit. Ahem, perhaps he'd indulged in excessive speculation. Perhaps they left behind ancient cultivation techniques. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. That was plausible. The higher echelons surely anticipated this. To grant only artifacts without complementary arts would render cultivators perpetually stagnant. Lin Mo glanced at his wristband. The mission log remained blank. Patience then. For now rest well. Recharge, and await the next assignment. In the heavenly court, Neza lay on his side. What they are doing seems really easy to watch. Li Chang'an stroked his beard and said, they are not even considered immortals, yet so of course the tasks are simple. Once they reach the immortal realm the difficulty will increase. Neza paused, thinking of how weak Lin Mo and the others were. Can they manage? Their strength seems quite poor. Should I give them the soul-vanquishing banner? Li Chang'an shook his head. If we give it to them it will only bring them trouble. Neza raised an eyebrow. So as long as it's not from us it should be fine, right? Seeing Neza's expression, Li Chang'an calculated with his fingers and realized the truth of the matter. It seemed plausible. Neza hadn't used that item since then, but it felt like a waste. Although that magical artifact was a secondary one, it was still quite a good item, a powerful weapon on the battlefield of demons. That item of yours is still a long way off. It will only appear in the tasks when you reach the immortal realm. I believe you should have a way to deal with it. Neza looked at Li Chang'an. Your strength has just recently improved. Li Chang'an's lips twitched. When did Neza become so clever to know a bit about him? He'll think of a way. Li Chang'an's figure flashed as he easily slipped through the barrier and walked away. Neza scoffed at the barrier. If it weren't for the need to kill reasonably, he would have charged out long ago. The mission is here, everyone prepare to depart. In fact, there was nothing to prepare for. The group simply got into the car and drove away. Mission objective: eliminate 10 divine envoys. 010. Help the Li Fire Empire establish a national religion. Rewards: faith power 50,000. 2 tasks, but the rewards are excessive, unreasonably so. The reward was directly multiplied by 5. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. Isn't this ratio a bit off? Lan Shu nodded at the mission. It does seem a bit off, compared to previous tasks. This one is much simpler. Perhaps the divine envoys are strong while the Li Fire Empire is weak, Su Qing said. Lin Mo agreed with this assessment. He looked at the nearby city with a broken section of the wall and had a bad premonition. Could this be the Li Fire Empire? Let's go down and take a look, then confirm the size of this planet. As for the spiritual energy, it was clearly denser here than on previous planets. Once we confirmed the size and location here. Entering the city there were very few people, but they seemed alright, at least they were not emaciated. Lin Mo glanced at the broken city wall behind him. He couldn't make sense of what had happened here. Hello, may I ask where this place is? The old man looked at the clothing of Lin Mo and the others, realizing he couldn't provoke them. This is Fengming City on the border of the Li Fire Empire. Just as he thought, this was indeed the Li Fire Empire. Their points of appearance were remarkably similar. Then what happened to this wall? What else could have happened? It was attacked by someone. The old man shook his head. Originally this wasn't a border, but the border has been lost for 100 years, and it has now reached here. He didn't know what was wrong with the opposing country, why it was so strong. Lin Mo nodded, thinking of the divine envoys from the mission. They were likely related to those people. So this place has changed over the last 100 years, while before it was not like this, right? Yes, the Li Fire Empire was once the leading empire among the top 10. As for now, the old man shook his head. It has the name of an empire, but is more like a kingdom on the brink of extinction. The reason this city has so few people is that its inhabitants have mostly fled. If they stayed longer, they might be killed in the next battle. To survive, they had to escape from here. The opposing country was completely different from before. This time they would take everything. In the past, fleeing one's own country meant becoming a refugee. Not only could you not go to another country, but even to another city, you had no identity. After obtaining the information they wanted, Lin Mo led the group of women away. Aren't we going to buy a map? Lin Mo pointed at the city behind him. The city is in this state. Who would buy a map? Since so many people have run away, the merchants would have been the first to flee. Moreover, merchants have many identities, as starting anew in a new country is not impossible. However, the opposing country was probably not normal. I think the divine envoys we need to eliminate should be in that opposing country. All 10 of them. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. That's uncertain. We'll have to wait until we reach the royal city to discuss it. Let's go. The group flew into the air, swiftly heading towards the royal city. As for where the royal city was, they could just follow the path. It seemed that the area of the Leaf Fire Empire was not large now. Wait, could it be that the Leaf Fire Empire has no experts left? Su Luo was taken aback. Lin Mo shook his head. There are definitely experts. If there weren't, the Leaf Fire Empire would have perished 100 years ago. Since they could be called divine envoys, they should be quite powerful. It was just that he didn't know if there were any restrictions causing them not to act personally. Just like them, if there were no restrictions, they could complete the mission in no time. But once there were restrictions, the time would be prolonged. Of course, this was all about 100 years ago. Clearly, these divine envoys were not survivors like them, but the local people. Regardless of what it was to obtain information, they still had to go to the royal city. The royal city was indeed closed, but Lin Mo didn't expect it to be this near. They encountered the royal city after passing through only 4 cities. The entire country probably only has a dozen cities. This is comparable to a principality. A kingdom is much larger than a principality. Let's go down and ask. The palace of the royal city was still normal, not having suffered any attacks. As soon as they appeared above the palace, 2 old men flew into the air, both with formidable strength at the transformation stage. Lin Mo directly revealed his peak strength in the Void Return realm. The 2 old men's expressions changed. How could he be so strong? Could it be? Don't worry, we are here to help you. If I really intended to attack you, there would be no need for me to come here. The 2 old men understood he was telling the truth. Currently, only the 2 of them remained in the entire empire. The rest had long since fled. As for the ones that hadn't run, their strength was only at the golden core or nascent soul level. The 2 old men glanced at Lin Mo and the others. Please, seniors. The 2 led the way to the main hall. A teenage boy was seated on the dragon throne. Upon seeing someone enter, he quickly stood up. Uncle Wang, Uncle Chun, this is. Wang Yi and Chun Jian exchanged glances, and Wang Yi stepped forward, saying they are here to help us. As for their authenticity, it no longer mattered. Just as Lin Mo had said, if they truly wanted to take action, they would not be able to stop them. The young emperor was taken aback. Help them. He stood up and curiously approached Lin Mo and the others. Wang Yi instinctively wanted to walk over, but was held back by Chun Jian. Chun Jian shook his head, indicating that there was no need to approach at this moment. Wang Yi took a deep breath. Are you really here to help us? Lin Mo looked at the boy, who was a head shorter than him, and replied, indeed. The young emperor first felt joy, but then his expression fell. Those several countries are very powerful. Even Uncle Wang and Uncle Chun cannot handle them. Our country's army is left with less than 80,000. What kind of people could help them against the Lihua Empire? Lin Mo initially thought it was only one country, but it turned out to be several. Tell me about the situation of those countries. Wang Yi stepped forward. There are 4 countries in total, which have suddenly begun to behave unusually. As they first understood, these countries suddenly began to invade. The strength of the opposing forces was also growing rapidly, far beyond normal speeds. According to Lin Mo's speculation, the rise in strength of these people was quite simple. They were utilizing divine blessings. However, generally such blessings come at a cost. Lin Mo asked, in recent years have many people died? A lot. Could it be that there were again evil cultivators? Lin Mo frowned. The methods of those alien deities granting blessings were truly sinister. Beside him, Chun Jian hurriedly said, it's normal deaths, not city massacres. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. There was indeed a distinction. All right, we understand now. The first thing you need to do is establish temples in each city, and then. Lin Mo took out 2 sculptures. Build the sculptures in the temples according to this model. Wang Yi's expression changed. This is impossible. Lin Mo did not expect such a strong reaction from them. I'm sorry, he. Chun Jian wanted to explain, but did not know how. Why do you say it's impossible? Wang Yi knew he had overreacted. He took a deep breath. The strength of those countries also began with the establishment of temples. And after the temples appeared, the death rate among the citizens of that country began to increase. Lin Mo looked at Chun Jian. Did you not say it was normal deaths? Chun Jian smiled wryly. It is indeed normal deaths, but the death rate among their citizens has indeed risen. It is just that we are speculating it is related to the temples. After all, the increase in the death rate is only a little bit. Lin Mo stroked his chin, pondering the slight increase in death rates, especially after the establishment of the temples. Don't worry, our temples are different from theirs. Wang Yi twitched at the corner of his eye. You say they are different, and they are different. Lin Mo chuckled and shook his head. How many of your citizens are left? Even without temples, they would eventually perish, right? So why not trust us? The next day, temples began to be established in several cities. The citizens of the Lihua Empire looked at the newly established temples with confusion. They were well aware of the current situation of their country. Should they not be finding ways to maintain the nation? What do you say this is for? To seek the protection of the deities. Where are the deities? Aren't the deities just those immortals? Aren't the immortals supposed to protect us? If the temples could really protect us, I would worship them every day. But they have been worshipping these temples for countless years. If they were truly useful, the Lihua Empire would not have become what it was today. A week later, the temples were completely constructed. Curious citizens entered the temples, looking at the sculptures and names inside with confusion. What kind of deities are these? Why have we never heard of them? Does anyone recognize them? I don't recognize them. Why bother with so much? Just light incense and kneel. In the palace, Wang Yi lowered his head. In total, 5 temples have been established. We have completed them all. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Hand me the map. Soon a map was placed on the table. Just by looking at the map, it was evident that it was the latest version. The area occupied by the Lihua Empire had become very small. Above and to the left of it, there were 2 very large countries. Their area was more than 10 times that of the Lihua Empire. Lin Mo scanned the map. Besides these 2, which are the other 2? Chun Jian quickly pointed to the outer edges of the 2 kingdoms. There are 2 more kingdoms, but according to our information, it seems they are merging into one kingdom. What they will be called in the end is unknown. Lin Mo nodded. Indeed, they were beings of the divine. However, Lin Mo stroked his chin, suspecting that a convoy had entered. It was just unclear whether there were 4 convoys or 1. If it were 4 convoys, it would be interesting to observe their internal strife. Lin Mo contemplated. I will reclaim the cities in these areas. Can you send people to take over? Oh, yes. Wang Yi nodded vigorously. Good. Before dark tomorrow, I will reclaim 4 cities, and after that I want you to build temples in these 4. No problem. After leaving the Great Hall, the group arrived at their residence. Just having temples won't suffice. Our task is to establish a national religion. Actually, this is the simplest part. Oh, just follow the old methods. Go treat them, or provide water. As for the national religion, let's call it Tian Y Tian. He initially wanted to call it Tian Ting, but then thought about how that would directly tell them it was his territory. In the end, he could only choose Tian Y Tian. It's just a name. Even if it's called 1, 2, 3, or 4, it would still be a national religion. The next day, Lin Mo set off with Lu Yu and Lu Nen, heading straight for the border. At the northern border, the soldiers of the Lihua Empire were very tense. News had come down that someone would reclaim 2 cities today. They were hoping this was true, but how could that be possible? If they could truly reclaim them, why wait until now? At that moment, Lin Mo and the 2 others flew over. Look, it's a cultivator above the nascent soul stage. Alas, it's useless. The defenders of the city are 3 experts in the transformation stage, and Wang Lao and Chun Lao cannot leave the palace at all. Even if they left the palace, it would be pointless. 3 for 1 city meant 6 for 2 cities. Because of this, they felt powerless. However, an hour later, Lin Mo and the others landed in the city. Those 6 transformation stage experts are already dead, and their troops have been captured by us. If you can turn them into your own, keep them. If not, then kill them. After saying this, Lin Mo took them to the... By noon, the 4 cities had returned without needing to wait until nightfall. The young emperor, still innocent, was overjoyed upon hearing the news. However, Wang Yi and Chun Jian wore worried expressions. The 4 nations had previously fought against each other, and now they were about to merge, meaning they would have to face all 4 nations at once. Having seized the 4 cities, it was likely that they would soon be targeted. Now it's your turn. Oh, build the temple. Yes, Wang Yi replied. As for what would happen next, they could only wait. The temples in the 4 cities were established, rapidly completed in just 3 days. The workers knew that this was for the immortals who had taken back the cities, and thus they worked diligently. 2 days later, an urgent report reached the imperial city. I knew it, Wang Yi said, looking at the urgent report with a worried face. The 2 nations had indeed sent someone over. He hurriedly handed the report to Lin Mo, as he was the only one capable of handling this matter. Seeing this, Lin Mo waved his hand directly. Go call back Su Qing and the others. we will split into 2 groups. He wanted to see what kind of strength they would send this time. If one came, he would kill one. In the northern border, Lin Mo led his people directly into the recently reclaimed city, nodding in satisfaction at the newly built temple. Those who wanted to make a move were underestimating the situation. Report. The opponent has sent 2 people. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Only 2. What were they thinking? Could it be that his previous attack hadn't been decisive enough, making them think his strength was weak? With this thought, Lin Mo smiled, planning to be even more decisive this time. He flew into the sky with Lu Yue gazing at the opponents from a distance. Indeed, there were only 2. However, their strength was considerably greater than before, both at the peak of the transformation stage. Even if Wang Yi and Chun Jian arrived, it would take them some time. When the opponents came, they didn't say a word and raised their hands to attack. Dark energy filled the sky as a black snake formed from the dark mist slowly emerged. Watching the black snake, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel envious. When will they give us such divine spells? It's probably impossible. Oh, didn't Li Changjin say so? Sigh. Yes, that was indeed said. But why did the opponent have it while they did not? Was it simply because the opponent's divine beings were weaker? Lin Mo thought for a moment, and it did seem possible. The black snake fully materialized, opening its mouth as it flew toward the city. As it approached, Lin Mo could even sense the negative energy emanating from the black snake. It was indeed quite sinister. Lu Yu drew the Zhengyang sword. This weapon was perfect for dealing with such things, or rather it was effective against those so-called divine messengers. However, before she could take action, a golden light burst forth from behind them. Lin Mo turned to see a golden figure appearing above the temple. However, before she could take action, a golden light burst forth from behind them. Lin Mo turned to see a golden figure appearing above the temple. In the next moment, the golden light flashed, and the black snake disintegrated. The figure vanished. Lin Mo stroked his chin, wondering what this meant. Was it a display of divine power? Should we take action? Lu Yu asked. Let's hold off for now and observe. The figure just now had shown no awareness. It was merely a pure energy entity. He was pondering whether this entity was a one-time use, or if it could appear every time. The 2 individuals in the distance were stunned. What was that figure just now? They did not sense any trace of life. It was merely a phantom. Was that divine power? It doesn't seem like it. Our divine power doesn't manifest like that. So what should we do? Let's retreat for now. The 2 turned and left without any lingering thoughts, deciding to clarify the situation first. Having just gained strength, dying would be a pity. Lin Mo was speechless. He had wanted to test things further, but they had run away. He glanced back at the bustling temple in the distance. This was still good news. Let's head to the western region. As soon as they arrived in the west, Su Qing flew over. The phantom of the 3rd prince appeared above the temple just now. How many times? 3 times. Those 2 were directly killed. Su Qing paused. However, the golden figure appeared dimmer the 3rd time, suggesting that there shouldn't be too many appearances. They had actually seen it 3 times. Lin Mo stroked his chin, pondering what it meant for the 3rd appearance to be dim. Was it limited in number, or was it something else? He looked toward the distant temple. Let's go check it out. They descended from the sky, and outside the temple in the city, there were people everywhere, but the number inside the temple was not large. It seemed like they were lining up. Seeing Lin Mo and the others, the people did not come forward to interrupt. They all knew that this temple had been established by these individuals. Thinking of this, their gazes toward Lin Mo and the others were filled with fervor. Perhaps the Fire Empire could truly return. Entering the main hall, Lin Mo looked at the sculptures before him. These sculptures were just ordinary clay sculptures, merely depicted. But at this moment, in Lin Mo's eyes, they appeared different. The sculptures seemed to have a greater luster, entirely different from when they were first placed. Do you think that golden light could be a manifestation of belief? It was a pity that they currently couldn't see the number of believers. If they could, it would certainly be evident. It's indeed possible. The more belief, the stronger the power. Let's go. We should check out the other temples. After inspecting all the temples, Lin Mo noted that the sculptures within were quite similar, all with a layer of luster. Indeed, every task had its differences. However, this time was a significant change. Su Qing's eyes brightened. What if we create more sculptures? Wouldn't that make them even stronger? I think that's feasible. If we place all the celestial beings from the heavenly court here, wouldn't we be invincible, eh? Lin Mo's lips twitched. Their thoughts were quite grand, but such things couldn't possibly be that simple. Let's return to the palace. Upon arriving at the palace, the young emperor rushed over immediately. You all are amazing. What is this temple? Why is it different from the ones we had before? Facing the inquisitive young emperor, Lin Mo ruffled his hair. If it were the same, we wouldn't be able to save your country, would we? Looking at Wang Yi, he said, I assume you've seen the conditions of the statues inside the temple. Please please keep an eye on any changes and inform me? Yes. Now Wang Yu was completely convinced, and he suspected that Lin Mo was the same as those divine messengers, a divine messenger himself. Only that he was a divine messenger helping them. Since that day the 4 border cities had not suffered any attacks. Lin Mo also did not hastily reclaim the cities. He was developing the believers here. If things went as he envisioned, he might not even need to take action in the future. The palace of the Qian dynasty. What is that thing? We are not sure, just a figure of golden light. A divine descent. On the dragon throne a middle-aged man frowned tightly. The deity they worshipped does not possess such power. I will go and beseech the great god Amaterasu to see. However, they were unable to establish contact. Each time it was merely the great god Amaterasu delivering a divine decree, but they could not do anything. My lord, what should we do? What else can we do? Call the divine envoy and have them take action. The two exchanged glances, realizing there was no other option. However, they were more curious about the strength of the person before them, wondering why the divine envoy would heed his words, feeling that his power seemed inferior to that of the divine envoy. But this was not something they should be concerned about. The two quickly left the place and made their way to an underground location outside the imperial city. In the underground, the oil lamps flickered, creating a sinister atmosphere. 2 figures clad in black robes knelt before a pitch-black statue, murmuring to themselves. Great divine envoy. A hoarse voice sounded. What is it? There has been a bit of trouble from the Liuhua Empire. The two succinctly recounted the situation. The divine envoy frowned upon hearing about the golden light. I will handle this matter. Yes. The two hurriedly left the place. Although their strength had greatly increased with the divine envoy's assistance, it came at a price. It was unknown how many people had perished in less than 10 years. The most fortunate could only last for about 20 years. If it weren't for their own considerable strength, they too would have followed in the footsteps of those who had perished. What was that golden light? Not quite sure. It seems the other party has found a certain deity. What deity could possibly be a match for our great god Amaterasu? The two closed their eyes again, sincerely reciting scriptures. A layer of black light flickered on the sculpture, and an invisible energy slowly materialized above the imperial city, continuously exploring the surroundings. Invisible tendrils reached into various households. 3 days later, 5 more cities returned, and the temple simultaneously began construction. Another 3 days passed, and new sculptures were erected. Lin Mo observed these temples, stroking his chin. I estimate that the other party should arrive in the next couple of days. We will wait here, but we won't take action. Let's observe the temple's situation. All right. Over the next 2 days, Lin Mo visited the temple daily. He witnessed the changes in the sculpture each day. Lin Mo felt that this must be the power brought by faith, eventually granting the statue the ability to communicate with the heavenly realm. However, he was puzzled. There were so many sculptures on Blue Star, yet he had not seen any changes in those statues. Could it be that Blue Star is different from here? Ding, ding, ding. The urgent ringing of bells resounded. Lin Mo flickered away and appeared atop a city wall. Report, my lord, enemies are approaching. 2 immortals and an army of 50,000. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. They actually dispatched an army, which meant the other side had guessed something. The so-called army was just some ordinary people with some strength. Normally deities on the righteous side would not act against ordinary people. But the evil gods were not included in this. From the information he had gathered, the deity the other party worshipped was not a good one. Do not worry, just maintain your posts, and let me handle the rest. Soon the army of 50,000 arrived within 10 kilometers of the city. The 2 figures also appeared in the air. Seeing those 2 figures in black robes, Lin Mo's heart was filled with anticipation. If it truly unfolded as he anticipated, he would not need to take action. In the next moment, a wave of energy surged from a distance, coalescing into a pitch-black spear. It shimmered with black flames. Lin Mo stroked his chin. For some reason, he felt an unusual familiarity with that black flame. At that moment, the spear shot forth towards them at high speed. Lin Mo gazed at the black spear. If the figure of the 3rd prince did not appear, he would take action. Just as the spear was less than a kilometer from the city, a golden spear shot past him from behind. The black spear disintegrated upon contact, while the golden spear continued forward, piercing one of the figures in black robes, vanishing from Lin Mo's sight. He turned to look and saw the towering golden figure of the 3rd prince, now even taller and more radiant than when he last saw him, with even greater power. Indeed, this was related to the people of faith. Send people out of the city to engage their troops. Do not worry about the danger. Yes, the forces of the Liuhua Empire far surpassed those of the enemy. It was just that their number of cultivators was too great, leading to their involvement in battle. Otherwise, they might not truly be able to contend with the Liuhua Empire. The black-robed figure in the sky had yet to react when the golden light shot over, causing the energy around him to stagnate. He dared not flee as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Fear even emerged within his mind. Now looking at the golden figure in the distance, he did not dare to move, only watching as the people below fought and died. He knew that once he intervened, he would surely suffer an attack from afar. Great divine envoy, what should we do? Two cultivators flew over from behind him, their gazes fixed below. Retreat. The two were taken aback. Are we just leaving like this? It doesn't seem right to come here so fiercely and leave in such a disheveled state. The divine envoy shot a cold glance at the two. What? You do not heed my words, hey? The two shuddered in unison. No, we will leave right now. 3 hours later, the battle below also concluded. Although the Liuhua Empire also paid a price, it was a normal cost of battle. Who does not die in war? As long as the deaths are not meaningless, the Liuhua Empire can accept it. Moreover, this time, they had killed over 30,000 of the enemy, while only a few hundred had died on their side, making it a substantial gain. My lord, we have achieved victory. Lin Mo nodded. I saw it. My lord, you do not know, ever since those people intervened, we suffered heavy losses, each time to the point where we did not dare to defend the city. Once we defended the city, we basically could not escape death. This victory has truly revitalized us. He turned to look in the direction of the temple, determined that after his shift ended, he would take his brothers to kneel and express their gratitude. After leaving the city wall, Lin Mo headed directly to the temple. Just after the bells rang, the citizens had long returned home to avoid the fighting, and now they had just emerged. There was not a soul in sight. Third Prince, I know you can hear me, but don't hide in there without making a sound. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Lin Mo shouted for a full half hour, but the statue remained utterly unresponsive. Something was amiss. Could he have been mistaken? Was this thing even connected to the heavenly court? Just as he was about to give up, a human face appeared on the statue. Are you out of your mind? Neza glared angrily at Lin Mo. He had been sleeping when he felt someone buzzing incessantly in his ear. Initially, he intended to ignore it, but the noise was simply too loud. However, the moment he emerged, he saw Lin Mo's face. It made sense. Who else could have been buzzing in his ear? So it really can connect to the heavenly court. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Did this mean he could connect with the person on the other side at any time? So you were here for this all along. Neza couldn't understand what Lin Mo was really doing. I just wanted to see if I could get in touch, and it would be easier to ask for your help later, right? Neza shook his head. I can't be of help. Lin Mo was taken aback. Then why did you come down? Soon Neza's phantom disappeared, and Lin Mo had received the message. They couldn't intervene. Once they did, it would lead to trouble. However, they could offer some assistance, such as provide. For instance, he now knew the god's information on the other side. He also understood why the other party hadn't run away. No wonder that black flame looks so familiar. It's Amaterasu. As for why that person didn't flee, it was because Amaterasu had been slain by Neza. According to Neza, he didn't recognize Amaterasu. He only knew that the flame was rubbish and thought it was some minor deity. He never expected it to be a major deity. However, this god was so weak that he couldn't even withstand the god-slaying banner before perishing. Lin Mo's lips twitched. Could the items in their possession really compare to those of others? There were only a few items in the hands of the legitimate gods that could be compared, and even then it was only in comparison to their weaker possessions. A year later, the territory of the Liuhua Empire doubled in size, and the 10 divine envoys were slain by Lin Mo, including that opposing team. When Lin Mo saw that team at the time, he was speechless, as there were only 2 people. It was hard to imagine what they had gone through afterward. Alright, the mission is complete. It's time for us to do our work now, searching for treasure chests and the things they needed. Hearing this, Lin Lingling sighed. Though my strength has increased and my range has expanded, this planet is just too vast. She mused, finding it hard to imagine how much time she would need to search. Su Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. I have an idea. There is only one Liuhua Empire in the entire world. Why not let the people of this empire help us search? The more people, the greater the strength. If we really cover the entire world, wouldn't we be able to find it in no time? Lin Mo rubbed his chin, contemplating the possibilities. That's a bit tricky. We've only destroyed those 4 nations, but there are still so many others left. Actually, it doesn't have to be so complicated. Just let the Liuhua Empire send out the message, and those nations would be more than willing to help, especially since the temple has already communicated with them. Actually, it doesn't have to be so complicated. Just let the Liuhua Empire send out the message, and those nations would be more than willing to help, especially since the temple. This made it a bit difficult for the Liuhua Empire to take action. After all, the temple was their state religion, and those nations had directly converted to their faith. When you think about it, they were essentially their own people. No matter how much they wanted to expand their territory, they couldn't take action against their own. Lan Shu nodded in agreement. This method seems more reliable. We can let them search for a year first, then we will take action afterward. Alright, let's do it this way. I'll pay a visit to the palace. Their residence was in a corner of the royal city, a place specially prepared by the young emperor, spacious and quiet. Inside the palace, the young emperor was studying with a book in hand. A figure walked in. Upon seeing this, the young emperor quickly put down the book in his hands. Lin Mo, big brother, you're here. Lin Mo reached out as usual, ruffling the young emperor's hair. You're quite diligent. The young emperor sighed. I don't want to be diligent, but the Lihua Empire can't do without me. His brothers had all died, and although his sisters were still around, they preferred to travel and had no interest in being emperors. In the history of the Lihua Empire, there had actually been a few empresses. I came this time to discuss something with you. The young emperor waved his hand. Whatever Lin Mo brother wants, just say it. I will definitely bring it to you if it's within my capabilities. It's like this. Lin Mo explained his thoughts. The young emperor patted his chest. You can rest assured, leave it to me. A day later, envelopes were sent to various nations. At the borders of various nations, upon seeing soldiers with the Lihua Empire's flag, no one dared to stop them. These envelopes reached the hands of the emperors of various nations within a week. Looking at the contents of the envelopes, the emperors of these nations were somewhat perplexed. What was this treasure chest in the wild? Fortunately, there were illustrations on it, making it easier to find. After arranging everything, Lin Mo returned to the courtyard, casually strolling with the girls or discussing where to go for fun at night. 3 months later, the news came back. The chests were atop a mountain in one of the nations, a total of 15, along with a strange statue. They found it so quickly. Su Luo exclaimed in shock. If they were to search for it, it would have taken them at least a year. After all, a large-scale search was necessary. This is the power of numbers. Oh, let's hurry and set off. That nation was not far from them, and with their strength, they could reach it in just 2 hours. Upon arriving at that nation, Lin Mo went directly to find the emperor. The other party's men led them directly to the towering mountain peak. Above the clouds, the mountain peak rose 100 meters above the cloud layer. Here was a platform with a humanoid statue in the center. It had an eagle-like face and was sprouting twin wings. This must be Lei Jinzi. Lin Mo nodded. It does resemble him, and there's a hammer beside it. It should be his item, but I remember that this item wasn't used by him. The television was too old, and novels. How could he remember so many people? Thunder hammer quality. Note, a weapon capable of summoning thunder and lightning. Just from the name, it was clear that it was not a weapon used by the other party. Regardless, it's still considered a good. Inside the villa, on the coffee table, 3 sculptures are displayed. In front of the sculptures, 3 weapons are arranged. Lin Mo remarked, look, these 2 have left us something. This Jingyang sword was given to us by another person, but the third prince is rather stingy, not giving us any weapons at all. While speaking, Lin Mo occasionally glanced at Neza's sculpture. However, it was evident that Neza did not wish to acknowledge Lin Mo. Could it be that Neza has nothing useful to offer us? Su Qing interjected. Lin Mo quickly gestured to Su Qing, who was being sarcastic. Su Qing cleared her throat and turned to look in another direction. Lin Mo continued to address the sculpture. He certainly understood that Neza had no other usable items, but the technique he possessed was genuinely of little use. If it were a magical spell, he wouldn't have complained. Yet this time he was unsure whether it was because they were not in the temple, or if Neza truly did not want to engage. Lin Mo spoke for an entire day, his throat dry, yet the other party showed no reaction. Today neither Li Changjin nor Neza even visited. A day later, Lin Mo gave up. Sitting on the sofa in the living room of the villa, he leaned back and said, do you think they are being unreasonable? They don't even come to see us. Our team is the strongest. Aren't they afraid we won't work? The girls remained silent. They knew why the others did not come. If someone were to nag at them, they certainly wouldn't dare to step forward. Lin Mo sighed. Forget it. He opened the regional channel. No, it should now be called the Heavenly Court channel. After so much time, the vehicles from the road survival world had all emerged. At this moment, the Heavenly Court channel had over 3,000 participants. That's right, just over 3,000. We have completed another mission, granting us 500 units of faith power. Our team's strength has reached the peak of the golden core. How is your seal coming along? Huh? What? I don't know. So everyone has different tasks. I thought they were the same. He had long been aware of the differing tasks. He just hadn't expected the disparities to be so vast. He switched the interface to the world channel. The number of participants was only over 2,000. Some of them had perished in the mission, while others had fallen to rival teams. After all, Lin Mo had eliminated several rival teams. He stroked his chin, noticing that there seemed to be an increase in confrontational missions recently. If it continued like this, those 2-0 would dwindle considerably. Moreover, the casualties among the people of Huagua were rather high. Unfortunately, he was in no position to intervene. All he could do was wish them luck. A month later, a new mission was issued. It was similar to what he had guessed. Mission objective: establish a national religion in the Chengtian Empire with 50 million followers. Reward: all members' strength reaches the peak of ascendance. Heavenly Court seal, 10. This reward seems a bit too high. A 10 reduction in the seal. Coupled with the reductions from others, it might reach 15. Let's go. As they stepped out of the door, they saw 3 figures standing there. In addition to the familiar Li Changjin and Neza, there was a birdman with wings, Lei Jinzi. Oh, are you here to see us off? Is this mission particularly challenging? Li Changjin directly ignored Lin Mo's sarcasm. Neza crossed his arms and turned away, never expecting Lin Mo to be so bothersome. How could the strongest team behave this way? This mission is somewhat different. Be cautious and don't hesitate to eliminate threats. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. No wonder the mission rewards were so generous. It must be that there are more hostile forces involved. Don't worry, I'm aware of that. In that case, you all set off. Lin Mo was taken aback. That's it. Aren't you going to give us something? I told you I can't provide anything. Li Changjin shook his head. He would like to help, but the Tao does not permit it. Lin Mo sighed. This is really troublesome. Can you at least tell me what the strongest power of the opponent is? Li Changjin calculated for a moment. The highest is at the peak of the void return stage. Good heavens, they possessed the same level of strength, but it wasn't an issue as their team was basically at the peak of the void return stage. However, they still had faith power to utilize. They would use it when needed. At this point, Neza spoke up. Once you arrive, remember to take a trip to the sea. Although it's a bit vast, it shouldn't be too difficult for you. Lin Mo's heart stirred with understanding. Thank you, Third Prince. The group boarded the vehicle and the road materialized before them. The vehicle quickly started speeding towards their destination. The previously silent Lei Jinzi said, so they helped me regain my senses. Neza sneered. Your strength is indeed lacking if you still need help from others. Lei Jinzi twitched his mouth. It was such a familiar feeling. What a good child. How did he end up with such a mouth? As if you didn't need help from others either. In the Chengtian Empire, within the temple, figures began to materialize. Wow. So many people this time. Is this mission too difficult? What should we do? The previous mission was already tough. This one should be out of this world. I don't want to die. There are so many of us. The opposing side must have an equal number, so their strength shouldn't differ much. In a corner, are there really this many people this time? Su Luo stood on tiptoe to take a look. There are at least 100 here. Lin Mo shook his head. The number is even more. Others are continuously appearing. Soon the temple could no longer accommodate this many people. They had to exit. After about 10 minutes, no one else appeared in the temple. At this point, the number had reached over 500. With so many people together, completing the mission might be quite challenging. Just coordinating them is a hassle. Lan Shu nodded in agreement. The more people there are, the harder they are to manage, especially since they are all survivors. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. It would be best if these people followed our orders. If they don't, then they can fight for themselves. After all, our mission is to... What is your mission? To establish a national religion with 50 million followers. So is ours. Ours is the same. Does this mean that everyone has the same mission? But 50 million is quite a challenge. Lin Mo squinted his eyes. This time the mission was indeed the same, indicating it was a team mission. However, Lin Mo remained silent, wanting to see how these people planned to proceed. He hoped it would align with his thoughts, that way he could protect them. If not, they would have to rely on themselves. He hoped they wouldn't let him down. Wait, where is the one who summoned us? Not far away, a young man in a yellow dragon robe stood alongside a man in a black robe, both appearing somewhat alarmed. The young man whispered, "How did you summon so many divine envoys? Didn't you say there was only— If I say I don't know, would you believe me?" The national master replied with a wry smile. "Let's put belief aside for now. You should go over there quickly." The young man pushed the national master aside and took 2 steps back. Although he was the one who had called for this person, this was a bit excessive. He felt that the situation here was somewhat troublesome. The national master cleared his throat. Ahem, greetings to all divine envoys. Everyone turned to look, knowing that the person before them was the national master. They had long been accustomed to such situations. Almost every time they appeared, there would be a national master present. Let's set your matters aside for now. We need to find a leader first. After the strong man finished speaking, he looked at the others. With so many people here, it clearly indicates the seriousness of the situation, so we must find a leader. The people from Huagua nodded in understanding. However, the question remained on how to find this person. But how should we choose this leader? How else can we choose? It must be based on strength. Simply having strength isn't enough, one must also be intelligent. After saying this, he cast a glance at the strong man. The strong man's lips twitched. Don't stereotype. Just because someone is a strong man doesn't mean he lacks intelligence. Can he not be resourceful? Upon hearing this, the scene fell into silence. The strong man took a deep breath, weary of arguing with these people. I believe we should find someone based on strength. After all, those with strong abilities must have completed many tasks, even the more challenging ones. The others nodded. This was indeed reasonable, and there would be no problem using this method. In a corner, it seems that we are in a good position. I thought they would form a coalition. Sua Luo said. There is indeed a coalition, but it's just a bit small in number, Lin Mo remarked, looking at a few groups standing together nearby. But there weren't many, only a few dozen people. Our entire team is at the late stage of transformation. Is there anyone stronger than us? The strong man said awkwardly. Sorry, we are at the peak of transformation. A small team stepped forward. After this team appeared, no other teams followed. Lin Mo looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the golden core stage was the current mainstream. He took a few steps forward. Our team is at the peak of tribulation transcendence. Having completed their last task, their strength had increased again. Everyone's gaze turned toward them in unison. They had heard something. Peak tribulation transcendence, how many realms was that apart? The strong man was also taken aback, not expecting that there were actually peak tribulation transcendence individuals. His expression brightened. This mission was guaranteed to succeed. Brothers, you will be in charge of this mission. We will listen to you. Lin Mo nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. The few small teams that had planned to leave suddenly stopped. This was peak tribulation transcendence. If they left, would that not be foolish? Thus those who had gathered together refused to leave. Lin Mo didn't mind. The first thing you need to do is to build the temple, develop the national religion and followers of the Qingtian Empire, and then he took out 3 statues. The statues inside should be dedicated to these 3 individuals. Everyone focused on the statues, looking puzzled, wondering why this was the case. However, upon seeing 2 of the statues, everyone suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Alright, we will take care of these. After arranging everything, the others dispersed, and Lin Mo called the 2 strongest teams together. Before I left, Li Changjian told me. You should know Li Changjian the Tai by Jin Xing. The 2 men nodded. Of course they knew, because they had seen him. The enemy's strongest strength is at the peak of the Void Return realm. You definitely cannot defeat them. However, there's no need to worry. I will deal with them, and as for the others, their strength should be about the same. The strong man looked serious. This strength was indeed somewhat formidable. It was no wonder there were peak tribulation transcendence members in their team. But did this mean they were treating the opponent like a child? For the coming period, you will be in charge of the subsequent matters. Our team has other tasks to attend to. Rest assured, we will take care of this for you. Lin Mo nodded. Then we will be leaving. The national master looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, do you think we need to say anything more? The young man's lips twitched. It seems that there is no need. We just need to listen. The southern part of the Qingtian Empire was close to the sea, and Lin Mo and the others arrived there first. Lin Mo, this country seems to be quite large, and the ocean's expanse must be even larger. Sua Luo gazed at the vast sea surface and sighed. When would they be able to find what they were looking for? The things left by the third prince here must be valuable. We have to find them. They would secure the items first, and other matters could be dealt with later. Ling, it's up to you now. Leave it to me. The group dove into the sea, commencing a thorough search. Meanwhile, the Qingtian Empire began to operate. More than 80 caravans started moving simultaneously, establishing temples across the Qingtian Empire. Some of the caravans headed to other countries to gather information and understand the situation. Inside the palace, you can call me Xiao Wenhua, said Xiao Wenhua, dressed in a dragon robe. The strong man nodded. Xiao Wenhua, how many countries do you have, and what have they done to summon us? We know of 44 countries, but it has now become 37. As for why we called for divine envoys, it is because they have merged entirely and even established a sect. The strong man furrowed his brows. What does establishing a sect mean? Is it like our temples? That can also be understood that way. The strong man scratched his head and turned to the middle-aged man beside him. Brother, why don't you take over? He felt that he really couldn't comprehend the situation at hand. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. We don't need to overthink, we just need to follow Lin Mo's instructions, and he will handle the rest. True enough. The strong man decided not to dwell on the matter, directly following his team out of there. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and asked, when did those countries start to change? About a year ago, but this is the time we discovered it. Xiao Wenhua was also uncertain about when the changes actually began. The middle-aged man nodded. It seems this just started, so there shouldn't be a big issue. What he feared was that the other party had already started. That would be a real problem. Half a year later at the border of the Qingtian Empire. What the hell? How can their strength be so overwhelming? We can't withstand it at all. They must have received a power boost from their deity again, otherwise they wouldn't be this strong. Retreat. Retreat. We can't win, let's give up this city. The survivors' convoy planned to abandon their position, as most of them were not capable fighters. Staying here would only mean certain death. The burly man furrowed his brow watching the figures in the distance. Even he felt the pressure. Where is Lin Mo? Why hasn't he returned? If they were here, things wouldn't be this dire. After all, he was a big shot in the Tribulation Transcendent stage, while the opponents were merely at the early stage of returning to Void. They couldn't win, but Lin Mo and his group definitely could. Shenluo, what do you think? The middle-aged man Shenluo adjusted his golden glasses. But they are not here, Jiang He. We should retreat, as well. Jiang He twitched at the corner of his eye. If we are retreating, just do it. Why are you adjusting your glasses? You look so pretentious. Retreat. Hearing the order to retreat, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The group of survivors along with the forces of the Qingtian Empire began to quickly withdraw, while the city had already started organizing civilians to retreat to other cities. In the distance, that group started charging towards them. Trying to escape wouldn't be so easy. What? In the sky, a golden phantom appeared, and a long spear was hurled forward. Boom. The spear with immense force split the entire battlefield in two. Those few at the returning to Void stage were instantly obliterated. The fleeing survivors stopped in their tracks, gazing at the endless chasm in the distance. What is going on? Jiang He swallowed hard. Shenluo, have you ever dealt with a temple before? Is a temple supposed to be like this? Shenluo adjusted his glasses. I have indeed dealt with temples, but none had this effect, I think. It must be related to the statues. Jiang He nodded in agreement. Wasn't that golden phantom just like the third prince? It looked exactly like the statue. He scratched his head. Did we miss something? Lin Mo has 3 statues, but we don't have a single one. Shenluo adjusted his glasses. If you adjust your glasses one more time, I swear I'll throw your glasses away. And can't you wear something normal? Why are you in a white suit? Can't you as a middle-aged man look a bit more like one? You could at least wear an administrative jacket. Why dress so flamboyantly? Shenluo froze for a moment, then slowly lowered his hands. Once Lin Mo returns, we can ask him. It's Lin Mo. Lin Mo and the others are back. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Lin Mo assessed the situation on the battlefield, and knew that the temple had made its move. It seemed they had done well over the past 6 months. Lin Mo, how is your temple so powerful? The temple we made doesn't have this effect. Is it related to this? Jiang He was straightforward, saying what needed to be said. Yes, it is indeed due to the statues. Your next task is to look for those statues. There's no need to rush to leave after completing the task. So that's how it is. Jiang He realized. Previously he would search, especially since they had time to do so. But after arriving on this road, he hadn't bothered. He had mostly just completed tasks and left. Shenluo instinctively reached for his glasses, but his hand dropped halfway. Lin Mo, are you leaving again? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. I've already found what I need. Now we can officially begin. By the way, how is your investigation going? How many divine agents are here? Currently we have discovered 6 factions, but we don't recognize many of them. Who among us studies such things? We only know a few familiar divine factions. After all, only those few deities are portrayed in films. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Then counting us, that's 7. Yes, there might be more. That's not a big issue now. There are temples in every city, right? Yes. Good, then let's start expanding. Lin Mo's idea remained simple. He intended to advance using the temple as before. They are dead. Wasn't the enemy's strength not weak? Why did they die? The speaker had golden hair and was at the peak of the returning to Void stage. He furrowed his brows, looking puzzled. According to their information, the Qingtian Empire was a territory managed by Huagua, with a strength only at the golden core stage. The strongest among them was merely at the transformation stage. How could they compare to them? It was a golden phantom. The golden-haired man squinted. A divine phantom. Interesting. Put up our divine statue, then have those people kneel and worship devoutly. By the way, let's abandon those cities at the border. If he guessed correctly, the enemy would definitely take action at the border and establish temples. Since that's the case, he would not bother with them and would establish his own temple further back. He wanted to see whether the enemy's deity was stronger or his own. Lin Mo, our people found out that they are placing statues in several cities' temples, probably intending to do the same as us. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Haven't they used this method before? I thought this was standard procedure. After all, who wouldn't use power when they have it? Jiang He smiled bitterly. Who could have guessed before? If Lin Mo hadn't used it, I might still be in the dark. Plus the enemy's strength is already formidable, they wouldn't need this ability at all. Let them do as they please. Lin Mo was not worried about it. The third prince had already killed plenty of alien deities, he was merely a phantom and would be afraid only if they didn't dare to show up. As the Changtian Empire reclaimed 4 cities, the temples began construction. A week later, a new temple appeared. Meanwhile, the opposing temple was also set up, but at this moment both temples were secure, and neither side. The golden-haired man directly sent someone to cause disturbances while he stayed here waiting for the temple to unleash its might. A middle-aged man beside him looked at the distant white structure. Is this really going to work? We've never seen a deity appear before. In the past we just didn't know how to use it, now the deities should step in. After all, we fight for them. The golden-haired man spoke softly. While he said this, he was internally quite disdainful. The things given by these deities were nothing but rubbish. Essentially, they were all junk. The only useful thing was the power boost received upon entering. But sadly that power would disappear once they left this place. He glanced back at the white palace behind him, hoping it would be useful otherwise. He might have to switch his deity of worship. Some lesser-known evil gods offer much better treatment. They sent someone over, but it's soldiers, and these soldiers are empowered by divine strength, making them quite formidable. Should we take action? Jiang, he looked at Lin Mo and asked what about their survivors. They are 30 kilometers away. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised they were hiding so far away. 30 kilometers isn't far, it should be near the centers of these 2 cities. Are they judging the coverage of this temple, or testing their temple? Regardless of which, it doesn't matter. You just assist here, I will take a look. Lin Mo flew into the air, heading toward the distance. At the 30-kilometer mark, 10 experts with nascent soul strength awaited. Gus, do you think that person will come? It would be best if he does, if not we will attack from a distance. Regardless, the other side will come. They looked up and saw Lin Mo's figure rapidly appearing just dozens of meters away from them, and everyone swallowed nervously. Oh, what speed is this? Attack! Various spells flew toward Lin Mo. Was speechless. It turned out to be a group of mages. What kind of attack power can this have? But after sensing these magical attacks, he couldn't help but take them seriously. Though these people were somewhat fragile, their magical lethality was still considerable. Lin Mo stroked his chin, thinking that since he didn't have spells, could he mimic their style to cast magic as his own? He raised his hand, a massive water sphere enveloping him. The water sphere, infused with immense spiritual power, blocked all attacks. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. His idea was correct. With that thought, he raised his hand. It'll give you a good thing too. He raised his hand, and suddenly the sky darkened. Everyone looked up at the sky, their mouths twitching. What the hell is this? An Earth-type magic. But I've never heard of Earth magic being released from the sky. A fan of anime instinctively shouted, damn. Heaven's obstruction star. A stone ball several kilometers in diameter fell from the sky. Just as the stone ball was about to land on their heads, a ray appeared, shining white light. The giant stone shattered. Lin Mo squinted. So you worship the Light God clan. He has had numerous dealings with the Light God clan, and has killed quite a few. In the distance, a 4-winged angel turned to look at Lin Mo, initially expressionless, suddenly lighting up. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Oh, you know me. You've caused us to lose so many believers and killed several angels. How could we not recognize you? The angel was much smarter than these others. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised the long sword in her hand. A beam of white light shot from her sword toward the temple. In the next moment, the temple erupted with intense white light. The blonde man was taken aback. Is the temple this powerful? I don't know, before we just summoned some angels to fight. Nothing like this has ever happened. The blonde man was somewhat flustered as things seemed to be heading in an uncontrollable direction. In the distance, Lin Mo observed the angel in front of him with his hands behind his back. Are you calling for help? Aren't you afraid of being killed by me again? It doesn't matter. Killing you would be a gain for us. If we die, it would only be a loss of some divine strength. They were merely projecting their spirits, not truly descending. Lin Mo shrugged, gazing into the distance. Soon 4 more figures appeared. Now there were 4 4-winged angels and 1 6-winged angel. The strength of the 4-winged angels ranged from nascent soul to core formation, while the 6-winged angel reached the great ascension stage. But this was likely not their true strength, but rather limited by their descent. But the great ascension stage is not something ordinary people can handle. Just look at the expressions of those nearby. The 6-winged angel, upon seeing Lin Mo, confirmed his identity. Heretic, prepare to die. Lin Mo glanced behind him, wondering why the golden body of the 3rd prince hadn't appeared yet. Was it because he was not under threat? Looking at the angel squad charging over, Lin Mo sighed. I didn't want to take action, but you all are forcing me to do something. Desperate struggle. How do you have that? The 6-winged angel looked at the black flag in Lin Mo's hand in terror. Tisk, I didn't expect you to have seen such a thing, then it'll just test its effect on you. Lin Mo casually waved the soul-devouring flag and hundreds of black gases flew out from the flag heading toward the distant crowd. Many tried to evade the black gas, but it was not that easy to dodge. All targets struck by the black gas fell to the ground, their fates unknown. In just a few seconds, everyone including the angels lost their breath. However, these people did not die, they were simply had their souls harvested. Tisk, what a pity. The angels were merely projecting their spirits, so they couldn't be killed. Unless their true bodies descended. Lin Mo felt bored, sheathed his weapon, and turned to leave. Following this incident, believers of the Angel God clan hurriedly fled the country. The blonde youth considered hiding somewhere waiting for the mission to end. Although the reward was good, bringing a 10-winged angel back to life, he needed to be alive to claim it. Next, the Changtian Empire took action, occupying this area in just a month and advancing the construction in the palace. Awesome. We scared the opponent away. Jiang He exclaimed excitedly. When has he ever done such an easy task? Yes, if this continues, this mission is too simple. Lin Mo had to remind them, you all need to understand one point, the most challenging task for us is converting believers. The Changtian Empire only has a population of 10 million. Everyone fell silent at once. Indeed, the believers were the focus. In other words, we need to convert people from other countries into believers. That's the difficult part. Jiang Yi scratched his head. That's not too hard, right? Those people only arrived a month earlier than us. He thought that a month wouldn't accomplish much. Lin Mo tapped the armrest. Those gods don't develop believers as naturally as we do, they brainwash them. If those people can't complete their tasks, it would be a hassle if they set traps for them. Chen Luo frowned. If that's the case, we'll be in trouble. So you all need to speed up and eliminate these people. Within a year, eliminate all hostile targets. Yes. After everyone left, Su Qing curiously asked, what if these people don't worship the temple? Lin Mo took out the soul-devouring flag. Then we can just absorb them, and then release them afterward. After the purification of the soul-devouring flag, brainwashing is useless. Lin Mo truly experienced the power of unity among many. In just half a year, he had effectively eliminated all other divine agents. Temples were established one after another, stretching from the Changtian Empire to other nations. On this day, Lin Mo arrived at the temple in the imperial city. At this moment, the temple was vibrant with incense, and the sculptures within radiated a faint golden glow. However, only they as divine agents were able to see this glow. Tisk, I wonder how much power they will regain this time. Do you want to try calling them again? Su Luo knew well what Lin Mo had done last time. Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth. Let's forget it, last time was just an accident. In front of him were 3 individuals, and he was only familiar with 2 of them. Li Changgang did not seem like the type to joke around. As for the third prince, if angered, who knows what he might do to him. While he wouldn't kill him, a beating was still a possibility. Back then he was bold, completely out of his mind. Now he certainly did not dare. Lin Mo glanced at the task. The number of believers had already reached 20 million, but the growth rate had noticeably slowed. The progress on that side lagged greatly. Clearly those deities had indeed left some tricks behind. When shall we act? Let's wait until that young emperor provides us with news. He wondered how many boxes there would be this time, considering the vast number of people. He contemplated whether to share some with them, or to open the boxes himself, and then distribute some items to them. Given his strength and contributions, his ideas should be recognized. After all, they only needed resources. However, the resources in the treasure chests were different now, or what he took out might not be seen as what was given from the boxes, which was indeed troublesome. Time passed quickly, and 2 years went by. With Lin Mo's intervention, the number of believers reached 50 million, and they had completed their task. However, these convoys did not leave. Instead, they looked at Lin Mo. Why are you all staring at me? Lin Mo asked, puzzled. Shouldn't you be looking for something? Well, can we stay here to look for the boxes? Jiang He said cautiously. After all this time, Lin Mo was the one with the greatest contribution. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. So these people were here for this. He shrugged. You can search freely. This planet is vast, and the Changtian Empire has been searching for 2 years without finding anything. He genuinely had not found anything. Half a year ago, Lin Lingling had already set off. As for whether there would be any gains, it was entirely left to fate. It's fine, let's search a bit. Hopefully we can find something in the end. After receiving a positive response, these convoys hurriedly took off, flying in all directions. The treasure boxes were not the goal, the aim was the sculptures. The difference between them and Lin Mo might just be the sculptures. It would be great if they had won. After everyone left, Su Qing asked, did the Changtian Empire find nothing? Could I deceive them? They are all our people. Yet Su Qing wore a disbelieving expression. Lin Mo twitched his mouth. Was he really that untrustworthy? It seemed he was indeed untrustworthy. It's not that we found nothing, we found quite a few statues, but they are all of one person. With a flip of his palm, a Tumterhai statue appeared before them. Hiss. Erling Shun. Lin Mo nodded. That's right, it is Erling Shun. I also did not expect there to be so many statues of There were as many statues of Erling Shun as there were convoys. However, Lin Mo did not let them take those. He left the statues in place, and only took one back. Then why don't we just give them directly? If everything relies on us, how will they grow? They had completed so many tasks but did not receive a single statue. If given directly, they would not understand how difficult it was to obtain a statue. He could give it, but what about in the future? So adding a bit of difficulty was not a problem. Moreover, those statues were already in plain sight, and there were even people left behind. If they couldn't find these, he would really be out of options. As for Lin Lingling, she was off searching for boxes. This time there were no treasure chests near the statues, which was a bit troublesome. While the two were talking, figures appeared in the sky. It was Lin Lingling and her group. Did you find any? Lin Lingling shook her head. We searched many places and found nothing. Did you search everywhere? There's still one place left unsearched in the ocean halfway around the planet. They had left the ocean after finding the Soul Reaping banner, so there should still be half the area to search. Lin Mo nodded. He had also guessed that this place was not found. He pondered for a moment, then forget it. Oh, we won't take the treasure chest. The women were taken aback. They would just give up like that. Lin Mo chuckled lightly. The ocean is vast, and its terrain is complex. Don't forget where we discovered our Soul Reaping banner. That was a very deep trench. They had to enter the trench to find the Soul Reaping banner. If they didn't go into the trench, it would have been impossible to discover it. If the treasure chest was also in the trench, searching would be exceedingly troublesome. It was precisely because of this that they had completely left after obtaining the Soul Reaping banner. Of course, it was also due to the situation of the Chengtian Empire. But what if the number of resource boxes? Sometimes you have to let go. If you want everything, then we would be staying at each place far longer than this. Su Qing nodded. In that case, let's not take it. Oh, what should we do now? Let's go. There's no need to mind them anymore. They returned while those people continued to search. Of course, it was also because someone told them they had already found a sculpture and it was placed on a certain ground. Because of this, these people continued searching. In a mountain range, Jiang He and Chen Luo's two teams were acting together, and in front of them stood a statue. This must be Erling Shun. Chen Luo nodded. That's right. Tisk. With this statue, the subsequent tasks should become easier. The third prince is so strong, one can hardly imagine how powerful Erling Shun is. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. Things should not be that simple. Oh, don't forget those immortals are all in a sealed state. Of course I know that, but don't forget Lin Mo has statues in hand. Even if we can't, he will definitely manage. Won't we be benefiting from that? Chen Luo was taken aback and couldn't help but glance at Jiang. He didn't expect your brain to work sometimes. Hey, that's too much. Jiang He looked displeased. He just didn't feel like using his brain. Ah, how comfortable it is. In the hot spring, Su Luo leaned against the shore, feeling utterly relaxed. After so much toil, he could finally enjoy a moment of peace. In the living room, Lin Mo looked at Li Chang'an and asked, is there any more? This item is hard to obtain. The third prince had to shatter a piece of land before I could bring it out. At this moment, the area occupied by the villa had expanded tenfold. This tenfold increase was due to the ground fragments that Li Chang'an brought from the heavenly court, which were of course a result of the third prince's handiwork. Li Chang'an would never engage in such acts. Lin Mo chuckled and said, please thank the third prince for me. It would be even better if he came personally. Li Chang'an mused silently. If you don't provoke him, how could he possibly come? Right now the main force of the heavenly court is you guys. Li Chang'an did not stay long before he left. Watching Li Chang'an leave, Lin Mo rubbed his chin, wondering if he came solely to deliver this item. No, there was also this sculpture. Lin Mo gazed at the sculpture of Erling Shun on the table. When Li Chang'an saw this sculpture, his expression visibly relaxed. Indeed, Erling Shun's supreme combat strength is formidable. Lin Mo could already envision how simple the upcoming tasks would be. But could it really be that simple? He looked at the three-edged double-bladed knife on the sculpture. If he could obtain this item, his strength should increase significantly. Unfortunately, thus far the items they obtained were all things they had previously used. Lin Mo's expression turned strange. Should he ask for Erling Shun's wind-splitting cloak? That item should be safe, right? Cough, just kidding. It depends on who uses it. During this rare break, Lin Mo did not intend to think about task-related issues. He entered the backyard stripped down to his underwear and declared, "I'm here." With a splash, Lin Mo jumped into the hot spring. He did not expect this hot spring to contain such powerful spiritual energy. He glanced at the several women and said, if you can't hold on, just go out. Absorbing too much spiritual energy isn't a good thing either. We're fine and we can still hold on. Su Qing replied, leaning against the shore. After a moment, everyone emerged from the water. I feel refreshed, but the task will come in a month. Actually, we have long since passed the time for tasks. Most of the remaining time has been spent resting. Su Qing looked somewhat helplessly at her younger sister. Regardless of the task, her sister always appeared tired. I was just saying that. However, the tasks are getting harder each time, and I wonder about the strength of the next opponent. After this task, their strength had already reached the peak of the great vehicle stage. However, others probably shouldn't be that strong. Lin Mo rubbed his chin and said, "That's hard to say. Although we've repelled the enemy on this planet, it might not be the same for other planets." Especially after obtaining the sculpture of Erling Shun, he felt even less certain about strength. In the heavenly court, Li Chang looked at the seal in the sky. Weakening it by 10 is quite useful. At least the resistance when traversing back and forth has lessened, allowing him to go out more often. "You're back." Neza appeared behind Li Chang. "Third Prince, he really liked your gift and has invited you to come." Neza's lips twitched. "Let him go, but surely isn't for anything good. He'll pass. We can talk about it when my strength is fully restored." Li Chang'ing raised an eyebrow and said, "After this time your strength should have returned to the celestial, immortal realm, right? Peak Earth immortal, just a little short of celestial immortal, but..." Neza waved his hand, and a fire spear appeared in his grasp, with 2 wind fire wheels beneath his feet. "These have returned at least." The seal not only restricted their bodies and souls, but also their treasures. With these items, even as an Earth immortal, Neza would dare to fight against a celestial immortal. He looked at the seal and said, "Why not just break it directly? Why go through all that trouble?" Given what he had in hand, paying the price of being weakened for a year wouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, he had heard that the guy's statue had emerged. There was no need to worry about safety here. "No." Li Chang'ing was startled and quickly waved his hand. "Why not?" Li Chang'ing stroked his beard and said this. "Well, it's just not possible." Neza raised the fire spear, flames igniting atop it. "So what do you plan to do out there?" "Just to kill the surviving alien deities, but they are merely minor deities." In Li Chang'ing's eyes, they weren't even considered true deities. At most, they were on the level of heavenly soldiers. "Our goal is to permanently seal these alien deities, not for anything else. Since we have this opportunity, we must make the most of it." Li Chang'ing thought of this and couldn't help but look at Neza. "What are you looking at me for?" Neza turned his head away. Li Chang'ing's lips twitched. "Don't you remember what happened back then? I was just a little eager. Who knew he would die so easily? He merely wanted to spar a bit. Who would have thought a deity would be so weak, even weaker than a spirit creature? Forget it, just stay here quietly, and we'll talk when the others break the seal." In the villa's living room. 4 tubes. Bang. 3 pairs. Light the cannon. Lan Shu smiled as she casually stuck a note on Su Luo's face. Su Luo blew at the note on his face and complained, "Why is it always me who loses? You all must seal your powers." Su Qing pointed at her head and said, "You need to think for yourself. If you are all just cheating." On the sofa, Lin Mo lay sideways, staring at the several mahjong tables in the room in silence. These people had played mahjong for 3 whole days. He wondered where their addiction came from. He looked at the area channel in front of him. The number of people had decreased again, but the losses weren't too significant. "What task did you all undertake that took so long?" "It should be a faction confrontation. There were a bunch of convoys." "So did we." "Us too." It could be said that everyone encountered similar tasks, this time faction confrontation, but many had hidden halfway, just like their opponents did back then. Lin Mo wanted to search for them back then, but this planet was too vast. Even in his current state, it would be difficult to find people on that planet unless the opponent stayed put and did not move. He switched the channel to the world channel. "Do not provoke the Wagwarren. They have found a new method. We can't win, but it's impossible. Their deities are too strong. We have directly requested divine descent." The entire world channel was discussing how to deal. After all, at this time, the Wagwarren still held a significant proportion. "I've won." "You're bluffing. Why can't you learn? I just started out. After playing a few more rounds, I'll definitely improve." Half a month has passed since the return. Lin Mo sat on the sofa watching Neza at the mahjong table, his lips twitching. "The third prince is actually here to play mahjong. What is this about?" "I say, third prince, what are you really?" Neza slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot the important matter. Li Changzhen has already calculated your next location. You need to go to the highest snow mountain. There's a cave there containing something very useful for you." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Ever since their last mission, they had started providing information. It seems the Heavenly Court's power is still quite formidable. Of course, after all, they are from a legitimate path of cultivation, not some side avenue. "What exactly is that?" Neza drew a tile. "I wouldn't know. I can't calculate that, and Li Changzhen can't investigate too much either after all." "I won. This time it's the real deal. The 3 families pay up." Lin Mo's lips twitched. Why don't you let the others play first, and we discuss the important matter? The important matter has already been discussed. Don't disturb me while I play mahjong. Sai, you're a deity. How can you get lost in play? Fortunately, it's Neza. Lin Mo can still accept this behavior. If it were Li Changjin acting like this, that scene would be somewhat terrifying. He didn't dare imagine. Time flew by, and soon the day for the mission was upon them. Once again, it was a task from the national religion and its followers. However, the rewards were a bit lesser this time, but overall it wasn't a big issue. Neza reluctantly released his tiles. Are you all leaving already? Lin Mo's lips twitched. If you like it, you can take the mahjong with you. After all, 3 people can still play. Neza's eyes lit up. Really? Are you going to add I don't believe you? Really take it with you. He has a whole warehouse of these. With a wave of his hand, not only did the mahjong disappear, but also the tables and chairs. Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise. Neza pondered, can you give me some of those snacks? Take them all, you can have them. He was truly at a loss. Aren't gods supposed to be above food? Why do they still want snacks? 10 minutes later, Neza ran away. Yes, he ran, and he ran very fast. No matter how Lin Mo shouted behind him, it was useless. It's just some snacks, I'll let him take them, Su Luo said with a smile. She found Neza quite amusing. He really was like a child, and she couldn't understand why someone who had lived for hundreds, should be thousands of years old. After all this time, how could he still behave like a child? Lin Mo's eye twitched. He took all your chips and spicy strips. What? Su Luo's expression stiffened. He actually took all her snacks. Thinking of this, she directly picked up the Neza statue from the table. Third Prince, you're too much. How can you take all my snacks? You're going too far. Su Luo was furious. Those snacks were her collection built up over who knows how long, and now they were gone. Beside her, Su Qing patted Su Luo's shoulder. It's all right, they can be refreshed anyway. But, that's over 1,000 bags. How long did it take me to accumulate all that? Su Luo had a bitter smile. How much can be refreshed after one refresh? Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. This Third Prince. Everyone be quiet. It seems this will be the norm from now on. Let's quickly discuss our strength. We'll do it the same way as last time. Lin Mo looked at the group before him, lost in thought. Does this mean that from now on they will have to do these compared to team missions, he preferred solo squad missions. Shall we go handle the snow mountain first, and then talk about this when we come back? Su Qing asked. Lin Mo thought for a moment and shook his head. Let's fix this place first. They probably don't have many deity statues on hand. The temple is merely a container. The real power lies in the statues inside. A deity statue without a statue is utterly useless. Come, what statues do you all have? Lin Mo silently stepped back. Since there were statues, what else was there to say? As long as the mission is completed, that's all that matters. However, after listening, Lin Mo laughed. There were only 2 statues back and forth, one of which was Erling Shan's. It seems there are a few caravans that were part of the last group. Mo Gu, it really is you. The teams with the Erling Shan statues rushed to Lin Mo's side. It's really you, Mo Gu. I thought I was mistaken. This mission has become easier now. Those who had not done a mission together first looked bewildered, then recalled something, their expressions becoming a bit excited. The teams that obtained the statues quickly emerged from within, and the first thing they did was to promote Lin. A team at the Tribulation Transcendent stage is just too strong. They are not a match for any other team. Mo Gu, you take charge. Since they're such a strong person, why would they need to choose a leader? Isn't this ready-made? Lin Mo glanced around to the emperor of this country, and the national master were not far away, clearly hesitant to approach. The number of caravans here isn't that many. It seems there should be over 100 caravans. Since you've all completed a task with me, you should know what the initial steps are, and what to understand. Once you finish understanding, go build the temple, and these statues are for you. Lin Mo took out 4 statues. After clarifying everything, Lin Mo led the few women away, flying towards the distance. He indeed wanted a map, but in such a place the map would at most be a local one. But they were looking for the highest snow mountain, which would require flying all over the planet. Above the sky. How do we find this thing? Just look for the mountains. As long as you see a snow-capped mountain, just head straight up. Compared to last time, this information is already clear enough. This search will definitely be much faster than last time. Moreover, judging from this mission and the number of caravans, this planet shouldn't be that big. Following this line of thought, their search speed was rapid. As long as they glanced at the snow-capped peaks, they would skip those with less snow and take a closer look at those with more snow, estimating the height. However, many snow mountains were clearly low. A month later, atop a snow mountain. This snow mountain should be the highest we've encountered so far. Su Luo looked up at the clouds hovering just above. We've only explored 2/3, there's still a third left. Let's remember this place for now. A month has passed, which is already quite fast. But as they progressed, Lin Mo felt they might need more time. How are we going to find it? Looking at the vast mountains covered in white snow, Su Luo felt completely dumbfounded. This is all a snow mountain, and it seems there are many mountains. Su Qing immediately looked at the dark clouds overhead. We can go up there. I believe the highest snow mountain should break through the clouds. If we follow this method, we should be able to find the highest snow mountain quickly. What if we don't find it? Su Qing shrugged. If we can't find it, well, just have to search one by one, but I believe there must be one. The group ascended above the clouds and saw a few mountain peaks in the distance, some high, some low. See, Lin Mo's gaze swept across, revealing that the number of visible snow mountains was not many, only a dozen or so could be seen. Let's search and we'll discuss further once we see all the snow mountains. By using this method, their search progressed rapidly. Within just a week, Lin Mo and the others identified 3 snow mountains. Overall, these 3 snow mountains did not differ much. After comparing, Lin Mo quickly found the target. This is the snow mountain. However, after circling around this peak, they did not find the location of a cave. Lan Shu looked at the mountain peak. Could it be covered by the white snow? That is indeed a possibility. Lin Mo gathered his spiritual energy in his hand, raised it, and swung forcefully, sending a massive wave of spiritual energy flying from the mountain peak. The airwaves triggered an avalanche. Time and again until the entire peak was devoid of white snow, a 3-meter-high cave appeared at the top of the mountain. Let's go in. The group entered the cave, which had a passage slowly leading downward. After a long time, a staircase appeared, and following it they arrived in a spacious area. 2 oil lamps lit up, and a statue in a meditative pose appeared there. Looking at the statue, Lin Mo could not tell which deity it represented. Do you recognize it? The women shook their heads. At this moment, Lan Shu squatted down and picked up a wooden plaque from beneath the table holding the statue. She wiped the wooden plaque clean, revealing the inscription. Emperor of the Northern Polar Region, the Great Emperor of the Purple Microcosm. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately understood. He is the foremost of the 4 saints of the North Polar, truly a great figure. This sounds very familiar to me, he said. Of course it's familiar. This is the leader of the 4 Imperials. How could one not recognize it? Su Qing remarked. Lin Mo stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. What's wrong? Lan Shu asked as she placed the plaque on the table. Lin Mo looked puzzled. This is one of the 4 Imperials, and the foremost one at that. Isn't this a bit too big of a jump? The statues they found before Neza and Thunder God were not on the same level as this figure. However, Erling Shun does hold a higher status. Lin Mo tapped his head, deciding to let it go. If it doesn't make sense, there's no need to think about it. However, Erling Shun does hold a higher status. Lin Mo tapped his head, deciding to let it go. If it doesn't make sense, there's no need to think about it. Perhaps this is a deliberate arrangement by the Celestial Court. He raised his hand and placed the statue into his backpack, leading the women away. After exiting the cave, the group split into 2. You all go search for the treasure chest, and we'll be responsible for the temple. This way we can leave directly after the task is completed. Wait. Su Qing hurriedly said. Do you remember the statue we obtained last time? Lin Mo nodded. Each team has one. Lin Mo was taken aback, glancing at the statue in his backpack, which was one that Neza had asked him to find. So that means there is actually another statue here. There are more than 100 of those statues. That would be the statues that should exist here. Damn. After all this, it turns out this was placed here by the Celestial Court. No wonder it was hidden deep inside the snow mountain. He calculated that the previous statue was indeed at the very center of this snow mountain, well hidden. The people above really know how to play. Lin Mo looked at the snow mountain before him. Do you think there will be any weapons inside? Lin Lingling didn't sense anything, so there shouldn't be. Lin Mo thought it might be the case as well. Alright, Lin Lingling, pay attention to the statue. As well, the time limit is 1 year. No matter what, we must return after 1 year. Lin Lingling nodded and quickly left with the other 10 or so people. Lin Mo and the others then swiftly headed towards the Jingxin dynasty. Inside the main hall of the palace, the Emperor Cheng Tianjing did not dare to sit on the throne, as those divine envoys were all below. He was quite puzzled as to why no one was sitting in that position. Shouldn't the person in charge here be seated there to issue commands? Little Emperor, how is the construction of your temple? Cheng Tianjing looked towards one of the ministers, who quickly stepped forward. The temple has been completed. We are just waiting for the statue now. Creating the statue is a meticulous task, and cannot be completed easily. Then hurry up, and what issues have you encountered here that you called us over? The survivor who had been with Lin Mo the most asked. After arranging everything, he sent everyone out to look for the problem. However, after a round, he found that other countries were quite normal. The temple has been completed. We are just waiting for the statue now. Creating the statue is a meticulous task, and cannot be completed. Just then several figures flew in from outside the hall. Lin Mo glanced at these people, and then at the dragon throne. Without saying a word, he sat directly upon it. The women stood behind him. Mo Gu, you're back. How is the situation? That person concisely explained the situation. Lin Mo shifted his gaze to the National Master speak. The National Master looked at Lin Mo, unable to help but gulp. He felt that facing Lin Mo was even more terrifying than facing so many people. It's like this: I observed the celestial phenomena and found that our country might be on the verge of destruction, so I requested divine protection. He never expected that the gods who had never responded would suddenly respond. A sense of preparation emerged in his mind. He initially thought he had misheard, and when he saw so many people appear, he was completely stunned. Cheng Tianjing was also a bit bewildered. After all, such sudden appearances were quite absurd. Lin Mo nodded. Then the situation was quite clear. What time did you see it? 1 year later. Lin Mo looked at the group of people. Previously you also participated in the confrontation and know the time those people entered here. This time we arrived earlier than them, so we need to start preparing. You just need to focus on advancing the temple and the statue. You don't need to worry about the other matters. Lin Mo looked at the little emperor. Start a war with other countries. If you can't win, call them. Only in necessary situations should you call them. The Great Yi dynasty has gone mad. This is the immediate thought of other countries. The Great Yi dynasty itself occupies a large territory bordering 8 nations. Among them are 2 empires, 5 kingdoms, and 1 principality. Almost simultaneously, the Great Yi dynasty declared war on these 8 nations. Within a month, the principality was obliterated. 5 kings lost 1/3 of their territories, and the 2 empires lost 5 cities. They possessed the strength of madness. Yet the people of these nations could not understand why the previously stable Great Yi dynasty suddenly resorted to violence. Moreover, in this month they expanded wildly, something that had never happened before. Seeing the troops sent into battle, it was clear that the Great Yi dynasty had deployed even the forces from the imperial city. Were they planning for a desperate fight? But why? As a result, all nations woke their spies and began gathering information. Although this led to some spies' deaths, they also acquired the information they sought. When the secret letters reached the emperors of various countries, they were somewhat bewildered by the content. A temple. A state religion. What is this? Every nation has its temples, but this was not a major issue. Yet now the Great Yi dynasty was expending great effort to establish temples nationwide. They even established temples in the cities they had just occupied. How could they not understand this? As for state religions, every nation has them. Having faith among the populace is not necessarily a bad thing. But this was perplexing. The tranquility did not last long. Within a month, battles broke out again. This time, all kingdoms and empires sent their forces to the borders. All nations agreed to deal with the mad Great Yi dynasty first. They dispatched troops while arranging for envoys to go to Great Yi. However, these envoys did not even reach the borders. At the border, the commanders of the 2 empires convened. What on earth is going on with the Great Yi dynasty? I remember their young emperor just ascended the throne. How could they start a war? Shouldn't they be dealing with internal issues first? Normally when a nation takes over, they should first handle internal problems. Once those are resolved, then tackle external matters. Even if they fixed their internal issues, the borders have been stable for 100 years. All nations coexisted peacefully. How could they suddenly go on the offensive? Is that reasonable? The 2 commanders racked their brains, but could not make sense of it. However, it seemed their own emperor was equally perplexed. They could only send someone to investigate. One of the nations sent 800,000 troops, while another dispatched 1,000,000 soldiers. However, it must be said, once this large army arrived, the Great Yi dynasty indeed ceased its offensives. But continuing like this was not a solution. These troops were meant to protect the borders, although the other nations had already expressed their intentions. How could they resist such a large piece of meat? Everyone halt their current tasks, proceed to the borders of these nations, and take action against the remaining countries. Lin Mo instructed these survivors. No need for too many troops. Just capture 1 or 2 cities, and then retreat directly. The ordinary soldiers are not strong. 2 small squads from each nation would suffice. Lin Mo looked at the emperor. Just have your troops stationed there. They don't need to act unless your men withdraw, then they can engage. Understand? Chen Feng nodded. I understand. 3 days later, several nearby nations suddenly noticed something was amiss. How could fighting break out in their rear so suddenly? The speed was too rapid. They knew those nations would take action, but they did not expect it to be so quick. Reallocate some troops to intervene. Various nations began to mobilize. But they only dared to reallocate part of their forces to reclaim their territories. However, once these people engaged in battle, the nations that had occupied the cities were not pleased. These cities were abandoned by you, why do you still want to attack them? Thus chaos erupted among these nations. A dozen nations engaged in a free-for-all. Meanwhile, the great Yi dynasty fell silent. They acted against whichever nation had fewer border defenders, refraining from action against those with more. Once occupied temples would emerge. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. They're coming, they're coming. A survivor rushed into the palace delivering this news to Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. They only arrived now. Isn't that a bit late? However, it's also good arriving late means we can act faster. This time it wouldn't take long to finish. A new kingdom. It's those people from the Huan nation. What should we do? Upon hearing this news, the newly arrived survivors were all bewildered. It's actually the Huan nation, and it seems they are using this tactic again. Should we also use temples? It seems our temples are different from theirs. Indeed, they are different. Their temples are powerful, while theirs seem quite weak. Should we just give up? Yeah, it doesn't matter, it's just one task. We're merely agents of the divine, not true gods. Besides, I'm not very interested in becoming a deity. It's not a lack of interest, it's that they dare not have any interest at all. Although becoming a deity might grant them immortality, the prerequisite is to survive until that time. And as for the so-called immortality, one must be alive for it to matter. Look at those deities, have they not all already perished? Thus it is better not to become a deity. Before Lin Mo could take any action, all the survivors fled, leaving the country altogether. The national masters of these nations were all left in confusion. What? Where did their divine envoys go? Upon learning this news, Lin Mo also felt helpless. Why did they run? If you flee, how can I eliminate you? You all go chase him. Never mind, you should stay here. I will pursue them myself. Lin Mo left the great Yi dynasty with the women beginning to search for the survivors. At first, these survivors were easy to find. But as time passed, they truly became adept at hiding, making Lin Mo expend considerable effort in locating them. With over 600 caravans, Lin Mo managed to resolve just over 200, with fewer than 2,000 people remaining. These people are incredibly elusive. Su Qing lamented. If they weren't afraid, wouldn't they all have turned into entities? But why are we chasing them when we could just complete the task? If we eliminate them all, no one will hinder us in future tasks. This is called a one-time solution. Unfortunately, these people are not cooperating with us. Who would dare to cooperate? Without the help of these divine envoys, things became much simpler. The task was completed in just a year. After completion, the survivors from other nations returned, leaving everything behind. The Huan nation began large-scale searches. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo sat on the sofa gazing at the few people before him. You have come to. Li Changjin smiled. We are here to bring you some things. Lin Mo chuckled softly. Aren't you not allowed to give me things? The seal of the heavenly court has been lifted, so we can do much more now. We used a small trick. Your next task location requires you to go to a valley where there are 108. 108. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. The number 108 in the heavenly court seems to refer to the Tiangang Di Sha. This time it appears that there are quite a few things to release. It seems that this time the time spent is a bit long. Over the years he has accumulated more than 30 statues in his hands. Adding these 108, how large must this temple be to accommodate so many? What a hassle. The third prince said, your strength has now reached the Tai Golden Immortal level, so you will face opponents of the same strength from now on. What do you mean? Aren't those people almost all dead? Lin Mo frowned. Besides those he had killed, there were also others who had been slain. After so many years, the remaining population in the entire world channel is less than 3000. At this time, the Heavenly Court channel has less than 2000. But in terms of strength, Lin Mo has always been far ahead. Not to mention those people cannot cultivate at all. Li Changjin stroked his beard. Those teams that have not met you have revived some foreign gods, so they have directly become deities. Lin Mo was taken aback. My strength can also be considered godly, right? After all, this is the strength of a Tai Golden Immortal, which is quite formidable in the Heavenly Court. However, he currently possesses no spells, which is quite frustrating. None of these guys are willing to give him a single. It's not their fault, as the higher-ups do not allow it. Yet even without permission, he has already killed so many. It's different. If foreign gods are not like us. They can directly transform an ordinary person into a deity, relying on the core of faith. They refer to this as divine status, and they have already distributed the divine statuses. Lin Mo rubbed his temples. Indeed. These guys have left. Is this task going to be very difficult? It should be. We need to hurry. This place seems different. Lin Mo looked at the city before him, and it wasn't just different, it was an entirely different task. In his perception, this city was filled with golden core and nascent soul cultivators, and he even sensed several great ascension stage cultivators. This is completely a world full of cultivators. Establishing a temple in such a place is not an ordinary challenge. No wonder the task only requires them to develop 1 to 0 believers. They cultivate to assert that their fate is determined by themselves rather than heaven. Getting these people to worship a deity is no joke. But then again, those people are even They cultivate to assert that their fate is determined by themselves rather than heaven. Getting these people to worship a deity is no joke. But then again, those people are even harder to deal with. Wait, what if those people don't come here? Let's go inside. First, we need to understand the situation here. There might be other races. After entering the city, Lin Mo headed straight to the local trading firm. I need a book about this world. The shop assistant looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Which kind specifically? About the countries, sects, races, and forces of this world. The shop assistant suddenly understood and took out a brief history of the continent. Looking at this title, Lin Mo's eyes twitched. The name was clearly not written by these people. But it didn't matter as long as there was a book. He casually flipped through it. There are actually so many races. The shop assistant nodded. There were indeed many races here in the past, and their powers were significant, but many have perished. Lin Mo nodded. It seems that he might really encounter those people here. He was curious to see what kind of abilities those who possessed the so-called divine status would have. After leaving here, Lin Mo entered a tea house and opened the book. Thousands of years ago, the entire continent had dozens of races, each with different cultivation methods. The ultimate goal of these methods was immortality. However, everyone pursued immortality in different ways. Among those races, several invented something called faith. Using this method, they reached the level of eternal life. Thus, a great war began. Lin Mo flipped through the book, and it seems those foreign gods want to reclaim this place. It seems that here. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. The book stated that the person who invented this method was an outsider. It was their appearance that led to the later war. Outsiders. Then they should also be considered outsiders. Could it be that those people from back then were somewhat similar to them? However, the book did not mention whether there were outsiders here. Lin Mo closed the book. How is it? The situation is somewhat complex, but I think the problem is not significant. Should we establish the temple first, or look for the statues? Let's look for the statues first. Once the temple is established, it will also need to be guarded here. Moreover, judging by the book in hand, this planet is not ordinary in size. After leaving the city, Lin Mo flew towards the destination. The locations have been provided, so it will be much simpler to find them. Meanwhile, in the impoverished regions, one team after another appeared. They quickly occupied these countries, exerting their might to become the masters of the nations. Then they began their plan to establish temples. However, it was not to fight against Hua country, but to seize the initiative and complete the task as quickly as possible. As for whether the temple would be destroyed later, that was not something they would consider. If they couldn't defend it themselves, what business was it of theirs? 3 months later, in a valley, Lin Mo looked at the tiny statues hidden in the grass, feeling helpless. He wondered why he couldn't find them. It turned out they were so small. Who could see them? Alright, the items have arrived. We can go back now. On the way back, they passed through a small race's country, which was said to cultivate magic and combat aura with a population of less than 500 million. At this time, these countries were building a white palace. Looking at this grand hall, Lin Mo smirked. It was actually an old acquaintance. Should we engage directly? Lin Mo shook his head. This time it's not a confrontation task. Let's complete our task first and consider harassment later. The Xinzhou Empire is the largest empire in the entire world. Within its domain, there are hundreds of billions of subjects. The number of sects exceeds 100, and outside the borders of the Xinzhou Empire there are also various sects. Looking at this information, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh, even though he had anticipated it. Getting the people here to believe in a deity is no small feat. Are there temples within the Xinzhou Empire? There are, but they seem to be associated with the founders of difficult. Not just any kind of difficult. Lin Mo closed the legendary history book in his hands. He had read most of it, but there was no useful information to be found. Let's go to the border of the Xinzhou Empire. Why go to that place? According to what I know about the Xinzhou Empire, to establish a temple in this country, royal approval is necessary. Based on the information you have, the chances are slim. Founders of sects. That's no joke. To put it bluntly, it's just a way for various sects to attract talent. They are not genuine sects. A few days later, they arrived at the border and began looking for people to establish a temple. Since this time, they needed to place a large number of sculptures. The temple was larger than before. In addition to the main hall in the center, there were 2 larger side halls. On the left, there were 36. Lin Mo quickly took out a sculpture to have a look. It had a name carved at the bottom, so it could be placed. 2 months later, a temple was constructed. However, unlike before this time, the workers finished without asking any questions, clearly showing no interest at all. Lin Mo felt that this task was purely to make things difficult for him. The challenge of gathering 1000 followers is indeed formidable. He wondered how the other teams were faring. Su Luo looked at the distant village and town. Should we follow the previous method? Lin Mo shook his head. It's useless. The cultivators here to some extent all possess spells. Even the villagers in the town have some abilities, so rain isn't very useful. As for healing, you could develop in that direction. As he said this, Lin Mo thought of the group of Light Divine clan who excelled at healing. Moreover, they are also good at brainwashing. If he remembered correctly, the country they appeared in was known for its adeptness with magic. It's troublesome, really troublesome. It seems he needed to stir things up a bit, and must not let the other side complete their task too quickly. They'll leave this to you. They'll go check on the Light Divine clan. As for other foreign deities, they didn't need to be considered. 3 days later, Lin Mo returned here. The temple was nearly completed, and the people around it were filled with curiosity, yet it was merely curiosity. Lin Mo sat cross-legged in midair, gazing at the temple below. Could it be that these people once did not believe in the Light Divine clan? That shouldn't be the case. He had felt the aura of divine magic. He suddenly recalled a record in the history book about a great war that severed the connection to the deities. Perhaps it was from that time that their faith disappeared. And now they had come to rebuild the path of faith. However, each previous attempt had been made, but this time it would be more troublesome. Lin Mo stroked his chin, pondering whether he should perform a verbal display. This seemed quite challenging for him. It was quite a headache. Lin Mo observed for a whole month, and the temple was still not completed, but the agents of the Light Divine clan had already begun to take action. Sensing the strength of these individuals, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Is this the power of divinity? Their strength is indeed formidable, yet it feels somewhat ethereal, not grounded. One could say they pose some threat, but not a significant one. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and pointed at the temple below. The temple did not collapse, instead a white light enveloped it, and then a phantom of an 8-winged angel appeared, gazing at Lin Mo. Lin Mo waved at the phantom. Hi, long time no see. The phantom of the 8-winged angel instantly shrank back. Lin Mo felt bored at the sudden appearance of a group of agents. Though he could defeat them, killing them would be somewhat difficult. There were quite a few, and each possessed divine power, with 2 of them being roughly equal in strength to him. With this thought, Lin Mo quickly retreated from the area. Watching Lin Mo leave, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. They recognized Lin Mo. After all, his image had spread to all countries outside of Huagua. Everyone knew one thing: do not provoke this guy. Others might fight, but this person was an exception. He simply couldn't be killed. Countless individuals had tried in the past, and the outcome had simply been a corpse. This should be a temple. When did it appear? I don't know. Perhaps it was brought over by some sect. Let's go in and take a look. 7 people, young and old, entered the temple, and there was no one inside. Incense burned in the main hall. The 7 entered the main hall, and were taken aback by the sculptures above. It seems there's only one in here that is human. It should be, while the others look somewhat human, but not quite, and this one resembles a bird human more. The 7 looked at the temple in confusion, wondering what it was. Though puzzled, they still offered incense, and then turned to leave. Clearly they had no interest. This was the norm for the people here. Offering incense was a casual act, and whether they believed or not was another matter. After the 7 left, Lan Shu emerged from a corner. Sai, when will this end? At this rate, we may find it quite difficult to gain 1000 followers. After saying this, she looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what should we do? There hasn't been much progress on Su Luo's side either. There were indeed followers, but there were only a little over 100 total. They were still far from 1000. This could be said to be the first time they faced such a severe setback in their years of undertaking tasks. Lin Mo rubbed his head. It was indeed challenging. Lin Mo, I think we can try a different approach. Su Qing suddenly spoke. What approach? Preaching and teaching. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Are we going down the sect path? But faith requires genuine feelings. Su Qing shook her head. We won't take disciples, just teach. And we won't seek anything in return. Once they gain something, they will naturally come to offer incense and worship sincerely. This statue will be our ancestor. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. All right, let's do it your way. With this thought, Lin Mo circulated his spiritual energy and said loudly, 1 week from now, the Qingfeng Taoist Temple will hold a sermon, hoping to assist more people in their cultivation. Qingfeng Taoist Temple. Those within 1,000 miles heard this name with confusion. What kind of place is this, and why does it teach people to cultivate? Isn't cultivation something one does on their own, or by going to a sect? But it might be worth a look. After all, listening incurs no cost, but the prerequisite is to first find this place. The sound reaching here likely isn't too far. And those who know about Qingfeng Taoist Temple understand what kind of such free lectures must be attended. Thus the villagers and townsfolk nearby notified their friends and family, who in turn informed their own acquaintances. In just 3 days, everyone who was unaware of Qingfeng Taoist Temple came to know about it. What exactly is this Qingfeng Taoist Temple? Why have I never heard of it before? This sect is unfamiliar to me. I heard it suddenly appeared. They just stay on the mountain and don't do much. At most they go to the nearby village or town to offer free healing, a rather good Taoist temple. Tisk it can't be a third-rate sect, can it? What could one learn there? Among 3 people there must be a teacher for me, perhaps I can gain some inspiration from it. Everyone's thoughts were quite similar, it was just a side matter. A few days later the day of the lecture arrived. Outside Qingfeng Temple thousands gathered. Some genuinely wanted to listen their strengths around the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. Those above the golden core level were just there to join the fun. If it's useful they would stay, if not they would leave. At that moment Lin Mo, dressed in a Taoist robe, stepped out exuding an ethereal aura. After all, having met Li Changjin many times, he must have learned something. He slowly ascended into the sky and sat cross-legged in midair. The crowd showed no reaction. After all, a nascent soul cultivator could achieve this. But in the next moment their expressions changed. The aura emanating from Lin Mo was that of an immortal. Those who initially came to watch immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. When someone who has entered the immortal realm gives a lecture, it is a rare opportunity. Regardless of whether they could understand, they decided to listen first. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. The effect seemed quite good. Today we will first discuss what cultivation is. Cultivation is to defy heaven and change fate. Cultivation is to go against the natural order. Cultivation is. To be honest, he didn't really understand the Tao, but Li Changjin did. He had indeed consulted Li Changjin and trained him well. A true immortal had no issues in this regard. And indeed, the audience looked bewildered. Lin Mo sighed. Well, let's just start talking. If it really doesn't work, then let's talk about some basic concepts. After all, these people's talents are too poor, otherwise how could their strength be at this level? They might not understand Qi refinement and foundation establishment, but that doesn't mean others wouldn't understand. Look at those golden core cultivators, they listened intently. Time flew and 2 days passed. Lin Mo's lecture was already over halfway through with just 1 day left. At that moment someone broke through, advancing from early golden core to mid-golden core, and they were still pushing towards a higher realm. Seeing this, everyone's eyes turned red. It really works. This is truly effective. Even if they couldn't hear everything, they needed to take notes and ponder it later. Lin Mo smirked. Then let's continue. As time passed, more and more people broke through, mostly those above the golden core stage. When the lecture concluded, even Qi refinement cultivators had made breakthroughs. Alright, today's lecture ends here. I need to offer incense to the ancestors. Lin Mo descended from the sky and entered the Taoist temple. The onlookers snapped back to reality. Since that's the ancestors, shouldn't we also offer incense? Not just incense, I want to kneel in reverence. An hour later there was no one left at the temple's entrance. Lan Shu exclaimed excitedly, great. We gained over 1,000 followers. Just by moving our lips we gained so many followers. This seems much simpler than I imagined. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. At this rate, they would accomplish their task in less than a year. He had a thought. You guys go check on the situation of the agents in other countries. For Su Qing and the others, a round trip would take at most half a month. Alright, well, head over now. The group flew into the sky and dispersed in different directions. Half a day later the women returned in batches. The situation with the Light God clan is quite good. Their faith is spreading rapidly, and it won't be long before they complete their task. Lin Mo frowned as expected of the Light God clan. Their speed is impressive. What about the others? The situation isn't great, perhaps because of their unknown divine clan. Lin Mo stroked his chin. If we speak of renown, the heavenly court should be quite well known, yet for some reason it has little fame on this planet. He had inquired about many people, and they didn't even recognize those in the main hall. Let's not worry about them for now. Once we finish here we'll seek them out later. The first target must be the Light God clan. We can't let them progress too quickly. When the time comes, just take out the soul-collecting banner and capture all those agents. During the following time Lin Mo would give a lecture every now and then. He started with the most basic cultivation concepts and continued to explain what the Tao is. The number of people coming here also increased. In just 6 months the number of attendees reached tens of thousands, including some tribulation transcendence cultivators. Unfortunately, this powerful group did not become followers. Lin Mo was not surprised at all. It would be strange if they did become followers. Let alone him, even in other temples these people likely had little interest. The lecture lasted a whole year. and with the final lecture concluded their task was complete. Looking at the completed task, Lin Mo sighed in relief. At first I thought it would take 4 to 5 years, I didn't expect it to be so quick. My sister is amazing as she actually came up with such a method, Su Luo said proudly. Her sister's ideas were essentially the same as her own, there was nothing wrong with that. Lin Mo clapped his hands. Alright, let's take all the statues, we should set off. All the statues within this Taoist temple were those he had acquired, not crafted clay figures. They cannot be left here. However, he was prepared. After taking these statues away, he placed the prepared clay figures here. He didn't plan to close the Taoist temple. If someone wished to come they could, if not that was fine too. Alright, let's depart. Lin Lingling led people to find treasure chests while we few. Go cause some destruction. The Lionheart Dynasty, the only kingdom in the world that still preserves the art of magic cultivation. A territory surrounded by the sea. In truth, the ocean does not protect them, but the Shinzhou Empire is too lazy to care, allowing them to remain here. However, with the emergence of the divine agent, these people have begun to entertain new ideas. My people, do you wish to continue living here? Why can they occupy such a vast continent while you are restricted to this place? A survivor stood before the White Palace passionately speaking. Lin Mo and his companions hovered in midair observing the figure below performing. Before this person stood thousands captivated by his speech, their eyes filled with fervor. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Are these people really so easily swayed? That shouldn't be the case. He recalled that when he last visited they had not acted this way, but now it was clearly something amiss. Could it be that those alien deities have begun their schemes again? Lin Mo unleashed his perception, sensing a strange fluctuation atop the White Palace. These fluctuations emitted threads connecting with those people. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, so they are using this method to forcibly acquire followers, truly the hallmark of the Bright God clan. Their actions are utterly contemptible. TSK. No different from before. Just then a phantom appeared before Lin Mo. Your mission is over, it is time for you to leave. Looking at the vigilant 10-winged angel, a smirk appeared on Lin Mo's lips. What's the matter? Are you no longer afraid daring to come out? Unfortunately, it was merely a projection. This group of Bright God clan members is so timid they don't even entertain the thought of confronting him directly. This rendered the soul harvester in his hand ineffective. The 10-winged angel took a deep breath. What exactly do you want? I wish to destroy your Bright God clan. Among the alien deities, only this Bright God clan has restored significant power. The tasks on the Heavenly Court side are all about lifting seals, while the other alien races focus on resurrecting themselves. From his understanding, 4 10-winged angels have already been resurrected. More than 28 winged angels have been resurrected, and the 6-winged angels are even more numerous. Perhaps they are the only divine race capable of resisting the Heavenly Court. To be precise, they can resist the Heavenly Court in its sealed state. But once Neza makes a move, the outcome will be different. The 10-winged angel's expression darkened upon hearing this. He was still unable to take action. The power of the soul harvester was simply too overwhelming. He couldn't fathom why a thing like the soul harvester would appear here. It was nothing short of trickery. The phantom vanished. Lin Mo scoffed, proving they still dare not act. He took out the soul harvester, channeling his spiritual power into it. The soul harvester began to enlarge, blocking out the sun. The survivor was utterly dismayed upon seeing the familiar object. His only thought was to flee. As for the mission that could be dealt with later, this was not a confrontation task, and he did not believe the opponent would remain here indefinitely. With that thought, he turned and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing. The speed was so swift that Lin Mo barely had time to react. What? It's not the main body. Lin Mo was taken aback. How cautious must they be to resort to splitting their soul, and it appeared to be only a quarter of it. Lin Mo instantly lost interest. He gathered the souls of everyone in the Lionheart Kingdom, cleansing the marks upon them before releasing them. He would like to eliminate them all, but after reaching this level of strength, karma also came into play. This rendered him unable to strike with lethal intent. Truly boring. Half an hour later, Lin Mo and his group departed, while the White Palace had already turned to dust, completely disappearing. Rebuilding would take a considerable amount of time. In the following period, Lin Mo led the others to destroy several other nations as well. Afterward, they found a secluded valley to rest. 2 years later, Lin Lingling and her group returned. However, this time they did not obtain a treasure chest. Instead, they acquired a Bagua mirror. What is this thing? Lin Mo fiddled with the Bagua mirror. Aside from its name, everything else was Never mind, let's put it away for now. Above the Lionheart Kingdom, Lin Mo looked speechlessly at the ruins. Since that incident, the ruins had never been rebuilt, and no temples had appeared in the entire Lionheart dynasty. Could it be that they have already left? They should not have left it. After all, this is not a confrontation task. In a confrontation task, one side's completion results in failure for the others. But this time it was different. So these people are merely hiding away, afraid to come out. Let's go back. As soon as Lin Mo and his group vanished, layers of barriers within a cave began to shatter. The 10-winged angel stood deep within the cave, watching the survivor before him. That person has already left. Hurry and complete the task. Understood, I will set off right away. After the survivor left, the 10-winged angel let out a deep sigh. Lin Mo had finally departed. But now the issue is that they will encounter him again in the future. What to do about that? He felt a headache coming on, unsure of when the Lord of Saints would arrive. But thinking about how the Lord of Saints would return and then face the heavenly court made his scalp tingle. Should they launch an attack as soon as the Lord of Saints is resurrected? Currently, the heavenly court's strength should be at its weakest, right? It should, right? Give me the Bagua mirror. Li Changgang extended his hand to take the Bagua mirror. What is this thing? It's the thing on the gate of the Tishita Palace. Place it there, and the barrier will break. Lin Mo gasped. No way, that person is also sealed. Li Changgang shook his head. The individual is not sealed. They are merely confined within the palace. Wait. The 4 emperors are not sealed either, so what is the situation with that statue? The situation of the 4 emperors is quite special. They chose to seal themselves. What kind of nonsense is this? Someone voluntarily sealing themselves? Lin Mo rubbed his temples. The seal is almost broken. Does this mean the game is also reaching its end? Pretty much. The heavenly court has restored 30% of its strength, which is enough to handle things. All that is needed is to kill those alien deities once more. Lin Mo frowned. Isn't there a permanent solution? If they die, won't they just resurrect again? Li Changgang shrugged. Everything in the world has its rules. They cannot die without having a reason. However, we can replace them with a new batch of people so they won't have such chaotic ideas in the future. From the side, he took off a golden bracelet from his wrist. This is the diamond cutter of Laojun. You should know its function. Lin Mo certainly knew, but what use? The opponent's weapons aren't particularly formidable either. Li Changgang stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing slightly. Divine graces can also be collected. 6. Li Changgang and the others have left, and Lin Mo is playing with the Vajrayuan. It's time to collect, but those people probably won't descend in their true forms. This thing won't be useful for a while. Tasks are being completed one after another, during which encounters with the Radiant Divine Clan have become increasingly rare. Towards the end, there are practically no encounters at all. According to Li Changgang, the Radiant Divine Clan has started to intervene with the game's operations. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Court has no intention of getting involved. 100 years later, Lin Mo's strength has not improved at all. If you want to advance, you must make contributions, so next, I will send you to the territory of the Radiant Divine Church. Are you ready? Li Changgang looked at Lin Mo with a serious expression. Continuing to advance is not that simple. Lin Mo nodded, looking at the item in his hand. As long as I have the Vajrayuan, it shouldn't be a problem. With this thing, not to mention a 10-winged angel, even a 12-winged angel would not be a match. In a fragment of subspace, numerous continents are floating. Lin Mo observed from a distance. They have resurrected quite a few people. Oh, I wonder how many 4-winged angels there are. What about those 2-winged angels? They might just be ordinary people, Lin Mo said, stroking his chin. The strength of those 2-winged angels is not very strong. Calling them ordinary people isn't incorrect. Let's go, we should head over there. There are many islands, at least several hundred, and the outer islands are quite small, showing no signs of life. As they got closer to the inner side, the islands grew larger, and the number of people increased. Lin Mo and the others had no intention of hiding their presence, and moved directly into action. With the Vajrayuan in hand, the angels seemed to be nailed in place, unable to move. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, wondering if it was really that simple. One by one, white crystals were absorbed from the chests of those angels, entering the Vajrayuan. Meanwhile, their wings dissipated into feathers in the air. Their bodies began to age rapidly, and then transformed into streams of light, flying toward the largest island behind. Lin Mo stroked his chin. I remember they mentioned an angel reincarnation pool. What do you think would happen if we took that away? Su Qing twitched her lips. Since they didn't let us do it, does that mean that thing can't be taken at all? If it could be taken, they wouldn't have kept quiet about it. Lin Mo thought it over, and felt she was right. Let's move forward. Soon a 10-winged angel appeared, and upon seeing Lin Mo, their expression changed drastically. Isn't that the big brother? How did you get in here? Without the Radiant Divine Clan's token, you shouldn't be able to enter. No, wait, it was the Heavenly Court that acted. Lin Mo toyed with the Vajrayuan. Do you have anything to say upon seeing this? However, these people had only seen the Soul Destruction banner and had never encountered the Vajrayana before. Seeing the confused expressions on the angels, Lin Mo felt bored. Forget it, you can end this meaningless battle now. Once the Vajrayana was unleashed, everything came to an end. After this encounter, the strength of Lin Mo and the others began to rise. Ultimately, Lin Mo's strength reached the realm of Hunyuan Daluo. Inside the Void Villa, Lin Mo gazed at the shattered metal ring in his hand, feeling somewhat lost. It's over, everything has come to an end just like that. All abilities and talents have vanished, yet their cultivation techniques and strength remain. Are we staying here? Su Qing asked. Lin Mo shook his head. If we want, we can return to Blue Star. But now it doesn't matter whether we go back or not. Everyone is already dead. At that moment, Li Chongying pushed open the villa door and walked in. Those foreign deities have been dealt with. About 100,000 years later, new deities will rise to take their place. Will they still wage war against the heavenly court? That's hard to say. Lin Mo leaned back on the sofa, showing little interest in understanding this. What do you all plan to do next? I don't know. Aren't you going back to Blue Star? There are still many people trapped in the planets of the River of Time. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. How many people are there? 2 billion. Sigh. Lin Mo sighed. Now that he knows, he can't ignore it. He glanced at the villa here, feeling quite nostalgic. In that case, let's go. Lin Mo paused. When I get back, will I be able to find you? You can come over any. Can you descend to Blue Star? Li Chongying pondered for a moment. In theory, yes. But you must be able to completely control Blue Star, as the situation there is somewhat special. In Blue Star, silhouettes appeared above it, and upon their appearance, these people couldn't help but feel a moment of panic. How could they end up in such a place? They should clearly be at home. But soon they accepted this fact. In the sky, Lin Mo retracted his spiritual power. The spiritual energy here diminishes bit by bit. Blue Star truly is an era of diminished magic, as there isn't even a shred of spiritual energy. Lin Mo couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if he were to establish a few spiritual veins in Blue Star. In the end, he shook his head, deciding not to interfere with such matters. Back in the villa. You're back. Dad. Dad. Several figures rushed toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly squatted down, looking at these little ones, feeling that establishing some spiritual veins would be a good idea. But it would be best to place these in a separate space rather than on Blue Star. Without further ado, 100 years later on Kunlun Mountain, several hikers came here to play. Look, there's a little girl over there. What? The group turned to see a teenage girl running wildly ahead. They rubbed their eyes. No way, this is a mountain over 2,000 meters high. Isn't she cold in a short-sleeved shirt? Suddenly the figure disappeared, startling them. They approached to search, but found nothing. Did we experience an illusion? If it were an illusion, we shouldn't all see it. Then what about this person? Maybe. Inside the space of Kunlun Mountain. Lin Feifei. Who let you run out? Sua Luo, who still looked in her 20s, gazed sternly at her daughter. Lin Feifei fiddled with her fingers. I just wanted to see what Blue Star is like. My brothers and sisters have seen it, but I haven't. Since they arrived here, they haven't gone out again. Hearing her daughter's words, Sua Luo's heart softened. But you can't just run out by yourself. Or what if you get lost? Oh, I'm already in the Earth Immortal Realm. How could I possibly get lost? Sua Luo twitched her lips. This child is so disobedient. Who does she take after? In the villa cluster on the mountain peak. Yang Jian, you actually cheated. Watch my fire-tip spear. Neza, are you crazy? Watch my wind cloak. Damn. Do you look down on me? The two figures immediately began to fight in the air. Lin Mo sighed. Big brother, what brings you here? Nothing much, just a bit of boredom from the heavenly court, Li Chongying said with a smile. Lin Mo looked at the two people in the sky, feeling speechless. It seems this place won't be peaceful anymore. Had he known, he wouldn't have invited them. The end of the text.